My girlfriend is giving birth to her boss's child for the third time, and I am not only not angry, but also cheering her on outside the delivery room. The boss thought I was stupid, gave me 50,000 yuan, but I refused and thanked him with my hands together, thanking him for giving me a green hat, because I awakened the tenfold cashback system. As long as I spend money on women, I can get 10 times cashback. Spend 1 yuan and earn 10 yuan. Spend 10 yuan and earn 100 yuan. And also see the woman's affection for me. The cashback stops only when the affection reaches 100. Is this system trying to make me the king of the sea? Who would hang himself on one tree and not make money? In order to quickly reach the peak of life, embrace left and right. I went back to the company to find the company's flower, Xin Shueli, and treated her as a guinea pig for my money laundering. Xin Shueli is very beautiful, but also very materialistic. If you can't afford a brand name bag or watch, don't even think about getting close to her. The male colleagues in the company who wanted to flatter her were hesitant. At this point, I have already invited her. Ali, do you have plans after work? I want to invite you to dinner. Xin Shueli was surprised. Lu Mang, who is known for being stingy in the company, even washes and dries the toilet paper for reuse. How could he suddenly want to invite her to dinner? She probably can only expect to be treated to a bowl of cheap and spicy hot pot. Can't go. I don't know what time I'll finish work, and I have to go back early to feed the cat. Well, I was thinking of taking you to Wanda Plaza for a stroll, but forget it if you want to go back. Xin Shueli's eyes lit up at the mention of Wanda Plaza. Wanda Plaza and Wangfujing Taikuli are basically shopping malls of the same level. The target customers are high-end, and you can't leave without spending a few thousand yuan after a round of shopping there. Suddenly, I remembered that I just bought an automatic cat feeder yesterday, so I don't have to go back so early. Are you going? Yes, but my girlfriend also wants to go shopping. Can I bring her along? Bringing a girlfriend is just to prevent me from doing something inappropriate to her, as long as it's not a male friend, because only by spending money on women can you get cash back. Go ahead. No problem. Well, Xin Shueli simply touched up her makeup and left the company with me. Many colleagues were surprised to see this scene. Lu Mang is known as a stingy person. Can he be willing to spend money on Ali? Soon, we took a taxi to Wanda Plaza. After I paid the fare, I received a notification from the system that I spent 40 yuan and received a cashback of 400 yuan. It seems that this system did not deceive me. I earned 2,500 yuan a month, and I made 400 yuan in a short time. After getting off the car, Xin Shueli walked to the entrance of Wanda, taking selfies and posting on Moments. This is the standard routine of a sugar daddy. There won't be any traces of the opposite sex in the photos on Moments, but I don't care. I'm just using her as a money-making tool. In Xin Shueli's eyes, we are not on the same level. The reason I agreed to go shopping today is simply because all the bootlickers around her have recently disappeared. Having an extra new spare tire doesn't matter to her. Since I dared to come to Wanda, it is obvious that I have a little money in my pocket, so she is ready to test me. Just when my lipstick ran out, let's go to this store and take a look. So we walked into a lipstick store, which is Chanel's counter. The minimum consumption is over 1,000 yuan. If I can't even bear to spend 1,000 yuan on her, there is no need to continue developing. Xin Shueli picked a set of lipstick, tried many colors, and conveyed a clear signal to me. I still have 4,000 yuan prepared to pay the rent in my card, plus the 400 yuan cashback just returned by the system. No matter how you calculate it, it is enough. Do you want to buy it? I'll give it to you. Forget it, the colors released this year are very ordinary. Not as good as last year's. The saleswoman at the Chanel counter noticed my shabby clothes as soon as we walked in, wearing a t-shirt without a brand, probably a cheap piece of clothing bought online for a dozen yuan. This kind of person doesn't match Xin Shueli at all. Okay, she has already seen that I am just a dog of others, or a poor dog, so she didn't introduce us seriously. If you like it, just buy it. How much can a lipstick cost? I asked the saleswoman. After I said this, the saleswoman became even more certain of what she was thinking. I not only have no money, but also like to show off. How much can a lipstick cost? Don't you know what kind of store this is? Hello sir, this is the new style introduced in our store this year, priced at 1,799 yuan. This set of colors is very suitable for your girlfriend's temperament. Like to show off? Ha, let's see how you end up. The sales assistant is recommending it very enthusiastically. If you buy it, a set costs more than 1,000 yuan. You will definitely find it expensive. If you don't buy it, you will appear very stingy, losing face in front of your girlfriend. Two choices. You kid choose one. It's just over 1,000 yuan. Too cheap. Lily, this lipstick set doesn't match your elegant temperament. Too cheap. Xin Shueli and Gue Jia were a bit surprised. In their eyes, I was trying to use too cheap as an excuse and then not buy it. Qin Shueli was surprised that even the toilet water could be used as bath water. She usually sees me as honest and straightforward. Why is she pretending now? Whether she buys it or not doesn't matter. She doesn't like this lipstick anyway. She just wants to test me. Sir, if you think it's too cheap, we have other styles in our store. Shall I introduce them to you? The saleswoman is pushing me hard. She is determined to not let me leave the store. I don't need your introduction. I'm talking about you. Come over and introduce yourself to me. I pointed to a new person who looked like they worked in the store. The honest girl excitedly pointed at herself and asked, Sir, are you calling me? Yes, it's you. Come over here. Like this counter. Every set of things sold is counted as performance. Zheng Qian had a little money in his hand right now, but he didn't want to count it towards that snob performance just now. Xiao Lu is indeed a newcomer in the store, but because of the old counter sister's suppression, he can only receive a few customers when the store is very busy. Xiao Lu, shouting at you, introduce it to our big customers. The counter sister naturally also not convinced. Not count her performance is not counted, just like you can buy how expensive things. Xiao Lu walked to Zheng Qian's side. Very detailed, very patient introduction of several sets of lipstick. In the end, Zheng Qian chose a set of 3,099. Lily, do you like this set? It's okay. Then I'll make the payment. Spent 3,099 renminbi. System cashback of 30,990 renminbi has arrived. After Zheng Qian received the system cashback, his waist straightened up and boldly asked, Lily, see if there's anything else you want? Qin Shueli's heart was confused. Zheng Qian, who had a salary of 6,000 a month, gave her a set of 3,099 lipsticks? Then what is he going to eat this month? Even though she didn't count the performance of that old counter sister just now, she was still comfortable in her heart. Swollen face, right, and swollen yourself up so much? Thank you Zheng Qian, I'll let you break the bank, but there's really no need. This set of lipsticks will last a long time. Qin Shueli thanked Zheng Qian. When the old counter sister heard this, it seems that the two of them are not yet boyfriend and girlfriend. Zheng Qian is just a licking dog. ATM only. After spending $3,000, she heard a thank you, which can make people laugh to death. Xiao Lu, not fast enough to introduce a few more sets to our big customers? The old counter sister was intent on making things bad. People like Zheng Qian didn't want him to be in the limelight even after spending money. Xiao Lu did not dare to refuse. In case she reported a malfeasance, it would be disastrous. One after another, she introduced a few other beauty products to Qin Shueli. Lily, what do you think of these? Zheng Qian asked again. It's okay. Then wrap them all up. Sir, are you sure? Xiao Lu counted. These things are about 27,000. Sure. Swipe your card. Zheng Qian handed over his bank card to Xiao Lu once again. Spent 27,468 yuan. System cashback 274. 680 yuan. Has arrived. This is $270,000? Zheng Qian was beaming with joy. The old counter sister on the side. Ken looked dumbfounded. After spending $30,000 in the store, she didn't show a bit of pain and was smiling. Could it be that she really looked away? Xiao Lu was also more surprised. These days are the last days of her probationary period. If not full sales, it will be kicked out. I didn't expect Zheng Qian to brush her sales full today alone. Sir, actually we have many more products in our house that are all very good. Let me introduce them to you. The counter attendant hurriedly changed her attitude and went up to compliment Zheng Qian, also wanting to brush up some sales from Zheng Qian, but was rejected by Zheng Qian. Your family stuff is too cheap. I bought so many and only spent $30,000. Lily, let's go. Zheng Qian brought Qin Shueli and left the specialty store. The old counter sister was alone in the store messing up. After Zheng Qian went out, he glanced at Qin Shueli's current 35 points of favorability. It had directly increased by 15 points. It seems that Qin Shueli was indeed raised from a young age, spending $30,000 on her, only to raise 15 points of goodwill. Not even a close friend. Is still an ordinary friend relationship, but this was quite good. Elevating from a passerby relationship to an ordinary friend was already a big shift. Qin Shueli was naturally even more confused. What's going on with Zheng Qian today? Did he make a fortune of some kind? Why is he so willing to spend money on her? Spending $30,000 in one go. Qin Shueli still thinks Zheng Qian is simple. Think he may be on the internet to see what Pua tutorial. Want to use this kind of spending money to bluff her. The world-weary girl would think that if he spends $30,000 for her on the first date, he will definitely spend more for her in the future. But an old know-it-all king like Qin Shueli didn't think that way. Spending $30,000 on the first date would only gradually decrease in the future, not increase. Zheng Qian, won't your girlfriend get angry if you send me so many things? Qin Shueli tried. Just broke up today. Oh, Can I ask what the reason is? Can't. Zhang Qian didn't want to say. This matter was too humiliating. But even if Zhang Qian didn't say it, Qin Shueli could probably guess it. For a lickspittle like Zhang Qian, it could only be that the girl had found a new gold master and kicked him out. Or maybe Zhang Qian realized that he was green and was forced to mention a breakup. Now that Zhang Qian was spending money like this, it was nothing more than revenge spending. Most likely an overdrawn credit card. There was no need to care too much. Why hasn't your bestie come yet? Not coming? Zhang Qian inquired. She is probably still working overtime? I'll ask. Qin Shueli felt that Zhang Qian was testing her, asking if her best friend was still coming, and if she wasn't, she was going to make a move on her, or spend the night outside or something, but that was impossible. That would seem like she was too casual, so Qin Shueli added, coming is definitely coming. The purpose was to try to dispel all thoughts of Zhang Qian. Oh, it's still early, let's stroll around some more. Zhang Qian bought a few more t-shirts for Qin Shueli. Don't look at the t-shirts. The t-shirts from the big brands are also very expensive. One has to be several hundred, and there is even one that is thousands. Spent 3,298 yuan. The system cashback 32,980 yuan has arrived. Now Zhang Qian's card balance is already $300,000, equivalent to his 5 years of salary. This fucking system is also too cool. Zhang Qian clearly felt that Qin Shueli's change in these 25 points of goodwill, no longer being so squeamish towards him, but instead, she would say a lot of words and would smile at him. Now is an opportunity. Zhang Qian wanted to take Qin Shueli's hand, but Zhang Qian was very honest, and people were still rather wimpy. A girl like Qin Shueli, Zhang Qian could not hold his hand for the rest of his life, unless it was the kind of time when he had played enough and wanted to find an honest man like him to marry. But come to think of it, what is there to be afraid of? Spending more than $30,000 for Qin Shueli, pulling a hand is not willing? In the end, Zhang Qian convinced himself after a complicated mental struggle. He gathered his courage and took Qin Shueli's hand. At this moment, there was no way to describe it in words, because Qin Shueli was a woman he could not obtain in his entire life. And now he could. This hand, delicate and soft, a touch to know, did not do any work, even the kind of housework do not do, really rich out of the girl. Qin Shueli did not resist. Let Zhang Qian pull her hand, but of course it is limited to pulling the hand. If Zhang Qian wants to go further, then she will have to refuse. After all, when licking the dog to raise it, it is impossible to say, do not let the horse eat grass, but also want to let the horse run. Pull a hand. Nothing, and no acquaintances to see. However, Zhang Qian does not think so. A circle stroll down. His heartbeat is a little faster. There is an indescribable excitement and exuberance. The whole person's face is also red. The other people coveted Qin Shueli's body, but didn't make any actual moves because of their thin wallets. In terms of Zhang Qian holding Qin Shueli's hand as a small gesture, it had surpassed all of his colleagues in the company. One could even privately take it out and brag about it kind of thing, saying that he held the hand of the goddess Qin Shueli today. My best friend sent a message. She said she's at the entrance of Joy City. Let's go pick her up. Good. AI. We're here. Qin Shueli waved her hand to her best friend, AI Qingyue, and at the same time took the opportunity to break away from Zhang Qian's hands. After the greeting, there was no re-pulling on. Zhang Qian smiled and didn't say anything. After introducing each other, Zhang Qian learned the girl's name. Her name was AI Qingyue, and she was a college classmate with Qin Shueli, as well as a good girlfriend. Her looks were not bad, and her height was not too low. However, when placed next to Qin Shueli, she looked a bit ordinary, with no highlights. This is the secret of the Sea King dating. Always have to find a green leaf to set off for this red flower. It was now more than 6 o'clock, almost 7 o'clock, and the sky was dark. Qin Shueli naturally want to find a girlfriend to accompany together, just in case Zhang Qian wants to go further. Have any indecent thoughts about her? It was just the right time for dinner. Zhang Qian had never been to Joy City before, so he looked at the merchants on his cell phone, and eventually picked a store with a higher per capita consumption. Zhang Qian, this store has a higher consumption. Are you sure? Qin Shueli kindly reminded. She had only been to this store once. 2 people had spent over $5,000. It was one of her previous dog lickers who paid the bill, and she hadn't come back since. Aha, it's fine. After being seated, Zhang Qian handed Qin Shueli the menu and told her to just order whatever she wanted. Just order whatever you want? Fine. Since you have this to say, then I'll just order whatever I want. Qin Shueli and AI Qinyu picked and chose, making check marks on the menu. Of course, Qin Shueli was still thinking about Zhang Qian for a while, deleting the more expensive dishes that AI Qinyu had checked, and roughly calculating the price. The price was controlled at about 9,000, not more than 10,000. 000 yuan. Zheng Qian in the mall has already spent more than 30,000 for her. Do not know how much money is still in hand. And do not dare to order too expensive. We've chosen. Do you have anything you want to eat? Qin Shueli handed the menu back to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian took a look at the menu and there were deleted checkmarks on the menu. Was this an attempt to save money for himself? The price control was also very good. It didn't exceed $10,000. More than 9,000. No alcohol? He glanced at the liquor section. A random bottle cost over $1,000. Don't drink it. Just drink 2 bottles of Coke. Qin Shueli naturally wouldn't order alcohol. If Zheng Qian insisted on ordering alcohol, it didn't matter. Ai Qingyue was here to block the knife for her. Alright then, that's it for now. We'll order more if we don't have enough. According to common sense, this good girlfriend of hers would never date someone like this. Unless Zheng Qian was particularly rich. Ai Qingyue noticed that Zheng Qian was carrying a lot of things in his hands in big bags. How come? These things must be more than $20,000, right? Now for a meal. It would be another $10,000. With this kind of money, one can order takeout several times. It seemed like Qin Shueli had caught another kaiju. Lily, how did you two meet? Ai Qingyue curiously said. Colleagues. Ai Qingyue was a bit envious. Why is Qin Shueli like a magnet? Surrounded by rich people? And she was willing to spend so much money for her? A quality-filed man like Zheng Qian. She also wanted. However, Ai Qingyue was very self-aware. She knew that she was only Qin Shueli's escort. And usually she didn't participate in this kind of bureau, so she didn't dare to have any thoughts about Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian also noticed the change in Ai Qingyue's favorability towards him. From 10 points when they first met, it raised to 30 points and then dropped to 20 points. After the food was served, Qin Shueli and Ai Qingyue clicked a picture before the three of them moved their chopsticks. At the dinner table, there was a bit of family talk. After finishing the meal, Zheng Qian went to settle the bill. Ai Qingyue took this opportunity to ask Qin Shueli, Lily, what's your relationship with him? How come I've never seen him before? Well, just an ordinary friend. Don't worry too much about it. In Qin Shueli's mind, Zheng Qian was nothing more than a revenge-spending behavior after just breaking up, so she didn't take it to heart at all. As soon as Qin Shueli said ordinary friends, Ai Qingyue immediately understood that she had collected another licking dog. Spent 9,657 yuan. System cashback of 96,570 yuan has arrived. Another $100,000 arrived. This felt too good. After Zheng Qian finished checking out, he returned to his seat and glanced at the time. It's only 9 o'clock. Zheng Qian naturally wouldn't let Qin Shueli go easily. Not because he wanted to do something, but mainly because the feeling of spending money to earn money was too good. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered a high-spending place. The bar. At a bar, ordering a random set of drinks was tens of thousands of dollars. Why don't we go to a bar? According to common sense, usually after eating and sending home, the day was over. However, Zheng Qian's sudden suggestion to go to a bar made Qin Shueli increase her defenses against Zheng Qian. Good feeling -5. Ai Qingyue glanced at Qin Shueli, who didn't seem to want to go, and said, No, I still have to work tomorrow. That was what Qin Shueli had called her to do. Isn't tomorrow Sunday? You have to work overtime too? Well, gotta add. Mainly I've been a bit stressed lately, so I want to go vent a bit. No way. You can call a few more friends over. It won't be too late. Shopping and eating and whatnot. The two of them can still handle it, but when they go to a bar, a few glasses of hard liquor down the drain. It's hard to say, so Qin Shueli refuses to go to a bar. Before, Zheng Qian said that he had just broken up today, and the words that he wanted to vent were normal, and it didn't seem like a lie. Moreover, it was also possible to call out a few people together, then the nature would be completely different. Then I'll ask if there's anyone to join me. A few minutes later, Qin Shueli said that she had made an appointment with her two little sisters. Which bar to go to? They said to go straight over and wait. Zheng Qian thought for a moment. Red Rose. Good. The three took a taxi to the Red Rose. Spent 60 yuan. System cashback 600 yuan. Already arrived. At the entrance of Red Rosebud, there were already two girls with hot bodies and cool clothing waiting. They were Xin and Angela respectively. When they introduced themselves, they didn't say their full names, and one of them reported her English name. Xin was the kind with thinner legs and whiter, but her looks were average. Angela's features are more delicate, wearing black silk, very sexy, but the face of the makeup is very thick. It seems to be often mixed with nightclubs, bars, this kind of nightclub. The four girls stood together. Qin Shueli appeared to be more innocent. The two were very polite and enthusiastic in greeting Zheng Qian. Lily, your boyfriend is so handsome. Yeah, standard handsome guy then. Handsome? Dressed like this? Even old Wu and the girls couldn't possibly find it handsome. How hypocritical. The two people mistakenly thought that Zheng Qian was Qin Shuili's boyfriend. In response, Qin Shuili had a non-committal attitude, neither admitting nor denying it. However, XAN and Angela didn't expect that Zheng Qian would be able to spend as much as he wanted and open expensive wines at the Red Rose. After all, dressed in raggedy looks, they probably didn't have much money. Otherwise, how else could Shirley Qin call them up to introduce them to each other? Long ago, Zheng Qian had been hidden away. If Zheng Qian had been here before, he wouldn't have dared to come to this kind of place and participate in this kind of drinking game. The Red Rose was considered one of the bars in Yebei that consumed a lot of money, and with 4 beautiful women in one piece, it would be impossible to end it without draining his wallet dry. But now that he had the system to add to it, Zheng Qian wasn't afraid of anything. Anyway, if you spend a lot, you earn a lot. You may have earned it, but I'm definitely not losing. Holding this thought, Zheng Qian entered the bar. Loud and bombastic music, colorful light balls overhead, classic bar atmosphere. Soon a sales manager came up. Good evening, may I ask if you've located the sub yet? Zheng Qian shook his head. Are you 5 seats? Would you like to sit in a card table or a loose table? He rarely came across this combination of guests. Was this a bureau for high rollers? Or a bureau for rich women? Either way, it's not normal for women and one man. Opening a card seat would be more expensive than a loose table. So Zheng Qian naturally chose the card seat. When he heard Zheng Qian answer, the sales understood that it was his bureau. Good. You come with me this side. There is a minimum consumption After being seated, it was natural to order some wine. Brother, what do you think we drink? Selling other girls naturally won't ask. It's not like they're the ones shelling out the money. They directly ask Zheng Qian. Any recommendations? Sales could see that Zheng Qian should be a first-timer, but from the way he was dressed, he was definitely not a high roller, and should have been taken as a kaiju by these women. As a gay man, the sales naturally had to take care of Zheng Qian. If you want me to recommend, Sunrise, Whiskey Sour, Margarita. The sales was quite a bit conscientious, recommending cheaper drinks in case Zheng Qian wouldn't be ripped off too much. What about the Ace of Spades? The 4 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Together Zheng Qian was really a first-time visitor to the bar. The sales patiently explained in detail to Zheng Qian what the Ace of Spades was, as well as the Divine Dragon set. Ace of Spades gold, pink gold, violet, platinum, green gold, with black gold 88888, without black gold 78888. 3 bottles of Ace of Spades are called Small Divine Dragons, and 5 or 6 bottles are called Big Divine Dragons. Then let's start with a set of Great Divine Dragons, with black gold. Swipe your card. Zheng Qian pulled out a tattered-looking bank card from his pocket that looked like it had been inserted into ATM machines often and was full of signs of age. After being stunned for a moment, the sales still took the machine over and swiped the card. Spent 888. The system cashback 880. Has arrived. After seeing the tenfold cashback, Zheng Qian's heart was more composed. Sure enough, this place didn't come in vain, spending a sum of 88 million to the account. Before, not to mention 88,000. Let Zheng Qian open a bottle of $80 of wine. He has to meet ache for a while. As for now, don't care how much to spend. 10 times how much cashback. Zheng Qian thinking tonight to see if you can open a few more sets of dragon set. Tomorrow directly buy a villa in full for themselves. People brush a dragon set. Do not even blink. How can it be the Kai Z? Thanks to him, he had just wanted to help Zheng Qian save some money and recommended some cheap wine. The facts proved that if Zheng Qian didn't have any money, it was impossible to gather 4 girls of such quality to accompany him. He was the one who had looked away. Brother, wait a little while. I'll go arrange it for you right away. Qin Shuili finally noticed at this time that the card Zheng Qian swiped was not a credit card. Rather, it was a savings card. Shopping, eating, and with the dragon set that he just swiped, Zheng Qian had already spent $100,000 out. If it's a small credit card, in order to pretend in front of the girl, you can set it out and put it in the savings card. Then take it out when you spend money to prove that you swiped the savings card. Unless, Zheng Qian has many credit cards at the same time. But the chances of this kind of revenge spending won't be too high, because even if he runs many credit cards at the same time, it's impossible to have this kind of big spending. Big Shenlong, 88,888. In the end it is only a few bottles of wine. It is not like Zheng Qian can do things there was only one possibility that was higher. That is Zheng Qian has made a fortune. And it's a big one. Most likely after being dumped by his ex-girlfriend. He was disheartened and went to buy a lottery ticket and won. Ai Qingyue, Xin. And Angela's beautiful eyes added another splash of color after seeing Zheng Qian swipe his card and swipe a set of Great Divine Dragons. This man, It seemed like he wasn't as frustrating as imagined. He was still handsome when he swiped his card. Although the three of them also often came to this kind of bar, there were only a few who were really willing to open a great divine dragon. Unless they were the kind of people who were really rich, and the divine dragon set could be opened 3 or 4 times a night. Even Angela had only had 2 small divine dragons. A big divine dragon set as soon as she sat down. The handwriting was atmospheric. Qin Shueli obviously noticed the changes on the faces of her 3 girlfriends, and subconsciously leaned a little closer to Zhang Qian, holding his arm. And in the eyes of others the two looked like a young couple in love. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, his heart was tightened. How Qin Shueli took the initiative to lean over, and also lean so close? Taking a glance at her other 3 girlfriends, Zhang Qian understood. The 3 people's favorability all rose by a wave. AI Qingyue, favorability plus 20. Xin, initial 5 points. Favorability plus 20. Current favorability 25. Angela, initial 5 points. Favorability plus 25. Current favorability 30. Ding, ding, ding. The music ended abruptly. The dry ice fog gradually began to release. The spotlight of the entire room hit Zhang Qian's card seat. The divine dragon set was sent up to the card seat by a few coolly dressed beauties, writhing their bodies. Only that sales quietly called 2 burly security guards to guard the side of Zhang Qian's card seat, protecting his safety at all times. The salesman also stood at the very edge of the card seat, ready to do Zhang Qian's bidding. In response, Zhang Qian had only 2 words in his mind: rowdy, too rowdy. When some of the warblers who frequented Red Rose saw the scene, they felt that Zhang Qian was a new face, and even had an urge to accost him at the card table. Zhang Qian, properly rich, but when they saw that there were 4 girls sitting beside Zhang Qian, they dismissed the idea. As expected, rich people were all scarce resources, and they were the ones who brought the girls over. Ha, Angela was there too? That kind of goods can also get along with this kind of big money? Some of the warblers were particularly unconvinced about Angela, but they couldn't do anything about it. After all, people had preconceived notions, so if they went over it this time, whether Zhang Qian would like them or not was another story, but they would pull their hair out with Angela. Play dice? Xin took the lead. Among the few of them, except for Qin Shirley, they were all experts at playing dice, so it was too easy to get someone drunk. Fine, I don't care. Zhang Qian waved his hand. A few people started playing dice. Although luck accounted for the majority of this thing, there was also a level of skill that existed. Just like Zhang Qian, he had never been to this kind of place before, and the dice were casually shaken for a long time. But in the end, he lost more than he won, and was dunked a few cups one after another. Even Qin Shueli, who has never been a drinker, also dried 3 glasses of wine down. Zhang Qian felt that this $88,000 wine seemed to be just like that. It wasn't as good as ordinary malt whiskey. This $88,000. The wine money should only account for a small portion. What the bar actually sells is that row just now. Spotlight, dry ice, beautiful women. Getting all eyes on you temporarily sells vanity. Although he is not very vain, but the women around him are vain. Look at this one, happy as anything. A few laps down, the crowd's words were opened. Angela inquired, Lily, when did you 2 start dating? I saw you were single last week. Oh no. Qin Shirley secretly screamed that it was not good. There was something in Angela's words. She didn't know what to say, and when they had just met in front of the Red Rose, she had muddled through with a non-committal attitude. Was it that they were dating, or that they weren't? If Qin Shueli said that she and Zhang Qian were not dating, then these 3 girlfriends would most likely snatch Zhang Qian away from her. On that account, she was hesitant to announce in front of her girlfriends about the sovereignty issue. After all, she was the one who introduced the bureau, and Zhang Qian was also the one who brought her here. You guys might have misunderstood. Lily and I aren't dating, just co-workers who came out to relax after working overtime. Oh, so that's how it is. The 3 of them naturally didn't quite believe Zhang Qian's words. To spend so much money on someone without having a relationship. At the very least, they were interested in Qin Shueli. Qin Shueli, on the other hand, was speechless in her heart. You said that you are chasing me, Kendaya. Dog man, emotional intelligence is too low. Zhang Qian didn't care what they thought. He didn't intend to chase any of them. Qin Shueli was nothing more than a tool he used to make money. As for whether it is interesting to Qin Shueli, that of course is interesting to her personally, does not have any emotional meaning. Also do not want to chase her. Only Zhang Qian was craving for Qin Shueli's body. Oh, so no wonder. Buying so many gifts for Lily and not even bothering to buy a dress for yourself. You're really a good person. Lily, when you come across a man like this, you have to cherish him. Although these words seem to be asking Qin Shueli to cherish them. Xin and Angela were speaking in a very conspiratorial manner, saying all the opposite. Qin Shueli was a bit anxious. Letting you guys come was to help her block the drinks, and now you're instead putting her on the spot? Is there such a thing as a best friend? Sure enough, girlfriends are all made of plastic. When you see a good man, you don't care if he's your best friend or not. Although it is not an open robbery, it is no different from an open robbery. Qin Shueli in the shopping also told Zheng Qian, bought her so many things, she is quite embarrassed, ready to give Zheng Qian to buy a decent clothes, but helpless Zheng Qian very resolute refused her. What can she do? She can't go up to the pole to send it. That's not good either. But now, people use this matter to put her army. Oops, I don't have any requirements on what to wear. Besides, Lily said she's going to buy me one. Don't you guys see that my clothes are rather shabby, but they're very comfortable to wear? Lily, do you want to accompany me up to bounce for a while? Zheng Qian, which could not see how this Xin and Angela were thinking. However, Zheng Qian did not have any favorable feelings towards these two people and took the initiative to help Qin Shueli out. Favorability plus 10. Qin Shueli's favorability towards him immediately sprang up by 10 points. Good. The two of them got up and entered the dance floor. Although Qin Shueli didn't come often, but she came to bars, nightclubs and such places quite a lot. All kinds of bouncing postures can't be said to be skillful. Right. But basically all of them. But she had to act like she rarely bounced and was not very skillful in front of Zheng Qian. How is it? Can you still drink? Zheng Qian asked while swaying like the others. If Qin Shueli can still drink, then let that sails in a while on another set of Great Divine Dragon. Well, if you don't enjoy yourself, I'll drink with you. Good. Zheng Qian didn't dare to dream that Qin Shueli would say such words to him. In the usual, Qin Shueli is extremely high cold girl, only high rich handsome, can thaw the frost on her face, like him this kind of loser, although not to ignore it, but also a passerby level. In addition to the work there is no intersection. Now, but like a good little cat, said that if he did not enjoy the drink, then she will accompany him to drink. What did that mean? Even if her drinking capacity was up and she couldn't drink anymore, she would still drink in order to accompany herself. Is this the joy of the rich? In the place of the previous Zheng Qian, he couldn't imagine it at all. Sweating, go down and rest for a while. Aha. While the two went back, Zheng Qian saw, however, an unfamiliar man, sitting in the card seat. His eyebrows were neatly trimmed, and his face was made up, showing his cheekbones high, making him a little handsome. This man sat at about the same distance as his original position, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and Angela was whispering. Their eyes were mesmerized. If they were a little closer, they would have kissed each other directly. This makes Zheng Qian very unhappy. You paralyzed. You do not even say hello, just drink my wine, but also sit on my seat, and even pick up my girl. What do you mean? Zheng Qian was a bit angry. Although he didn't have any feelings for Angela and Angela wasn't his girl, the card seat was booked by Zheng Qian, the wine was bought by Zheng Qian, and the person was brought in by Zheng Qian. This was not putting him in his eyes at all. If a person didn't have you in their sights, then they would do all sorts of things to offend you. Apart from that man, Zheng Qian himself actually had a small part to play in this. Even though he was rich now, he didn't have the kind of aura that could subdue his field, so he decided to be a little stronger. Sherry Qin also noticed the situation between Angela and that man at the card table. She stole a glance at Zheng Qian's face, wondering what he would do, only to see that Zheng Qian just narrowed his eyes and his face was as calm as water. This made Qin surely a bit surprised. On the card seat, Xin and Zheng Qian exchanged a glance and hurriedly pinched Angela's waist. Angela also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly separated from the man. It was then that Zheng Qian walked back with Qin Shueli. This one is? Zheng Qian asked. Ah, this is my friend, Chen Feiyu. I didn't expect to meet him here, so I pulled him over for a drink. Angela introduced Zheng Qian, and defended a wave in the process. This must be Mr. Zhang. My name is Chen Feiyu. Chen Feiyu hurriedly got up from the card seat and took the initiative to lower his stance and introduce himself to Zheng Qian. After all, what he had just done was indeed a bit inappropriate. He just didn't know if it had been seen by Zheng Qian. It was better to be humble. Friend, then quickly sit down. Zheng Qian sat back to the most dominant seat. He called sales over. Give me another set of little divine dragons. After swiping his card, there was no system rebate. After all, it wasn't spending money for a woman. Little Shenlong came up. There was no dry ice smoke, and the music didn't stop. Only the spotlight that hit for 3 seconds. Qin Shirley was actually a bit surprised. If it was anyone else, they might have already cursed and gone up, cleaned up that man or kicked him out. Previously in the company, Zheng Qian was an honest man, and it wouldn't be too much to say that he was obsequious. He actually had this kind of vigor and temperament. He didn't drive anyone away, didn't beat anyone up, and instead, he also gave Chen Feiyu an order for a set of 888 little divine dragon sets. Zheng Qian's performance was extraordinarily bright in her opinion. Ah, I didn't expect young Zhang to think so highly of me. I must toast young Zhang. Chen Feiyu raised his glass to toast Zheng Qian and dried 3 glasses in a row. Came alone? Well, alone. Just came. That's just right. Sit down and drink with us. Young Zhang is mighty. Then little brother will respectfully rub your innings. Chen Feiyu was next to no one and sat on the very edge. He didn't know what Zheng Qian was about, so how would he dare to offend? But one thing Chen Feiyu knew, Zheng Qian must be richer than him. Next, it was still playing dice. After a few drinks, Zheng Qian asked, Feiyu, what's your relationship with Angela? Chen Feiyu's heart tightened and his face changed slightly. Angela also frowned. This question was, more or less, related to privacy, and it was indeed a bit too offensive to directly ask such a question. However, Chen Feiyu also did not dare to not answer. Well, I was doing short video operations before. I'm barely Angela's boss. She's the one I dug over. That's so. Zheng Qian nodded with a slight thought. Immediately afterward, Zheng Qian asked, then have you ever suborned Angela? This sentence, if everyone was on equal terms, if they said it, 9 times out of 10, they would get punched, or maybe they would get a glass of wine thrown in their face. Everyone frowned, but no one dared to get angry. No, Angela and I are nothing more than ordinary superiors and subordinates. Even though she's not under me anymore, we're still normal friends. It's definitely not like what you imagined. Young Zheng. Chen Feiyu hurriedly waved his hand and explained. Zheng Qian could tell from his expression that he was obviously lying. Otherwise how could he answer for such a long time and stutter? What about the other sisters? There aren't any either. Chen Feiyu was sweating profusely. Oh, Zheng Qian was happy in his heart. This was much cooler than directly letting the security guards beat up Chen Feiyu. On the wine table, there are men who don't drink. I let you drink. You have to drink even if you are hard. At the dinner party, I let the girl give me a dance to help the fun. You even if 1,000 helpless, 10,000 unwilling, but also have to be hard to give me a dance. Offending others is also a manifestation of power. No money you try. Bump into a violent temper. On the spot turned face. Bottle burst head. Are normal things. These two people should hate Zheng Qian right now. But they still have to smile at Zheng Qian on their faces. Zheng Qian picks up the wine glass. Chen Feiyu and Angela still have to accompany them with a smile. No money you try? If Zheng Qian didn't have an open card holder and didn't have a bit of God's dragon set, he would probably just be treated as an ordinary person. It was different now. I drank a bit too much. My brain is a bit spinning. If I ask something I shouldn't, you guys mustn't be angry with me. Zheng Qian pretended to be confused. No way Zhang Xiao. I'm going to the restroom. Zheng Qian got up to leave. I'll accompany you. Qin Shueli offered to accompany. I'm going to let the water out. What are you following for? To help me unbuckle my pants? Ha ha ha. Lily, you're drunk. That's right. Drunk, haha. Zheng Qian came to the restroom, purposely washed his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His face was red. Just playing dice. Zheng Qian lost a bit miserably. Was poured a lot of wine, almost to the amount, and then drink is estimated to be unconscious. That is also a bit too embarrassing. However, 99% of the things in the world can be solved by money. Drink but, play but, Zheng Qian can shake people to help him So, Zheng Qian waved his hand and called the salesman over. Brother, what is it that you command? Do you have anyone here that I can drink and play dice well? If there is, call over to my card seat for a drink, and I'll order another set of great divine dragons. Sales was a little confused as he watched Zheng Qian blush. 4 girls, you can't even get one of them drunk, and you have to have someone help you? It was indeed a bit weak. However, this has nothing to do with him. There is money to be made on the line. Okay, Lu brother, I will immediately arrange. After Zheng Qian returned to the card seat, the sale soon brought a tall, eyebrows like distant mountains, face like a crescent moon, pupils sheer water, wearing girdle waist sportswear girl. Her dress code was indeed a bit alternative here, but it was also divided into people, and this girl wore it, but she had a special aura. Brother, this is the team leader of our bar's sales group, Jean Lu, team leader of the sales group. In other words, that should be the head honcho of Red Rose. Zheng Qian felt a little pity. If she had a career that could be recognized, with her looks, figure and condition, there would be a lot of people who would pay for her. Like this girl, do something not good. Why have to come to the bar? Although Zheng Qian hadn't been to a bar before, he had heard some things about bar sales, selling their souls at all costs just to get customers to open a few more bottles of wine and increase some performance. That male salesman also said that she was the leader of the sales team. How could she be the sales leader in such a place of lights and wine without some skills? It's a pity. It's really a pity. In fact, the male salesman had another layer of meaning, which is to say that Jean Lu was the head of their Red Rose. Zheng Xiao. I'm Jean Lu. You can just call me Shuang Shuang. Can you play dice? Zheng Qian asked. Will, do you play well? Not bad. Then come play for me. Put on another set of Great Divine Dragons and swipe your card. Spent 888 yuan. System cashback of 880 yuan has arrived. This time the system's cashback had arrived. The music of the entire venue came to an abrupt halt again, and the haze produced by the dry ice was much denser than just now. The spotlight hit Zheng Qian's card seat and stayed for half a minute. The salesman could not hide the excitement on his face. Tonight is really a big order. He even used the microphone to shout across the room. Card seat 65. Mr. Zheng, one more set of the Great Divine Dragon. The cards were given in full force. Ai Qingyue, Xin, Angela, Chen Feiyu. The four of them looked at each other. How rich did Zheng Qian have to be? In one night, even ordering a set of big dragon and a set of small dragon. This had already cost more than $100,000. He couldn't drink it himself, and even ordered another set of big dragon, and called out to a girl at the bar to drink it for her. You can't spend money like this, can you? Before shouting Zhang Xiao, is only polite. Now, you really have to call him Zhang Xiao. In addition to the second generation of rich people, how can anyone spend money like this? Qin Shueli was shocked at this. 2 sets of Great Divine Dragons and 1 set of Small Divine Dragons. Already 200,000 or so. Zheng Qian wouldn't be trying to overdraw a wave of credit cards and then not pay back the bad debts and just jump off a building, right? No way. No one would be stupid enough to do that. Zheng Qian had really won the lottery, and the win shouldn't be small. At least a few million, right? Just now Xin and Angela, who had already set their eyes on Zheng Qian, ordered another set of Great Divine Dragons, so the next thing is definitely to compete with her head on. How come she didn't see it earlier? If Zheng Qian didn't have any money, how dare he ask her out? If she had known, she wouldn't have shouted at these 3 people. Now it's good. Originally it was her man. Now she still has to grab it. Good. Zheng Xiao holds me in such high regard. So let's change the game and break in. Jean Lu had a confident look on her face and offered to play single-person break-in. Her aura was so strong that she didn't have any stage fright at all when facing the main few. And when she walked to any table in the entire bar, she was able to switch the order of hosts and guests and turn it into her home turf. Zheng Qian also paid a little attention to Jean Lu's favorability towards him. Only 10 points, which surprised him. After all, he had spent so much money, but in Jean Lu's eyes, he was only a passerby-level guest, which was really rare. Girls like Ai Qingyue, Xin, Angela, Qin Shueli, all had their favoritism increased quite a bit after spending so much money. Perhaps in Jean Lu's eyes, Zheng Qian was just an ordinary guest who was slightly richer. Coming over to accompany Zheng Qian for a drink was nothing more than her job and had no other thoughts. This young lady comes first. Jean Lu signaled Qin Shueli on her right-hand side. I can't drink. Not playing. Qin Shueli was actually a bit sulky and refused. Jean Lu didn't care about Qin Shirley in the slightest. Alright, next then. Angela's face was unconvinced. Just come. Who's afraid of who? It's not just about good looks. Although there is skill in shaking the dice, a lot of times it's luck that counts. Leopard. Double. 664, please drink. 553, please. After 2 rounds, Jean Lu didn't lose a single hand, which really made Zheng Qian a little bit surprised. Jean Lu just said that her dice game is still good. Is it still good? It's already very strong. Okay? He can't play with others. He can't drink with others. So he can only ask someone to be his fighter. Coming up and winning 2 rounds, Zheng Qian was very comfortable in his heart. Is this money ability? Looking at the ones who had just dunked his wine, at this time with a defiant face, his heart was still quite comfortable. 332, 8 points. Jean Lu shook a rare small point count once. The crowd thought that she was bound to lose this hand, and would definitely have to drink. But who knew? Angela shook even smaller points than Jean Lu's. 2, 3, 7 points. Please. Angela drank a glass of wine very reluctantly, but she didn't hand over the dice to the next person. It's just a little bit short. I'm not convinced. Come again. Sorry. Next round. Jean Lu's entire aura was very strong, completely defying Angela. Losing is losing. If you are not convinced, shake the dice with me again in the next round. In the bar, she seemed like the queen. Zheng Qian was getting vaguely interested in her. Not bad, playing quite well. How do I hold up your performance? Zheng Qian called a halt. Young Zheng, you can just order the wine. Good. Another set of Great Divine Dragon. Swipe your card. Spent 88 renminbi, 888. System cashback of 88 renminbi, 880 has arrived. This time, Zheng Qian was spending money for Jin Lu, so the system also had a cashback. Good. Thank you Mr. Zheng for holding up the show. Jin Lu smiled sweetly at Zheng Qian, making his heart flutter. He mainly wanted to observe how Jin Lu's favorability towards him would fluctuate. But apart from a thank you, Jin Lu's favorability towards him remained at 10 points. Not even a little fluctuation. This made Zheng Qian very surprised. He thought that a set of great divine dragons could raise a few points at any rate. Who would have thought that there was not even a single point? This woman is a bit interesting. Zheng Qian became more interested in her. Was it possible for her to be a? That sweet smile had simply tethered Zheng Qian's heart, but Jin Lu's favorability towards him hadn't changed at all. Now almost Dong was able to be sure that Jin Lu was not a woman who could be taken down with money. With money. Zheng Qian. I'm a bit tired. I want to go home, but I forgot my keys at the company. There's no way to go home. Qin Shueli whispered in Zheng Qian's ear. Forgot your keys at the company? How does this sound? A little seductive? The subtext was to let herself accompany her to the hotel, right? Then you stay in the hotel tonight. Count on me. I will transfer money to you in a while. I want to play some more. Zheng Qian's current point of interest was not on Qin Shueli, but on this Jin Lu. Oh, apart from Zheng Qian, Qin Shueli did not give anyone a greeting and left the scene on her own. She could already tell that whether it was Xin or Angela, or her so-called good girlfriends, all of them had already set Zheng Qian as their target, and although they were still peaceful on the surface, they had actually broken up. If it's broken up, then it's broken up, and surely Qin doesn't really care. Originally, they knew each other when they were playing outside. Compared to these professionals, Qin Shueli is still considered pure. She admits that her level is not as high as theirs, and she can't play with them. If she really wanted to rob Zheng Qian, she shouldn't be able to do so. After she left, Zheng Qian thought about how much money to send to Qin Shueli. Send 10,000? No, the system wouldn't necessarily give a cashback. Yebei is, according to the official positioning, is a second-tier city, but in reality can only be ranked in the third or fourth tier, the highest specification hotels. It is only a few $1,000s. Zheng Qian has not really heard of over 10,000. He entered 5,200 and transferred out. There was also a note. Sorry for playing late. Count on me to make it up to you. Stay in a better hotel. Immediately after that, he turned off his cell phone and re-watched Jin Lu play dice. In the next few rounds, without exception, all of them were won by Jin Lu. The four of them, Ai Qingyue, Xin, Angela, and Chen Feiyu, were already about to be puked. Their favorability towards Zheng Qian, without exception, all dropped by 5 to 10 points. TM to find such a strong nightclub girl irrigation them wine. Even persuade not with a cup of persuasion, do not fall as strange. Of course, Zheng Qian didn't pay any attention to it at all. Just drop it. I'll go to the restroom. Vomit. Chen Feiyu just got up, almost to vomit out. Fortunately held back, otherwise to vomit Ai Qingyue all over. I also go a little. Drinking and vomiting 2 in a row. Zheng Qian was very satisfied with Jin Lu. Still coming? Not coming, not coming. No way. The two of them, Xin and Angela, covered their chests and begged for mercy from Jin Lu and Zheng Qian with unbearable pain. Okay, that's enough for now. Jin Lu stood up and picked up the wine glass, pointing the glass of wine that had been poured long ago at Zheng Qian under a gesture, drinking it all in one go. Zheng Xiao, let me add you on WeChat. Jin Lu's favorability towards him was still at 10 points, but she took the initiative to ask for Zheng Qian's WeChat. Zheng Qian naturally didn't refuse, and after adding Jin Lu, she quickly sent a message. Zheng Xiao, I'm not off work yet. I'll treat you to a late-night snack later. This, naturally, was not convenient to say in front of other people. Zheng Qian was appreciating her more and more. Those who could work in a bar basically didn't have low emotional intelligence. An idea of wanting to conquer her popped up in Zheng Qian's heart, but he was a little nervous. But big men like Jack Ma, Marboni, and Robin Lee, who were sitting on hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth, also had women in their hearts that they couldn't forget and couldn't get. Judging from just now, Jin Lu should also belong to this kind of woman, and it seems that there is no way for money to satisfy her. But Jin Lu works as a salesperson in a nightclub. Not for money. What is it for? To play? This kind of possibility is not impossible. But Jin Lu is such a superb woman. What kind of man can be played by her? A kaiju like herself? In terms of segmentation, Zheng Qian is a white newbie who hasn't come out from the newbie village yet. Qin Shueli is the kind of beginner sea king. Xin Angela and the others are barely considered as the kind of middle-rank sea king. Qin Shueli can force Qin Shueli to go away. Xin and Angela all play vomit woman. What is the level? He felt that a high-rank Sea King was obviously a bit of an underestimation of Jean Lu as a woman. At the very least, she was at the top level. Zhang Qian felt, for a moment, very nervous and a little bit scared, but at the same time, his heart was very excited. If something could happen with a woman like Jean Lu tonight, I believe 99% of men would not refuse. After adding Jean Lu's WeChat, Jean Lu left the card table. Sales rushed up at the first opportunity. Brother, are you still drinking? No, I've long since reached my measure. You want me to pour it, don't you? Zhang Qian smiled. Dare not dare. This is our red rose to send you a VIP card. Come back to play in the future with top treatment. The male salesman fawned and handed over the card with both hands to Zhang Qian's hand. Zhang Qian looked at the two sirens on the sofa who were drinking out of their minds. He believed that if he offered to take the two to the hotel to rest now, they shouldn't refuse either. Only, if the two could go with themselves tonight, then they could go with someone else tomorrow night as well. A key that could open 10,000 locks meant that the key was a universal key. A lock that can be opened by 10,000 keys means that the lock is a bad lock. Like XIN. Angela, these two women, although they look pretty, they don't know how many people have opened them. In case there was some kind of disease in their bodies, it would simply be more than worth it. It was so hard to get an extremely good system. If it was lifeless tomorrow, it would really be a bloody loss. There's still quite a lot left. If you guys want to drink it, you can continue to drink it here. If you don't want to drink it, save it for yourselves. I'm going out for a turn. It's a bit stuffy here. Zhang Qian pointed to the remaining bottles of Ace of Spades on the table. The male salesman looked dumbfounded. What the hell is this operation? Open 3 sets of big dragon, 1 set of small dragon, and didn't take a single girl? Or was he already taken care of by Sister Jean? In the male salesman's mind, the latter was more likely. Brother, why don't I also add you a WeChat? In the future, when you come to know me in advance, I will leave you the best card seat, and if you drink too much, I can also call a chauffeur for you, and send you home. Who wouldn't want to hold such a thigh? Zhang Qian also added the WeChat of the male salesman, and then was escorted all the way out of the Red Rose. Walking on the street, Zhang Qian stared at his bank card balance for a long time. 266-6640. In one night, more than $2,660,000 had been earned. As for hard power in terms of money, Zhang Qian no longer had to worry about it. However, in terms of some soft power, there was still a real need to improve. For example, character, pattern, temperament and so on and so forth. If he had enough soft power, then would someone like Chen Feiyu still dare to come to his card table? Definitely wouldn't dare. Even if he had money, he would still be treated as a kaiju. Zhang Qian read a book a long time ago, Rich Dad and Poor Dad, which talks about how much knowledge of wealth determines how much wealth you can truly master. People get a sum of money. The first time is to invest in themselves, to improve themselves, rather than take to consumption. Zhang Qian, after driving his first set of Dashin, thought about going to buy a villa for himself tomorrow. This was the typical thinking of the poor. After coming out of the nightclub, Zhang Qian felt like he had figured out a lot of things. On his cell phone, Zhang Qian received a Weibo message from Qin Shueli. I've booked the room, Shangri-La 9694. The suggestiveness of this message was even more obvious. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see what this message meant. Want me to go find her? Zhang Qian hesitated for a moment, but finally sent a good night and didn't reply to Qin Shueli's message. Shangri-La Hotel. Qin Shueli finished her shower and refreshed her cell phone while wiping her wet hair with a bath towel. During this time, she had been waiting for Zhang Qian's knock on the door, but when Qin Shueli saw the message from Zhang Qian, her heart was not in the right place. Just 2 words, good night? She had hinted at Zhang Qian like this. Didn't he understand? Couldn't he understand what she meant? It means, you can come over and sleep tonight. Shangri-La room 9694. Come over and find me. You asked me to go shopping. Don't you just want to sleep with me? Now, I'm skipping the countless processes in between and giving you this chance to have your way. Surprisingly, you only send a good night? What do you mean? A disguised rejection of her. Qin Shueli was really a bit confused about Zhang Qian. This man, some of the things he did tonight, were not like the Zhang Qian she knew before, could do. She couldn't figure out how Zhang Qian suddenly became so rich. She had some regrets. When she was at the mall, even if Zhang Qian refused to ask her to buy clothes, she still insisted on it. A few $100s. Why she didn't spare it at that time? It wasn't until later, when she entered the bar and casually spent over $200,000 on drinks, that she realized things weren't that simple. Zhang Qian is relatively honest and also relatively wimpy, and in her opinion, is the kind of man who has no opinion and can be pinned to death by her. She could take advantage of Zhang Qian's fondness for her, good feelings, and do whatever she wanted, letting her nature do whatever she wanted. Qin Shueli to participate in the work of 3 years, but also tired of playing, if and Zhang Qian development of smooth, plus his hands have become a bit of money, if she can meet the material life, or a good marriage object, but a good man, was lost to her. Now it's already more than 2 o'clock in the morning, she does not know which one of the 3 girlfriends Zhang Qian was taken away, or, the one who came later, Jean Lu? Qin Shueli felt that the latter was a bit more likely, right? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became, and then she simply didn't want to think about it anymore, and directly threw her cell phone aside, burrowing her head into the quilt. Zhang Qian also received a message from Jean Lu at this time. Just finished working. Is Mr. Zhang asleep? No. Where are you now? Blindly wandering on the road to sober up. Send a location. Zhang Qian sent the location over, and 10 minutes later, an electric car slowly drove over and stopped beside him. Get in the car. You're just driving this to pick me up? Driving is not drinking. Drinking is not driving. Zhang Qian nodded. What she said seemed to make sense. The danger and accidents of drinking and driving were very high. Jean Lu was wearing a sports tank top. Her willow waist could be held. Sitting on the back seat, she could see her waist revealing a section of white skin. Zhang Qian had the urge to get on and pinch it. The two came to a restaurant. The whole street only this one is in business. Guests are still quite a lot. Business is very good. Boss, 1 leek scrambled egg, 1 oyster stewed with red dates, 1 turtle boiled beef, and 1 pickled yam. Good lord. These dishes, all of them are kidney strengthening, right? Is he afraid that Zhang Qian won't be able to make it tonight? Why did you invite me for dinner? Zhang Qian threw out the question in his mind. Seeing that you have money, I want to get to know you. Jean Lu didn't avoid it at all and bluntly said what was in her mind. It didn't seem like a lie, but Zhang Qian thought that Jean Lu was the kind of woman that money couldn't smash down. At least, it couldn't be chased down using conventional methods of chasing girls. Zhang Qian, like most people, does not have a good feeling about nightclub women. Although I smoke and drink tattoos and soak up bars and like to bounce around, I am a good girl. If you say this kind of thing to Zhang Qian, he won't believe a word of it. However, Jean Lu was the exception. From the moment that set of great divine dragons smashed down without any rise in Jean Lu's favorability, Zhang Qian was amazed by her. He could guarantee that Jean Lu was not a nightclub girl like Xin, Angela and the like. Which one who can play at Red Rose is not rich? Zhang Qian's subtext was, why him? You're richer. Ha ha ha. Jean Lu laughed, smiling naturally. Zhang Qian had no way to refute this answer. Spending over $200,000 at the Red Rose casually, even a multi-millionaire boss wouldn't dare to spend like that. Jean Lu now told him that she wanted to get to know him because she saw that he was rich. Zhang Qian didn't know whether to believe it or not. Or was she casting a wide net to gather more fish? When the restaurant owner was serving the food, Zhang Qian had a bright idea and stopped him. Boss, does she often invite men to eat here? The boss froze for a moment, then looked at Jean Lu. Jean Lu also froze for a moment. She didn't expect Zhang Qian to ask that. She waved her hand at the restaurant owner. You go first. The restaurant owner straightened up and left. Jean Lu got up from across the dining table and sat next to Zhang Qian. Do you think that I'm the kind of woman who is dirtier, more casual, and a gold digger when I drink with clients at nightclubs? Zhang Qian was silent for a while. I don't really feel that way. I'm just curious. He was actually ready to be splashed with boiling water. Jean Lu stretched out a greenish jade finger and lifted Zhang Qian's chin up. You're curious, are you? Zhang Qian could only be forced to tilt his head now, nodding 3 times in a row. Immediately afterward, Jean Lu came to Zhang Qian's ear and quietly said, then you'll come home with me tonight. The long night is long. I will tell you. When he spoke, there was still hot air. Ah, this. So direct? More direct than Qin Shirley. Good. Zhang Qian was liking her more and more. But the favorability on her head kind of made Zhang Qian start to wonder if the system had made a mistake. Current favorability, 10 points. Her smile, her seduction, her hints, looked so natural in Zhang Qian's eyes. Was this faked? Not like it. But the fact that the favorability didn't change at all could only mean that Jean Lu's segment was very, very high. If she hadn't experienced dozens of men, how could she have this kind of heart and realm? Then why don't we go now? Zhang Qian was a little hard to resist. Why are you in such a monkey hurry? You have to fill your stomach first. What if you're hungry? Jean Lu laughed. Zhang Qian was indeed in a hurry. A few dishes came up. Zhang Qian did not care whether his stomach was hungry or not. Eating and stuffing. Jean Lu had a point. Anyway, she decided to go to her house to spend the night. It's not so bad to eat for a while. 20 minutes later, the two finished eating and walked out of the restaurant. Where is your house? Zhang Qian asked. Jean Lu froze again. You really want to go? You really want to go? What do you mean? Did you just tease him? Zhang Qian was ready for a sleepless night. Was it a joke? He didn't intend to let him go. Why did he order so many kidney-enhancing dishes? Aren't you afraid that I'll cut your kidney while you're asleep? Zheng Qian was really scared. Teasing you. It's so late. Surely I have to take you back otherwise, wouldn't it be irresponsible for you? Jean Lu raised an eyebrow at him. Zheng Qian simply couldn't withstand Jean Lu's discharge like this. Her seductive eyes were simply going to hook Zheng Qian's soul away, but Jean Lu's favorability towards him still stays at 10 points. Let's go. Zheng Qian sat on the backseat and with a surge of alcohol, he directly wrapped his arms around Jean Lu's waist. What are you doing? I drank a bit too much. I'm carsick. This is an electric car. Electric cars are dizzy too, Zheng Qian replied cheekily. I have to say, the feel of Jean Lu's waist is really good. Just snuggle. Don't touch me, okay? I'm ticklish. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Jiangshan International Villa Complex. You live here? Zheng Qian was a bit surprised. When he said he wanted to buy a villa before, he wanted to buy a villa in Jiangshan International. The prices here could already be considered ceiling level in Yebei. And there was a sizable team of professionals who regularly maintained and organized the Jiangshan Villa Complex, and that expense alone was pricey. Well, I rented it, Jean Lu replied. The two entered one of the villas. Just as they entered, Jean Lu took off the high-heeled shoes under her feet, and a pair of white jade feet stepped bare on the wooden floor. Why do you live here? Is it necessary for a person to live in such a big house? Zheng Qian felt that a person living in a one-room apartment is completely enough. Such a big house is a complete waste. How much money can be saved on rent alone? Do you want to know? Jean Lu walked over and stood in front of Zheng Qian, tilting her head to look at him. Zheng Qian was not tall, a little over 1 meter 7. Jean Lu took off her high heels and was only 1 meter 6.5. She walked in front of Zheng Qian and tilted her head up to look at Zheng Qian. Jean Lu suddenly grabbed Zheng Qian's arms, and with a fierce force, she pounced Zheng Qian's whole body directly on the wall. Zheng Qian's whole back and the wall collided, making a dull sound. Her fiery red lips slowly approached Zheng Qian. The tip of their noses were only a few centimeters away from each other. What for? Zheng Qian couldn't help but ask, not knowing if he had the M attribute. He kinda liked this feeling of being forcefully pushed by a goddess. Are you buying a house? Zheng Qian was directly confused. He had thought that coming to Jean Lu's place, some kind of wonderful story would happen in the night. To come up and ask him, do you buy a house? Jean Lu was a real estate agent besides her job at the bar. Is there such a shortage of money? Jean Lu left Zheng Qian, walked to the switch, turned on all the lights in the room, and introduced to him. This suite was built in 1998, north-south and full of light. The first floor suite is facing north. The second floor suite is facing south. The attic has a skylight. The basement is moisture-proof. 3,000 pieces of flooring, 900 pieces of floor tiles, 4 bathrooms, and a pairs of children in the utility room. Jean Lu also put the word pair of children. Pronounced accent. Greening, specialized care, 50 pings of vegetable garden, 100 pings of large lawn. Open window can see green. Open the door can step on the green, by the mountain and by the water. Absolute king of the building. What? Are you reciting a poem here? If you buy it, I'll marry you. At this moment, Zheng Qian clearly saw that Jean Lu's favoritism towards him skyrocketed by 80% when he finished the last sentence. The last sentence, it turned out, was the point. Buy a house and marry him? How many people have you brought here? Zheng Qian asked. Jean Lu looked at Zheng Qian's eyes and replied sincerely. Only you. The eyes, the tone of voice, the subtle expressions on her face were able to tell. What she said was definitely not a lie. If this sentence was a lie, Jean Lu could totally get her hands on the Oscars for the Movie Queen Award. Why me? Zheng Qian asked again. Because you look more honest, don't have much of a city, and aren't a bad person. That's why I dared to bring you to the house at night. Of course, it's also because you're richer. He didn't have a city and was seen so easily? How is it that honest people are always seen through at a glance? Did Zheng Qian have the words, honest man, written on his face with a marker pen? To tell you the truth, this place was my home. My father, because of a bit of bad habits, all the family assets are lost. Sentenced to 20 years, before going in 1,000 instructions, said that this set of houses is left to me, so that he can spend the rest of his life in prison. Do not let me sell this set of houses, otherwise he will not recognize me as a daughter. Although my dad went in, his external debts were all loan sharks. Interest, 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 and in time it would be impossible to pay them off for the rest of his life. So I took it upon myself to sell the house and even out those debts for him. Now my dad will be out in 2 months, and after he comes out he'll definitely need to live in this house, so I've rented it for the time being. I've saved almost $3 million over the years, but I'm still a lot short of buying this suite. In 2 months' time, I definitely won't be able to make that much money. so that's why I thought, let you buy this villa. After Jean Lu finished speaking, the beautiful eyes that were originally full of arrogance and self-confidence, also rarely crossed a touch of faint sorrow. How much? $23 million. You put up $20 million. I'll put up $3 million. And the house will be written in both of our names. Buy it and I'll marry you. The words were also true. Jean Lu was really planning to marry Zhang Qian. Otherwise it was impossible for her favorability to rise from the 10 points she had been maintaining to 80 points. I'm going to ask you a few questions first. Go ahead. Ever had a one-night stand? No. Any marital history? No. Is your body clean? You can rest assured on this point. Although I work in a bar, I have always been clean. These years I have been busy making money. I don't have the time to talk about love affairs, not to mention finding a partner. Her words revealed more or less helplessness. If it is not for this house, she may choose to take a graduate school, continue to improve their own ability at. Having come this far, there was nothing she could do about it. Zhang Qian watched as Jean Lu answered her question, her expression remaining calm. She felt that Jean Lu was not telling lies. If it was anyone else, Zhang Qian would have questioned it more or less, but with Jean Lu, he couldn't question it in the slightest. System reminder, host Zhang Qian has met the true love of his life. Is he willing to take Jean Lu as his wife? If the host is willing, he will receive $30 million from the love fund, and the system will automatically unbind him. System alerts, host Zhang Qian has met the true love of his life. This is true love? Damn. He's only known Jean Lu for 2 hours. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Rejected. Zhang Qian's heart rejected it outright. If he took Jean Lu as his wife, the love fund compensated by the system would be just enough to buy this house. But the question, what about later? With a monthly salary of 6,000, what would he take to give Jean Lu happiness? Okay, I'll buy it. Really? Well, buy it tomorrow. Jean Lu felt that even if he put himself as a condition in front of Zhang Qian, he would have to think deeply about it anyways, but he didn't expect to agree so quickly. How rich must this be? What do you do? Jean Lu asked curiously. Can't see the light. Can't get on the stage. Zhang Qian could only answer this way. The system can't be revealed to outsiders. Still deliberately selling secrets, eh? I won't ask if you don't want to say. Jean Lu smiled. Like Zhang Qian, such a relatively honest person. Say cut kidney are afraid of. Dare to do what unseemly business ah? Then you go take a shower first? I'll go find you a change of clothes. Zhang Qian went to the bathroom with fire. The clothes are put outside for you. Good. Zhang Qian quickly rinsed off and came out wrapped in a bath towel. In the living room, Jean Lu was hugging the quilt and was finishing up on the sofa. Ah, you came out? So fast? Jean Lu was surprised at Zhang Qian's bathing speed. What are you doing? Help you make the bed. You sleep in the guest room at night. I'm sleeping in the guest room? Then where else do you want to sleep? No, I want the master bedroom. Then you sleep in the master bedroom. I'll sleep in the guest room. Is this the point? Zhang Qian was a little embarrassed to say it. Mainly, this house of yours is too big. I sleep alone. There is no sense of security. I am afraid of the dark. What if it's haunted in the middle of the night or something, and I get scared? As you know, just this kind of big house, it's especially easy to be haunted. I even had a nightmare last night. Dreaming. Jean Lu let out a poof of laughter. Okay, don't act. Then you go upstairs first. The room is on the 2nd floor. I'll clean up and go over. Zhang Qian's surface calm. In fact, the heart has already happy flowers. Stomping to the 2nd floor run. After entering Jean Lu's boudoir on the 2nd floor, he was greeted by a pungent fragrance. Inside the room, the arrangement was exquisite, neat and tidy, and there was no garbage in the trash can. Unlike some girls, on the surface looks bright and shiny, dressed up beautiful. Life is actually a slob. To be more slobby and more slobby. The room with the fucking pigsty. A month also do not know to clean up once. Yes, that's Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend. Yao Man. He does the laundry, cooks the meals, makes the money, and cleans the house. Zhang Qian suddenly realized, his past 3 years, is a fucking supply of ancestors ah? Zhang Qian couldn't wait to make the bed and get under the covers. Downstairs came the sound of running water from the bathroom. Jean Lu should already be in the shower. Zhang Qian suddenly felt, why is time so long? Minute by minute. So torturous. Why don't you turn on the light? After Jean Lu came up, she casually turned on a table lamp. Not too bright and not too dark. Zhang Qian saw that Jean Lu was still holding a quilt and a pillow, obviously not trying to make something happen with him. However, Jean Lu said that she would marry him after she bought this house. She didn't say now. If it was now, then it would also look like he was too horny. Too horny. It doesn't fit his current status at all. Why are you looking at me? Go to sleep. Aren't you sleepy? Jean Lu was really like a gentle wife at this time. I can't sleep. Zheng Qian ate so many kidney-strengthening dishes. This will have long been unable to sleep. Ready to go. By the way. How many girlfriends have you had? Jean Lu still couldn't resist the curiosity in her heart and asked Zheng Qian. Like you. Although people are more honest. But girlfriends should change very often. Right? Just one. Just broke up yesterday. Really? Really? I won't lie to you. Then those girls in the bar today. What's their relationship with you? Jean Lu asked again. The one who left early is a co-worker. The other 3 are her girlfriends that she asked out later. The guy is here to dabble in drinks. These 4 I don't know. Zheng Qian briefly elaborated on the relationship of several people. That girl who left early. She should be the date who treated you like a dog licker today. Right? How clever. Zheng Qian laughed. This was all guessed by her. Well, it's not called guessing. I can see that you can't play with a few of them. They all fish for you as a kaiju. Zheng Qian finally understood why Jean Lu looked different from the other girls. Especially the aura on her body. Which could not be faked. Jean Lu had grown up to be able to live in a house here. And was obviously also a great lady. And this kind of temperament was something that had to be nurtured from a young age in order to be cultivated. Plus, Jean Lu's father went in very early. And she was left alone to live independently. With that kind of stern aura gradually forming in her eyes as well. If Jean Lu's father hadn't been fishing for a side job and gotten into bad habits, how could she have worked in a place like a bar? Yabu was a consumer city, not supported by any industry, but there were quite a few rich men who had risen to prominence in the early days, and Jean Lu's father should have been one of them. Ginger is still hot. Jean Lu's father's decision back then was very correct. If Jean Lu hadn't sold the suite at that time, the price of the house would have appreciated several times over. Like she just said, it would take $23 million to buy the suite now. Let me take you out to buy a car first tomorrow. Riding an electric bike. It's windy. No way. Do you have enough money in hand to buy a house? Buying a car will be another expense. Nonsense. If I don't buy you a car, where can I get the money to buy you a house? Even now Zhang Qian has a system. The money in his card is not as much as Jean Lu. Zhang Qian's plan is to buy a car for Jean Lu first. Then when the system cashback arrives, he will buy a house. What kind of car do you like? I'm fine with all of them. Another paragraph suddenly came to mind in Zhang Qian's head. Scumbag man drives a big G. Scumbag woman Mercedes E. Green tea buys A7. And lowly loves Min. What kind of car should someone like Jean Lu buy? Zhang Qian didn't have a deep study on cars, so he would take a look tomorrow when he arrived at the Ford store. Do you want to sleep with me? Jean Lu suddenly asked. What kind of question is this? Zhang Qian was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. Don't want to. Then why are you in my bed? Didn't I say it? You're too big for this house. I'm afraid of the dark. Hungry. Forget it. Wait until tomorrow to buy a house to say it. Anyway, Jean Lu has already said to marry him. When the time comes is not a matter of water and water. There were no words for the night. The next morning, after Zhang Qian woke up, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Jean Lu's shadow was long gone. Glancing at the time, it was already more than 10 o'clock. There was also a message on his cell phone from Brother Tao, saying that he was asking him to have a drink in the evening. Zhang Qian replied, definitely be there. From the living room came a soothing music. Walking out of the room, Zhang Qian saw Jean Lu on the yoga mat, doing stretching exercises. She was wearing a set of black sports bra, and underneath was a pair of quick-drying shorts, her figure exposed to the extreme, and her look was especially sexy. You're awake? Well, what time did you get up? Knowing that he only went to bed at 3 o'clock last night, even if he slept until now he had only slept for less than 8 hours. Zhang Qian was still very sleepy, but Jean Lu was in high spirits, with no fatigue on her face. 6:30. Jean Lu brought Zhang Qian downstairs. I made breakfast. Sugar-free oats. Skimmed milk. You can go eat some. Waking up at 6:30. Abstaining from sugar and low fat. This life is too self-disciplined. Zhang Qian also tried this kind of life, but couldn't stick to it in less than a week. Jean Lu's perseverance is not something that ordinary people can compare. After simply eating and cleaning up, the two of them took a taxi and took the lead to Joy City. Didn't we agree to go car shopping? Although I know you're not too particular about what you wear, I still want to buy you a dress first. Jean Lu sat in the back seat and took the initiative to hold Zhang Qian's hand. The two of them arrived at the Joy City, and under Jean Lu's poisonous eyes, helped Zhang Qian pick and choose several sets of clothes. Formal, casual, Japanese, high street and other styles. Shoes are the most bought, such as Magella, Amoil, Rude, the cheapest, but also a pair of classic Onzuka Tiger. Even though Zhang Qian said no, he still enjoyed it. The way Jean Lu took the clothes and compared them on Zhang Qian's body, the way she seriously helped him pick them out, it was just too intoxicating. This kind of feeling, it really shouldn't be too good. Miss, Will this gentleman's original clothes be wrapped up for you? Throw it away. Jean Lu threw out a sentence in a domineering and unmannerly manner. Shop around again? Enough is enough. I can't even hold it anymore. Is there anything you want? I'll buy it for you. The few sets of clothes Jean Lu sent Jing Qian were enough to order a set of Great Divine Dragons at Red Rose, so he also wanted to show it first. Well, the lipstick ran out. If you want to buy it for me, pick a set of lipsticks for me. Just order whatever you want. St. Laurent will do. Saint Laurent? How does this brand sound so familiar? After Jean Lu brought Jing Qian to the Saint Laurent store, Zheng Qian only reacted. Wasn't this the lipstick store he accompanied Qin Shueli to yesterday? The first $300,000 of his own startup capital was earned here. A store like Saint Laurent could only be called a random shop in Jean Lu's eyes? When that old counter girl saw Zheng Qian, she was a bit surprised. He brought a girl to the counter to buy something again? What's with this guy? Why does he change one a day? Yesterday, that girl was quite pretty and was able to score 8 out of 10. Today, Zheng Qian brought this girl, can't even score 10 points. Whether it's her body, her looks, or her temperament, she crushes yesterday's girl. If you don't have $1 million or $800,000 in your hand, how can you take this kind of girl down? The old counter sister quickly welcomed up to get close. Zhang Xiao, you are here. Please feel free to look. See which set with me. I will give you a detailed introduction, and then give you a 20% discount. Zheng Qian's heart has bitter words. Can't you not be so cordial? How does she know her surname is Zheng? It's possible that it was the last name on the receipt when she swiped her card yesterday. Zheng Qian was really afraid that Jean Lu would imitate his last night's question to the owner of the restaurant and ask the old lady at the counter, does he often bring girls here to buy lipsticks? If that was the case, Zheng Qian would have to cut the counter girl down a notch. Zheng Qian secretly glanced at Jean Lu, wanting to know what her reaction was. Jean Lu just smiled and didn't say anything, but what she thought in her heart was unknown. Creep, do I know you? That's sister. Come over here and give a recommendation. Zheng Qian pointed to yesterday's Xiao Lu. The old counter sister is also confused. Apathy, right, was robbed by the performance, was hit in the face, passionate, or robbed of performance, and scolded by Zheng Qian. Being a human being can be really hard. Jean Lu didn't pick and choose like Qin Shueli, giving away everything. She picked a pig liver red color lipstick and walked to the front desk to check out. Wait, I'll do it. Zheng Qian hurriedly pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Lu. Jean Lu didn't push back and applied it on the spot in front of the mirror. Spend 888 yuan. System cashback 880 yuan. Already in the account. Well, Jean Lu pursed her lips and let out a boing sound. Zheng Qian's eyes were lost in thought as he watched. Beautiful. Sexy. Absolute goddess-like. Temperament crushed Qin Shueli by more than a few blocks. On his way out, he passed by a watch store, and Zheng Qian gave Jean Lu a watch to show his appreciation. Spent 59,998 yuan. System cashback 599,980 yuan. Has arrived. After casually dealing with something in Joy City, the two of them went straight to Yebei Auto Sales Center. Here, the sales stores of major brands were gathered. Take your pick. Just one thing. It can't be less than 3 million, haha. Jean Lu froze for a moment. I'm marrying a god of wealth, am I? Zheng Qian smiled and didn't say anything. You are the one who is my god of wealth. He had more than $3 million in his card now. He just had to buy a car and spend it all. Then he would have the money to buy a house for Jean Lu. Going to take a look there? Jean Lu pointed to a blue sky sign. Good. Zheng Qian carried a big bag and walked into the Force store. Sir, let me help you put it up. How hard it is for you to carry it. As soon as the sales manager came up, he warmly received Zheng Qian and even took the initiative to help him carry his things. Jean Lu chose a 3 Series car, with a landed price of only $300,000. Zheng Qian shook his head at this. Seeing this, the sales manager was a bit puzzled. Sir, are you not satisfied with the price? Our site actually has a discount on the price. As long as it's 30 or so, you can land it. It's true that I'm not satisfied with the price. But it's not that it's too expensive. It's that it's too cheap. It doesn't match my girlfriend at all. Lulu, it's all been said. Let you choose according to $3 million. What are you discounting here? Just pick a $300,000? Zheng Qian said, pointing to the 760 Li in the display case. How much is that one? 6T. V12. About 2.9 million after discount. The sales manager couldn't even close his mouth with a smile. Just that one. Swipe your card. Zheng Qian said and pulled out his card. Wait. Jean Lu pulled Zheng Qian aside. Are you a fool with too much money? You don't even know if there's a current car or not. So you just pay up? What's it going to be? Zheng Qian is also inexperienced in buying cars. Isn't it true that if you pay the money, you can pick up the car? I'll talk to him. The salesman invited Zheng Qian and Jean Lu into the second floor politely, and also took the initiative to pour 2 cups of tea. This is my tea that I have treasured for many years. If not for the two of you today, I can't possibly take it out. Zheng Qian felt that the salesman was not bad, carrying things and making tea, although he did not like tea. Can you give me a whole bottle of Coke? Can. Of course you can. As soon as the sales heard that Zheng Qian wanted a Coke, he immediately called one of the newcomers under him over. Xiao Mao, go buy a bottle of Coke for the boss. Boss, do you want chilled or room temperature? Regular or sugar-free? TSK. Zheng Qian barfed twice in his heart. Sure enough, the services that rich people can enjoy just aren't quite the same as ordinary people. Chilled? I don't drink sugar-free. Okay. By the way, boss, are you going to pick up the car today? The car is bought for my girlfriend. Specifically, you talk to her. Zheng Qian handed over the words to Jean Lu. The sales was a bit bitter. Dealing with Zheng Qian is still cool, the boss who is stupid and has a lot of money. But Jean Lu, this beautiful woman, is not easy to deal with at first glance. The original soon-to-be closed-up performance was interrupted by her. The salesman had no choice but to turn to Jean Lu with an attentive smile. Do you have a current car? Jean Lu's extremely strong aura of superiority subdued the sale as soon as she came up. The salesman froze for 3 seconds before reacting. Yes, your luck is too good. We have just one existing car in the 760. You can drive it away today after you pay the bill. At this price point, we actually have a lot of choices. We can even acquire a sports car, or a used supercar too. This you should know. I understand. Cold sweat was pouring down on the sales face. This beauty was really not easy to deal with. In the end, under Jean Lu's reasoned argument, the sales gave away 5 full car maintenance, wrapped up the purchase tax, insurance and other expenses, and also gave away 5 full car maintenance, as well as a 360-degree car recorder, and the final price was only 2.8 million. Zheng Qian was naturally shocked. He lamented that Jean Lu's this mouth is really say okay, that's it then. Swipe your card. Spent 2,846,400 yuan. System cashback 28,464,000 yuan. Arrived. $28 million arrived. Just enough to buy that villa in Jianshan. $28 million. Zheng Qian never dreamed that he could have this much money in his account. When he bought that villa, it was another 10 times cashback. $280 million. It was still a bit cool. Now Zheng Qian can be said to be the top winner in life. Want a car has a car. Want a room has a room. Want a woman well. Zheng Qian glanced at Jean Lu, who was sitting on the driver's seat. Simply a superb creature. Just by looking at him he could drool, that kind of thing. So we're going back now? I've made an appointment to meet with the landlord. Good. Jean Lu drove back to a cafe in the city center. Just after getting out of the car, Zheng Qian almost threw up. She drove too hard. On the surface, she was a cold queen, but in reality, she was actually so raging inside. At the entrance of the cafe, there was already a man in a suit with gold eyes and a briefcase in his hand who seemed to be waiting for someone. By the way, I also spent $20,000 to hire an elite lawyer from the Red Circle, so that he can come and help us look at the purchase contract for any pitfalls and thunder spots. Jean Lu explained to Zheng Qian. The lawyer industry was indeed very lucrative. $20,000 for a glance at the contract. However, it was indeed necessary. After all, more than $20 million. Not a small amount. It was better to be cautious. Ms. Jean brought up a new car. Ha, the lawyer said and stepped forward, extending his hand to Jean Lu, wanting to shake hands. Lawyer Wang Zhao, why don't you go inside and wait for us? Jean Lu glanced at him, carried her bag with one hand and pushed the door with the other, pretending not to see it, and did not shake hands with Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao withdrew his right hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. At this time, he noticed Zheng Qian, who was following behind Jean Lu from the side of the new car, around, squinting his eyes for a moment and frowning. 20 minutes later, the landlord arrived. It was a woman probably around 50 years old, with a bloated figure, permed wavy hair, very small eyes and a very pronounced double chin. After the 4 of them ordered a drink each, they began to negotiate. Mrs. Pang, I mentioned to you earlier about buying this villa of yours. I don't know if you brought the purchase contract with you yet? Jean Lu was the first to speak. Between 1998 and now, this villa has passed through the hands of several buyers. I wonder if she is aware that Jean Lu was the earliest homeowner. Mrs. Gao didn't say anything and pulled out a file bag from her Hermes bag and threw it on the table. Wang Zhao smiled and picked up the contract from the table and read it in detail with Jean Lu. Zheng Qian was like an outsider, crossing his legs and leaning on the sofa. He didn't need to care about this mess. He just needed to transfer the money to pay at the end. Mrs. Pang, the amount on your contract is wrong. How come it's $30 million? Wasn't it $23 million inclusive of all handling fees that we discussed before? Jean Lu immediately raised a question after seeing the wrong amount on the contract. Xiao Lu, when you talked to me, it was 2 months ago. Mrs. Pang told Jean Lu with a helpless look on her face. I don't want it to go up. The market price is just like that. Not only did you make an appointment with me today, but there are also 3 other people who are interested in purchasing a home who have made an appointment to meet with me to talk about it in detail. But this is too much. Even if it goes up, 2 months is not so much, right? A full $7 million? There's no way. This is what the market dictates. I didn't know much about it before. And then I asked a lot of friends in the real estate industry, and they said that this villa is worth $35 million at the very least, and that me selling it for $30 million is already a great bargain for you. Mrs. Pang helplessly spread her hands, and also had an expression that she had lost money and Jean Lu had earned it. Alright then, you go and talk to the others. We won't buy this house, Jean Lu said, took Zheng Qian's arm and walked towards the door. Zheng Qian was also a bit surprised. Why don't you buy it again? You think the price is too expensive? In fact, Zheng Qian was planning to pay the full $23 million, so he didn't need Jean Lu to move her $3 million. Even if it was $30 million, the money in Zheng Qian's card was enough for Jean Lu to take a little bit at random. If it's expensive, it's expensive. I'm not that bad, Zheng Qian reminded. He countered $30 million to buy this villa. The cashback is still more. It's not a matter of money. She ate us up and wanted to buy it, so she sat on her hands and raised the price. It's a very uncouth thing to do. Jean Lu was a little bit angry. Zheng Qian was still rather cute when he saw her angry face. Then what can we do? Can we still not buy it? Isn't your father about to come out? Let's hang her out to dry first. Maybe the price will be lowered in a few days. And said that he's made an appointment to talk to 3 other people. I don't believe it anyway. Jean Lu took that bit of human nature and figured it out to a T. Then what if people do make an appointment? Will they buy it from someone else then? The price might be higher, Zheng Qian reminded. Before Jean Lu could say anything, the lawyer Wang who had just come out after him. Ms. Jean, there is nothing wrong with the contract. It's just that the amount doesn't seem to be what you expected, is it? Wang Zhao had just competently skimmed the contract from start to finish, and there were no other problems. Well, I'll call out to you some other time. It's really troublesome today, letting you fly over for nothing. It's fine. After a few polite words, Jean Lu went to start the car. Wait, don't go yet. Zheng Qian stopped Wang Zhao. What's wrong? To tell you something. You say, if you can go and negotiate down that villa in Jiangshan International, anything less than $30 million will be considered your labor fee. What do you think? Zheng Qian said calmly. $30 million is actually acceptable to Zheng Qian, but if Jean Lu can't swallow this, then he can only think of other ways. Red Circle Lawyers specifically refers to the Magic City. The Imperial Capital Area law firms want to enter the Red Circle. You must be the 5 hospitals and 4 departments of law graduates. Master's degree to start. Most of them have had a background of studying abroad. Can be classified as the Red Circle. Its professional ability is the top group of domestic. As for connections, not to mention law school students after graduation, either as lawyers or into the system work, and do not do the position will not be low to wear. As for the imperial capital of the Red Circle lawyers, networking is even more needless to say. Perhaps a lawsuit today? The judge of the case. The presiding judge is a classmate of the defense lawyer. This. You are serious? Wang Zhao a little confused. He entered the profession for so long, or the first time to accept such a rich and powerful commission. Aha, Zheng Qian said with a serious face, not like he was joking at all. No problem. I'll take care of it. Let me add your contact information, so I can communicate with you afterwards. Wang Zhao said that he was going to scan Zheng Qian's QR code. After the two added, Zheng Qian added, just contact me later. You delete Jean Lu's contact information. Wang Zhao's body was stunned, and his heart felt like it had missed a beat. Sweat broke out on his forehead and he barely managed to squeeze a smile from his face. Okay. Yebei was a 3rd-tier consumer city, barely a 2nd-tier city, and Wang Zhao is a Red Circle lawyer. According to Zheng Qian's understanding, lawyers who have been in the Red Circle for more than 8 years have an annual salary of close to $10 million. So how could he fly to Yebei on purpose because of this $20,000? Unless, in his heart, he had some kind of plan in mind. Although he didn't know how Wang Zhao and Jean Lu met, his intentions were definitely not pure. After accepting Zheng Qian's commission, Wang Zhao hurriedly left the scene. He didn't know where Jean Lu had found such a rich lord without any signs at all. When Jean Lu sent a temporary message, Wang Zhao put off a lot of work to meet her. He didn't expect to see Zheng Qian, who had an extraordinary relationship with Jean Lu, as soon as he met her. But from what Zheng Qian just told him, Wang Zhao realized the lack of his own strength. Although he has an annual salary of 8 million. But in the end, he is still a part-time job. Every day he has to deal with a lot of big cases, rigorously deal with a lot of legal documents, and can't have a little bit of slip-ups, which is enough to make him consume a lot of time, and burnt out. Wang Zhao is less than 40 years old this year, and already has hidden signs of baldness. Zheng Qian's way of spending money is even much more fierce than some of the rich second generation in Magic City. The rich second generation ate well, dressed well, and played well, but their monthly pocket money was only a few $100,000, which was already at the level of the pocket money of the son of a top big shot. To put it bluntly, the rich second generation doesn't have much wealth in their hands. If they want to spend millions, tens of millions, they have to find a reason with their family and make a name for it. Zheng Qian looked about the same age as Jean Lu, just in his 20s, and he could spend $30 million just by saying so. He is not even a fart compared to Zheng Qian. He is not even worthy to give Zheng Qian shoes. Jean Lu has such a big brother beside him. He'd better dismiss the idea of this extremely good person before it's too late and do his job properly, or, after Wang Zhao got into a cab, he deleted Jean Lu's contact information. What did you say to him? Ah? Jean Lu blinked her eyes. Very curious. Nothing, just a casual chat. Zheng Qian did not pick a fight with Jean Lu. Wang Zhao is the one I met when I came to our school to do law enforcement work in college. There's nothing I can't tell you. You can actually ask me directly. Jean Lu replied. Ha ha. I didn't say anything about that, but it's still curious. He seems like he's interested in you. Well, was guessing a little bit. He's already married and has 2 kids. I wouldn't and couldn't be a mistress. Jean Lu said and got up. On Zheng Qian's forehead. A bite. Don't worry about it, okay? In the future, I'm just yours. When Zheng Qian accepted Jean Lu, he didn't think that she would do anything messy behind his back. As the saying goes, it's the same thing with those who use. Those who doubt, don't use. After receiving a kiss, Zheng Qian's blood flow speeds up. From his scalp to his toes, the whole person feels tingly and numb. Evening. Jean Lu sent Zheng Qian to Li Tao's place for his appointment. Are you coming over at night? Not necessarily. Should go over. Zheng Qian didn't have anywhere to go right now other than Zhongshan International. Well, drink less. Call me after you guys chat. I'll pick you up. Before getting off the car, Jean Lu stuffed Zheng Qian with 2 packs of Zhonghua, and a bottle of Maotai on the back seat, as well as a gift bag. Bought it for you. Drink less. Call me when you guys are done talking. I'll come pick you up. Zheng Qian froze for a moment, but took it anyway. According to reason, he and Li Tao's relationship, there was no need to play this kind of falsehood. But Jean Lu, as a woman, did the trick for him. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? After going upstairs, Li Tao knocked on the door. Coming? Come on in. Your sister-in-law is frying vegetables. Li Tao greeted Zheng Qian and entered. Hurriedly. Hello sister-in-law. Sister-in-law has worked hard. This is for you. Zheng Qian placed that gift bag on the table. He didn't know what Jean Lu bought, but it shouldn't be inappropriate. Xiao Qian is here? What else did you bring, Mrs.? Li jogged out from the kitchen to greet Zheng Qian. Although she said so on her lips, she was still happy to see that Zheng Qian had brought her a gift. That's right. Your sister-in-law doesn't lack anything. It would be too much to be polite here. Li Tao only noticed the bottle of Maotai in Zheng Qian's hand. You're rich. What's the point of buying such expensive wine? Ha ha, not really, just got a girlfriend. She bought it. New girlfriend? And the original one broke up? Li Tao inquired. Zheng Qian nodded and said that he just broke up with the original one. You kid can finally get out of the sea of misery. The whole thing is quite good. Should have broken up long ago. Li Tao was in the way. It was not good to say anything explicitly before, but now that Zheng Qian broke up, it was good to say. He asked Zheng Qian to come to dinner today. In fact, also want to chat with him, the thing that kept that girlfriend. As long as it was true love, he would never stand in the way. But he could all see that Zheng Qian was being used as an ATM. But all these words could be left out. It was good to split up. So this new girlfriend of yours is quite rich? Li Tao pulled Zheng Qian to sit down and gossiped. It should be considered rich. She is very capable. Zheng Qian answered truthfully. To be able to save $3 million in savings could already be considered rich in Yebei. And the average middle-class family couldn't save that much money. Quite good, quite good. Then we are also considered to have made it. Now mutai is hard to find. Either increase the price, or find someone to buy a bottle of ordinary mutai. It seems that Zheng Qian's new girlfriend is in a good financial condition. I saw you go out with our company's Qin Shueli yesterday? You've gotten the hang of it? Li Tao asked again. You don't have to ask. Xiao Qian doesn't want to say anything. And you keep asking. Sister-in-law Li brought up the hot dishes. Fine. I won't ask. Li Tao waved his hand. Zheng Qian smiled awkwardly for a moment. He really didn't know how to explain to Li Tao what happened with Qin Shueli and Jean Lu. He couldn't really say it in a moment. The three of them sat down and started chatting about the family. Like a family like harmony. Eat almost. Li Tao then gave a wink to Mrs. Li. Let her go back to the room for the time being. Brother Tao, just say what's up directly. Zheng Qian also guessed that Li Tao actually had something to find him. Otherwise it would have been impossible for him to ask him out last night and send a message this morning. Li Tao as his master, leader, and big brother. If there was anything he needed his help with, he would definitely bow and scrape. Li Tao stubbed out his cigarette and said in a serious manner, okay, since you are so direct, then I won't beat around the bush. I'm going to jump ship. Jumping ship? Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. Li Tao, as the head of the company's department, had been in the company for 5 long years, with a stable salary and a fulfilling life. Why would he jump ship in a good time? Well, jumping ship. Now after paying off the mortgage and car loan every month, plus the basic expenses of life, I can't save a few dollars. Yebei is a second-tier consumer city, a city without any industry to support it. I'm already 30 years old, and I still want to have another child with your sister-in-law. Li Tao's meaning Zheng Qian understood. That is to say that the company has no prospects. It is already considered to be at the top. There is no way to take another step up, unless jumping ship. I met a customer a few years ago, contacted me some time ago, said I had no intention to work for him. I thought about it and agreed. Zheng Qian's company is engaged in transportation, but all day long in addition to sitting in the office, is to go out to visit customers. In the end, is a company that eats the difference in information. There is no industry as a support. Customers have transportation needs to contact them. They then contact the previous company. From the middle of the information fee, can also be said to be an intermediary. This customer of mine is called Chen Weiqiang. His old man at home has a bit of industry and gave him a sum of money to support him to come out and start his own business. Doing what? It is also transportation, but it is sea transportation. A 70,000 tons to go international routes. 240,000 tons to go inland line. Has taken down the license. Your ability online. And followed me for such a long time. I want to bring you also a piece of the business department over there. I don't know if you are interested? Zheng Qian suddenly understood. Why this matter still have to twist and turn with him? Directly say not finished. Li Tao said good point. Called to promote him, but to say to the ugly, is digging the old boss corner. Brother Tao, you're lifting me up so much. I can't thank you enough. Zheng Qian gave Li Tao a statement. Good, that's fine. Li Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, Monday, you go directly over to do your separation. Let's go over on Wednesday. What do you think? Wait Tao, do you think this company is reliable? Absolutely reliable. Why? Since you say it's reliable, I'd like to buy a share. Shareholding? Ha 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 ha. Li Tao laughed out loud. You kid think too much. People's business is very big. Just a boat, you know how much money? Take what into shares? System things. Zheng Qian is no way head to the outside world to reveal. Even Li Tao cannot. Zheng Qian had a bright idea. Tao, I just said, talked about a girlfriend. She happened to say that she is willing to take a sum of money to support me to start a business. Since there is such an opportunity, and you said reliable, I might as well just buy some shares to do it together. You kid, the will not be drunk is joking with me, right? Li Tao's body was stunned, full of disbelief. How much to get you? $30 million. I wonder how many shares I can enter. Li Tao, the whole person is confused. This kid is soft rice hard to eat. Just changed his girlfriend and took $30 million out to support his business? How come he hadn't heard Zheng Qian talk about this girl before? Really? Tao brother, don't look at me with this kind of eyes. $30 million can enter how many shares? This, you have to talk to Mr. Lu. If you're not joking, I'll help you set up a game tomorrow? Okay. Your kid can be really patient. Li Tao ruthlessly hammered a fist on Zheng Qian's chest. Say it, how do you know each other? This is a long story. I will tell you in detail some other day. Zheng Qian actually had the idea of starting a business a long time ago. Not that this would be the case. When a person accepts a salary, a labor fee, the brain actually stops thinking how much one earns, how much one spends, and even overdraft spending. This way forever and ever was locked into the thinking and perspective of a laborer. Moreover, the system had reminded Zheng Qian before that after he got married one day, the system would automatically disappear and there would no longer be a tenfold cashback. Just like last night, when the system asked him if he wanted to marry Jean Lu, Zheng Qian didn't have a single penny on him except for the system's money. So how could he possibly marry Jean Lu? And Zheng Qian is a lover, and it's impossible for him to stay unmarried for the rest of his life. It's only right to take advantage of the time the system is there to raise his wealth to a certain level. Maybe he can't help but marry a certain woman one day. Let's not talk about building a business empire for the time being. At least he had to be able to recognize that much wealth, so that he could truly control it. Relying on part-time work alone, there is no way to realize financial freedom. Just like Jack Ma, Bonema, Robin Lee, control so many shares of the company. Even if you don't do anything every year, just the dividends will not be spent. Save for a rainy day. When the system is gone one day, Zheng Qian will still be a rich man. What Li Tao said was just the right opportunity to utilize the money from the system's cashback to do business. Zheng Qian didn't care if he would lose money. His aim now was to also raise his eyes and gain business knowledge. If he lost money, consider it as a tuition fee. After chatting, Zheng Qian sent a text message to Jean Lu and asked her to come over to pick up. Li Tao smiled and accompanied Zheng Qian downstairs, as if he wanted to meet Zheng Qian's new girlfriend. When Zheng Qian sat on the passenger side of the 760 Li that still had a provisional license plate, he didn't forget to roll down the glass and greeted Li Tao. "Brother Tao, I'm leaving then, you go back." Li Tao saw the brand new car, and Jean Lu, who was sitting on the driver's seat, noble and cold with a queen-like temperament. This damn, proper rich white beauty. He nodded at Zheng Qian, tapped a few times on his cell phone, and then went upstairs. Zheng Qian then received a message from Li Tao. "You kid is really bull. How much did you drink? Laughing like that." Jean Lu glanced at Zheng Qian, who was staring at his cell phone screen and giggling. "Ha ha ha, didn't drink much, don't believe me. Smell it," Zheng Qian said and brought his body over, leaving a hard hickey on Jean Lu's face. "Drinking and you still come? That's for sure. I'm a fierce man. I don't believe it." "Then I'll make you completely believe it later." "Sure, as long as you can." Jean Lu had a bad smile on her face. Back at Jiangshan International, Zheng Qian was carried off by Jean Lu. That's it. Jean Lu patted the back of Zheng Qian's hand that was resting on her. "Tao must have given me fake wine to drink. How come the aftertaste is so strong? Don't be complacent." Zheng Qian had just spoken loudly, but just this moment on the road, his body couldn't exert any energy at all and his cheeks were red. A word to describe Zheng Qian's state right now would be, have a heart but no strength. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Zheng Qian was sleepy-eyed and hadn't fully woken up yet. He subconsciously leaned his legs to the left and felt a delicate soft body. Zheng Qian opened his eyes violently. "Why didn't you get up today? You drank alcohol?" "I was afraid that you would vomit and suffocate to death in the middle of the night, so I didn't dare to go. I'm lying beside you. If you want to vomit, I can be the first to wake up and help you." What a sweet woman. Zheng Qian had usually seen it in the news, and even in movies and TV shows there were many times when people died from vomiting after getting drunk. And the one he remembered the most was the blonde girl in The Poisoner who died next to the sleeping male number 2. "I quit my job at the bar." Zheng Qian nodded at her. "Well, I'll support you from now on." He actually wanted to say a sentence, "I'll support you with another woman," but ultimately held back. Such a serious occasion wasn't quite suitable for spitting out rotten words. "I'm actually a bit confused. What kind of relationship am I in with you now? Are you a pack of lovers?" Jean Lu shrank in Zheng Qian's arms, looking at him with eyes as clear as snowy mountain lakes. Just because of a sweet, Jean Lu stated that she would be his person from now on. Then it was definitely not a mere romantic relationship. But Zheng Qian was glad that Jean Lu ran into him. "Suddenly I like you with some hindsight. Come on, I like positive. You're positive." Jean Lu touched Zheng Qian with his shoulder. "There's nothing to say. I like you a lot." Zheng Qian frankly stated that he didn't just crave for Jean Lu's body. He did like Jean Lu very much, even though the two of them had only known each other for 2 short days. However, the system had decided that Jean Lu was his true love. Could it be false? Zheng Qian glanced at Jean Lu's favorability towards him at this time. It was 85 points. "Then what about the day you don't like me anymore?" "There won't be that day." Zheng Qian bit Jean Lu's ear and whispered. "Humph. Man's mouth. Lying ghost. I don't believe it." Jean Lu used to work in a bar and had seen all kinds of men. She knew that these rich men had a common trait. That is, they love the new and hate the old. "I don't know what you do, but I don't think it's a serious business. Right? Just like my dad. What he did before wasn't a serious business either, but my mom still followed him to the death. I bought a lot of books yesterday. I'm going to take a graduate school exam, to improve my ability. When you one day suffered misfortune, fell into no door, maybe then I can't help you a lot, but 3 meals can still manage you." This. How did the topic suddenly become so serious and sad? Good. Zheng Qian also nodded his head in a serious manner. The house matter hadn't been finalized yet. And Zheng Qian was too embarrassed to have something happen with Jean Lu. They had actually established a relationship as lovers that night. "Hubby. Getting up? It's almost 11 o'clock. Up. Zheng Qian simply ate some of Jean Lu's cooking, and by the way, he also dealt with the messages. On his cell phone, Li Tao sent a message, Xiao Qian, I've made an appointment for you at the bureau, 8 p.m. tonight, Moonwatch Tower. Although Zheng Qian and Li Tao are superior and subordinate, but the usual communication is not so serious. He casually returned an emoticon received by a cat salute. During this time, Qin Shueli also sent several messages to Zheng Qian one after another, and apologized to him, saying that she had done something wrong, and wanted to treat him to a meal in the evening, so that Zheng Qian would give her a chance to explain and apologize. Zheng Qian didn't know what to reply, so he didn't reply. After eating, Zheng Qian went to the company to submit his departure formalities, after which he returned to his workstation to pack up his things. After seeing Zheng Qian arrive at the company, Qin Shueli put down her work and ran over at the first opportunity. Xiao Qian, why didn't I reply to the message I sent you yesterday? Why did you come over so late? Right, Tao left his job. Ding Hongfei has been newly promoted to supervisor. Why don't you go to him and take the initiative to say something if you were so late? Qin Shueli was concerned. When the bystanders saw this scene, their hearts were a little depressed. Qin Shueli was the iceberg beauty in their company and had never smiled gently at anyone. Now she was so attentive to Zheng Qian? What kind of drama is this? No need. I'm also here to do my departure. Zheng Qian indifferently said. Xiao Qian, then I'll treat you to a meal tonight. What do you want to eat? I have an appointment. I'm not available. Zheng Qian's demeanor remained the same. The crowd was puzzled in their hearts. What the hell is going on here? Qin Shueli was not right. Even Zheng Qian was not right anymore. The two people's identities seemed to have swapped. Shouldn't it be that Zheng Qian licked his face to invite Qin Shueli for dinner, and was coldly rejected by Qin Shueli with the excuse of I've got an appointment? Then are you free at noon today? There's a new seafood restaurant nearby. Not hungry yet. I just ate. Let's talk about it. This time Zheng Qian gave a clear rejection of Qin Shueli. Alright then. Qin Shueli touched her nose and silently returned to her workstation. Zheng Qian, you're 4 hours late. What do you mean? An exasperated accusation rang out from behind. The crowd looked over neatly. Ding Hongfei. He wore a brown suit and walked with an athletic stride. His hand rolled up in a stack of documents as he quickly walked up to Zheng Qian. Don't you know what time the company sets for work? When Qin Shueli saw that, she thought it was over. Ding Hongfei was asking for trouble. She thought Zheng Qian was a soft persimmon, but today she was going to kick the iron plate. As the saying goes, the new official 3 fires. Ding Hongfei has just been promoted to the head, naturally looking for someone to establish authority. Usually honest and wimpy, plus being so late today, Zheng Qian just happens to be a perfect choice. Ding Hongfei and Li Tao's qualifications are almost the same. Only 2 months later than Li Tao into the company, but the position has always been a team leader. But Li Tao is always sitting in charge of the position. He has long hated Li Tao, and even more disliked Li Tao's little brother Zheng Qian. If it is not Li Tao usually protect him, Ding Hongfei has long been using various means to Zheng Qian forced away. Just yesterday, Li Tao left. He received a notice from the boss, promoted to supervisor, sat in Li Tao's previous position, without Li Tao's shelter. Zheng Qian, this kid can be considered to be planted in his hands. Seeing Zheng Qian is packing things, Ding Hongfei sneered, you are quite conscious. Know that you have made a big mistake. Take the initiative to leave? Doing it under your hand. That's the bad luck of 8 lifetimes. Zheng Qian, what did you say? Do you have the guts to say it again? Ding Hongfei could not tolerate that his authority was being provoked. Also, I'm plainly telling you that I'm intentionally late today. Just to embarrass you. Just to make you lose face in front of your colleagues. What can you do to me? Fine. Zheng Qian, you're good you. I'm now officially informing you that you're fired. Ding Hongfei was furious and roared. How old are you? It's not your turn to be fired. Ask the big guys. Do supervisors have the power to fire employees? Also, I entered the door and submitted my departure at the personnel. Now I'm no longer an employee of the company. Zheng Qian looked at Ding Hongfei flatly. In other words, before, even if he had been scooped up by Li Tao in advance, he might have apologized to Ding Hongfei in a peaceful manner, allowing him to establish his authority. But now Zheng Qian was different. Ding Hongfei in his eyes. What the hell He's not even worthy of his shoes. Usually, he didn't give Zheng Qian a lot of embarrassment, and today Zheng Qian didn't need to give Ding Hongfei any face. Qin Shirley swallowed her saliva. Zheng Qian seems to have changed. He really has changed. If Qin Shueli must say where Zheng Qian has changed, she can't say in detail. It seemed that he had become more confident and had more of a man's majestic wind. A real man should have the temperament. Other co-workers in the company saw this scene, and their hearts called out. Ding Hongfei was usually in the company, but he had never relied on his status as a team leader to act as a bully and suppress ordinary employees. Today being slapped in the face like this by Zheng Qian. Cool. I'm leaving now. No need to send me off. Zheng Qian left the company holding the box in full view of everyone. Coming downstairs, Zheng Qian hesitated for a few minutes, took out a few work notes from the box and threw all the rest into the trash. Immediately after, he received a call from Wang Zhao, saying that he had already talked to Mrs. Pang. Mr. Zhang, do you think it's convenient for us to make an appointment to sign the contract? It's still the same cafe. I'll go over now. Good. After meeting up with Wang Zhao at the cafe, Zheng Qian asked him how much he had negotiated. $22 million. $1 million less than the original? Aha. I looked into Mrs. Pang's background and social connections and found that Mr. Pang's company had been going downhill for the past 3 years and had recently been hit with a lawsuit and was in dire need of a sum of cash to compensate the plaintiff. I directly found Mr. Pang to show his cards. If not sold, then apply to the court to freeze the property of Jiangshan International. When the time comes to go through the judicial auction process, I guess even 15 million won't be able to sell it. Finally, they agreed to sell it to us at a price of 20 million. This was not an efficiency that Jean Lu could buy by spending $20,000. Zheng Qian had spent a full $10 million just to give Jean Lu a break. It would definitely be inappropriate for Jean Lu to be absent on such an occasion. Zheng Qian then sent a message to Jean Lu, telling her to come to this cafe immediately. Should we go in first? Mrs. Pang and Mr. Pang are both here today. After being seated, Zheng Qian sat across from the two, looking at Mrs. Pang again. There was no longer that arrogant, bossy, pretending to be crazy and talking nonsense expression that she had before, and all that was left on her face was a miserable pity. Wouldn't it have been better to sell it earlier, sitting on the ground and selling it for 3 million less in the end? Although Zheng Qian spent an extra 10 million, Mrs. Pang and Mr. Pang didn't earn a single penny. This $10 million is to let Jean Lu out of anger. Zheng Qian is not heartbroken about the money anyway. He feels that the red face is worth the price. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that. Mrs. Pang had a decrepit look on her face. Mr. Pang beside her glanced at her coldly. It seems that Mr. Pang hadn't scolded Mrs. Pang for playing smart after Wang Zhao talked to them. Miss Jean didn't come today? I'll apologize to her in person. Just after talking about Jean Lu arrived at the cafe in a hurry. What's wrong? What happened? Jean Lu still doesn't know what happened. Zheng Qian didn't tell her it was about the real estate. He just said there was a heavenly emergency and told her to hurry over. The first thing Mrs. Pang did after seeing Jean Lu was to get up and bow to her in apology. Ms. Jean, I'm really sorry. It was my problem that delayed your precious time. Jean Lu was naturally dumbfounded. What is this? Miss Jean, Mrs. Pang has already agreed to sell this property for $20 million. As long as you sign here, the property in Building 7 of Jiangshan International belongs to you. Wang Zhao had already done all the formalities beforehand. Jean Lu looked at Zheng Qian dumbfounded, wondering what he had done to make a miser like Mrs. Pang lose her tongue and drop the price by 3 million. Zheng Qian just smiled resentfully. Jean Lu took the pen Wang Zhao handed over and looked at the contract carefully. Is the house only in my name? Jean Lu frowned her pretty eyebrows. Well, it's only written in yours. Zheng Qian nodded. Sign it quickly. It's yours after you sign it so I can transfer the money to Mr. Pang. If he writes two people's names, he doesn't know if the system will rule out the violation and not give the cash back. So it's a bit safer to just write Jean Lu's name alone. Spent 20,000 yuan. System cashback 200,000 yuan. Already arrived. $200 million arrived. I, Zheng Qian, earn money. Mr. and Mrs. Pang, after receiving this $20 million hit, left the cafe. Immediately after, Wang Zhao also received a transfer of $8 million. Ms. Jean, you and Mr. Zheng chat first. I'll withdraw first. After Wang Zhao received the money, he gave Jean Lu a greeting and quickly left. When Jean Lu saw this scene, it was obviously a bit beyond her comprehension. She sat down beside Zheng Qian and put her jade hand on the back of Zheng Qian's hand, inquiring with extremely seductive eyes. You, what did you do? Why would Mrs. Pang agree to sell that villa in Jiangshan International for just $20 million? How come even Mr. Pang is here? Also, when I came here, I sent a message to lawyer Wang, thinking that something had happened to you, but instead I saw a red exclamation mark. What's up with that? Wang Zhao blacked you out? I didn't know about this. Wrongly accused. Zheng Qian moved closer to Jean Lu's body and sniffed the aroma of her body hard. In fact, without saying, Jean Lu also guessed. Zheng Qian should have let Wang Zhao, an elite lawyer, use his resources and connections to find Mrs. Pang, Mr. Pang's handle, and spent quite a large sum of money. Wang Zhao should have seen the financial power of this man, Zhang Qian, and was ashamed of himself, so he deleted her. It should be like this. Jean Lu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as she looked at the man who was leaning over her body and smelling her scent. Maybe the money spent could have just bought the high price of $30 million that Mrs. Pang had offered. Is it really worth it for her? Silly man. Going home? Made you lunch. It's getting cold. Good. Jean Lu drove Zhang Qian back to Jiangshan International and stopped in front of a convenience store. What's up? Going down to buy some essentials. What essentials? Zhang Qian still didn't quite understand. You don't need it for the first time, but you might need it if you're in the back, so buy some to have on hand. After 2 seconds of silence in the car, Zhang Qian reacted. What Jean Lu said is umbrella. Okay, you're in the car. I'll go down and buy it. Zhang Qian jogged all the way into the convenience store and bought 2 boxes of the best quality. Spend 169 yuan. System cashback 1,690 yuan. Already arrived. This counts? Zhang Qian was confused. Buying an umbrella also counts as money? Returning to Jiangshan Villa, Zhang Qian ate the lunch made by Jean Lu. I have to say, this woman has a knack for cooking, especially the beef, which is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, as well as the braised pork, which is delicious and not greasy. While Jean Lu was brushing the dishes, Zhang Qian sneaked over and hugged her from behind. It was the first time Zhang Qian felt that working out could really maintain a very perfect body. Jean Lu had lived with self-discipline for so many years. There shouldn't be a single day that she didn't do exercise. The lunch just now should have been made especially for him. Jean Lu didn't eat those high sugar and high oil things at all. What for? Jean Lu wiped the plate with a dishcloth. Not doing anything. Want to hug you. Zhang Qian's face was buried in Jean Lu's green silk. Oh, I don't believe it. Jean Lu said somewhat coldly and with some hints. Before, Jean Lu had told him that if Zhang Qian bought her this house in Jiangshan International, she would marry him. The first night, Zhang Qian's own heart was a hurdle. The next night, drunk and powerless. Then now, Jean Lu was already the mistress of this house, and Zhang Qian's body is now at its best, and he just came back on the road and bought safety measures. Everything was ready. Just don't believe it. Zhang Qian's hands began to be unsteady. Jean Lu quickly took Zhang Qian's hand and then held him back against the wall. I'm telling you Ao, don't mess around. I've practiced sparring. Although Jean Lu said this on her lips, her index finger was placed on the knot of Zhang Qian's throat and slowly slid down. At this moment, Zhang Qian's evil fire was completely ignited. The two of them moved to the bedroom. Shuang. Is this your first time? Then should I use it? Zhang Qian gentlemanly sought Jean Lu's opinion. No need. I'm on my safe period. You can use it if you want. It's up to you. Zhang Qian was tired and had fallen asleep. Jean Lu, beside him, was also exhausted. He received a message from Li Tao, saying that he had already arrived at the Moonwatch Tower and asked Zhang Qian when he would go over. After Zhang Qian saw it, he kissed Jean Lu lightly on her forehead and slowly got up from the bed. Are you leaving? Jean Lu asked breathlessly. Zhang Qian had tossed her around in the afternoon. Got an appointment with 2 people to talk about some cooperation. At the Moonwatch Tower. So are you still coming back at night? Jean Lu hugged the quilt and looked at Zhang Qian. Definitely back. Oh, okay. Then when you come back, can you bring me a bottle of laundry detergent? What for? To wash the sheets. Zhang Qian glanced at the patch of red at the end of the bed and instantly understood. Good. The Moonwatch Tower was considered to be the hotel with the biggest specifications, the highest consumption, and the brightest stars in Yebei. But Zhang Qian hadn't been here even once. After arriving at the Moonwatch Tower, he realized why Jean Lu had just asked him if he was still coming back at night. Apart from being concerned, there was another very important reason. The Moonwatch Tower, which was just one of the buildings, was actually the existence of a small island artificially filled in the Moonwatch Lake. On the island, all kinds of entertainment facilities are available. KTV, nightclubs, restaurants, hotels and so on and so forth. All the entertainment venues that can be imagined. Such a place, how could there be less money transactions? This is obviously half of the Snow Moon Place. The Moonwatch building is a roughly 20-story building. Standing at the top of the building and able to look through the entire Yebei landscape at a glance. After meeting with Li Tao, including Li Tao, there were 2 men and 2 women. Xiao Qian, let me introduce you first. This is Chen Weiqiang. Mr. Chen, the old client I mentioned to you. Chen Weiqiang was not very old, just in his early 30s, wearing a blue Armani suit, vibrant and energetic, a typical elite person's outlook. Last night Li Tao briefly introduced Chen Weiqiang's background. This person graduated from the Imperial University undergraduate degree. Master's degree directly flew overseas to bail out the Ivy League. Even if you do not start a business, with this resume alone, casually looking for a job, The start is $1 million a year. Brother Wei. Chang. Zhang Qian called out affectionately. He had wanted to shout Brother Wei, but it seemed a bit inappropriate. Hello? You are Mr. Zhang, right? Nice to meet you. Chen Weiqian was very polite and even patted Zhang Qian's arm. Li Tao smiled awkwardly and then introduced. This is Lu Shiqi, General Manager Lu. Lu Shiqi was dressed in a long white dress, 28 years old, but the person looked like she was 23 or 24 years old. If not for Li Tao's introduction last night, Zhang Qian would have even thought that she was a freshly graduated innocent college student. Her background is much simpler. The university is just an ordinary one. Did not go to graduate school, early into the financial industry to fight, and now is the shareholder of 3 companies. The founder of the Zhongguang Fund, Chen Weiqian's Dock Transportation Trading Company, is just one of her investment, but she is also the second largest shareholder here. According to the gossip that Li Tao had heard, Lu Shiqi was able to get to this point, not entirely relying on her own hard power, but also exchanging her beauty for the opportunity to move up the ladder. This news Zhang Qian felt that it was not an empty rumor. After all, an ordinary book. 6 years, to become the major shareholder of 3 companies, the founder of the fund. Obviously unlikely. Hello, Mr. Lu. Zhang Qian just shook Lu Shiqi's hand briefly. Hello. Lu Shiqi didn't seem to be able to look at Zhang Qian, so she only responded politely with a cold face. There was another lady that Li Tao did not introduce, carrying a briefcase in her hand, inspecting her words but not saying a word. She looked very smart and strong. She should be Chen Weiqian or Lu Shiqi's secretary. Mr. Chen, let's eat and chat? Moonwatch Tower could only accommodate 1 table of guests per floor. The 5 people ascended to the 16th floor. After taking their seats, they did not chat about business, but ate first. However, Zhang Qian did, consciously or unconsciously, glance at the girl a few times. She was dressed very formally. A white suit was very decent, and there were no half-pleats on her clothes. The girl's features were exquisite. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were like green mountains, and her pupils were like water, giving people a kind of cleanliness and purity from the bottom of their hearts. First opened 2 bottles of Romani. The 5 people ate and chatted. It could be seen that this female secretary, whether by Chen Weiqian's side or Lu Shiqi's side, had a pretty high status and was highly valued. Otherwise it would be impossible to eat at the table piece by piece on such an occasion. Mr. Zhang, I heard from Brother Tao that you want to get into the stock, right? Chen Weiqian, as the big boss, was the first to speak. Zhang Qian nodded. No need to call me Mr. Zhang, just call me Xiao Chen or Xiao Zhang. That's not good. We're talking about cooperation. It's business. Although I'm older than you, we're all the same. Yes, my girlfriend gave me a sum of money to support me to start my own business, but I don't know what to do. Last night I heard Brother Tao say that you just founded a company, so I thought that this is not an opportunity. Girlfriend? Lu Shiqi looked at Zhang Qian with a little more contempt in her eyes. Then how much capital do you have and how many shares do you plan to enter? I have $30 million. I wonder how many shares I can enter. $30 million? The crowd was surprised again in their hearts. What kind of girlfriend can give $30 million to start a business? This is not called entrepreneurship. $30 million can already be called a successful person. It's like this. Our company is now a share model. Lu is my old classmate. Out of trust in me, through the angel round came in, but actually risk is very high, so she accounted for a lot of shares. So if you can come up with $30 million, you can be given 24% of the shares. This 24% was the 24% that did not account for the control of the company, and was not comparable to the shares in Chen Weiqian's hands. Share model. In fact, the shares controlled by Chen Weiqian had the most voting rights and carried the most weight. For example, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqian both only 24% of the shares. The two have the same shares, but Zhang Qian can only vote 10 votes, but Chen Weiqian can vote 100 votes. This is to prevent the capital to take away the company's business model. No matter how much money you put in, even if Chen Weiqian's shares are diluted to 1%, he still has more voting rights than everyone combined. For the entire transportation company, Chen Weiqian contributed 40 million, Lu Shiqi contributed 30 million, and both of them diluted their shares a little bit each to Zhang Qian. Now the company only has 3 ships. If Zhang Qian can invest $30 million in it, it can completely buy another large tonnage freighter to go on international routes. For the company's business can be said to be the icing on the cake. Externally it can show more strength and gather more international business. The inland routes had already been occupied by the major dockyard companies, and now opening up the overseas market was the way Chen Weiqian wanted to go. After I get the equity, I'll introduce some of the clients to you to get to know them. But there is one thing, if the subsequent company needs liquidity, we may have to make additional investments. Has Mr. Zheng thought about this. In general, there is no need for much additional investment. The profit after costs can already meet the liquidity needs, and the dockyard company is not very much cash flow. It's just the maintenance of the freighter, the wages of the captain's first mate, second mate, sailors and others, as well as a trip to burn the oil money only. Chen Weiqiang asked, just want to test Zheng Chen. After all, his money is a little special, not from the family, not a bank loan, and not the first bucket of money earned from their own business, but the girlfriend to the startup fund, which is very mind-boggling. Subsequently, in case he really needs liquidity and additional investment, Zheng Qian here may not be able to take out the money. It's better to ask first, but even if he can't take it out, it doesn't matter. There's no problem with this additional investment. If the company has been steadily making a profit and suffers some kind of setback, I just need to say something. I can still get out some funds. Zheng Qian packed his bags. Zheng Qian now had 200 million in his card, and it wasn't too bad with these tens of millions. He had money in his hand, and investing in stocks was not to make money, but to improve himself. Even if he lost money, it didn't matter. It was just like tuition. Okay, in that case, then tomorrow, Mr. Zhang will come to the company. We'll ask the two lawyers to look at the contract and then sign directly. For the position, in the future, you will be responsible for the company's PR and part of the inland transportation business. Vice President level. How about it? Zheng Qian nodded. So fast, aha. Then I'll have to call out to Mr. Zhang from now on. Li Tao didn't expect the negotiation to go so smoothly. Zheng Qian would be transformed into his boss tomorrow. In the company, Chen Weiqiang, as the major shareholder, the founder, deservedly the chairman of the board CEO, the old boss, Lu Shiqi and him, were the second and third shareholders. Even if they did nothing, they were still vice presidents. Where are you talking about? Brother Tao, you are my leader. There is still a lot to learn from you in the future. Zheng Qian seized the opportunity to lift Li Tao at this time. Previously, Li Tao, as the head of the company, had always covered Zheng Qian. And now, with one sentence, Zheng Qian basically established Li Tao's future position in the company. In the future, as long as Li Tao did not fall out with Zheng Qian, his status and treatment in the company would be second only to the three. Chen Weiqiang slightly stunned. Li Tao and Zheng Qian's relationship, beyond imagination, hastened to add, indeed, Li Tao's business ability is very strong, certainly can exceed my expectations of competent manager of this position, and his treatment is considered very special. The future of the company listed, but also after the shares will be divided. The company listing to share shares is a big cake drawn by the regular bosses to their employees. It's not certain whether it's reliable or not, but with Zheng Qian working for someone for a few years, it's a joke to say that they will give shares. But since Li Tao believed in Chen Weiqiang so much, he must have his reasons as well. Next to her, Lu Shiqi did not say a word, always remaining silent, with no lack of contempt for Zheng Qian in her eyes. From Zheng Qian's talk, demeanor, and behavior, this person should have never created a business, and to be able to get $30 million, it was also from his girlfriend, and did not have any hard power. If not wrong, looking for Chen Weiqiang to buy a ticket to the high society. This ticket costs $30 million. If Lu Shiqi was the company's boss, she would inevitably not agree to a kaiju like this taking a stake. As the founder of Zhongguang Fund, she had been mixed up in the financial world for such a long time, and she had understood one thing very early on. Some money is simply money. Some money, not simply money, is money that can bring some added value. It's like saying that a well-off family that has been saving for 30 years has saved $1 million. Can it be the same as a Wall Street financier's $1 million? $1 million from a well-off family is simply $1 million. And that kind of money is not worth anything. Wall Street financier's $1 million, not simply money, is with the Wall Street background of the money. This money put not move, can bring contacts, bring income, rise in stock prices. Chen Weiqiang naturally knows about it, and he definitely won't reject it, because who is Zheng Qian looking for to buy not to buy? His company is short of funds, a sum of $30 million. The company started more stable, but bring just a little bit of revenue, dispensable. In Lu Shiqi's eyes, if she had to ask Zheng Qian to join the company and take 24% of the shares to give more than enough, she felt that this amount of money Zheng Qian to take 15% of the shares is almost the same. But Chen Weiqiang has already clapped the board. She is second shareholder and what to say? CC, you will let the legal affairs prepare the contract in a while. Contact the business side. Declare this thing first. The contract will be signed tomorrow. Chen Weiqiang instructed to the girl beside him. Okay. Zheng Qian understood. This girl named Shi was Chen Weiqiang's assistant. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in. Chen Weiqiang glanced at the door. In came a middle-aged man with a big belly and bald head, wearing a large flowery casual, looking to be around 40 years old. Behind him, there was also a man aged in his 30s, a bit faggy and thin, but suited and booted, with a good mental outlook giving off a feeling of shrewdness and strength. Yo, Han, Lao Jiang, come sit. Ha ha ha, I heard that your kid is on the 16th floor, so I came up to toast. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you sit down and have a piece? Chen Weiqian thought. The main event has almost finished, this time just to introduce Zheng Qian to recognize a few people. Okay, it just so happens that I haven't eaten yet. Let me introduce. This is the new vice president of my company, Zheng Qian Zheng general manager. Chen Weiqian would not be stingy about the matter of sharing connections, not to mention that Zheng Qian was now his vice president. However, for people like them, generally speaking, they only need an intermediary to introduce a sentence. The word introduction is deliberately pointed out. What kind of development will happen in the future? Whether it can become Zheng Qian's own network or not, it depends on himself. Mr. Zheng seems to be very capable. He became the vice president of Chunzi at a young age. Han Huahao. Zheng Qian took the initiative to extend his hand. Zheng Qian, you can just call me Xiao Qian. Jiang Tao. Hello. After the introduction, Zheng Qian learned that Han Huahao was the owner of the Moonwatch Tower. Not just the Moonwatch Tower. The entire Moonwatch Island was his personal property. As for Jiang Tao, he was the vice president of Yebei Bank, similarly in a high position and a social elite. The two of them first toasted and then sat down to eat together. Zheng Qian's main purpose actually included developing his social relations and expanding his network. Social relationships and connections were sometimes more useful than money. When you want to do something, the two scariest situations in the world are nothing more than two. You have money but no connections. There is a way without money. If you have both, there is basically nothing in the world that you can't do. Whether or not you can develop your own network depends on Zheng Qian's own skills. After eating and drinking their fill, the crowd sought to change the venue and go to the KTV next door to sing. Let's go, I'll treat you guys to a song. A few innocent college students just came yesterday. Their voices are pretty good. Han Huahao patted Chen Weiqian's shoulder. But let me remind you, only sell your art, not your body. Opening a KTV box, Han Huahao called out to a few coolly dressed girls standing in a row. Their looks and temperament were particularly pure, and it was estimated that they were really college students coming over to work part-time. Good evening, boss. The girls neatly bowed and greeted them. Zheng Qian was confused. Is this still selling art? How is it the same as those on TV? Don't be surprised. This is the rule. Li Tao saw Zheng Qian's mind and explained. By the looks of it, Li Tao usually accompanied his clients for drinks and meals, and didn't come to this kind of place too often. Mr. Zheng, you choose first. Choose whichever you fancy. Mr. Zheng looks like he hasn't been to this kind of place before. There's no boss aura at all. I'll help Mr. Zheng choose one. Xiao Yu, you go over and accompany Mr. Zheng. Han Huahao saw the clue at a glance. He knew these girls well and pointed out the cleanest one to Zheng Qian. For the rest, Chang Zi, you go first. Zheng Qian really didn't have the aura. He sat in front of these big men, just like a male escort. How wimpy he had to be. In front of the bar, he can still be hard. I don't know why. After changing a group of people, Zheng Qian's aura is a bit shriveled. There is a first time for everything. His bank card is now lying in $200 million. Who to shout to accompany him to sing cannot? You go to accompany Tao, brother? I do not like pure. Will not be able to play, the whole job is not open. I like sexy imperial sister. Zheng Qian said with a flourish. Everyone was slightly surprised. Even Chen Weiqian's assistant, Xia Cici, gave a slight sideways glance. Good guy. Okay, then you pick another one. Han Huahao said. Zheng Qian randomly chose a sexier one. He didn't really want anyone to accompany him, but mainly to emphasize his character. That wimpy look just now was too much like an honest man. Zheng Qian hated being an honest man, because it was always the honest people who were bullied. He never wanted to be an honest person again. Tao looked at this innocent girl beside him and looked at Zheng Qian with a stunned face, as if to say, don't you kid know that I am married? In fact, Chen Weiqian wanted to choose that little girl surnamed Yu, but the point was given to Zheng Qian even if. I did not think that Zheng Qian let go to Li Tao, but no matter what, it was a bit of a pity that he did not choose. After all, he is the most favorite to find pure college students in this kind of place, with Richard Dong a hobby. However, Chen Weiqian had a sharp eye and still picked a relatively pure female college student from it, although not as good as the one who was just less than. Her looks and temperament were not much weaker. The other Han Huahao and Jiang Tao each picked two girls. Alright, then you guys stay. Everyone else go get busy. A girl dressed in a sexy and revealing outfit, full of imperious sisters, sat beside Zheng Qian and came up to put her hand on Zheng Qian's thigh. Zheng Qian's entire body shivered for a moment, but quickly hid the nervous expression on his face. Damn it, isn't it just a drinking and singing accompaniment? What the hell is the nervousness? Zheng Qian forced himself to calm down. Isn't Boss Han a bit inadequate? You all have company. What about me? Lu Shiqi carried a high-teaching wineglass, crossed her legs, and sat on the sofa on the side. Look at my brain. I forgot about General Manager Lu. Han Huahao slapped his head violently, and immediately afterward, he called in a team of clean-looking, obviously muscular male models, who were almost all over 1 meter 8. To Zhang Qian's surprise, Lu Shiqi even chose one that was not enough, and directly chose 2 male models with erect muscles that looked very strong. The crowd stayed in the box for almost 3 bells, each singing a few songs, having a great time and sweating profusely. After sweating, why don't we go take a shower first? Play some poker? Chen Weiqian proposed, and the crowd had no opinion. Mr. Zhang, can you play poker? Chen Weiqian asked Zhang Qian. A little bit. What do you play? Zhang Qian put down the wineglass in his hand. After drinking for such a long time, he also let go. No longer like just so wimpy, face more but a few points of confidence. Texas, can I? Texas Hold'em? I know a little bit. Zhang Qian before very like Hong Kong movies. The Total Chow, Hua Chai, Master Stars movies are watched all over. The most favorite is that series of theirs, but also from the Hong Kong style 5 cards learned a little bit, and Texas is not too much difference. Can play. Okay, then I'll see you later at Dishianlu. Let Boss Han arrange a place for you to bathe. I'll go over first. Good. Zhang Qian nodded. I don't know if it was because he drank too much alcohol or the cold air wasn't cool, but Zheng Qian was also sweating and just wanted to take a bath. To his surprise, Chen Weiqian didn't go out alone, but instead, he wrapped his arms around the waist of the pure girl who had just walked out of the KTV's box. What's more, even Lu Shiqi also walked out with 2 male models respectively, as if the 2 were regular customers here. Zheng Qian's heart was full of doubts. Damn if it wasn't selling art. What is this situation? Mr. Zhang, can I help you call that girl over just now? Han Huahao noticed Zheng Qian's expression and solved his confusion. He was still a bit uncomfortable with the imperial lady who had been pestering Zheng Qian just now, and he let her go halfway through the drink. I'm all about serious business here, but what the girl thinks about herself is out of my hands. Zheng Qian suddenly understood. No wonder Chen Weiqian has been whispering with the girl. The original is in the discussion to discuss the price off. To come to the KTV bar accompanied by singing accompanied by alcohol girls, there are only 2 kinds. One is forced to be helpless. The hands of the very lack of money can only go to sea. The other kind is to obtain monetary benefits, to meet the eccentric vanity of the transgressive consumption. Then wouldn't it be that the innocent less than that he had just rejected was also negotiable in price? You can't say that. As far as I understand, as long as one gives enough tickets, 80 to 90% of the girls are willing, right? As for Xiaoyu, she just came over yesterday. I'm not too sure. To be honest, Zheng Qian was still really a bit enamored with her beauty, but people have left, so let's forget about it. It wouldn't be too good to call them back again. No need, Boss Han. Just arrange a place for Tao and I to take a bath. Zheng Qian had a knot in his heart. Although Jean Lu wasn't the latter just mentioned, she was also with him for monetary purposes. A relationship established this way is definitely not 100% pure, but Jean Lu as a person, right, should be motivated by the former. She wouldn't be working at the bar if she wasn't doing it for money. Before Jean Lu's father went in, he shouldn't have been an idler either. Otherwise Jean Lu couldn't have had that kind of pride in her bones, and the decisiveness in her eyes was chilling. If Jean Lu was not trying to make money, she could not have condescended to work in a bar, and what she could achieve should not be lower than what Chen Weiqian, Lu Shiqi and others had accomplished. As for Xiaoyu, Zheng Qian was not sure. With Jean Lu, he didn't want to get to know a girl who worked at a place where the lights were on, but from the performance of Xiaoyu just now, it seemed that her heart was not as pure as it appeared to be, and if Tao was not sitting on the fence, he probably could have taken her even if he gave some money. All 4 did not look for a girl, but went to the bath together. As for Xia Sisi, she was sent to wait at Dishian building. I wonder what kind of business Mr. Zhang was in before? Han Huahao asked Zheng Qian. I didn't do business before, but I recently got a sum of money and invested in Mr. Chen's project. Han Huahao just hemmed and nodded, and didn't say anything else after that. After washing up, Zhang Tao said that he still had to meet a client tomorrow, and bid Han Huahao farewell first, also asking him to say hello to Chen Weiqian Lu Shiqi. Han Huahao nodded and let him go. The 3 of them arrived at a private room in Dishianlu. Han Huahao saw Chen Weiqian in the private room, lighting a cigarette and sitting on the sofa, smoking and laughing. How did you finish so quickly? Is your ability declining? Do you need to come next time and fix you some 6-flavored Di Huang pills? Chen Weiqiang stopped talking to Xia Sisi, then stood up and greeted him. How can that be? I'm a big fierce man. I just came not 2 minutes ago, and you guys are here. The four of them were the first to take their seats and called for a beautiful lauder. She was wearing a set of Japanese kimono, with her hair tied high, and a red over-the-shoulder dragon tattooed on her body, which was almost exactly the same as that beautiful lauder in the movie. Strange, why hasn't Mr. Lu come yet? Look, even Mr. Lu is fiercer than you. You really should make up for it. Han Huahao joked, an old man in his 40s, just like to make fun of this kind of thing. Dirty jokes come out of his mouth. Where is it? I'm really fierce. Don't believe me next time you watch me from the side. Go go go. I'm not looking at you. Hearing these words, Xia Sisi's face was like peach blossoms. Her eyes were filled with autumn water. And for a female assistant, she was naturally bashful. Boss Han, let's talk less about this kind of topic. There are still lesbians here. Chen Weiqiang also noticed that his assistant looked different. Fine, let's not talk about it. As the crowd laughed, Lu Shiqi came in. Her wet hair was still wet and draped over her shoulders, as if she had just come from a shower. As soon as she sat down, she complained, Boss Han, what kind of bodies do your male models here have? They look quite sturdy, but their stamina is not working. Mr. Lu, they are just accompanying the drinks. They are not specialized in this. They are almost fine. Chen Weiqiang helped explain. I'm just reminding a Boss Han. The ones who are recruited are all flowery, flabby muscles. At first glance they look fine, but in reality they really can't. Zheng Qian really didn't think that Lu Shiqi's needs were so great at this age. 2 male models weren't enough for her to play with? It seems to have not been satisfied. See, the time is almost over. And hurried over. The beautiful lauder distributed chips. Mr. Zhang, 200,000 chips for one person. I'll give you your share. Chen Weiqiang pointed to the neat blue chips in front of Zheng Qian. I won't play. Not too good at this. Just sit behind Xiao Qian and watch you guys play. Li Tao was very sensible and moved his chair behind Zheng Qian. It wasn't that he didn't know how to play, but he couldn't afford to play. He couldn't shell out $200,000, and even if Chen Weiqiang gave it to him, he would still have to return the favor in the future. After the Dutchman introduced the rules to Zheng Qian once again, he began to deal the cards. Zheng Qian wasn't careful when he looked at the cards and gave Li Tao a look at his hand. His luck wasn't so good. His hand was 4 of clubs and 9 of spades. Li Tao did a good job of managing his expression and didn't look any different. No public cards had been dealt yet, but Zheng Qian's chances of winning with this hand were not great, because the Texas poker rate is not really too high. The bottom of the pool is 500. Han Huahao raised to 3,000. The other 2 people called. Zheng Qian also called, decided to see the bottom of the card. 3 public cards were dealt out, the Jack of Spades, the King of Clubs, and the 2 of Diamonds. Lu Shiji folded straight away, and Han Huahao skimmed his lips and called for $20,000. Chen Weiqiang smiled and also called for 20,000. The 2 men's cards shouldn't be too bad. At the very least, they had hit a pair, or had hopes of a straight or flush. Zheng Qian's hand of cards, not a pair, not a straight. The chance of winning is very small. Li Tao had expected Zheng Qian to cover his cards, but he didn't do so. Stud. Zheng Qian pushed all his chips out. Holy shit, what kind of cards are you holding? Playing like this? Chen Weiqiang was still smiling just now, but he was still very surprised to see Zheng Qian being so brave and coming up all in. Immediately after, he covered his cards. Li Tao glanced at Zheng Qian. What was he thinking? Since he dared to call for 20,000, he must have a high chance of winning. Zheng Qian's chances of winning with the cards in his hand were very small, so why did he have to pike? He couldn't understand Zheng Qian. Han Huahao, on the other hand, did not say a word, frowned and thought for half a minute, and finally, with stability as the main focus, he folded his cards. Boss Han has such a big hand, but he also folded? Chen Weiqiang analyzed that Han Huahao had at least a pair of kings or a pair of jacks, but he still folded. I'm looking for stability. I think Mr. Zhang has a bigger hand than me. Han Hualao laughed. Second round. Zheng Qian got the 2 of diamonds and the 2 of hearts. Chen Weiqiang called for 10,000. The bottom hand should be good. Han Haheo and Lu Shiqi both called, and Zheng Qian also called. The public cards were the 9 of spades, 4 of clubs, and 5 of clubs. With a minimal pair in his hand, the chances of winning were still small. 30,000. Chen Weiqiang confidently called the price. Han Huahao and Lu Shiqi directly discarded their cards. Mr. Zhang, call. I'll add another 50,000. Another 50,000. Why don't you let him see the cards? Chen Weichang's hand was the ace of clubs and the nine of diamonds, a maximum single card, and a pair of nines. Call. Chen Weichang gritted his teeth and threw down $50,000. The fourth public card, the K of hearts. It was useless for both men. 100,000. Zheng Qian called. The bottom pot was already large, and Zheng Qian pushed out half of his chips. Chen Weichang glanced at his bottom card again. Call. The last card, the nine of hearts. Chen Weichang breathed a sigh of relief. After the two men showed their cards, Chen Weichang had 3 nines and 1 Zheng Qian's pair of twos. Mr. Zheng, doing business is the same as playing poker. The mall is a battlefield without smoke. A successful person has to be ambitious and madly plunder all the resources in the society. Women, money, status. You can't do it without being greedy. You can't do it without being ruthless. It's like this hand just now. If I'm not ruthless, how do I know that the last public card is 9? At this moment, Chen Weichang didn't forget to impart to Zheng Qian one of the most basic truths before entering the business world. The third hand. Zheng Qian was lucky. The bottom card was the ace of spades and the ace of hearts. Calling for 20,000. He looked at the public cards, Q of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, J of spades. Han Huahao and Chen Weichang both folded. Lu Shiqi stayed. Her bottom cards were the king of diamonds and the 9 of diamonds. With this hand, she can buy a straight and a flush, both with good odds. Both called a bet of 50,000 and saw the last public card. The public deck now reads the queen of diamonds, the 5 of diamonds, the jack of spades, the jack of clubs, and the 4 of diamonds. This hand has a pair of public cards. Lu Shiji's hand can form a flush, but she is also afraid that Zheng Qian's hand is 3 stripes plus a pair, which is also known as a gourd. Judging from the way Zheng Qian called and raised his bets, Zheng Qian is holding at least one jack, which makes up the 3 stripes, and she can't say for sure if there's a pair or not. If Zheng Qian had a Q or a 5 in his hand, then the opening would be 2 pairs, and he shouldn't have called so big. He should have gone smaller and lured her into betting big and then calling. Stud. Zheng Qian pushed out the chips in his hand once again. Stud again? Lu Shiqi, who had been dealing with numbers for years, silently calculated in her heart that she could have almost a 70% win rate. If she has a 70% chance of winning, why is she still afraid to call? Lu Shiqi also full pressure. After the cards were dealt, naturally Lu Shiqi won. Zheng Qian lightly exhaled. Lost it all, ha 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 ha. I won't play with you all for now. Is Tao going to go back together? Let my assistant give you guys a ride. Chen Weichang offered. Good. The three of them looked at Zheng Qian's departing back, slightly puzzled. Han Huahao waited for Zheng Qian to leave and lifted his bottom card to take a look. A pair of aces. This man has gambling character, gambling nature, steady with ruthlessness, ruthless but not greedy. He will achieve great things in the future. Chang Zi, how did you recognize him? Han Huahao couldn't help but praise Zheng Qian's character after revealing his bottom card. Earlier when he was in the shower, he had asked Zheng Qian's age. 3 years after graduating from college, and under 26 years old this year. 26 years old when he was 26 years old, if he could have this kind of capital behind him, the first time he would definitely buy a sports car. In addition to eating, drinking and playing, is to spend the day. How could he be patient and steady to invest and enter the business world, if it has not experienced so many things, looking at their own side of the people one by one to go in, big wins and big waves blowing in over. Han Huahao is not likely to be in the 40 years old. In this old when the age of the strong, guarding the Lookout Moon Island this asset, living a life of nearly retirement pension. A friend introduced me to him. Chen Weichang answered truthfully. He also felt that Zheng Qian had a good heart and did not look like a man who was on a soft diet at all. Zheng Qian's body had a very good mix of formal clothes. Either he had good taste or the woman behind him had good taste. But would someone with this kind of taste really look at a soft rice man? When Zheng Qian told him that the $30 million was from his girlfriend, Chen Weichang would never believe it. When he was in the KTV box, at first everyone thought that Zheng Qian was an honest man and treated him as such, but Zheng Qian was very alert and smelled the flavor, and directly asked for a replacement. With a sideways expression, I am not an honest man, don't you want to mess with me? With a character like that, how can he be willing to be a softie? Zheng Qian's last card was a pair of aces, just as Han Huahao said, steady but ruthless, with some control over the situation. This person is a wonderful partner. For now it wasn't quite a venture. Because Zheng Qian knew few people and didn't have that many networking resources. If he was willing to share his resources with him, Zheng Qian would also definitely return the favor. And in the future, if the rock spread its wings for 90,000 leagues and took a leap up to the 9th heaven, he would also follow the light. Only Lu Shiqi didn't put Zheng Qian in her eyes, and the last hand gave her blind confidence. She thought that Zheng Qian's ruthlessness was nothing more than a reckless man. rushing around without a brain. The last hand of cards she had already followed to the bottom, and Zhang Qian still refused to stop, obviously without a brain. Just like entering the business world, relying solely on Chen Weiqiang told him that the ruthlessness is not possible. If Chen Weiqiang is simply just ruthless and decisive, how to die do not know. Can go to this step today? In addition to ruthlessness, in addition to a lot of things mixed in it, Chen Weiqiang is smart, not just a ruthless. His card is not good. Simply do not play. Do not go deep into the card, to avoid the risk of any subsequent loss of chips. Han Hua Hao. Not to mention, a man in his 40s, no matter how to play cards and do things, is as stable as an old dog? In Lu Shiqi's opinion, Han Hua Hao is a little too stable, not at all like the previous him. Too stable is called a wimp, not at all the ruthlessness of the previous. However, with Han Hua Hao's special experience, if he is not so goatish, it is not possible to hold the assets of Wangyu Island. The business has long been investigated and dealt with his brothers apiece in the squatting cell. At the age of over 40, he retired early, guarding this asset for old age. In Lu Shiqi's opinion, a wolf that has lost its wolfish nature is nothing more than a sharp-tongued dog. There was only one thing she doubted. Was Zhang Qian really a soft-boiled man? And was the $30 million given by his girlfriend? Boss Han, can you look into this person for me? Lu Shiqi offered. Alright, MS. Lu has opened her mouth. How can I have the cheek to refuse? Han Huahao responded with a smile. He himself was very interested in this person. Zhang Qian. Lu Shiqi was in the fun business, so she naturally had her ways of prying out information about Zhang Qian. But Han Huahao here reckoned that he could gather a little different news. Multiple channels of enlistment were needed to truly know what kind of person Zhang Qian was. Zhang Qian had Xia Sisi send Li Tao home first, followed by sending him back to Jiangshan International. Mr. Zhang, tomorrow morning I will prepare the documents and pack up an office for you, so you can come over to the company in the afternoon. Starting tomorrow, I will be your secretary. On the way, Xia Sisi told Zhang Qian this news. Aren't you Mr. Chen's secretary? How come you'll be my secretary tomorrow? Zhang Qian was curious. I don't know. This is what Mr. Chen instructed me to do. I guess it's because you're not looking at me correctly. Xia Sisi spoke to the future Mr. Zhang, her top boss, without any euphemism at all. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. Damn, where did he look at his eyes incorrectly? Although he did look at Xia Sisi a few more times at the dinner table and the KTV, he did not look at his eyes incorrectly. Eyes are not correct? Then what do you think? My eyes are correct? I don't think it's too square either. Xia Sisi answered Zhang Qian while driving. When you changed your mind to ask for a royal sister, I knew that you often hang out in such windy places, so you shouldn't be any kind of righteous person. Zhang Qian? This was awkward. Xia Sisi had clearly misunderstood him, but Zhang Qian didn't explain. I'll be your boss tomorrow. Aren't you afraid of offending me by talking like this? Not afraid that I will give you small shoes? That's my character, and I'm not afraid of you giving me small shoes. I do any job seamlessly and watertight. You can't find a way to give me small shoes if you want to. I'm not that kind of materialistic female. If you want to have something with me, dismiss the idea before it's too late. I don't even have any ambiguous relationship with Mr. Chen beside him, let alone you. If you think I don't get along with you, you can tell Mr. Chen tomorrow and ask him to replace me. Zhang Qian suddenly felt much better about her. Glancing at her favorability towards herself, she only had 30 points. Not a materialistic female. Doesn't that mean that one can swipe unlimited money on him and have the system return the cash? No need to change. Just you. Zhang Qian firmly replied. Why? Xia Sisi was actually ready to be replaced by Zhang Qian, and the words she just said actually kind of wanted Zhang Qian to kick her out. Although Chen Weiqiang was a spendthrift, he was very capable, and he could still learn something by following such a boss. As for Zhang Qian, she couldn't see anything different, so she might as well continue to follow Chen Weiqiang. I think you're shrewd and smart. Smart and good at learning. You should be a good helper by my side. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. You'll know later. The car happened to drive to Jiangshan International, and after Zhang Qian got off the car, he let Xia Sisi go back. In addition to being able to swipe money, Zhang Qian felt that Xia Sisi was really quite good. Chen Weiqiang was also out of her nature, as well as the style of doing things. Plus she wanted to change another secretary, so she threw Xia Sisi to herself. As long as Sisi is not an undercover agent that Chen Weiqiang has planted by his side, Zhang Qian thinks that it should be very smooth to use in the future. Inside Jiangshan International, both the first and second floors had bright lights on. Walking into the living room on the first floor, Jean Lu was reading a book on the sofa. She was wearing a light silk nightgown, not reaching her knees, just enough to cover her thighs, and her two jade feet were crossed and placed. you're still up? Zheng Qian glanced at the time. It was now 2 in the morning. Jean Lu was surprisingly still not resting. Well, you said you were coming back, so I've been waiting for you. After Jean Lu saw Zheng Qian, she took the initiative to come up, help Zheng Qian take off his jacket and help him change his shoes. I've boiled sobering soup for you. I'll go and serve you a bowl. Drink it and sleep comfortably at night. This is also too thoughtful. Zheng Qian gulped down 2 bowls of sobering soup and indeed felt refreshed. Lying on the bed, Jean Lu also took the initiative to help Zheng Qian pinch his shoulders. Before Zheng Qian often sat in front of the computer. More or less occupational disease, lumbar vertebrae and shoulders are a little not very good. After Jean Lu's pinch, he felt much more comfortable. With such a virtuous woman at home, even if Zheng Qian is out there flying the colors in the future, Jean Lu is definitely sitting in the position of the palace. Why are you dressed like this today? Zheng Qian glanced at what Jean Lu was wearing. It's pajamas. Jean Lu knew what Zheng Qian wanted after seeing his eyes. Hungry? Then I'll go make you something to eat. Last time, Jean Lu fooled Zheng Qian with wanted and Zheng Qian didn't count on it. Zheng Qian rolled over in a warming up afterward. You're not in good health. Why not? Well, just now you have begged for mercy. I don't mean this aspect. You're pretty strong in this aspect. I mean, if you come home so late every day from now on, your body now, over time, won't be able to take it, your spirit will be depressed, and you won't have the energy to do anything. You don't usually do exercise, do you? Jean Lu asked again. Occasionally do. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of sunshine. Then are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to the gym. I quit my job at the gym yesterday, but I know a few people over there, so I can make a space to practice with you. You're a gym personal trainer? Well, I had 3 jobs before to make money. Gym personal trainer, bar sales, and also partnered with a friend. Opened a coffee shop. I visit occasionally. Good man. No wonder Jean Lu can live in the city of Yebei and save $3 million. He is a master of time management. A self-disciplined person is really scary. Okay, tomorrow morning is fine, but I don't know if I can get up. I'll call you. At 10:30 the next morning, Zheng Qian was woken up right on time. After a simple breakfast, he followed Jean Lu to the gym. The road probably wasn't far, just a 15-minute drive, and the road would take another 7 or 8 minutes to get straight to the Red Rose. I have to say, Jean Lu's planning is still very good. After arriving at the gym, Zheng Qian went to the locker room first to change his sportswear. This scene could be clearly captured by the gym's personal trainer. Holy shit, who is the guy who came with Sister Jean today? I don't know. A new face. Never seen him before in the gym. I think it's Jin's client. I saw that guy is going to the locker room to change his clothes. There are a lot of Jean Lu's suitors here. There are even some personal trainers from outside gyms who jumped to this gym directly after seeing Jean Lu's picture in the group. Previously, there were 2 personal trainers who both liked Jean Lu very much, and they were each other's love rivals, fighting in the gym and disrupting the order of the gym, and the boss fired the 2 trainers directly after consulting Jean Lu's opinion. Immediately after that, the crowd went from open hostility to a secret rivalry, comparing each other's practiced muscles and big bodies. There were quite a few clients who signed up for Jean Lu's private lessons because of her beauty, but after a few other male coaches found out that this person had impure intentions and had been trying to take advantage of Jean Lu, a few of the male coaches privately rounded up this client and said that if he dared to think of anything else about Jean Lu, they would press him into the pool and make him choke on the water. In the end, the client never dared to come to the gym again, deleted Jean Lu's contact information overnight, and didn't even dare to return his gym card and private lessons. That's not right. I heard that Jean had come over and quit yesterday. Why is she still taking trainees? Really? Sister Jean resigned? How come I didn't know? Why did I lie to you? She really resigned. A thought popped up in the crowd's mind. Jean Lu couldn't have resigned for that kid. No way. That kid wasn't that good looking. At best he was clean cut. Couldn't see how rich he was. A very ordinary man. How could he have gotten into Jean Lu's good graces? As far as they knew, the rich and handsome, the second generation and the tycoons who admired Jean Lu, could be lined up from the entrance of this place to the Red Rose. What was so special about that kid? By this time, Zheng Qian had already changed into his exercise clothes and walked into the yoga area of the gym with Jean Lu. No way, no way. Sister Jean has never taken a male student to a yoga class. Yoga class. Naturally, there is no shortage of private tutors and students have any physical contact, so Jean Lu has always refused to take male students' yoga class. No matter how high their opening price is, she has never taken a male student. Your lumbar spine isn't very good. I'll take you to do some stretching first. Jean Lu was just about to teach Zheng Qian the first move when a group of male instructors came over in a group and greeted her. Sister Jean, have you eaten yet? Why are you coming over at this time of the day? Sister Jean, this is the lunchbox I brought from home at noon. Would you like some? Jinlu glanced at the lunchbox in the hands of a certain male coach. No sugar, no oil, low calorie, and the perfect fitness meal. But she still refused. Step aside. This is what your girlfriend made for you. Lending flowers to the Buddha isn't something you'd offer like this. I've already eaten. Don't worry about me. Jinlu responded. You guys go about your business. I'll take my boyfriend for a little stretching. Right. Do you guys have any classes this afternoon? I'll use your private teaching area later. Logically speaking, only private instructors and students could enter the private teaching area. But Jinlu had been working here for so long that there was nothing wrong with taking Jingqian to use it. However, these male coaches didn't listen to the second half of her sentence. Their attention was focused on Jinlu's boyfriend. How many men had confessed their love to Jinlu? But without exception, they were all rejected by Jinlu. Yesterday she quit her job, and today she brought her boyfriend here, and he's such an ordinary boyfriend. What does a queen like Jinlu see in him? The crowd couldn't figure it out. Hey, talking to you guys. Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. Okay, Sister Jean, feel free to use it. Fewer trainees come in the afternoon. Our classes are basically in the evening. The crowd understood in their hearts. Jinlu really did quit her job at the gym for this kid. Hearing this, Jinlu nodded her head in satisfaction. Zheng Qian on the side looked dumbfounded. Jinlu's conversation with them was like a big sister, explaining things to her little brother. None of them dared to retort and interrupt. Are you Sister Jin's boyfriend? My name is Duan Qiran. Nice to meet you. A male coach named Duan Qiran took the initiative to extend his hand to Zheng Qian. He wasn't as big as the others, and was considered to be of medium build within this group of male coaches. But Duan Qiran didn't mainly bring students in the gym for the purpose of fat loss and muscle building, and the sparring classes were his scope of business. Duan Qiran once trained in the provincial sparring team, but also played in the competition, won 2 runner-up, once 3rd place, and then because of the conflict with the coach, left the sparring team. It was only then that he jumped to this small gym, and in terms of treatment and salary, it was no match for the previous gym. I simply want to get to know Jinlu, to see if I can develop a relationship with her. It would be best if I can become boyfriend and girlfriend. Happy? Zheng Qian might be a little bit clumsy. From Duan Qiran's face, he couldn't see half a bit of happiness, even a little bit of hostility in his eyes. He got it. These guys are all Jinlu's suitors, treating him as a love rival. Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian also extended his hand to shake his hand. This handshake was Duan Qiran's test for Zheng Qian, realizing that Zheng Qian's palm was light and thin, and also touched the calluses on Zheng Qian's palm. Calluses are not often jerked iron out, but often knocked out of the keyboard. Duan Qiran had a number in his heart. This man was a weak scholar, no blockhead, and hadn't practiced any combat sports. How embarrassing to take up your place. Since you don't have classes in the afternoon, I'll take all of you. Watch me practice from the side to avoid me getting hurt. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What the hell? What's the situation? Private lessons were 300 an hour, and something like Duan Qiran was 500 an hour. For the 7 of them, an hour is about $3,000. And don't count the afternoon. Even if it's 3 hours, that's $10,000 spent. The damn key, and they don't need to do anything, just watch Zheng Qian practicing from the side? The crowd instantly understood. This kid seems to have mediocre qualifications, but spending so much money, must be a rich second generation. And not just any rich second generation, a rich second generation that could take down Jinlu. How rich should this be? Zheng Qian's strength had fully explained this. You don't have to. Jinlu slightly side-eyed. She knew that Zheng Qian was trying to press these people, but how many meals of meat could she buy to cook for Zheng Qian with this $10,000? With her around, who would dare to bully Zheng Qian? It's okay, we can't use other people's private area for nothing. Swipe the card. Zheng Qian pulled out a bank card. His behavior seemed to be telling the crowd, Little Master never takes advantage. Little Master has plenty of money. Isn't it just $10,000? What the hell? Not even a fraction of his bank account. A male coach took the bank card, ran to the front desk and swiped it for 3 hours. Almost $10,000. And then returned the card to Zheng Qian. Brother Qian, then you stretch with Sister Jean first. Do some warm-up exercises? I'll go prepare towels for you. Brother Qian, I'll go get you some water. Do you want ice water or room temperature? Brother Qian, I'll go make you a cup of protein powder. For quick energy recovery. What program will you be practicing in a while? Let me know. I'll go ahead and clear people for you. Brother Qian. A few people instantly turned into Zheng Qian's lapdogs. Only Duan Qiran frowned tightly. Damn it, Bai Lian is so big. Are they all soft bones? Giving someone a dog in front of a goddess. Don't you even have any shame? The crowd wasn't shameless. It was simply unnecessary. They are now Jean Lu's boyfriend. They didn't have much chance to get close to Jean Lu before, and now they have even less chance. Zheng Qian was so rich and generous that he had wrapped them up for the afternoon. They didn't need to do anything, so they definitely had to serve them well. In case Zheng Qian sees them and thinks they are good, they may be able to make a career out of it and work under Zheng Qian's hand. Harm. Jean Lu was going to say something, but in the end did not open her mouth. Next, Zheng Qian started to do stretching exercises. Jean Lu personally went up to help him correct his movements and pull the ligaments. After stretching, he started to work out with some simple equipment. Jean Lu's knowledge in this area was very strong, and she instructed Zheng Qian very professionally. Zheng Qian thought, Jean Lu was really too strong. No wonder she can easily put her legs on her shoulders with this figure. As for the other few male personal trainers, their task was to pass towels and water on the side. Some even took the initiative to help Zheng Qian wipe his sweat. Wipe the sweat, I'll do it myself. You guys go rest and don't follow. Zheng Qian kind of regretted bagging them, because these few people, they were really too attentive. Every time they changed an apparatus, they followed behind like assholes, constantly helping him cheer. In the gym is simply a beautiful scenery line. Now also take the initiative to help him wipe sweat. Zheng Qian had already received an unknown number of strange looks in this half clock, making him embarrassed. Go. All go rest. Jean Lu also snapped. At this time, Duan Qiran walked over. He had just been watching from the side as Jean Lu approached Zheng Qian in various positions, patiently and gently instructing him on how to use the equipment. No man had ever enjoyed this kind of treatment from Jean Lu. Duan Qiran's heart was full of jealousy. He had been chasing Jean Lu for so long, he hadn't even touched Jean Lu's hand. He hadn't even heard of Zheng Qian as a person before, and to bring him here today, directly in this close position, he was too miserable. Brother, are you interested in learning sparring with me? Duan Qiran asked. He wanted to use the name of learning sparring to teach Zheng Qian a good lesson. Not interested. I'm only interested in Muay Thai. Sparring or forget it. Zheng Qian clearly rejected Duan Qiran. He really had little interest in sparring. There are actually a lot of similarities between sparring and Muay Thai. Why don't I take my brother to experience it first? Duan Qiran, what do you want? Jean Lu saw Duan Qiran's true intentions at a glance. Not doing anything. Just now they were handing towels, water, and wiping sweat. Things are letting them finish. I received his money. How come I have to do something? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stop here and be shady. Jean Lu didn't bother circling around with him. Shuang. I don't think he's good enough for you. Why did you choose him as your boyfriend? Is it because he's rich? Don't call me Shuang. You don't deserve to call me Shuang. When Jean Lu heard Duan Qiran's words, her entire body was instantly filled with a murderous aura. Yanking Duan Qiran's clothes and stuffing him into the octagonal cage, in front of so many people, saying this kind of words, isn't it embarrassing for her, and even more so for Zheng Qian? If she had simply said that she was doing it for money or something, Jean Lu wouldn't bother with him. Today she was the one who brought Zheng Qian to the gym. Zheng Qian lost face here. She had to help Zheng Qian to get back. You want to fight, right? Then you come and fight me. The crowd was shocked and sparsely gathered outside the octagonal cage, eagerly waiting. Everyone had heard that Jean Lu practiced sparring, but the crowd really wasn't too sure how well she fought. Even Zheng Qian thought that Jean Lu was just trying to scare him, but he didn't realize that she really dared to drag Duan Qiran into the octagon. Outside the octagon, there were a lot of people around. Even the owner of the gym, Ho Jianye, heard the commotion and ran outside the octagon. Shuang, I didn't mean that. There's no need for you to get angry. I said, don't call me Shuang. Jean Lu directly kicked out a clean, unusually standard right whip kick. With the sudden whip kick, Duan Qiran couldn't react in time and the back of his thigh was traumatized. The crowd gasped in shock. This whip kick is very standard. It seems that Jean Lu has really practiced, but Duan Qiran is a member of the provincial boxing team, and has won several second place in the province. So Jean Lu can't beat Duan Qiran no matter how much she has practiced. Duan Qiran obviously thought the same thing, so he kept dodging in the face of Jean Lu's attacks. I really don't mean that. Jean Lu, you misunderstood me. Misunderstood? How could you misunderstand? Jean Lu understood Duan Qiran. When he just said that, it was obvious that he was falling for Zheng Qian's face and wanted to get into the ring with him. She had this responsibility to retrieve Zheng Qian's face for him. Immediately after that, there was another whip kick. Jean Lu, stop hitting. If you hit me again, I'll hit you back. Duan Qiran felt that if he struck, he would break Jean Lu's bones in one go. But why wasn't this a good opportunity to generate physical contact? Shuang, be gentle with your hands. If you break it, you'll have to pay someone's medical bills. Zheng Qian kindly reminded from below. Holy shit, as the saying goes, Those who are watching are not afraid of anything. You are Sister Jin's boyfriend. How dare you say that? Sure enough, as the crowd expected, Duan Shiran took Zheng Qian's words as a provocation. There were many reasons why he didn't make a move, but only one reason why he made a move was enough. Duan Shiran raised his arms up in a standard boxing stance. He envisioned that when the next time Jin Lu threw her leg again, he would take advantage of his strong body and directly grab her leg, trip Jin Lu's whole body, and then ride on top of Jin Lu to subdue her. Not only did he defeat Jin Lu, but he was also able to mooch off this goddess without even hurting her. 3 birds with 1 stone. Duan Shiran secretly finalized in his mind that this was the way to go. Seeing Duan Shiran's boxing stance, the crowd knew that he was about to get serious. Brother Ran, go easy on her. Don't hurt Sister Jean. Yes, let Sister Jean go. Don't hurt her. Oh, who wants him to let? Jin Lu snorted coldly. She once again made a whip leg. The function of the whip leg is to control the distance between the opponent and yourself by the distance and strength of the leg attack. Being far away, your fist can't hit me. Once you want to enter the fist attack distance, I will use the whip leg kicks you to force you away. If the hard shoulder does not go, then they have a first-hand opportunity. So a variety of competitions can often be seen. A game down the road may have been a player in the use of the whip leg hit opponents, forcing the other party outside the attack distance. A certain champion once won a world-class tournament by using his whip leg alone, breaking his opponent's leg bones and directly ending his career. Duan Shiran predicted in advance and stretched out his hands ready to catch Jin Lu's leg. But unexpectedly, Jin Lu's right whip leg was just a front, just extending a little distance, then retracted, followed by a high spinning left whip leg, directly kicking Duan Shiran in the face. Everyone did not expect this scene. Duan Shiran's body was strong enough not to fall down, but his head had been stunned by Jin Lu's kick and he staggered to defend himself with both arms. Jin Lu seized the opportunity and swung his right elbow out, hitting Duan Shiran on the left side of his face, and when he retrieved it, he back-elbowed Duan Shiran on the right side of his face. Duan Shiran's face bled directly and he fell heavily to the ground, falling into a coma. The whole audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Jin Lu had knocked Duan Shiran down? That was the third-place winner of the provincial sparring team. How terrifying should Jin Lu's sparring strength be? Zheng Qian was dumbfounded. Jin Lu really knows sparring, and so strong? No wonder when they met just now, the male coaches were all like her little brothers. Jin Lu looked down at the crowd under the stage and then walked out of the octagonal cage. You really know sparring, ah? Zheng Qian asked in surprise. Jin Lu nodded continuously. Lu, why are you so fired up today? Ho Jianye walked over. Nothing, this kid owes a beating. Jin Lu glanced at Duan Shiran who was carried out of the octagonal cage by the 2 men. Let me introduce. This is my boyfriend, Zheng Qian. This is the owner of this gym. Ho Jianye boss ho. Ho Jianye was surprised for a moment and shook Zheng Qian's hand. Duan Shiran had jumped to his gym in order to chase Jin Lu. Yesterday Jin Lu resigned and today he brought his boyfriend Zheng Qian over. He could probably imagine what kind of reason drove Jin Lu and Duan Shiran to appear in the octagonal cage. Ho Jianye's purpose of opening this gym was not to make a profit, but merely to open it for fun and to make more friends. The gym was situated near some organizations, so most of the people who came here from work to work out were civil servants, tycoons and whatnot, and they all became friends with him. This gym is not losing money or making a profit right now. Income and expenditure are roughly equal, which has exceeded Ho Jianye's expectations. Zheng Qian this number of characters, but really have not heard of, but a man who could take down the very best goddess in his store. His background, status, and identity should be extraordinary, so it's Mr. Zheng. Come over to play when you're free. You're always welcome here. Just call me directly if something happens. Ho Jianye looked polite and enthusiastic. Thank you boss Ho then. I'm almost done practicing today. Why don't you go take a shower? Jin Lu replied for Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian nodded and then went to take a brief shower. So fast ah? Your hair is still wet. Let me wipe it for you. Jin Lu was a virtuous wife at this moment. When the crowd saw this scene, all of them were tickled in their hearts. How nice it would be if Jin Lu was their girlfriend. To be able to have Jin Lu help wipe their hair and carefully dry Zheng Qian with a hairdryer. This was too happy. If they could enjoy such treatment once, it would be worth dying for. Alright, so many people are watching. I'll do it myself. What are you shy about? I still washed the underwear you changed yesterday. What? You've already helped Zheng Qian wash his underwear? That's obviously already spent the night together. Living together ah? Otherwise how could they get the underwear that Zheng Qian changed? The goddess in his heart was taken down by Zheng Qian in one day. Bitter. After leaving the gym, Zheng Qian asked Jin Lu to send him to the company. On the way, Zheng Qian remembered that he still had to find a lawyer, so he also sent a text message to Wang Zhao. Zheng Qian, lawyer Wang, Gone? Wiped sweat. Wang Zhao, no Mr. Zhang. What's the matter with the airfare for tonight? Zheng Qian, location. Zheng Qian, come here, help me look at a contract. Wang Zhao, okay Mr. Zhang, I'll be right there. After arriving at the company, Zheng Qian let Jin Lu go back. He called Chen Weiqiang and said that he was already downstairs at the company. Soon after, Chen Weiqiang went downstairs to pick up Zheng Qian. Mr. Zhang, you've come over, come up with me. Mr. Lu and I were just about to contact you. Conference room. On a long table, there were 3 people sitting, 2 men and 1 woman. This Mr. Lu, no need for an introduction. This is my lawyer, Lawyer Yin, and this is Mr. Lu's lawyer, Lawyer Luo. After Chen Weiqiang's introduction, he let Zheng Qian take his seat. Mr. Zhang, let me introduce you. The 2 lawyers gave Zheng Qian a detailed introduction of the shareholding book, as well as the laws related to the shares, as well as the position, and the treatment. In the last simple sentence, as long as he signed and typed in the money, he would become the vice president of this company. Before 12 noon tomorrow, one would be able to check Zheng Qian's shareholder information in the business department as well as on some apps. Right. We haven't talked about salary matters. Mr. Zhang, what are your views on salary? Zheng Qian wasn't here to work for a living, he was here to expand his network and improve himself. He didn't care as to how much money he got. If he wanted to make money, all he had to do was spend money on women. But if he didn't take a single penny, it didn't seem appropriate. Zheng Qian thought about it. He and Lu Shiqi both belonged to the vice president of the company. So he asked, how much does Lu take? Oh, it's like this. Our company is also considered to be just starting out. The salary is not very high. I take 30,000, and 25,000 if Mr. Lu takes it. Then I'll be the same as Mr. Lu. Lu Shiqi leaned on together with a high and cool face. Hearing that Zheng Qian wanted to take the same salary as him, she couldn't help but let out a sneer. She and Zheng Qian mainly ate the company's dividends. It wasn't that she felt that Zheng Qian couldn't take $25,000. It was just that Zheng Qian felt that his attitude of being the same as her was a bit ridiculous. Okay, 25,000 then. Do you want you to find another lawyer to help take a look at it? The contract prepared by Chen Weiqiang was definitely fine, but he didn't say that he would help Zheng Qian look for it. Instead he told Zheng Qian to look for it himself. Otherwise there was a suspicion of collusion and fraud. Well, I've already gotten a lawyer to come over. Zheng Qian had just finished speaking when Wang Zhao sent him a message saying that he was already downstairs. Zheng Qian directly asked him to come up. After knocking on the door, Wang Zhao, dressed in a suit and a social elite, entered the conference room. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, Wang Zhao was surprised after entering the conference room, not expecting there to be acquaintances. Wang Lu, Senior, Lawyer Yin and Lawyer Luo were also surprised. Little Yin, Little Luo, you guys are here too. Ha, what a coincidence. Wang Zhao was Zheng Qian's lawyer? Wang Zhao was the senior of the 2 men, and Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi used to be his clients. But after Wang Zhao left Yebei due to a business transfer and rose high in the Magic City, they never met again. Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi, convinced by Wang Zhao's professional ability, repeatedly looking for Wang Zhao to do the case. But Wang Zhao is in the Magic City simply cannot pass so the 2 students recommended to Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi became a full-time lawyer for the 2. Lu Shiqi was a bit surprised, but more angry. She had tried to ask Wang Zhao to give him service 3 times, but was put off by Wang Zhao. By what right did Zheng Qian call him back with a single phone call? Was it because she didn't give enough money or didn't have enough face? Lu Shiqi had some negative feelings towards Wang Zhao. Young Zheng, I'm really sorry that I'm late. Wang Zhao sincerely apologized to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was his big gold master, not to mention helping to take a look at the contract before he left. Even if he was already in Mordor now, one message from Zheng Qian and he would buy a plane ticket to fly back to Yebei. It's fine. Since you all know each other, have a seat first, take a look at the contract. I'll sign it if there's no problem. Zheng Qian instructed. Alright young Zheng, I'll look at it now. Wang Zhao got the order and immediately sat next to Zheng Qian, picked up that contract and meticulously read it. Wang Zhao actually called him, Zheng Xiao, what is this situation? With his respectful attitude, it was hard not to be suspicious. An elite lawyer of the Magic City Red Circle, in addition to facing the big gold master, will only have such an attitude. The rest of the time, where to go is not high and mighty. A face of arrogance? Was Zheng Qian Wang Zhao's big money master? Not like that, but if he wasn't, how to explain this behavior of Wang Zhao? Lu Shiqi's mind was full of doubts. Seeing this scene, Chen Weiqiang confirmed his previous guess that Zheng Qian was definitely not a man who ate soft food. After carefully going through the contract, Wang Zhao was surprised to find that Zhang Qian was actually going to buy 24% of the shares of Chen Weiqiang's company for the amount of $30 million. This should only be one of the assets under Zhang Qian's name. After all, people are willing to spend $30 million to buy a sweet casually. In order to give Jean Lu an outlet for his anger, he is willing to throw away money and spend $8 million on legal fees to be handled by him. This amount of money is really a small fortune when placed in the hands of Chen Weiqiang. Young Zhang, I've read it. There's no problem with this contract. The professionalism that Wang Zhao displayed was very shocking. This time he didn't care how close Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi, and his two junior brothers were to him. If there was a problem, he would be the first to help point it out for Zhang Qian, who let Zhang Qian be his big gold master. In all his years of practicing, this was the first time he had seen a man who spent money like this, so he must serve him well. Zhang Qian nodded. Since there was no problem, he signed. Immediately after, using his cell phone, he put the money into the company's account and left it to the finance to handle. Good. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, officially becoming a part of our company. Chen Weiqiang stood up and shook Zhang Qian's hand at the first opportunity after receiving this hit. Lu Shiqi was not slow, and only after Chen Weiqiang shook hands with Zhang Qian did she squeeze out a smile from her face and shook Zhang Qian's hand. Welcome you, Mr. Zhang. This welcome, how does it sound fake? But it didn't matter. Zhang Qian didn't take it to heart. After a few simple words of courtesy, he sent the three lawyers away. Chen Weiqiang put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and walked out of the office, followed by Lu Shiqi. Everyone stop what you're doing for a moment. Let me introduce to you, Mr. Zhang Qian will be in charge of the company's PR and some of the inland business in the future. Everyone welcome Mr. Zhang. Welcome Mr. Zhang. Welcome. A loud applause rang in his ears. Cici, come over here and pull Mr. Zhang into our company group. Then take Mr. Zhang to his office. Mr. Zhang, she will be your secretary from now on. If you have any dissatisfaction with the office, you can tell Cici and have her change it. Zhang Qian nodded, and Cici added WeChat to each other, then entered the company group. After entering the group, the screen was filled with frowny face. Welcome Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qian, hello guys. Zhang Qian, I hope you all will take care of me in the future. Smile emoticon. Zhang Qian took a look at the number of people in the company group. About 68. The scale was not small. Immediately after, he sent a big red packet in the group. There was another wave of swipes. Thank you Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang is atmospheric. I've sent out a red packet in the group, so go grab it. Zhang Qian looked at Cici, who was leading the way for herself in front. She had a short ponytail today and was wearing a professional OL outfit with Parisian house stockings on her legs and a pair of thumping high heels under her feet. What's there to grab? It's okay if you don't grab. Everyone is guaranteed to have 1,000. Cici suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Qian with an incredulous face. 1,000 per person. What are you sending such a big one for? Cici clicked on the red packet to see that there really was 1,000. Worship the peer first. Let everyone recognize me as the vice president. Who am I in charge of? You pull a group of everyone under me as well. Zhang Qian explained. You don't send red envelopes. As usual, recognize you as the vice president. It's completely unnecessary. Cici explained. This is your office. Let's see where there's anything unsatisfactory. Zhang Qian looked around after entering. The office was freshly decorated. First of all, there was a yellow pear table with an Apple all-in-one PC on it. There was a rockery on the table. There was running water, and a cactus was also very thoughtfully placed on the table. Behind the bookcase, sofa, coffee table, those are also very attentive. Did you set this up? Zhang Qian asked. Well, if there is anything that needs to be changed, you can tell me. No need to change. Just like this is quite good. Cici's ability to lay out and design was still quite strong, and it also showed sideways that she was more capable. Zhang Qian sat on the soft and comfortable boss chair, his legs unconsciously crossed on the table. Before this is the company's boss only sit position. Now he sat. Zhang Qian had an indescribable feeling in his heart. So he was now considered a successful person? By the way, the company can match you with a public car. The amount is $300,000. You see which one you want to choose. $300,000. What kind of car can you choose? Business? Zhang Qian glanced at the parking lot when he went upstairs. It was Mercedes and BMW again. What kind of car did Mr. Chan and Mr. Lu and the others drive? Mr. Chan's is a black Mercedes-Benz S, and Mr. Lu's is a Porsche Cayenne. Mercedes-Benz S and Cayenne, properly both exceeded 300,000. Their amount is so high. How can they only give themselves 300,000? It's like this. Mr. Chan and Mr. Lu didn't use the quota given by the company. Those are their personal cars. Cici explained for Zhang Qian. When he said that, Zheng Qian understood. Then in that case, he definitely couldn't use the company's quota either. Then what do you think? What kind of car is suitable for me to drive? Zheng Qian asked her. Xia Sisi fell into silence. It's okay, just say it, I won't blame you. I think Mr. Zheng is suitable to drive a Santana. Pinch? Zheng Qian was not discriminating against Santana. Mainly because he is now over $100 million. He is suitable to drive a Santana? Even though Xia Sisi didn't know that he was worth over $100 million. With his status as a vice president, how could he still need an Audi? Mr. Zheng, Santana is so nice. As low profile as you, others think you are a company employee, but actually you are the vice president of the company. You can also pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. Xia Sisi rarely joked with him. Go go go. I'm not driving a Santana. As soon as Zheng Qian mentioned Santana, he remembered those days when he was rubbed on the ground by the coach. Anyways, it had to be one notch higher than what Lu Shiqi drove. What kind of car was one notch higher than a Cayenne? Zheng Qian thought about it. How about just buying a Rolls-Royce? He is already a vice president. Is it like to drive a Santana? The brand must hold up. This will be said later tomorrow. How many people are directly under my control? 6. One of them took a vacation today. Not in the company. Zheng Qian is a bit depressed. He's a vice president and he only has 6 people under his hand? Of course, he can manage other employees as well. But just 6 people directly under his control is actually not a small number. Zheng Qian let Xia Sisi give another group to pull a group. In the small group inside another red packet. This time it is 2,000 per person. He returned to the main page. There are a lot of people to add him as a friend. Zheng Qian one by one through. Sending red envelopes is not counted as cashback. But the good thing is that his hands are all female employees. And at night just ask them to have dinner. Zheng Qian sent in the small group, 8 o'clock in the evening at the Moonwatch Tower. I invite everyone to dinner. Deng Shuxin, Zheng General Atmosphere. He Yen Yen, Zheng General I just saw you are handsome. How Rushue, that's for sure. Our Mr. Zheng is our company's face value bearer. Chang Meng Meng, indeed. Zheng Xiaoyao, I love you. Mr. Zheng. There were so many names that Zheng Qian couldn't remember them for a while. But the next statement from a person in the small group made Zheng Qian memorize it at once. This message was, Mr. Zheng, I asked the company to take a leave of absence today with a stomach ache. I may not be able to go. I'm really sorry. Thank you Mr. Zheng for the red packet. Then look at the name on the avatar, Yao Man Man. Yao Man Man? Zheng Qian immediately put his feet off the table and clicked on Yao Man Man's circle of friends to see. But since they weren't friends with each other, he couldn't see anything. Was it his ex-girlfriend? Yao Man Man? The avatar is different. And the personality signature is also different. There are too many people named Yao Man Man. Could it be just the same name? It shouldn't be such a coincidence that it's the same ex-girlfriend who cuckolded Zheng Qian and let him catch her on the spot with no sense of guilt, right? Any information on this Yao Man Man? Bring it over to me. Zheng Qian mentioned a word. Xia Sisi snorted coldly. Sure enough, Zheng Qian didn't have any good intentions. Having just become the vice president of the company, he was about to start picking up the employees under his own hand. Mr. Zheng, let me remind you, this Yao Man Man does have a bit of good looks. As for the person, I can't comment. Zheng Qian? Letting her take a profile. What does she think Zheng Qian is? Think he wants to pick up Yao Man Man? It's not what you think. I just want to take a look. This Yao Man Man I seem to recognize. Zheng Qian didn't say the same name as his ex-girlfriend. That way Xia Sisi would think he's a scum even more. After all, scum pickup guys use this set. It's fine. You don't need to explain to me. Just now it was just my kind reminder. I'll go get Yao Man Man's information for you. Xia Sisi was very self-aware. She was merely a secretary. What Zheng Qian wanted to do was out of her hands. Soon, a copy of Yao Man Man's profile was presented in front of Zheng Qian's eyes. The photo was exactly the same as Zheng Qian's ex-girlfriend. Or rather, this was Zheng Qian's ex-girlfriend Yao Man Man. TSK? Such a coincidence? Zheng Qian unconsciously barred his lips. Mr. Zheng, do you know her? Xia Sisi curiously said. Well, recognize, acquaintance. After that incident, Zheng Qian and Yao Man Man deleted each other's WeChat. Yao Man Man changed her avatar, screen name, and personal signature. If not for the notes in the group, he really wouldn't recognize her. Oh, then you should know that she has a boyfriend. You mean, Chang Rue? Chang Rue, Yao Man Man. Zheng Qian was now 1,000,000% sure that it was this pair of dogs. Zheng Qian tried to keep his demeanor unchanged. Chang Rue's father, Chang Dashan, is in the timber business, and a big client that our company has been dealing with recently. If you are interested in Yao Man Man, I guess it's not too easy to get your hands on her. Of course, If you use the aura of a vice president, I believe you can still take her. It looked as if Xia Cici knew Yao Man very well. Let's not talk about this for now. Go to the Moonwatch Tower and book a table. At the rate of 2,000 per capita. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I'll go arrange it now. After Xia Cici got her instructions, she left Zheng Qian's office. Zheng Qian held this information from Yao Man in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. It turns out that Yao Man's outwardly publicized boyfriend is Chang Ruia, outside the office. Shu Xin, this new Mr. Zheng seems to be very rich. The big group sends out red packets. The small group sends out red packets again. And at night, he also invites us to a group building. I don't know how the person is. He Yen inquired with a little excitement. Well, it's just a little short. Hush. He Yen hastily covered Deng Shuxin's mouth. If you let Zhong Xiaoyao, Chang Meng hear them, they will not get to the total Zheng snitching. Even if the person is good, behind the back of the bad words about the old boss, always not very good. What are you afraid of? They can fight if they like. Deng Shu Xin and He Yen too. And Zhong Xiaoyao, Chang Meng, Hao Ru Shui, Yao Man they four people do not quite get along. There is only one reason. Nature is too straight, but also do not like to lick the leader. But Deng Shuxin does not care about this. Zheng Qian is 1.7 m head. She is 1.76 m. If the two people stand together, Zheng Qian is not as high as her. Saying that, He Yen glanced at the few people over there who were fixing their makeup, and realized that they didn't have any abnormalities. And only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Definitely shorter compared to you. But the other person, Mr. Zhang, is young. It is estimated that he is still a few years younger than you. It's better to say less of this kind of words in the future. Being spread to the ears of the leaders, it's enough for you to drink a pot of water. Have you forgotten the horror of being dominated by General Manager Lu? As soon as she remembered this, Deng Shuxin felt aggrieved in her heart. The last time the company went out collectively for a group building, she was 10 centimeters taller than Lu Shiqi. Just because after the end of the group photo, did not half squat down. Lu Shiqi knew it, deducted her bonus for 3 months. Leaders want to straighten you out. Will think of all kinds of ways to straighten you out. You still have no way to refute. Now it is so difficult to find a job. Deng Shuxin because she still have to support her father, so did not dare to leave the job. Otherwise in accordance with her temperament, would have packed up and left. To say more is helpless. 6:30 in the afternoon. Zheng Qian's office. Knock knock knock. Enter. Zheng Qian hurriedly paused a single-player game on his computer, then looked at Xia Cici who walked in and asked her what was going on. Mr. Zhang, the car is ready for you. Use the company's alpha and let Xiao Chui send you there. You're not going? Xia Cici was a bit confused. Does it still include me? That's for sure. You're also my subordinate. Naturally you're also part of my team. You definitely have to go. Zheng Qian replied. Xia Cici had thought that this group building had a different flavor. Zheng Qian had some strange and weird ideas, and definitely didn't include herself. If she went, would she not be spoiling Zheng Qian's good deed? If she went, she would have spoiled Zheng Qian's good deed. She was also counted in. So this is really a serious group building? Zheng Qian didn't think about that much. He just wanted to use these people to take back those red envelopes he sent out in the afternoon. Just one more person will cost more money. Alright, then I'll talk to them. Xia Cici walked outside Zheng Qian's office and clapped her hands. Sisters in the PR team, you can get off work and take our company's alpha to go. Outside Zheng Qian's office was actually not just his employees, but also employees from other departments. Generally if there was some work on hand that wasn't done, they would stay and work overtime compulsorily, and they could only leave after it was done. Now that they heard Xia Cici's words, they couldn't help but feel a little envious. A few people from the PR group jumped up joyfully and went to the company's downstairs to gather in full view of everyone. Zheng Qian, after finishing that game, straightened his collar and walked out of the office as well. On his way out, he happened to bump into Chen Weiqiang. Mr. Zhang, you've just arrived and you're making such a scene? Xia Cici used the company's bus. Chen Weiqiang naturally knew about the news that Zheng Qian was taking his subordinates to dinner. This has not just come well. And everyone to recognize. Some other day I will invite you and General Manager Lu to dinner. It's fine. Do you have a car? Mr. Zhang, can't drive my car to go. Chen Weiqiang said and put his hand in his pocket to touch the keys. No. We all just take a car. After Zhang Qian finished, the two men made a few more polite remarks and dispersed. When he went downstairs, Zheng Qian felt that a car was really a necessity for him right now. Hello Mr. Zhang, I am our company's driver, Chui Xiaobo. Just call me Xiao Chui. Just walking to the car. Xiao Chui came up attentively and handed over a cigarette. Zheng Qian waved his hand. So many female co-workers. You don't smoke either. Mr. Zhang, I wasn't going to smoke either. It's just specially prepared for you, Xiao Chui said. Mr. Zhang, I'll open the door for you. Xiao Chui pulled open the electronically controlled door of the Alpha, leaving a spot right in the middle for Zhang Qian. As soon as he got into the car, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Mr. Zhang is such a gentleman. I love it, that's for sure. Mr. Zhang was able to become the boss of our company at such a young age. There must be something special about him. In the future, we have to do a good job for Mr. Zhang. The Moonwatch Tower is the place where Mr. Chen goes when he talks business with his big clients. I haven't been there even once. And Mr. Zhang is too good to us. Xia Cici, who was sitting in the co-pilot, secretly glanced at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian also worked for others. Naturally he knew that these were just patting him on the back, so he didn't take it to heart. While talking in the car, Zhang Qian happened to recognize these employees. Two of them she was more impressed with. Zhang Xiaoyao looks very characteristic, a bit like the sister-in-law played by Deng Deng, with a plump body and a foxy bone. Her eyes can discharge electricity. Very good at seducing people. Another one is Deng Shuxin. She is very tall, sitting in the back seat without saying a word, but her head can almost reach the roof of the car. Looking tall, at least 1.75 meters, a few centimeters taller than him. The impression Deng Shuxin gave Zhang Qian was white. Her skin was surprisingly white. Everywhere on her body was white, and could even be described as frosty and snowy. On top of that, a pair of long legs that dominated one's line of sight was also impressive. And she is relatively quiet. When Hao Ruoxue, Chang Mengmeng and other people crazy looking for him to talk, Deng Shuxin and He Yanyan sitting in the back without saying a word. All the way did not have too much communication, but Zhang Qian remembered her. During the evening rush hour, the road was a bit congested, and it was only after 7 o'clock that he arrived at the shore and took the speedboat from the Moonwatch Island to the island. Mr. Zhang, then I'll go back first. If you have anything, just call me directly. Is this the way to go to Lookout Moon Island? I don't know how to swim, Mr. Zhang. If I fall into the water you have to save me. Zhang Xiaoyao sat beside Zhang Qian's body and said that she leaned more towards Zhang Qian's body. If not for so many people watching, she probably would have directly wrapped her arms around Zhang Qian's arm. Zhang Qian's body was inexplicably a little hot. Isn't it just inviting them for group building? Zhang Xiaoyao seemed to be a bit too enthusiastic. Yao Yao, weren't you on the diving team when you were in school? How come you can't swim when you meet Mr. Zhang? Hao Ruxue teased. Ha 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 ha. The crowd burst into a proof of laughter. Even Xia Cici and Deng Shuxin laughed. I was forgetting that I can swim when I saw Mr. Zhang. You're so annoying. Zhang Xiaoyao slightly reddened. Being revealed, she pouted for a while. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Qian glanced at the crowd's favorability towards him. Xia Cici's favorability towards him remained at 30 points. Hao Ruxue, Chang Mengming's favorability was at 45 points, and He Yanyan's favorability towards him was 35 points. Zhang Xiaoyao was the highest, directly having 50 points. The lowest was Tang Shuxin, only 20 points. The system's favorability would not lie to Zhang Qian. He was able to judge the distance between each other from the favorability. But Zhang Xiaoyao and the girls were a bit outrageous. Only meeting for the first time, they had 45 to 50 points of goodwill. A big part of the reason should be the halo of this vice president on Zhang Qian's head. Soon, the crowd boarded the island and arrived at the 19th floor of the Moonwatch, a table full of mountain delicacies and seafood. When several girls saw this kind of dishes, they naturally didn't forget to take pictures and send them to their friends. TSK, it's a pity that Man is on vacation today and doesn't have this mouthful of food. Zhang Xiaoyao had already taken the photos and couldn't help but lament. Yeah, it's too bad that I didn't get to eat with such a handsome Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qian had already read Yao Man's information. She wasn't an official employee of the company because of her status as a college student. She was just an intern and only worked half-day shifts every day. But what Yao Man had been telling him was that she was so busy with her studies that she didn't even have time to go out of school and could only go home on weekend nights. Zhang Qian thought carefully before realizing that Yao Man's lies were all over the place. How did he fall for a green tea scum like Yao Man in the first place? With this kind of girl to get along with, they will drain every bit of value from the man, and in the end either be green, or be slagged. The man loses all the way. Blame Zhang Qian for waking up too late. Mr. Zhang, do you want to listen to the gossip? Ahahaha. We can know about quite a lot of man's gossip. What gossip? Zhang Qian was curious. Yao, don't grab it. I'll say it. This Yao Man is not simple. She is dating two boyfriends at the same time. One is Chang Rue, the son of our company's big client, and the other is her senior at school. Her senior has been kept in the dark the whole 3 years of college for her. and is to get living expenses and tuition, was treated as an ATM machine. The old miserable a male. Yes, Yao Man can be really powerful. She also often used this as an example, proudly sharing the art of imperial male to us, brainwashing us, but we all treat it as a joke to listen to. Ha 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 ha, how could there be such a stupid male in the world? Zheng Qian also laughed along with them. Xia could see something strange from Zheng Qian's face, as if Zheng Qian didn't like listening to this kind of topic too much. Alright, so many dishes can't plug your mouths. I can tell you, Mr. Zheng and Yao Man are acquaintances. Be careful of Yao Man looking for trouble with you one day. Zheng Qian waved his hand. It's okay, it's not very familiar. There's nothing that can't be said with me. I don't snitch, and I don't like it when people snitch on other people to me. Everything else is nothing. When the people at the table heard this, their favorability went up by 5 points. When Deng Shuxin heard that Zheng Qian didn't like people snitching on him, his goodwill rose very quickly, directly rising by as much as 20 points. Mr. Zheng is really magnanimous. It's not quite the same as the other two bosses. A few people had another bout of horse's ass, but there was one thing they couldn't figure out. How was Zheng Qian an acquaintance with Yao Man? Listening to Zheng Qian's tone, it seems like the two of them have quite an unusual relationship. Right, tomorrow you accompany me to pick up a car. Always use the company car. Quite inconvenient. Halfway through the meal, Zheng Qian suddenly said something about the car. What kind of car do you want to mention? I'll see if I can just let the store side prepare all the formalities. Well, Rolls-Royce it is. Rolls-Royce? The eyes of the crowd looked straight at Zheng Qian, and Deng Shuxin was also slightly surprised. This new vice president, so rich? He only looked to be in his 20s. How could he buy a Rolls-Royce just by saying so? The crowd felt that they still underestimated Zheng Qian's energy. Zhong Xiaoyao, favorability plus 15. Hao Ruoxue, favorability plus 15. Chang Mengmeng, favorable sense plus 15. He Yen, favorable sense plus 10. Deng Shuxin and Xia Sisi were only slightly surprised, but their favorability did not rise. Mr. Zheng, there's no Rolls-Royce 4-store in Yebei. The nearest one is a few hundred kilometers away, so it might be a long wait. Can't wait that long. I'm going to use it tomorrow. Then you may have to add a large sum of money. I'll give you a budget of $100 million. I can take it, right? I'll get in touch now. It's fine. Let's talk after dinner. What's wrong with Yabu? Isn't it just a little extra money? Is $100 million enough? Zheng Qian had only seen Rolls-Royce on the internet, and he really didn't know what the car was like. But for some reason, he really wanted a Rolls-Royce. Hao Ruxue, Chang Mengmeng, Zhong Xiaoyao's favorability towards Zheng Qian all increased by 5 to 10 points. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door from the ear. Immediately after, a middle-aged man wearing a flowery shirt and big pants was seen walking in. Behind him, followed by a waiter pushing a cart with 2 bottles of red wine, as well as a tall wine glass. Mr. Zheng, why didn't you say anything when you came? If it wasn't for the receptionist telling me, I wouldn't even know you're here. Come, I'll toast you, Han Huahao said, and poured wine to toast Zheng Qian. At the same time, he looked around and realized that other than Zheng Qian, the table was surprisingly full of pretty girls. The face value was higher than one another. Good lord, the woman sitting on Zheng Qian's side was simply ripe for the picking. There was also a Snow White girl over there who was quite tall. Zheng Qian really isn't an idle person. Zheng Qian saw Han Huahao arrive to make a toast and also hurriedly got up to return the toast. Haven't I just been appointed as the boss? So I invited a few subordinates for a meal. Zheng Qian explained. So it's like this Zheng general manager. Young is good The two clinked their glasses very crisply. Han Huahao's last sentence. It seemed like there was something in his words. What do you mean? Young is good? Han Haheo came to Zheng Qian's ear and whispered. Mr. Zheng, you're alone. Can you stand it? Boss Han might have misunderstood. It's just a simple meal. Not what you think, ha ha ha. Zheng Qian felt that Han Huahao was definitely thinking the wrong way. Saying that, why does Mr. Han's place smell a bit like surveillance? I'm almost afraid to come here in the future. Zheng Qian hurriedly brushed aside the topic. It would be bad if those girls behind him heard it. Harm. There's no such thing. From now on, you can come here with confidence. There's no such thing as spying. Han Huahao defended. By the way, the day after tomorrow, there is an international cocktail party organization. Rented the hotel next to me. Said it is going to hold some kind of cocktail party. If Mr. Zheng is interested, he can come to participate. Han Huahao said. Suddenly remembering this matter, he pulled out an invitation from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian himself wasn't much of a fan of wine parties, so he didn't know if Jean Lu was interested. Regardless, people handed it over. So Zhang Qian accepted it. Alright, then thank you Boss Han. I still have some things to do downstairs. Mr. Zhang, eat and drink well. I'll go over first. Except for Xia Sisi, the secretary who often followed the boss around and was used to seeing big shots. Everyone else was almost overwhelmed by Han Huahao's aura. Although Han Huahao was dressed casually, he had the demeanor and aura of a big brother. Yebe Moonwatch Island was a high-end leisure and entertainment center, and as the owner of Moonwatch Island, Han Huahao was naturally a big shot who possessed countless riches and elite connections, but it was such a big shot who was so polite to the vice president of the company who had just arrived, and was very enthusiastic in his speech and everything. That means, Zhang Qian's background is extraordinary, not just a vice president of a company. There may be other identities. Hao Rushue, favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 65 points. Chang Mengmeng, good sense plus 5. Current good sense, 65 points. He Yen Yen, favorability plus 5. Current favorability, 45 points. Zhong Xiaoyao, favorability plus 2. Current favorability, 72 points. Zhang Qian saw it. He was helpless too. Han Huahao only came over to say hello. How did your favoritism go up so much again? If it went up so easily, how can we spend money on these women in the future? Only Deng Shuxin and Xia Sisi's favorability didn't change. One was 40 points and one was 35 points. After probably eating almost everything, the time was still quite early. It was only a little over 9 o'clock. Spent 564 yuan. System cashback 145. 640 yuan. Has arrived. $140,000 arrived in the account. The red packet sent out in the afternoon. Almost recovered part of it. Zhang Qian proposed. Turn a scene to go next door to KTV singing. Get everyone's have agreed. Open a box. Order a few bottles of slightly more expensive wine. It is estimated to be almost the same. When ordering the wine, Zhang Qian ordered basically very expensive wine. The most expensive bottle of Hennessy. To $60,000 a bottle. Mr. Zhang, you can't be blinking. This bottle of wine costs 60,000, not 6,000. Chang Mengmeng reminded from the side. What's wrong with 60,000? It's just for you guys to order. Feel free to drink and I'll pay for it. Damn. A man who bought a Rolls Royce for $100 million. Just think about it and know that he couldn't possibly care about these tens of thousands of dollars. A few tens of thousands of dollars was a few months' salary for them. But for Zhang Qian it was just one night's drinking money. A man who bought a Rolls Royce for $100 million. As long as you use your brain to think about it carefully, you know that Zhang Qian couldn't possibly care about these tens of thousands of dollars. It was only then that Chang Mengmeng realized that she had just talked too much. Opened the box. Ordered wine. Almost spent $12,000 or $13,000. Zhang Qian felt almost. Sending out hundreds of thousands of red envelopes in the afternoon not only recovered the cost, but also made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sure enough, something like wine. How expensive it has to be. Using wine to brush the system's cashback. Zhang Qian is tried and true. Xia Sisi was also a bit surprised. She seemed to have underestimated this man's financial strength. Where was this a soft rice man? It was simply a tycoon. Spending money like water. Chen Weichun couldn't even compare. She even just thought that Zhang Qian wanted to buy a Rolls Royce and was bragging in front of a few girls. So very consciously, she cupped a little on the side and pretended to agree. Xia Sisi seemed to have miscalculated. Zhang Qian seemed to be serious when he said he was going to buy a Rolls Royce. If he really wants to buy it, then it's probably a bit late to even contact him now, regardless of whether to buy it or not. Since she, the assistant, had promised, she had to go and contact it. Thinking about this, Xia Sisi walked out and called the nearest Rolls-Royce 4 store. Seeing Xia Sisi walk out, Zhong Xiaoyao took the opportunity to sit on Zhang Qian's right side. Sorry to interrupt. This is the wine that our family boss Han sent to Mr. Zhang. I wish Mr. Zhang a good time tonight. At this moment a waiter came in pushing a cart. 2 bottles of XO. Not too expensive but not cheap either. Packed in ice buckets to keep the wine at a very low temperature. In addition to the wine, there was an assortment of fruit plates. Okay, put it there. Zhang Qian pointed to the coffee table. After the waitress went out, Xia Sisi also came back from her phone call, and when she saw Zhong Xiaoyao's position change, she just glanced at her and didn't say anything more. He Yen Yen especially liked to sing, and hadn't used this near studio level equipment yet, so she was the first to get the microphone, ordered a song called Sea White Sky, and sang it with deep emotion. You don't know how to drink? Zhang Qian looked at Xia Sisi on his left. In his impression, it seems like he hasn't seen Xia Sisi drink, whether it's last time or this time. Xia Sisi hasn't drank. I will drink, but I usually have to drive when I come out with my boss, so I don't touch alcohol. It's not like you need to drive this time. Just drink a little. Zhang Xian sized up some ice cubes and put them in an empty glass, taking the initiative to pour wine for Xia Cici. Cici, Mr. Zhang has personally poured you wine. You won't not drink it, right? Zhong Xiaoyao saw this scene and reminded. Xia Cici glanced at the wine glass. She was under more pressure at work, and usually liked to drink a little bit of wine at home by herself when she wasn't doing anything. She really hadn't drank this level, this grade of wine. Drinking a little bit, just drink a little bit. That's right, we are out to have fun. You don't need to keep up with your work at all times. Zheng Xian smiled contentedly when he saw Xia Cici pick up her wine glass and take 2 sips. Zheng Xian just wanted to focus his spirit on the 2 things, drinking and singing, so that he could distract himself from thinking about Yao Man Man. Not bad, not bad. The singing is really good. I like good singing. Zheng Xian felt that Yin Yan sang quite well and clapped his hands in praise. Who will sing next? Mr. Zhang, why don't you sing one? Someone coaxed. Yes, Mr. Zhang, you sing. We are all your listeners. Don't. I don't know how to sing. My mouth is just for eating and drinking today. Zheng Qian hastily refused. He didn't want to reveal that he was born with an incomplete pentatonic voice. I'll do it. Deng Shuxin, who had been silent all along, walked to the microphone and ordered a song called Simple Love, which was a hit on the streets by Zhou Dong. Opened his vermilion lips, opened his white teeth. I can't say why. I became very active. Zheng Qian straightly called the opening kneeling. Her singing voice is languid with the flowers of the morning dew, and when she enters the ear, there is an indescribable wonderful situation. Good to hear. Zheng Qian clapped his hands. Deng Shuxin had no intention of coming down, but instead ordered another song. Shui Xiqian's unfinished song, sang for you, Adrift. The voice was clear and sweet, like a spring, ding dong flowing to moisturize one's heart. After this song was finished, Zheng Qian was a little bit stunned, not expecting Deng Shuxin to sing so well. Zhong Xiaoyao keenly captured this expression of Zheng Qian. She got up defiantly, walked over to the side of the microphone, and ordered a song called Special Agent J by Kai Tianho. Screaming cuts through the long dark night. After one song, no one in the crowd did not applaud. Zhong Xiaoyao's voice was also very good, with every note pronounced in a very standard manner. She came with a mature woman temperament, plus she was singing a diva song, and she directly became the center of attention in the room. After getting off the stage, Zhong Xiaoyao even glanced at Deng Shuxin with contempt. This young lady wasn't just on the diving team when she was studying, she was also the soloist in the choir. Okay? Want to steal a man from me? You might as well move back a little. Zheng Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He realized that Zhong Xiaoyao was really not a simple person. She was multi-talented and her ability should not be weak. Most importantly, she was deeply taught by a famous saying, good men are all quality resources that won't come to you on their own accord. One must make the first move and reach out to grab them. Zhong Xiaoyao clearly put this saying to good use. When she realized that the limelight had been overshadowed by Deng Shuxin, she immediately chose a Kai Tianho, imposing song to overpower Deng Shuxin's 2 love songs. Especially those 2 sexy gasping sounds of a woman's voice showed off her mature woman's temperament to the fullest. When he heard those 2 sounds, Zheng Qian almost spat out a mouthful of wine. Among the women Zheng Qian knew, Zhong Xiaoyao's segment should be second only to Jean Lu. What does Mr. Zheng think about how people sing? After returning to her seat, Zhong Xiaoyao regained her smile and asked Zheng Qian how he sang. Not bad, very good. After a few glasses of wine, the crowd let loose and went up to sing a few lines regardless of whether they knew how to sing or not. Even Xia Cici, who worked meticulously, went up and sang a song called Red High Heels. Deng Shuxin and Zhong Xiaoyao seemed to be competing, and later turned into rotating on stage. However, Zhong Xiaoyao used a few super difficult and powerful Cantonese songs to suppress Deng Shuxin's love songs between men and women, and truly became the mic dominator in the KTV box today. In the end, Zhong Xiaoyao was too tired to do anything, before she honestly stayed on the sofa. Zheng Qian watched the 2 compete, listening to that called Arise, drank a lot of wine. Immediately after, when Xia Cici came on stage to sing, Zhong Xiaoyao without warning leaned her entire weight on Zheng Qian. Her long hair was very provocative, and even put her hand on Zheng Qian's leg. This action, other people didn't notice, but Xia Cici who was singing saw it, causing her to sing one less line in her song. Mr. Zheng, how did I perform today? Did you sing well? Good. Very good. Then was I the best singer today? Yes, you sang the best. Zheng Qian's 2 sentences were the truth. Zhong Xiaoyao did sing well. He. Zhong Xiaoyao giggled with satisfaction. Her cheeks were red. Obviously she had already drunk too much. Otherwise it would not be possible to have zero distance contact with Zheng Qian like this. Zheng Qian's evil fire had already been stirred up by Zhong Xiaoyao. Zhong Xiaoyao's movements became more and more excessive, and in the end, she directly drilled into Zhang Qian's arms. Zhang Qian only felt the warmth and softness of his arms and was at a loss for words. Even, Zhong Xiaoyao bit the collar of Zhang Qian's border and took advantage of his inattention to suck hard on his neck. Despite the hair being in the way, the others also noticed this scene and didn't say anything. After all, she had taken over so many songs today and overpowered the group. No one could compete with her. Mr. Zheng, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Can you help me to the restroom? Zhong Xiaoyao muttered softly in Zhang Qian's ear. It was a request that could not be refused. Zhang Qian helped her up and was about to send her to the restroom when she was stopped by Xia Sisi. Yao Yao, you usually drink quite well. Why did you still fall on Mr. Zhang? Sisters all come over and lend a hand. Help Yao Yao to the restroom, Xia Sisi said. Then she assisted Zhong Xiaoyao's shoulder. Don't you touch me. Zhong Xiaoyao vigorously shook Xia Sisi away. It was so hard for her to act like she was drunk and horny, but Xia Sisi was too bad, messing up her good deed like this. Xia Shishi didn't get angry. She still smiled and continued to hold Zhong Xiaoyao. What are you doing? Are you really drunk? Mr. Zhang, let go. I can hold it. Zhong Xiaoyao was still dead set on pulling Zhang Qian's arm and not letting go, but Zhang Qian finally let go. Okay, then you help her to the restroom. Follow 2 more people there. Be careful. Zhong Xiaoyao wanted to curse in her heart. Zhang Qian, Zhang Qian, you can die if you say one word that you will help. As long as you say one word. Xia Sisi naturally can't say anything else. Tonight is still at your disposal. No matter which hotel you bring her to. She so hard want to tease you. Take the initiative to send to your arms. You even turned her down? Unable to do anything. Zhong Xiaoyao could only be assisted into the restroom by Xia Sisi and Hao Rushui. Her drinking capacity is actually very good and she is not drunk. So she went to the restroom and just pretended to dry heave and came back. Everyone drank quite a lot today. And it's getting late. So why don't we stop here first? Zheng Qian glanced at the time. After leaving the island, Zheng Qian and his men called a car for them, ready to send them back. But, Zhong Xiaoyao still wanted to try one last time. Mr. Zhang, can you send me back? It's so late. I'm a bit scared. What if I run into some danger? What if there are bad guys? Zhong Xiaoyao had a pitiful look on her face. Whoever looked at her couldn't bear to see it. Zheng Qian didn't know how to react for a while. If she wants him to send her away so urgently, when she arrives later, do she still need to be helped upstairs? Yao Yao, don't you and Ru Shui live in the same neighborhood? You two can just go back together. Mr. Zheng drank a lot today. Let Mr. Zheng go home earlier to rest. Xia Sisi stood out again at this time. Zhong Xiaoyao didn't even look at Xia Sisi as if she didn't hear him. She blinked her eyes and stared straight at Zheng Qian. Who do you think you are? Xia Sisi? What I want is Zheng Qian's answer. You set the emergency contact. If something happens, call your parents first time. When you arrive home, I'll send a message in the group to report peace. I'm really a bit tired, so I won't send it. Okay then. Zhong Xiaoyao very reluctantly got into the cab. After the car drove away. Mr. Zhang, are you especially angry with me right now? Thinking that you shouldn't have brought me here? Xia Sisi asked. Zheng Qian shook his head. He really wasn't angry with Xia Sisi. In Zhong Xiaoyao's eyes, Xia Sisi seemed to be a bit of a dog being nosy. Zheng Qian also didn't understand why she was doing this. Zhong Xiaoyao had a relationship with Mr. Chen before, but it wasn't publicized, so I naturally know about it as Mr. Chen's secretary. Also, I once saw a medical report about Zhong Xiaoyao on Chen Weiqiang's desk. Other than that, I don't need to say more. You should know, right? Physical examination report? Meaning, Zhong Xiaoyao has a disease on her body? Zheng Qian was originally still a bit giddy, having just been mesmerized by Zhong Xiaoyao. When he heard Xia Sisi say that Zhong Xiaoyao had a disease on her body, his head banged and instantly sobered up. Whether it is before or now, Chen Weiqiang is the actual controller of the company, properly the first boss, handsome, young and capable, and Zhong Xiaoyao is still quite compatible. Office romance, not public, is also right. The first time I met with Chen Weiqiang, I knew that he was playing very wild. It is inevitable that his body with a little disease. Zhong Xiaoyao, if you have an affair with him, may also have a disease. If it wasn't for Xia Sisi's triple block, I'm afraid that Zheng Qian really climbed into Zhong Xiaoyao's bed. And if it's rotten, it's too late to regret it. Hiss, you are really my great savior. Zheng Qian sucked in a breath of cool air, not daring to think further. You're welcome. Xia Sisi knew that an average man would definitely not be able to reject this kind of offense from Zhong Xiaoyao. In theory, she should have turned a blind eye to it, and she wouldn't have to turn against Zhong Xiaoyao and the company in the future. But she still couldn't bear it in her heart. Although Zheng Qian looked a bit immodest, the man didn't feel bad. Can you go home after drinking so much? Do you need me to give you a ride? Xia Sisi thoughtfully inquired. No need. Several other girls have gone back. What am I afraid of as a big man? You go back to rest earlier. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he called a car and returned to Jiangshan International. Bang bang bang. Zhang Qian was as drunk as mud. He didn't know that the foreign wine had such a strong aftertaste. Getting out of the car, he stumbled to the door. He didn't even have the strength to get the key. He could only tap on the door feebly. Luckily, Jean Lu was not asleep yet, and after hearing the tap on the door, she immediately opened the door for Zhang Qian and helped him in. My God, how much you've drunk. Jean Lu looked at Zhang Qian's appearance and was a bit distressed. She first helped Zhang Qian change his clothes, then wiped his face with a towel and gulped him 2 bowls of sobering soup. Only then did Zhang Qian sober up a bit. This wine is also too strong aftertaste. I didn't feel anything when I drank it. I just got off the bus and collapsed. Silly. Foreign wine is like that. Any better? Jean Lu let out a laugh. If you can't drink it, don't drink so much. Well, I won't drink so much next time. I have an invitation in my jacket pocket. See if you're interested. Zhang Qian pointed to his jacket. Jean Lu picked up the jacket and before she could put her hand in the pocket, she noticed something strange. Honey, why does your jacket smell like perfume? Perfume smell? No way. Well, it smells like Darjeeling. No, it's Darjeeling. Zhang Qian's face changed slightly. Jean Lu's nose is a bit sharp. She can smell the perfume. She even knows what brand it is? It was only then that he remembered where the perfume that Jean Lu smelled came from. At that time in the KTV box, Zhong Xiaoyao was leaning on him for a while, so she should have gotten it at that time. On top of that, Zhong Xiaoyao also inhaled on his neck. Zhang Qian subconsciously touched his neck and wondered if there were any lipstick marks left behind. There was nothing on his hands. But Zhang Qian saw that the towel that Jean Lu had just used to wipe his body on the coffee table was stained with a touch of vermilion. Jean Lu was so smart. I guess she had already discovered the perfume smell and lipstick marks, only waiting for Zhang Qian to wake up a little bit before she asked gently and tenderly, and didn't seem to have the intention of blaming him. Let me explain. Things are not what you think. Harm. What is this explanation? This is men's perfume. What do you think I thought? Jean Lu took the initiative to help Zhang Qian explain. Oh. Men's perfume, that should be sprayed by Mr. Chen. I didn't even notice. Zhang Qian said sheepishly. He smoothly opened his cell phone and searched, and found that it was really men's perfume. He didn't know if Jean Lu was taking the initiative to give a step down or she simply didn't notice. Nope. Even if Zhong Xiaoyao sprayed a men's perfume, then when Jean Lu helped herself to wipe her face, she must have found the lipstick marks and helped herself to wipe them off. When Zhang Qian thought that Jean Lu would continue to pursue the lipstick, she had already picked up the invitation. Yuntang International Wine Federation, you were able to get this invitation? Jean Lu was slightly surprised after seeing the invitation. Well, are you interested? The time seems to be the day after tomorrow. Why don't we go and have some fun together? Sure. Zhang Qian exhaled lightly when he saw that Jean Lu had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He suddenly felt that Jean Lu was quite understanding. She didn't embarrass him, nor did she make things difficult for him because of this matter. If he were an ordinary woman, after discovering the perfume smell and lipstick marks, I'm afraid that he would have already argued or even fought. How could he still seriously help you wipe your body and change your clothes? This should be one of the things that Zhang Qian likes about Jean Lu. He took a look at Jean Lu's favorability towards him at this moment. It didn't drop. Still remained at 80 points. A steady batch. What's going on? Just woke up a little and you're not being honest? Coach Jean, I didn't understand that move you taught me in the gym in the morning. Can you show me again? You did it on purpose. No. I'm stupid. Coach can show me again. Zhang Qian slept until he woke up naturally. Jean Lu woke up a long time ago, but didn't get up. Still curled up in Zhang Qian's arms. Why are you so good today? Zhang Qian kissed Jean Lu on the back of her ear and hugged her a little tighter. Still a little sore. Don't really want to move. Last night, Zhang Qian was a bit hyper. Even a fitness trainer wouldn't be able to stand him tossing and turning like that. Sorry. I'll be gentler next time. Actually, you are also responsible. Who made your body so soft and able to do so many positions? Zhang Qian backtracked. You must be a scumbag. Why do you know so much? Jean Lu was full of arrogance. No. I also seem to be through the senior's video material. To say that it's the first time to use it in actual combat. I don't believe it. Alright, get up. I'll go make some food and then take you to the gym. Zhang Qian continued to stay in bed for a while. He did drink a bit too much last night, and to this day he still has a bit of a headache. Jean Lu quickly brought up breakfast. A cup of mellow coffee and 2 sandwiches. Why does this coffee taste weird? What's weird about it? It's weirdly delicious. Put. Where did you learn the earthy love language from? I thought what I made was not to your taste. Jean Lu had just really thought that Zheng Qian wasn't used to coffee and was fooled by him. Ha 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 ha. It's quite good better than those sold on the market. Zheng Qian actually did not have the habit of drinking coffee, but who let his previous company often work overtime. After a long time of lethargy, do not come to a cup of coffee to refresh themselves will have to sleep on the desk, but also gradually developed the habit of drinking coffee. He felt that the coffee brewed by Jean Lu, sweet and tangy, the taste is very good. The ones sold on the market like brushing water, hard to drink a batch. Is this the coffee shop's owner's wife personally made the coffee? It's so good and tasty. Jean Lu laughed. Alright, get up soon after eating. I'll go get your clothes. The two of them went to the gym and practiced for 2 hours. It was almost time for dinner. When they finished showering and were ready to go out, they happened to bump into Ho Jianyi and greeted Zheng Qian warmly. Lulu accompanied Mr. Zheng to the gym again? Well, I was forced to. Ha ha ha. Zheng Qian laughed. By the way, I just received an invitation from the Yuntang International Wine Federation today, so I can bring 2 guests there. I don't have much interest in red wine. I remember Lulu, you seem to be very interested in red wine. Why don't I give you this invitation and go over to hang out with Mr. Zheng? Ho Jianya took out an invitation from his pocket, exactly the same as the one Han Huahao sent Zheng Qian yesterday. No need, Uncle Ho. My husband received a reception invitation yesterday. When the time comes, you also go over to have fun. Anyway, just think of it as going to make friends. Yesterday you said boyfriend, today you call your husband? That's a bit of a quick change. Moreover, according to the invitations, Yuntang only started sending them out today. Ho Jianya felt that he must be the first to receive them. How come Zheng Qian received them faster than him? He already got it yesterday? Alright, then I'll see you then. I'll go over to have some fun too, ha. Ho Jianya smiled awkwardly. Alright, Uncle Ho, then we'll leave first. Jean Lu took Zheng Qian's arm and went downstairs. Didn't you call him Boss Ho yesterday? How did it become Uncle Ho today? Zheng Qian was a bit curious. Yesterday there were a lot of people, so I called him Boss Ho, but today there are not many people, so I called him Uncle Ho. Jean Lu told Zheng Qian that her dad had a good relationship with Ho Jianya before he went in and had been taking good care of her all these years. This gym job. It was Ho Jianya who took the initiative to find her, giving her a higher treatment than everyone else, and sometimes even subsidizing her welfare. Zheng Qian nodded. So it was like this. Then he understood. He himself is actually very interested in red wine. To get him to take this invitation out and give it to you, it should be because he wants to befriend you. Jean Lu unreservedly helped Zheng Qian analyze. Then what do you think? What should I do? Whatever you want. You can make friends if you want to. You don't need to make a special effort to make a relationship with him because of me. Jean Lu frankly told Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian nodded. He could actually see that Ho Jianya greeted him warmly both times. Besides wanting to get acquainted with him, there shouldn't be any other purpose. After dealing with some outside for lunch, in the afternoon, Jean Lu sent Zheng Qian to the company. Okay, study hard at home. I'm leaving. Well, wait a minute. What for? Jean Lu slightly raised her body and left a mark on Zheng Qian's lips. Alright, let's go. I'm going back to reading. Good guy, making a surprise attack. I won't let you off lightly tonight. The two tangled in the car for a while longer before Zheng Qian was willing to let Jean Lu go back. After coming downstairs, he found a brand new Rolls-Royce parked. The shiny black paint job was a bit dazzling under the sun, so he couldn't help but notice it. Zheng Qian slapped his head. He just remembered that he asked Xia Sisi to help him buy a Rolls-Royce yesterday, and hurriedly went upstairs to the office. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Let me introduce. This is the general manager of the Imperial Rolls-Royce store. This is our Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zhang, how are you? The two men in straight suits shook hands with Zheng Qian very enthusiastically. This is the configuration list of your Rolls-Royce. Please take a look. Time is running out. Didn't do your private customization. If you are willing, the subsequent 4 store will help you do the upgrade. Xia Sisi handed over a Rolls-Royce configuration sheet to Zheng Qian for a look. It was a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom, priced at 11 million, landing at 13 million, which only accounted for 1/10 of Zheng Qian's budget. Okay, so that's it for now. The purchase contract and formalities are brought, right? Brought it. The two men handed a file bag to Xia Sisi. Alright then, swipe your card. Zheng Qian took his card out and let the two men swipe the money. His original budget was at $100 million, and he didn't expect the Rolls-Royce Phantom to be just over $10 million, although it was said that there was no addition of those things that were privately customized, counting the fact that it came all the way here. The towing fee and the labor fee was also a considerable expense. 13 million was considered very cheap. After handing over matters, Zheng Qian let the two go. What is the concept of selling a Rolls-Royce in just a few words? There doesn't seem to be any concept. It's just a lot of money. Capricious. Zheng Qian almost forgot about this matter. But he didn't think that Xia Cici still remembered it, and he didn't know how she got this Rolls-Royce. But the efficiency was certainly nothing to speak of. There is such a secretary in. Give a gold mountain to change. Zheng Qian also want to consider. Yebei's geographic location is somewhat special. Guarding the northern gate of the Central Plains. Say the Central Plains. Too far north. Say the north. The north is not quite recognized. Thousands of kilometers away from the developed Zhengnan region. The nearest Rolls-Royce store is in the imperial capital. Xia Cici told Zheng Qian that she didn't go home yesterday. After the call at the KTV, she urgently booked an early morning air ticket and flew directly to the imperial capital to negotiate. This is the airfare. Since it's a private business, I can't go to the company. You have to reimburse me. Xia Cici gave a ticket to Zheng Qian for a glance. I lost. You really didn't go home? Zheng Qian was a little surprised when he saw the departure time and destination of the air ticket. No wonder Xia Cici doesn't look quite the same today as yesterday. Her spirit is a bit haggard. Obviously she didn't rest well. I've quoted you the round-trip airfare. In addition to compensating and rewarding you a bit more. Is there anything going on this afternoon? If there's nothing, let's take you out shopping. The airfare money and lodging fees will just be transferred directly to me. It's now work time. You can't skip work like this. Duty calls, and I don't need your compensation or rewards. No way, it has to be compensated. Zheng Qian's words were very resolute. What's wrong with working hours? I'm the vice president. I can come when I want to and not when I don't want to. Isn't Ms. Liu also a shareholder of several companies? And I don't see her coming every day. No way. In that case, I order you. Go out with me to purchase some company supplies. Zheng Qian changed his words. You can't. Xia Cici was infuriated by Zheng Qian. A task sent by the boss. Are you going to refuse? Zheng Qian is right. This trick is called trickery. In the previous company business trip, there is no shortage of people invoicing to find the company for reimbursement. Xia Cici a little regret. She did not expect Zheng Qian will use this trick. Their own digging pit. They have to fill all. That's fine. The two were like this. Skipping work brightly. Xia Cici, I'm officially appointing you now. You'll be my driver on the side from now on. The most expensive car Xia Cici had ever driven was Chun Weiqian's Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which cost several $1 million, which had touched this tens of millions of Rolls-Royce Phantom A. She only saw the actual car for the first time yesterday, and before that, she had seen some pictures and videos from the internet in bits and pieces. If she was to drive it, she would not dare to do so. What if she bumped into it? That first said, broken regardless of compensation. It doesn't matter, I have insurance. Time is money. Hurry up and drive. Zheng Qian is also the first time to sit in this kind of luxury car. Leather sofa, coupled with the head of the starry skytop. The feeling is really a little different. Downstairs of the company, Yao Man got down from a cab and frowned slightly when she saw the back of the Rolls-Royce that just drove away. After coming to the company and signing in, she sat down at her workstation. Man, you're finally here. It's time to transfer the day after tomorrow, right? Well, it's time to turn regular. Yao Man just finished the last exam this morning and submitted her graduation thesis. The next summer vacation time, she is going to start transferring to work full-time in the company. Man, you're holding up a great thing. Our department has changed leaders. There's a new Mr. Zhang, young and handsome and gold. Yes. Yesterday even invited us to have a big meal at the Moonwatch Tower. I saw the friend circles you guys posted. Yao Man replied. She actually regretted that she took a vacation yesterday and saw the friend circle posted by Zhang Xiaoyao. How Ru Shuai and the girls. Mountain treasures and seafood. Abalone and lobster. And after eating it, she also transferred to the KTV and ordered a lot of expensive wine. Yao Man was not in the company yesterday and did not see Chen Weicheng introduce Zheng Qian to everyone. She is not an official employee of the company. So she was not in the company's large group and did not see the one Zheng Qian entered the group yesterday and sent, I am Zheng Qian. Although the small group received the red packet, Zheng Qian did not introduce himself anymore. She didn't even know that this new Mr. Zhang was her ex-boyfriend Zheng Qian. By the way, did you see that Rolls-Royce downstairs in the company? That's Mr. Zhang's car. It was shipped directly from the imperial capital last night. It's really bullish. Yeah, we all thought that Mr. Zhang was drunk and bragging in front of us. I didn't expect that he really brought up a Rolls-Royce. I checked the price. At the very least it's a $10 million level car. I heard that Mr. Zhang only invested $30 million in our company. Casually buying a car is a $10 million level. So rich? Yao Man was surprised. Yao Man's eyebrows slightly knitted. So that Rolls Royce just now was Mr. Zhang's. She thought it was some big clients. Yesterday afternoon, she received a small group of red envelopes and thought that this new vice president was quite rich, but only today when she arrived at the company did she realize that this new vice president was richer than she thought. She didn't participate in Mr. Zhang's group building activities yesterday, so today she thought, should she personally find Mr. Zhang to apologize or something and recognize her superiors? Is Mr. Zhang in his office right now? I don't know. We were all just in the printing room. Go check it out. Yao Man got up and came to the door of Zhang Qian's office. The glass was specially treated. The inside could see the outside, but the outside couldn't see the inside. Knock knock knock. Yao Man gently knocked on the office door. Hello Mr. Zhang. I'm Yao Man who took yesterday's leave. May I ask if you're busy right now? There was no response. Yao Man is a bit puzzled. This vice president is not in the office. Or he doesn't want to care about her? Couldn't have just taken that Rolls Royce and left already, right? Yao Man knocked on the door again. Mr. Zhang, are you there? Still no response. Chen Weiqian's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Yao Man, what are you doing in front of Mr. Zhang's office? I'm here to find General Manager Zhang. Yao Man was taken aback. Is Mr. Zhang not in his office? Chen Weiqian knocked on the door and found that there was no response. So he directly pushed the door to take a look and found that Zhang Qian was really not there. Probably went to do some business. You wait for Mr. Zhang to come back and tell him that I have something to find him. Chen Weiqian gave an explanation and left directly. Yao Man nodded her head. She did not leave the office and quietly walked to the front of the desk and saw a document placed on the side of the desk. She was surprised to find that this document was actually her own information. Yao Man was a little curious, but still couldn't figure it out. What was Mr. Zhang doing with her information? It couldn't be noticing her, right? This attention, is it interested in her? Or did she not participate in the group building yesterday, to give her a bit of a downward spiral? After all, she was about to be transferred in the company, and this Mr. Zhang had absolute power of speech. If it was the former, then there was nothing to worry about. If it was the latter, then it would be a bit of a problem. Now that Mr. Zhang is not in the company, Yao Man is determined to wait until this vice president comes back, no matter if it is the former or the latter. She has to properly apologize and admit her mistake, and then add a wave of good feelings. Grand Joy City. Alright, go in and pick whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Trying to use money to bring me down? Impossible. Xia Sisi was righteously indignant. She was not a materialistic woman. Using this tactic, it was okay to deal with Zhong Xiaoyao, Yao Man and the likes, but it wouldn't work against her. I don't mean that. I just see that you are working so hard, so I'm compensating you as a female secretary, so that you can give me a good job afterward. Xia Sisi, ? Officer, don't think wrong. Zhang Qian had just said that on purpose to flirt a bit. Joy City was the mall that was considered to have the most spending and the highest grade in Yebei. Zhang Qian would also like to go to Hanglong, IFC, SKP, this kind of top mall, but helpless. Yebei not. There's a Wanda, but it's rather cold and sells things cheaply. A bit pricey. That's fine. Mr. Zhang really want to mean it. Buy a lipstick on the line, Xia Sisi said, and entered a lipstick counter. Saint Laurent. Zhang Qian was confused. How come girls like to buy lipsticks, and especially like to buy lipsticks from this counter? No wonder the first time I came to Joy City, that old lady looked down on myself so much. It turns out that there is no shortage of customers. Xia Sisi, she all went in. Zhang Qian can only quickly follow. Welcome to the light. At first glance, the old shop assistant really didn't recognize Zhang Qian, because the first two times, Zhang Qian wore clothes, are not too upscale. This time a change of clothes, there is high rich handsome that flavor. Welcome. Are you here with your girlfriend? The old counter sister learned smartly this time. She didn't call Zhang Qian Zhang Xiao, but pretended not to recognize. She kind of figured out why she was so enthusiastic last time and was not even treated well. Getting too close to Zhang Qian would make the girl think that Zhang Qian often brings girls to the store and create a misunderstanding. Although Zhang Qian did come often, the girl he brought was different every time. Letting other girls know about it. Surely they would think that Zhang Qian was a womanizer? Indeed, he should be slapped. This is not the case. Another girl who looks like a flower and is a national beauty has been brought over to buy lipstick. I'm not his girlfriend. Right. Not my girlfriend, it's my secretary. Zhang Qian added right behind him. Xia Sisi glared at Zhang Qian. Can you die if you say one less sentence? Accompanying a female secretary here to buy lipstick. It's easy for people to misunderstand. Hey, What do you mean by smiling so brightly as a counter-sister? Xia Cici felt. Finished. This is definitely a misunderstanding. The old counter-sister smiled heartily and nodded her head. Well, it really wasn't. Every girl who came here said that she wasn't Zhang Qian's girlfriend. Then what lipstick do you want? Let me recommend it to you. The old counter-sister was very enthusiastic. Her previous dog-eyed attitude completely disappeared. Well, this time it wasn't bad. Didn't say the wrong thing and was quite enthusiastic. Zhang Qian's heart was quite satisfied. No. I'll just take a look. It's not certain if I'll buy it or not. Xia Cici hastily refused. The feelings of this counter-sister took her as a big customer. In addition to this old counter-sister, there is a young counter-sister. That is, the small Lu. The two followed Xia Cici's back, always willing to prepare for her service. That's not true. You are not a big customer. But the man behind you is a big customer. Finally, Xia Cici picked a lipstick. About $500 or so. The price is moderate. Not cheap, but also not ridiculously expensive. Spent 588 yuan. The system cashback 5,880 yuan. Has arrived. The next store. Basically some micro-luxury counter. Xia Cici look which. Zhang Qian will buy which. This way of spending money. Many counters remembered Zhang Qian as a person. There were even those who had a good memory and knew that Zhang Qian had already come to their counter for the third time to buy something. And each time the girl he brought was different. In one round, there were about $70,000 to $80,000 spent. And the system gave Zhang Qian $70,000 to $80,000 in cashback. Taking another look at Xia Cici's favorability towards him. From 35 points, it rose 15 points to 50 points. Lovers yet. Still at the level of ordinary friends. Didn't you rely on money to smash the immovable? How come your favorability has risen? Zhang Qian smiled evilly in his heart. After shopping, the two of them found a restaurant for dinner. Mr. Zhang, I really can't take these things you gave me. Zhang Qian was ready to suppress Xia Cici's favorability towards her. Otherwise there would be no way to spend money on her in the future. Although Zhang Qian didn't have any thoughts about her. Having too much favorability wasn't a good thing for him. Why don't you want it? It's just to see that you like it and give it to you. Zhang Qian cut the steak from the dinner plate and put it into Xia Cici's bowl. I really can't have it. Mr. Zhang, if you want to chase me in this way, I advise you to save your breath. This won't work on me. It won't work? Why did your favorability go up? Still not enough money smashing. Oh, then let's do it this way. You can still keep the stuff, but leave that bag for me. I'll just give it all back to you. Why leave the bag alone? Xia Cici was a bit puzzled. Did you see the table next door? Within a minute. I want her contact information. After Zhang Qian finished the sentence, Xia Cici's 15 points of favorability that had just risen, instantly fell through and went back to 35 points. Xia Cici's face was red. She simply didn't know how to dislike Zhang Qian anymore. Hurry up and go. I'm not going. I'm not going to be your wingman. This is aiding and abetting the enemy. King Zhou is now ordering you to go. Look at her blonde hair, blue eyes, exotic flavor. Our company has ships on international routes. What if it's a potential client for our company? I'm doing this for the sake of the company's performance. Secretary Xia should be able to understand, right? The international business is not under your control. You are only responsible for the company's PR and part of the inland business. What does it have to do with you? I'm a shareholder of the company. Naturally I have to think about the whole situation. Digging up customers is my duty. To contact you is the duty. Go. You. Zhang Qian came to this trick again. Xia Cici couldn't say Zhang Qian, and finally summoned up the courage to walk to the table not far away and accost the beautiful woman who was eating alone. Excuse me. Hello miss. That extremely lewd man over there wants your contact information. I advise you not to give it. Just casually smile at me and let me deal with it. Xia Cici communicated with her in fluent English. This foreign beauty who was only wearing a big blue and red tee on her body didn't understand very well. Hello, I don't understand English. I'm an ethnic Russian. I can speak a little bit of Yanxia language. Ethnic Russian? No wonder her legs are so long, so white and so tall. Xia Cici subconsciously compared her to Deng Shuxin in the company. Beauty. I want your contact information. Scan a code? Zhang Qian quietly appeared behind Xia Cici. Oh, scan the code. I get it. The Russian girl opened her cell phone and let Zhang Qian scan her. Are you by yourself? Why don't you sit with us? Sure, I'd be honored. The Russian girl even popped out a word. Zhang Qian invited her to eat at his table and reordered another meal for her. After exchanging a few words, he learned that her name was Natasha, and that she was an executive of a company in northern Russia who had come to Yabei to talk about cooperation. But I ran into some trouble. One of the transportation companies we work with all year round has recently been full. so there's no way to transport our goods, so I can only be stranded in Yebei for a few days, and these few days are just the right time to give myself a vacation. Xia Sisi was confused. Still a potential customer? Zhang Qian's unintentional mistake. This was an unexpected gain. As soon as Xia Sisi heard this, she immediately introduced Zhang Qian's transportation company that had ships running international routes. If land transportation can't go through, you can try our company's cargo ship, which departs from the Bohai, passes through the Sea of Okhotsk, and will also pass through the Hailing Strait. Although she was now transferred to Zhang Qian's side to be in charge of PR and inland, she had worked beside Chen Weiqiang and knew several of the company's international routes. Really? That's really great. When will you have boat trips? I'll add you a contact as well and give you an answer tonight. Do you think it's okay, MS? Natasha. Yes. After finishing the meal, Zhang Qian said goodbye to Natasha and left the restaurant. Spent 365 renminbi. System cashback of 143. 650 renminbi has arrived. In addition to the bank text message on his cell phone that the cashback had arrived, he also received a message from Natasha. Thank you. Zhang, Rose. I told you it's a potential customer. You still don't believe me. Zhang Qian sat in the back row of the Rolls-Royce, crossing his legs. Xia Sisi glanced at Zhang Qian from the rearview mirror, with many unconvincing feelings in her heart. The blind cat had stumbled upon the dead rat. She couldn't really find any reason to retort now, and she didn't expect to let Zhang Qian get loaded. After sending Zhang Qian back to Jiangshan International, Xia Sisi took a taxi home. So early today? Well, nothing much today. Talked about a North Russian client. Zhang Qian moved his neck. Jean Lu came forward to take off his jacket for him. Right. Why don't you park your car in the garage? Don't get scratched. Zhang Qian shoved the car keys into Jean Lu's hand. Jean Lu glanced at the mark on the car key. R. Rolls-Royce? Your car? Just picked it up. Jean Lu was a bit shocked. A Rolls-Royce would cost at least $10 million. How come Zhang Qian is so breezy? Is he really a rich man? Oh my god. Jean Lu felt that Zhang Qian's wealth was so deep that her knowledge of Zhang Qian was just the tip of the iceberg. After quickly parking the Rolls-Royce in the garage, she came back up to iron Zhang Qian's clothes. Zhang Qian this time only remembered that Chen Weiqiang had sent him a few messages and had not yet replied. Zhang Qian, what's wrong, Mr. Chen? I just talked to a North Russian client. I didn't look at my cell phone, sorry. Chen Weiqiang, talked about a North Russian client? Is it going to be an international route? Is it that strong? Mr. Zhang Qian, I let Xia Sisi go to talk about the specifics. I don't know if it's a success or not. Chen Weiqiang, good, clasping fists. Chen Weiqiang, it's like this, Mr. Zhang, tomorrow you go with me to see a customer at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Qian, what client? Chen Weiqiang, Chang Dashan, owes us 2 freight charges that have not been settled. I will take you to the door to collect the debt. Isn't Chang Dashan Chang Rui's father? Zhang Qian heard is doing timber business. The family is very rich. Their families would sold to Malay East Asia, Singapore, and small to Boon, earn foreign exchange. Oh, his company 2 freight did not settle? Chen Weiqiang, tomorrow after meeting to talk in detail. Zhang Qian returned an expression and put away his cell phone. Tomorrow for the reception. You wear this one. I bought you a new Armani when I was shopping at the mall. Why don't you try it on? Zhang Qian looked at the dark blue suit in Jean Lu's hand. It was low-key and luxurious, showing all the atmosphere. As far as he knew, the only place in all of Yebei was the Grand Joy City, which had an Armani store. When did you go to the mall? 7 or 8 o'clock. I had ordered it the day before yesterday, but it was only flown over in the afternoon. Thinking about it, Zhang Qian felt a pang of fear in his heart. Fortunately, it wasn't in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Zhang Qian was accompanying Xia Sisi to buy at Joy City. If Jean Lu bumped into him, he really didn't know how to explain. Okay, I'll try. After Zhang Qian got on, he instantly felt more like that, but his wrist was empty and it was time to buy a watch. The watch is also ordered for you. Omega Basket Ghost, arriving the day after tomorrow. Thoughtful, sage, with such a virtuous assistant, Zhang Qian was comfortable in his heart. He was willing to spend as much money as he could on Jean Lu. Alright, the size is quite suitable. Take it off. How did you get my size? Took a soft ruler to measure while you were sleeping. Zhang Qian brainstormed. He was sleeping in a daze, being tossed around by Jean Lu, taking a soft ruler to measure the size of each part of his body. It was a bit funny and hilarious. Next time, you're not allowed to screw like that while I'm sleeping. Humph. Sleeping so hard. It's not like you know. In the morning, Jean Lu still took Zhang Qian to the gym, and many people saw the multi-million-dollar car, causing many to marvel a bit. In their opinion, Jean Lu's boyfriend was a real rich man. After finishing their bodybuilding, The two of them changed into their dresses, ate something, shopped at the nearby mall for a while, and then headed straight to Moonrise Island to attend the Yuntang International Wine Federation. Zheng Qian didn't have much interest in red wine and was merely accompanying Jean Lu. As for the company's affairs, naturally Xia Cc hold. He as a vice president want to go. Do not want to do not go. Go to sit in the office to play the game pass card. The company's public relations is a dispensable department. As for the part of the inland business, Chen Weiqiang did not give a clear explanation, is a very fuzzy line. According to common sense, a city like Yabu has a 3-star is already very good. But who let Yabu has a lookout island? I don't know how it worked, but Han Huahao had invested so much money that he had started a 6-star hotel on the island. Perhaps this was also the point that Yuntang International was interested in. The decor was lavish and gilded. Inside the main hall, quite a few people were wearing straight suits, with hardly any wrinkles on their clothes. They were holding tall glasses of wine, men and women standing in groups of 4 or 5, talking with smiles on their faces. A large portion of these people probably shared Zheng Qian's lack of interest in red wine, but their purpose of coming here was not to taste any wine, but to expand their network and make new friends. Perhaps their next partner was hidden amongst this group of people at the wine party. Yo, who's this? Not far away, a discordant voice rang out. A man dressed in a white tuxedo with a neat double flower tie, holding a rather attractive woman on his arm, walked towards Zheng Qian and Jean Lu. He had his back erect. His hair was rubbed with so much hair clay that it had reached a reflective amount. His eyebrows were neatly done, and he had a beatific expression on his face. Acquaintance? Jean Lu asked. Not really. These two people were none other than Yao Manman and Chang Rui. Why did you come here too? Who invited you over? Chang Rui held a glass of red wine and rolled his tongue to take a sip. It was only then that he noticed that Zheng Qian was holding a woman's arm. Jean Lu? How could Chang Rui not recognize Jean Lu? He was a natural fun lover and his family had a bit of money, so he was a regular at the Red Rose. A month ago, he ordered a set of Grand Divine Dragons at the Red Rose, and when Jean Lu came over to toast him, he was deeply mesmerized by this woman. Whether it was her looks, or her temperament, she completely outshone Yao Man, especially Jean Lu's deep, experienced eyes. Even if she did not do anything, just quietly stay in place, will be a man's mind and attention sucked away. Chang Rui ordered a set of de Shenlong for Jean Lu that night, hoping to bring her to the hotel, but he didn't expect to be rejected directly by Jean Lu. Chang Rui was a bit drunk. How could he tolerate being rejected by a bar salesman? He was about to take Jean Lu by force on the spot, but was thrown out by Red Rose's security. What's going on today? How did these two people get together to attend the reception organized by Yuntang International? Yao Man was shocked and confused. She didn't expect to run into Zheng Qian here. She subconsciously compared herself with Zheng Qian's female companion, but in every aspect, she was inferior. Ms. Jean, what a coincidence. Is this your boyfriend? Chang Rui asked with a smile. Jean Lu glanced at Chang Rui. This person's face was pale. His eyes were thick with blisters. His body was vapid. His demeanor was flippant. And only his eyebrows were freshly tattooed. Although he was wearing a famous brand, he gave off a feeling of being a monkey in the head. At the same time, she also had an impression of Chang Rui. That night he wanted to forcefully take her away, but was known by the boss of Red Rose and called the security guards to kick him out. He must be harboring a grudge against her, so there was no need for her to take care of this kind of person. It has nothing to do with you. Stay away from me, Jean Lu said and pulled Zheng Qian to the side. Don't go. I'm asking you. You want to leave without answering? Chang Rui immediately stopped the two. That night at the Red Rose, relying on the bar security, there were a lot of people and drove him out. Now at the Yuntang International Wine Club, he still wanted to lose his face. How could he? This was not the Red Rose. It was a place for high society to socialize, not for bar escorts like her, and losers like Zheng Qian to come. To be able to get involved with Zheng Qian, it seemed Jean Lu's vision wasn't good either. But then again, is he even worse than a Zheng Qian? How did Yao Man get together with him? Didn't she turn Zheng Qian green? This is Chang Rui's home turf. He had suffered a loss at the bar, but here, he wouldn't let Jean Lu have a good time, and at the same time, he would humiliate Zheng Qian properly. How did you two get in here? Don't mind him, Jean Lu reminded a sentence beside Zheng Qian's ear. A pair of dogs and men, sneaking into the reception. Really think of yourselves as upper-class people? No need to run. Since you two like the taste of being rats, I won't expose you to Yuntang International. Why don't you thank me quickly? Zheng Qian patted Jean Lu's shoulder and threw over a don't worry look. He had a different status this time, a different position, and the wealth he possessed was different as well. Why should he be afraid of Chang Rui? What's more, these two people were Zheng Qian's enemies. Zhang Qian didn't have the strength to fight against Chang Rui before, but now that he didn't like it and there was no need to hold back. Taking a detour had never been something Zhang Qian liked to do. Who are you cursing? Who's a rat? Who's a dog, man or woman? I'll scold whoever chimes in. You can't blame me if you write yourself. Chang Rui bristled, his face full of disdain and contempt. Snap! Zhang Qian walked up and slapped him in the face. Chang Rui was unprepared, staggered and fell to the ground. The wine glass was broken, and his white suit was all over the place. This slap, however, had confused Chang Rui. He had never dreamed that Zhang Qian would dare to be so direct and make a move against him in full view of everyone. Zhang Qian's action also triggered quite a commotion, with all the guests focusing their eyes on him. Even Jean Lu stood dumbfounded. Zhang Qian actually directly slapped Chang Rui? Yao Man rushed forward to assist. Rui, are you alright? Immediately after, she glared at Zhang Qian with spiteful eyes. Zhang Qian, are you fucking crazy? How dare you hit someone? I'm fine. This kid is dead. Grass. Still cursing, right? Zhang Qian took advantage of the fact that Chang Rui hadn't yet stood still, and kicked out another few meters away, leaving a very obvious shoe print on Chang Rui's clothes. Rui, Zhang Qian, you fucking. Yao Man saw this scene and only felt that Zhang Qian had gone crazy. She rushed to Zhang Qian and wanted to slap him to wake him up. A pair of jade hands grabbed Yao Man's wrist. With a set of takedowns, Jean Lu held Yao Man on the ground, unable to move. Holy shit, this woman can fight so well? That one seems to be Chang Dashan's son. He and his woman were beaten up just like that? What's the origin of these two people? They look strange. Everyone present including Zhang Qian looked dumbfounded. Jean Lu also knows grappling techniques? Lu, stop first. Ho Jianye stood out from the crowd at this time and pulled Jean Lu back. Chang Rui and Yao Man were then able to get up. You're done. Both of you are done. Chang Rui angrily picked up his cell phone and started calling. Mr. Zhang, what's going on here? Why is there even a fight? Ho Jianye just entered the hotel and saw this scene. That person has a bad mouth and owes a beating. Zhang Qian said hatefully. I will give you a bottom. Chang Rui is the son of Chang Dashan. Ho Jianye whispered to tell Zhang Qian the bottom of Chang Rui. Mr. Zhang, do you see what to do now? Ho Jianye actually asked in vain. Chang Rui's dude. Even he has heard of Zhang Qian have beaten people. No matter what Zhang Qian want to do, this matter will not be so easy on the end. This way, I'll hold him off for you guys. You guys go first. Ho Jianye felt that this approach was the most prudent at the moment. While Chang Rui was still on the phone, the person in charge of the Yuntang International side called out a team of security personnel, and after briefly informing them of the situation, they surrounded the three of them. The security team members were all retired Special Forces personnel, and were hired by Moonwatch Island at great expense. Even if it was Jean Lu, it was impossible for one person to fight so many. What's the situation? From the front door suddenly came a man with an athletic, tiger-like stride. Boss Han, you have to do something for me. Seeing Han Huahao, Chang Rui was the first to rush up. Han Huahao took a look. The one who clashed with Chang Rui was actually Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, what's going on? Han Huahao didn't bother to listen to Chang Rui's side of the story. It was better to go up and ask Zhang Qian directly. Zhang Qian briefly described the situation. Han Huahao nodded wisely. On one side was the playboy Chang Rui, son of Chang Dashan. On one side was Chen Weiqian's vice president, Zhang Qian, whose strength and background he hadn't even scratched the surface of yet. After all, it was Zhang Qian who hit the person first, but Chang Rui's mouth can be really dirty. The two people have their own reasons. It depends on who he helps. Chang Dashan is in the timber business and is considered one of Yebei's very famous wealthy merchants, with whom he also has a bit of a friendship. Zhang Qian is a young man Han Huahao wants to meet recently, and should have a promising future. It was a bit difficult to deal with. The former has no conflict of interest with him. There is no benefit transactions. Our meeting warmly, in fact, is the difference between well water and river water. The latter Zhang Qian, the hand of the capital is not less. Although now there is no benefit transactions, but the future will not be guaranteed. Han Huahao after a brief thought, he decided to help Zhang Qian. Chang Rui, your mouth really stinks. Such a good red wine can't even plug your mouth, can it? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to young Zhang? Boss Han. What did you say? Chang Rui's face went green and white for a while, doubting that he had heard wrong. Han Huahao spoke word for word with a clear diction. Are you deaf? I said for you to apologize to Zhang Xiao. Let him apologize to Zhang Qian? Yao Man was also in disbelief. Previously, Chang Rui had told her how well the owner of this place, Han Huahao, was on good terms with his father, Chang Dashan. So how could he now ask Chang Rui to apologize to Zhang Qian? Does Han Huahao know Zhang Qian? Even if he did, if he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, he should let Jing Qian apologize to Chang Rui. Jean Lu stood dumbfounded. She didn't think that Han Huahao would speak up for Zhang Qian. Generally speaking, if you can't afford to offend both sides, shouldn't you be the peacemaker? It seemed that this boyfriend of his was even more powerful than Chang Dashan. She was even more certain of what she had in mind, that what she had learned was only the tip of Zhang Qian's iceberg. Even some of the onlookers were a little dizzy. Who is this kid? Who can make Han Huahao go out of his way to offend Chang Dashan and stand up for him? Oh no! Not to apologize to Zhang Xiao. There's also this beautiful lady beside Zhang Xiao. You have to apologize as well. Han Huahao spoke in a neutral tone, not at all like he was joking with Chang Rui. Boss Han. You can't you understand? Even if your old man comes, he has to honestly honor me with a glass of wine and call me Big Brother Han. You still have no face to speak of here with me. You're not giving me face when you're on my turf and take the initiative to provoke the guests I invited here. You can ask your old man and see if he dares to do that here? I can tell you Chang Rui, if you don't want to apologize, I'll have someone hold you down in front of Zhang Xiao, and then it won't be this situation. Han Huahao released an ultimatum. Chang Rui was scared and subconsciously took 2 steps back. He looked at the security personnel around Han Huahao. It seemed like they were really just waiting for him to give the order to hold him down in front of Zhang Qian. In the end, after a difficult mental struggle, Chang Rui slowly walked up to Zhang Qian and Jean Lu, and extremely reluctantly said, "Young Zhang, Miss Jean, I'm sorry." Chang Rui looked at the two with eyes full of spite and hatred on his face. The entire room was in an uproar. This Chang family's playboy son really apologized? Nonsense. Can it work if he doesn't apologize? Boss Han is playing with him for real. Say, what's that kid's origin? Why haven't I seen him before? Sentence by sentence, the voices of discussion traveled into Chang Rui's ears. These voices were infinitely amplified in his heart, adding another firewood to the anger in his heart. Let's go. With these words Chang Rui left the hotel on his own. Yao Man reacted only after a while and hurriedly followed Chang Rui. She was now skeptical as to why Zhang Qian would be at the reception, driving so much energy that even Han Huahao had stepped in to help him out. The more she thought in her heart, the more wrong she was, until she got off the island with Chang Rui, and saw the brand new Rolls-Royce that had not yet been licensed and temporarily had a temporary license plate in the parking lot next to it. Zhang Qian couldn't be the new vice president, right? Yao Man thought about this and shook her head. It should be unlikely. That vice president was generous. I heard that he had sent out hundreds of thousands of red packets in total in the large and small groups. A few days ago Zhang Qian caught her and Chang Rui in bed and didn't even dare to fart. How could it be Zhang Qian? As for whether it is or not, just find her colleagues and ask the new one. Mr. Zhang, what his full name is. Yao Man picked up her cell phone and prepared to send a message. The text had already been edited in the input box, and was deleted by Yao Man. She asked her colleague about this matter. It seems that she is deliberately inquiring about this new vice president's news. A little bit inappropriate. In the end, Yao Man decided that she still had to rely on herself. When she went to work tomorrow, she would go to the office to find the vice president and meet him in person. Right? It just so happens that she is going to submit her internship to regularization documents. It's fine. It's fine. Everyone continue to sip wine and communicate. Han Huahao calmed the crowd at the reception. Immediately after, he apologized to Zhang Qian. Young Zhang, I'm really sorry to have surprised you. That brat Chang Rui, I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. I didn't expect you to take a direct shot at him today, but it's made me feel good. Han Huahao laughed. Zhang Qian felt that Han Huahao was a bit abnormal. Shouldn't he reasonably be making peace with the situation? Why was he on his side? Did he bring him a lot of benefits? Or did he want to try to see if he could move the mountain of Chang? Zhang Qian does not know. But in any case, Han Huahao also helped him this time. As for what purpose, he will know later. After Zhang Qian exchanged a few pleasantries with him, Jean Lu said she was not in the mood to participate in the reception, and the two of them left Moonrise Island. On her way back, Jean Lu coldly asked, "Is that your ex-girlfriend? You can tell that?" Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. Aha! Jean Lu nodded. She could tell that Zhang Qian didn't want to mention this matter more, so she didn't ask more. Jean Lu had to read and study in the afternoon, so Zhang Qian stayed for 2 to 3 hours after dropping her off at home before rejoining the company. He had wanted to stay home with Jean Lu today, but Chen Weiqiang had approached him several times, so he had to come to the office to have a look. Zhang Qian knocked on the door and entered Chen Weiqiang's office. Besides Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi was also there. "Mr. Chen, what's so urgent?" Chen Weiqiang glanced at his wristwatch. "Mr. Zhang, looking for you for something. It's like this." Chen Weiqiang told Zhang Qian that there was a customer surnamed Chang 4 months ago, looking for their company to take a few trips to old Singapore, But there were 2 freight charges that were not settled, delayed again and again until today. Although our company is not very eat cash flow, but just procrastinate is not a solution. I'm afraid of procrastination into a debt account. So I want to take this opportunity to let Mr. Zheng go with me and learn to see how to ask for accounts. I don't think Mr. Zheng has ever chased a debt before, right? Chen Weiqiang actually wanted to take Zheng Qian with him yesterday, and in the afternoon, he heard Han Huahao talk about what happened at the reception, and called Zheng Qian twice in a row, deciding that he would take him to Chang Dashan's side today. However, he didn't mention a word about what happened at the reception, and now he's pretending not to know, and he didn't tell Lu Shiqi either. Zheng Qian shook his head. He was living in a tight spot before. He could barely even take care of himself. Where had he ever lent out money? Mr. Chen, this customer you are talking about, is it Chang Dashan? Zheng Qian asked. Well, do you recognize it? Chen Weiqiang pretended to not know. He actually wanted to give Zheng Qian face. After meeting with Chang Dashan, could Zheng Qian still not mention this? Not exactly acquaintances, but I have a bit of a connection with the surname Chang. Zheng Qian didn't take the initiative to talk about what happened at the reception. Okay, let's go then. Is Mr. Lu going too? Mr. Lu won't go. Mr. Lu is a busy man. He has to go talk business with a hedge fund at night, ha ha ha. Chen Weiqiang said and laughed. Mr. Zheng, I heard that you bought a Rolls Royce, is that true? Lu Shiqi looked at Zheng Qian at this moment. She heard her subordinates talk about this matter and wanted to find Zheng Qian to confirm if it was true. Chen Weiqiang actually wanted to ask as well. Zheng Qian did not hide it. Well, I just mentioned it. What's the problem? That's not a problem. It means that Mr. Zheng himself is very powerful. Lu Shiqi's eyes suddenly lit up after receiving Zheng Qian's confirmed reply. Her car was a Porsche Cayenne. Chen Weiqiang's car was a bit more advanced than hers, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, but it was bought with a mortgage and used to support the brand. Zheng Qian is very exaggerated. Damn, a vice president. Even brought a Rolls Royce. Then her and Chen Weiqiang's car to a few levels. I heard someone say that Zheng Qian still bought it with full payment and swiped the card for someone in the office. From the economic strength that Zheng Qian was showing now, it was a complete blow to Chen Weiqiang, and could even be on par with her foundation. Her foundation was all about helping clients as well as some investors with their money, but she herself didn't have many assets, and she was just getting a hefty paycheck. Zheng Qian also noticed that Lu Shiqi's favorability towards him had risen quite a bit all of a sudden, coming directly from 15 points to 50 points. The increase was a bit exaggerated. It's okay, I'm not that rich, Zheng Qian said weakly. He bought the Rolls Royce. It was just a moment of headiness, wanting to fully display his current financial strength in front of Yao Man. Otherwise it would be better to buy a sports car, which could be bought by any supercar available on the market at this price. Mr. Zheng, if you have excess funds, put in the bank is also put, in fact, can be completely handed over to our Zhongguang Foundation to take care of. The annual conservative return of 10 points. Lu Shiqi began to sell herself and market her foundation to Zheng Qian. Chen Weiqiang's face would not look good this time. He had no way to sway Zheng Qian's will. He couldn't care less if Zheng Qian wanted to invest in Zhongguang Foundation, but this bitch was digging under his nose. Wasn't it a bit too much of a human being? Zheng Qian is well aware of this, and Lu Shiqi had no good face to him before, and after knowing that he bought a Rolls Royce, he immediately rose so much goodwill that it would be strange if he could believe it. Zhongguang, Nian Zhonghuaguang, this name doesn't sound good. A bit unlucky. Let's talk about it. General Manager Lu. Zheng Qian made up a random reason and excused himself. Mr. Zheng, then let's go now. I'm afraid we won't see anyone later. Good, Chen Weiqiang said and led Zheng Qian out of the office. Mr. Zheng, why don't we take your car? Let me also take a ride in a $10 million Rolls Royce. Fine, but there's still a driver missing. Zheng Qian called Xia Cici downstairs with a single phone call, and the three of them got in the car and headed to Dafu Timber. Not bad, not bad. This car is really good. When our company makes money, I'll bite the bullet and buy one too. Not so much, not so much. With Mr. Chen's ability, more than 2 years, less than half a year, this car can be bought at will. Mr. Zheng, don't cudgel me, ha ha ha. With your strength, buying 10 is probably fine, right? This sentence looks like cudgeling, but is actually a test. No, Mr. Chen is joking. I was also on the top of my head for a while and bit my teeth to buy it. Zheng Qian was considered a full answer. Mr. Zheng, are you still satisfied with Secretary Xia? She has been my secretary before. She has been with me for 2 or 3 years. Right. If there is anything that is not done well, you can raise it directly with her. She will definitely correct it in time. Chen Weiqiang saw that sentence didn't try to find out anything, so he started to change the topic. Not bad. I'm quite satisfied. It's worthy of being Mr. Chen. Seeing people so accurately. Secretary Xia is smart and more capable. With her by my side, I'm much less worried. That's good. Xia Cece glanced at Zheng Qian from the rearview mirror. Not bad. This new boss could finally say a good word about himself. By the way, Mr. Zhang, that northern Russian customer you took a ride to pull in has already talked to our company and rented our ship. Although the freight cost is not much, it's also an income for the company. Xia Cece reminded. She originally wanted to say accosted customer, but with Chen Weiqiang beside her, she couldn't reveal Zheng Qian, so she directly changed her words to pulled customer. Right. Almost forgot about this. Chen Weiqiang said. You're the first to take credit for this order, Mr. Zheng. As the three of them talked, they arrived at Dafu Timber. The security guard took a look at the small gold man on the hood, and even let Xia Cece stop did not stop. Directly released an intercom to tell the security guards inside. Let help find a parking space. Chen Weiqiang has already made an appointment with Chang Dashan, but after arriving at the office Chang Dashan was not there. The secretary said that Mr. Chang had gone to a meeting, and it would take about 20 minutes, so that the three of them would first go to the meeting room and wait. The secretary was very responsible for the arrival of the three people told the meeting Chang Dashan. Heard Chen Weiqiang personally came. In order to appear to pay attention, Chang Dashan instructed the secretary to call the deputy general manager first to receive, and instructed him to be polite, respect, do not talk nonsense, and this deputy general manager is none other than Chang Rui. After Chang Rui pushed open the door of the conference room, the whole person was dumbfounded. Zheng Qian? How come this kid's ghost is still around? Is he everywhere? Chang Rui was aware that the visitor was from the dockyard transportation company. That is, he came to ask for money. Is it hard to believe that Zheng Qian is from this dockyard transportation company? No. Yao Man said that Zheng Qian is not a transportation agent. The level of the person who came is not low. It's Chen Weiqiang, the boss of dockyard transportation company. This woman should be Chen Weiqiang's secretary. Before Chang Rui met, then what does Zheng Qian do? Wait a minute. Chang Rui knows. Zheng Qian should be Chen Weiqiang's driver. Mr. Chen. Hello. My father is in a meeting. I'll receive you first. Chang Rui didn't pay attention to Zheng Qian but greeted him first and shook hands with Chen Weiqiang. Okay, then let's talk when your father arrives. Chang Rui felt like he was being despised. He was the deputy general manager of the company. Even though he didn't give a shit about this deputy general manager, outside, he was also to be called Chang general manager. Okay? Chen Weiqiang had such a big frame of mind, and he even thought that his rank was low. Mr. Chen, our chairman just wanted to ask you to come over. The female secretary got Chang Dashan's order and invited Chen Weiqiang away. There were only 3 people left in the welcoming room. Chang Rui, Zheng Qian, and Xia Cece. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. You kid is really good. How dare you come? Do you know what kind of place this is? Did you take the opportunity of following Mr. Chen to come and apologize to me? I can tell you plainly. No way. Chang Rui was now on fire at the sight of Zheng Qian. Even if Zheng Qian knelt down and apologized to him now, there was no way he would accept it. On Wangyu Island, Zheng Qian had made Chang Rui lower his lofty head by having Han Hua step in to back him up. Now that it was in Chang Rui's father's company, his turf, what else could Zheng Qian stir up? You're overthinking it. I'm here to ask for your debt today, Zheng Qian coldly said. Before, he caught Yao Man and Chang Rui in bed and did nothing afterward because he was afraid that it would affect his normal life. Chang Rui was a rich second generation, with Chang Dashan as his capital father. 3 days of not going to work, the money automatically hit his card. But Zheng Qian is not the same. His scruples have a lot. He has rent, utilities to pay, and at the same time also have to consider the firewood, rice, oil and salt. Do not have the time cost to go against Chang Rui, so he endured the breath. But now, he does not put Chang Rui in his eyes at all. To have money is to have the backbone to deal with disputes and incidents. He can spend a month to deal with Chang Rui. Before Zheng Qian could not do this. He did not work for a month. Next month he will starve to death. But now, Zheng Qian has the capital and the backbone. 90% of the reason came from the balance lying in Zheng Qian's bank account, as well as his current status. What did you say? Have the guts to say it again? Chang Rui said that he was about to make a move with Zheng Qian. He was standing in front of his house to pee. How could Chang Rui care who the owner of Zheng Qian's dog was? Mr. Chang, why are you coming up here in saber rattling against our Mr. Zhang? Xia Cece hurriedly stopped it. What? Mr. Zhang? Are you kidding me? What kind of Mr. Zhang is he? Chang Rui frowned. Chen Weiqian was invited to sit in on the Defu Timber Company's meeting. He sat on an empty seat in the conference room and listened to the executive meeting. The meeting had actually reached its end, and the PowerPoint on the whiteboard displayed Daifuku Timber Company's annual report of revenues, as well as set out its revenue forecast and direction for the next quarter. Chen Weiqian could tell at a glance what Chang Dashan was trying to convey by inviting him to sit in on the meeting. From the PowerPoint, it was obvious that Defu's revenues for the first 2 quarters of the year were not satisfactory, and there were still quite a few cases of doubtful debts and bad debts occurring, and the funds could not be recovered, and it was already facing the brink of bankruptcy, unless another $10 million is injected into the company to ensure normal operation, but the next 1 or 2 years will still be in the red. After the meeting was adjourned, Chang Dashan asked his secretary to clear the room, then personally took the initiative to walk over and approach Chen Weiqian to shake hands and greet him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. I was just in a meeting. What is it that you came over today?" Chang Dashan asked knowingly. Chen Weiqian didn't hide it either, mentioning the matter of the 2 freight charges. "It's like this, Mr. Chen. You've seen the situation of our company. This year's business is not doing well. I owe a large sum of loan. Let's put it this way. You just take it as a favor. After the company puts a reprieve, I will definitely introduce you to customers. You can rest assured of my side of the network." Chang Dashan he clutched Chen Weiqian's hand, patted it and said with a helpless face, "Mr. Chang, look at this. Dafu Timber's volume is so large. The small half of Yebei is fed by your Dafu Timber. How can you not even take out $1 or $2 million of freight? Alas, there's no way. The international market is like this." Chang Dashan sighed. In the past, not to mention 2 million, or even 2 million, he could easily come out. But isn't the company in crisis? When there was no money, tens of thousands of dollars were too much for him. "Mr. Chen, your company doesn't eat cash flow, so don't be the last straw and try to crush this old camel of mine, right?" Chen Weiqian had actually made plans to not be able to collect the debt before he came. His main purpose was that he had heard about what happened at the Yuntang International Cocktail Party and knew that Chang Rui had a conflict with Zhang Qian, so he wanted to bring Zhang Qian over to gain face and take out his anger. "Mr. Chang, my company just raised a capital and added a cargo ship. Now I don't have the money to pay the sailor's salary. If you don't pay the freight, I have no way to explain it to the shareholders, who are keeping an eye on our company's financial report." "Which shareholder, Mr. Lu?" "No, the new shareholder, Mr. Zheng. Is Mr. Zheng here yet? Why don't I explain it to him personally?" "That's fine. Mr. Zheng is also here. He's in the conference room right now." In a few words, Chen Weiqian steered the topic to Zhang Qian. The two of them walked towards the meeting room as they spoke. "I say, Mr. Chen, do I know this Mr. Zhang? You shouldn't know him, but that son of yours should know him." "Chang Rui knows?" Chang Dashan muttered in his heart. This loser who only finds things to do all day long, still knows this kind of capitalist big shot? Then you can speak for me from the sidelines. "Don't worry, Mr. Chang, that's for sure." On the way, a team of baton-wielding security guards hurriedly passed by the two. What are you guys doing?" Seeing this, Chang Dashan called them all to a halt and inquired. "Mr. Chang, Manager Chang got into a fight with someone in the meeting room and called us over to help." The security chief reported the situation to Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan and Chen Weiqian, their faces were stunned for a split second. "A fight in the guest room? What exactly is this situation? Quickly take me over." After pushing open the door of the guest room, Chang Dashan, the female secretary, and Chen Weiqian, as well as the wave of security members, all looked stunned. The welcoming room was in a mess. Stools, monitors, keyboards, ashtrays, and water cups were all used as weapons in the fight, and they were all in shambles. Chang Rui, as the son of the chairman of Defu Timber and the deputy general manager of Defu Timber, was actually wrestling with someone. His nose was bruised and swollen, and his body still had many bruises from blunt objects. Zhang Qian's body also carried some injuries, but far less serious than Chang Rui. Xia Sisi was hiding in the corner of the welcoming room. There was still a red patch on her forehead. She tried to dissuade the two big men from using force, but she was mistakenly injured by Chang Rui, and then the two of them fought more and more fiercely, turning the welcoming room upside down. "Stop it!" Chang Dashan called out Chang Rui and Zhang Qian with a gulp. Chen Weiqian's entire body was confused. He originally wanted to bring Zhang Qian here to make a scene, so that Chang Rui and Chang Dashan, a piece of Zhang Qian to apologize, did not expect to just walk out for a while. Can let two people put down their stature directly in the welcoming room hands to start fighting. This is what is not a heavenly hatred. At this time, Chen Weiqian currently is Zhang Qian's big brother in the circle. Definitely want to protect Zhang Qian. "Mr. Chang, what Mr. Chang did. Was it your intention? Chen Weiqiang's face sank as he questioned. Mr. Chen, you mustn't misunderstand. I've just been in a meeting. You know that. I've also just learned about this situation. Chang Dashan hurriedly explained. Chang Rui, what's wrong with you? Why are you still fighting with Mr. Zhang? Look at what you've beaten Mr. Zhang into? Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhang? Apologize to him again? Chang Rui had a pang of bitterness in the bottom of his heart with nowhere to cry. Last time it was Han Huahao, calling him Mr. Zhang. This time, it was his old man, directly calling Zhang Qian, Mr. Zhang. Until now, Chang Rui only reacted to the fact that Zhang Qian was not a driver, but really Chen Weiqiang's vice president. Only a few days ago, Zhang Qian changed from a miserable wage earner to the vice president of a company with a registered capital of over $50 million? Chang Rui had no way of understanding it at all. Zhang Qian suddenly felt that more fitness is still beneficial, at least with people to move, will not lose. He was also rubbed on the cheek by Chang Rui with an ashtray, leaving a little injury, but nothing else. In the case of two hands, Chang Rui is now this wretched appearance. Dad, why should I apologize? He humiliated me so much at the reception this afternoon, and he was the one who moved first just now. So what if he was a vice president? Chen Weiqiang's company's volume could only be described as an ant trying to shake a tree compared to Dafu Timber, and Chang Rui saw no need to be afraid of them at all. It's fine. No need to apologize. It was indeed me who moved first. Zhang Qian's clothes were also torn, but he was feeling very good right now. His heart was cool. Snap. Snap. Two crisp slaps hit Chang Rui's face. I told you to apologize to Mr. Zhang. Where did you get so much nonsense? Chang Dashan this violent temper. Directly do not hit a place. This loser, but also a loss to let him be the deputy general manager. Even the most basic situation of the company do not know, but also so horizontal. Now Dafu Timber is in urgent need of a sum of money. Chang Dashan is also preparing for financing things, so that the company can continue to operate. At this time, if Chen Weiqiang or Zhang Xian sued Dafu Timber to the court, letting those investors know that Dafu Timber is in a situation where it can't even get the shipping fee of more than $1 million, how can the company finance? At that time, Dafu Timber will go bankrupt, and there is no chance to recover. Being able to beat up Chang Rui was something he didn't even dare to think about before. After beating him up, there are people to back him up. Let Chang Rui apologize to him. This is placed before. Is more Zhang Qian daydreaming? Dad, how do you speak for him? Am I still your own son? Bam! Chang Dashan kicked again, directly on Chang Rui's stomach. The female secretary and the security team members were stunned. Usually Chang Dashan is amiable and treats people kindly. How did he lose his temper so much? Regardless of who was right and who was wrong, even if it is all Zhang Qian's fault, if he still can't let go of his face at this point, it would be letting Dafu Timber go bankrupt. Dafu Timber is the blood of Chang Dashan for half of his life. For a little face is not worth it. Dad, don't hit. Don't hit. I apologize, okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I'm sorry. I'm wrong, Mr. Zhang. Please forgive me. Chang Rui cried and begged Zhang Qian for forgiveness. As the saying goes, a filial son comes out from under the stick. Don't look at Chang Dashan in his later years so amiable, but when he was young he was a ruthless man. Chang Rui was raised under Chang Dashan's stick education. If there is one person in the world who makes Chang Rui scared, it must be his father. In recent years, Dafu Timber had gradually gone out of the country, and Chang Dashan had been instrumental in that. He had worked harder than Emperor Hongwu, focusing on the development of his business, thus neglecting Chang Rui's education. But today, Chang Rui touched this red line of Chang Dashan. Chang Dashan felt that it was time to educate Chang Rui. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang, this son of mine is no good. Do you think it's satisfactory to handle it like this? Zhang Qian nodded. Poorly, but that was it. The trio left Dafu Timber. Chang Dashan had wanted to keep the three for dinner to make amends and apologize, but was rejected by Zhang Qian. He didn't want to stay with Chang Rui for a moment longer. Chen Weiqiang kept apologizing to Zhang Qian in the car, feeling quite embarrassed that he had gone astray and really botched the whole thing. Today also happened to run into the Dafu Timber is in the trough of things. Otherwise Chang Dashan, so protective of the calf people, do not know how to end up in the end. Small matter, Mr. Chen doesn't need to apologize to me. I understand what you mean. Han Huahao had an unusual relationship with Chen Weiqiang. He must have known about what happened at the cocktail party, and bringing him to Dafu Timber today to collect the debt was also because he wanted to give him a bit of face and take the heat for him. The original is good intentions, but things are not clumsy. At least violently beat Chang Rui a meal. Zhang Qian heart this breath out. Chen Weiqiang also did not do the wrong thing. Chen Weiqiang saw that Zhang Qian did not care, also relieved. after first going to a nearby hospital to treat his wounds, and then sending Chen Weiqiang to the company. Xia Sisi made a U-turn and drove to Jiangshan International. Today. Thank you. I am very touched. But next time don't be like this. After Xia Sisi drove the car to Jiangshan International, she didn't get out of the car at the first time. But thanks Xing Qian. Oh ho. It's rare to say a good word about me from your mouth. Thank me for what? Zheng Qian namely surprised and curious. Didn't you fight with Chang Rui for my sake? Xia Sisi asked rhetorically. When Chang Rui and Zheng Qian were arguing, she stood in front of Zheng Qian and spoke up for him. But she was pushed by Chang Rui and her forehead touched the corner of the table and was bruised. She thought that Zheng Qian had fought with Chang Rui for her sake, beating Chang Rui into that piggy look. Zheng Qian took a look at Xia Sisi's favorability towards her and it went straight up from 35 points to 50 points. Xia Sisi mistakenly thought that Zheng Qian had fought Chang Rui for her. Xia Sisi's favorability was hard to raise, and today by mistake it had increased by 15 points. No, things are a bit bad. No, don't get me wrong. I did want to beat him up a long time ago. I just haven't had the chance. Okay. Favorability plus 5. Another 5 points went up, and Xia Sisi's favorability towards her came directly to 55 points. What the hell? I should have known better than to say that. Alright, you go back first. Rest well and don't let the wound get infected. Good. Zheng Qian called a car for her and sent her away. Only after that did he walk into Jiangshan International. There was no one on the first floor. Zheng Qian went up to the study on the second floor and saw Jean Lu turning on the desk lamp, biting the tip of her pen and thinking about the exam topics, so focused that Zheng Qian didn't even notice when he walked behind her. It wasn't until Zheng Qian put his head on Jean Lu's shoulder that she noticed Zheng Qian's presence. Ha, you're back? Jean Lu said happily. What are you doing? Doing problems? It's so hard. Jean Lu turned on the big light in the study and found Zheng Qian's face had a scar the size of a fingernail cap, and his clothes were torn and tattered, as if he had just been in a fight with someone. What did you do? A firefight with someone? How did you get into this state? Jean Lu hurriedly got up and put her hands on Zheng Qian's shoulders, looking back and forth several times. You wouldn't have gone back to that Chang Rui again, would you? Not really. Zheng Qian gave a rough account of what happened in the afternoon. Defu Timber owes your company money? When you went to ask for the money in the afternoon you got into a fight at the drop of a hat? Geez, is this the way you guys communicate? How come it's not quite like the high society I know? Instead it's a bit like the triads? It was the first time Jean Lu heard Zheng Qian talk about work. Before Zheng Qian never told her what kind of business she was doing. Jean Lu was very sensible not to ask later. It's just a pity that my wife just bought the Armani for me. Zheng Qian was a bit sorry. It was the first time he received clothes from a girl and they were rotten after wearing them for less than a day. Clothes can be made again if they're rotten. It's good that you're okay. Jean Lu helped Zheng Qian take off his clothes. What are you doing? Where are your hands going? You're hurt and you're still not being honest? Just a little bruise on my face. I'm fine everywhere else. Go take a shower first. Let me finish this page. Let's wash together later. You don't. An hour later. You're too bad. Didn't see you as a bad guy. Jean Lu proudly splashed water on Zheng Qian's face. You refused to let me finish that page of questions even after you said so. I'm definitely not a bad guy then. Zheng Qian said with a bad smile on his face. Outside the bathroom. The cell phone rang. Calling you this late? Is there something urgent? Do you want to go out and see? It's a two-person world between the two of us now. There's no emergency here. You're a dog. Don't you have enough? There's no such thing as enough with you. Zheng Qian wrapped in his bathrobe. After coming out of the bathroom, he still picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was a missed call from Deng Shuxin. Seeing that Zheng Qian didn't answer the phone, she left a message for Zheng Qian. Mr. Zheng, are you busy right now? I have something to find you. Is it convenient to call back after seeing it? What's the matter with her? Zheng Qian thought about it for a while, but called back, walked to the first floor where no one was, and the call went through. Just busy. What's the matter? Zheng Qian asked. Mr. Zheng, it's like this. My father suddenly fell ill and is now in the hospital for resuscitation. I would like to take a few days off. Do you think it's okay? I just looked for Secretary Xia. She said that she can't make the decision about the leave. She has to look for you. That's why I called you. Deng Shuxin was crying on the phone. Very sad. Speak slowly. Don't be in a hurry first. I'll give you approval for how long you need to take leave. Zheng Qian answered the first time. I don't know. Oh. My father has been in the operating room for more than 2 hours. I don't know what's the situation after I come out. Oh. Tell you what. Which hospital are you in now? I'll go over there. Yebei 7th People's Hospital. Okay, I'll go over right away. Zheng Qian hung up the phone and started to change his clothes. Jean Lu, wrapped in her bathrobe, came downstairs and saw Jing Qian, who was changing his clothes, and asked, "Are you going out?" "Well, something came up," Jing Qian replied. "The situation over at the Chang family?" Jean Lu had heard Jing Qian's cell phone ringing before, so something should be going on. The Chang family can't make any waves. Something happened to the company subordinates. I'll go over to take a look. Use me to accompany you? Jean Lu was considerate. No, I can go by myself. Then drive carefully. Will you be back tonight? Jean Lu glanced at the time. It was already past 1 o'clock. Not necessarily. It depends. You go to bed first, no need to wait for me. Zheng Qian didn't drive the Rolls-Royce but took the keys to the BMW and ran furiously all the way to the hospital. After arriving at the floor that Deng Shuxin told him about, he found that there were 2 girls waiting anxiously outside the surgery. At this moment, Deng Shuxin's eyes were red. It could be seen that she was only barely able to stop crying after being calmed by the other woman. "Mr. Zheng, you didn't have to come." Deng Shuxin looked up and realized that Zheng Qian had really come. "What's going on?" Zheng Qian stepped forward. This woman next to Deng Shuxin was Deng Shuxin's sister, named Deng Yuqing. Tang Yuqing's entire person was plump and smoldering, looking like a heavenly fairy, as brilliant as a spring flower and as bright as an autumn moon. She has long hair over her shoulders, tall and long legs, slender waist, delicate curves, and a curvy buttock pearl garden. Compared to Deng Shuxin, the mature woman flavor is a bit more. Each has its own style. Deng Yuqing told Zheng Qian that the doctor said that he would be able to come out in about 40 minutes. It has been almost 3 hours. It must be that the situation has deteriorated and there has been an accident. As soon as the words fell, the door to the operating room was opened and a man and a woman walked out. The man, a man wearing a mask, surgical gown and sterile gloves, was the main surgeon. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin immediately surrounded them. "Doctor, what's his condition?" "Father, the surgery didn't go too well. Life is considered to be saved for now. Let me remind you, the patient may still need around $300,000 of treatment costs for the follow-up. What is the family's plan for this piece?" $300,000? Tang Yuqing and Tang Shuxin, both of them, stared wide-eyed at the same time. 300,000. Where could they find 300,000? There's no way. The patient has advanced uremia and can only be replaced with a new kidney source. You guys came too late. The doctor took a slip from that female nurse. "Now go and make up the surgery fee and hospitalization fee." The patient's side came out right away, and can only stay in Nulku. The amount on this list wasn't small. 97,485 yuan. In other words, it would cost $400,000 before and after. "Doctor, I'll go pay now." After taking the list, Tang Yuqing jogged all the way to the first floor to pay the money. After Tang Shuxin's father was pushed out, he was sent to the intensive care unit at the first opportunity. Zheng Qian had just observed the expressions of Deng Shuxin and her sister, Deng Yuqing, and was able to imagine that their father's uremia was a big blow to the family. Deng Shuxin looked through the glass of Dulku, and after just one look, she couldn't help but cry, and directly rested on Zheng Qian's shoulder. "Woo woo." Deng Shuxin's tears wet Zheng Qian's clothes. Deng Yuqing, who had finished paying on the first floor, came back and just happened to see the scene. She felt that her sister and Zheng Qian's relationship was not simple. They should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Seeing Deng Yuqing come back, Deng Shuxin turned into her arms. "I heard the doctor say that there is a large sum of money to follow up. Can you guys afford it?" Zheng Qian inquired. Tang Yuqing shook her head very helplessly. "Just paid more than 90,000, almost 100,000. This is already all our savings. If we take another 300,000, we will only have to sell the house. I'll go contact the agent in a moment and see if we can sell the house in the next few days." Tang Yuqing was very helpless. Her eyes were also a little red, but there was a will within her that told her that she must be strong at this time, and absolutely not cry. Through the exchange with Tang Yuqing and Tang Shuxin, Zheng Qian learned that the two's mother had died from a young age due to a serious illness, and that it was their father who single-handedly raised the two of them, which was very difficult. "My father told me a few years ago that he was a little uncomfortable. I and Shuxin wanted to bring him to the hospital for a checkup, but he kept refusing, saying that as long as he went into the hospital, he would have to spend thousands of dollars, and that he wanted to save the money to pay college tuition for Shuxin and me. The doctor had just said that it was too late, that the disease was actually delayed, and that if it had been detected early, it wouldn't have been so serious. Pity the world's parents. In the past 2 years, Shuxin and I joined the workforce one after another and helped our father pay off the mortgage, but now there is no other choice but to sell the house." Zheng Qian could see how important his father was to the two sisters. "Whichever one of you two sends me the card number, I'll help you out with this money first," Zheng Qian silently said. Tang Shuxin and Tang Yuqing were dumbfounded. 300,000. This was not a small amount of money. What? Hurry up and send it. Lives are at stake. Their father had spent half of his life to pay off the mortgage, and surely didn't want to sell his house to cure him because of him. Maybe both of their fathers felt that even if they let him die, they should not sell the house. This was shown by Jean Lu's father early on. $300,000 was just a fraction of the account for Zhang Qian, and at a time of crisis like this, it would be nice to help out. Mr. Zhang, I can't take this money for nothing. It's considered as me borrowing from you, Deng Shuxin urged before sending the card number to Zhang Qian's cell phone. I'll give you a debit note. What kind of IOU? No need. Zhang Qian waved his hand and transferred the money. Spent 300,000. System cashback 3 million. Already arrived. Helping Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing's father to cure his illness. This all has a cashback? Zhang Qian didn't expect this. He originally wasn't running towards having cashback before he was willing to help out. After transferring the money, Zhang Qian glanced at the two. Tang Yuqing, favorability plus 50. Current favorability 60 points. Tang Shuxin, good sense plus 20. Current good sense 60 points. The two of them's favorability towards him went up quite a bit at once. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. You are my father's savior. Tang Shuxin was so excited that she shed tears again. Just call me Zhang Qian or Xiao Qin in private from now on. Otherwise it's too outgoing. Good. Tang Yuqing was now even more determined that Zhang Qian and Tang Shuxin's relationship was extraordinary. Such a person was quite suitable to be one's brother-in-law. Tang Yuqing intended to set up a match. Shuxin, it's quite late now. You and your brother-in-law should go back first. I'm enough here on my own. You'll come back to pick up my shift in the morning. Zhang Qian glanced at the time. It was already early in the morning. It was indeed quite late. But, what kind of name is brother-in-law? Zhang Qian was just about to explain when Tang Yuqing spoke again. Mr. Zhang, is your home far from here? It's okay. I live in Jiangshan International. If you don't mind, come and stay at our house for a night. Although it's not as good as Jiangshan International, but it's always a little closer. And it's not too safe if you're driving home tired this late. Tang Yuqing was considerate, but Tang Shuxin had been trying to interject an explanation from the side, never finding the opportunity. Sister, we are not. Shuxin, you take Xiao Qian back first. People still have work tomorrow. Deng Yuqing did not give Deng Shuxin a chance to open her mouth. Tang Shuxin could only nod in the end, then brought Zhang Qian to leave the hospital. Along the way, Deng Shuxin kept silent and did not have much interaction with Zhang Qian. Tang Shuxin's home was not far from the hospital. It was about a 10-minute drive. Coming to the house, Deng Shuxin found a pair of slippers for Zhang Qian to change into. The size of the house was not big, just about 140 square feet, but it was cleaned up and neat. Every item was well organized. The decor was not luxurious, nor was it simple. The layout, the colors, were all very well thought out and particularly tasteful. Such a set of cozy hut, lives Tang Jiming, Tang Yuqing, Tang Shuxin family of 3. Zhang Qian, thank you. Harm, what's the point of being polite? How can I say that you are also my subordinate? This house is the mortgage that my father spent half his life to pay off. If he knew that we two sisters chose to sell the house for his medical expenses, he would have pulled out his oxygen tube himself. Zhang Qian didn't say anything and nodded silently. He had expected that Tang Jiming would be this kind of person. Then, you go take a shower. I'll go find you some clothes and then clean up. That air conditioner is already on. The room is cleaned up for you. It's still a bit messy. Make do. Only then did Zhang Qian take a close look at Deng Shuxin's boudoir. The whole room is blue and pink. Well organized, cleaned up neatly, and there are a few cartoon dolls on the bed. The whole room is full of cherry blossom girl heart. Unexpectedly, Deng Shuxin, who stood side by side and was taller than him, had such a small mental age. All in pink. Pretty good. Zhang Qian nodded and directly laid down on the bed. The soft, large bed was very comfortable. Zhang Qian was so young that his lumbar vertebrae were already a bit hardened, and his shoulders were incredibly sore when his hands gently exerted themselves, and it looked like it was caused by sitting in the office for a long time and overworking. He can be in this age, have this kind of achievement, obviously 8 other people can't eat the pain, suffered other people can't stand the crime, is not a playboy incompetent rich second generation, in many ways like a rich generation, the wealth that the second generation of rich people can control, tens of thousands of dollars or more than 100,000. Want to mobilize even more funds, definitely need to report to the family, set up a name and so on. But Zhang Qian's way of spending money was clearly not like this. Deng Shuxin felt that Zhang Qian was not the kind of person that Xia Sisi said. It was possible that she had misunderstood Zhang Qian. How is it, comfortable yet? All Deng Shuxin got was Zhang Qian snoring, falling asleep so quickly. It seemed that Zhang Qian was already tired to a certain extent. Tang Shuxin helped to cover Zhang Qian with the quilt, then quietly left the room. Dung dung dung. Zhang Qian, are you awake from your nap? Zhang Qian was greeted by a knock on the door. He blinked his sleepy eyes and then answered. Yesterday, Deng Shuxin had pressed him too comfortably, and his entire body had directly fallen asleep. After waking up in the morning, he was refreshed and felt very energized. His fatigue completely gone. I prepared breakfast for you. Can you come in? You wait. Zhang Qian only had a pair of shorts on him now. Who took off his pants? Could it be Deng Shuxin? Alright, come in. After lifting his pants, Zhang Qian shouted. Deng Shuxin slowly pushed open the door, holding a tray with 2 cups of steaming coffee, as well as buttered bread and fried eggs. Good morning. Good morning. Let me ask you something first. Who took off my pants last night? Zhang Qian was curious to know about this. Deng Shuxin's pretty face blushed. I helped you take off your pants, but I had my eyes closed and didn't peek at you. Oh, got it. Prepared 2 cups for you to drink. See which one you are accustomed to take. Deng Shuxin hurriedly changed the topic to those 2 cups of coffee. 1 cup was Americano and 1 cup was milk coffee. Aha! Zhang Qian didn't like bitter things too much, so he chose the cup of milk chai. After entering his mouth, he couldn't help but bar his mouth. It's quite delicious. Did you make it? Aha! Deng Shuxin nodded. It was no exaggeration to say that the coffee made by Deng Shuxin was a bit better than the one made by Jin Lu, probably because the raw materials were prepared differently. My father is a barista. He used to work as a coffee taster in Kyoto, and then returned to Yebei to open a coffee shop, but then closed it down for various reasons, and my craft of making coffee was taught to me by my father. Then what does your sister do? Zhang Qian was curious. My sister is a nutritionist. Deng Shuxin replied. This family was doing niche boutique industries. A barista and a nutritionist. Why didn't your father continue to open a coffee shop? I feel like his craftsmanship is very good. Business should be booming. Zhang Qian sipped the cup of milky chai and marveled. A lot of reasons, right? The main thing is that the liquidity is too little. My father's money is used to pay for the house, as well as my sister and I to study. Behind me, my sister and I and my father have also been saving up, ready to reopen the coffee shop, but I didn't expect that the money hadn't been saved up enough, and my father went into the hospital. Zhang Qian hummed. The $100,000 that he paid at the hospital before should be the money that the 3 of them had saved up. In this era of rampant consumerism, let alone saving $100,000, even saving $10,000 would be difficult. Zhang Qian actually had an idea in his head. Why don't he become a shareholder and contribute money to help Deng Shuxin's father to set up a coffee shop? Of course, Zhang Qian was only thinking on the spur of the moment. He didn't voice this idea out. Jin Lu also had a coffee shop in Yebei. If she knew that he had funded a competition with her, she would probably beat him to death. Alright, it's getting late. I'll drop you off at the hospital and you can pick up your sister's shift. You don't have to worry about the company side. I'll give you a vacation slip. After sending Deng Shuxin to the hospital, Zhang Qian picked up Deng Yuqing in passing and sent her home. After guarding the Lku for the night, Tang Yuqing's face was haggard, and there were already slight dark circles floating around her eyes. Xiao Qian, are you chasing after my sister? Tang Yuqing sat in the co-pilot and coldly threw out a question of epic difficulty. Zhang Qian? No. Shu Xin and I are nothing more than an ordinary superior and subordinate relationship. It's not as complicated as you think, Zhang Qian explained. Then Shuxin having you as a superior is really a blessing from her previous life. Thank you. Small matter. Small matter. Tang Yuqing thought that if Zhang Qian wasn't interested in her sister, how could he take out $300,000 and save their father? But since Zhang Qian had already denied it, it was not good for her to pursue and force Zhang Qian to admit it. It's fine if it's not. A man like you, how many girls can't wait to fall for you? Xiao Qian, if you want to chase after my sister, you can tell me directly. I can help you set up a match. Zhang Qian smiled bitterly, even though he had explained. With these words, Tang Yuqing still thought that he was interested in Tang Shuxin. Oh come on, there's no escape from this. Alright, take an early rest when you get back. I still have to go to the company, so I won't send you up. Zhang Qian parked the car at the entrance of the neighborhood. After Deng Yuqing got out of the car, Zhang Qian looked at her back and was surprised to find that Deng Yuqing's favorability towards her went up by another 10 points, directly coming to 70 points. This is the favorability that only exists between lovers. Zhang Qian could be certain that Tang Yuqing had that kind of meaning towards him, but was in the way of the relationship between her sister Tang Shuxin, so she didn't show it, but the system gave Zhang Qian a visual goodwill system to visibly observe this. Done. Messing with a pair of sisters. How should I get out of this? Finished. Zhang Qian was a bit at his wit's end. On the way to the company, Zhang Qian had been thinking of a way to get out of the situation, but he couldn't come up with any good solutions after thinking about it. In the end, Zhang Qian sighed, forget it. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Let everything take its course. After going upstairs, Zhang Qian entered the company and found Yao Man standing in front of his office, holding a blue folder in her hand, as if she was waiting for him to sign some documents. Yao Man made a turn and saw Zhang Qian as well. What are you doing here? Yao Man was very surprised to see Zhang Qian in the company. How did you know I work here? Let me tell you. I don't have the time to bother with you today. You can talk later if you want to find trouble with me. What she was holding in her hand was the internship to regularization document, but she didn't expect Zhang Qian to find her way to the door. If Zhang Qian played a rascal here, and gave that vice president to see it, scolding her to death, not to mention that the internship document would definitely not be able to give her a pass. Although Chen Weiqiang founded this company only half a year ago, but already a small scale, very promising, Yao Man thinks, if can be the earliest batch of employees to enter the company, even if the company's future development is not listed to that point. But she, as an old employee, can certainly eat a wave of dividends, since then among the middle class. Why can't I come? Zhang Qian felt a bit amused. You are in front of my office and asking me what I came for? Zhang Qian ignored her and pushed his way in. What are you doing? You can't enter. That's Mr. Zhang's office. After Yao Man's words, Zhang Qian had already walked into the office and sat down on the office chair, both feet crossed on the table. Wait a minute. Zhang Qian? Mr. Zhang? Yao Man's head was a bit dizzy. Both of them were surnamed Zhang, and judging from Zhang Qian's recent performance, he might be the new vice president of the company. Yao Man seemed to have been hit by a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and her whole body froze directly in place. What's possible? Zhang Qian was simply the new vice president of the company. He had transformed into his own top boss? Yao Man simply could not believe it. However, the facts were right in front of her. You are Mr. Zhang? Looking for me for what? Zhang Qian raised his eyelids. Yao Man's legs began to tremble. Even her tongue was a little numb. For a moment, she unexpectedly did not know what to say. A few days ago, she had cuckolded Zhang Qian. Yao Man had been waiting for Zhang Qian to come and pack up his luggage in the rental house, but it was delayed. The last time she saw Zhang Qian was at the Yuntang International Wine Federation, where he attended the reception on the arm of a stunningly gorgeous and beautiful woman. But Chang Rui took the initiative to pick a fight, and the two of them got into a physical confrontation. And Yao Man even called Zhang Qian a madman and a psychopath. Last night, she also received a message from Chang Rui, saying that Zhang Qian went to Defu Timber Company to look for him, but was given a beating by him. And today, she looked at Zhang Qian's face and saw that there was indeed an injury, but it was not as serious as Chang Rui said. In fact, it was Zhang Qian who beat up Chang Rui, only that Chang Rui added to the scene by depicting the situation. Chang Rui also reminded her to be careful of Zhang Qian going to her company to make trouble. That's why Yao Man just saw Zhang Qian for the first time and reacted so strongly. She should have expected it. Ever since she saw the document about her on the office desk, she should have expected it. It was all over now. For the cuckold thing alone, there was no way Zhang Qian would give her a pass on the internship papers. Yao Man was still thinking, if this new boss wanted to subvert her, should she refuse or accept? But she didn't expect that this new boss is Zhang Qian. What to do? Sorry. Yao Man lowered her head and apologized to Zhang Qian. I heard from Secretary Xia that you're signing the transfer documents, right? Bring it over. Zhang Qian put his feet off the table and pulled a fountain pen out of the quill, pulling out the cap. You want to give me a pass on the transfer and then put shoes on me in the company, don't you? I think it's better not to. Yao Man had already envisioned the future image of him making things difficult, humiliating, and forcing her to resign and leave on her own at every turn. Whatever. Zhang Qian snorted. He had wanted to give Yao Man a pass, and he even put up a fight. So whatever. But let me tell you, Yao Man, public is public and private is private. I won't judge this matter because of our previous relationship. I've already reviewed your internship information, as well as Secretary Xia's evaluation of your work-related aspects, and feel that you have the ability to handle this job, and I should give you a pass on the transfer procedure. But if you refuse, leave immediately. Don't delay my time here. Yao Man froze for a moment. The words Zhang Qian said were particularly imposing and manly. It felt as if he had shed his skin and gained a new life, changing into a different person. Her internship task was accomplished brilliantly. As long as it did not involve personal feelings, Yao Man believed that any leader in the company could not refuse her transfer. Moreover, Xia Cici, the company's senior, the leader side of the red person on her work evaluation is also very high. Wait, Yao Man seems to have found a blind spot. Work evaluation? Nothing about her as a person? Forget it, that's not the point. The point is whether she wants Zhang Qian to sign and stamp for her now? After thinking carefully for a while, Yao Man finally presented the document in her hand respectfully and placed it in front of Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian picked up a fountain pen and signed the word Zhang Qian in the lower right corner, and also stamped the company's official seal on it. You can go now. Zhang Qian pushed the document out casually before pressing the computer's on button. He remembered that there was a hurdle he hadn't been able to pass, and he had to pass it today. Zhang Qian's word Qian was held back hard by Yao Man. Mr. Zhang, thank you. Who knows? Zhang Qian stared at the computer screen. Very concentrated look. Seems to be looking at a file. Yao Man holding the folder. Tiptoe out of the office. After sitting back to her workstation, Yao Man casually threw the folder onto the table, resting her chin on her hands, and fell into deep thought. What's wrong, Man? Did the transfer paperwork not go through? So sullen. How Rushiwei came up at this time. Yao Man shook her head. Passed. I'm fine. Just a little sad. Harm. What's the point of being sad after passing, besides being rich? Mr. Zhang is a good talker. Working under him, we'll get a lot of benefits in the future. Yes, you know, Mr. Zhang wanted to buy a Rolls-Royce that night, and the next day, he had a Rolls-Royce flown in from Kyoto. So he's not just rich, he's super rich. Chang Mengmeng also said at the side. I also don't know. How would a rich man like him come to our company as a vice president? Look at what you're saying, Mr. Zhang's shareholding in the company must be optimistic about our company's prospects. In the future we'll give Mr. Zhang a good job. Directly flown in? Yao Man suspected that she had heard wrong. How did Zhang Qian suddenly become so rich? Even if Yao Man didn't know much about cars, a Rolls-Royce, at least, would have to start at $10 million. Did he win the lottery? No, he can't win so much money in the lottery. At least he has to win the Mark 6 lottery or the double color ball to be able to spend so much money. He could have had the Rolls-Royce serve him so well that it was flown directly to Yabu. At this point, Yao Man could conclude that Zhang Qian was not mixing into the reception. He was really rich, right? Yen. How come Shushin didn't come to work today? Yao Man didn't want to mention this matter and shifted the topic to the side. Shushin seems to have had an accident at home and asked Mr. Zhang for a vacation. Everyone nodded. Only Zhong Xiaoyao was silent, her head lowered as she handled the documents. She glanced at Yao Man. The last time she went out with Zhang Qian for a group building, Yao Man wasn't in the company, so Zhong Xiaoyao only felt it was a good opportunity. It was expected that Yao Man's transfer passed. Which old boss could reject such a quite beautiful woman? At the bottom of her heart, Zhong Xiaoyao already regarded Yao Man as an uncompromising rival, so naturally she had nothing to say to her. Yao Man, I admit that you are very attractive, and you are also very skillful with men, mastering certain techniques of mastering men. But, Mr. Zhang, I've already decided that it's my prey, so don't even think about meddling. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek and playing some dirty tricks. Zhang Qian stared at the screen inside as he watched the word death written in the center of the screen. This level is really difficult. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Jean Lu who called. Zhang Qian then remembered that he hadn't given her the peace report yet. Jean Lu had been hanging on to Zhang Qian from last night until now, which made Zhang Qian feel ashamed and hurriedly apologized before saying that he was already at the company, safe and sound. The two of them talked for about half an hour before they put down the phone. Knock. Mr. Zhang, are you busy right now? Xia Cici's voice rang outside the door. Zhang Qian turned off the game and let her in. What is it? It's like this. That northern Russian client came to our company today to sign a contract, and Mr. Chen wants you to be present. Xia Cici explained. The person has already arrived? Zhang Qian was surprised. It's only been 2 days. I didn't expect it to progress so fast. Natasha's urgent business at hand was one aspect, but Xia Cici's ability to be efficient was also one aspect. Well, Mr. Chen is receiving in the conference room. Is it convenient for you now? Zhang Qian got up and followed Xia Cici to the conference room. Oh, my dear Qian, you've done me a great favor. After seeing Zhang Qian, Natasha immediately got up from her chair and jumped into Zhang Qian's arms, enthusiastically exerting her open northern Russian etiquette and giving Zhang Qian a hard kiss on his left and right cheeks. This. Chen Weiqiang didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. Accompanied by Zhang Qian, Natasha signed the contract, made the payment, and after the whole process was completed, it was time to send the customer. Ding dong. Zhang Qian received a message from Natasha. Strange. Natasha is sitting on the opposite side of himself. What words cannot be said in person? Have to send a message? The message was, Qian, do you have time tonight? Accompany me for dinner? Zhang Qian understood at once. Chen Weiqiang was the company's boss. If she wanted to invite Zhang Qian to dinner, she would definitely have to invite Chen Weiqiang as well. But invite, just invite. If you want to thank our company, a few people apiece to invite nothing. Private message. Unless, this is a hint. No. Natasha can't say it's a hint anymore. It can be said to be explicit. Eating dinner with foreigners. Naturally, there is no shortage of alcohol, wine or drinking. What does this mean? An unexpected harvest? Zhang Qian could not refuse, so he replied yes. Natasha's favorability towards him was at 50 points. Not too much, not too little. North Russian girls are really open-minded. 50 points and they are willing to have dinner and drinks with a strange man like him. After a few simple courtesies, Natasha left the company. Before leaving, she also smiled back and threw Zhang Qian a wink that could touch 90% of men's hearts. How's your drinking capacity? After returning to the office, Zhang Qian asked Xia Sisi. Not bad. Something wrong? Come with me to accompany a client to dinner at night. Zhang Qian thought, just his kind of small hot chicken. In front of Natasha is not enough to drink. Sure to call a chaperone. Thinking about it, it was only Xia Sisi who was suitable. Which client? The one who just left. Zhang Qian directly told her. Xia Sisi didn't understand. She was beside her when she signed the contract, but she didn't hear that the two of them were going to have dinner together. A private appointment? Then what was the point of asking her to go to this kind of bureau? I don't want to go. If you want to go, you go yourself. After Xia Sisi thought about it, she directly refused. Secretary Xia. Natasha took the initiative to ask the two of us out for dinner. Are you going to refuse a client because they have given the company money? The thing of being a grandson before transferring money and a master after transferring money. I can't do it. Hat trick. This trick was tried and true for Xia Sisi. As expected, Xia Sisi still agreed. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the two came to the agreed upon location. Hi. After meeting up with Natasha, her face was obviously a bit strange, but it passed in an instant. She had purposely changed her outfit, wearing a pair of denim hot pants that were short to her thighs, and a pair of knee-high boots underneath her feet, and she didn't know what kind of combination it was. However, this outfit showed off her hot body to the fullest, especially those long and white legs, high nose, and a head of blue-eyed blonde hair, full of exotic flavors. Zhang Qian very keenly captured Natasha's strange eyes. Of course he knew what Natasha was thinking, and it wasn't because he had brought Xia Sisi over. When this young lady asked you out, of course she asked you out alone. Why did she bring a girl? This young lady is not a tiger. Could she still eat you clean? It's still early. Let's take a stroll. Okay. The location of the date was at the mall, so how could he let go of the opportunity to swipe the cash back when he was here? Zhang Qian immediately proposed to go to the mall, and Natasha readily agreed. Into the mall. Zhang Qian naturally take Natasha to buy. Only into the counter store. Cheap store press simply do not see. The two naturally held hands, talking and laughing, bought things, naturally handed over to Xia Sisi carry. Big bag. Xia Sisi knew that there was nothing good about coming out with Zhang Qian tonight. Where was this Natasha inviting her to dinner? She knew right away that Natasha didn't ask her out. Now she is following Zhang Qian's ass and carrying bags, so she is using her as a laborer. Favorability 2. Favorability -3. Favorability -5. Xia Sisi's goodwill towards Zhang Qian has dropped as far as the eye can see. Zhang Qian was surprised, but it was just the right time to take this opportunity to suppress Xia Sisi's favorability towards her. This store, I want to go shopping. Xia Sisi was physically and mentally exhausted. How could this northern Russian woman be so capable of shopping? Okay, I'll accompany you. Tell me what you see. I'll send you. Qian, you are so good to me. Zhang Qian didn't even think about it and directly agreed. Wait a minute. Why does this store look so familiar? This lipstick counter again? Zhang Qian wanted to say whether he wanted to change the store, but Natasha had already walked in. Zhang Qian had no choice but to bring Xia Sisi to follow her in. Welcome. The old counter sister recognized Zhang Qian at a glance and very enthusiastically came forward to greet and welcome him. Good guy. Zhang Qian's speed of changing girlfriends is quite fast. This caught up with the day to change one. Waist can stand it? As a matter of fact, young people are young people. Strong and energetic. Wait a minute. The one behind Zhang Qian, carrying a big bag in his hand, wasn't he brought here by Zhang Qian once a few days ago? How so quickly fell out of favor? Reduced to the status of carrying bags behind the ass? The old counterkeeper's eyes turned. She understood. Previously, Xia Sisi said that she was nothing more than a secretary, but it turned out that she was really a secretary, but not an ordinary secretary. In her opinion, it should be a secretary who helps Zhang Qian manage his harem. After all, with so many people, how could Zhang Qian care for them alone? Hello, what does this beauty want to buy? Hello, I want to take a look at your family's lipstick. Good lord. It was only when this girl opened her mouth that the old counter sister noticed the difference. Look at this white skin, blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose. This is a foreign girl. Ah, really don't say. This high rich handsome aesthetic online. This kind of girl is eye-catching. Okay, let me introduce to you. This is our family's summer just launched sunscreen model. After coming out from the Saint Laurent counter, Natasha's favorability towards Zheng Qian had increased quite a bit, with the current favorability maintained at 60 points. As for Xia Cici, it was low. After a round of shopping, it had dropped to 20 points. The three of them came to a Black Pearl 3-diamond restaurant, and after having a meal, Xia Cici took the initiative to go back to deal with the paperwork, so she didn't accompany them first. In response, Zheng Qian had only 3 words in his heart. Really understand. During the meal, Zheng Qian did not order spirits, but only ordered 2 bottles of bubbly champagne, mainly for fear that spirits have a strong aftertaste, and if you drink unconscious, it will not be easy to do things at night. After only 2 people were left, they found a hotel nearby and checked in. Natasha has a northern Russian bloodline, and her fighting ability is really not bad, and Zheng Qian did not sleep peacefully until more than 3 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, after Zheng Qian opened his eyes, the blonde beauty was no longer beside him. He rubbed his back and stood up, wanting to find a cup of water to drink, but unexpectedly found a note left on the table. On the note, it was written in broken Chinese with a marker pen. Physical strength is good, much stronger than my husband. 7 o'clock in the morning airplane, first go back. In the lower right corner of the note, Natasha drew a heart shape with lipstick. Zheng Qian was confused. Natasha was already married. If she hadn't taken the initiative to confess, Zheng Qian wouldn't have known at all. Had he known that she was married, Zheng Qian would never have done such a thing. Such behavior was against morality. It was now 10:30 in the morning. By now Natasha would probably have already entered North Russian airspace. On the cell phone, there were several unread messages. Jean Lu, will you be back at night? Zheng Qian hurriedly replied, I drank too much last night. I directly opened a room in the hotel. I forgot to return the message. I'm going back now. After waiting for 2 to 3 minutes, Jean Lu didn't reply. Maybe she was doing a question, so she didn't look at her cell phone. Besides Jean Lu, there was also a message from Xia Cici. There was only one message from her, but it filled up the entire cell phone screen, kind of like a small essay, but thankfully with punctuation. It wasn't as laborious to read. What Xia Cici wanted to express was that she was Zheng Qian's secretary, but not a personal life assistant. And next time for things like carrying bags and accompanying shopping, don't call her again, or else she'll take the initiative to resign. Zheng Qian replied, okay, next time pay attention. After that, Zheng Qian simply packed up and returned to Jiangshan International in a hurry. After arriving at the study, Jean Lu was indeed reading a book in the study. Were there many things in the past 2 days? You haven't been home for 2 days, Jean Lu said considerately. Well, I drank with a northern Russian client. The old Maoist was really good at drinking and gave me a drink, so I found a hotel nearby. Zheng Qian didn't dare to lie completely. What he said was half true, mixed with half false. Male-female ah? Definitely male ah. Zheng Qian had a bit of heartburn, but he still forced himself to be calm. Before he came back, Zheng Qian had specially taken a shower and changed his clothes, so he wasn't afraid that Jean Lu would smell a woman's odor again. Oh, good, but Jean Lu didn't intend to pursue the matter. It's normal for a man to socialize outside, even if it's a woman, and something happened with Zheng Qian. What can she do about it? Men of this class, more or less, this is human nature. She can't extinguish a man's nature. As long as Zheng Qian didn't take the initiative to tell her, she would naturally pretend that she didn't know anything. Have you had breakfast? Accompany me to the gym now? Previously, Zheng Qian gritted his teeth and ran a fitness card, but because of various reasons, he only went over a few times a year to take a shower, throwing away more than $1,000 for nothing. Now there is a beautiful private tutor is willing to accompany every day. Zheng Qian naturally happy to go. In the past few days Zheng Qian had grown to love the fitness movement, and had to sweat a little every day to be comfortable. No need to go, Jean Lu said sullenly. Zheng Qian was shocked in his heart. Could she be angry with herself because she didn't come home for 2 days? Are you angry? No, Uncle Ho closed the gym. I'll go find you another suitable gym today, Jean Lu explained. The gym is closed? How come? Zheng Qian was a bit curious. It was fine when he went there in the past 2 days. How come it was closed when he said it was closed? There are all kinds of reasons, right? Mainly because of financial constraints. People open the gym just to have fun and make friends. It doesn't make any money at all. Now that they have accumulated a certain amount of contacts, they don't want to open it. Zheng Qian nodded. So that's how it is. Let's put it this way. You help me ask Uncle Ho if he is willing to continue to open. I can give him a certain amount of financial assistance, as if it's a shareholding. Ho Jianye was Jean Lu's father's brother, and had helped Jean Lu before, so as a matter of fact, Zheng Qian had to extend a helping hand to him. What's more, Ho Jianye had also courted him twice. Zheng Qian had no reason to refuse to build a friendship with him. Jean Lu was a little confused. She was only helping Zheng Qian to answer his curiosity. She didn't expect that he would really step in to help Ho Jianye. Are you serious? Jean Lu stepped forward and inquired. Well, seriously. Help me make an appointment with Uncle Ho. I'll treat him to a meal and talk about this matter then. Bunky. A kiss was left on Zheng Qian's face. Thank you. Harm. What thanks are we talking about between the two of us? We should. Previously, Ho Jianye's intention of befriending was a bit obvious. Allowing Zheng Qian to see it, she had thought that Zheng Qian would be defensive towards Ho Jianye, but she didn't expect to take the initiative to lend a helping hand after hearing about this matter. The two made out in the study for 20 minutes, ate lunch made by Jean Lu, then returned to the company. Zheng Qian hadn't just sat down on the chair when Xia Sisi walked in. What's the rush? Are you still mad at me? Zheng Qian looked at Xia Sisi with a somewhat strange expression. Mr. Zheng, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? Zheng Qian took a sip of tea. Deng Shuxin was transferred by General Manager Lu. Tang Shuxin was transferred by General Manager Lu? What kind of situation is this? I'm not too sure. General Manager Lu transferred Deng Shuxin without giving anyone a greeting. Deng Shuxin was an employee under his hand. What is Lu Shiqi doing? Not even greeting him and directly mobilizing his people? Zheng Qian felt disgraced. No matter how much Lu Shiqi looked down on him, she wouldn't be able to disregard him so much. I'll go find General Manager Chen. Zheng Qian put down his teacup and headed for Chen Weichan's office, with Xia Sisi following close behind. A company's vice president's subordinate was directly transferred by another vice president without notice. If there wasn't an explanation for this matter, how would the people in the company look at him in the future? Mr. Chen, busy? Come in. After Zheng Qian walked into the office, he found that the rightful owner, Lu Shiqi, was also there, and the two of them didn't know what they were studying. Oh, such a coincidence. Mr. Lu is also here? Since Mr. Lu is also here, then I do have something I want to ask you. Zheng Qian opened the door and went straight to the point. Chen Weichan was a bit puzzled. There was dissatisfaction in Zheng Qian's eyes. He had never seen Zheng Qian with this kind of look, although it hadn't reached the point of losing his temper, but it was nearing that point. Right now Zheng Qian's state was a pile of dry wood. As long as a spark, it could immediately start a sky-high fire. Oh, Lu Shiqi sat on the sofa, crossing her legs and leaning back. If there's anything Mr. Zheng wants to ask, feel free to ask. Why did you privately transfer my subordinates? What is the meaning of this? Zheng Qian curbed his dissatisfaction. If he lost his temper in this situation, he would definitely be criticized, saying that he was a person without much breadth of mind and appeared petty. Who is Mr. Zheng talking about? Why can't I understand what you're saying? After all this work, Lu Shiqi was still pretending to be confused. Zheng Qian didn't know what her intentions were. Oh, Lu Shiqi dragged out a long O sound. Is Mr. Zheng talking about Deng Shuxin? If it's Deng Shuxin, then I can give Mr. Zheng an explanation. Tang Shuxin was originally an employee under me, only that the company was busy with a lot of things a while ago, and was temporarily transferred over. Originally an employee of hers? Temporarily transferred? Zheng Qian had never heard of this. If that was really the case, then it became his fault for looking for Lu Shiqi to talk about this instead. Zheng Qian looked back at Xia Sisi, but Xia Sisi had a helpless look on her face. Obviously she was also not sure if Deng Shuxin was temporarily transferred here or not. Once Chen Weiqiang heard that it was this matter, he immediately understood. Mr. Zheng, let's sit down and chat slowly first. Chen Weiqiang went forward to explain. Zheng Qian sat next to Chen Weiqiang, far away from Lu Shiqi. He wanted to know if Deng Shuxin was temporarily transferred here or not. That's right. I do have an impression of this employee, who was originally Lu Shiqi's subordinate, and was indeed temporarily drawn to that working group. Chen Weiqiang explained for Zheng Qian. Temporarily drawn. It was equivalent to borrowing. Borrowing someone else's employee. In the end, it would eventually have to be returned, and a small favor would have to be taken. If it was truly a borrowed employee, then Zheng Qian's actions were clearly a bit reckless, but the fault could not lie with Zheng Qian. After all, Zheng Qian did not know about the matter of borrowing. Then Mr. Lu should at least give me a greeting, not even a word. This is Mr. Lu's fault. Harm. How can this matter be said on the phone? I can only tell you face to face. You only have a small half day in the company. I haven't had the time to tell you yet. You are looking for it. Lu Shiqi laughed. Chen Weiqian poured a cup of tea for Zhang Qian, who took a small sip. Lu Shiqi was really skillful. This matter was originally her fault. By her 3 words, the whole thing was as if it was his fault. Mr. Chen, a small employee is just a small employee. Do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Of course Lu Shiqi could see the dissatisfaction in Zhang Qian's eyes, which was exactly what she wanted. The whole thing was a setup by her. The purpose was twofold. 1. To suppress Zhang Qian in the company and brush up her presence. 2. To see if Zhang Qian was interested in this employee. Lu Shiqi had already heard about what happened at Deng Shuxin's home last night, and after Zhang Qian arrived at the hospital, he directly advanced Deng Shuxin $300,000 in medical bills without saying a word, which was very generous. To say that Zhang Qian is a good boss, advancing medical expenses is considerate of subordinates it. Not he's so considerate. Deng Shuxin is indeed her subordinate, seconded to the public relations department. Lu Shiqi understand Deng Shuxin's family situation. Although she is a white collar, the salary is not low, but in the final analysis is a worker. A year to take 14 salary. Do not eat and drink will have to nearly 2 years more than nearly 3 years of time to pay back the debt. 2 purposes. The former Lu Shiqi heart already have a number. The latter words, she had not yet had time to ask. In other words, she had already expected that Zhang Qian would find her so furiously to ask about Deng Shuxin. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is interested in little Deng? Fond of little Deng? Lu Shiqi asked half-jokingly. Where can it be? I don't think so. Chen Weiqian followed suit and laughed along with him. Lu Shiqi appeared to be joking, but in reality it was a question. Chen Weiqian couldn't say anything more about it. It all depended on Zhang Qian's answer. Only then did Zhang Qian realize what Lu Shiqi meant by transferring Deng Shuxin. On the first day he entered the company, Zhang Qian is more generous. Just send red packets, send hundreds of thousands of dollars. The day after work also invited subordinates to go to Wanyu Island group building, and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. Especially generous. Mr. Lu did this because he wanted to suppress the authority that he had mindlessly established in the company, and even thought that he liked Deng Shuxin, so he purposely transferred Deng Shuxin. Before, when Lu Shiqi was giving him the cold shoulder, Zhang Qian did not respond. He knew that Lu Shiqi had the skill and ability, but by selling her body for a chance to get to the top, although many people did that, Zhang Qian did not think that Lu Shiqi and her were on the same path. Instead, a passionate fighting spirit entrepreneur like Chen Weiqian was what Zhang Qian wanted to pursue. Whether she was trying to discuss Zhang Qian or purposely picking a fight and bumping into him, she just wanted to brush her presence in front of Zhang Qian so that he would notice her. Mr. Zhang, at any time, in any company, office romance is not allowed. Rabbits still don't eat the grass around the nest. I shouldn't need to remind you of this, right? This pinch? The fox's tail has finally revealed itself. Zhang Qian has been able to affirm that this is the set Lu Shiqi has laid, but he was still foolishly drilling into it. After Zhang Qian calmed his mind, he felt that the whole person was relieved and exhaled a long breath. At the same time, Xia Cici, who had been behind Zhang Qian, was curious to know how Zhang Qian would respond in the face of this kind of bureau from Lu Shiqi, and even had some expectations. Lu Shiqi understood human nature very well. People were also more heavy-hearted and deeper in the city. This matter was obviously Lu Shiqi's fault. It was her who didn't give Zhang Qian a greeting and transferred Deng Shuxin without consent, but now instead, she was backtracking and blaming Zhang Qian for the matter. All the subliminal messages were saying that he didn't know the rules and was clamoring to take over the lead. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by that? Why are you saying that I'm in love with this employee? Deng Shuxin? Yesterday, Lu Shiqi was just about to open her mouth when Zhang Qian interrupted. I'm going to use this person. Immediately transfer the file back to the PR department. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he took Xia Cici and left, returning to his office. Chen Weiqian and Lu Shiqi glanced at each other. Mr. Lu, now you've botched it. Right. People don't eat you. Chen Weiqian took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Poof. Lu Shiqi snorted defiantly. The calculations Lu Shiqi had made had indeed fallen through. She did not expect Zhang Qian's reaction to be so fierce. On the other hand, it was also evident that Zhang Qian was decisive in maintaining his position in the company. Zhang Qian did not come out again after returning to the office. Xia Cici also had the good sense not to follow him in and disturb him, but found a random workstation outside and sat down to start dealing with the documents. Only, the glass of Chen Weiqian's office was transparent but soundproof. What happened between Zhang Qian and Lu Shiqi in the office was also transmitted to the outside after, causing many colleagues to talk privately among themselves, all guessing what the 3 old bosses actually said, especially those few employees under Zhang Qian's hand. The discussion was especially heated. You guys say, Mr. Zhang angrily went into Mr. Chen's office. In the end, what is it about? I don't know. The glass is soundproof and I can't hear it. Nonsense. This is not speculation. I just feel that Mr. Zhang's aura is so strong. His face has always remained calm. Seemingly calm. But in fact, his inner rage, so scary. I feel that it should be because of the book heart thing. Yan Yan got to the point. In the morning she asked why Deng Shuxin didn't come to work. Deng Shuxin? I heard that Deng Shuxin had been transferred by General Manager Lu. And with the fact that she had taken the day off and Zheng Qian was so angry, the possibility of this was very high. In addition to the vice president of the dockyard company, Lu Shuxin had several other identities and had previously done work at Lu Shixi's foundation. But because of the business problem, the foundation does not need so many people. Lu Shixi felt that Deng Shuxin is a good person, and her business ability is also strong. So she introduced her to Chen Weiqiang, joined Chen Weiqiang's company to do things. Tang Shuxin was working in this company because she got an internal push from the company's vice president, Lu Shixi, and wasn't seconded here as she claimed, which was completely untenable. Could it be that Mr. Zhang has taken a liking to Tang Shuxin? Mr. Lu transferred Deng Shuxin away. That's why Mr. Zhang was so angry? Hearing this, Yao Man, Zhong Xiaoyao inexplicably tightened. Zheng Qian was looking at Deng Shuxin? Other than this reason, the crowd couldn't find any other reason that could explain why Zheng Qian was so angry. The crowd was a bit surprised, because from the face, Deng Shuxin and Zheng Qian didn't have much communication. After that group building, the one who had the best relationship with Zheng Qian should be Zhong Xiaoyao, followed by Chang Meng, Hao Ruxue, and so on. As for Deng Shuxin, she didn't say a few words throughout the whole process, and sang 2 songs, so she should be at the bottom of the list. Unexpectedly, she was the one who gained Zheng Qian's favor? Zhong Xiaoyao never dreamed that she would lose to Deng Shuxin. In terms of aura, she had the air of a mature woman who could play any trick. In terms of voice, she was a diva of the song world and pressed Deng Shuxin to death. In terms of face value, she was not inferior to Deng Shuxin at all. Only that Deng Shuxin was a bit taller than her. Not only was she taller than Zhong Xiaoyao, she was taller than Mr. Zheng. I didn't think he would like this. The songs that Tang Shuxin sang were basically pure or love songs, while the songs she sang were majestic and crushed the entire singing diva. So, Zheng Qian likes Deng Shuxin's type and not her mature girl type? Zhong Xiaoyao was a bit reluctant. She was in such good condition. Why Zheng Qian couldn't see her? Isn't it just that she is a bit sick? It's okay. Yao Man was shocked and at the same time had some remorse. She had been in the company for quite some time and knew what kind of personality Lu Shixi had. She had a strange temper towards her subordinates. Even Chen Weiqiang didn't dare to speak up in front of her. Not to mention them, the laborers. But Zheng Qian dared to confront a woman like Lu Shixi face to face for Deng Shuxin, even going so far as to tear his face off. How good would it be if that person was her? Before, Zheng Qian was indeed very good to her, caring for her in every way, taking care of her almost like a male slave. But at that time, Yao Man gradually looked down on Zheng Qian in her heart, treating him like a dog. That's why she cheated on her husband openly and honestly. And when she was caught by Zheng Qian, she had no shame on her face. Why did she do those things that she was sorry for Zheng Qian? Yao Man was regretful. She clenched her small fists tightly. Now Zheng Qian's attitude towards her was a bit vague. Yao Man was a bit confused about what Zheng Qian was thinking. In the case of an ordinary person, his ex-girlfriend had cuckolded him, and he still passed Yao Man's internship procedures. Is it a ripple in his heart? Or is it impartial? Yao Man thinks that there should be some of both. No. She has to find a way to figure out what Zheng Qian means to her now, how much he means to her, and whether he has any hope of getting back together with her. If she can get back together, then she will do her best to make it up to Zheng Qian. If she can't get back together, Yao Man thinks it's better to leave the company earlier. Change to a city or company where no one knows her details. Change her identity, re-establish her persona, change her face, and start over. The fact that she was able to take down Zheng Qian before showed that she had the ability to conquer him. And now it was not a bad time to give it a try. You guys are gossiping about the 2 vice presidents during working hours. Do you know how big of a crime this is? Xia Cici, who had been concentrating on her work at the side, could not listen to it anymore and interrupted the discussion. Okay, all shut up. Hurry up and do something. Xia Cici ordered. A few girls which can withstand this kind of threat. Talk about the old boss gossip if it was reported. Certainly no good fruit to eat, not to mention the 2 bosses. A few people know that Xia Cici she will not be reported, but by the other people heard the words, not inevitably will not pose them together. So hurriedly shut up, concentrate on doing things. Xia Cici let out a long breath. As Zheng Qian's secretary, she naturally couldn't reveal what was going on in the office, much less join these people's discussion. However, What Zhang Qian had just done in the office really brightened her eyes. Xia Sisi had also heard something about Deng Shuxin. Zhang Qian's argument in front of Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiji to fight for Deng Shuxin's power under his command was not only for his own face, but also for Deng Shuxin's interests, representing the interests of his employees. This company wasn't big, but it wasn't small either, and there were rules and regulations. The vice president does have the power to transfer employees, but the process should still go, not because of Lu Shiqi's words. Tang Shuxin was transferred. Moreover, transferred to which department? Is a promotion and salary increase? Or demotion processing? What is the reason? Lu Shiqi pressure is not a complete spectrum. In Xia Sisi's opinion, Lu Shiqi has bad intentions and is totally trying to disgust Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian advanced 300,000 medical expenses, reflecting his care for subordinates, but this kind of care she cannot be sure. Zhang Qian is interested in Deng Shuxin. Most of the time in the company, Xia Sisi was with Zhang Qian, and she had never seen Zhang Qian interacting with Deng Shuxin, nor had she inquired about Deng Shuxin. Of course, it was also possible that Zhang Qian had done a trickle down and no one knew about it, but this possibility was very small as all. Xia Sisi glanced at the time and felt that Zhang Qian's fire should have almost died down. She also had a few documents to submit to Zhang Qian for a look, so she moved to Zhang Qian's office. At 6:30 p.m., Zhang Qian left the company on time. In the evening, Jean Lu helped him to make an appointment with Ho Jianye. He was going to go to the meal and talk to Ho about the gym. Zhang Qian didn't drive the Rolls-Royce. He felt that this car was hard to drive. It didn't have the kind of handling that the BMW had to be comfortable at all. After parking the car at Jiangshan International, he took Jean Lu's car and headed to the restaurant. You don't look too good. Jean Lu glanced at Zhang Qian and realized that his look was different from usual. Well, ran into something bad. Quite annoying. Don't mention it. Zhang Qian really felt that Lu Shiqi was a bit disgusting. Wasn't she just a founder and main manager of a foundation? How much money could she have in her hands? Zhang Qian even had an impulse to find out what projects Lu Shiqi's foundation had invested in, and flushed her out so that she would remember not to mess with herself. Jean Lu did not ask more questions, since Zhang Qian did not take the initiative to tell her. That means he does not want to mention this matter. As Zhang Qian's assistant, she should not go after Zhang Qian. About 7 o'clock, the two came to a restaurant called Lotus Pond Moonlight. This restaurant is more upscale. The per capita consumption is at least 3,000 up. Ho Jianye was waiting at the entrance of the restaurant as early as possible. Mr. Zhang, Lulu. Ho Jianye warmly went up to greet him. Zhang Qian shook hands with him and then followed Ho Jianye into a private room. Inside the private room, there was another person sitting. Han Huahao. He also came? Mr. Zhang, you should know Boss Han, so there's no need for me to introduce him, huh? Ho Jianye said with a smile. Han Huahao smiled and got up, coming to shake hands with Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang came so early. I was just on the phone and didn't go to the door to welcome you. Sorry about that. What is Boss Han talking about? I should be the one who came late and kept you waiting. Zhang Qian saw that Han Huahao was so polite. He followed suit. Courtesy was not to be blamed. What's more, Han Huahao's status wasn't lower than what he had shown, and it was normal for him not to come out to greet them. Zhang Qian's current identity is only the vice president of the Dockyard Transportation Company, not the boss, while Han Huahao is the owner of the Moonwatch Island. This is where. However, Zhang Qian's back has huge funds to support this matter. Casually take out $30 million, but also drive Rolls-Royce? Han Huahao should be aware of, so the two people can sit at the same table to eat. Ho Jianye invited Han Huahao. The meaning is also very obvious. That is to say, Han Huahao for Ho Jianye gym things, also interested in. So tonight the purpose of this bureau, it is very clear. After the four of them were seated, they were briefly polite, and Ho Jianye even brought up Jean Lu's father. Lulu, brother Yuan will be out soon, right? Well, my father recently fought for another sentence reduction. There's still about a month left, I think. Jean Lu replied. Alas, it's been more than 10 years since brother Yuan went in. He's finally coming out. Zhang Qian didn't have many chances to hear Jean Lu mention her father other than the first time they met. After the conversation between the two, Zhang Qian learned that Jean Lu's father's name was Jean Ji Yuan. The rest of the things were not mentioned much. Brother Yuan came out to say that you're lucky to have a son-in-law like Mr. Zhang. You can't enjoy the rest of your life, ah. The crowd laughed out loud. Jean Lu was indeed Zhang Qian's girlfriend on the surface now, and was still the main court. However, Zhang Qian's willpower was not too strong, and sometimes he would make mistakes that all men would make. But to Zhang Qian's surprise, the ice-cold Jean Lu even pretended not to know, and acquiesced to him to do whatever he wanted outside. In Jean Lu's words, he has such wealth, status, there must be a lot of women around the initiative to wrap up the backing. which cannot do a piece of the leaf does not touch the body. As long as the red flag at home doesn't fall, she doesn't care how many colorful flags Zheng Qian has outside. By the way, Uncle Ho, what's going on with your gym? I told Shuang Shuang I wanted to go to the gym, but I was told that you've closed down. Zheng Qian felt that the idle chatter was about right, so he steered the conversation towards business. Before he came, Jin Lu told him a little bit about Ho Jianye's background in the car. He had bought some stores and some investments earlier in his life, living on rent collection and dividends, and the gym was nothing more than something he opened for fun. Recently, all industries in the market are not doing well. All of them are their own people. I may as well tell you, I have an investment loss of 80%. The capital chain is broken. The gym can only be forced to shut down. Gym external claim is shut down to reorganize. In fact, is the capital chain broke? Ho Jianye's gym. The location is particularly good. The scale is not big, not small. Long-term operation down the accumulation of a lot of contacts. He also did not want to see the gym so premature. But if there is no new money in, can only stop the gym, will occupy the store to sell, in order to recoup funds. Today to talk about, is the gym sale and buy things? Ho Jianye on his planning is very clear. There are two plans. First, the whole buy the gym, but the site is not for sale. You have to pay a certain amount of rent for the site every year. Second, buy the gym, buy out the site. You can give 5% discount, but the funds should be one step. However, the membership card that should be refunded is to be refunded. The kind of thing that I can't do to roll up the money and run away. Ho Jianye mentioned at the end. Moreover, some of the staff positions should be retained. Ho Jianye's site in the city center, which can be described as an inch of gold, so large that it can even be split into several small stores, but is more difficult to buy. This article is equivalent to the original customer is still a member of the gym. You can't force the customer to do another card because of the change of boss. To be honest, Ho Jianye is still more conscientious as a boss. Whether it is a customer or an employee under his hand, he can afford it. Ho Jianye has a lot of contacts in his hands, including many tycoons, businessmen, and senior civil servants, so he can definitely find a buyer if he wants to. Everyone else just casually chatted. Zheng Qian and Han Huahao. It was the first time he talked about this matter at a dinner party. As for the price, my current intention is 5 million, but with Mr. Zhang and Boss Han being as close as we are, 4 million is also negotiable. Buying a gym in the center of Yebu and buying out the site for 4 million was still cost-effective when analyzed carefully, and Ho Jianye didn't ask for more. Uncle Ho, what are you going to do with the gym after selling it? Zheng Qian was a little curious. Haven't thought about it yet. Let's take one step at a time. Ho Jianye answered this way. Zheng Qian nodded and turned his head to ask Han Huahao, is Boss Han interested? Definitely interested. As you know, there aren't any industries in Yebei other than Wanyu Island, and I'm also more interested in the gym industry. However, if Mr. Zheng is also interested, I'll let you go first. Boss Han, how embarrassing. However, Zheng Qian was still really interested. The gym industry, as long as it was run well, was very profitable, but if it was run poorly, it would lose money. Ho Jianye had opened a gym for so many years, and after hearing Jin Lu say that he was merely doing it casually, he was able to keep his income and expenditure even, and would not lose money. I initially planned to open a gym in Wanyu Island, but when I thought about it, which person would want to take a boat to the gym every day? So I didn't do it. Ho Jianye took a sip of wine and laughed, but Zheng Qian wanted to buy the gym, not for the sake of making money, but he heard Jin Lu say that after her father went in, Ho Jianye helped her a lot. So this favor he wanted to pay back for Jin Lu, and after that, let Jin Lu take the time to help him just casually take care of it, and with her there, Zheng Qian was not afraid of losing money. If two people do it, the profit is not too obvious. Boss Han is such a person. He should not be able to see this small amount of money. Jin Lu sidestepped to make a suggestion to Zheng Qian. A gym. 5 million, or 4 million. The initial investment is not small. The payback cycle is long. If two people do it in partnership, then it doesn't make much sense. Zheng Qian also nodded. He agreed with Jin Lu's idea. Let's do it this way. I won't haggle on the price. 5 million is just stated. With a contract, Zheng Qian was not in a good position to haggle with him. 5 million. As long as Ho Jianye brought the contract, he immediately transferred the money. Ho Jianye's face appeared surprised. So smooth? His mental price is 8 million. Zheng Qian is clearly to return the favor Jin Lu owes him. What a great deal. Mr. Zhang, I don't have the contract with me. I can sign the contract tomorrow. It's not too late, right? There's no rush. I'll transfer the money to you first to take it to emergency. Just give me the contract when the time comes, Zhang Qian said and asked Ho Jianye for his bank account. Transferring 5 million. Ho Jianye looked at the bank account balance change. The whole person was confused. 5 million. Just transfer it? Jean Lu, you have a good eye. With $5 million, he was able to buy a brand new Ferrari. But Zhang Qian gave it to Jean Lu to return the favor. He was so generous. He really deserved to be the top rich young man. Jean Lu suddenly felt that Zhang Qian buying Ho Jianye's gym was not like buying himself an asset. If manhwa couldn't see the small amount of money, Zhang Qian certainly couldn't see it either. Ho Jianye has said, 4 million can be negotiated. Zhang Qian did not even ask. Directly hit the money transfer, but liked to help her return favor. This man began to let her not see through. Zhang Qian followed up with a detailed question. Shuang, you just said that it doesn't make much sense if two people open a gym, right? Jean Lu nodded. When she had previously chosen the gym to join, she had done her research on the population and location of the city of Yebei. Yebei has more white-collar workers. There are quite a few civil servants, and there are more well-off petit bourgeois families that still value physical and mental health. So as long as the gym isn't particularly shady and operated in a particularly trashy manner, it can generate a decent amount of income. If two people open it, then it must be a high-grade gym. If you are interested in cooperating with Boss Han, I would suggest opening a high-grade gym. Co-open a gym? How so? Han Huahao and Zhang Qian were both interested. For the location, choose next to Lake Yi. The grade must be adequate, the class must be high, the area must be large, and the equipment must be advanced. Jean Lu began to detail her ideas. Opening two gyms at the same time isn't exactly robbing yourself of business. After all, on the other side of the city center, no one wants to run 20 to 30 kilometers to a gym. The only two lakes in Yabu, Lake Wanyue and Lake Ya. These two areas are gathering places where the rich are located. The transportation is convenient, and the store facilities that should be there are basically there. The only thing that is messed up is the gym. I've made a field trip over to Lake Ya. There aren't any high-grade gyms around. The equipment is old. The decoration is shabby. The grade is very low. The area is very small, and some of them can't even wash the bathrooms. In the vicinity of Lake Yi, it would cost at least more than $20 million. Equipment. Decoration is a small head. Just to buy a large site would cost more than $10 million. Two people open. The investment is not too much. It is more cost-effective. Jean Lu had done a little homework in time after Zhang Qian suggested that he wanted to make a dinner date with Ho Jianye, and felt that Yebei was now short of an upscale gym. If you want to do it as a partnership, you and Boss Han will each contribute $10 million for 42.5% of the shares. Uncle Ho doesn't have anything he wants to do for the time being, and has experience in opening gyms on him, so he can help to come and run the gym. Count 15% of the shares for him, and then he can be a complete shirker himself, not having to take care of anything. Zhang Qian snatched Han Huahao's lead and bought Ho Jianye's gym to repay the favor for him. Zhang Qian said this because she didn't want to owe Han Huahao anything. She gave advice that Han Hualao could do if he wanted to, or not if he didn't want to. And Zhang Qian and Han Hualao felt very engaged after listening to Jean Lu's advice. Ho Jianye hesitated for a moment, but quickly agreed. The matter of opening a gym was too easy for him. Good. Then since it's like this, I'll go and choose a site tomorrow and then show you too if it's suitable. No. Boss Han and I will only fund the project. We don't care about anything. We'll leave it all to you to decide. Zhang Qian and Han Huahao said that they only wanted to be the boss. A few people agreed at once. The three of them marveled at Jean Lu's talent in business. Zhang Qian felt that Jean Lu was so well prepared for this meal. She was completely a wise assistant to herself. Ho Jianye even felt that Jean Lu, knew more about gyms than he did. Mr. Zhang, this one in your family, quite knows business read MBA, Master of Finance? Han Huahao asked with a smile. Boss Han misunderstood. I'm still in graduate school. Jean Lu responded calmly. Ha, you're quite talented in business then. Not bad. Han Huahao was full of praise for Jean Lu. And right at this time, Zhang Qian glanced at the beautiful Jean Lu beside him and realized that her favorability rubbed up and came directly to 100 points. System test. Does host Zhang Qian want to marry this woman? Again? No. Zhang Qian directly refused. On Zhang Qian's cell phone, he received another message from Deng Shuxin. Has Mr. Zhang had dinner yet? My sister and I made steaks. Do you have time to come over? After Zhang Qian saw this message, he originally wanted to reply back because his table hadn't been broken up yet. However, Zhang Qian wanted to ask Deng Shuxin in person about the company and Lu Shiqi, so he replied back with a yes. After the gym matter was settled, Ho Jianye went to settle the bill. He had wanted to leave Zhang Qian to go to the clubhouse for a while, but with Jean Lu present, he couldn't mention it. Does Mr. Zhang have any more activities? Do you want to go play for a while? Ho Jianya asked. No, I have things to do later. Let's stop here for today. After bidding farewell to the restaurant, Zheng Qian sat on the co-pilot and replied to Deng Shuxin's message. Are you still having social engagements? Jean Lu closed the car door and inquired. Zheng Qian nodded. This matter, too, could barely be considered a social engagement. Then where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Jean Lu looked at Zheng Qian with more love in her eyes at this time. Later. Why wait for a while? Thinking of you. After Zheng Qian closed the car window, he crossed the console and directly attacked on Jean Lu's cherry jade mouth. Jean Lu resisted a little at first. After all, this was in the parking lot. So many people coming and going. How bad to be seen. But Zheng Qian kissed her firmly, without giving Jean Lu any chance to avoid. In addition to his mouth, Zheng Qian's hands also started to become dishonest. The ambiguous temperature in the car rose rapidly. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Qian took a long breath before he sat down again. Just drop me off near Wenfeng Road. Since he had already told Jean Lu that it was an appointment, he definitely couldn't let Jean Lu send him to Deng Shuxin's house. Although he was only there to answer an appointment, Zheng Qian and Deng Shuxin didn't have any relationship, and were currently still in an ordinary up-and-down relationship. No, it wasn't even superior and subordinate anymore. Zheng Qian didn't plan to tell Jean Lu about all this. It would be troublesome to explain, and Jean Lu wouldn't necessarily believe it. The car gradually drove to the Wenfeng Road neighborhood. Are you still coming back at night? Should I wait for you? The blush on Jean Lu's face had not yet dissipated. Her white and red cheeks made Zheng Qian a little fond of her. Not necessarily. It depends. There's a chance I'll have to ask you to come and pick me up. If I haven't called you after 12 o'clock, you can go to bed by yourself first. You don't have to wait for me. Jean Lu nodded obediently. Zheng Qian walked to the neighborhood where Deng Shuxin was located. And when he walked to the bottom of the unit, Zheng Qian sent her a message asking her to press the elevator for him. I'll go down to pick you up. After meeting up, Deng Shuxin brought Zheng Qian to the 14th floor. Deng Shuxin was dressed coolly, with long hair draped over her shoulders, slightly powdered, and a light jasmine scent on her body, which was obviously specially prepared after he agreed to go to the appointment. After entering the door, Tang Yuqing was the first to come forward to greet him, probably because of her sister. Deng Yuqing was dressed more formally and maturely, and there was a fragrance on her body that was different from that of jasmine. And Zheng Qian couldn't smell what it was. Xiao Qian is here? Have a seat. Deng Yuqing smiled in a vein. On the dining table, what was prepared was not Chinese food, but Western food. Some small and exquisite appetizers of excellent quality, steak and sauce, and dessert after the meal, with a wine awakener and 3 Bordeaux wine glasses on the table. The host family had prepared a sumptuous meal, and it showed disrespect to the host family if the guests had much left over. I just finished socializing and talked to 2 other friends about something, so I don't think I can eat much. Zheng Qian was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat, so he explained in advance. It's okay, it's us who shouted too late. You eat as much as you can. Don't be a stranger. Tang Yuqing shouted for Zheng Qian to take a seat. How is Uncle Tang doing? Will you both be able to make it at home? Zheng Qian asked a mouthful. My dad has been transferred to the hospital. Deng Shuxin replied. Transferred to the hospital? Well, it's been transferred to the Imperial Concord Hospital. Mr. Lu gave help in arranging it, and also hired a specialized nurse to take care of it, waiting for a matching kidney source over there, and it's estimated that it won't take more than a few days for the surgery to take place. Speaking of which, Xiao Qian and that Mr. Lu are all our family's benefactors, Tang Yuqing exclaimed. Zheng Qian still didn't understand what was going on and stayed for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. The Imperial Concord Hospital was considered the most powerful hospital in Kyushu, with advanced medical equipment and a professional medical team that could leave Yebei behind by a few blocks. If Tang Jiming was transferred to the Imperial Concord Hospital, Zheng Qian believed that he would receive the best treatment. Zheng Qian let out His favorability towards Lu Shiqi added back some. But the question was, why was Lu Shiqi doing this? Originally, tonight, I called out to Shuxin to invite that Mr. Lu as well, but she said she was too busy with work to leave. Tang Yuqing explained. Xiao Qian, you don't see this as at home, but I'm sure it's not worse than outside. This bottle of wine helped you wake up. It's Romani's. Zheng Qian held the wine glass. Deng Yuqing took the initiative to pick up the wine soberer and helped Zheng Qian pour half a glass. Helping to transfer a hospital did not require much in the way of connections. As long as the money was in place, everything was fine. Lu Shiqi doing this is obviously not in line with her persona. How did she suddenly turn into a good boss who was considerate of her subordinates? Tang Shuxin explained that on the second day Lu Shiqi had already learned about her father's situation and had arranged for an airplane at the first time. flying directly to the Imperial Concord Hospital, and had also hired 3 caregivers to take care of him 24 hours a day. This matter, is it also related to Lu Shiqi transferring you? Zheng Qian asked. It should. Have it. Mr. Lu said to transfer me away. I can't disagree. But, Mr. Lu didn't pick out with me where to transfer me to, whether to continue in this company, or to return to her foundation. This wave of Lu Shiqi's operation did leave Zheng Qian with no choice but to hack. But why didn't Lu Shiqi say at that time that she had also helped Deng Shuxin do so many things? Deng Shuxin was afraid that she still didn't know that Zheng Qian had run off to theorize with Lu Shiqi for her sake, and although it hadn't come to the point of a fight, she had already torn her face. Mr. Zheng, nothing happened in the company because of me, right? Deng Shuxin felt that if Zheng Qian did something out of the ordinary because of her, it would be her responsibility. Zheng Qian shook his head repeatedly, saying no, everything was normal. I heard you talk about opening a cafe before. Why don't we talk about it now? Ah, a cafe? Tang Shuxin obviously did not expect it. Tang Yuqing was also shocked. This sister of his even talked to Zheng Qian about the cafe? Well, I'm planning to cooperate with the two of you to open a cafe. I'll pay for it. You guys will pay for the technology. Make a brand on your own. 55 split. Interested? He had already been in trouble with Lu Shiqi before he left. He also left Lu Shiqi with a harsh sentence, telling her to transfer Tang Shuxin back. But so far he did not receive any message from Lu Shiqi. Only a few words of comfort from Chen Weiqiang, urging him to make peace. Being angry is always the next best thing for a person. Zheng Qian somewhat regretted leaving a sentence like that in the office. After arguing with Lu Shiqi, Zheng Qian had some regrets. This situation, whether it was him or Lu Shiqi, was very embarrassing. If Lu Shiqi insisted on transferring Deng Shuxin, then he would lose face. But if she didn't transfer Deng Shuxin, she herself wouldn't have any face either. But even if she transferred Deng Shuxin, I'm afraid she wouldn't be reused. The safest way to not lose face was to have Deng Shuxin neither work under him nor under Lu Shiqi. What do you guys think? I heard Shuxin say that uncle had opened a cafe before and had also been planning to open another cafe. It was because of the issue of funding that the plan was put on hold. Tang Shuxin and Tang Yuqing both looked at each other in dismay. Neither of them had expected that Zheng Qian would propose such a thing. Xiao Qian. Opening a cafe is not something that can be handled with a few $100,000. Take Yebei for example. If you find a modest store in the city center, the rent for a year will be more than $100,000. The decorations, the materials, the machines, they all cost money. Money is not a problem, as long as you are willing. Just name a number. The last thing I need is money. Zheng Qian took a small sip of Romani, forcing himself not to show a hard-to-drink expression. This kind of red wine is not hard to drink. Zheng Qian is not accustomed to drink. He drank the most before his beer and white wine. As for red wine, good point, are thousands of dollars a bottle. He cannot afford to drink. But who let the red wine is the upper class people like to drink wine. Zheng Qian also have to change this habit. Drink more. The two sisters blushed abnormally. The last thing you need is money? Mr. Zheng, how rich are you? Can you just take out $1 or $2 million? I'm afraid that a few of the top rich kids in Yebei don't have the financial power and vigor that Zheng Qian has. Of course I will. But to open a coffee shop, the starting capital is conservatively $1 million. Zheng Qian smiled, opened his cell phone bank, flipped out a record of a previous transfer to Deng Shuxin, and transferred another 2 million, spent 1 million yuan, the system cashback 10 million yuan, has arrived. Deng Shuxin unintentionally glanced at Zheng Qian's balance, several digits, more than she could count. The Zheng Qian in front of her, the vice president of the company, was actually a big shot sitting on over $100 million of wealth? Then why would he condescend to inaugurate Chen Weiqiang's company and work under him as a small vice president? Tang Shuxin couldn't figure it out. The money was received right. Shu Xin. You should go and do your separation tomorrow. Zheng Qian faintly said. Sister Yuqing, I heard that you are a nutritionist. Tomorrow you also go to do your departure. Let's work together to sit this cafe up. Zheng Qian was actually a bit surprised. He didn't expect that there would be a cashback for subsidizing this sister flower to open a cafe. However, he transferred out $2 million. How can he only give a cashback of $1 million? Zheng Qian quickly figured out that the reason was because he had previously proposed a 55 share, which was equivalent to taking out 1 million from his own pocket, and only 1 million was funding Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing. Xiao Qian, you really turned it? Deng Yuqing got up and came to Deng Shuxin's side, and saw the balance lying in his sister's cell phone. No more, no less than 2 million. Well, 200, not enough to tell me again. Zheng Qian's face was expressionless, as if what he had just transferred out was not money, but just a bunch of numbers. Indeed, for Zheng Qian, Money was really just a bunch of numbers for him now. His values were being reshaped by the system. Deng Xuxin's slender hand holding the cell phone was trembling slightly. She had never seen so much money in her life. Tang Yuqing was the same. Father Tang Jiming had boiled his intestines and scrimped to put their two sisters through university, and now that they had joined the workforce and were somewhat capable, the two sisters wanted to properly honor their father. But even if they lowered their quality of life, they wouldn't be able to save up 2 million in a few years. My father is about to enter his old age, and I don't know if I can fulfill his dream of opening a cafe in my lifetime. Zheng Qian's appearance was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise, saving the Deng family from the fire and even willing to fund a cafe in partnership with the two of them. If the advance payment of medical bills, help transfer to the hospital are considered subordinates' performance, that out of 2 million to open a cafe must have been out of this relationship. Further into the hearts of the two sisters. Good sense plus 10. Favorable sense plus 10. Favorable sense plus 10. Deng Xuxin's goodwill towards Zheng Qian had come to 90 points. Favorable sense plus 25. Tang Yuqing's favorability towards Zheng Qian had even soared directly to 95 points. Zheng Qian was surprised. He didn't spend much money. How did the favorability of the two go up so much? 190 points. 195 points. Very exaggerated. Xiao Qian. Again helping us with our medical bills and funding the cafe. I really don't know how to thank you. Tang Yuqing was instantly in a state of imitation. She felt that she would never be able to repay the favor she owed Zheng Qian in her lifetime. The share percentage you gave is too high. We only need 3 achievements to be enough. You are the proprietor. How can you share 55 with us? Tang Yuqing took the initiative to lower the percentage of income. The cafe is my father's ideal for half of his life. 30% is enough. No, it has to be 55%. I'm still counting on you guys to rely on that unique craft to make money. 30% is too low. Zheng Qian directly clapped his hands and said, tomorrow you guys will go and look at the location of the stores. If it's not possible, we'll just buy a store. Don't care about the amount of money. The two really didn't know what to say, especially Deng Xuxin. She had already shown her cards to Zheng Qian before and picked it out. If she said she wanted to chase her, don't use money in this way. She was a slow learner, but Zheng Qian still did it. She surprisingly couldn't resent it at all. If Zheng Qian took advantage of this opportunity tonight and confessed to her, Deng Xuxin didn't even know what reason to use to refuse and could only agree to Zheng Qian. But looking at Zheng Qian again, he was concentrating on cutting the steak on his plate and had absolutely no intention of wanting to confess to her, which made Deng Xuxin very puzzled. Advancing medical expenses can be said to be sympathetic to subordinates. Then funding a cafe can't be said to be sympathetic to subordinates, can it? Apart from wanting to chase her, Deng Xuxin couldn't find a second reason. But why hasn't Zheng Qian taken any action at all? Why don't you confess to me? In fact, Zheng Qian is facing the system's true love test decision. Ding! The system has detected a woman's true love for the host. Is host Zheng Qian willing to marry and have children with one of them and spend the rest of his life together? No way. No way. True love is so cheap now? 3 true loves in one night? Damn it. Tang Yuqing didn't show any favoritism towards him at all. Just a high favoritism. How can you call this true love? There is something wrong with the system. The system didn't answer Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian still had some money in his account. Plus, after choosing the option to get married and have children, the system would also compensate a large sum of money. It seemed that opening a coffee shop and spending the rest of his life with one of Tang Xuxin and Tang Yuqing was also a good choice. But Zheng Qian still chose, no. He didn't even choose, yes, for Jean Lu, much less Tang Xuxin or Tang Yuqing. Even if Zheng Qian didn't choose to marry Jean Lu, he lived quite well, no different from being married. If Zheng Qian hadn't refused to marry Jean Lu in the first place, he wouldn't have entered Chen Weiqiang's company as a vice president, and he wouldn't have run into Tang Xuxin or Tang Yuqing. The road ahead was still long. If there is no systematic huge capital source as the backing behind him, he enters the circle of capital, only to be played with. So what if he has more than 100 million assets? A real capitalist would let your money go down the drain in minutes. Zheng Qian is still a sheep, occasionally using the horns on his head to top his enemies. But if he wants to work only 2 or 3 hours a day after not having a system, or just not work, and the money flows into his card, Zheng Qian is still far from it. If you want to kill the circle of capital, then you cannot be a sheep. You must be a wolf, and a vicious wolf with sharp teeth and claws. Just as Chen Weiqiang said in the card game, money, status. You can't be greedy. You can't be ruthless. To give birth to fangs and sharp claws, Zheng Qian still had a long way to go. Whether it was refining his heart in the red dust or sinking in the sea of business, what awaited Zheng Qian would be a heavy test for him to cross the ranks. Not bad. Not bad. This steak is really well done. After Zheng Qian brought the steak into his mouth, he could not help but praise Tang Yuqing's cooking skills. This steak was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Just a good 3/4 cooked. There was no loss of protein and the texture was well maintained. It was worthy of being a dietitian. She must have cooked steaks often. Originally Zhang Qian had eaten quite a lot at the dinner table. He thought that he couldn't eat anymore. But he didn't expect that he had also eaten a lot and didn't have much left. Xiao Qian, why don't you spend the night here tonight? Zhang Qian said as he raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. It was now past 12. Past the time he had told Jean Lu. Okay. Zhang Qian agreed. I just want to ask you, are you trying to chase my sister? It was this question again. Last time Zhang Qian had already answered it. He wasn't trying to chase Deng Shuxin. It was just that the situation was there. And he advanced a medical bill by the way. To be honest, $300,000 to $400,000 was nothing for Zhang Qian. And the system returned it tenfold. Funding a cafe. Simply because Zhang Qian has the possibility of losing face in the company is just. Ghost knows Lu Shiqi will not bite the bullet and stomp his foot really against him. I don't mean anything else just simply asking. Tang Yuqing was afraid that Zhang Qian would misunderstand and be disgusted. So she hurriedly explained. It's fine. It's fine. I can also tell you honestly. I do have a bit of a crush on Tang Shuxin, but it doesn't mean I'm going to chase after her. This kind of thing Zhang Qian could not do. Tang Yuqing continued. Could it be that you think I'm bad looking? She also put on a cute expression. Tang Yuqing had similarly inherited Tang Jining's genes, and although she wasn't as tall as Tang Shuxin, she was still on par with Zhang Qian at 1.7 meters. She was tall, with a perfect figure, and she showed off her overwhelming beauty between her knitted brows and her smile. And even female stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan would be inferior in front of her. With this kind of condition, Deng Yuqing could totally go to be a model. Zhang Qian believed that Deng Yuqing could become an international level model. Obviously, she could rely on her face to eat, but she relied on her talent and ability. Deng Shuxin's shout rang out from outside the door. Sis, help me find the flower water. Coming, Tang Yuqing answered from her room. Right. I heard that you have a bit of a problem with your lumbar spine and shoulders. Do you want me to call her over and do some massage for you? No need. It's getting late. Let her rest. Good. The next morning, after breakfast, Deng Yuqing drove Deng Shuxin to the company to do her departure, and sent Jing Qian there on the way. The car she drove was an old Santana, and the workbench creaked incessantly as she drove on the road. Now that the two of you are also the owners of a coffee shop, change your car sometime. Harm can drive just fine. It's just for daily transportation. We also want to change, but no money. It's okay. These days you first download the software on the phone to see. When I have time, take you to the Force store to buy. Zheng Qian feels that even if he buys a car with hundreds of thousands of dollars, after the system 10 times cashback, it is also casually a few million to hand. This money is not earned for nothing. How embarrassing this is. Xiao Qian, you have already spent a lot these days. Right. Where can we want your car? Can't drive this car to talk business, right? That would make us look like we don't have the strength. And if we talk about any business in the future, and the platoon is not enough, people will think that you don't have the strength, so they won't talk to you properly. Deng Yuqing still wanted to say no, but was stopped by Zhang Qian. Alright, no need to say it. It's settled. Tang Yuqing and Tang Shuxin, the two of them frowned. Is this the high-flying handsome? After arriving at the company, Zhang Qian told Tang Yuqing to wait downstairs for a little while, and then took Tang Shuxin and ran to the personnel department, with a vice president leading the way. Everything was quick, 2 or 3 minutes to get it done, and after the stuff was moved downstairs, he let Tang Yuqing drive her away. Zheng Qian hadn't even sat in his office for half a bell when Xia Cici knocked on the door and walked in. What is it, Mr. Zhang? I think we need to talk. Zheng Qian raised his eyelids and glanced at her, then turned off the computer game and asked, Oh, what do you want to talk to me about? Xia Cici unlocked the door, then walked in front of Zheng Qian, her hands resting on the desk in reverse, her body forming a tilt, and spoke in a righteous manner. I don't care about the matter between you and Mr. Lu, but please don't bring the matter to Deng Shuxin's body. She's already been forced by you guys to leave her job, do you know that? The weather was rather hot. Xia Cici wore less today. A simple wraparound skirt, coupled with her questioning posture, caused Zheng Qian to be at an angelic angle. Xia Cici was in his full view and didn't listen to a single word. Wait, can you stand still first? Just now your mouth was opening and closing. I didn't hear what you said at all. Zheng Qian gestured, and only then did Xia Cici notice what was wrong. She straightened her clothes and stood up straight. The dissatisfaction on her face towards Zheng Qian intensified a little, and she repeated what she had just said with anger. You said that Deng Shuxin left his job. I am aware of this matter. Zheng Qian answered truthfully. Deng Shuxin was the one he brought to the personnel department to do the departure. How could he not know? However, Xia Cici knew fast enough. It was only less than half an hour before she knew about this matter. Looking at her face of anger, her favorability also dropped 15 points. Obviously misunderstood. Xia Cici might think that it was because of his affair with Lu Shiqi that Deng Xuxin left her job. You know? Why do you still have a leisurely face when you know? Don't you have the slightest bit of guilt? Nonsense. What did Zheng Qian feel guilty about? What did he have to apologize to Deng Xuxin for? What guilt do I need to have? Zheng Qian asked a rhetorical question. Xia Cici was so angry by Zheng Qian that she couldn't say a word. Xia Cici thought that Zheng Qian and Lu Shiqi should not spill over to Deng Xuxin. She worked so hard, diligently an employee. Because of the contradictory infighting between the two old bosses, she was forced to resign and not do it, and look for another way out. Isn't it irresponsible? Why don't you go to Lu Shiqi to say these words, but come to me? Do you think that I am a better person to talk to? Let me invite Deng Xuxin back? Zheng Qian threw out the question in his mind. No, I do think that you can be a better boss and supervisor than Lu Shiqi. So that's how it is. Zheng Qian understood. But he didn't intend to tell Xia Cici about the fact that he had subsidized Deng Xuxin to open a cafe. Since she was misunderstanding, let her misunderstand. The less people in the company knew about this matter, the better. Is there anything else? Yes, Mr. Chen asked you to go to his office, saying that he has something to talk to you about. Zheng Qian narrowed his eyes. It couldn't still be because of Tang Xuxin's matter, could it? After leaving the office, Zheng Qian found Chen Weiqiang. Besides Chen Weiqiang, there was another familiar person in his office, Li Tao. Li Tao didn't show up in the company these days. He was sent out by Chen Weiqiang to talk about business, and today was the first time Zheng Qian met with Li Tao in the company. However, Zheng Qian didn't intend to be polite with Li Tao in the company. Instead, he used his position to get along with him. How to do in private can be, but in the company, the status of the two are different. Li Tao is the business manager, and Zheng Qian is the vice president. If the whole day playful, no one take him as a vice president seriously. Mr. Zheng is here. Please have a seat. Chen Weiqiang poured Zheng Qian a cup of tea. After Zheng Qian sat down, he first handed Li Tao Chen Weiqiang a cigarette each. Manager Li, how was the business talk outside these 2 days? Zheng Qian was not posing, but this was a company. Li Tao naturally understood what was going on. Not bad, pretty smooth. I've said it before, Manager Li can come to me. At the very least, he can add 40% more orders to the company, and now he's a pillar of our company. In just a few days, a $20 million long-term order was negotiated. Mr. Chen is overstating it. This is all what I should do. After a few simple words of politeness, the three of them got to the point. Mr. Zheng, I'm looking for you, not because of anything else, but there is a customer in the interior. Do you want to try to talk about it? The other in Chen Weiqiang's mouth was naturally about Deng Xuxin, but he didn't mention a word about it. Zheng Qian's position in the company was vice president, responsible for part of the inland business, but for this part, Chen Weiqiang did not give a specific boundary. In other words, when Chen Weiqiang says you can be responsible, you can be responsible, and when he says it's not within your obligatory jurisdiction, you don't have any other tricks. But Zheng Qian paid the money and bought a ticket to the upper-class business world here in Chen Weiqiang. Naturally, not to come every day to punch the clock and sit in the office to play the game. Zheng Qian is out of the want to improve their own purpose. Chen Weiqiang said to Zheng Qian before, to those customers he knows, those friends, are introduced to Zheng Qian to know, but so far, only manhwa ha one only. As for the customer side, Chen Weiqiang did not let Zheng Qian to contact Natasha or Zheng Qian mistakenly talked about the company to come. Okay, what customers? Zheng Qian agreed in one breath. A customer who does steel, wants to go inland transportation through our company. Have you talked to anyone before? Zheng Qian nodded. When he was a transportation intermediary before, he had actually negotiated with people and knew some rules of business negotiation. But for a customer like this, Zheng Qian hadn't really talked about it. Let's do it this way. I'll ask Manager Li to accompany you over there together, and try to negotiate this client down. Chen Weiqiang briefly introduced the client's information, the background of the enterprise, and Zheng Qian went on his way with Li Tao piece by piece. Today Zheng Qian is going to this enterprise's Jinshou Group, the main processing and production of steel coils, threads, rebar enterprise, timber also do. Is Yebei local an old enterprise? Although the scale is not large, but has been stable, has existed for decades. Mr. Zheng, really can rolls are driving on? Ha ha, just like that. Come, I'll be your chauffeur. Let's also live the addiction of a rolls. In private, the two are naturally peaceful, and there is not too much constraints in the workplace. Li Tao also took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. Wanting to experience a Rolls-Royce is a kind of feeling. On the way, Li Tao gave Zhang Qian a detailed introduction to the Fairview Group. The old president of the Fairview Group, Su Chengye, is old enough to have a daughter, and only had a daughter at the age of 50, and now that she is old, she has already retired from the background. And the one we are going to meet with today is Su Chengye's daughter, Su Shuyun. Jinxiu Group's reputation is bigger than its strength. Companies like this can't talk about high freight rates. Just keep your capital and earn some hard-earned money. Zhang Qian nodded. Since Li Tao knew this, then I think Chen Weiqiang must know it as well. Zhang Qian instead felt that this was a good opportunity to exercise himself. After arriving at the Fairview Group, Zhang Qian and Li Tao met Su Shuyun under the leadership of the secretary. Su Shuyun had decent features, stepping on high heels and Zhang Qian's height. A head of long, dark and lush hair was demurely coiled up, wearing a women's suit, giving off a smart and strong feeling. Hello Manager Su, I'm the Vice President of Zhang Xin Dockyard Company. I'm here to talk to you about business matters today. This is our company's business manager, Manager Li Tao Li. Hello, I'm Su Shuyun. She smiled and took the initiative to extend her hand and gently shook it with the two. Both of you, please have a seat. Su Shuyun was very young. She looked to be only 2 or 3 years older than Zhang Qian, and had taken over the family business at a young age by taking the position of general manager. She was the general manager in the company's name, but in reality, Su Chengye was just hanging the name of the chairman of the board. And in reality, Su Shuyun was in charge of all the company's big and small things. Zhang Qian was the vice president. Li Tao was the manager of the business department. On the surface it seemed to be higher than Su Shuyun's position. In fact, the two together are not as heavy as Su Shuyun's position. Su Shuyun did not waste any time. Directly into the main topic, briefly described the needs of Fairview Group, is to talk about the price. On the road, Li Tao told Zhang Qian, as long as you can earn some hard money on the line. The bottom of the collection Su Shuyun 750,000 freight, but Su Shuyun gave the prices too low, only willing to pay 250,000. The difference is a whole 500,000. The company took the order, still have to lose money. Just came up, fell into a negotiation stalemate. Su Shuyun, the whole process is very calm. You can accept to do, cannot accept to not do the look. Zhang Qian thinks she is very bad to deal with. Want to talk about the price is basically impossible. Companies like Su Shuyun, transportation is basically looking for a large contractor to package out the contractor and then look for trailer fleet, or privately operated trailer transportation. Basically will not spend more effort on transportation. Since he had found the dockyard company and wanted to go by water, it must have been some kind of trouble with land transportation, and he had no choice but to think of going by water. Manager Su, this price of yours is far below our cost. Forgive me for taking the liberty. It's really hard for the company to bear. Li Tao had been talking about business for many years, and this piece was his strong point. Although the company has just been established, but not to the point of starvation, it is impossible to lose money to receive transportation orders. This matter to change Chen Weiqiang, but also certainly cannot be negotiated. Li Tao gave Zhang Qian a wink, so that Zhang Qian find an opportunity to directly bug her on the line. But Zhang Qian did not think so. He felt that this order, there is still a need to take. Manager Su, the Fairview Group has been taking land transportation for years. The transportation piece is outsourced. How come the good ground is not going, and instead remembered to take the water transportation? This sentence, directly inserted into Su Shuyun's heart. In fact, Fairview Group is ready to expand its business, but outsourcing this piece of the annual cost of money is too expensive. Su Shuyun would like to cut off the outsourcing, do the transportation themselves. Just talked about 250,000. That is, outsourcing each order to consume roughly the cost of funds. Like this batch transport, efficiency is too low. The customer orders are generally thousands of tons, tens of thousands of tons of the next. Want to improve the efficiency by those semi-trailer is impossible. Unless the ship with large transport. Each time you can transport thousands of tons, efficiency all of a sudden up. As long as the steel is transported to the customer's desired city terminal, then the rest is good. Su Shuyun himself knows. Want to use the price of land transportation to go water transportation. Certainly is not a recipe, but she originally did not want to talk down today. Is still in the stage of feeling in comparison, which is appropriate to choose which one. Li Tao thought about it carefully, and felt that what Zhang Qian said made sense. How did he not find it? At this time, he gave Zhang Qian a slight sideways glance. Su Shuyun couldn't possibly tell Zhang Qian the truth, so he casually lied. I just want to try to open up a new type of operation, but if the cost is too high then forget it. Since Manager Su is trying to go by water, he should have already talked to other dockyard companies. What's their attitude towards your offer of 250,000? Su Shuyun had already met a few dockyard company representatives before meeting Zhang Qian, but after hearing that she was only willing to give 250,000, she directly slapped her butt and walked away, not even bothering to pay attention to her. On the one hand, it was because Fairview Group was not big and could not ship so many times a year. On the other hand, it was naturally the price. 250,000 is too low. After the freighter starts up, every minute and every second is burning oil, calculated by tons. A 7,000-ton heavy-loaded freighter burned about half a ton of oil an hour, and according to the current oil price, it burned 100,000 a day. A few destinations like the one Su Yunshu mentioned cost between $500,000 and $85 million. I might as well give you the bottom line. Run Jiangnan 7,000 tons for 200,000, 12,000 tons for 300,000. Run Magic City run 7,000 tons 350,000, 12,000 tons 500,000. This is our cost price. There can't be a shipping company on the market with a lower price than us. Zhang Qian took out 2 thick discs of contracts from Li Tao's briefcase. If it's okay, we'll sign the contract now. Mr. Zhang. Li Tao wanted to speak. Zhang Qian could not have misremembered it. The price he quoted was completely different from the company's cost. The price of each trip was 30 to 40 million lower. This is a completely money-losing business. Originally thought of a little profit on the line. Talk down on not talk about it. Zhang Qian, this is why bother. The freighter less run once. With a longer time, the annual maintenance ship is also a big expense. Not to mention that this is a losing business. Su Shuyun naturally understands some of the market price. Know these two cities. The price of 7,000 tons is basically in the 600,000 or so, 12,000 tons in the 1 million or so. As Zhang Qian said, he was the cheapest freighter company Su Shuyun had ever seen, far below the market price. The previous quote of 250,000 was just to press the price a bit, to find out where Zhang Qian's bottom line was. Her purpose was achieved, and naturally she would not refuse. Su Shuyun was cautious. The price quoted by Zhang Qian was really too low, more than double the average of other dockyard companies. She even thought that this contract was fraudulent. After seriously taking the contract that Zhang Qian brought, she read it over. Only after finally determining that there were no problems did she sign below. During the period, Li Tao constantly pulling Zhang Qian's corner, want to remind him, but Zhang Qian all as if he did not see. This can be finished. If you take a loss of money back to the contract, Chen Weiqiang does not ask the strange. Then how to say? Today Zhang Qian main negotiation is not false, but Chen Weiqiang sent him to do this. Is afraid of Zhang Qian, what mess. He didn't wait for him to open his mouth, but he signed the papers. If Chen Weiqiang was to be held accountable, he would be the first responsible person. Mr. Su, congratulations on becoming a client of our Zhengxin Dockyard Company. Zhang Qian took the initiative to stand up and shake hands with Su Shuyun. Same happy, Mr. Zhang, I have a question I want to ask. Go ahead. Why is the price of your shipping dock company's transportation cheaper than land transportation? What Su Shuyun wanted to ask wasn't really this. She wanted to know what Zhang Qian was doing by quoting such a low price. On one foot, he had said that he would not be hungry to choose customers, and on the next foot, he had reached a contract at a very low price, which was something Su Shuyun had not expected. Please rest assured, Mr. Su, the strength of our Zhengxin Dockyard Company is here. We definitely won't let your shipment not go out because of the low price, and we will definitely satisfy you on the service. Zhang Qian didn't give Su Shuyun a reasonable explanation. He just used a set of generic rhetoric to fool Su Shuyun. It's almost time for dinner. Let me treat you two to a meal. Su Shuyun had no other intention of inviting Zhang Qian to dinner, mainly out of politeness. No, Mr. Su, we have other things to do, so we'll leave first. After Zhang Qian finished speaking and added a contact with Su Shuyun, he and Li Tao left the Fairview Group. On the way back, Li Tao naturally had few questions. Brother Tao, if you believe me, don't ask anything. I'll explain to Mr. Chen on his side. Zhang Qian was brought up by him and had a smart brain. Since he had signed this kind of contract, he naturally had his intentions. Since he had already said that he took care of Chen Weiqiang's side, it was not good for him to say anything else. Alright, Li Tao sighed and eventually obediently shut his mouth. Su Shuyun watched the Rolls-Royce leave Jinsho Group, and the secretary beside her stepped forward. Mr. Su, do you want me to take the contract to the legal department to double-check if there are any problems? No need. I know what he wants. Su Shuyun waved her hand, deliberately lowering the price and giving her a bonus. This method of throwing an olive branch, Su Shuyun had come across it many times. If Zhang Qian thought that this trick would get her, he was sorely mistaken. In Yabu, the gentleman chasing after her could line up from here to Longhu. So what tricks had she not seen before? And what greasy ways had she not dealt with? Zheng Qian looked a few years younger than her, and on the surface he looked harmless, not realizing that his heart was so greasy. She offered to invite Zheng Qian for dinner just to make sure, and didn't expect Zheng Qian to act up and reject her. You help me find out what this Zheng Qian is really about, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary. At this age, to be able to afford a Rolls-Royce, it was unlikely that it was his own car. His family might have a great background. Su Shuyun thought about it carefully. It seemed unlikely. Yebe, which male son she had not seen. Never heard of a family surnamed Zheng. No, or have a meal with Zheng Qian. A meal down. Almost can see clearly Zheng Qian is a kind of person. Immediately Su Shuyun sent a message to Zheng Qian. Mr. Zheng, I won't keep you if you have something to do at noon. Are you free in the evening? Let's make an appointment to have dinner. Zheng Qian was sitting on the co-pilot and saw the message. Su Shuyun was rigorous, intelligent, had a dimpled figure, and was relatively pretty. I heard Li Tao say, Su Shuyun in the Jinxiu group, when the general manager before, Jinxiu group, none of the people know Su Shuyun is Su Xingye's daughter, from studying abroad after returning from a small salesman to do it, which is only how long, has been promoted to general manager. Lu Shiqi and Su Shuyun are also strong women, and Su Shuyun has more of an indescribable temperament than Lu Shiqi. Zheng Qian is not belittling Lu Shiqi's way of doing things. Like Lu Shiqi, no family, no background support for the woman, the road to success, certainly less use of some unconventional means. If her experience is written out, it is estimated that it can also be called inspirational. Lu Shiqi and Su Shuyun is also a strong woman, but Su Shuyun's body, more than Lu Shiqi, an upright, confident temperament. That temperament had been cultivated from the time she was able to hold a spoon on her own, and now that she was in her mid-20s, it had been thoroughly engraved in her bones, and this temperament would be passed down from generation to generation in the Su family, and the years would not be able to erase it. Zheng Qian had his intentions when he signed a money-losing contract with Su Shuyun. Fairview Group is facing a transition, trying to take the water transport route. Zheng Qian's intention is to give her a little sweet taste, both from the cost-effective or route. A one-time shipment of thousands of tons of cargo ships is certainly better than outsourcing transport companies. After a few shipments, Su Shuyun knows the efficiency of water transportation, and the transportation network between Fairview Group and its customers is almost set up. After that, she will raise the price, sign a long-term contract with Fairview Group, and develop it into a long-term customer, and the earnings after that are not comparable to $300,000 or $400,000. As long as Jingxin doesn't fall, Jinxiu Group will definitely be Jingxin's customer. Li Tao is Zheng Qian's master, but Li Tao's mindset is ultimately to think from the perspective of a laborer, only seeing how many orders he has taken, profits and losses, and not standing in the company's perspective to see the problem. Zheng Qian is the company's vice president. He has to consider the overall situation, can lose a little bit of immediate benefits, but the vision should be put in the long term. Thinking about the price paid in exchange for the results are not proportional. Zheng Qian also has an intention to use this low-priced contract to establish a relationship with Su Shuyun. Jinxiu Group mainly does steel and timber. Positioning has always been a medium-sized enterprise, because Su's old man stick to the old ways, with the old ways of doing things, can never go further. Now that Su Shuyun is in power, trying to take the waterway is a sign of innovation. And while Fairview Group and Dafu Timber were still rivals, during dinner that night, he heard that Dafu Timber had bitten the bullet and borrowed a loan from the private sector. Not only making up for Chen Weiqiang's shipping costs, but also preparing to utilize the money to make a comeback. Zheng Qian felt that he might be able to borrow the hand of Fairview Group to completely mess up Dafu Timber and get rid of this thorn in the flesh. There is time in the evening. Mr. Su, say a time and place. Zheng Qian messaged Su Shuyun back. 8 p.m. Moonwatch Tower. Okay, I'll see you there. After receiving the message, Su Shuyun instructed her secretary to book a private room at the Moonwatch Tower. Okay, General Manager Su. By the way, General Manager Su, Mr. Who is here, and has been waiting for you in the conference room for 30 minutes, saying that he has something important to talk to you about. This guy, why is he like a mangy dog? Can't even shake him off. Su Shuyun secretly cursed. As usual, just say I'm not in and send him away. He said that your car is parked in the courtyard. It is impossible not to be there, and said that he will not leave until he sees you. The secretary had no way to take him. Su Shuyun sighed and had to head to the conference room to meet with Hu Yuebin. Hu Yuebin is the son of the chairman of the board of directors of the Maya Transportation Company, and holds the position of general manager in the company, with a family situation similar to Su Shuyun. Hu Yuebin's father and Su Shuyun's father are old acquaintances, or small hometown. The two old men intend to set up her and Hu Yuebin. Su Shuyun on Hu Yuebin's person has heard of. All day loafing, eating, drinking and having fun. Private life is rotten. The United States Transportation Company was originally a giant in Yebei, but after Hu Yuebin took over has been much worse than before. Like such a person, Su Shuyun didn't even want to meet her, let alone develop any male-female relationship with her. Hu Yuebin, are you looking for me for something? Su Shuyun came to the conference room and asked right to the point. Actually, there's nothing much going on. He. Hu Yuebin had gel rubbed on his head, combed his big back hair, and was wearing an Armani suit with a very noticeable Ferragamo belt around his waist. The Hu family were all very short, and the genes were not very good, resulting in Hu Yuebin only being 1 meter 6 in height. Su Shuyun stepped on her high heels and stood in front of him, fully half a head taller than him. Please go back if you're fine. I still have a lot of work to deal with. Su Shuyun didn't want to speak a word of nonsense to him. She and Hu Yuebin were not the same. She had to take care of all the big and small things in Jinsho Group. Currently the enterprise is facing transformation problems. She has to work on more things every day. Last night Su Shuyun only slept for 4 hours and got up to work. Staying up late for a few days in a row already has slight dark circles under her eyes. Every morning before going out she has to rub a bit of powder in order to press down. Don't Hu Yuebin took a look at Su Shuyun's attitude, and quickly changed his words. In fact, I'm here to talk to Shuyun about your official business. Isn't it true that your Jinsho Group is going to be transformed and wants to go water? And Maya can help you No need. I've already signed a contract with Jinshin Dockyard Company. Transportation will start the day after tomorrow from Yebei Dock. Please go back. Even if Hu Yuebin offered her a lower price than Zhang Qian, Su Shuyun didn't want to get involved with such a person. In the words of the Yebei folk, Hu Yuebin only thought in terms of his brothers and never used his brain. Su Shuyun knew exactly what Hu Yuebin wanted to do, and dealing with such a person would only waste her time. Zhang Xin? You mean Chen Weiqian's company? He only has a few small ships in his company? Can it be compared to our Maya? It must have cost you a lot of money. Don't cooperate with them. Tell me about this earlier. I'll give you the lowest price and minimize the cost of Fairview Group. Hu Yuebin never put Chen Weiqian in his eyes. Just did half a year of sea transportation. Bought a few broken ships and dared to open the company to take orders. I do not know who gave Chen Weiqian the courage. In Hu Yuebin's opinion, Chen Weiqian couldn't become any climate. We have signed the contract. It has legal effect. Do you think it's possible for me to tear up the contract now? Besides, the price that Jinshin quoted, you can't give. I can't give the price Jinshin can give? How many ships does he have? Run Jiangnan 7,000 tons, 200,000. Can you give this price? Su Shuyun clasped his shoulders with both hands, looking at Hu Yuebin with great disdain in his eyes. 200,000? That's impossible. Hu Yuebin didn't believe it. As the general manager of the Maya Dockyard Transportation Company, although he was living a life of paper and gold, he had more or less some contact with business. And even if he was no longer in the business, he would never believe that Zhang Xin could give this price. $200,000 to run Jiangnan. Completely lose money business. Even if he let him Maya open price, it is at least 350,000, which is still relying on the old man's earlier years to Maya to lay the foundation of sea transportation. Quoted the cost price. Go get the contract on my desk and show it to Mr. Hu. Su Shuyun instructed his secretary. The contract was brought over. Hu Yuebin scrutinized every clause. The price was not different from what Su Shuyun said. It was indeed 200,000 a trip. This can't be. There must be something wrong with the contract. Even though it was written in black and white on paper, Hu Yuebin still didn't believe it. I've already sent the contract to the legal department to check. There's no problem. If you don't have anything else, I won't keep you for dinner. Send Mr. Hu away. Su Shuyun gave an expulsion order. Hu Yuebin left from the Jinsho Group with a displeased look on his face as he memorized the name on the end page of the contract. Zhang Qian. This Zhang Qian is really good. If the contract is real, this mustn't lose money. What the hell does he want? It couldn't be that he wants to pick up my woman, right? No, I have to check him out. On the Rolls-Royce, Zhang Qian was blissfully unaware of what happened to the Fairview Group after he left. Xiao Qian, can I give you a suggestion? Go ahead and say it. Brother Tao, I think, the Rolls-Royce is a good car, but it doesn't quite fit your current status. Really? How so? It's too high profile. Li Tao told Zhang Qian that doing business is actually a game. Big game, small game, and many times playing a psychological war. In the sea of business, no matter whether it is a big fish or a small shrimp, all eat. Whether it is a big fish or a small shrimp. See, the shark will think of two things. Many fish think of is to run, or with you to fight. The leech thinks differently. He thinks about whether he can suck a mouthful of blood from you. I'll put it this way, Do you understand? Li Tao did not forget to impart some experience to Zheng Qian. I probably know what it means. Then Brother Tao, according to you, what kind of car is suitable for me to drive? From my experience of negotiating contracts with those big bosses many times, you drive a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Most of them drive S-Class. Just the one of Chen Weiqiang? Aha. All the bosses around the world love the S-Class. Do you know why? A car like this will not be too much or not qualified enough to talk to anyone. Some young people are more crazy. On the basis of the old man has money. Open a convertible sports car, do not know the sky high and thick. The S-Class gives a kind of guessing a sense of murkiness. What kind of person? What background? What strength? All rely on the other side of their own character. Zheng Qian feels, Li Tao still has a lot of redeeming qualities in him. Worthy of the character who stepped into the workplace a few years earlier than him, often dealing with big bosses, much more mature than Zheng Qian. Li Tao's words are very useful to him. Zheng Qian suddenly became very rich. The excuse is that he was adopted by his girlfriend. His girlfriend gave the startup fund, but Li Tao may have seen the clues. Zheng Qian did not take the initiative to explain. Li Tao did not ask a question. This is to do people. In the afternoon, there is nothing. Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi are not in the company. Zheng Qian was not called for questioning. Before leaving work, he sent a message to Jean Lu, saying that he wouldn't be going home for dinner tonight. He had to meet a client. And then he went to the Moonrise Island alone for the appointment. Zheng Qian followed the appointment and arrived at the 24th floor of the Moonwatch Tower. This height was high enough to take in half of Yebei at night. Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Su Shuyun snapped her fingers, signaling the waiter that he could start serving the appetizers. To her surprise, Zheng Qian hadn't even changed his clothes to dress up. No different from the morning. His face was slightly oily. Mr. Zhang, tonight I invite you to dinner. No other meaning. Simply want to thank you for giving us such a great support to Fairview Group. Where? I'm also just looking at the long term. I feel that Jinxiu and Jingxin should be long-term partners in the future. And I shouldn't be greedy for this petty profit in front of me. For Mr. Zhang, it's a small profit. For us, Jinxiu, it's an extremely high cost. Mr. Su is joking. Jinxiu Group's strength and fame is well known in Yebei. Who doesn't know that Jinxiu Group is an old and stable enterprise? Su Shuyun and Zhang Qian both had a burst of business blowing each other up. Harm. What's steady and stable? My father is a bit of a stickler for convention. Jinxiu Group was founded in the 70s. To still use his set of methods to take charge of the business, I believe that it won't be long before Jinxiu will begin to go downhill. Zheng Qian felt that Su Shuyun still had business acumen and was able to keenly realize how to manage a business. Even he could realize that the cost of land transportation was too high. How could Su Shuyun not realize it? If Jinxiu Group wanted to go further and become a large-scale enterprise, large tonnage transportation modes would definitely be indispensable. So it would be better to start contacting sea transportation early on. I can only do my small part. Whether it will be a success or not is still unknown. Su Shuyun sighed. She was also saying something nice on the surface. In reality, Jinxiu Group had started to go downhill early, and this was definitely something that could not be said to outsiders. There were many problems facing the business. Transformation, operation mode, cost control. Among them, capital was Fairview Group's biggest problem. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking of trying her best to reduce costs, giving up the inefficient and extremely costly land transportation, and starting to consider the efficient and suitably cost-effective sea transportation, which is like you, Mr. Zhang, glowing, spirited and young. Su Shuyun sent someone to check Zheng Qian's background. Zheng Qian, a local, graduated from a university in Yebu, fatherless and motherless, an orphan. Not long ago, he invested $30 million in the Zhang Xin Dockyard Company, but only took up 24% of the shares. 2 days ago, another joint venture with Han Huahao, each with $10 million, registered a gym in Longhu District. There was a Rolls-Royce in his name, and it was still fully paid for. Other than that, there were no assets. Su Shuyun had thought that the Rolls-Royce was Zheng Qian driving his father, or borrowing it to support his brand, but he didn't expect it to be bought with full payment, and the licensing time didn't even exceed 2 weeks. Analyzing from the books, Zheng Qian is a profiteer, but if you think about it carefully, Zheng Qian's origin becomes very mysterious. Buying Jingxin's shares shows that he is very discerning and has chosen an industry with great prospects for the next few years. The joint venture to open a gym is ordinary, but the person who has a joint venture with Zheng Qian is Han Hualao, and the current location of the Moonwatch Island is all Han Hualao's assets. Han Hualao does not know what things, never involved in any business outside the island, do not have any assets outside the island, can cooperate with him to open a gym outside the island? That Zheng Qian is very well connected, and full payment to buy Rolls-Royce. Not to mention, A brand new Rolls-Royce at least 10 million to start. Most bosses will choose to take out a loan, so that they have more cash flow. Will also put the car under the name of the company, so that you can pay less part of the tax. Zheng Qian bought the car with full payment and also put it under his name, which means that he has a huge amount of money behind him as support. Su Shuyun was getting more and more curious about Zheng Qian's real background. Obviously such a resume could not convince her. If an ordinary young man suddenly possessed so much money, there might be another possibility. Zheng Qian was a white glove packaged by a certain big shot. I didn't have any strength. What I did was instructed by a certain big brother. The purpose was to help the big brother to launder the money, and there was a professional team behind the scenes to instruct Zheng Qian. Of course, this is just Su Shuyun's wild imagination. Even if Zheng Qian is a white glove, he operates in the kind of economically developed places like coastal cities. How could he come to a small place like Yabe? But Zheng Qian's source of funds is still very suspicious. Can't be suddenly won the Mark 6 lottery, double color ball, read a few biographies of celebrities, business novels, want to create their own business empire, casting a generation of legend it. This is also too much. But what exactly was Zheng Qian's background? Mr. Su, do you want you to accept or not accept my shareholding into the stock? Yes, a proper shareholding, not a shareholding in you, but a shareholding in Fairview Group. Don't get it wrong. A blush rose on Su Shuyun's face. She didn't expect Zheng Qian to make such dirty jokes with her. You're the vice president of Zhang Xin. Now you're in a partnership with Jinxiu. Aren't you afraid of any rumors spreading in Zhang Xin if you take a stake in Jinxiu? It's nothing. We have another vice president in our company that manages 3 companies. Zheng Qian felt that his plan to bring down Dafu Timber would be implemented sooner by talking about it. How much capital can you contribute? Regardless of whether Zheng Qian was a white glove or simply wanted to chase after her, none of this mattered. Jinxiu was still in greater need of funds right now, and she had recently been contacting some of the financial bigwigs in the coastal cities to see if she could raise a sum of money. How much do you need? Zheng Qian didn't waste any time and asked directly. He still had more than $100 million in his account. Taking a little bit of Fairview Group's shares should be enough. What did that mean? Amalgamated with how much she needed. How much Zheng Qian could take. Looking at Zheng Qian's expression, he was breezy and calm. Not too serious. Su Shuyun didn't take it very seriously, and treated Zheng Qian as if he was just chatting. Jinxiu Group has $70 to $80 million on the books. To complete the expansion of the scale, the transformation of the enterprise will cost at least $200 million. Su Shuyun's original intention was to let Fairview first slowly develop, have enough money, and then formally implemented. But this slow development has a great deal of uncertainty. Maybe the market wind blowing. A few months' time account can have 200 million funds. It is also possible that the market is rapidly declining, and Fairview Group is also declining with it, constantly laying off employees, downsizing the production scale, and it is good enough not to lose money in a few years, and it is impossible to have $200 million on the books. Zheng Qian's appearance is undoubtedly a rapid transformation, changed the business model of Hope. It was just that Su Shuyun didn't know if Zheng Qian was serious or not, and how much money he could take out to get a stake in Fairview Group. Mr. Zhang, I'll take the liberty of asking, why do you want to take a stake in Fairview Group? Su Shuyun threw out the question in her mind. She really couldn't figure out what reason Zheng Qian had to take a stake in a business that was going downhill. I'm just optimistic about you as a person, thinking that Jinxiu can recapture the glory of old Mr. Su's generation under your leadership. The two of them at the dinner table, apart from the business blowing each other up, additionally chatted about some family matters, and didn't go into details in response to Zheng Qian's shareholding in the Jinxiu Group. After the meal, Zheng Qian returned to Jiangshan International. These days, Zheng Qian seldom stayed at home overnight, and had very few chances to meet with Jean Lu, so he didn't know if she was angry with him. Coming back so late today, Zheng Qian didn't dare to make a big commotion and tiptoed up the stairs. I was just about to send you a message when you came back. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, he heard Jean Lu's voice. Zheng Qian very heartily put on a smiling face and walked up with a big smile. There was a sheepskin blanket on the floor. Soothing music was playing, and she was concentrating on yoga. She was wearing a set of black sports tank top and shorts, a pair of perfectly proportioned, slender legs, the tank top on the upper half of her body just barely reaching that obvious peep bone, her figure outlined to the fullest. Zheng Qian knew that it was only at home that she dressed like this. If she wore such an outfit to the gym or any public place with gay men, it would be a complete downgrade and everyone's attention would be distracted by her. Where have you been ignoring me for the past few days by your count? I'm not socializing, there are a lot of things to deal with every day. Between Jean Lu's words, there is actually not much dissatisfaction. She also knows that for someone like Zheng Qian who works and rests like this, the time he uses up in the morning, he naturally has to make up for it in the evening. Where to put your hands? Take a shower first. Tired all day. Don't want to wash. Then I'll go wash. About an hour and a half later, Zheng Qian was lying on the bed. He suddenly realized that Jean Lu's eyelashes were longer than average. Why are you looking at me like that? Speaking of which, Jean Lu had done her a big favor. The last bureau Zheng Qian was still thinking about how he should not make things ugly on Han Huahao's side of the family. But he didn't think that Jean Lu had done her homework. And in a few words, she let Han Huahao shoot the board. See, you're cute. By the way, how's the gym thing going? Jean Lu told him that she had already taken over the gym and restarted business, and there hadn't been any changes in personnel. But some of the equipment is rather old and needs to be updated. I ordered a few Smith machines, imported ones. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you tomorrow. Are you free tomorrow? I'll take you to the gym. Good. What about Longhu? Longhu side is still in the site selection. There are some venues with a smaller area, but the offer is very high. Uncle Ho think it is not very suitable, so he did not buy. There are some lower prices, but the location is too remote. From the high-grade neighborhoods have 7 or 8 kilometers away. Well, just tell me despite any difficulties you encounter. In terms of funds, Zheng Qian could solve it. In terms of connections, Han Huahao should be able to handle it single-handedly. With the two working together, it could be considered a strong combination. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Why exactly did you buy his gym? Be honest. Jean Lu actually held it in her heart for a long time, and never asked Zheng Qian about it since the beginning. And today she actually kind of couldn't help herself, which is why she opened her mouth to ask. For you. Zheng Qian didn't hide it. Since Jean Lu wanted to know, then he told her the truth. For me? Why? Can't you? Rich and capricious. That's not $4,000 or $5,000. Or $4,000 or $5,000. It's $4.5 million. How rich am I? This man? I'm compared to those world-class richest men. That's how. Zheng Qian said, stretching out his pinky. What about if you compare to us ordinary people? I don't know then. I should count myself as rich. Jean Lu hooked Zheng Qian's nose. Your Versailles Bensai? The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Zheng Qian rubbed his sleepy eyes. Jean Lu was long gone beside him. Needless to say, Jean Lu was not like him, a big lazy bum. She must have gotten up early. Walking out of her room, she had already made her breakfast and covered it up with a steel-colored thermal cover, while she herself was in the study wearing a Bluetooth headset and doing English listening questions. My big lazy pig finally woke up. As soon as Jean Lu saw Zheng Qian, she took off her headphones. No, it's because I was too tired yesterday. Zheng Qian explained. When you say tired, are you tired during the day or at night? Both tired. After breakfast, Jean Lu took Zheng Qian to the gym. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Hello, Mr. Zheng's sister Jean. Mr. Zheng came to the gym again? One by one, the employees of the gym, without exception, all greeted Zheng Qian. What are they doing? Zheng Qian had some incomprehension, feeling that this gym was more enthusiastic than when he came before. Even the company's receptionist girl was smiling and greeting Zheng Qian. You're their benefactor. Of course they have to greet you. Jean Lu explained that it wasn't very easy to find a job in Yebei, and Zheng Qian buying the gym sort of avoided the risk and loss of them losing their jobs. The contract has been passed over according to your instructions. It's an electronic version. Take a look. If there's no problem, I'll go over and sign it this afternoon. Jean Lu passed the document to Zheng Qian. When Zheng Qian transferred the money to Ho Jianye before, he specifically instructed him not to transfer the gym to his name. The land including the gym, the equipment and whatnot messed up. It was all handed over to Jean Lu. There's nothing wrong with it. Go sign it when you're free. Mr. Zheng, you are here. You drink water. A burly man put on a jovial smiling face and came up. He came so far forward that Zheng Qian had to stretch his neck back and squint his eyes before he could see clearly. Wasn't this Duan Qiran who was KO'd by Jean Lu last time? Duan Qiran's head was wrapped in thick gauze. He looked like an Indian third wheel, and his legs had a lot of bruises. He had a clean towel on his shoulder, and in his hand was a bottle of mineral water just taken out of the cold room. Enthusiastically courting Zheng Qian. No need for the time being, I just came over. I'm not thirsty yet. Okay, Mr. Zheng, I'll prepare it for you first. Do you want to wash down some protein for you? Supplement some energy after training with Sister Jean later. No need. I'll go straight to lunch later. When other people are attentive, Zheng Qian is able to accept it. But when Duan Qiran, who was furious with him before and even threatened to fight Zheng Qian one-on-one, became so attentive today, Zheng Qian is still a bit not quite used to it. Mr. Zheng, I would like to apologize to you for what happened before. So don't take me as a fart and don't take it to heart. The reason why Duan Qiran was like this was not without reason. He had always heard that Jean Lu practiced Muay Thai, but he didn't expect her to be that strong. Just 2 or 3 inattentions and she KO'd him. A provincial team sparring competitor. Duan Shiran lost the battle in the octagon that day, but in the hospital did not live for a long time. He heard about the gym to close things. His car loan this month has not yet paid it. If the gym closes, then his loan how to do ah. In a few days, Zheng Qian took over the gym. I heard that it cost several $1 million. Zheng Qian became the owner of the gym, and Jin Lu naturally became the owner of the gym. While Jin Lu beat him down in fighting skills, Zheng Qian beat him down on 2 levels, career and man pattern. So much so that Duan Shiran hadn't even recovered from his injuries before he ran to the gym, wanting to apologize to Zheng Qian at the first opportunity. And today he waited. This injury of yours, is it healed? Zheng Qian casually asked. At that time, Zheng Qian was outside the octagonal cage, but he could see clearly that Duan Shiran was already foaming at the mouth, and his injury was not light. Jin Lu was killed, and he should not be able to get out of the hospital without a few months. Not yet, Mr. Zheng bought the gym with great kindness. It's the time of shortage of manpower. How can I lie in the hospital at this juncture? Duan Shiran transformed very quickly, directly becoming a pug for Zheng Qian, constantly woofing at Zheng Qian, hoping that Zheng Qian would pet his head, going to work with an injury. Ah, the spirit is commendable, but don't delay your body. Go and rest when you should. Alright, let's not talk about it first. I'm going to train first. Zheng Qian walked into the gym's personal training area under Jin Lu's leadership and started the sweaty journey of the day. After the training, Zheng Qian's sportswear was already soaked with sweat, and his body had an indescribable feeling of pleasure. At the dinner table, Jin Lu brought Zheng Qian to a restaurant and ordered a high-protein lunch. What are you going to do in the afternoon? Zheng Qian asked. Got to go to the cafe to have a look. What about you? Zheng Qian said he was going to the office. Speaking of the cafe, Zheng Qian couldn't help but be curious. What's the name of that cafe you opened? Shu Mill. Zheng Qian nodded and memorized the name. After lunch, Zheng Qian went to the office. On his desk, he had long placed a detailed information about the Fairview Group. This was what Zheng Qian had instructed Socializing to prepare last night. After carefully reading through the information, Zheng Qian had a new understanding of the Fairview Group. Among them, what interested Zheng Qian the most was the relationship chart of old Mr. Su, as well as Su Shuyun, the Fairview Group. It included a display of partners, competitors and so on, and Socializing had done a very good job. This information was of great help to Zheng Qian's entry into the Fairview Group, as well as his plan to bring down Defu Timber. Knock knock. Enter. Socializing walked in holding a piece of information. I was just about to compliment you, and here you are. The information is very well done. I'll give you a bonus this month. Zheng Qian praised. Don't. This is all within my duties. The bonus is not necessary. This is the information of the people to be interviewed today. Now you can go to the small conference room to interview these people. Socializing handed the information to Zheng Qian. Interview? What interview? Deng Shuxin left the company. Someone has to fill this vacancy, so we have to interview new members. The PR team is under your direct management. Of course you have to go over and interview in person. Manager Li is also there. He needs to interview an assistant. Considering that you don't come over every morning and only come over in the afternoon, I put the interviews together to save a lot of time. There will be no conflicts. I heard that you and Manager Li are old acquaintances, and you can also discuss the character of the interviewees. Holy shit. Socializing is a top secretary. Thinking and logic is exceptionally meticulous and quite thoughtful. What about Mr. Chen? Isn't he coming? Mr. Chen went on a business trip to Magic City, and he's not in the company for the past few days. And this matter you can completely clap. Even if Mr. Chen is in the company, he will not attend this interview. Zheng Qian nodded, took the information and headed to the small conference room. Li Tao was already starting to look at the interviewer's information resume. There were 3 seats in the small conference room. Li Tao was sitting on the far right, and on the far left was a colleague from the Human Resources Department. Previously, Zheng Qian had taken Deng Shuxin to do her departure and had met with him. Mr. Zheng. The manager of the Human Resources Department stood up and greeted Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian nodded to him. The reason the HR manager was here was mainly to deal with matters after the interviews. Whichever interviewee Zheng Qian and Li Tao chose, he would take them to do the internship formalities, and they would be able to work on the same day, saving a lot of cumbersome formalities process. Mr. Zheng, just waiting for you. Let's hurry up and start. Li Tao also got up and welcomed Zheng Qian to his position. The one in the very center was reserved for him. There are 8 interviewers today. The first one is called Ji Chunxiao. Socializing, as the host of this factory's interview session, introduced the interviewers to Li Tao and Zheng Qian. and would also introduce Li Tao and Zheng Qian to the interviewers. The first few interviewees have excellent resumes, and their graduation schools are basically double first class, with the worst being undergraduate. In terms of ability, they all have more than 3 years of experience in related industries. Zheng Qian's graduation institution is moderate. Compared to these people, they are many times better. But it was Zheng Qian who was sitting in the chair now. Even Zheng Qian didn't expect that he would be able to act as an interviewer in his life, interviewing these people who were many times better than himself. There was just one thing that needed to be specially stated. When attending the interview, they all acted very nervous and didn't know why. Seeing their nervousness, Zheng Qian remembered his own appearance when he first submitted his resume and interviewed. Just like them. Of course, it was also possible that after Xia Sisi introduced the identity of Zheng Qian's vice president, she felt too much pressure. The first few interviewees were quite good, but neither he nor Li Tao were in a hurry to make a decision on who to choose as their subordinate employee. After the interview first, when Zheng Qian flipped to the last interviewer's profile, he was really surprised. It wasn't that her graduation institution was so outstanding and her work experience was so rich, but this person, Zheng Qian recognized. Qin Shueli. Zheng Qian and Li Tao looked at each other in dismay. Both of them did not expect that Qin Shueli would come to the interview of Zhang Xin Dockyard Company. Manager Li, did you know before that this person would come for the interview? I don't know. She didn't tell me she was coming. Xia Sisi was a little confused as to what these two people meant by what they said. Mr. Zhang, Manager Li, Qin Shueli's graduation school is a 211 school. She also has relevant work experience. It's in line with the criteria of our interview meeting. May I ask if there's any problem? There is no problem. Ask her to come in. Li Tao said to Xia Sisi. People also come here with their skills. We have no reason to refuse. Xia Sisi didn't know that Qin Shueli was Li Tao's subordinate before, and also Zheng Qian's colleague in the old owner's house, and the two people's workstations were next to each other. Qin Shueli was dressed exquisitely today. Her hair was tied up according to the regulations, and she was wearing a professional OL outfit, which had changed a lot compared to her previous cape and fashionable and trendy outfit. Ms. Qin, this is our Human Resources Department's manager Pang. If you succeed in your interview today, you can directly find him to do the internship procedures. Manager Pang, you. Hello. Qin Shueli was very surprised when she saw Zheng Qian and Li Tao. She had inquired after various parties, and only then did she realize that Li Tao had taken Zheng Qian and jumped ship to a marine transportation company called Zhang Xian Dockyard. When she came to the interview today, she was also running towards Zheng Qian. Li Tao is a senior in the industry. After jumping ship, promotion and salary increase is a very normal thing. She came before she already knew. Li Tao is the positive new dockyard business department manager. But she didn't expect that Zheng Qian was actually also today's interviewer and was sitting in the main seat. It looked like he was even higher than Li Tao's position. What's going on here? Zheng Qian has always been Li Tao's close little brother. Big brother soaring. Little brother naturally follow the light. But to be the same interviewer, it's a bit too much. Ms. Qin, this is the general manager of our company's business department, Li Tao. Hello Manager Li. The last one introduced is our company's vice president, Zheng Qian. Vice president? Qin Shueli's eyes widened. How was Zheng Qian higher than Li Tao's position? This was a bit unexplainable. Hello, Mr. Zheng. Surely, don't be nervous, we are all old colleagues. You did a good job under me before. I still recognize your ability. Don't worry about me vetoing you because of this. Li Tao's words had a hidden meaning. In other words, Li Tao meant to say that we all knew each other, so there was no need to play any tricks. The rules of the interview session were not a single recruitment for which position. Li Tao's secretary, Zheng Qian's PR team, could all be picked from these 8 people. If picked by Li Tao, under the leadership of this old-timer can learn a lot of experience. Salary is not low. If selected by Zheng Qian, will be able to enter the Zheng Qian's public relations group, by the company's vice president of direct leadership. Future status in the company is only high. Promotion and salary increase is Zheng Qian a word of matter. The main thing is that the public relations group of the matter is relatively small. The salary and Li Tao's assistant to be a little lower. Anyway, no matter who was selected, is a good thing. 5 insurance and 1 gold after deductions. There are $10,000 of salary. Jinshin is a new maritime transportation company. There are fixed assets in 10 or 8 years will not fall. And this company has a lot of opportunities to enter the Jinshin company. Undoubtedly with 1 foot into the middle class. But just now Li Tao's implication is, you cannot enter me here. Ask Mr. Zheng is willing to take you. Li Tao for Qin Shueli's ability is more recognized, but he also knows that Qin Shueli is a typical female sea king. What he needs is an assistant who can wholeheartedly devote himself to work. Both men and women can. But the female Sea King, or forget it. The position of assistant. There was no distinction between on and off duty. As long as you were approached, that was work. And the Sea King is to spend a lot of time feeding and raising fish. Maybe Qin Shueli is a time management master, but in the long run, it will certainly delay the work a few times. In order to avoid such work mistakes, Li Tao first rejected Qin Shueli. The two positions that can be given today: business director, department manager. Li Tao's assistant. The gold content of this position, much higher than Zhang Qian's public relations group. Xia Cici slightly knitted her eyebrows. If not, Li Tao took the initiative to say it. She really did not know that Qin Shueli was originally his subordinate. Zhang Qian seems to be a colleague with Li Tao, so there should also be a layer of relationship with Qin Shueli. Whatever the reason for Li Tao to reject Qin Shueli, his approach is very wise. Li Tao is the company's boss. Chen Weiqiang personally parachuted into the company's business director, department manager. Qin Shueli has this relationship with him. Li Tao may not give people a handle. Let people catch his pigtails. Ran to Chen Weiqiang's side to complain that Li Tao abused his personal power, to the original owner of the People's Special Release. In fact, Li Tao also had this level of consideration. He had rejected Qin Shueli, so she was left with only one option: Zhang Qian. Qin Shueli's ability was very strong. It was this aspect of her emotional private life that made Zhang Qian somewhat disgusted. I only have one question. Speak up, Mr. Zhang. Why do you want to jump ship? This question was one thing that many interviewers would ask. For Zhang Qian, he needed to know. Qin Shueli definitely couldn't say, "This young lady is coming for you." Last time she left this young lady alone in the hotel and didn't even come over to take a look. She felt extremely insulted. This insult inspired Qin Shueli heart that desire to conquer. You know, she was a Sea King before. How many dogs lined up around her to chase her? How come it didn't work for Zhang Qian? Is she still no better than a bar and nightclub girl? The desire for conquest, coupled with the desire to win, drove Qin Shueli to attend the interview session at Zhang Xian dockyard today. Qin Shueli could not possibly say what was really in her heart, and after a little thought, she blurted out, "The original company's working atmosphere is rather low. I am a girl who is not content with the status quo, and has things she wants to pursue. Jiangxin Dockyard, such a rising entrepreneurial company, is the right place for me to stay, and I believe that Jiangxin needs me to join as well." These words made all four of them light up. That generous stance, the mental quality of not having stage fright at all, made Qin Shueli stand out directly from the first 7 interviewees. With this confidence, it has been decided that Qin Shueli's subsequent performance in the company will definitely be superior to others. She had really amazed Li Tao as well. It was believed that even if he signed Qin Shueli, no one would say anything, much less treat her as his pigtail. If what Qin Shueli said was true, then the position of Li Tao's assistant was more suitable for her. As long as she maintains this upward mobility, Li Tao will bring Qin Shueli without reservation. But without waiting for Li Tao to change his mind, Zhang Qian had already stood up. Whether she was trying to tease Zhang Qian, or she was truly restless and wanted to improve herself, Zhang Qian had no reason to reject such an outstanding employee. Welcome to my team. Zhang Qian believed that Qin Shueli was fully capable of taking over this position after Deng Shuxin left. Manager Pang, go take her to do the formalities in a moment. You start today. Just go and familiarize yourself with the work. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Li Tao saw that Zhang Qian had already signed Qin Shueli. He couldn't say anything, so forget about it. There are plenty of people like Qin Shueli anyway. The girl called Ji Chunxiao in the front, in fact, is also good, also very motivated. Li Tao is also more satisfied with her. Is the person shy some? But people are the first interview. Nervousness can also be understood. Qin Shueli this period of time, basically in the licking dog with the side of those split relationship. The return of gifts, the return of gifts, the return of money, to today has almost those people have drawn the line. There are a few obsessed lick dog. Qin Shueli thought, directly pull black. It is not that she is heartless. Originally she and Lick the relationship between the dog is to play. Some people dedicate too deep on the feelings of serious. That does not blame her. Qin Shueli has been 25 years old this year, and then a few months after her birthday will be 26 years old. When she was with her classmates, the birth of a baby, married, she's surrounded by a lot of men, but most of them just want to play with her. There are a few serious. Qin Shueli also cannot see. It seemed like there was a lot of buzz around her, but in reality, she was still single. Although she didn't know how Zhang Qian suddenly became rich and rose to the position of vice president of the company, she felt that Zhang Qian was a relatively good man. Qin Shueli now pursued Zhang Qian as her ultimate goal. Before she was so serious about her feelings, she was still in high school, when she was still a pure teenager. After having her feelings hurt by a senior, She thought she had seen through the feelings between men and women, and became a fish farming sea king. Now, when Qin Shuili saw Zhang Qian, she realized that scummy men and women were actually still a minority, and most people were still clean and serious about their feelings. This time, Qin Shuili decided to make every effort to pursue Zhang Qian, take him as his marriage object to pursue. After completing the formalities, Qin Shuili was pulled into the WeChat group by Zhang Qian, and also sent a 2,000 red envelope. Zhang Qian, welcome to our new co-workers. Zhang Qian, congratulations and good luck. As usual, Zhang Qian sent a 2,000 red packet to the group, designating Qin Shuili to receive it. This was an exclusive benefit for his PR group, and he couldn't be denied this benefit because Qin Shuili came late. He treated everyone equally. After receiving the red packet, Qin Shuili went to her workstation, and under Xia Cici's leadership, she got to know each other and her new colleagues, familiarizing herself with the work to come. Hello, I'm Yao Manman. Yao Manman? Qin Shuili was a bit shocked. She had heard of Yao Manman's big name. Wasn't this Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend? How come Yao Manman is also in this working group? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you know me before? Yao Manman laughed. Sorry for running away. Hello, my name is Qin Shuili, your new colleague in the future. Please take care of me. One by one, Qin Shuili got to know the rest of the people. She was relieved. She didn't know the other few. Only Yao Manman was the only one who was Zhang Qian's ex-girlfriend. She had thought that this working group of Zhang Qian's was a gathering place for his ex-girlfriends. Now it didn't seem to be. But why did Zhang Qian keep Yao Manman in the working group? Could it be that he still has feelings for her, keeping her in the company and wanting to eat grass again? It seems that the fact that she was able to be favored by Zhang Qian and recruited her into the PR group was not because Zhang Qian still had any feelings for her, but rather, it was a recognition of her ability to work. Personal factors aside, then Yao Manman's work ability should not be weak either. Qin Shuili now had seen Yao Manman as a potential competitor. A man like Zhang Qian was a scarce quality resource in the entire society. If you come across a good man, you have to grab him. Even if you are a close sister to me, I can't let go. Without this heart, how can I take down Zhang Qian? In the afternoon, under the leadership of a few colleagues, Qin Shuili has probably known her work content. Things are not too much, estimated about a day or two to keep up with the progress of everyone. Near the end of the day, Qin Shuili excused herself to go to the toilet, quietly came to the door of Zhang Qian's office. Knock knock knock. She gently knocked on the door. Mr. Zhang, are you busy? Zhang Qian heard that it was Qin Shuili and shouted for her to come in. Something wrong? He put down the information about the Fairview Group in his hands and inquired. Have a seat first. Qin Shuili closed the office door and sat in front of Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, are you free after work? I'd like to invite you for a meal. I did a lot of things wrong before and I'd like to apologize to you. Zhang Qian remembered that when he left his job and went to pack up his things, Qin Shuili had proposed a piece of dinner to Zhang Qian to apologize to him. However, at that time, he was interrupted by Ding Hongfei, who had replaced Li Tao's position, and the two of them had a big fight and left the company directly afterward. Some other day. I don't have time today. I have to go back to accompany the one at home. The one at home? Zhang Qian already has a girlfriend? Qin Shuili frowned slightly, feeling completely unbelievable. How long had it been? And Zhang Qian had already found a girlfriend. Listening to this tone, he was already living together? This all came so fast. Qin Shuili suddenly felt devastated. There's one more thing I need to clarify with you. Mr. Zhang, you say, you performed well during the interview. I hope you can keep this up and don't let what happened before affect your new job. Since I can choose you to be in my working group, I won't wear colored glasses against you because of personal emotional issues. That's all. Zhang Qian lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. It's already time. If there's nothing else, go back and rest first. Cheers. At this moment, outside the office, a few subordinate colleagues, taking advantage of Qin Shuili's absence, had already begun to discuss this newly arrived colleague. This Qin Shuili is so flirty. How come she just joined and ran to Mr. Zhang's office? It seems like Mr. Zhang told him to go over there, right? Impossible. I saw it when I went to the restroom and secretly lingered outside the door for a few seconds. It was Qin Shuili who took the initiative to knock on the door and find Mr. Zhang. It seems like he wanted to invite Mr. Zhang for dinner. Want to invite Mr. Zhang for dinner? Then did Mr. Zhang agree? I don't know. I can't put my ear on Mr. Zhang's office door. I just stayed for a few seconds and walked away. Qin Shuili is not shallow. Just joined the job, want to hook up with Mr. Zhang. She counts how old. You guys look. Qin Shuili came out. Guess if Mr. Zhang said yes? Promise my ass. Look at her gray face. I know she was rejected by Mr. Zhang. Qin Shuili walked out of Zhang Qian's office in great frustration. Zhang Qian's words just now were undoubtedly a blow to her head. Originally, Qin Shuili walked his office with joy, but she was whisked out by Zhang Qian as if she was being driven away. She had thought that Zhang Qian had kept himself because he still had a feeling for her to speak of. But those words just now were telling her that Zhang Qian already had a girlfriend, so that she should pay a little attention to what she said and did in the future. Although she didn't know if it was true or not, Zhang Qian's face had a coldness that rejected her. Qin Shuili will not give up on this. Qin Shuili's confidence comes from her graceful appearance, as well as the determination to take down Zhang Qian. She doesn't mind staging a drama of the little one on the throne, but in order to play this drama, she must first become Zhang Qian's mistress. She must let Zhang Qian see that she has reformed herself and sincerely wants to have a marriage-oriented relationship with Zhang Qian. So what if you have a girlfriend? Aren't you still not married? Not married. She had a chance. While waiting in line to punch her card, Qin Shuili was questioned by a few co-workers. Lily, is Mr. Zhang looking for you to explain something about your work? Qin Shuili's heart sank as she realized that these few were looking at her with a strange look, as if the fact that she had been kicked out by Zhang Qian was already known to everyone. No. Qin Shuili replied indifferently. She could sort of see that among these few people, someone had already set their eyes on Zhang Qian a long time ago to make fun of her like this. It turned out that apart from her, there were also people who had thoughts about Zhang Qian as well. Qin Shuili had a lot of potential rivals, but that didn't stop Qin Shuili. What are you guys, daring to make fun of me? The deer is still unknown. We'll see. Qin Shuili clocked out of work after receiving a round of ridicule. Lily, don't pay any attention to them. Just now when you left, they were discussing you going to hook up with Mr. Zhang. I think that you shouldn't be like this. The one who spoke was He Yan Yan. After Teng Shuxin left her job, she kept to herself every day and basically didn't talk to those girls except for the necessary communication at work. Thank you, Yin Yan. Qin Shuili looked at this cute and adorable looking girl with round-framed glasses. He Yan Yan was the first girl who chose to trust her after she entered Zhang Xin. After a brief exchange, it was discovered that the two lived not far from each other. After punching the card, the two went to eat dinner and took the bus home together. Zhang Qian also returned to Jiangshan International as usual after reading the last bit of documents and followed Jean Lu to the gym the next morning. The next morning, he followed Jean Lu to the gym. In the afternoon, he didn't go to the office, but asked Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin to go to Yebei's automobile sales center to buy a car. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin originally refused. Zhang Qian had already done them a great favor. They could not ask for Zhang Qian's car, but Zhang Qian was very resolute. If the two sisters didn't agree, Zhang Qian's face wouldn't look too good. So they made an appointment to meet at the meeting place. Deng Yuqing drove the car to pick up Zhang Qian, and the three of them went to the For's store together. Xiao Qian. In fact, really don't need. My dad's this car driving is quite good. You don't look at it as an old car, but it's leathery and durable. Teng Yuqing's words just fell. Suddenly boom boom boom. The car suddenly rattled strangely, and Deng Shuxin immediately panicked in a mess. The car stopped moving forward. The hood rose thick white smoke. And Zhang Qian urged the two to get out of the car in a hurry. Leathery and durable? Zhang Qian kind of wanted to laugh. This was just repaired last month? What happened? Okay, call the tow truck to pull away. Take you guys to mention a new car today. Zhang Qian barred his mouth. Oh, Deng Yuqing lowered his head and honestly called for a tow truck. After messing with the old Jetta, the three of them took a taxi to the car sales center. Zhang Qian also intended that after buying a car for the two sisters, he would also mention a Mercedes-Benz S-Class as suggested by Li Tao. Li Tao's words, Zhang Qian carefully thought about it, and felt that what he said was very reasonable. A business owner should create such a sense of mystery, and at certain times can also disguise himself. Mercedes-Benz S-Class is his best choice? Not some Rolls-Royce, too high profile. After Zhang Qian walked into the car sales center with Deng Yuqing, Deng Shuxin 2 roses, the turnaround rate was as high as 200%. Everyone would look at Zhang Qian high. Holy shit. That kid is really blessed. He directly brought 2 superb girls. If you have money, you can bring them too. These 2 beauties look like. Does it mean that they are sisters? No way. Sisters? Certain male compatriots. More admiration for Zhang Qian. Even the sister flowers can be fixed. Certainly not generally rich. As expected, those national brands Zhang Qian did not even look at. With 2 beautiful women directly into the Mercedes-Benz. Grass. I also have to work hard to make money. Package young models to drive a Big Ben. You, forget it, TM have to buy a QQ in installments, but also package a young model to drive a Mercedes-Benz? These miscellaneous words. 3 people are naturally heard some. Zhang Qian is indifferent to other people's eyes, but the 2 sisters cannot be the same. Blushing, cheeks like a ripe apple, Mayben 4 store. Okay, ahead of schedule right, I know, okay, wrap it up on me. Mayben sales manager Wang Huan rolled his eyes and ended the call. The phone call was from one of Wang Huan's old classmates, who sent him $1,000 in red envelopes a few days ago and entrusted him to do something. A good buddy of his old classmate recently hooked up with a long-legged model, and knew that Wang Huan was working as a sales manager at the Mayben 4S store. So he thought of this trick, how to serve the entire service. But in the end, he must be the sales manager to tell the long-legged model that there is no existing car in the car, and it needs to be booked, with a deposit of 100,000 yuan, informing her that she will have to wait for a month. If the long-legged model said, "What kind of car?" let Wang Huan said all no car. When the two people out of the 4 store, let him go for a refund. 100,000 deposit back to 95,000. Wang Huan stay 5,000 as a benefit. A month's time. Enough to let the good brother to the long-legged model to play tired. Just that phone call. Is his good buddy called? Said do not have to wait a week later? Today will come over to accompany the model to see the car. This thing, Wang Huan to keep the whole thing secret. Especially cannot let the store with the sales manager Zhang Xiang to know. Zhang Xiang perennial competition with him in the 4 store sales. Although usually 2 people in gas. With ordinary colleagues no difference. But in the heart but hated each other to death. Every month, the champion's bonus is 20,000 yuan in cash. Zhang Xiang has been 3 consecutive months to get the champion. Otherwise Wang Huan would not be so risky to lose his job, to help his old classmates such a favor. But today is actually okay, because Zhang Xiang went out to accompany the customer on the license plate. For a while I guess I can't come back. You guys take a look around. Let me know which one you fancy. Wang Huan glanced at the door. So soon? Wang Huan had never seen this good brother of his old classmate, but from the figure and face value of those 2 beauties, it was this good brother who was right. Those 2 beauties beside Zhang Xian had decent features. Fair skin, rich and beautiful, floating CUI and flowing dan, powdered algae and its beauty, and their style was on display. Especially the head, all in more than 1.7 meters, which is the standard model height. Look at the looks. The 2 are also a bit similar to the appearance, as if also with some blood relations. Wang Huan's mind instantly collapsed into 3 words, sisters? At that time, it was said that it was 1 person, but it suddenly turned into 2. No, after the matter is accomplished, the money has to be added. This is my classmate's brother. Acquaintances, you guys take a break first. I'll go over. After Wang Huan finished speaking to a few other sales managers, he pocketed his collar and walked out. Hello sir, may I ask if you are looking at the car? Nonsense. What are you looking at if you don't look at the car at the 4 store? Wang Huan frowned. This good brother of his classmate is quite good at pretending to be a grandpa, but after all, people gave money, he pocketed it. Okay, then do you have a favorite model? I'll introduce it to you. Wang Huan accompanied with a smile and said, today is mainly for the 2 of them to buy a car. Go ask them. Everything was within Wang Huan's plan. Xiao Qian, all these cars are too expensive. Why don't we change to a cheaper store? You've helped us so much. How embarrassing to ask you to pay for us to buy a car again. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin, the 2 casually looked. The cheapest C-class also want hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is too expensive. 2 people think, this life can drive an Audi A4. Feel life is complete. And the 2 did not expect. Zhang Qian came up. Let them look at the Mayben this kind of. Only the big boss will drive the car. It was completely out of the 2 people's expectation. It's okay, don't care about the money. I don't lack of money. Today designated to let you 2. One of you lift A. You guys don't just look at the C-class go over there and look at the S-class. Zheng Qian pointed to the area of the showroom where the S-class is placed. You 2 don't care about money. Zheng Qian is still counting on you 2 sisters to reimburse him for the S680 he wants to buy today. Zhang Qian's words, Wang Huan heard clearly. This kid, indeed can pretend. A C-class minimum allocation are hundreds of thousands of dollars, but also a person A. The bragging skills, he really can't compare. Otherwise, how can he say that there is no shortage of beautiful women around him? Even the sisterhood models can get on. It is relying on this mouth that can talk. Wang Huan has been doing sales for 5 years, and his mouth is also considered to be able to talk. But now he doesn't even have a wife, which is like Zhang Qian, casually surrounded by 2 beautiful women with 4 Cs. Wang Huan made up his mind, after helping to fix things, to find Zhang Qian to learn. Zhang Qian can come up with this method of refunding the deposit, which means that his head is filled with this kind of girl tricks. As the sales manager of the Mayben store, he can also play a hand of this trick to deceive the girl. Wang Huan knows all the sales managers of the 4 store, except for Zhang Xiang who is not dealing with him. The others are all acquaintances. Xiao Qian. This kind of car is even more expensive. Where can we afford to drive off? The two sisters were directly stunned after seeing the selling price of the Maybach S-Class. The lowest matching S400. All have to be millions, not to mention the S680 with the spotlight on the body. It's okay, didn't I say it? Don't worry about the money. I'll pay. You guys first look at. See which one to tell me. One person A. All have a share. 1 for 1. Dang Yuqing and Dang Shuxin. Inwardly another burst of thumping. This where is Mr. Zhang. Is simply Zhang, god of wealth. May bend this car wherever good. Fine workmanship. Beautiful interior. The appearance of this streamlined design, compared to those on the market in the sale of new cars, more than 5 years ahead of all. Two people like it very much, but the only slight flaw, and a fatal one, was that it was too expensive. One such car was over $1 million, and two such cars would be small $3 million. Enough to cover the operating costs of a cafe for 2 years. The car was a good car, but it was just too expensive. Dang Yuqing and Dang Shuxin both felt that they couldn't let Jing Qian shell out any more money for the car. The two decided to find Jing Qian to talk about this matter. Xiao Qian, we appreciate your kindness, but we really can't have the car you bought. Yes, when the cafe earns money, we can buy a car with the money we earn. We are not in a hurry. My dad's Jetta can still be driven if he repairs it. Anyway, it's just for transportation, so I don't need such a good car. Jing Qian can see. They just looked at the S400 for a long time, and is touching, and is sitting, and is trying. Originally thought that two people will choose that one, but suddenly ran over and said this to him. Zheng Qian knows that just by the character of the two, no matter what he says, the two sisters will not want to send their own car. How about this? This car will be used as the cafe's bus. Is that alright? I'll advance funds for you two bosses to use. I see that you guys have fallen for that S400, right? So let's go with that one. Zheng Qian didn't care if the two agreed or not. Anyway, if he bought it as an official car, it was also used by these two people. He himself had another car. Where is the sales manager? In it, Mr. Zhang. What are your orders? Wang Joihe stepped forward. Zheng Qian fished out a card from his pocket and was just about to hand it over to Wang Huan to swipe it, but he suddenly remembered that the last time he accompanied Jean Lu over to buy a car, Jean Lu was only saying a few words and letting the Force store give away a lot of things. Just a few words. Anyway, it's a free gift. The maintenance of the car in the future must be very expensive. The two sisters may not be able to afford the maintenance. Don't want it for nothing. Full payment to pick up two cars. What are the discounts? What are all the freebies? Zheng Qian learned Jean Lu's tone and talked to the sales manager. Just about 10 minutes time. The price, discounts, gifts, free maintenance is all talked about. AS400 high-end, landing to 1,300,000 or so. Two full payment is 2,600,000. Also shell out the full payment. See you this dangling look. Can get a down payment is not bad, but pretend drama is pretend drama. Zheng Qian acted very realistic. Really put these two superb models to bluff. Wang Huan is also a playwright. Very hard to talk to Zheng Qian. To give the usual real customer discounts and gifts, maintenance, are exaggerated by about 3 times. Anyway, it can't be honored. So just talk about it. On the other hand, Zheng Qian felt that the discounts he negotiated were more than what Jean Lu negotiated. And he didn't know whether it was because Mei Ben was rich and powerful, or he had already learned the essence from Jean Lu, and he was very satisfied with the result. Okay, then go ahead and swipe the card. It was only at this time that Zheng Qian finally handed over the card to Wang Huan. Mr. Zhang, mention 1 or 2. Wang Huan decided to give Zheng Qian enough face. Nonsense. Of course it's 2 cars. Mr. Zhang, there is something I forgot to tell you. This S400, there is no current car. No cars? Then what are the 2 in the showroom? Zheng Qian was a bit angry. TM, the price is also negotiated. The discount is also negotiated. The maintenance is also negotiated. Finally you tell me there is no car? It's a joke here. Mr. Zhang, the 2 you said. Some days ago there are customers booked, also paid a deposit of 100,000, but has not come to pick up the car, and not the car you said. Wang Huan acted like a man, and even pretended to touch a packet of huazi from his pocket, pulling out one to light it for Zheng Qian. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry. You calm down. Paralyzed. You treat me like a monkey? You're just telling me now that you don't have a car? If you had said that there is no current car, I wouldn't have delayed so much time here with you. Wang Huan was also a bit angry in his heart. The plot is not like this. According to common sense, he apologized and handed over the cigarettes. Zheng Qian should have politely told the 2 beauties to wait for the car and then pay the deposit. Wang Huan can see that this dude is a guy who doesn't follow common sense. Originally said that he would bring a model over, but today he brought two. Okay, then I will accompany you to finish the play. Let the old man suffered so much gas, like a son of a bitch. In the end, certainly not 5,000 this number. Wang Huan made up his mind. After the incident, at least want to ask this kid for 20,000 yuan, as spiritual compensation. Mr. Zhang, there's really no way. This one of our family is too hot. You can pay a deposit of 100,000 and we'll reserve one for you. If you want to order two, you'll have to pay 200,000 as a deposit. How long do I have to wait? Zheng Qian coldly said. 1 month. Paralyzed. You have to wait for a month? If the sales manager named Wang Huan had told him that he would have to wait for a month, Zheng Qian would not have been able to stroll around the Mayben store for more than an hour. Without a car, what's the point of negotiating? It's still a waste of time. Zheng Qian felt like his IQ was insulted. Xiao Qian, why don't we just forget about it? Deng Yuqing originally didn't intend to let Zheng Qian buy her a car. Now it's just right to save money if she can't buy it. Well, forget it. The two of us can just drive a random car. It's fine to get around. Forget it? How can you just forget about it? Zheng Qian's 1S680, still pointing to the two of them for reimbursement. No, you must give me a statement. Call your boss. Zheng Qian's heart was a bit nasty. The more the two sisters said they didn't want it, the stronger his determination to solve this matter. After spending so much time in the Ford store, coupled with the two sisters also quite like this one, Zheng Qian had already promised the two before he came here that he would give them a lift today. If you can't take it away, isn't that a slap in Zheng Qian's face? As soon as Wang Huan heard that Zheng Qian wanted him to call his boss over, he felt that it was a bit too much. He ambushed Zheng Qian's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Brother, almost enough. I've already given you enough to understand. Who is your brother? Are you sick?" Zheng Qian pushed Wang Huan away with one hand. He had seen those who were close, but not those who were so close. Wang Huan was so angry that the anger in his heart was not weaker than Zheng Qian. Paralyzed. I received you so little money, to give you a clear pocket, and you have an inch, but also pushing and shoving, calling him sick, pushed the old man anxious. The matter of you all to stab out. You guys look, why is there a fight outside? It's Wang Huan and that customer. Didn't he say it was his acquaintance? How can they still argue? I don't know. Let's watch the fun. In the sales lounge, a few sales managers sprung out, watching from the side, wanting to know what happened. Okay, UTM don't give me face, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Zheng Qian was really pushing Wang Huan. Joke, you're an automobile salesman. What face do you have with me? Thinking that just because you sell Big Ben, you're superior to others? In my eyes, you're just an ordinary salesman. What's the point of having a face with me here? Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin, for the first time, saw Zheng Qian lose his temper. It was more or less because of them that they were able to argue with Wang Huan. Xiao Qian, there's no need to lose your temper. Yeah, can't we just change the place? It's fine. You guys can just watch from the side. Zheng Qian gave the two a reassuring look. You like to pretend to be a bully? Right. Believe it or not, I'm going to reveal all the things you've explained. Do I know you? What have I told you? You'd rather say it out and listen. Wang Huan let out an evil laugh. Those watching the manager and his relationship are good. Will not report to the boss because of this matter. Also said. Okay, then you guys give me a good listen. Wang Huan iron teeth. 2 paragraphs cleanly stabbed things out. 2 beauties. You are actually cheated by him. This matter I still have the chat records. Don't believe you guys see. Wang Huan put out the chat records as well. But, the person in the chat box with Wang Huan was not Zheng Qian. Laughing my ass off. Zheng Qian covered his stomach, already laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up at all. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin. How could they believe this set of words from Wang Huan? The story he told might not be made up, but it was definitely not Zheng Qian. Deng Shuxin saw Zheng Qian's bank card balance last time, and there was more than $100 million lying inside. Zheng Qian was a person who spat with a mouthful of spittle. He didn't have to, and wouldn't go so far as to use such lowly means to deceive the two sisters. Even if Zheng Qian did, what was he doing it for? Just to pretend? To flirt with the sisters? The hearts of the two sisters had long belonged to Zheng Qian. Okay? You like to sunbathe, right? Then I'll sunbathe too. Open your dog eyes and take a good look at how much money I have in my card. Zheng Qian directly lit up his bank card balance. The crowd probed their heads and squinted their eyes to count carefully. 1, 10, 100, million, billion, $180 million? Wang Huan is in trouble. People are not your accomplices, but a serious high-flying a few million, just a fraction of someone's bank account. There is no need for you to pose as a wingman because of this amount of money. After seeing the bank card balance, Wang Huan was dumbfounded as his eyes were as big as copper bells. What are you guys doing? Why are you gathering so many people? A man in a suit with the words, Sales Golden Crown, pinned on his chest appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Zhang Xiang, didn't you accompany a customer to get a license plate? The DMV was less crowded today, so there wasn't much delay. What's wrong with this? Zhang Xiang explained. Wait, Mr. Zhang? Zhang Xiang recognized Zheng Qian at a glance. Hello? I didn't expect you to come to our Force store. Why didn't you say hello to me before you came? Quickly, go buy Mr. Zhang a Coke. Make it cold. Zhang Qian frowned. Who is this kid? How does he know he likes to drink iced Coke? Mr. Zhang, you don't recognize me? I've met you before. Zhang Qian still had no impression. Last time you came to our Force store to look at cars, you shopped around and went to the BWM across the street. Zhang Qian heard him say this. Then he had some impression. Last time when he accompanied Jean Lu over, he did come to Mayben to take a turn. He was the one who received Zheng Qian. However, how did he know that he liked to drink ice Coke? BMW's that sales is an old friend of mine. Drink and eat when I heard him say the reception of your thing. 3 words on the deal, a more than 2,000,007 series. Really atmospheric. Zhang Xiang originally did not have much of an impression of Zhang Qian, but that night an opposite colleagues drinking, listening to BWM's friend said he used a bottle of ice Coke on the transaction of a car. Zhang Xiang originally didn't believe it, so his friend portrayed Zhang Qian in Jean Lu's appearance, as well as the transaction process, and Zhang Xiang instantly had an impression, thoroughly remembering Zhang Qian as a person, and also remembering that he likes to have an iced Coke. Just now when Zhang Xiang recognized Zhang Qian, he said again to buy a car, not again to bring his girlfriend to buy a car. It's not uncommon for such a rich man to have several girlfriends at the same time. It's not unusual to buy a car for a girlfriend who performs well, as they don't lack money. Wang Huan didn't know that Zhang Qian was serious about buying a car. He thought he was the good brother who let him be a trustee. On Wang Huan's face, there was an extremely horrified expression. Zhang Xiang, what you just said is true. Can it still be fake? Mr. Zhang, the cola was bought for you. You drink it while it's cold. A fluttering sound. Wang Huan directly sat on the ground. Manager Wang, what are you doing? Zhang Xiang searched. Although usually you and I don't deal with each other too much, but grabbing customers is based on strength. The reaction is not necessary to be so exaggerated. Zhang Xiang thought that Wang Huan felt that he was stealing his customers, but it was not the case. Wang Huan felt that his sky had collapsed. At the same time, the automatic door of the Force store opened. A man who was not tall and dressed in a rather hip-hop style. He had his arm around a tall person with a good figure, but his face was a mess. I don't know how many injections of hyaluronic acid and how many knives were made on this female's face. Living a plastic surgery cone face. Which one is Manager Wang? I came to find him to mention a car. Wang Huan wanted to cry even more. It turns out that this is the main one. Paralyzed, Wang Huan climbed up from the ground and didn't care. Directly kicked at him. I am Manager Wang. The boy was directly confused. He had just asked his friend to call Manager Wang and promised well. How come he kicked him as soon as they met? No reason. Just want to beat you. Hit you. How can a guy lose face in front of his model girlfriend who just flirted with him? The two of them directly twisted into a ball. The cone-faced beauty next to him didn't understand what was going on. Why were they fighting? She didn't even know why they fought, and covered her chest in confusion. This side of Zhang Xiang, already from the mouth of colleagues, learned the ins and outs of the matter. Mr. Zhang, 2 beauties. This side is quite noisy. Let's go up to the 2nd floor to talk. Don't let this scum affect your mood. Zhang Xiang continued to serve Zhang Qian. The two sides talked cordially. Zhang Xiang said that the S400 is available and can be driven away today. Moreover, just now Wang Huan promised Zhang Qian those gifts. Maintenance, preferential, all unchanged. Everything is usual. Zhang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. This is the service he should have come to consume. Not only is the conversation easy, but there is also ice Coke to drink. The car is for these 2 ladies to buy. Under their name can be. Alright Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qian touched his bank card out and swiped $6 million. Spend 600,000 yuan. Cashback 26,000,000 yuan. Has arrived. The 2 sisters looked directly dumbfounded. $6 million. A cafe's money. And Zhang Qian just spent it? Was this the big brother with $180 million in his account? Actually, they were wrong. Zhang Qian now had 200 million out of his account. The 2 sisters were the god of wealth. Right Xiao Zhang, is there a current car for that S680 in the store? I want to pick up another one. There is. Yes. Zhang Xiang's eyes flashed again once he heard that Zhang Qian wanted to pick up another car. 2 million. If those after-sales policies and gifts we just talked about remain the same, then swipe the card. Zheng Qian handed over his bank card once again. Ding! Zheng Qian received a spending reminder on his cell phone. Zhang Xiang was already smiling. It was only the beginning of the month. He had directly sold 3 cars, and they were all S-Class, 2 S400 high-end versions and 1 S680 top-end version. This month, he was already sitting firmly on the throne of the top seller. Deng Yuqing, Deng Shuxin. It's only been a short while, spending out more than $3 million again. In one afternoon, directly spending out a small $6 million? This kind of spending speed, a sports car couldn't even catch up. Deng Shuxin knew that Zhang Qian already had a BMW, a Rolls-Royce, and now he brought up another car. One is not enough? What's the point of having so many cars? The world of the high-flying handsome. She really couldn't understand it. Xiao Qian. What's wrong? Nothing. Deng Yuqing wanted to say something, but Zheng Qian didn't pursue it. With Zhang Xiang accompanying the whole process, the car's formalities were quickly completed. When the 3 of them drove the car out of the Force store, Wang Huan and the young guy were still fighting. Both of them were all bruised and swollen, full of bruises. At this exact moment, JC had already arrived at the scene, forcibly controlling the 2 men and bringing them to the car. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin, respectively, sat in the driver's seat of the new car Zhang Qian had bought for them. This car could be a common man's lifelong goal. Zhang Qian said that he bought the car for the cafe, but which cafe's female boss drove this kind of car off, and still too, is not afraid that the 2 of them refused to take it, cleverly established the name of it? The 2 coincidentally touched this handmade leather. It is true that it is a little different from the old Jetta before, as if it has become more honorable. Other people may not be able to achieve the goal of a lifetime. Zhang Qian one sentence swiped the card. For them to complete? It is a bit unbelievable. What are you waiting for? You don't have a driver's license. Or you don't know how to drive if you have a license, right? Then these 2 cars will be bought for nothing. No. Can drive. Just a little emotional. Deng Yuqing hurriedly rushed to Zhang Qian, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the S680, and explained, if you can drive, let's go. Do you want to buy some food or something? I'm craving for your handiwork. The 3 of them strolled through the mall on their way back and bought a few steaks and red wine, as well as some green vegetables and small ingredients. It's worth mentioning that when Deng Shuxin parked her car in the underground garage, she couldn't reverse the garage anyway, which made her anxious. Having just bought the car, she drove carefully, and in the end, it was Deng Yuqing who helped her park it. After having dinner, Zheng Qian contentedly rubbed her stomach. I'll go help you make the bed. Don't drive if you've been drinking. Do you have something to do tomorrow? It's just right to go and pick a spot together. It's fine. No need. I have to go back. Zheng Qian refused Deng Yuqing's offer and called a chauffeur through his cell phone. There are still things to do in the evening. Name a location. Tomorrow I'll go there directly. I won't stay today. How embarrassing to sleep in your house every day. At Zheng Qian's insistence, Deng Yuqing did not force Zheng Qian to stay. The 2 made an appointment to meet under Shuangliu Bridge at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Zheng Qian has learned his lesson. Even if he stays in Deng Yuqing's house, listening to the sound of their baths every night, Zheng Qian's heart is itching to get out of the bath. It would be better to go back to Jiangshan International. There are beautiful people to warm the bed, and will not be complained by Jean Lu. It would be better to accompany Jean Lu during this period of time. The next morning, Jean Lu woke up Zheng Qian at 9 o'clock sharp. Stinky piggy, didn't you say you have something to do today? Get up now. Zheng Qian slowly got up from the bed. After washing up, Jean Lu brought him clean clothes. Buying a car again? Well, listened to a senior's advice and bought a Maybach S. The 2 chatted as they ate breakfast. I also think, but just did not mention it to you. Roscoe Everywhere is very high profile, but you like it well. Now this one has a higher business flavor and looks more stable. In the future, if you have any suggestions, you can tell me directly. The words of advice are better than action, haha. Good. 10 o'clock. Shuangliu Bridge. Zheng Qian left 20 minutes early, but was still 10 minutes late. The morning rush hour in Yebei was a bit too congested. Shuangliu Bridge, in particular, was the transportation hub for the whole of Yebei, a very large intersection, and Zheng Qian had waited for 7 or 8 minutes just waiting for this red light. Deng Yuqing has not yet arrived, presumably also on the road traffic jam. After 20 minutes on Shuangliu Bridge, Zheng Qian found a very interesting phenomenon. That was that there were especially a lot of coffee shops around. Lucky X Coffee, RXIN Coffee, Starbucks Coffee. All the coffee shops on the market that could be called out as brands were all located on the street in front of them. 10 o'clock in the morning is the time for those white-collar workers to get sleepy, and there are riders of all colors coming and going. Yellow riders, blue riders, black riders, they piled up on Shuanglia Street, lining up to pick up their customers' takeout. The plate of Yebu's coffee business turned out to be so big. No wonder Tang Yuqing had asked him to meet here and chose this as the address for the cafe. Shuanglia Street was in Yebei, the very, very middle, as if it was the center of a circle, with more commercial buildings nearby, convenient transportation, close proximity, and inexpensive delivery prices. Xiao Chen. Zheng Chen turned around in response to the voice and saw the slightly powdered Deng Yuqing, carrying a white leather bag, trotting towards him. The summer wind rose slightly, blowing Deng Yuqing's airy bangs, and the wind also made her unable to open her eyes, and she had to use her left hand to place it on her forehead in order to slightly open her eyes. Hair is all blown around. Sorry to keep you waiting. The road is just too jammed. I didn't expect this traffic light to be so long. I waited for 3 rounds to come. It's okay, I just arrived too. Zhang Qian helped Deng Yu clean up her hair. Ha, how come you're the only one? Where's your sister? My father is getting ready for surgery. She flew to the imperial capital on an early morning flight yesterday, and I stayed in Yebei to take care of the site selection. If the surgery goes well, he'll be able to be transferred back to Yebei in a few days to recuperate, and then Shuxin and I will take care of him together. Oh, good. Where are we going to look at stores? Have you chosen one yet? The two of them got off the Shuangliu bridge and chatted as they walked. Deng Yuqing told Zhang Chen that she had chosen 3 stores and was now going to look at the first one first. The first one's location was a bit more remote. It was no longer on Shuanglia Street, but on the next door Sanitation Street. There were very few coffee shops on this street, only 1 or 2, and more snack stores, milk tea stores, and cake houses and whatnot. The rent for this one is cheaper, around $150,000 a year, and the landlord gives packages for property fees. Immediately after, Deng Yuqing took Zheng Qian to see the second one. This one was on Shuangliu Street, with a rent of $250,000 a year and a more suitable location. However, Zheng Qian was surprised to find that this empty store happened to be right across the street from Shu Mill. Zheng Qian had asked Jean Lu what the name of the cafe she opened was called, and it was called Shu Miller. The cafe across the street was opened by Jean Lu. What the hell? How could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Qian, what do you think of this one? Although the rent is a bit expensive, I quite like it. Isn't there another one? Let's see it first. Zheng Qian was in a hurry to go. He had already seen the familiar BWM in front of Shu Miller's door. This time Jean Lu would definitely be in the store. If he saw him accompanying Deng Yuqing to see the cafe, that would not be good. Oh, good. Deng Yuqing didn't think much about it. She just didn't know why Zhang Qian suddenly became so nervous. The third store was also on Shuanglia Street, not far from the second location, diagonally across from Shu Miller's. This one's rent is even more expensive. It costs $300,000 a year, and the area is also larger. In fact, just the second one is quite good. Just this one. Ha, so decisive? Why did you choose this one? I think the second one just now is quite good. The size is suitable and the rent is not expensive. Deng Yuqing was confused. How can I say this? Zheng Qian frantically scratched his head. His brain raced, and finally came up with a poor excuse. The one just now had bad feng shui. Put. Even the landlord laughed. It was the first time he had seen such a look at a store. Even feng shui was on the table. Sorry. The landlord hurriedly apologized for his outburst. Let's do it this way. If you guys can sign the contract today, I'll give you a full year's worth of property fees. Seeing that the landlord took out his sincerity, Zheng Qian didn't intend to take it personally. Wait a moment, I'll talk to him alone. Deng Yuqing gave Zheng Qian a wink, and the two of them stood in an unoccupied place, chatting about the matter. What for? You can't be serious. Is it really because of feng shui? You still know about this? That's for sure. My ancestor is a famous feng shui gentleman. My grandfather was buried in a good cave in the south. Dragonfly pointing water. No. The ancestors are buried vertically. The descendants must be great. That's why I'm so rich. Deng Yuqing. I didn't see it. Zheng Qian is quite good at pulling things. She didn't believe in any feng shui. Nor did she believe in fate. The reason why Zheng Qian was so rich was definitely because he was capable and seized the opportunity. As for the feng shui and whatnot, it was definitely his nonsense. Rationally analyzing, the location of the second store is very good. Also opened in the opposite side of the Schmidt. Schmidt is a famous cafe in Shuanglia Street. Renting the second store, but also can suck a Schmidt's customer traffic. As for the third, the location is poor, moderate, not as good as the second, and also more expensive than the second. The main thing was that the area was a bit large, and it didn't match the operation model in Deng Yuqing's head. Cafe is a cafe. Cafe is a cafe. They have just started. Certainly not like Schmidt's old store. The whole so large area, to accommodate so many guests. The store has a few tables is enough. The early stage is still sure to go to the takeaway mode. After listening to Deng Yuqing's idea, Zheng Qian had to admire her logic. But, Zheng Qian still didn't agree to open the cafe across the street from Schmeller's. You're too cautious. If we want to do it, let's do it in one step. Don't differentiate between what's a cafe and a coffee shop. Your coffee craft is very good. Don't need to be afraid of no business. I believe you. Zheng Qian put one hand on Deng Yuqing's shoulder, looked at her clear eyes and said with confidence. Deng Yuqing's nose suddenly soured and her eyes reddened. Other than her father, there had never been a second man who was so kind to her. Her heart was like a shocking wave. Her mind quickly projected the rest of her life with Zheng Qian, and she even thought about where she would be buried. What's wrong? Seeing that Deng Yuqing didn't say a word and her eyes were still a little teary, Zheng Qian asked with concern. Nothing, just listen to you then. Deng Yuqing secretly wiped her eyes with her sleeve, not letting Zheng Qian see her emotional appearance. Favorability +5. Current favorability, 100. Zheng Qian? Alright, we've discussed it. We'll rent your place. Do you have the contract with you? I'll transfer the money to you now. After receiving the money, the landlord joyfully signed the contract with Deng Yuqing, and immediately afterward left the scene on a small electric donkey. Zheng Qian was dumbfounded. He was still pondering why Deng Yuqing's favorability, all of a sudden, went up by 5 points and was directly pulled full. Could it be because, with the words he just said, had he touched her? The more the favorability went to the back, the harder it was to go up. Basically it was increasing 1 point by 1 point. Zheng Qian was sure that the words he had just casually said had created a huge wave in Deng Yuqing's heart. Otherwise, even buying a car didn't raise any goodwill, and after saying a few words, the goodwill was filled up. Women really are emotional animals. A few words had ruffled Deng Yuqing's feathers. Zheng Qian believed that if he didn't spend money on Deng Yuqing, gradual contact would be able to catch up with her. But well, Zheng Qian already had a real girlfriend. Since the beginning, Deng Yuqing and Tang Xuxin have not asked him whether there is a girlfriend. The default is that he does not have a girlfriend. Zheng Qian speculates that it is for this reason that the two people's favorability towards him has risen so quickly. If he knew that he had a girlfriend, he definitely wasn't in this state now. At noon, the two found a restaurant and had lunch. Xiao Qian, I want to ask you a question. I don't know if it's appropriate. What question? You ask. Do you really not have a girlfriend? Zheng Qian? He was just thinking about this and she asked while eating lunch. Zheng Qian actually didn't think about how to answer. After thinking about it for a while, Zheng Qian still chose to hide it. No. Why did you suddenly remember to ask this? Zheng Qian threw the question back. I'm just simply curious because I think that a man like you should have quite a few girls pestering you around. No. I was a poor loser before and only recently became rich. Zheng Qian was telling the truth with this statement. He did become rich only recently in this period of time, and he became rich by relying on women. Oh, so that's how it is. If he said that, Deng Yuqing understood why Zheng Qian would be such a spendthrift. From nothing to something, there is always a process. After a while it would be fine. Overall, Zheng Qian was still a relatively stable, trustworthy man. Otherwise, Deng Xuxin wouldn't be so relieved to let Zheng Qian spend the night at her home. As for how Zheng Qian sent her home, Deng Xuxin did not ask. She knew deep down that it was a sensitive issue. You ordered wine? There's a car driving. It's better not to drink. The waiter carried a bucket full of ice with 2 bottles of ice wine frozen inside and set it on the table. Zheng Qian thought that Deng Yuqing had forgotten that he was driving here and reminded. I know. I just kind of want to drink. Are you drinking or not? I have to drive in a while, and I have to make a trip to the company in the afternoon. There is no way to drink. Zheng Qian politely refused. Well, then I'll drink it myself. Deng Yuqing skillfully opened the bottle. Deng Yuqing alone drank the 2 bottles of wine cleanly. During this time, Zheng Qian kept advising Deng Yuqing to drink less, and if he couldn't, he would stop drinking. But Deng Yuqing kept pouring it into his belly. A meal down. Deng Yuqing has been a bit unclear. Flushed face. Not yet settled the bill. Deng Yuqing collapsed on the opposite side of the sofa. Harm. You can't drink well. Don't drink so much. This is good, but also have to send Deng Yuqing home. Drinking so drunk at noon why? And did not encounter any sad things. This is good. Zheng Qian still have to send Deng Yuqing home. Wait a minute. Zheng Qian suddenly glimpsed that the favorability on Deng Yuqing's head started to go up and down. Favorability -1. Favorability +1. Favorable sense -1. Zheng Qian had encountered good sense going up and down before, but that was when the girl person was awake. Could it be that Deng Yuqing wasn't drunk at all? Zheng Qian gently shook Deng Yuqing. There was no response. Zheng Qian understood. Deng Yuqing was pretending to be drunk. Zheng Qian had only seen Deng Yuqing drink low-degree dry red. If it wasn't for the goodwill system, I'm afraid I would really be fooled by this careful trick Deng Yuqing played. But what was the purpose of her pretending to be drunk? To test Zheng Qian? To see if Zheng Qian would do something to her while she was unconscious and defenseless? With 100 points of goodwill, what's the need for a test? Of course, it was possible that Tang Yuqing wanted to test Zheng Qian on behalf of her sister, Tang Shuxin, but to use her body as a price was a bit too desperate. It was possible that in Tang Yuqing's heart, no matter whether it was to develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her or her sister in the future, it would be recognized, but Zheng Qian wasn't going to fall for it. After he helped Deng Yuqing into the car, he directly sent her back home. Along the way, Zheng Qian only sneaked a few glances at her long legs. Other than that, there were no indecent actions. After putting Tang Yuqing on the bed and laying a blanket on her, Zheng Qian left. Bang! After hearing the sound of the door closing, Tang Yuqing snapped her eyes open. She was very apprehensive in her heart. For a while she thought that Zheng Qian would be the kind of hypocrite who would take advantage of people's danger. But she had just been verified. In fact, if Zheng Qian really did something to her, Deng Yuqing would only put on a show of resistance and would still obey Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian didn't look like the kind of irresponsible man, and when the raw rice was cooked, then he couldn't run away. But Zheng Qian, along the way, only sneaked a few glances at her, and didn't even get his hands on her. Sister, don't blame your sister. Let's see what Xiao Qian chooses for himself when the time comes. A certain office of Zhongguang Fund. It's not good, General Manager Lu. Something has happened. Lu Shiqi's female secretary stumbled into the office and reported the situation to her. What's the rush? Speak slowly. Lu Shiqi looks calm. She has been in the business world for a few years. What big storms have she not seen before? The female secretary hurriedly reported the unexpected situation to Lu Shiqi. A timber company in Yan'an Jingxin dockyard $7 million in freight charges for 4 international flights. And now they were planning to sue Jingxin Group for breach of contract. And it looked like they weren't going to pay the money. Which company? Daifuku Timber? It's not Defu Timber. It's Jiyuan Wood Furniture. Lu Shiqi frowned slightly, but quickly stretched. Jiyuan Timber was an old friend of Chen Weiqiang, and had signed a business contract for long-term cooperation with Jingxin at the beginning of its establishment. It shouldn't be as serious as the secretary said. It was just that the secretary had panicked for a moment. Mr. Lu, it's not that I'm panicking, it's that people have even sent out a lawyer's letter. After the secretary presented a legal document to her, only then did Lu Shiqi pay attention to it. What did Mr. Chen say? Mr. Chen went to Magic City to talk about business, and won't be back for a while, so he probably doesn't know about the situation yet. This is troublesome. When something like this happened, Chen Weiqiang was not at the company. That left only her and Zhang Qian as the 2 vice presidents to handle it. Let's do it this way. Let's pretend we don't know and I'll see what that kid will do. But Mr. Lu, don't but. If he really can't handle it, we'll step in to clean up the mess. Zhang Xin Dockyard Company. Zheng Qian had just entered the office in his but hadn't even sat down yet when Xia Sisi hurriedly ran to report this matter to him. How did this happen? After listening to Xia Sisi's report, Zheng Qian was obviously a bit confused. $7 million is not a small amount. The 4 international freighter companies' costs are advanced. If this money cannot be recovered, then this half a year is considered to be in vain. Mr. Chen can't be contacted for the time being, and Mr. Lu didn't give any accurate information. Xia Sisi told Zheng Qian that he was the only one who was senior enough to handle this matter. Moreover, as the leader of the PR team, this matter was also within his scope of responsibility. Only then did Zheng Qian understand what the so-called PR group meant. It was not the entertainment industry's PR that cleared the stars' names, but dealt with these emergencies. This department usually looked idle and inconspicuous in the company, but it was indispensable. Zheng Qian originally thought that Chen Weiqiang had given him an idle department, but he didn't realize that the role of the PR team was so important. No wonder Chen Weiqiang sent him one of his right-hand men. Zheng Qian didn't panic and called a meeting with the PR group's men at the first time to investigate the background information of Jiyuan Wood Tools. In less than 2 hours, there was a knock on the office door. Qin Shueli delivered the information about Jiyuan Wood Furniture at the first opportunity. Mr. Zhang, this is the information I've organized. Take a look. Xia Sisi helped close the office door. It could be seen that she had worked fast and furious after receiving Zheng Qian's work order, and did not dilly-dally in the slightest to investigate the background of Jiyuan Wood Tool, as well as the history of cooperation between the 2 companies. The information showed that at the beginning of Jingxin Group's establishment, Jiyuan Wood Tool had signed a half-year cooperation agreement with the company, and now counting the days half a year was almost up. Mr. Zhang, I guess this Jiyuan Wood Tool and the company's boss should be acquaintances. Otherwise it is impossible to sign this kind of contract on the second day of the company's establishment. What do you think? Zheng Qian agreed with Qin Shuili's idea. Why don't you give Mr. Chen a call and ask? Mr. Chen can't be reached right now. I can't get through on his phone. Knock knock. Enter. The second one to enter was Yao Manman. She first glanced at Qin Shuili standing next to her with some disdain in her eyes. Qin Shuili was a bit too eager to show herself. Right. Grabbing in front of everyone to give Zheng Qian information. What is her intention? Don't you know that Zheng Qian is my ex-boyfriend? You want to steal Zheng Qian from me? Do you have the strength? Will Zheng Qian look at a heartthrob like you? Joke. Yao Manman cursed at Qin Shuili in her heart for a while, then walked to the front of the desk and presented a piece of information with both hands. Mr. Zheng, this is the information I've compiled. Please take a look. Zheng Qian flipped open the second piece of information. What Yao Manman had organized was the financial issues of the two companies. Jingxin Group is in the development stage. Although this business doesn't eat cash flow, but the premise is that by default all the customers will pay the final payment to the company according to the contract time. If they are all like GUN Wood Furniture, letting the company do the work and not paying the money, it will also cause a lot of difficulties to the company. If the 7 million of the final payment GUN would not to settle, but also to sue the company, it will cause how the consequences. Yao Manman in the information annotated in detail. After turning the page, it was GUN Wood Tools Public Quarterly Financial Report. Mr. Zheng, I checked the contract signed between the company and GUN Wood Tools. At that time, Mr. Chen promised that the price should be about 5 points lower than the industry average. GUN Wood Tools used our 4 international freighters, and at the very least, we made a profit of about 54 million from it. In addition, GUN Wood Tools has no disputes with its partners, no lawsuits, and the factory is shipping normally, so it is fully capable of paying us this final payment of $7 million. Zheng Qian frowned. If Yao Manman's information was analyzed, then GUN Wood Furniture was intentionally not settling the freight charges? But the owner of GUN Wood Furniture was Chen Weiqian's good friend, an old acquaintance. How could he do such a thing? Knock knock. The third one to enter the office was Zhong Xiaoyao. Her hair was already messed up by the wind outside, as if she had walked outside. Mr. Zheng, I've investigated clearly. Don't be in a hurry. Have a drink of water and speak slowly. Zheng Qian saw that Zhong Xiaoyao was still a little short of breath, so he let her sit down first. After Zhong Xiaoyao slowed down, she opened her mouth and said, I went to the factory of GUN Wood Tool and found that the factory's production didn't stop. Yao Manman glanced at Zhong Xiaoyao. This miss has already investigated clearly. Something that can be seen from the documents. As to make such a big fuss about it? Is there more? Zheng Qian already knew this news through Yao Manman's information just now. He still expected that Zhong Xiaoyao going out would bring more news that he didn't know. The factory's production hasn't stopped, but it's no longer transporting goods to the Yebei dock. Instead it's been uniformly redeployed to the Yan'an dock. Zheng Qian was clear about the dock and pier. Several of the company's freighters basically departed from the Yebei dock, and the Yan'an dock only had one small tonnage freighter that wasn't permanent. Zhong Xiaoyao continued. Most of the ships parked at the Yan'an dock are owned by the Yamei Group, and I suspect that GUN Woodworks may have linked up with Yamei Dockyard, and that this attorney's letter is a result of them, and that the two have joined forces to launch a sniping campaign against the company. Just now Yao Manman's information has been analyzed in detail. The 7 million is not big for Jingxin, but it is not small either. It is enough to break the company's capital chain. Zhong Xiaoyao acted quickly and investigated the possible hidden truth behind this matter. Xia Cici summarized. If that's really the case, then it's not an ordinary business dispute. Jingxin has been caught in a business struggle. It is said that a commercial war without any smoke is the most punishing war. I didn't realize that Yamei Group and GUN Wood Furniture were playing such a shady game. Although it is still just a guess, but from the evidence and the information presented, it should be 8 or 9 things. Chen Weiqian couldn't be contacted at the moment, and Lu Shiji didn't seem to want to be in charge of things, so it was up to Zheng Qian to carry the banner. Xia Cici was a little skeptical about Zheng Qian's ability, not knowing if he could handle this matter. Right now, contact Chen Weiqian is the most secure. Chen Weiqian and GUN Wood Furniture boss Ma Wencheng is an acquaintance. Just say hello and ask. Maybe it is a misunderstanding. Zheng Qian, opposite to the 3 people who came to report the situation, is very satisfied. Qin Shuili formally joined the company only the first day, is already very familiar with the company's partners, can do this step, shows that she is serious, put effort, which is not easy. Yao Manman's sense of smell was sharp, seizing the main contradictory issues and making judgments that were justified. Zhong Xiaoyao's actions marveled Zheng Qian, directly investigating the possible hidden truth behind it. If Zheng Qian were to score, Zhong Xiaoyao would score 10 points, Yao Manman would score 8 points, and Qin Shuili would score 8 points, but the 3 in front of him could only be counted as his own think tank. Counting on them to solve the problem would not work, and in the end, he would have to do it himself. You all performed well. Keep up the good work. Go. Secretary Xia, you pack up this information. Go with me to a trip to Jiyuan Wood Furniture. We go to meet this Ma Wenchang. The three people who walked out of the office had different moods. Zhong Xiaoyao naturally had a hint of contempt for the other two. In the aspect of providing information and investigating the background, she had the most credit. From the expression on Zhang Qian's face, one could also tell that Zhang Qian was the most satisfied with her. This answer sheet, she was definitely full marks. The other two didn't think so. Yao Manman and Qin Shuili felt that Zhong Xiaoyao was merely speculating and crooked. Zhang Qian was most satisfied with her, but it was also an evaluation given on the basis of the information provided by the two of them. In a way, Zhong Xiaoyao had stolen the fruits of the two's labor. Qin Shuili felt that she had to work harder to stand out amongst the two. Zhang Qian still felt okay about her, and her attitude was at the very least already on the same level as Yao Manman. However, Qin Shuili did not care to agree with Yao Manman. She wanted Zhang Qian to look at her differently. Yao Manman, on the other hand, was confused, harboring a grudge against Zhong Xiaoyao, with more and more resentment accumulating on her face. Okay, the three of us will even start from here. Do you really intend to handle this matter on your own, without waiting for Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen can handle it, is definitely the most stable. But Mr. Chen can't be contacted right now. I can't just sit back and wait for death. Let's go. Go and meet this Ma Wenchang for a while. Jiyuan Wood Furniture. In the chairman's office, there were two middle-aged men sitting, as well as a youth. They were Ma Wenchang, Chang Dashan, and Hu Yuebin. The three of them smoked together, making the office white foggy, and the secretary standing next to them coughed non-stop, almost not sending her people straight away. Go open the window. Ma Wenchang took advantage of the female secretary to open the window, but also in the back of her firm and hard pinch a hand. The female secretary, how dare to resist, can only honestly suffer. Cough, cough. Okay, you go out. Don't stand here. The female secretary was like an amnesty and hurriedly exited the office. Mr. Hua, this move you came up with is really brilliant. Now Jingxin must be in a panic. Ma Wenchang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This sniping action was led by Hu Yuebin, leading their two companies to engage in it. That's for sure. Zhengxin Group I've already investigated. Chen Weiqian went to Magic City to talk business, not in Yebei. A single Zhongguang fund is already enough to keep Lu Shiqi busy, and she's in the financing stage now, so she definitely doesn't have time to care about this. Moreover, Lu Shiqi, that stinking woman, is a titular vice president, with no real power in the company, wanting to intervene unless authorized by Chen Weiqian. Speaking of Chen Weiqian, did you get it done on your side, Mr. Chang? Hu Yuebin asked. Chen Weiqian is the key person in this bureau. Have to hold him down for the time being. Yesterday night has been done. Chen Weiqian now cell phone was taken away. In eating jail, 10 days 8 days cannot come out. That's fine. A few days is enough. You've done a good job. Hu Yuebin patted Chang Dashan's shoulder. This made Chang Dashan very unhappy, but still squeezed out a smile. You pat my shoulder? How old are you? Even if your father came, at most he could only pat my arm. When I started from nothing, your father hadn't shot you out yet. A dude in the grass is just a dude, and the Yame group will be dragged down by you sooner or later. The enemy of the enemy is his friend. Chang Dashan knows this. Now the three are alliance state. The thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. The Asian American group big them too several volume. Chang Dashan could only endure for now. There is still an unknown small vice president left. I heard that he just took office a few days ago. First time doing business. Now he must be in a hurry to ask Chen Weiqian for help. Hu Yuebin was targeting both Jingxin Dockyard and this Zheng Qian. But Mr. Hu, if Chen Weiqian comes to me, what should I say? Ma Wenchang had some hidden uneasiness in his heart. After all, he and Chen Weiqian were acquaintances. Not only did he not settle the freight charges for others, but he also sent a lawyer's letter, preparing to sue Jingxin Dockyard Company. It's not good to talk to them when they meet. Ah, Mr. Ma, you're not being moral. Mr. Who gave you Jiyuan wooden furniture 35% below market price? What else do you meet with that Chen Weiqian kid? Okay, Ma Wenchang think carefully is also this price. Enough to make him and Chen Weiqian turn against each other, become enemies. Jiyuan Du is finished wood furniture, mainly exported to the island, old Singapore and other countries. Manufacturing costs, labor costs are not high. Transportation costs and all costs account for the big head. With an acquaintance, reduced the cost of nearly 20%, a year down to save so much money. It is worth it. Mr. Ma, this is something that Mr. Chang thought that is understandable. In the business world, there are no long-term friends, only long-term interests. He Jingxin only has a few broken boats. What to compare with me? When Hu Yuebin said this, his eyes were full of contempt. He fundamentally looked down on Jingxin Dockyard. Yes, Mr. Hu is right. Jingxin Dockyard is nothing compared to the Asian American dockyard founded by your father. Ha 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 ha. The three of them burst into laughter. Chang Dashan was the happiest in his heart. He couldn't wait to see Jingxin Dockyard. And that Jing Qian's jokes now. From this point of view, he and Hu Yuebin had the same purpose. When Chen Weiqian looked for him to ask for 2 million freight charges, with the life of a child like a ghost, said that a few more days of grace cannot be, Chang Dashan even let his son kneel down, pulled down his old face to beg Chen Weiqian, but still forced him to settle the freight charges, or else he will sue. Now, let Zhang Xian Dockyard also taste the taste of being sued. There is still such a thing? Jingxin did too much. Right. 2 million is nothing. He Chen Weiqian this money cannot advance, then also do what sea transportation Hu Yuebin also heard for the first time. 1,000 true. If not, I hastily borrowed a sum of money from my friend's side. Chen Weiqian is expected to really sue. Chang Dashan was forced to borrow a loan from the private sector after Chen Weiqian left, using Dafu timber as collateral and even promising high interest rates. He reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Asian American Dockyard, preparing to make a comeback with this. Small-minded. People like this can't make it. Hu Yuebin scolded. Chen Weiqian couldn't even cushion it with $2 million. So this time with $7 million, wouldn't it break Jingxin's capital chain? When he thought of this, Hu Yuebin's heart was soothed. He knows too well. The dockyard company capital chain broken will be a kind of what happened. Captain mate's sailor's salary cannot pay, cannot add oil. The ship can only be docked at the pier. Just a day of docking fees. A lot of money. So engaged. Jingxin Dockyard will be very difficult to develop the scale. See this bad debt. Those investors do not dare to invest. Customers do not dare to let Jingxin take their orders. At that time, the ship can't even start. How can they take orders from Fairview Group? That asshole called Zhang Qian, with a very low price to take down the embroidery, is not to sue Shu Yun to throw an olive branch? Hu Yuebin was well aware of this, as he was planning to do just that, only to be preempted by Zhang Qian, daring to rob the woman he had his eye on. He had to pack up the other party ruthlessly. Zhang Qian failed to pick up a girl this time and even played himself into a dead end. He already had a premonition that it wouldn't be long before Su Shuyun would sue Jingxin Dockyard for extremely high damages. Then Su Shuyun would take the initiative to reach out to him, hoping that Asian American Dockyard would be able to transport Jinxiu Group's goods. At that time, Hu Yuebin would then pretend to be in a difficult position and reluctantly agree to Su Shuyun. It's just fun. Su Shuyun was already his pillow girl, only she didn't know it yet. Mr. Ma, there's a man named Zhang Qian down there, claiming to be the vice president of Jingxin Dockyard, saying that he wants to see you. Hu Yuebin had just chanted about this son of a bitch, but he didn't expect to speak of the devil. After asking Hu Yuebin's opinion, Ma Wencheng decided to let Zhang Qian come up and see what tricks he could pull. Mr. Hu, do you think he'll come to beg for peace? In my opinion, it's very likely. He'll do a shitload of business. I guess it wasn't Chen Weiqiang who sent him. It was him who was afraid of something. Afraid of pursuing Chen Weiqiang after he came back and took the initiative to come over on his own. Hu Yuebin analyzed seriously. Zhang Qian took Xia Sisi and followed Ma Wencheng's secretary into the office. Upon entering, he saw 3 people in the office. Zhang Qian only recognized one Chang Dashan. The other 2 had never met, and Xia Sisi quietly introduced the identity of the trio from the side. The one wearing a black suit is Ma Wencheng, the boss of Jiyuan Wood Furniture. The young man in the silver-gray suit next to him is the old boss of Yamei Dockyard. Zhang Qian was a bit surprised after hearing this. The old president of Asian American Dockyard was so young? Looking at his looks, he was not older than Zhang Qian by a few years, and even younger than Chen Weiqiang. Asian American Dockyard was considered to be the largest dockyard company in the Midwest, and he didn't realize that it was a young man who was in charge. Xia Sisi quickly explained for Zhang Qian, said he and Fairview Group Su Shuyun about the same, but after the development of power, and underground, I haven't. So, Zhang Qian immediately understood. It turns out to be a dude who likes to eat, drink and have fun, and the Asian American group will be destroyed sooner or later in his hands. Such a coincidence. Mr. Chang is also here? Zhang Qian glanced at Chang Dashan. The expressions on Chang Dashan and Hu Yuebin's faces didn't give Zhang Qian any good looks, not to mention ignoring Zhang Qian's words. On the contrary, it was Ma Wencheng, who had been treated as a pawn, who smiled at Zhang Qian and told Zhang Qian and Xia Sisi to sit down first, and even took the initiative to pour tea for the 2. I don't know what Mr. Zhang is looking for me for? Ma Wenchang is an expert at pretending to be confused, knowing the purpose of Zhang Qian's trip, but still pretending not to know. Zhang Qian snorted coldly. He had no intention of pleasing Ma Wenchang either. Mr. Ma, you are a nobleman who forgets things. Earlier today, your company even sent us a lawyer's letter. Forget it? You, look at my memory. Yes, a lawyer's letter. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhang Qian was directly exasperated by his teasing expression. After carefully analyzing the situation at the scene, it was exceptionally clear. Although Ma Wenchang had a peaceful face, he was sitting with Hu Yuebin, Chang Dashan and several others, and the three of them did not know what they were discussing before he arrived. But with Yame Dockyard involved, the odds were that it had something to do with this incident. As for Defu Timber, Zhang Qian hadn't heard that there was any movement in this business yet. These three unapologetically sat together to meet with Zhang Qian, clearly trying to tell Zhang Qian, we just want to mess with you. What can you do to us? Zhang Qian didn't intend to talk much. He made a wink, and Xia Sisi took out a piece of material, telling Ma Wenchang the legal consequences of reneging on the debt, and the absurdity of that lawyer's letter. Little beauty, stop for a moment. How is it ridiculous? I exported wood tools, shipped to old Singapore, damaged 7%, shipped to the island, damaged 15%. This is your breach of contract in the first place. I can also tell you plainly, you have to compensate us $13 million for breach of contract, so you don't pay a penny, and you want Zhang Xin to pay $6 million backwards? Mr. Ma, all of them show normal signatures on our side. I don't know where you got the data for the 7% and 15% damage rates. According to our sailor's record, the whole time it was only damaged by 3% only, within the range of the contract, and it's still because your packaging is too shoddy. There's nothing to say. This is all I have to say. Jimshin Dockyard has to compensate us $13 million for breach of contract, otherwise we'll see you in court. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Xia Sisi, Ma Wenchang started to mess around. At this time, Zhang Qian finally couldn't hold back. Mr. Ma, I also just have one sentence. I'll give you 1 day's time to pay the unsettled 7 million freight tail to Jingxin Dockyard Company's account. Conversations in the Sea of Commerce were just puzzling. Zhang Qian actually wanted to curse, but the other party didn't, so he didn't either. What he had wanted to say was, if you don't pay the money, try it. More than a minute, don't blame me for being rude. Now Zhang Qian could only say it as, Mr. Ma, I've already told you in person that if it exceeds the 24 hours I've stipulated, I will take an unconventional approach. Let's go. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he left Ji Yuan Wood Furniture. He didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. In the office, extremely exaggerated laughter came from the office. Did you guys see that? He just had that look on his face. Hu Yuebin burst out laughing. I'm going to take an unconventional approach. Ma Wenchang beamed, imitating Zhang Qian's way of speaking and accent. Don't you learn it? It's killing me with laughter. Chang Dashan slapped his thigh straight. They didn't think that Zhang Qian could have any unconventional way of handling the situation, only that he wasn't bluffing and scaring people. On the way back, Zhang Qian dialed Su Shuyun's phone number, hoping to meet her today to talk a little business. Su Shuyun was quick to agree to Zhang Qian. Xia Sisi was a little confused in her heart. Obviously it was the matter of Zhang Xin Dockyard. What was he doing looking for Jinsho Group? It was this time of the year and he was still flirting with the girls? To be honest, even Xia Sisi was a little confused as to whether Zhang Qian was just bluffing or he already had a way to deal with them. Right now, the three companies had joined together and wanted to snipe Zhang Xin Dockyard, especially that Ma Wenchang. I don't know what favor Hu Yuebin gave him, but he turned against Chen Weiqiang. Before she did Chen Weiqiang's secretary time, not less with Ma Wenchang's socializing, the relationship is still very close. For the sake of a little benefit, stabbing a knife in the back, it is really hard to be a hero. Right now, even if Chen Weiqiang was in Yebei, he would feel tricky. Has Mr. Chen gotten in touch? Not yet. I don't know what's going on. I still can't contact Mr. Chen until now. If it continues like this, the company will have to report it to the missing police. Xia Sisi's heart was burning with anxiety. Not being able to contact him at this juncture could be a real emergency. 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Qian came to Lanchi Hotel and met with Su Shuyun. Mr. Zhang, if there's something you want to talk about, what are you looking for me for? Just sitting down. Su Shuyun wanted to get to the point with her first sentence. Quick enough. This was just what Zhang Qian wanted. Zhang Qian had already figured out a way to do this when he was at Ji Yuan Wood Furniture, and it wasn't a bluff. In Zhang Qian's hand, he did have a card. This card was enough to make Ma Wenchang kneel down and call out to his grandfather. In fact, there is nothing to do, or the matter of entering the stock chanting. Last time is not negotiated? Let's have a good chat this time. almost if it is directly settled, in case the night is long and dreamy. Mr. Su, you say right? If he wanted Fairview Group to help him, he would definitely not be able to manage it with a low-priced contract alone. Moreover, the siege sniping that Jingxing Dockyard had encountered, there was absolutely no need for Fairview Group to lie in the muddy water between them. Su Shuyun did not owe him a favor, and the low-price contract was also a willingness to fight. Zheng Qian did want to use the contract with the Fairview Group to befriend Su Shuyun, but not to chase her and have any other thoughts about her. He simply thinks that Su Shuyun has a talent for business, but the starting hand is not good. If he slightly support, in the future may be able to become Zheng Qian in the process of building his business empire a good helper. Su Shuyun was actually a bit worried when she was facing Zheng Qian. This man who was about her age could have so much vigor and financial strength, which was really out of her expectation. In the case of an ordinary young man, he is now either working in a different place, or at home to chew the old man, while Zheng Qian is focused on the cause. Su Shuyun was worried that Zheng Qian had something else in mind for the Fairview Group in addition to what he had in mind for her. She had heard her father tell many business stories, one of which was the legendary tale of a certain capital predator that used only $2 million to annex a company with a market capitalization of $30 million, kicking the founders right out of the company, which was still operating peacefully until now. In business, this technique is called the butcher's technique. With a sum of money as a knife, piece by piece, your company into several pieces, and then finally introduced a huge capital annexation. The founder cannot do anything. Good. Mr. Zhang is really a fastidious person. Then I won't dilly-dally. How much money can you come up with? Su Shuyun originally wanted to fly to the imperial capital or magic city, contact a few investment organizations and raise a sum of money. Zheng Qian even looked for her twice to talk about this matter, so it wouldn't hurt to talk about it first, and forget about it if you really can't talk about it. Financing is the most important thing to look at three things. 1. How much money the investment organization can get out. 2. The reputation of the investment organization in the industry as a whole. 3. How high the degree of trust of investment institutions to you. This may seem important, but in reality it is not important, mainly the latter 2 points. If the reputation and the degree of trust are okay, then in fact the money is not a problem. However, the investment of capital requires a huge return. The Jinxiu Group was founded by Su Shuyun's father, and financing was the next best thing unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, the Su family had operated for a long time on this piece of land in Yebei, and might have some network resources, know some bosses, and capital, but to help their own Jinxiu Group completely transform, was completely impossible. So you have to find the imperial capital, magic city kind of big capital, big organizations, but to that kind of first-tier cities, the Su family's connections are not enough. Want people to get you money. On what grounds? Yebu, the Fairview Group? I'm sorry, I've never heard of it. There are only 2 ways to get money in that circle. 1. Know the circle of Big Brother. Giant. He is willing to give you money endorsement. 2. To the capital as a leak. Transformation failure. Not to mention, if successful, the big head to be shared with the capital. But Zheng Qian is not an investment organization. He as an individual wants to take a stake. It is negotiable. How much money do you need? Zheng Qian said in a breezy manner. Jinxiu Group has always been considered a medium-sized enterprise. This kind of enterprise wants to transform. It is also a small-scale change. The main business is unchanged, so it does not need much money. As long as it was within 200 million, Zheng Qian was able to accept it. $100 million. 40% shares. Su Shuyun said tentatively. It's fine. Prepare the contract. Su Shuyun? This is the end? The market value of Jinxiu Group was only $70 to $80 million. Giving Zheng Qian 40% of the shares was to test whether he wanted to control Jinxiu Group, and whether he wanted to use the butcher's maneuver on Jinxiu Group. Zheng Qian agreed so quickly. Su Shuyun's suspicion is even heavier. $100 million. Said to give? This is not a small amount of money. Ordinary people who have 100 million have already realized wealth freedom into the retirement life. Zheng Qian was even more ruthless than she had imagined. This is the end? Su Shuyun was surprised beyond belief. JD and TX to talk about business. Old Lu and Old Horse personally, also all talked for more than half a year. Although she and Zheng Qian weren't that kind of internet giants, it wasn't that fast. Zheng Qian looked like he knew the business of Jinxiu Group very well. Otherwise it couldn't have been so fast. It's done. Zheng Qian didn't want to waste time. He already had a plan in mind. Just as you said. $100 million. 40% shares. Zheng Qian didn't want to waste time. The current Jinxing Group was a hot mess. It couldn't afford to procrastinate. But if he was too quick, Su Shuyun would also be suspicious. However, you have to promise me one condition. Su Shuyun sighed in her heart. Sure enough, what was meant to be was always meant to be. Zhang Qian's alacrity came at a price. What condition? Su Shuyun had already guessed that Zhang Qian wouldn't throw her $100 million so easily, and if there were no conditions attached, it would still seem a bit fake. From the time they met to talking business, Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun had only met formally 3 times in a full count. She had already made up her mind in her mind. As long as Zhang Qian's request is not too much, then agree to it. The next day, Ji Yuan Furniture Chairman's office. Ma Wenchang was holding a notification letter from Jinqiu Group, and his whole body was shaking directly with anger. Bang! Ma Wenchang ruthlessly slapped the notification letter on the table. Humph, what is this Su Shuyun up to? How dare he cut off the goods? Mr. Ma, don't be angry. Mr. Su said that logs are in short supply all over the country right now, and she has no choice but to do so. The butt-cheeked secretary hurriedly advised. Shortage my ass. Do you know how many tons of logs were pressed in Jinqiu's warehouse in the first half of the year? This is clearly aimed at me. Ma Wencheng's blood pressure spiked as he was angered by Su Shuyun's approach, taking out a can of blood pressure lowering medicine from the drawer and eating it to feel better. No, can't let Su Shuyun screw up like this. Have driver Xiao Wang prepare a car. Let's make a trip to Jinqiu Group. I'm going to find Su Shuyun and ask for clarification. Jinqiu Group conference room. Where's Mr. Su? Others? Why aren't you done yet? I'm sorry, Mr. Hama. Mr. Su, she hasn't adjourned the meeting yet. You can wait patiently again. Waiting my ass. Ma Wenchang stayed in the conference room for 2 whole hours, but he didn't even see Su Shuyun's silhouette. Only a female secretary was here to stall him. It's clear that she doesn't want to see him. Waiting any longer would be in vain. No more waiting. Let's go. Ma Wenchang felt that it was futile to wait any longer. Take your time, Mr. Ma. Ma Wenchang did not return home, but went straight to the Su family. He really doesn't believe in this evil. Lao Zitang Ji Yuan Furniture boss. A little girl said he didn't see him. Then he didn't see. Well, since Su Shuyun didn't want to see him, then he went straight to Su Lao. Has the person left? Mr. Su, Mr. Ma, he's already gone. I see that he seems to be very angry. Su Shuyun had no ripples inside. She had hung Ma Wencheng out to dry for 2 bells. Who else wouldn't be furious? Not freaking out on the spot at the Jinqiu Group showed that Ma Wencheng's temper was already very good. Alright, there's nothing for you here. Ma Wencheng's Ji Yuan Furniture. Ma Wencheng's seniority in the industry is much older than her. And even with her father there is a very deep friendship. The 2 companies have long been a cooperative relationship. Last night, Su Shuyun learned from Zhang Qian's mouth that Jingxing Dockyard is being sniped by 3 enterprises in Yebei. The leader of the sniping incident is Hu Yuebin, Ma Wenchang, and Chang Dashan acting as his left and right fighters. The Hu family's Yamei Group, in Yabu Yan'an do a lot, mainly to do international ocean going. And Jingxing Dockyard such a small company although there is a certain competitive relationship, but the Yamei Group's family is big. I do not know why it will be led by Hu Yuebin. Su Shuyun dared to be certain that it was definitely not because of precautionary measures. Jingxing Dockyard would not have been able to surpass Yamei Group in 10 years' time if not for the explosion of resources. Then there was only one possibility left. Hu Yuebin was jealous of Zhang Qian because of her. And that's why he organized this sniping operation. Just because of the low price order thing. Hu Yuebin thought that she and Zhang Qian had some kind of unhealthy male-female relationship. Hu Yuebin was such a person. And he was capable of doing such things. But this was too ridiculous in Su Shuyun's eyes. Sentimentally and rationally, Su Shuyun had no way to reject the conditions offered by Zhang Qian. She no longer thought that Zhang Qian was simply wanting to take a stake in Jinqiu Group, but rather, he had shelled out $100 million to fight these 3 companies. Ji Yuan used Jinqiu Group's second business, logs. It includes black walnut, beech, and birch, 3 species. Ji Yuan do is finished wood furniture, mainly exported to Singapore. The island, in the quality of control is very strict. Yan'an Yebei Enterprises, only Jinqiu Group's logs in line with export standards. After returning home, Su Shuyun was surprised to find that Ma Wenchang had found his way to her home and was drinking tea while talking to her father. No, Shuyun is back. You 2 talk. Su Lao took a sip of tea and pointed at Su Shuyun who had just returned home. Su Shuyun never expected that Ma Wenchang would directly find her father. Looking at this situation, Ma Wenchang had probably told everything. You are ruthless enough. But what can be done? Su Shuyun's father was now focusing on his retirement life, and was only holding the title of chairman of the board of directors. In fact, the Fairview Group had been handed over to Su Shuyun to take full care of. Su Lao, you talked to Shuyun. I haven't even been to the company for half a year. I don't know anything about the situation. Elder Su waved his hand with a look of not wanting to care. He hadn't been to the company for half a year. but the company's financial reports, operations. Su Shuyun would find him every month to have a chat. The general situation was still known. Su Lao also knew how much wood was being pressed in the warehouse. Daughter suddenly suspended in Jiyuan wood cooperation. Certainly has her reasoning, just has not had time to chat with him. Su Lao was a smart man and knew that he couldn't tear his daughter down now, so he threw the question back to the two. The meaning of those words just now was that it was useless for you, Ma Wenchang, to look for me. You have to look for Su Shuyun. Su Shunyun is now the Fairview Group. Su Lao is a stay-at-home. Occasionally drink tea, play chess old man. With the ordinary old man is not much difference. Ma Wenchang heart bitter, he brought so many gifts to the door. Su old even do not care about things. But fortunately, he finally met Su Shuyun in person. Mr. Ma, what are you looking for me for? Today, the company's general meetings and conferences have been constant, so I'm really sorry to have slowed you down. Su Shuyun politely apologized to Ma Wenchang first. Mr. Su, you're welcome, knowing that you're busy. I've been waiting for you here at Su Lao. Earlier today I received a notification letter from the Jinsho Group saying that the supply of log materials would be suspended. May I ask Mr. Su what this is all about? Although he was inwardly impatient beyond measure, at this time, he still had to compose himself. Oh, so it's this matter. Recently, timber is in short supply, and we don't have any more goods. I'm really sorry, Mr. Ma. Then how long will it be suspended? This can't be said. Everything depends on the market, but I estimate that the current market, at least 1.5 years. Ma Wenchang definitely couldn't wait a year and a half. He couldn't even wait a month. Mr. Su, my relationship with Su Lao is here. Can you help me think of a way? The factory can't be stopped. I still have 2 orders in the island country that have not been delivered. Counting on you for this batch of logs. I also have no way. Mr. Ma, if you don't believe me, you can despite to our warehouse to see. Really a wood are gone. Ma Wenchang and the Su family suffered defeat. Gray face left. Shu Yun, what's going on here? Su Lao couldn't help but ask. Su Shuyun told Su Lao about Zhang Qian. Recently, the company's affairs have been quite busy, and I didn't have time to tell you about this. After hearing this, Su Lao's heart inevitably hit some common problems that all old people would commit. Su Lao was past his prime and was still expecting to see his grandson in his lifetime. This Mr. Zheng you're talking about, how old is he? Shouldn't be an old man of 40 or 50, right? More than 20 years old. Seems to be even younger than me. Su Lao's eyes instantly lit up at the sound of this. Shu Yun, when will you bring over for me to meet? Su Shuyun? How am I supposed to bring it? Do I have to tell him? Mr. Zhang, do you have time to meet my father? Su Lao wouldn't listen to Su Shuyun talk about this nonsense, and said in a serious tone, Shuyun, you're not young anymore. You should find a date. Your father. I guess I don't have many days left. You have to work harder and give birth to a grandson for me to hold. Elder Su listened to his daughter's portrayal of Zhang Qian as having extraordinary vigor, exceptional boldness, and possessing a strong business acumen. The most crucial thing was that Zhang Qian was still younger than Shu Yun. This was a very suitable son-in-law for the eastern bed in Su Lao's heart. Blah blah blah. Dad, don't say these unlucky words. Su Shuyun, a strong woman who was thunderous outside, was now blushing with shame under her father's few words of urging for marriage. Su Lao, who had seen countless people, how could he not notice that his daughter's expression was different and her face was red? What is auspicious or unlucky? From now on, the company's things you care less. I let Xiaopeng watch more on the line. This Mr. Zheng you think of ways to take as soon as possible to get married into the cave is your important thing, which has a girl family all day busy career. Such a big person. Even a love has not been talked about. Spread out to make people laugh. GUN wood furniture. Mr. Ma, this is a bank draft sent to you by Mr. Su of the Fairview Group, saying that it's a breach of contract, considered to compensate us. A buttocked secretary walked in with a check and placed it on Ma Wenching's desk. Ma Wenching's face went green and white for a while. What the hell does this mean? That little girl Su Shuyun, taking $500,000 to send me off as a beggar? Ma Wenching's hand pressed 2 orders from Singapore. If the Fairview Group no longer provide him with logs, then he must at the first time to urgently contact the field of wood merchants. Not only the quality of the logs will decline, but also increase the cost of at least 2-4 times. Even so, Ma Wenchang still faced the risk of delaying the delivery of finished wood furniture. Fuck, make fun of me, right? This $500,000, not even a fraction of what he lost in, clearly making fun of him. Mr. Ma, calm down. This is a document that our colleagues from the Market Research Department just sent in. You can take a look at it. The butt-cheeked secretary presented another red folder. After reading it, Ma Wencheng almost lost his breath and collapsed directly onto the sofa. The document showed that the share information of the Fairview Group had changed drastically, and there was a man named Zhang Qian, who had bought 40% of the shares of the Fairview Group with a capital of $100 million, and was then holding the position of vice president of the Fairview Group. Mr. Ma, are you alright, Mr. Ma? The buttocks secretary was shocked and hurriedly found Ma Wencheng's medicine from the drawer and gave it to him before he took a breath. Ma Wencheng was furious. Zhang Qian is not yesterday door to door to find his Jingxin dockyard vice president. Looks like even the hair is not long it. How can there be so much energy? Are you sure that this document is not wrong? Ma Wencheng inquired once again. The share information on it is copied directly from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. There will be no mistake, Mr. Ma. Ma Wencheng's face suddenly became ugly. This was a difficult situation. Analyzing from the existing situation, Zhang Qian's shareholding in Jinxiu Group at this time was clearly to pinch the throat of Jiyuan Wooden Furniture. Controlling Jinxiu Group is equivalent to controlling the raw materials of Jiyuan Wooden Tools. Although he and Jinxiu Group have not torn their cheeks yet, but Su Lao's attitude of not caring about it is already enough to show that the two companies are no longer in a cooperative relationship. That little girl Su Shuyun, for the sake of $100 million of financing, had done such a thing. That's $100 million. Fairview Group's current market capitalization is only how much money? $70 to $80 million? In Ma Wencheng's place, he would have no choice but to abandon any partner. Mr. Ma, there's one more thing. Our colleagues in the business department sneaked into Jinxiu Group's warehouse to look at it, and found that Jinxiu Group's pressed timber has a whole dozen warehouses, and the doors of the warehouses are locked tightly, not letting anyone in or out. Nonsense. People are clearly not playing with you. Found a new gold master. No. I'm going to tell who you have been about this situation and see if he has any ideas. Dafu Timber. Father, there is a new situation. Chang Rui hurried into Chang Dashan's office. Oh, what is it? Chang Rui told him about what had happened to Jiyuan Wood Furniture. It's from our informant. He said it's top secret information. There are still a lot of people inside Jiyuan Wood who don't even know. Small and medium-sized enterprises like this, the struggle can be much tougher than those large companies, who have not planted a few eyes in each other's companies. After learning what happened to Jiyuan Wood, Chang Dashan frowned. Jinxiu Group, this is what to engage in? Just the brat you fought with? $100 million? Are you kidding? Not to mention the entire Fairview Group. Even his Dafu Timber, when placed on the market, couldn't even be sold for $100 million. What does Fairview Group have the right to do? You can't be mistaken, right? This matter can't be a joke. Chang Dashan is still half believing. He does not believe Jingxin Dockyard, such a small company's vice president, can take out $100 million to stir up the situation. This energy is too big. If it was true, people were throwing away $100 million to fight this battle without smoke with them. Father, I didn't quite believe it at first, but our man said that he took his life to guarantee it. It's definitely true. That's why I rushed to tell you. Whether it's true or not, I'll make a call and find out. Chang Dashan fumbled for his cell phone, ready to give Hu Yuebin a call to ask about the situation. Out of such a big thing, Ma Wencheng's Jiyuan Wood Furniture will certainly not carry the burden on its own. The first time to look for is certainly to find Hu Yuebin for help. Father, we also have a lot of inventory. Since we are all allies, why don't we help Ma Wencheng? Chang Rui was somewhat incomprehensible. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. He knew this well. His hatred for Zhang Qian was higher than anyone else's. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Qian put to death with his own eyes, and then peel his skin, draw his tendons, and boil his bones. Zhang Qian's last shot was too heavy. Stayed in the hospital for a week, his head wrapped up like an Indian third party, before he was barely discharged. Until now, the bruises and swelling have not gone down, living like a pig's head. What's even more annoying is that Yao Man also cut off relations with him, pulling all his contact information. He has not tasted the woman's flavor for several days. With a pig's head on top of him, this rich son is embarrassed to go to the bar and nightclub. People will ask him what happened to his head. It's too embarrassing. If his own business can help Jiyuan Wood Furniture a hand, so that Ma Wencheng turned the danger into a success, then it is also considered to be a little confrontation with Zhang Qian. What kind of wood are we doing? You kid can't figure it out until now? Jiyuan Wood Furniture out of a set of tableware. It is necessary to dozens of procedures. The quality of our wood cannot reach the requirements of others. Otherwise, it's not you who came to tell me this news, but Ma Wencheng himself called over and asked me for help. Bang! The door was suddenly slammed open by the assistant. Ali, the chairman and I are in the middle of talking things over. What's your name? After Chang Rui was bearishly beaten by his old man, he could only spread the fire in his heart on the little assistant. No. Sorry, Chairman. General Manager, I have something important to report. The female assistant was wearing a set of tight clothes, with a face of guilt and self-reproach, even with a bit of anxiety, looking like there was really something urgent. What is it? If it's the matter of GUN timber, you can go out. I already know about this matter. Chang Dashan waved his hand. No, 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 no. The female assistant had stuttered. The Maya group was carrying our timber and collided with someone at the pier. The boat overturned, and all of our goods went into the river. Yeah. What did you say? Chang Rui and Chang Dashan coincidentally glanced at each other as they realized the severity of the problem. Chairman, General Manager, what I said is true. The loading worker from the Yan'an dock is right outside the door. You can call him in and ask him about the situation yourself. Quickly call him in. Chang Dashan was shaking with anxiety. Soon, the assistant called the drenched worker, from whom water dripped all over the floor, into the office. What exactly is the situation at Yan'an Pier? The dock worker cried and said, Chairman, our timber has just been loaded onto Yame Group's ship, and their cargo ship from the Jingshin dockyard didn't listen to the siren, and rammed through the dock, directly knocking over that cargo ship from Yame Group. What about that wood? Speak up. The wood was salvaged with the full force of several of our workers as well as 2 cranes, and fished up some of it, but also half of it, too, went into the water and became damp. How much? About a fifth. Snap. Chang Dashan was so angry that he directly dropped the water cup in his hand on the ground. Seeing this, the female assistant let the loading workers leave first. How on earth does this Zhang Xin dockyard ship drive? Are the people in the cabin blind? And the sailors on the ship are also blind? Grass. Chang Dashan's eyes were scarlet as he roared hysterically. Father, calm down first. It's not good to be angry. Chang Rui hurriedly stepped forward to comfort. Chairman, according to our people, that freighter from Jingshin dockyard didn't have a single sailor on its deck at the time. It was as if it was planned. All the other ships didn't hit each other. They just hit the one we loaded with cargo. The female secretary's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Chang Dashan directly stood up from his seat. Every hair on his face stood up. His appearance was extremely frightening. All right, you go out first. Chang Rui waved his hand towards the female assistant, indicating for her to go out first. Father, if this matter was premeditated by Zhang Xin dockyard, then this is meant to come at us. Chang Rui was also half pissed off. All right, Zheng Xian, this kid really has guts to do this. Go, follow me to find this kid. I want to ask him face to face what he really wants to do. Zhang Xin dockyard. Chang Dashan brought Chang Rui and angrily rushed to Jingshin, vowing to find Zheng Qian for accountability. Sorry both of you, our Mr. Zhang is not in the company right now. Li Tao, as the 4th highest position in the company, received Chang Dashan and Chang Rui. Where is he? Zheng Qian, what's going on? Our Mr. Zhang went to talk about business and went out in the afternoon. Li Tao replied with a smile on his face. What are you? Call out the person in charge in your company. Chang Rui spoke loudly. Almost everyone in the neighborhood heard him. His father was the chairman of Dafu Timber, and he was the general manager of Dafu Timber. The number 1 and number 2 figures of a medium-sized enterprise were here, so the least you can do is to send out someone with an equivalent status. Mr. Chang, I am the business director of Jingshin Dockyard, the manager of the business department, in addition to Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhang, my position is the highest. Are you looking for something from Mr. Zhang? Let's go to the conference room to talk. Cut the crap, Chang Dashan shouted angrily. After such a big incident, Zheng Qian still has the heart to talk business. His heart is big enough. Li Tao put on a puzzled expression. Mr. Chang, what is this big matter you speak of? Don't pretend to be confused when you're trying to figure out what's going on at Yan'an Pier. Don't you know about it? Chang Rui said in an accountable manner. This I know. In fact, Mr. Zhang has already expected that your company would send someone over, but I didn't expect it to be the 2 old bosses personally. I'm really terrified. The 2 old bosses first calm down. The matter of Yan'an Pier is an accident. Your company sunk into the Yuk River salvage fee. Mr. Zhang said that he is willing to bear all of it. If you are not willing to salvage, we can also compensate your company in cash. How much wood was sunk? We will pay for it at the same price. Chang Dashan froze for a moment. This is what your Mr. Zhang means? Li Tao nodded. Mr. Zhang also said that he was busy during this period of time, and there was no way to personally make a visit to the door to make amends and apologize. If you two can meet Mr. Hu of the Yame Group, please take a word and say that the salvage fee of that cargo ship, the maintenance fee, our company is also willing to bear all of it. At this time, Li Tao glanced at his watch. Almost 6:30. It's time to get off work. Both of you, I'm going to punch the clock first. You two please go back. After Li Tao gave his expulsion order, he lined up to clock out. The Chang family's father and son walked out of Jingxin Company in a bewildered manner. Dad, what exactly does this kid want? Why am I a bit confused? Chang Rui was a bit confused. Chang Dashan didn't react for a moment either. After suppressing the anger in his heart and analyzing it calmly, Chang Dashan realized what was going on. You idiot! Chang Dashan directly cursed out. At that time, he was so enraged that he directly forgot about the current state of the company, which was no longer the previous Defu Timber. Now that Defu Timber was able to operate normally and not be plagued by financial problems, it had borrowed a usurious loan from the private sector for half a year, promising a high interest rate. He hastily took a few orders from the island countries with the aim of wanting to restore the self-sufficiency of the business as soon as possible, and pay back this private loan within half a year, trying to avoid the overdue date as well as the high interest rate. The reason why Zhang Qian had rammed the cargo ship of the Asian American Group was not aimed at the Asian American Group, but rather at Dafu Timber. Chang Dashan was certain that even if their goods were not loaded at the Yan'an Pier today, but at the Yanbei Pier, they would still be rammed. The purpose is to stall the export of Defu lumber. Zhang Qian, this kid, didn't know where he had inquired about the current situation of Dafu Timber and knew about their borrowing from the private sector. As long as the profits of Dafu Timber within half a year are not enough to pay back this private loan, they Dafu Timber will go completely bankrupt without attacking themselves. After listening to Chang Dashan's analysis, Chang Rui then came to a realization. This kid is also too shady. This is still normal. People haven't played even more shady for you yet. Chang Dashan snorted coldly. If I were in Zhang Qian's position, I don't care what you're doing. I would have directly seized your goods and blocked you for 2 or 3 months first. Father, then what should we do now? It was useless to be anxious now. Chang Dashan had to find Hu Yuebin at the first opportunity and inform him of the situation. Zhang Qian had played a bomb hand. They had to get together and discuss how to deal with it. You go back first. I've already called Hu Yuebin. Now go to his place. After Chang Dashan finished speaking, he arrived at the Maya group. After sitting in the conference room, he saw Ma Wencheng who was walking on thin ice. After Li Tao walked out of the company, he took out a tissue and wiped the beads of sweat that were belatedly appearing on his forehead. Before Zhang Qian played this card, Li Tao had tried his best to discourage it. He thought that Zhang Qian was crazy, but when Zhang Qian told him why he did it in a serious manner, Li Tao then understood. The set of rhetoric just now was also taught to him by Zhang Qian, and he did not expect to really fool Chang Dashan, but Li Tao thinks, fooled a moment, but cannot fool a lifetime. When Chang Dashan back to God, I guess less than the next round of struggle. Yan'an. Oh, extremely extravagant mansion. Hu Yuebin is on the balcony and his beautiful secretary to do sports. The cell phone was ringing hard. Simply endless. Hu Yuebin answered the phone with extreme displeasure. Hello, this is Hu Yuebin. Mr. Hu, have you not adjourned the meeting yet? Mr. Chang has also arrived, and he also said that he has a situation to report, and that he needs the 3 of us to sit down together to discuss a plan. Is it the matter of Jingxin Dockyard? After receiving an affirmative reply, Hu Yuebin eventually raised his pants. Where are you going? On the balcony, a little beauty who had been tossed around a good deal had some reluctance in her tone. Something happened. Hurry up and pack up. Go with me to the company. Half a bell later, Hu Yuebin, this only with a beautiful secretary, appeared in front of Ma Wencheng. Chang Dashan. The secretary behind him had a flushed face that hadn't dissipated, and her collar hadn't been completely straightened out. 2 people know at a glance. Hu Yuebin is not at all in the meeting, but in this little bitch ambiguous. Damn. They here are burning eyebrows. Hu Yuebin quite elegant to do this thing. Say it, what's the situation? Hu Yuebin just sat down and lit a cigarette. After listening to the 2 reported the situation, Hu Yuebin's eyes are full of disbelief. He stayed in the nightclub for the whole night last night, and only woke up in a daze at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was only after hearing the 2 of them talk about Zhang Xian Dockyard and the news about Zhang Qian that he woke up with a start. This is impossible. Where did he get so much money? Regardless of whether Hu Yuebin believed it or not, the shareholding information was listed on the website of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and there was no way for him to disbelieve it. Zhang Qian contributed $100 million and took a stake in Jinxiu Group, took 40% of Su Shuyun's shares? No wonder Su Shuyun rejected him and threw herself into Zhang Qian's arms. So she found a big gold master. TMD. For $100 million. Sell yourself? Hu Yuebin felt that he still thought of Su Shuyun as too icy and clean, and had known that he would also take $100 million out and buy the shares of Jinxiu Group. A meal operation down. Not only can Su Shuyun take down, perhaps also can seize the control of Fairview Group. Pick up a business for nothing. Su Shuyun, Su Shuyun. You think of people too simple. Why would they give you $1 billion for no reason? Do you really think that Zhang Qian is just greedy for your body? His ambition is not limited to that. Zheng Qian not only want to put you to sleep, but also want to take away your hands of the Fairview Group. A disdainful expression appeared on Hu Yuebin's face. Su Shuyun was a fool. General Manager Hu. The most important thing at the moment is the cargo ship of the Yame Group, as well as the raw materials from Mr. Ma's side. Can you see if you can think of a way to make my timber shipment go smoothly? Yes, Mr. Hu. Old man who has a wide network and knows a lot of bosses. Do you think you can help me solve the matter of the logs? Don't I know many people? Why do I have to find my dad? Hu Yuebin was a bit upset. Anyone who dealt with him would mention his father and think that his father was better than him. Don't worry about the raw materials. I also know a lot of bosses. I will definitely give you a proper solution. Hu Yuebin promised in one bite. Mr. Hu. What about me? Chang Dashan was a little anxious. He can't afford to procrastinate. Crashing and sinking the old man's ship. The old man must make this kid pay the price. Hu Yuebin burst into a rage. De Fu Timber is shipping as usual. I will send twice as many people to supervise. If he dares to drive the ship to Laozi's head again, he must not be finished with him. Hu Yuebin was puzzled. TMD, a ship of people are blind? Zhengxin Dockyard can drive the ship into that kind of really is a small company. Assistant Lu. Immediately notify the legal department. Prosecute Jingxing Group. I must this kid to pay the price. Hu Yuebin a set of operation down. Thunder and lightning. He thinks he is not weaker than his father in where. Mr. Hu. No need. I've already looked for Zhengxin Dockyard. They asked me to bring you a message. Chang Dashan interjected at this time. Oh, what's the word? Is that kid scared? Not too sure. But they said that they are willing to pay for the salvage fee of the Asian American group, as well as the cost of the dockyard's repairs, and that it was just an accident. An accident? Originally, Hu Yuebin also thought it was an accident, but to have Chang Dashan bring the message here, was that still an accident? It must have been a long-planned ship collision. Zhengxin Dockyard crashed the old man. Let you bring a message? Analyzing it carefully, people had already decided that Dafu Timber and Yame Group were an alliance. Chang Dashan didn't taste out what this sentence meant until now. This is not, I just deliberately. The boat overturned the old man to give you money to fish. Would sunk the old man to give you enough money to compensate? Just do not let the two of you feel good. Shit. This kid is too rampant. Hu Yuebin's face suddenly changed. He thought that he would just pay out money alone, having money to do that? Knock knock. Mr. Hu. I'm from the Legal Affairs Department. There's something I want to report to you. Legal Affairs? Just in time. I was looking for you. After calling the person in, Hu Yuebin said that he would resolutely pursue the responsibility of Zhengxin Dockyard, and asked the legal department to go all out to do it. Mr. Hu. I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Legal department manager forehead out of too cold sweat. Difficult? I spend so much money every year to raise you for what to eat. There are difficulties to me to overcome the difficulties. Understand? TMD. In front of two corporate bosses, giving him a hard time? Hu Yuebin directly throws a big tantrum. Mr. Hu. I don't mean this. I want to say that we were reported by Zhengxin Dockyard. The manager of the legal department took out a document from the Oceanic Bureau and handed it to Hu Yuebin. F***CK. We've been reported? This kid is the first to report us for evil? After reading the document, Hu Yuebin learned what was going on. We have several 10,000 tons of cargo ships that have been reported as not complying with the ocean transportation safety law. All of them are now being detained at the pier, not allowed to leave port. And the people above said that they will only be able to leave the port when the maintenance is done. How many ships have been detained? The ocean freighters were basically all impounded. Only 2 small freighters of 7,000 tons remain. They can only run to Malaysia. They can't even leave the Atlantic Ocean. Ma Wanchang? Chang Dashan? Hu Yuebin? What did you say? Hu Yuebin seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. The legal department manager had to fearfully repeat what he had just said. Hu Yuebin held this notification letter from the Marine Transportation Bureau as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The people from the Dockyard Management Department had actually approached him several times, saying that there were several ocean-going freighters that should be maintained. But as soon as Hu Yuebin heard that the price was too expensive, he refused the maintenance and cursed the people from the management department several times. He plans to put the end of the year and then unified maintenance. Not for anything else. The main is too expensive. Hu Yuebin do not want to spend this money. No maintenance can actually run more than a year. Not to save a year of maintenance costs? Originally wanted to drill a hole, but did not expect to be caught by Zhang Qian. Secretary Lu. Now that we are starting maintenance on the dock, how long will it take at the earliest to be able to set sail again? Hu Yuebin anxiously asked the secretary beside him. It will take 4 months at the earliest. Manager Lu took a calculator and gave an answer. The dockyard has been delayed for too long. The amount for this maintenance may have to be doubled. Alright, you go down first. Ma Wenchang and Chang Dashan looked at each other. 4 months. This was 4 months. Both of their businesses, too, couldn't be delayed for 4 months. Ma Wenchang had the biggest headache. The raw materials were being controlled. And TMD now there was no way for the ship to run. What could be worse than the status quo? Both of you please rest assured. I will use my father's connections. Our Hu family has been operating in Yan'an Yebe for so long. We still have this little bit of connections. Believe me, we will definitely set sail again within a week. Trust you? Trust you. Damn you. Chang Dashan couldn't wait a week, let alone a month. His timber must be immediately loaded on the ship to sail. The island side of the concept of time is very important. If he is late, he has to pay a lot of liquidated damages. The single not only do not make money, there may be a loss of money. Yame Group now only has 27,000 tons of cargo ships. Even the Atlantic Ocean cannot go out. How can this cooperation continue? Alright, in that case, I'll wait for Mr. Who's good news. Mr. Who, then I will also take my leave first. After the two left, Hu Yuebin swept all the things on the desk to the ground. He had just boasted that he would be able to take care of these things himself, but he didn't realize that he still had to use his father's connections, which really made him lose face. But if you don't say so, if you do so, you really can't stabilize the army's heart. This alliance of theirs appeared to be stable, but in reality, it had already created cracks. No way. Hu Yuebin couldn't let Zheng Qian make such a dirty trick, letting their carefully planned sniping action go yellow. Now that Chen Weiqian was not in the company, it was the right time to completely mess up Zhang Xin. He must seize this opportunity. He wanted Jingxin to die without a burial place, completely bankrupt. The remaining Fairview group would be dealt with later. The next day, Chang Dashan took Chang Rui and went straight to Jingxin dockyard. Yesterday, although he said that he was waiting for good news, but in reality, he would not wait for Hu Yuebin at all. Hu Yuebin is an unreliable person. In the end, you have to rely on his father to shovel this thing. Not this diamond. Why group this porcelain work? People have just made a move. You can't do it here. Chang Dashan does not expect Hu Yuebin can be like Zhao Yun. Kill a 7 into 7 out. TMD cannot be weak with a dough like it. What kind of alliance is this? Early scattered, forget it. Mr. Chang, why are you here again? The salvage fee has already been paid to your company's account. Do you want to sue us? Li Tao once again received the 2 Chang Dashan Chang Rui. You a small business department manager. Arrogant, what the hell? I tell you, we de fu. Snap. Chang Dashan threw out a loud slap on Chang Rui's face. Manager Li, I didn't come here today to ask for salvage fee compensation, much less to sue your company. Dad, why are you hitting me? Chang Rui covered his face and took a small half step back, his face full of aggression and incomprehension. A stern look from Chang Dashan scared Chang Rui half to death, and he shut up in a hurry. Manager Li, this canine son of mine is tongue-tied. Please forgive me. Today, where Chang Dashan had come to hold Zheng Qian accountable, he had instead come to beg for an audience with Zheng Qian. Wanting to reconcile with him, he still cared about what Hu Yuebin. Yame Group. First save himself before Dafu Timber is his life's work. Chang Dashan will not stand by and watch it become a victim of the competition between the two dockyard companies. Reconciliation was the right way. There's no harm in it. Your son's character has a reputation throughout Yabu, Li Tao said with a smile. Chang Dashan glanced at Chang Rui and had no choice but to accompany him with a smile. Then, Mr. Chang, if you have something to say, what is the matter that brought you to our company today? I want to find Mr. Zhang for a chat. Is Mr. Zhang in the company? Chang Dashan never dreamed that he would grovel to a business director and speak so politely, but there was no way out. The king of hell is good, but the little devil is hard to deal with. Not to mention that Li Tao is not a little devil. What he does is on behalf of Zheng Qian. Offending him, Zheng Qian is not going to want to see. In it, Li Tao picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, with a careless attitude. However, Mr. Zheng is in a meeting at this time. He can't see you for a while. Are you willing to wait? If I'm willing to wait, I'll go over and inform General Manager Zhang. Willing to wait? Of course I'm willing to wait. Chang Dashan smiled repeatedly. Then I'll trouble Manager Li. Thank you, thank you. Li Tao nodded and walked to Zheng Qian's office, telling him this news that Chang Dashan was waiting for him. Dad, what are you doing? We're such a big corporation like Defu Timber. Why are we being so polite to this little business manager? What kind of shit status is he? Even if Zheng Qian meets you, doesn't he have to call out to Mr. Chang? You rebellious son. Slap. Another loud slap. Next, shut up obediently for me, or get out of the Chang family. What I do in a while. You follow. Do you hear me? Chang Rui had no choice but to obediently shut up. Office. Zhang Qian was trying to pass a mark. Mr. Zhang, Chang Dashan is here. Like you expected. This time, his attitude is completely different from yesterday, making a 180-degree turn, like he's here to beg you. Li Tao reported in Zhang Qian's office. Zhang Qian smiled. Alright, let's air him out for a while then. Mr. Zhang, do you think Chang Dashan will sign this kind of contract? Xia Sisi held a business contract in her hand, which was drawn up this morning. In terms of content, it was simply more humiliating than a certain treaty. It was as unequal as it needed to be. After drying Chang Dashan Chang Rui for a full 2 hours, Li Tao brought the two to the conference room. After seeing Zhang Qian, Chang Dashan kneeled down the first time and directly cried bitterly. This scene stunned Zhang Qian and Li Tao. Even Chang Rui looked dumbfounded. Hey, Mr. Chang, what are you doing? I can't afford this great gift from you. Adverse son, why don't you hurry up and kneel down for General Manager Zhang? Chang Dashan hammered Chang Rui's knee fiercely, and Chang Rui was forced to kneel for Zhang Qian as well. Xia Sisi couldn't help but cover her mouth. The chairman of Defu Timber, the general manager, actually directly knelt to Zhang Qian? This was also too ruthless. But also side note, Zhang Qian played this card, has strangled the throat of Dafu Timber. As long as Zhang Qian wanted to, he could make Dafu Timber disappear in Yabu at any time. Quickly get up. Quickly get up. Something to talk about. What are you doing? Zhang Qian put on a look of being at a loss for words, but in reality, he was already happy inside. Aren't you Defu Timber a bully? Aren't you Chang Dashan, Chang Rui crazy? You're bullish again. What? Can't get up? Kneeling down? Now that you're on your knees, everything's negotiable. Mr. Zhang, I'm really desperate. I hope you can forget about the past and work with me again. Mr. Chang, speak slowly if you have something to say. The sky hasn't fallen. What's wrong with you? Zhang Qian was ecstatic inside. This is how he knew that he had found him in desperation? Chang Dashan cried with a snotty nose and tears about the difficulties of Defu Timber, saying that he was willing to pay Zhang Xian Dockyard's liquidated damages, and as long as he could guarantee their weekly shipments, then he would renew the long-term contract with Zhang Xian Dockyard for another year. Mr. Chang, it's not that I'm making things difficult for you, but mainly our company can't line up the ships right now. If you're in a hurry, you can make use of the vice president's privilege to transfer 210,000 tons of freighters to you, but you have to pay the expediting fee. Zhang Qian took advantage of the fire. If you want Defu Timber to live, you have to pay for what you've done before. Not just you, Chang Dashan, but also your son, Chang Rui. Zhang Qian could never forget in his life what Chang Rui had done to him. Chang Dashan was stunned for a moment. Your kid is really full of drama. If he was not in a hurry, could he have found you? Chang Dashan knew that Zhang Qian was trying to take advantage of the opportunity to raise the price, but he had no other way to do it. At this time he could only be a leak and let Zhang Qian's scythe wave over his head. Then let's triple it on the original basis. Can you accept it? Mr. Chang? Triple? Are you crazy? Why don't you just go to the bank and rob it? As soon as Chang Rui heard the triple shipping fee, he directly stood up from the ground and pointed at Zhang Qian's nose and cursed. Looks like General Manager Chang doesn't agree. Manager Li, send the guests away. Zhang Qian said and was about to leave. Chang Dashan had already expected that Zhang Qian would ask for a large sum of money, but he didn't expect that he would directly triple the original shipping cost by so much. But what could he do at the moment? If you don't accept this condition, the goods of Defu Timber can't be shipped out. He can only sit in the office and worry. Only Jingxing Dockyard in Yan'an and Yebei had the ability to ship Daifuku's timber to the island. One could only endure. Mr. Zhang, this son of mine doesn't know any better. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Chang Dashan didn't make a move, but as soon as he did, he broke Chang Rui's wounds, which were already almost healed, all over again. Chang Rui's head was wrapped in such thick gauze and soaked with blood that the air was filled with a choking fishy odor. Chang Rui wanted to cry. He felt that Zhang Qian had bullied people too much, which was why he stood up and accused Zhang Qian of being wrong. He didn't expect to receive another brutal beating from his father. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door sounded in his ears, followed by Yao Manman's gentle and sweet voice. Mr. Zhang, I've compiled a piece of information. Are you free to read it now? Come in. Ah. Yao Manman subconsciously shrieked and covered that cherry mouth after seeing this scene. Chairman Chang is talking business with us. The information will be placed on the table first. Mr. Zheng will read it later. After Li Tao instructed, Yao Manman hurriedly placed the information on the table and exited the conference room. Chang Rui couldn't believe that Zhang Qian would allow Yao Manman to come in and submit the information while he was being beaten up by his old man. His wretched, kneeling and begging for forgiveness could all be seen by this woman. Yao Man, What would she think of herself in her heart? Chang Rui constantly cursed Zheng Qian in his heart. Mr. Chang, please stop fighting. I have a piece of information to read later. Zheng Qian felt that the fire was almost ready and called off Chang Dashan. The conditions I just said won't change. Agree or not? You'd better give me an answer now. Agree. Chang Dashan gasped for air. Good. Since it's agreed, you can just sign the contract with my secretary next. After Xia Sisi placed this humiliating treaty in front of Chang Dashan, his face staggered for a trifle, but he still had no choice but to sign his name at the end. Mr. Zhang, thank him for his great kindness. Then I'll take this rebellious son and leave without disturbing you. Chang Dashan kicked Chang Rui's ass, and the two of them prepared to leave Zhang Xin Dockyard Company. Xia Sisi was a bit messed up. With this kind of contract, she would have thought that Chang Dashan would have questioned if there was a mistake, but he only hesitated for a moment before signing the contract and thanking Zheng Qian for his great kindness. It was really unintelligible. Wait, Zheng Qian called out to the two. Mr. Zhang, what else do you command? Chang Dashan had turned into one of Zheng Qian's dogs at this point. Mr. Chen was detained in Mordor. Was it your doing? This you guys? But it made Chang Dashan scared for a while. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen's matter was done by that boy Hu Yuebin. It has nothing to do with me. In fact, it was Hu Yuebin who instructed him to do it. But in order to clear the relationship with Yamei Group, Chang Dashan couldn't admit it to death. Anyway, now that Hu Yuebin wasn't present, there was any dirty water poured on him. Don't need to tell me so much. I just ask one thing. Can you operate to release Mr. Chen? Zheng Qian didn't bother to listen to Chang Dashan's fart. Can. I'll call over there right now and release Mr. Chen. Only after calling the Magic City side in front of Zheng Qian did Zheng Qian let the two leave. The two of them left the company on the front foot, and on the back foot, Li Tao burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Zheng Qian's approach had to be praised. Business war is not a child playing house. Using some means is inevitable, and the means Zheng Qian used are more decent. Nothing that can't be on the stage. Unlike a certain company, also specializes in the establishment of the fight for the special office of Shi, specializing in playing the tricks of the lower three ways. After exiting the office, Yao Man had a mixed feeling in her heart. She is very glad that she severed her relationship with Chang Rui some time ago. Otherwise, she might have ended up in the same situation as Chang Rui, although not so bad as to be beaten up in front of so many people, but certainly worse than death. It seemed that the matter between himself and Chang Rui would always be a dead end in Zhang Qian's heart. Don't look at the fact that he was polite to himself and the company, and even gave himself a transfer to be treated as an ordinary employee. But still, Zhang Qian's words, public is public, private is private. In private, he must hate himself. Ma Wenchang smoked a stifling cigarette alone, pacing anxiously in his office. He had been messed up by Zhang Qian for the past 2 days. That day after leaving Yamei Group, Hu Yuebin promised him that within 3 days, everything would be taken care of. But 3 days had passed and there was still no news from Hu Yuebin's side. Mr. Ma, it's time for the board meeting. The butt-cheeked secretary hurried into the office to remind Ma Wenchang. Are you free right now? I want to report a new situation to you first. What situation? Is it news from the Asian American group? Ma Wenchang's eyes let out a brilliant light. It's been 3 days already, so it wasn't a wasted wait. Mr. Ma, it's not Yamei Group, it's Defu Timber. Defu Timber? What can be new about Defu Timber? Ma Wenchang didn't care about Defu Timber right now. He only cared about 2 things. The first was the raw materials and the second was the transportation situation. Only when these 2 things were all resolved could Jiyuan would tool operate normally and their alliance continue. Otherwise, everything was just empty words. According to the people we arranged at Defu Wood, their chairman Chang Dashan has already renewed his long-term contract with Zhang Xian Dockyard for a year. And the timber has all been transferred from Yan'an Dock to Yanbei Dock one after another. And it seems that they have already begun to go on Zhang Xian's freighters. As if? I'm telling you, there's no as if in this matter. So make it clearer for me. Ma Wenchang was a bit anxious. This was really a new situation. After the arse-curling secretary elaborated on the current situation of Defu Timber, Ma Wenchang immediately understood. TMD. Chang Dashan had betrayed their alliance and found Zhang Xian Dockyard to surrender. After walking into the conference room, several directors, as well as various executives, immediately threw countless questions at Ma Wenchang. Mr. Ma, our raw materials are only enough to support us for 2 days. When will the supply of logs resume? Mr. Ma, we can't stop our factory. If we stop for an hour, we will lose tens of thousands of dollars. We can't afford it. Mr. Ma, Yamei Group just came and said that the ship hasn't been repaired in recent days, and it hasn't passed the verification of the Oceanic Bureau. so we have to wait for at least another week. Ma Wenchang had just calmed down a little bit, but when a few people made so much noise, his head swelled up again. TMD, still have to wait a week? What's the point of waiting? Chang Dashan mutinied and surrendered 3 days ago. This kid is really not interesting. Not even talk to him. I should have known that he also surrendered. Alright everyone, today's board meeting will not be held for now. I will immediately go to solve these problems. Ma Wenchang felt that his head was going to explode if he stayed in the conference room any longer. Prepare a car. Let's go to Zhang Xin Dockyard. Jingxin Dockyard. Li Tao stepped in to receive Ma Wenchang. Manager Li, is Mr. Zhang in the company? I'm Ma Wenchang, the chairman of Jiyuan Wood Furniture on. There's something I want to talk to him about. Ma Wenchang put his posture very low. So it's Mr. Ma, long time no see. Li Tao still had a careless attitude. It was again guessed by Zhang Qian that Ma Wenchang had indeed come to the door. Mr. Zhang is in a meeting right now. Can you wait? If I can wait, I'll go and give a briefing now. Can. Of course I can wait. Please Manager Li. Familiar conversation. Familiar accent. Familiar flavor. Li Tao of course didn't go to inform. According to Zhang Qian's intention, to say the least, he had to dry Ma Wenchang for an hour or two first. He walked to the pantry to get a cup of hot water, then came back. Mr. Zhang said he knows. You can wait here for a few minutes. He'll be here in a while. Ma Wenchang? UTM? When I am blind. Did you go to inform? Just come back and tell me. Don't think that I didn't see. UTM ran to the pantry to get a cup of hot water, and then came back. Press not to find Zhang Qian. Ma Wenchang is very smart. He knows that this is trying to hang him out to dry. Said to wait a few minutes, but today cannot see Zhang Qian people. Are not certain. Puff. Manager Li, please inform me again. I'm in a hurry here. Put. When Li Tao saw this scene, a mouthful of boiling hot water directly sprayed onto Ma Wenchang's face. Sorry, Mr. Ma. Sorry. Li Tao casually pulled out a few paper towels and helped Ma Wenchang wipe. He didn't expect that Ma Wenchang would be so direct. Without even seeing Zhang Qian's face, he directly kneeled down. Alright, since Mr. Ma has an urgent matter, then I'll go and inform again. You wait a bit haha. Li Tao only walked into Zhang Qian's office this time. Qianer, Ma Wenchang is here. Well, as previously discussed, let's air him out for a while first. I guess not. Ma Wenchang in front of so many people, directly to me on his knees. Drying is not drying. You see to go directly to meet him. Li Tao laughed. Zhang Qian was very surprised when he heard about it. So direct? Not even see the person. Jiyuan Wood Furniture Chairman. Directly here to kneel? The situation of Jiyuan Wood Furniture, the pressure Ma Wenchang was under, was even more critical than Zhang Qian had imagined. Alright, then go and meet. Outside the door, countless co-workers were discussing the matter of Jiyuan Wood Furniture Chairman Ma Wenchang kneeling down. Have you guys heard? Ma Wenchang directly knelt down to our manager Li. I've heard about it a long time ago, and he's still kneeling in the meeting room even now. Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, go to the meeting room and see for yourself. 2 days ago, the chairman and general manager of Dafu Timber knelt down in our company. Do you know that? Really? I didn't hear about that. Tell me about it. One knelt in the meeting room, and the other knelt in the conference room. The matter of 2 enterprise bosses in a row. Kneeling down and begging for help in Jingxin Dockyard immediately became a hot melon, and became the center of discussion up and down for a while. Meeting room. Zhang Qian deliberately slowed down his pace and arrived at the meeting room. Sorry Mr. Ma, just now I was in a meeting. You this. How did you kneel down? Quickly get up, quickly get up. After Zhang Qian walked to the meeting guest room, he found that Ma Wenchang had both knees on the ground and was actually still kneeling, which was truly out of his expectation. However, this could also indicate that Ma Wenchang's Jiyuan Wood Furniture was no better than Chang Dashan's Dafu Timber, and the situation was even much more critical than Dafu Timber. Zhang Qian control of Ma Wenchang raw materials, even Ma Wenchang's shipping method he was intercepted. The Asian American group wants to reopen the ship up. How to have to pass the Oceanic Bureau that first, how to have to 2 or 3 months. Even if Hu Yuebin can find a relationship, Ma Wenchang dares to use that kind of quality problem freighter, may be open to the Pacific Ocean on the accident. 2 throat problems. Ma Wenchang cannot solve one. He cannot be anxious? Mr. Zhang, I'm at the end of my rope. For the sake of my relationship with Wei Qiang, you have to give me a hand at this time. For the sake of his relationship with Chen Weiqiang? Damn. Remembering Chen Weiqiang at this time? Zhang Qian couldn't help but shake his head. If Ma Wenchang hadn't made a fool of himself and honestly continued to work with Jingxin Dockyard, it wouldn't have come to this point. Mr. Zhang, I'll settle the 7 million in arrears immediately. And I also hope that you can transfer 210. 000 tons freighters for me to use. Mr. Ma, you're making it difficult for me. 2 days ago I just promised Boss Chang that I would transfer 2 freighters for him to use. Right now our company is overflowing with orders. It's not really possible to transfer the ship schedule. Zheng Qian skimmed his mouth and had a very difficult expression. Li Tao also stood out at this time. Mr. Ma, you're wrong. Jiyuanwood Tools has been in arrears for such a long time. Counting the interest and liquidated damages, it's more than 7 million. The two coincidentally looked at each other. A sing red face, a sing white face. Almost Ma Wenchang to the whole blind. Fortunately, Ma Wenchang was resourceful enough to immediately hear what these two sentences meant. Yes. Manager Li is right. How much should I pay? You name a number. I'll immediately have the company's finance transfer it to you. Zheng Qian coldly popped up at this time. $10 million. $10 million? Ma Wencheng's forehead broke into a cold sweat. TMD. This is a lion's mouth. Opening his mouth to ask for $10 million. Even if it is the highest interest rate loan sharks. Not so calculated. You are more usurious than a loan shark. But now this situation. He can only admit it. Okay, just $10 million. I'll call the finance right now. Mr. Ma, why are you in such a hurry? Are we Jiangxin Dockyard short of this much money? Li Tao discouraged. It's not too late for you to go back after you finish talking to Mr. Zheng. Good. Jiangxin Dockyard is rich and powerful. How can it be worse than this small amount of money I have? Ma Wenchang saw people talking about people, saw ghosts talking about ghosts, following Li Tao's words down the line, extremely praising the Jinxiu group. Alright, then I'll reluctantly agree. But not two. I can transfer 1 cargo ship for you to use. Okay? Fine. Thank you Mr. Zhang. Thank you Mr. Zheng. Ma Wencheng's head nodded repeatedly like he was pounding garlic. Has been enough. TMD total is not as with who you beans like. Parked in the dock harbor even open cannot open up. There are 2 can open up. Documents and problems. Even the Atlantic Ocean cannot get out. Let alone the Pacific Ocean. In addition Mr. Zhang, I have another thing I want to ask for your help. He felt that his Jingxing dockyard can be regarded as not in vain. Kneeling plus 3 million liquidated damages. The boat thing is fixed. Zheng Qian did not make things difficult for him. More than TM who you have been refreshing. The boat thing is solved. The rest is the raw material. Zheng Qian spent 100 million to buy into the Fairview Group 40% of the shares. As Fairview Group Vice President, to supply him is not a matter of words? If this is the case, where can I make the decision? You have to find Mr. Su. Zheng Qian refused. Li Tao also wondered. Log this matter. You do not go to find Su Shuyun. Looking for Zheng Qian what? He Zheng Qian again have the ability, solely based on a paper low price contract, not to be able to sway Su Shuyun's Jinxiu group. Right. Li Tao actually didn't know that Zheng Qian had already taken a stake in the Fairview Group. He was thinking more about why Su Shuyun would cut off Ma Wencheng's raw materials at this juncture these days. It was definitely not a coincidence. Mr. Zhang, I will definitely go to Mr. Su, but I still hope that you can put in a good word in front of Mr. Su, so that this can be done. The freighter had promised. Zheng Qian wouldn't watch Ma Wencheng stop production. That's fine, but you should at least sign a 1-year long-term contract with us at Jingxing Dockyard, right? Sign. I'll sign. Ma Wencheng didn't even think about it and directly agreed. When Ma Wencheng saw the contents of the contract, he hesitated for a few seconds. Mr. Zhang, did you make a mistake with this contract? There won't be a mistake. This contract is exactly the same as the one signed by Chang Dashan. You cannot sign it if you don't want to. In that case I don't have to go in front of Su Shuyun to say anything good about you. Zheng Qian's tone was like a threat. Ma Wencheng heard, do not want to sign directly to the old man, get out. Raw materials, this piece you do not want. How dare he not sign? And listen to Zheng Qian said. Chang Dashan signed the contract with him is exactly the same. This damn is too humiliating it. Chang Dashan is a ruthless man. He could sign such a humiliating contract. But humiliating, to save the enterprise is more real. Sitting on the sidelines, the only thing waiting for him is bankruptcy and liquidation. I sign. Ma Wencheng signed his name at the end of the contract in a regular manner. Okay, isn't this all well and good, Boss Ma? In the future we will still have a cooperative relationship. I will go and talk to Mr. Su's side. Don't worry about it. Zheng Qian looked at the contract, said smilingly. The side of Li Tao can look more and more confused. Raw materials, this thing is the core of the commercial struggle. Zheng Qian to say a word. Fairview Group will provide to Ma Wencheng? Zheng Qian and Su Shuyun there have so much face? Zheng Qian did not explain to Li Tao. Li Tao is also interested not to ask. Colleagues outside, while the three were negotiating, but the pot exploded. Mr. Zheng really blah. Ma Wenchang is such a smart entrepreneur, and he's even taken care of him. Look at Ma Wenchang's expression. A burst of green and white. It seems that Mr. Zheng has cleaned him up quite badly. Oh, I've long said that the new Mr. Zheng has real talent. Otherwise how could he have gotten into that position at such a young age? At that time, you guys still didn't believe me. Alright, now we all believe you. Many of his co-workers had a moment of extraordinary admiration for Zheng Qian. The entire company knew that Zhang Xian Dockyard was fighting a war these days against Yamei Group, Jiyuan Wood Furniture, and Dafu Timber. The three largest companies in the Yan'an and Yanbei areas had joined forces to besiege Jingxin Dockyard. In such a big matter, the old boss Chen Weiqiang is not in the company. The vice president Liu Shiqi does not care. Only a young white-faced showman Zhang Qian is left. Many people believe that this is not the death of the new dockyard, but also by the three companies to get crippled. The future certainly does not have any prospects for development, can only slowly towards bankruptcy. But I didn't expect Zhang Qian a few tiresome operation. Actually let two of the old bosses to come to the door to see, and even go so far as to kneel down and kowtow. This kind of scene in this life may not be able to see the second time, really make people impressed. After experiencing this incident, Yao Manman had already seen Zhang Qian's ability and ambition, and a small Yabei was absolutely unable to stop Zhang Qian's progress. At the same time, she also knew that she didn't have as much weight in Zhang Qian's heart as she did before, and might even be hated, no more than an ordinary colleague. Yao Manman felt for the first time that she was not worthy of this man. The manly vigor and business skills displayed by Zhang Qian far exceeded all the men she knew. She really doesn't deserve such a man. Even if Zhang Qian did not care about his past, and made up with her, what could she do? To do Zhang Qian's laundry and cook for him and bring up his children? This is actually quite good. Not lack of money to spend. But there was no way Zhang Qian would forget about his past grudges. Just as she thought 2 days ago, that incident will always be a knot in Zhang Qian's heart. And a dead knot at that. She made up her mind to give up her continued pursuit of Zhang Qian. The idea of getting back together regardless of former enmity was all just wishful thinking on her part. It was simply not going to happen. It was Yao Manman who thought too beautifully. Zhong Xiaoyao glanced at Yao Manman and found that her eyes were complicated and she seemed to have something very heavy on her mind. It was only yesterday that she learned that Yao Manman had a relationship with Zhang Qian before, but because Yao Manman did something wrong to Zhang Qian, the relationship between the two broke up and they broke up completely. From what Yao Manman has been doing, she should be trying to recover Zhang Qian's heart of love for her. Zhong Xiaoyao can only say that Yao Manman knows too little about men, and it's a joke that she still spreads the art of mastering men in the company every day. Like Zhang Qian, such a man, where to go is not a beautiful woman like clouds. Even if you Yao Manman long have a few points of color, but so what? Even if you Yao Manman has some good looks, so what? There are many people in the society who have higher face value and better body than you Yao Manman. For example, this lady. Wanting Zhang Qian to forgive her is just a dream. It's simply impossible. To describe Yao Manman in 2 words, that is, big fool. How could anyone be so stupid to such an extent? There is this kind of treasure man holding in his hand, don't know to cherish, even still cheating, doing things that are sorry to Zhang Qian. It's really stupid. Zhong Xiaoyao had completely disregarded Yao Manman at this point. The only opponent left was the new one, Qin Shueli. The way she looked at Zhang Qian, she couldn't wait to eat him up. This made Zhong Xiaoyao very upset. Qin Shueli actually thought the same as Zhong Xiaoyao. She also just learned that Yao Manman was the girlfriend that Zhang Qian had kept for a long time. But because of cuckolding Zhang Qian, it led to a breakup. Yao Manman doesn't know how to read people and doesn't believe in Phoenix men. She only looks at the existing achievements but ignores Zhang Qian's potential. It's a silly woman. Yao Manman definitely has no way to chase Zhang Qian. So the only one left in the company who has that kind of mind for Zhang Qian is Zhong Xiaoyao. Of course, the assistant beside Zhang Qian, Xia Cici, wasn't excluded, but the biggest rival was still Zhong Xiaoyao. This time, the battle was half over, and the victory of Zhang Xian Dockyard was a certainty. After the end, the first thing to do was definitely to discuss the merits and rewards. Qin Shueli learned that after Zhang Qian took office in the public relations group, the position of team leader had been empty, and no one had been chosen to be the team leader. It was also because there was no team leader that there was that day when 3 consecutive people from the PR group went to find Zhang Qian to send information. When the team leader, these are all the things of the team leader, and Zhang Qian has more chances to contact, leaving aside the question of whether or not a love affair will develop over time. If Zhong Xiaoyao becomes the team leader, she will definitely go to find Zhang Qian when she has something to do. Naturally, Qin Shueli will have fewer opportunities and reasons to contact Zhang Qian. It wasn't even ruled out that Zhong Xiaoyao would utilize her authority as a team leader to suppress her and give her small shoes. In this way, Qin Shueli would be at a disadvantage. This disadvantage would be like a snowball, rolling bigger and bigger until she failed completely. Asian American group, grass mud horse. These two wallflowers, traitors. After Hu Yuebin heard that Jiyuan Wood Furniture and Dafu Timber defected, he was so angry that he slammed his water cup, slammed his cell phone, and went straight to the office, scaring his colleagues in the company. He has been expediting the matter of Yame Group in the past few days, and also met with the leaders of the Oceanic Bureau a few times, and thought that he would be able to handle it without asking his own father to step in. At first a few leaders heard that the Asian American group are very happy to come out to chat. Hu Yuebin think the chances of success are very high, but meet the other side to know. Not Hu Yuebin's father Hu Lao, but a second-generation dude, instantly changed his mind and said no, must comply with laws and regulations, so that he touched a few noses. In the end, Hu Yuebin still faced the reality, ready to go to ask the old man to step in, but heard the news of Ma Wenchang and Chang Dashan's defection. Fuck, two soft bones. Hu Yuebin was furious when he thought of these two losers. Zhang Qian, right, I'll remember you. Prepare the car, go to Zhang Xin Dockyard. Zhang Xin Dockyard Company. Chen Weiqiang got down from a cab. These days, he was detained at the 4th shelter in Mordor and had been eating jail food for several days, and he wasn't even allowed to make a phone call. One didn't need to think to know that this was being underhanded. Chen Weiqiang had already prepared himself psychologically. His company must be in a mess right now, being beaten up so much that he didn't even recognize himself. Employees leaving their jobs, groping for fish, and having no fighting spirit. He exhaled lightly and finally went upstairs. But the scene he saw when he went upstairs was exceptionally surprising. The employees were glowing and spirited, and even greeted him one by one with enthusiasm, excitement, and exuberance. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Hello, Mr. Chun. Facing these employees, Chen Weiqiang nodded one by one, unable to hide the confusion and surprise on his face. Chen Weiqiang had thought that the company was in a mess right now, but he had not expected everything to be operating in a well-organized manner, and many of the employees had smiles on their faces. Could it be that Lu Shiqi had taken over the company during his absence? It couldn't be Zhang Qian, that young man who was new to the business world. Chen Weiqiang thought that Zhang Qian did not have that ability yet. Mr. Chen, you're finally back. Zhang Qian was so excited that he directly pounced on Chen Weiqiang after seeing him. What's going on in the company lately? Chen Weiqiang asked. Go. Go inside and talk. Zhang Qian called Li Tao and told him about the recent happenings in the company. Low-priced orders, recruiting, defense wars, counterattacks, not including the shareholding in the Fairview Group. This matter Zhang Qian was prepared to hide in the bottom of his heart. As long as no one asked, he was determined not to say anything. Holy shit, it's possible Mr. Zhang. I didn't expect you to have such a strong business talent and management talent. Chen Weiqiang, who had heard about these things, was full of praise and admiration for Zhang Qian. However, I have a doubt. How did you convince Jinqiu Group to cut off the raw materials of Jiyuan Wood Furniture? I know Su Shuyun. She's not easy to deal with. Tough as nails. Just with a low price order. It shouldn't be so bad, right? What's your secret? Why don't you share it quickly? Well, heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Zhang Qian made a strange look. Oh, got it. The two men laughed heartily and dragged out a long O. Zhang Qian also let out a poof of a laugh. He didn't even say it himself. Where would they get it? They wouldn't think that he had taken Su Shuyun down, right? With his manly charisma, he shouldn't be able to take down a rich girl so easily. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen, Manager Li, something big is wrong. The company's receptionist knocked on the office door in a panic. Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly if there's something going on. What's wrong? Li Tao pacified. There's a person who claims to be the old boss of Maya Group, scrambling at the front desk to see Mr. Zhang. Hu Yuebin. It seems like this name. I'm not too sure. Are you free right now? Why don't you go over and take a look? Our two security guards can't hold him down. Put. Two security guards couldn't hold him down. The three of them directly laughed out loud at this statement. Walking over to the front desk to take a look. It was indeed Hu Yuebin. He was acting like a gangster, playing a rascal at the front desk of the company. Not at all like a big corporation's spokesperson. Hu Yuebin. What are you looking for me for? Zhang Qian stepped forward and asked very frivolously. What I'm looking for is you. You kid is really good. You can play a lot of dirty tricks. Chen Weiqiang, when did you come out? After Hu Yuebin saw Chen Weiqiang, the whole person was directly abashed. Even his tone was weakened by 3 points. Before taking a shot at Jingxin Dockyard, Hu Yuebin specially sent someone to investigate Chen Weiqiang's whereabouts and learned that he was on his way to talk business in Mordor. so he hired a woman from a nightclub to seduce Chen Weiqiang. And as a result, when Chen Weiqiang's pants were off, a bunch of police broke into the house. Originally it was a matter of your love, but it was slapped with a rape charge. This matter was planned by him and let Chang Dashan do it. Hu Yuebin did not want to send Chen Weiqiang to prison, but it was still more than enough to drag him for a few more days. Unexpectedly, Chen Weiqiang came out so quickly. It must be that Chang Dashan had withdrawn that woman, at least investigating Chen Weiqiang for a month or two. It was impossible to be so fast. Hu Yuebin, you do those things, often Dashan all told me, to say een, or you enough een, who can een over you ah. Chen Weiqiang was full of anger when he mentioned this. That night, his pants are off, did not expect the other side to play such a hand to him. Since ancient times, heroes were hard to beat. If it wasn't for Zhang Qian's good play on Yebei's side, he would have fallen head over heels into Hu Yuebin's hands. A soldier is not afraid of deception. You didn't resist the temptation yourself. What do you blame me for? A good soldier is not afraid of deception. Line Hu Yuebin, we both start from here. I'd like to see how long Yamei Group can last in your hands. Not to mention you. Even if your father is in the company, Yamei Group will have to start going downhill. Let's wait and see. Mentioning his father again? Hu Yuebin gritted his teeth. How come everyone likes to compare him with his father? Hu Yuebin is this life cannot go out of the shadow of his father. Damn dead old man. Why do so well in the early stages? Convinced. Oh, Chen Weiqiang. I do not know where you come from the bottom of the air with me to say this kind of thing. You Jingxin dockyard only a few broken ship? How can you compare it to the Asian American group? Just start. I'm not intimidated. We'll see. Both sides declared war directly in front of the company. After dropping his harsh words, Hu Yuebin left the company. You two come with me. I have something important to tell you. Zheng Qian and Li Tao looked at each other and followed Chen Weiqiang into the office. After the three of them sat down, Chen Weiqiang began to make tea. This time I went to Magic City. I met with two financial giants. They were very optimistic about Zhang Xin dockyard. We talked about a big deal. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door sounded in his ears. Who is it? Enter. Yo yo yo. What are you three talking about quietly? Appearing at the door was the magnificent, fashionable and trendy Lu Shiqi. She even wore black silk and high heels today. Appearing more feminine, it's General Manager Lu. What a coincidence to come. Come over and sit down. I'll tell you something big. Chen Weiqiang got up and invited Lu Shiqi into his office and unlocked the door. He didn't want anyone else to disturb him. Wait a minute, Mr. Chen. You came back from Mordor. You didn't have any parts missing, did you? I have heard about it. You have been undermined badly, Lu Shiqi said half-jokingly, causing Zhang Qian and Li Tao to laugh. Where's the word? How could there be any parts missing? Or else I'll take off my pants and show you guys. Don't take off your pants. We wouldn't dare to look at it if we did. Ha 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 ha. Okay, let's get down to business. Chen Weiqiang told the trio that he went to Magic City to talk about a big business. You guys definitely can't guess how big this business is. Chen Weiqiang intentionally sold a secret. $100 million. Chen Weiqiang was expecting the three to be surprised by this time. It's only 100 million. Are you as exaggerated as that? Mr. Lu, 100 million is a small amount compared to your Zhongguang fund. But this 100 million is just the first round of financing. It only requires us to dilute our shares a little bit. Chen Weiqiang looked at the remaining two. Zhang Qian's face looked very calm. Only Li Tao looked more surprised. Harm. I thought it was a billion. It's just 100 million. Just look for Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang will get you 100 million in a minute. Chen Weiqiang? What does that mean? Chen Weiqiang was confused. Mr. Zhang fought this battle, but he spent $100 million to get into Jinsho Group and bought 40% of the shares, just to keep Jingxin Dockyard and control the raw materials of Jiyuan wood furniture. Lack of money directly to find Mr. Zhang on the line. Do not have to go so far to the Magic City, but also let people to the Yin. How not worth it? What? You guys still don't know? Lu Shiqi frowned, looking surprised, but she soon relaxed. That's right, Mr. Chen has been stranded in Magic City for several days. It's normal for him not to know. Mr. Zhang is now the actual vice president of Fairview Group. Chen Weiqiang and Li Tao were filled with dismay. Zhang Qian spent $100 million and bought 40% of Fairview Group shares? This damn. The handwriting is also too big. Chen Weiqiang suddenly understood why Zhang Qian was able to control the raw materials of Jiyuan wood furniture. Not by taking down Su Shuyun, but by taking the money and smashing down the Fairview Group. Li Tao came back to his senses at this time. No wonder when Ma Wencheng came to the door, he said that he would let Jing Qian put in a good word for him in front of Su Shuyun, the vice president of Fairview Group. Still need to find Su Shuyun to give you raw materials or not? It was just a matter of words. Mr. Zhang, you're really deep in the dark. Chen Weiqiang patted Zhang Qian's arm. When Chen Weiqiang first met with Zhang Qian on Moonrise Island, he knew that Zhang Qian was not an ordinary person, and that he had some money in his hand and wanted to enter the business world, but he didn't realize that Zhang Qian had so much energy in his body. Zhang Qian exactly what family background, hands and how much liquidity. A few days have not seen. Chen Weiqiang suddenly feel. Zhang Qian a little let him not see through. Chen Weiqiang has a new understanding of Zhang Qian at this time. For the management of the company, although Zhang Qian appeared to be a bit rusty, but during the time he was not in the company was able to not collapse. It was already very capable. Management ability was actually very good to exercise. It only required him to delegate more to Zhang Qian, and it could be improved greatly in half a year's time. Secondly, Zhang Qian's talent in business was somewhat out of his expectation. In the face of Yamei Group, Jiyuan Wood Furniture, Dafu Timber, 3 enterprises to start the siege action, Zhang Qian cannot panic, calm and collected to deal with. Now the result was obvious. Although Yamei Group didn't fall, but this siege action against Jingxing Dockyard was definitely ended in failure. Chen Weiqiang felt that even if he was in the company at that time and he was the one to handle this matter, he wouldn't have been able to handle it so perfectly, and the company would definitely have been knocked off something. Zhang Qian was not an ordinary person. Of course, an average person wouldn't be able to get $100 million to take a stake in Fairview Group. What Zhang Qian has now is probably only money. The social network of contacts, he does not have, so when things go wrong, Zhang Qian's first thought is to use money to smooth things over. Since ancient times, Kyushu was a society of favors. Zhang Qian would be at a great disadvantage if he didn't have a network of contacts. This time, it was better. Chang Dashan and Ma Wenchang were both wallflowers and softies. What if they were replaced by those entrepreneurs who are not into oil and salt, who emphasize love and friendship, and who want to fight with you to the death? The power of Zhang Qian's move will definitely be greatly reduced. Whether it will work or not can only be said. This time the business I just talked about, and did not finalize. There will be a Sea Trade Summit in Mordor in a couple of days, so if nothing happens, it can probably be finalized at that time. Chen Weiqiang's meaning was also obvious. That is, he wanted Zhang Qian to go and expand his network and meet those really big people. Actually, let's say, for the Sea Trade Summit, our Zhongguang Fund also has a quota. Mr. Zhang can attend that summit as a VLP client of Zhongguang Fund, so it also looks a bit more prestigious. Mr. Zhang, what do you think? Lu Shiqi winked at Zhang Qian. Of course Zhang Qian could hear that Lu Shiqi was showing him favor and throwing an olive branch at him. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Zhang Qian had an ambiguous attitude and rejected Lu Shiqi in disguise. 2 days ago, because of Deng Shuxin's matter, Zhang Qian was still holding a grudge, but you acted like it was nothing. Zhang Qian naturally didn't appreciate this child. He wasn't being petty. He just wanted to let others know that he wasn't easy to bully. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. There's still some documents that need to be dealt with. Zhang Qian finished speaking and left Chen Weiqiang's office. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, I'm also leaving. Li Tao followed closely behind. In the office, only Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were left behind. Chen Weiqiang looked at Lu Shiqi, but he did not feel much hostility towards Lu Shiqi's just now obvious digging move. Instead, he sympathized with Lu Shiqi. Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi were old friends. When the company was just starting out, Lu Shiqi helped him a lot. Even part of the startup capital was put together by Zhongguang Fund, with a grasshopper on a rope to describe some too. But the two people, resources are indeed attacked. But if Zhang Qian did not appreciate this favor, then Chen Weiqiang had no other way. Mr. Lu, Mr. Jing seems to be still holding a grudge against you for transferring his subordinates. Do you want to find him to say it again, apologize or something? Don't be so tough with your attitude. It will always befriend you. Chen Weiqiang gave Lu Shiqi a bit of advice. After Lu Shiqi had made some achievements in the financial field, her style of doing things had changed a lot. Negotiating, socializing, all of them were very tough. A kind of elite strongwoman style. But people like Zhang Qian don't eat this set. If you don't bow down, and then want to establish any social relationship with him, is very difficult. It's true that I didn't feel enough about Zhang Qian's bottom, but it's only temporary. Sooner or later, he will work with me. Lu Shiqi made up her mind that she would do everything she could to take down Zhang Qian. Her Zhongguang Fund could offer Zhang Qian a high interest that he couldn't refuse, and Zhang Qian could become Zhongguang Fund's biggest client. In this way, the scale and level of Zhongguang Fund would be raised to another level. Lu Shiqi was a woman who was never satisfied. Wolfishness was the experience she had summarized after so many years of mingling in the financial field and the workplace. With these 2 words alone, Lu Shiqi felt that it was worth $100 million. It's a bit scary. Chen Weiqiang hadn't seen this kind of look on Lu Shiqi in a long time. This was the rhythm of eating and wiping Zheng Qian clean. Mr. Lu, you can take it easy. People are still young. In the future, they may not be a generation of giant crocodiles in the business world. They are so much younger than you. How can you lay your hands on them? After work, Zheng Qian directly back home. The past few days had exhausted Zheng Qian. After a few consecutive days of high intensity focusing on the movements of the 3 corporations and formulating a plan to break the annihilation, his body was still a bit unable to carry it. So early today? Do you still have to stay up late to read the program? Jin Lu saw Zheng Qian at home at 7 o'clock, and was a little surprised. No more reading. Things are almost done. Let others take care of the rest. The someone else in Zheng Qian's mouth is Chen Weiqiang, who just came back from Magic City. He has done a lot of things in these few days. He has almost reached his limit, and should take a good rest. At the same time, Zheng Qian also learned that TMD capitalists didn't seem to be that good. The struggle between capitalists made him physically and mentally exhausted. Alright then, let's eat first. I've cooked the dishes. Zheng Qian added 4 bowls of rice in 1 gulp and ate with a thief-like flavor. Jin Lu saw this scene and smiled contentedly. Right. How are things at the gym these days? Zheng Qian thought about the gym and casually asked. Jin Lu said that Ho Jianya's side had already chosen an address in Longhu, and she even went over to take a look. The location and area were quite suitable. A batch of fitness equipment imported from abroad was on its way, and the decoration workers were rushing to decorate it. If there are no surprises, a month the gym will be able to open for business. I'm much more relieved with you holding the fort. Jin Lu hasn't been idle these past few days either. Zheng Qian praised as he listened. There is no need for me to pay too much attention to. Uncle Ho's experience is more than enough than me. We can rest assured that he is doing something. Zheng Qian looked at Jin Lu and realized that there was a faint touch of sadness hanging between her eyebrows, as if there was something that was bothering her. What's wrong? What's happened? Talk to your man. Maybe I can help. Hearing Zheng Qian say that, Jin Lu then realized that she hadn't managed to control her expression well. However, Zheng Qian was her man now, and there was no need for pretense or artifice in front of him. The main thing between the two was honesty. Jin Lu didn't hide anything either. It's nothing much. Don't I have a cafe? In the past 2 days a new cafe opened nearby. Business is not bad. I went to taste a cup. The flavor is unique. There are a lot of categories. Very popular with young people. In the past few days, several baristas and I have been working on new categories, so we are a bit burnt out. She opened the cafe diagonally across the street from me, so we can't let someone take all the business. Zheng Qian listened with a little bit of weakness. The cafe you're talking about, isn't it called Love Affair? He asked tentatively. Yeah, you know it too? Well, a coworker brought me a cup, and it felt pretty good. Which was a coworker bringing him coffee. In fact, it is 2 days ago. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin respectively sent him a text message, asking him what name the cafe should be good. Zheng Qian is a name waste. Handed over to the two of them to deal with the full power of the name. The result of the love affair, such a name, sounds a little ambiguous, just like the relationship between the three. Well, it's really good. Just opened one day and sold out. Even publicity doesn't need to be publicized. The whole Shuanglia street is full of their coffee scent. Zheng Qian didn't dare to tell Jin Lu that the love affair cafe was funded by him to help the two sisters, Deng Shuxin Deng Yuqing, to open it. If she knew about it, she still didn't know what to think. Maybe a set of consecutive moves would directly KO him. I guess it's some foreign brand. Those foreign capitals have come to us to rake in more money over the years. You can't let them compare, Zheng Qian encouraged. Not a foreign brand, it is a local two sisters. Listen to them, it is their father's craft. There is a big boss to subsidize them to open the store. Zheng Qian marveled. And you guys talked about this? Yes, chatting quite good. We also added contact information. Healthy competition. She's quite pretty. Look at the picture. Jin Lu took out her cell phone, flipped through Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin's circle of friends, and showed Zheng Qian the photos of the two of them. How about it? Should I push WeChat to you? Zheng Qian? Zheng Qian was shocked into a cold sweat. Don't. Keep it for yourself. I wouldn't dare to take it. Zheng Qian had added Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing a long time ago. There was no need for Jin Lu to push. He wouldn't dare to say this out in front of Jin Lu. In Zheng Qian's heart, Jin Lu would always be the main court, and this flag would never fall. It seemed that it was necessary to talk to the two sisters and not let them reveal their identity to the outside world. It was better to do more than less. If Jin Lu gave out that it was Zheng Qian who financed the construction of the cafe, it would be troublesome to explain. Count on you to be sensible. Shuang, honestly, you don't need to put too much effort into the cafe. Aren't you going to graduate school? You can just close down the cafe. What's wrong with letting them have the business? I'll support you anyway. Zheng Qian said what was in his heart. What if you don't support me one day? Jin Lu looked at Zheng Qian's eyes and asked. No way. I'll support you for the rest of your life. Zheng Qian's eyes didn't flicker as he replied from the bottom of his heart. The two just stared at each other for 10 seconds. Zheng Qian eventually couldn't hold back first, and his hands began to be dishonest. Go take a shower first. The next morning, Zheng Qian saw the message Su Shuyun sent last night. Su Shuyun, Mr. Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Su Shuyun, the company has prepared a welcome party for you. Want to come and join us? Su Shuyun, please reply when you see it, smile emoticon. Zheng Qian replied, I just saw it. Sorry. Unexpectedly, Su Shuyun replied in a second, Mr. Zhang, do you have time in the morning? Zheng Qian glanced at the upper right corner of the screen. It was now more than 9 o'clock. If he didn't go to the gym, Zheng Qian really didn't have much to do. Zheng Qian has been tired for the past 2 days and is a little less eager to go today. But he wasn't interested in any of Su Shuyun's gala either. Although it was said that he had funded and bought 40% of the shares of the Fairview Group, there was no need to make a big deal out of it and have some kind of welcome party. It was too high profile and not his style. Besides, Zheng Qian will not go to work at Jinqiu Group. His core is still in Jingxing Dockyard, and his shareholding in Jinqiu Group is more just to cut off the raw materials of Jiyuan wooden furniture. Zheng Qian, I'm a bit tired these days. Let's talk about it some other time. Su Shuyun, Mr. Zhang, the welcome meeting should not be even. If you have time, you can come over to sign those legal documents. Zheng Qian thought carefully. Those legal documents still need to sign. Otherwise someone designed to set him up. It will pit him very badly. Although Su Shuyun won't do it, we can't rule out those who have a heart. For example, Hu Yuebin. Zheng Qian agreed, and after simply washing up and having a breakfast, Zheng Qian rushed to the Fairview Group. Jinqiu Group. Shu Yun. What did Mr. Zhang say? Did he promise to come over? Su Qingye Su Lao urged from the side. Su Shuyun had an impatient look on her face. Dad. Mr. Zhang said he'll come over right now, so don't rush me, okay? Today's outburst was really not Su Shuyun's style. She thought that with this effort, it would be better to devote herself to her work. At the very least, she could do something practical. But Su Lao is indomitable. She had to find a way to let Zheng Qian to come to a trip. Let him see. No matter whether it is swindled or cheat or have to get people over. He also gave Su Shuyun a way to say welcome meeting. Su Shuyun heard that this matter is not possible. After telling Zheng Qian, people really refused, and finally had no choice but to change the words of the legal documents. Today, in order to meet with Zheng Qian, Su Qingye was dressed in a suit, dressed unusually spirited, a head of white hair and even rubbed with hair clay. Dad, are you too much? Mr. Zhang is very busy. Calling him over for this little matter of yours? Su Shuyun still resisted in her heart. Tricking Zheng Qian over like this. Even the old man had some intention of meeting his future son-in-law. She was very uncomfortable in her heart. Shu Yun, how many times have I told you? This is not a small matter, but the biggest thing in your life. Xiao Peng I have already called over. He will take care of the company in the next few days. Just focus on taking down Mr. Zheng Qian. This person, right, is quite good. And she is also a better match. This is also good. Just borrow the father's mouth. Test Zheng Qian to see if he has any meaning to her. Half an hour later, Zheng Qian met Su Shuyun at her office. Mr. Zhang, you were able to take time out of your busy schedule to come over. Thank you so much. Su Shuyun being so polite with Zheng Qian really surprised him. Harm, are all your own people? What's the point of being polite? Zheng Qian felt that Su Shuyun was too outgoing. He was now considered a major shareholder of the Fairview Group. So these numerous courtesies could be dispensed with. This is Mr. Zhang, isn't it? Glowing, young and promising. Only then did Zheng Qian notice that on Su Shuyun's desk, there was also an old man sitting there, gray-haired but looking energetic. The old man stood up from his chair and walked towards Zheng Qian with a smile on his face, greeting him. Who is this? Introducing to Mr. Zhang, this is my father Su Qingye. Originally my father has already retired. When he heard that you are coming, he specially rushed to the company to meet you. Su Shuyun introduced. So it's Elder Su. Elder Su is flattered. Specially rushing to meet me. It's really an honor for the younger generation. Elder Su can just call me Little Zheng or Little Qian. Where? A junior like you. Mustn't we meet more often? Not to mention you're also the vice president of the Fairview Group. Su Qingye shook Zheng Qian's hand and patted his shoulder with a smile. Well, the first impression was good. Mr. Zhang, this is the document prepared by our legal department. You can take it back and have it inspected. If there's no problem then you can sign it. Su Shuyun handed over a prepared legal document to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian didn't feel the need to bring it back. That would seem too distrustful of Su Shuyun, and would create a gap between the two, and simply flipped through it. On the document, Su Shuyun's identity in the Jinsho group had clearly changed to chairman and president. Zhang Qian pulled out a fountain pen from the table and then signed at the end. Mr. Zhang, you signed this? Don't you need to bring it back for a look? Su Chengye asked curiously. $100 million. Not a small amount. No need. I still trust Mr. Su. The reason why I came over to sign these documents today is also because I'm afraid of being exploited by certain people with an ulterior motive. Otherwise all these things could be signed or not. Zhang Qian stated that he had a high level of trust in Su Shuyun. Xiao Qian, why do you trust my family Shuyun so much? The first sentence was still very official from Mr. Zhang. The wording of the latter sentence was Xiao Qian, my family Shuyun. Su Chengye's wording was very urban. This wording is equivalent to putting aside work and talking about private life. Seniors being seniors. Su Shuyun and Zhang Qian. Neither of them noticed this. I think that Mr. Su is a good person and won't harm me. That's all. Zhang Qian realized that something was wrong, but couldn't tell where. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I get it. Su Chengye nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian stood in front of him, making him more and more satisfied the more he looked at him. Well, Mr. Su, Elder Su, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Zhang Qian said as he was about to leave. People had come. How could Su Chengye easily let Zhang Qian go? He hadn't asked enough questions yet. Xiao Qian, since you're already the vice president of the Jinsho group, you have to let everyone get to know you. For this reason I've asked Shuyun to specially prepare a welcome party for you. It's not too late to attend before you leave. Elder Su, that won't be necessary. Right. Zhang Qian wanted to refuse. Su Chengye didn't give Zhang Qian a chance to refuse. Xiao Qian, since you're already the vice president of Fairview Group, you have to let everyone know you. So if you come to the company in the future, at least everyone will know that there's you, and the security guards at the door won't stop you. It's almost time for dinner. Shuyun, have someone prepare the car. Before Zhang Qian could finish speaking, he was gagged by Su Chengye, pulling Zhang Qian towards the stairs. He cast a pleading look at Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun spread both her hands, indicating that there wasn't much she could do. On the phone, one could find any excuse to refuse, but in person, it would be difficult to refuse. The old man's hospitality was hard to refuse, so Zhang Qian had no choice but to follow Su Chengye to the car. The three of them arrived at the Triumph Hotel, one of the highest specification hotels in Yebei. Elder Su had chartered a hall today. Although Jinsho Group was small, the company system was perfect. Those present today were basically the company's executives at the COO, CFO, CLO, and OD levels, legal representatives, operations, financial directors, technical directors, and department managers were all present. After Su Chengye stood on the stage, he introduced the new VP of the company, Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian greeted everyone in a very formal manner, and after the self-introduction, there was a warm applause. During the meal, Zhang Qian was placed next to Su Shuyun and Su Chengye. Mr. Zhang, I don't know if you have any insights on Fairview Group's next transformation, as well as its future business development and operations director, questioned Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian? Zhang Qian was a bit bewildered. TMD, why is there a question session? Isn't it just a meal? These few people on the table were all passed by Su Chengye beforehand? He wanted to ask Zhang Qian a few questions through these executives, to see what insights he had on business, and whether he had the ability to carry the banner of Fairview Group. I think Zhang Qian could only talk about his understanding of the transformation of Fairview Group. Jinsho Group was founded in the 70s. The operation method used was still the traditional way, but in recent years, new channels such as the internet, sea transportation, the rise of finished wood furniture, will affect the next development of Jinsho Group. It must be innovated, otherwise it will be eliminated by the times, replaced by new types of enterprises. They were all Su Lao's previous inner circle. Hearing Zhang Qian's evaluation of Jinsho Group, their faces suddenly became ugly. Good, well said. Su Chengye was the only one who applauded. My set of words won't work now. How advanced technology is now. What with QQ, Weibo, short videos, spreading too fast, maybe an unknown commoner will catch fire all over the country overnight. I think Mr. Zhang said it very well. Su Chengye agreed with Zhang Qian's statement and also supported Su Shuyun and his next revolutionization of Jinsho Group. Although Su Chengye had retired a few years ago, it was impossible to hand over such a large enterprise to Su Shuyun. The main backbone was still held up by a few of his old subordinates, and there were Su Chengye's inner circle in every department. The purpose of these words is to let them not only listen to Su Shuyun in the future, but also listen to Zhang Qian. They could mention their opinions, but they must not give up and not do anything. Several executives understood, and immediately followed with applause. Today's table, said to be a welcome meeting, in fact, is also Su Qingye's formal handover of power to Su Shuyun. In front of several executives, the matter was made clear, and in the future, the company would be handed over to these two young people to manage. Right, Xiao Qian? I haven't asked yet. How old is this year? Su Qingye asked with a smile. There's 26 in false age. Zhang Qian replied. 26, then when do you plan to get married? Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in their hearts. They could sort of see it. This new vice president named Zhang Qian was the son-in-law that Elder Su had his eye on. No wonder he was held in such high regard. Zhang Qian rubbed his nose. I don't have any plans to get married for the time being, so let's work out a career first and then talk about marriage. He did plan this way, plunging headlong into the sea of business, just to have a career that would provide a constant stream of income after he was out of the system. The crowd felt that Zhang Qian was a bit out of line. Elder Su has asked you this. He must be interested in setting you up with Su Shuyun. Why can't this kid see it? Of course Zhang Qian could see it, but there was nothing he could do other than feign confusion. At the same time, he glanced at Su Shuyun, the original shrewd and strong female elite. At this moment, she didn't even raise her head, lowering her head and concentrating on cutting the steak. Her face as red as a cherry. Current favorability, 60 points. Best friend max. Only 1 point short of goodwill to reach the stage of lovers. But Zhang Qian's goodwill towards Su Shuyun was actually not high. If he also counted according to the system set, it was probably only about 40 or 50 points. Still at the level of ordinary friends, not even close friends, let alone lovers. But Su Shuyun's body and appearance is first class. And the whole person especially has that stock of rich Qinjin's stock of temperament. From a young age, 10 fingers do not dip into the spring water to raise out of the big family lady. Xiao Qian. This you do not understand it. Men talk about a family. First a family, then a career. Every night the wife and children are hot, and the next day you wake up energized and full of energy. And you have energy for everything. How old was I when I got married? Early 20s. If it wasn't for my health, I would have had grandchildren long ago. Zhang Qian nodded silently. In Su Qingye's era, marriages were generally earlier. Nowadays, people who don't have a foothold in society, how dare they get married? Zhang Qian's situation was even more special. If he chose to get married, the system directly unbound and disappeared. What to do for the rest of his life? Good. I will definitely keep Uncle Su's words in mind, and will definitely find a suitable person to marry as soon as possible. Zhang Qian wanted to perfunctorily pass by. Mentioning his life events in front of so many people was a bit inappropriate. Originally thought that the conversation would end with Zhang Qian's sentence, but the next words were what Zhang Qian did not expect. Su Qingye looked at Zhang Qian. He said the words are so clear. Zhang Qian also did not give him a clear attitude. Do not know is really confused or pretend to be confused. He simply made his words clear. Xiao Qian, what do you think of my family Shuyun? Su Qingye inquired Zhang Qian with a smile on his face. Once Zhang Qian heard this, he then sort of understood. Su Qingye was trying to set him up with Su Shuyun. Calling himself over today wasn't because of any legal documents. It was more than likely because of this matter as well. Ginger was still old and spicy, and Zhang Qian had only just reacted to it. These words made Zhang Qian a little unsure of how to take them. He glanced at Su Shuyun and found that her face was even redder than it was just now, and her favorability was rising and falling. Very unstable. General Manager Su is quite good. She's pretty and has a better personality, and she's meticulous in her work. Zhang Qian couldn't say anything other than praising Su Shuyun. He couldn't reject Su Qingye to his face and make both Su Qingye and Su Shuyun lose face. Su Qingye and Su Shuyun of course both heard that what Zhang Qian said was just polite words. Well, I also think so. Shuyun does do things very seriously. There is just one thing. Too serious. This year are 27. Even a love affair has not been talked about. Alas. Su Qingye said here, could not help but sigh. A look of hatred. Su Shuyun immediately anxious. Dad. In front of so many people, the thing that she has not been in love set out. How can she be ashamed to meet people in the future? Her university classmates, half of them are already mothers of 2 children. She alone is still single. Do not know think she is a lesbian. As he spoke, Su Qingye pulled up Zhang Qian with one hand and Su Shuyun with the other, placing their hands together in full view of everyone. Xiao Qian, in the future, whether it's at work or in private, you'll have more communication and contact with Shuyun in the future. Good. Zhang Qian found that if he didn't agree for the time being, he guessed that Su Qingye wouldn't let him go. Hearing Zhang Qian's promise, Su Qingye laughed from the bottom of his heart and continued drinking with Zhang Qian. This scene could be seen by these executives as well as some of the employees. Su Chengye all held hands and recognized it. All of them thought that Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun had an inextricable relationship. Su Shuyun found the opportunity to finally withdraw her hand. She showed unprecedented shyness in front of outsiders. Su Shuyun didn't understand why her father was smiling so happily. People clearly didn't show that they were interested in their hearts. And the promise was only on the surface. In reality, what Zhang Qian thought in his heart, no one knew. Just put her hand and Zhang Qian's hand together. Always feel almost fire. After dinner, Su Shuyun wanted to find Zhang Qian to talk seriously, so that he did not misunderstand his own meaning. But Zhang Qian excused that he still have a manuscript to write, and then directly skipped. Did not give Su Shuyun to leave a chance. After escaping the hotel, Zhang Qian was finally relieved. Su Shuyun couldn't possibly look at him, so he didn't think much about it. All the old people of that age are sick. Su Chengye was so old that he naturally wanted to hold his grandchildren quickly, and when he saw a rising star like him, he naturally wouldn't let go. The next day, Zheng Qian was invited by Deng Shuxin and Deng Yuqing to the cafe on Xuangliu Street. Zheng Qian was so busy these days that he naturally didn't have the time to pay attention to the two sisters' cafe. Zheng Qian still had one more thing in his mind that he wanted to explain to the two sisters, so he took advantage of the noon hour to come to Xuangliu Street, the love affair cafe. After meeting up, Zheng Qian felt that the two seemed prettier. How is Uncle Deng's situation? Zheng Qian first inquired about Deng Jining's situation in the imperial city. The surgery went well. He has been transferred back to the city hospital. Thank you. Tang Shuxin's eyes were filled with love from the bottom of his heart. After father heard that we opened a cafe, he was very excited and thrilled, and wanted to come over to take a look, but he just finished the surgery and had no way to get out of bed. So I guess it will be a while before he can see this cafe of ours. Tang Yuqing said with a smile. Her eyes were also discharging at Zhang Qian. It's good that everything is going well. Zhang Qian nodded and organized his words. However, there is something I still need to tell you guys. Zhang Qian informed the two sisters not to divulge the matter that he had funded to the public. Deng Yuqing and Deng Shuxin nodded knowingly, although they didn't know why Zhang Qian asked them to do so. Since he personally met with them and found them to say so, there must be Zhang Qian's reasoning. The two of them promised that they wouldn't say anything about it and wouldn't cause trouble for Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Qian, you haven't had lunch yet. This time there aren't many customers. Why don't we close the cafe first and go get something to eat? Good. The cafe was temporarily closed, and the three of them went to eat lunch together. After returning, Zheng Qian chatted with the two sisters at the cafe for a while. In addition to the location of the cafe, Zheng Qian gave suggestions, but he did not interfere with the decoration, layout, or the categories. But all of this was taken care of by the two sisters, so he didn't need to worry about it at all, let alone worrying about losing money. And at this time, the arrival of a guest broke this tranquility in Zheng Qian's mind. Sister Jean, what brings you here? Tang Yuqing exclaimed when she saw a young woman dressed in trendy and fashionable clothes at the door, and hurriedly went forward to greet her. Jean Lu? Jean Lu's arrival scared Zheng Qian so much that he even dropped the soup spoon in his hand. It's over. It's over. Yo, there's a guest. Did I come at a bad time? Jean Lu glanced at Zheng Qian on the seat and said intentionally, no way. Let me introduce to Sister Jean. This is. Deng Shuxin pulled Jean Lu. Very intimate look. Just wanted to say Zheng Qian is their boss, but then remembered the words that she just instructed to herself, and hastily changed her words. Zheng Qian, Mr. Zhang, is my former boss. I worked under her before. Hearing Tang Shuxin introduce herself this way, Zheng Qian's heart was relieved. Oh, so that's how it is. Jean Lu dragged out a long O sound. Tang Yuqing was on the side and saw the abnormality in Jean Lu's demeanor. Completely different from before. Sister Jean, do you know Mr. Zhang? Seeing this, Zheng Qian directly took Jean Lu's shoulders and gave her his seat. Right. Where we know each other. Acquaintances, Zheng Qian said smilingly. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Jean Lu raised her eyebrow unilaterally. Her words were full of irony. A little bit of catching a thief on the spot. Zheng Qian was actually a little weak. Did Jean Lu already know something? With his family's intelligence, if he already knew that this cafe was funded by himself, he probably wouldn't have picked this time to deliberately bump into him. Instead, he would have pretended not to know anything. These words should be attested correctly. I'm just passing by, so I came over to have a cup of coffee. Didn't you say that this cafe's coffee is good? I just came over to try it. Zheng Qian lied. Tang Yuqing and Tang Shuxin were a bit surprised by Zheng Qian's behavior. The two people really knew each other. Deng Shuxin was heartless. Of course she couldn't think that the two were related. Tang Yuqing, on the other hand, could see that Jean Lu and Zhang Qian's relationship was extraordinary. Jean Lu did not pick out that the two were boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, the coffee made by the two sisters is really good. As the leading boss of Schwangli, a street cafe, Jean Lu was a first sister type of character. Tang Yuqing and Tang Xuxin both had to call her sister. Mainly, Jean Lu's aura was too strong. In the bedroom, Jean Lu might occasionally dominate Zhang Qian, but on such occasions, Jean Lu's aura could not even catch up with Zhang Qian. The four of them chatted briefly for a while. Then Zhang Qian made an excuse that he still had something to do in the afternoon, so he bailed out early. Jean Lu didn't stay long and followed Zhang Qian out of the cafe. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you hiding something from me? Jean Lu sat on the passenger seat of Zhang Qian's car and asked with a smile on her face. With this smile, Zhang Qian's back was in a cold sweat. No, there's really something going on in the company. I have to prepare a speech. Zhang Qian explained. Did you think wrong? Humph. I just mentioned that sister flower to you, and you ran to someone else's store. Can I not think of something else? Jean Lu didn't mean to get angry. She wanted to hear how Zhang Qian was going to explain. Then you must have misunderstood. It's a complete coincidence. I really just stopped by to buy a cup of coffee, and Deng Xuxin is an employee who left under me. That's why I sat down to have a chat. You didn't ask for a WeChat from someone's sister? No. Don't believe to give you the cell phone. You check it. Zhang Qian said and took the cell phone out to check it for Jean Lu. He knew that Jean Lu wouldn't pick it up. That's why he dared to be so assured and bold. Humph. I'm not going to check you. That would make me look more careful. Jean Lu turned her head away with a haughty look on her face. Then let me ask you, is the coffee I make better or the coffee they make better? It was a giveaway question. Definitely baby, your coffee is good. Although theirs has its own characteristics, it is definitely not as sweet and mellow as yours. It is simply incomparable. Where did you learn that oily accent? It's so greasy. Jean Lu was amused by Zhang Qian. Alright, let you go alright. I have things to do this afternoon too. Jean Lu's eyes revealed a sense of confidence. Only a woman who was not confident was afraid of her man being snatched away. She believed that just with Tang Yuqing or Tang Xuxin, there was no way to shake her position in Zhang Qian's heart. The two sisters were not unaware of the attitude that Zhang Qian had just shown her, so she believed that they should have a number in their hearts. Zhang Qian saw that Jean Lu did not pursue this matter, but after leaving a gentle kiss on his face, he got out of the car. This big stone in Zhang Qian's heart finally settled down. This showed that Jean Lu still trusted him. If she didn't, she would have investigated him long ago. Zhang Qian believed that as long as Jean Lu wanted to investigate him, she would definitely check all his recent connections, and when the time came, he would have all kinds of evidence in front of him, and there would be no defense. But Jean Lu didn't do that. After returning to the company in the afternoon, Zhang Qian went back to work. Chen Weiqiang explained him to write a speech to introduce the company's financial report and income and expenditure in the first half of the year, and asked Zhang Qian to show the company's strengths and attract investors to inject capital in the day after tomorrow's Sea Trade Summit. However, there was one thing that could not reveal the company's planned arrangements for the second half of the year. This was a good exercise for Zhang Qian. In the company, Zhong Xiaoyao and Qin Shueli, as well as Xia Sisi, all made a lot of contributions to this speech, and after the four of them studied in the office for an afternoon, a complete speech came out. When he returned home in the evening, Zhang Qian even dove headfirst into the study, ready to memorize the speech. Creak! Jean Lu pushed the door in. Qian, what are you memorizing? It's past 12 and you're still not sleeping. The speech. I'm flying to Mordor the day after tomorrow. What speech? Let me see. Jean Lu took the speech and read it briefly. It's not bad. I feel there's still room for embellishment. There's still room for embellishment? Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. Jean Lu still has this kind of eyesight? This speech. But the four people in the office studied for an afternoon. Organized. Well, I can't understand the content, but some of the wording is not rigorous enough. Not accurate enough. Why don't you hand it over to me? I'll embellish it for you. You go to bed first, and then memorize it when you get up tomorrow. Good. After Zhang Qian handed the speech to Jean Lu, he fell asleep next to his pillow. The next morning when he woke up, Zhang Qian got a copy of the speech that was neatly transcribed. Some of the turn of phrase words and specialized words were very strict. Those who didn't know thought that Jean Lu was an industry insider. Zhang Qian took the speech and walked to the living room on the second floor, and found that Jean Lu had already made breakfast and was doing yoga with her Bluetooth headset. Awake? What time did you stay up last night? 3 or 4 o'clock. Zhang Qian marveled at Jean Lu's self-discipline. Going to bed at 3 or 4 o'clock, getting up so early, and making breakfast for him, full of energy, not tired at all. Jean Lu was truly a wise wife. The luggage is also packed for you. What time is the flight tomorrow? Do you want me to send you? Jean Lu pointed to the suitcase next to the sofa. Zhang Qian didn't say anything, but walked to Jean Lu's front and gently removed her headphones. What are you doing? Not doing anything, just want to hug you. I'm covered in sweat. It's better not to hug. Then take a shower. This. After everything was ready, Zhang Qian partnered with Chen Weiqiang and flew to Magic City. This was Zhang Qian's first time to sit in first class and enjoyed the impeccable service of the flight attendants. Mr. Zhang, how is your PowerPoint and speech prepared? Don't worry, it's in order. Zhang Qian was confident and made an okay gesture to Chen Weiqiang. After the plane landed, the two of them went ahead to the Imperial Residence Hotel. This time, the Sea Trade Summit was held in the topmost hall of the Imperial Residence Hotel, and it was much more convenient to stay here. The Sea Trade Summit is a chamber of commerce organized by the domestic sea trade. All large and small enterprises jointly funded the establishment of the first day. The first day to announce the past year's maritime situation, as well as the future year's trade direction. Sea Trade Summit will last 3 days in total. People from all walks of life will participate. The first day is to listen to the report. Everyone simply meet. The second day is the speech to pull investment. Formal business negotiations. On the third day, there was an awarding ceremony, mainly for the outstanding maritime trade companies in the domestic region, as well as the captains and sailors who had made outstanding contributions to the maritime trade. After a brief introduction to Zhang Qian, Chen Weiqiang said that he still had some things to do and had to go out, asking Zhang Qian to make himself at home. Mr. Chen, be careful. Don't make the same mistake and get detained again, Zhang Qian reminded with ulterior motives. Where's the word? Last time I was careless. This time it's one of my high school classmates. Absolutely no problem. Will be taken. After Chen Weiqiang left to leave the hotel, Zhang Qian successively used his cell phone to report peace to several people. The sky was cloudy and drizzling. Zhang Qian saw a popular crab noodle on the app, selling 288 a bowl, which triggered Zhang Qian's curiosity. He had just left the hotel and was about to take a taxi to get there when he was almost hit by a car. Zhang Qian was stunned by the sudden Mercedes, staggering a few steps and falling to the ground, his clothes wet. It's over, Mr. Jiang. I seem to have hit someone. Du Bing Bing, a female secretary driving the Mercedes-Benz S68, hurriedly cut to neutral and pressed the electronic handbrake. Go down and see what's going on with the people. Send them to the hospital if something happens. Don't delay my time. Zhang Yan ran in the back row. Didn't even lift her eyelids, still looking down to return a message from a customer. Her eyebrows are like distant daisies, her pupils cut water. A head of long, dark, lush hair draped over her shoulders, wearing the OL outfit common in the workplace, but still can't hide her thrilling career line and curvy figure. Du Bingbing pulled out an umbrella from the doorway and rushed down to check on Zhang Qian. Sorry. I didn't bump into you just now, right? Zhang Qian was helped up by Du Bingbing from the pool of standing water. It's okay. Almost bumped into it. Didn't bump into, but it hurts to fall. However, Zhang Qian saw that she had an okay attitude and didn't intend to hold her responsible. Going back to change her clothes would be fine. Did you bump into it? Zhang Yanran got down from the car at some point. Du Bingbing hurriedly went to hold an umbrella for Zhang Yanran. Mr. Jiang, why did you come down? Quickly go back. I'll just take care of it. Snap. Zhang Yanyan slapped 2 piles of thick red tickets right on the hood. Her face was as cold as ice. There was a kind of indifference that rejected people. Zhang Qian wondered, what kind of attitude is this? Almost hit him, but also a very tugging appearance. Rich terrific? Zhang Yanran's behavior is always telling Zhang Qian that being rich is really great, but now Zhang Qian is also rich. What do you mean? Zhang Qian asked. If you have a disease, you can see the doctor. If you don't have a disease, it'll be like compensating you for the money for your clothes. After saying that, Zhang Yanran also didn't care about Zhang Qian, and directly went back to the back of the car. She didn't want to waste a minute on Zhang Qian. Sorry. My boss is like this. Don't take it to heart. Du Bingbing once again went forward to apologize to Zhang Qian. She picked up the 2 piles of banknotes and stuffed them into Zhang Qian's hand. Take this money, as compensation for you. Looking at the $20,000 in cash in his hand, Zhang Qian snorted. He was not short of money right now. That woman was a bit too disrespectful. Wasn't she, thinking that money could solve everything? Zhang Qian was too lazy to care. He was still hungry. Leaving behind the $20,000, he left the scene of the car accident. Du Bingbing took the money and tried to chase after him, but Zhang Qian didn't even look back. She had to go back to the car and report to Zhang Yanran. Mr. Jiang, he didn't ask for the money and left by himself. Love to take it or not. Zhang Yanyan didn't take Zhang Qian to heart. She was still preparing her speech for the Sea Trade Summit 2 days later. In addition to returning customer messages, Zhang Qian returned to the hotel and after changing his clothes, he took a taxi to that noodle shop. The deliciousness of the crab meat noodles made Zhang Qian put the unpleasantness that had just happened behind him. Zhang Qian? Zhang Qian was in the middle of eating when a man in a straight suit came in front of him. Xiao Shenhao? Xiao Shenhao was Zhang Qian's college classmate, and it was fate that he could bump into him here. The two of them met at first sight and sat down to start chattering. Why are you here? I heard that there is a noodle shop in Mordor that sells 288 bowls, so I've never tasted it before, so I came over to eat it. Zhang Qian's table. There are 2 empty bowls. Do really good. Okay, it's fate to meet here. This meal is on me. Xiao Shenhao was very generous, boss. 2 more bowls of noodles. After Xiao Shenhao graduated from the university, he went to Jiangnan area for development. This time he came to Magic City for the same purpose as Zhang Qian, also to attend the Sea Trade Summit tomorrow. Xiao Shenhao told Zhang Qian that he was now working as a business manager in AirAsia. Awesome. When I was in college, I could tell that you are the most promising person in our class. Now you are earning at least $1 million a year, right? As soon as Zhang Qian heard business manager, he immediately associated it with Li Tao's salary level. In a big company like AirAsia, a position like Xiao Shenhao's, at least $1 million a year. Pretty much. With the year-end bonus, I can get about $1,200,000 a year at the end of the year, Xiao Shenhao said very modestly. But in his words, there was no lack of pride. According to Xiao Shenhao, no, his salary level in the year that set of students is the highest. The second Song Bin only take 3 or 400,000. He exceeded Song Bin's several volume. Old classmate, what are you doing now? Xiao Shenhao asked. I'm kind of peer with you, now in Jingxin Dockyard. Zhang Qian replied truthfully. Zhang Xin Dockyard? I've never heard of it. Is it also doing maritime trade? If yes, then it's really a peer. Are you also here to attend the Sea Trade Summit tomorrow? Xiao Shenhao thought that since he was a peer and appeared in Mordor at this point in time, he should also be here to attend tomorrow's Sea Trade Summit. Zhang Qian nodded. Then what exactly is your position at Zhang Xin? Xiao Shenhao further asked. After graduating from the university for such a long time, Xiao Shenhao had heard about everyone else, except Zhang Qian, who hadn't heard anything. Since he was able to come to the Sea Trade Summit, the mix shouldn't be bad. At the very least the same position as him. How do I put it? Zhang Qian thought seriously. It would be a bit pretentious for him to say that he was the vice president of Zhang Xin Dockyard. In front of his old classmates, there was no need for him to pretend this. It was better to be grounded. My position in Jingxin Dockyard is also not high. I just joined the industry and am still figuring out the learning stage. Intern? Xiao Shenhao laughed out loud in his heart. So Zhang Qian was an intern. In previous years, there were quite a few old bosses that would bring a group of interns to observe the program. Hearing that Zhang Qian's position was not as high as his, Xiao Shenhao was relieved. Interns are also quite good, can be brought over by the boss to participate in the Sea Trade Summit. It shows that the boss is very interested in your batch of interns. Want to focus on cultivation. Do a good job. It won't be long before you can also be a manager. Xiao Shenhao from an ordinary salesman to manager. Used 4 years' time. This time to come to the Sea Trade Summit. Or Xiao Shenhao got the chance by chance. Otherwise, like his kind of young manager just promoted up. Not much chance to come to participate in the Sea Trade Summit. Xiao Qian, if you can't do it by then, I'll write you a letter of introduction. You can directly join AirAsia. I'll cover you by then. Okay, then thank you brother Xiao. Zhang Qian seriously thanked him. Xiao Shenhao was a small hometown with him, as well as a college classmate. When he was in college, whether it was economically or academically, he helped Zhang Qian a lot, and even helped Zhang Qian introduce his girlfriend, treating him quite well. Now meet, although it is inevitable to compare, but more is to his promotion, and also gave him a chance to push inside, is considered a nobleman in Zhang Qian's life. Just Xiao Shenhao's arrogance. Zhang Qian did not go to the heart. When he was in college, he was one of Xiao Shenhao's little brothers, and it was not wrong for him to want to confirm his identity now. The two chatted about family matters. Xiao Qian, where are you staying in Magic City this time? It's going to rain heavily, let me send you back. No need to trouble you Xiao. I'll just take a taxi. Hey, what's the trouble? We are all old classmates, Xiao Shenhao said. Then he touched the key of that Mercedes-Benz from his pocket and played with it in his hand. He mainly wanted to show off his new car to Zhang Qian. Alright then, Imperial Residence Hotel. On the way, Zhang Qian didn't push back. Since Xiao Shenhao wanted to show off a bit, then let him show off. It didn't matter to him. Such a coincidence? I'm also staying at the Imperial Residence Hotel, so I'll go back together. Xiao Shenhao was a bit puzzled. What was the origin of Zhang Xin Dockyard? So rich? How dare they arrange all the interns at the Imperial Residence Hotel? The Sea Trade Summit was going to be held for 3 days in total. That is, 4 nights. and the price of one night at the Imperial Residence Hotel was 5,000 plus. After sending Zhang Qian back to the hotel, he received a message that he should come to the office hall on the 19th floor. Xiao Qian, let's not chat for now. There's still something on my side. Okay, it's fine. Back to chat. Zhang Qian didn't keep Xiao Xinhao either. Xiao Xinhao came to the 19th floor of the Imperial Residence Hotel. Most of the companies participating in the Sea Trade Summit had already stayed at the Imperial Residence Hotel, and the 19th floor was the open copy room, and the writing area, where those interns who were brought by the old boss, or executives of the company who had important documents to deal with, and the managers were all working here temporarily. Manager Xiao, how come you didn't reply to the message just now? It gave me a rush. What's the matter, our secretary do? So anxious? Xiao Xinhao was a bit puzzled. Did something go wrong? Du Bingbing reversed the notebook and pointed out a few basic mistakes to Xiao Xinhao. Mr. Jiang found some problems with the PowerPoint you made. You need to change it again. You have to send it to Mr. John's email before 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Xinhao slapped his head violently after seeing those several problems. This is a professional basic problem. It's okay to notice it normally. If Mr. Jiang goes up with this PowerPoint, he will definitely be laughed at by the industry. This would not be a basic error, but a fatal error. Secretary Mr. Jiang didn't get angry when he saw these few mistakes, right? Xiao Xinhao carefully inquired. Jiang Yanyan was 26 years old this year, and had just returned from studying in the Americas before assuming the chairmanship of AirAsia Shipping. Jiang Yanyan only valued ability, not seniority. Otherwise he would not have been able to hold the position of manager so young in such a large company as AirAsia. General Manager Jiang is very angry. Du Bingbing helplessly told Xiao Xinhao the sad news. If you check it before sending it to Mr. Jiang, or send it to me, I'll show it to you and change it by hand. So careless. I can't help. Du Bingbing sighed. Xiao Xinhao was like a bolt from the blue after hearing this news. Okay, hurry up and go change it. I'll put in a good word for you on Mr. Jiang's side. It's okay. Du Bingbing pacified. Xiao Xinhao had no choice but to resign himself. Whether or not Du Bingbing said good words, the result was the same. Xiao Xinhao was too clear about this woman. Jian Yanran, a business manager, who even made such a fundamental mistake on the Sea Trade Summit's PowerPoint, would definitely jack him off the first time after going back and let someone else take his place. 9:50 in the evening. Xiao Xinhao, after correcting those few basic errors, before carefully checking again, found that the last few pages of the PPT, surprisingly, also had errors. Jiang Yanran obviously hadn't seen the end yet, so she didn't realize it. If she was seen, Jiang Yanyan would definitely say that his PPT was full of loopholes and get angry on the spot. But now there are only 10 minutes to 10 o'clock. But it can't be changed. Xiao Xinhao was dying of anxiety. Finally, he decided to send Jiang Yanyan an email to explain the situation, and then go to change. But who knows? Jiang Yanyan is a second reply. Xiao Xinhao opened the email and only saw one sentence. PPT don't need to change. Go back to find financial reimbursement for the air ticket. To the personnel department to do separation. Xiao Xinhao was dumbfounded. This pinch. The requirements are too strict, too harsh. In other companies, he would have been demoted at most. Jiang Yanyan is good. Directly fired him. Xiao Xinhao heart cannot say. He had hoped that Du Bingbing could say a few good words about him in front of Jiang Yanyan. After all, he has performed well in the company for 3 years. Diligently, both merit and hard work. Xiao Xinhao does not expect to be promoted again in the future. To keep the current position of the manager is good. TMD. Now it's good. Just because he sent a document that was delayed for half an hour. Jiang Yanyan directly asked him to go and do his departure. It's really cruel. Although he did have faults, but also not so cruel. Jiang Yanran is the most ruthless boss Xiao Xinhao has ever seen. Xiao Xinhao did not give up. He worked overtime. After changing the PPT, the next day is still ready to participate in the summit of the sea trade. I hope that Jiang Yanyan can be a little bit of humane. Do not fire him. Give him a chance to make up for his mistakes. He just raised a big Ben. If he did not have this job, how should he pay back the car loan of more than $20,000 every month? How did you come? Du Bingbing saw Xiao Xinhao at the opening ceremony and hurriedly pulled him aside to stop him. I have already changed the PPT. Mr. Jiang can use it directly on stage tomorrow. There is absolutely no problem this time. Xiao Xinhao patted his chest to guarantee. He reviewed it last night until the wee hours of the morning and touched it all up again. The quality was definitely higher than the previous version. Manager Xiao, forget it. That temper of Mr. Jiang, you are not unaware of it. You will definitely scold you when you see him, and he will not give you any face at all at that time. Du Bingbing strongly dissuaded? Last night, Mr. Jiang, himself alone made a PPT, but also said that you are a stupid pig. Do you think Mr. Jiang this attitude can forgive you not? Do Bing Bing kindly discouraged Xiao Xinhao from going back to Jiang Yanran? Xiao Xinhao sighed helplessly. He had worked so hard and devotedly in AirAsia for 4 years, and because of a little mistake, he was fired. The heart is this lousy ah. Xiao Xinhao glanced at Jiang Yanran from afar, and finally walked out of the door of the conference hall. Xiao Xinhao had just walked out of the venue when he ran head-on into Zhang Qian, who had come to the opening ceremony. Brother Xiao, the opening ceremony is about to start. Why are you heading out? Zhang Qian looked at Xiao Xinhao, who was gray and very frustrated, and asked curiously. Yesterday he was still spirited and glowing. Why does he seem like a different person today? Did something happen? Xiao Xinhao sighed helplessly and shook his head. It's hard to explain, just don't look at me and laugh. And at this time, Lu Shiqi walked over in a long red dress. Mr. Zhang, the Sea Trade Summit is about to start. Why don't you go in? Where is Mr. Chen? Others? Lu Shiqi asked eagerly. Mr. Zhang? Xiao Xinhao was surprised beyond measure upon hearing this title. Why did this woman look so familiar? Xiao Xinhao remembered. Wasn't this Zhongguang Fun's Lu Shiqi Lu? When he was in AirAsia, Lu Shiqi came to visit their company, and the two of them had a chance to meet. Xiao Xinhao was able to affirm that this was Lu Shiqi without any mistake. No, didn't Zhang Qian say that he was an intern at Zhang Xian dockyard? But at the entrance of the venue, it was just the three of them. Who else could it be besides addressing Zhang Qian? Mr. Zhang. Zhang? Xiao Xinhao's mouth simply couldn't close. His face was filled with disbelief. Mr. Chen is inside. Zhang Qian felt that Lu Shiqi took the initiative to come over and greet herself. It wasn't good for her to ignore it, so she casually returned. Let's go, brother Xiao. Get me inside first. I'll explain to you slowly in a while. Zhang Qian pulled Xiao Xinhao and attended the opening ceremony of the Sea Trade Summit. After meeting up with Chen Weiqiang was a bit surprised. And this is? Oh, Mr. Chen. This is my young fellow countryman and my college classmate, now working as a business manager in AirAsia. So that's how it is. Then let's sit down together. There were a lot of seats in the venue. Basically it was not enough to sit, and everyone had an identity placard in front of their table. If there were none, then they were interns or attendants like secretaries or assistants. And on Zhang Qian's desktop, there were 2 identity placards standing out. Vice President of Zhang Xian Dockyard, Zhongguang Fund VLP Investor. Pressing no need to think. This must be Lu Shiqi's handiwork. Xiao Xinhao was confused when he saw these 2 signs. In other words, Zhang Qian was both an entrepreneur and an investor? Originally, when he saw Zhang Qian for the first time, Xiao Xinhao's heart had no ripples, but these 2 signs instantly raised Zhang Qian's status by several notches. Xiao Xinhao stared at Zhang Qian with unblinking eyes. He had not expected at all that Zhang Qian, who had not been heard from for 3 or 4 years, had broken into his own world after graduation. Even if he was still working as AirAsia's business manager, he was still a laborer, earning $1,200,000 a year, which was just a middle class. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, had long since broken through the ranks and become a capitalist, earning an income just by lying down every day, completely unlike him, who had to be on tenterhooks and grovel in order to keep his job. Yesterday, he still looked at Zhang Qian with a very contemptuous gaze. Xiao Xinhao also deliberately offered to send Zhang Qian back to the hotel to show off that he had picked up a Mercedes-Benz. In fact, Xiao Xinhao's surface was bright and shiny, but in reality, he was just a dog under Jiang Yanran in AirAsia. And Xiao Xinhao also made a point of showing off in front of Zhang Qian's face. He now earns millions of dollars a year, encouraging him to do a good job, but also can go to him this step. I did not expect. Xiao Xinhao really did not expect. People are so much more powerful than him. Did not go to pose. A small business manager, in front of others' boastful pose. Xiao Xinhao suddenly felt that Zhang Qian is not only the status of status, higher than him, even the mindset, pattern, are a few notches higher than him. After the opening ceremony, Xiao Xinhao found a chance to tell Zhang Qian truthfully about his current situation. That Mr. Zhang you mentioned, is he the one with long hair and then cold like an ice cellar? Zhang Qian inquired curiously. Yes, that's her. Do you recognize her? A bit of a connection. But I don't know her. Zhang Qian didn't have the heart to say that he was almost hit by her car. Zhang Yanyan shot $20,000 to try to get rid of him. How humiliating it was to talk about it. Harm. Zhang Yanran, this person is really not good to evaluate. Xiao Xinhao left AirAsia on the front foot, and started to say bad things about AirAsia on the back foot. It just so happens that our company's general manager Chen is also here. Brother Xiao, if you're willing, you can delegate to Zhang Xian Dockyard to help me in general manager Chen. Zhang Qian didn't say work for him, but brought along Chen Weiqiang, so that it wouldn't seem so despicable when he said it. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qian began to introduce Chen Weiqiang to Xiao Xinhao. After hearing about Xiao Xinhao's work experience, as well as his abilities, Chen Weiqiang felt that this person was very good. Moreover, he was both Zhang Qian's junior hometown mate and Zhang Qian's university classmate, and he had also worked as a business manager in AirAsia, and with Zhang Qian endorsing him, there was no reason for Chen Weiqiang to reject this person. Brother Xiao, if you are willing, we still have an empty business manager position on Jingxin's side, although it is not comparable to AirAsia's kind of scale, but we are an entrepreneurial company, and our future potential is only higher than that of AirAsia. Good. Since Mr. Chen has lifted me up so much, what reason do I have to refuse? Xiao Xinhao was the first to find an underling for himself. To be honest, he actually didn't think much of Zhang Xin Dockyard, but Jingxin Dockyard's headquarters was in Yebei, close to his home, and Zhang Qian was working as a vice president in the company, and he was so kind to Zhang Qian at the university, he definitely couldn't treat him badly. When the time came that he really couldn't, he could wipe his feet and just bolt. However, when elaborating on his departure to Zhang Qian, he did not indicate to the two men that he was fired by Jiang Yanyan because of a mistake at work, but said that he voluntarily left his job for family reasons and wanted to find a job close to his home. In this way, Xiao Xinhao found the next home for himself in the first place, and successfully hid the truth of his dismissal and got an offer from Zhang Xian Dockyard. Zhang Qian didn't take Xiao Xinhao's behavior in the noodle shop to heart. Xiao Xinhao is such a person. His heart isn't bad, and he helped him a lot when he was in college. Now he has the ability. Can help a hand also help a hand? As a return Xiao Xinhao, the first day of the Sea Trade Summit is not a big deal. It is to meet with all the bosses and so on. Chen Weiqiang also took this opportunity to introduce to Zhang Qian a number of industry veterans to recognize, to help Zhang Qian expand his network. The next day was the main event of the Sea Trade Summit. Dockyard transportation companies from all regions went up with their own PowerPoint presentations, elaborating on the bright prospects and quality potential of their enterprises, with the aim of attracting investors to inject new funds into their companies. The night before, Chen Weiqiang also stayed in Zhang Qian's room for a while, helping him make some small changes to his PowerPoint and speech, which made Zhang Qian, who was originally very nervous and apprehensive, a lot more stable. Zhang Qian has never spoken in front of so many people. When he went to school and made a self-introduction in front of the whole class, he shivered, but this time, he was not on a podium, but on the main stage of a summit of 100 or 200 people. And the audience listening to his speech under the stage were all people with outstanding achievements in all walks of life. This time, the speech is not to go up to do the task, but to attract people to invest in Jingxin Dockyard. Real money to smash money. Chen Weiqiang told Zhang Qian before he went on stage that this was the first time Jingxin Dockyard participated in this level of summit. Even if it didn't pull an investment through the speech, it didn't matter. The main thing was to publicize a wave. Zhang Qian did not think much about it. After walking on the main stage, hold down the nervousness, the thing to do their best to do a good job. When he stepped off the stage, a very loud applause rang out. Many people were discussing this new shipyard company and the extremely young vice president Zhang Qian. Yebei opened another one? Zhang Xin Dockyard? Have you guys heard of it? I don't know. I only know that there's a Yame group in Yebu. This young man's impassioned speech looks energized. Then Jingxin Dockyard is going to steal business from Elder Hu has already retired. And now Yame Group is run by his son. Speaking of the current state of Asian American Group, several bigwigs couldn't help but sigh. After Elder Hu retired, Asian American Group had been going downhill. A good hand of cards had been played to pieces by Hu Lao's cynical son. If he had inherited half of Hu Lao's brains, Yebei wouldn't have had to sprout another dockyard company. Xiao Xinhao, who was on the stage, also couldn't help but shake his head. Sure enough, college is a watershed. Zhang Qian and him were already worlds apart. He came to participate in the Sea Trade Summit, or Jiang Yanyan promotion, by chance to get the opportunity. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, had already brought a PowerPoint and a speech, and went on stage to pull in investments. Xiao Xinhao was ashamed of himself. After Zhang Qian stepped down from the stage, Xiao Xinhao smiled and welcomed Zhang Qian back to his seat. Not bad. Good speech. Look, everyone is applauding for you. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Chen Weiqiang asked. If not wrong, Zhang Qian should be doing this kind of thing for the first time. Still a bit nervous. Look at my hands. Zhang Qian revealed his shivering hands. Zhang Qian was actually less nervous after he finished speaking, but his hands were still out of control and kept shivering. Ha ha ha, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine if you come to more of these occasions in the future. Chen Weiqiang patted Zhang Qian's shoulder. The other side of the summit. Mr. Jiang, The one who just went up to give a speech is the one we almost bumped into when we came to the hotel. Du Bingbing reported to Zhang Yanran and reminded her. Really? You wouldn't have blurred your eyes, would you? Zhang Yanran raised her eyebrows. She hadn't paid any attention at all to who had just come on stage to give a speech. It's true. The vice president of Zhang Xin Dockyard, Zhang Qian. It's still true. Mr. Jiang. Xiao Xinhao is also next to him, talking and laughing. It seems like he still knows Zhang Qian. Zhang Yanran followed the direction of Du Bingbing's finger and looked twice more. This kid hasn't left yet? At the mention of Xiao Xinhao, Zhang Yanyan became angry. The Sea Trade Summit. Such a big thing. Xiao Xinhao didn't give a damn about it, and made a PPT that was full of holes. She gave Xiao Xinhao enough time to revise it, and even wanted to delay it. Since she took over AirAsia from her father, she has boldly enabled newcomers, and Xiao Xinhao has worked under her for 3 years, and was promoted by her. But from the PowerPoint, you can see that Xiao Xinhao's current work attitude, coupled with the fact that there were female employees who constantly reported him for sexual harassment before. Zhang Yanyan simply took this opportunity to dismiss Xiao Xinhao. I didn't expect that he would find his next home so quickly. Jingxin Dockyard, right? Zhang Yanyan has never heard of it. She found her next job through her work experience at AirAsia. From AirAsia, such a big company to leave. In the outside of those small dockyard company, all rushed to want. Next, please welcome, Asia Shipping Dockyard Company, Chairman Jian Yanran. The host used the microphone to announce to the crowd. Jian Yanyan didn't take Xiao Xinhao's matter to heart. Without Xiao Xinhao, there were still millions of people who were even better than Xiao Xinhao waiting for her to be promoted. What she had to do now was to present her well-prepared speech in PowerPoint to the crowd, and pull in a sufficient amount of money for AirAsia's plans to be implemented in the second half of the year for the next 2 quarters. After taking the stage, the first thing Zhang Yanyan did was to release the PowerPoint she had prepared. This is her 2 hours to do out of the document. Gorgeous without losing the essence. Want to express out of the things, all expressed, together with the speech. It was perfect. Zhang Yanran thought that the PowerPoint she had rushed out in 2 hours was better than the one Xiao Xinhao had prepared for several days. Xiao Xinhao at the bottom couldn't help but be staggered when he looked at what Zhang Yanyan had shown. Zhang Yanyan was indeed still Zhang Yanyan. Xiao Xinhao even suspected that this was sent to her by the assistant manager after several days of careful preparation. Unlike what Du Bingbing said, which was rushed out in one night. This PPT is no better than what he did. Zhang Yanran's entire speech lasted about 40 minutes, longer than everyone's before. More importantly, Zhang Yanyan revealed that AirAsia would have big moves in the second half of the year, but the key information was not announced. One is to attract investors to take the initiative. The second is to avoid being sniped by peers. A very wise speech. Throughout the process, Zhang Yanyan raised her hands and feet, revealing an unrivaled confidence. As Zhang Yanyan expected, the first time after the stage, she received a few investors to send a message, asking her the second half of the AirAsia will have what big action, reliable or not. There are a few percent grasp. Zhang Yanyan unified reply, 90% certainty. About these investors, dinner time to talk in detail. In her eyes, the money in the hands of these investors is already in her pocket. 3 words to describe Zhang Yanyan's current mood: relaxed, pleasant and simple. This Zhang Yanyan is not simple. Zhang Qian frowned. From Zhang Yanyan's speech, it could be seen that this person was not just a name in vain, but had superior strength. Listening to Xiao Xinhao, she was still back from studying abroad? The AirAsia founded by Jiang Hongyu can be considered as one of the most powerful in Jiangnan, and is famous throughout Asia. Chen Weiqiang continued to introduce Zhang Yanyu as a person, but Jiang Hongyu passed away 4 years ago due to a heart attack, and with only one daughter like Zhang Yanyan in his lap, this business was taken over by her. However, you cannot underestimate her. Zhang Yanyan in the just took office, vigorously reorganize, and now AirAsia in the Jiangnan region, sitting firmly in the position of the leading boss. Manager Xiao, you've been working under Zhang Yanyan for 4 years. You should know her better than me. You can introduce her to Mr. Zhang. She and I basically have conversations at work. We don't have any interactions in private, and she won't spend any time on me as a small manager. Ahaha. Xiao Xinhao let out a bitter laugh. He would like to climb this kind of high branch. However, Zhang Yanyan is indeed very powerful. She does everything with thunder and lightning. A few old-timers in AirAsia, who don't give any face at all, were screwed over by her. Chen Weiqiang and Zhang Qian listened and nodded silently. The next one to go on stage was Hu Yuebin from the Asian American group. Hu Yuebin, he also came to the Sea Trade Summit? Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. However, after figuring it out, Zhang Qian wasn't that surprised. There were only 2 dockyard companies in Yebu, Jingxin Dockyard and Yamei Group. Even Jingxin could come to the Sea Trade Summit. Yamei Group was naturally qualified. Hu Yuebin puffy eyes. with thick black circles, speak breathless, do not know thought he had a few years of life left. Zheng Qian guessed that Hu Yuebin must have fooled around in the bar last night looking for girls, otherwise the mental outlook could not be so bad. He even saw that several people were forcibly holding back their laughter, discussing Hu Yuebin's face, and even guessing how many girls Hu Yuebin had found last night. It almost didn't make Zheng Qian die of laughter. Just this Hu Yuebin this state. How to fight with Jingxin Dockyard. Zheng Qian was sure that even if those bigwigs in the financial sector did not vote for Jingxin Dockyard, they would not vote for the Asian American group and give their money to such a dude who was drunk all day long and spoiled it. After Hu Yuebin stepped down, there are foreign-funded enterprises dust. State-owned enterprises such as China Airlines Sea Transportation Enterprises. One by one, the boss went up to talk about the annual report. Pull investment. In the evening, Zheng Qian, Lu Shiqi accompanied Chen Weiqiang, in a private room on the 24th floor of the Imperial Hotel, invited a Magic City investor to eat this dinner. Chen Weiqiang told Zheng Qian that this investor was actually the one he had talked to in Mordor the other day. The specific matters have been finalized almost. This evening is to shoot the board to sign the contract. In fact, Zheng Qian had been puzzled why Lu Shiqi would also attend the Sea Trade Summit. She participated in this Sea Trade Summit using the identity quota of Zhongguang Fund. Come, let me introduce. This is the General Manager Zhua Xiuwen, who I often mention to you. Mr. Zhua is not only our future partner, but also the Magic City region, the old president of World Shipping. With a smile on his face, Chen Weiqiang introduced Zhua Xiuwen to Zheng Qian. This was a middle-aged man with gold filigree eyes, medium height, and slender build, looking bookish. Beside Zhua Xiuwen, there was also a female secretary who looked to be around 20 years old, just graduated from university, with white skin and a petite body type. A proper lowly. If it wasn't for Chen Weiqiang's introduction, Zheng Qian wouldn't have thought that he was actually the boss of a company. This is Lu Shiqi Lu, the vice president of my company, and the founder and caretaker of Zhongguang Fund. Chen Weiqiang introduced Lu Shiqi and Zheng Qian to Zhua Xiuwen in turn. I've long heard of General Manager Lu's great name, and it's really extraordinary to see her today. What are you talking about? Mr. Zhua, you have a lot of work to do day in and day out. It's an honor to be able to dine with you today. The two of them spoke very official polite words. You blow me off and I blow you off. Mr. Zhang, your speech today was impassioned. To be able to serve as the vice president of Jingxin Dockyard at such a young age, I think you must be exceedingly capable. Zheng Qian smiled and responded. It's Mr. Chen's selfless teaching. After the five of them took their seats, they first opened 2 bottles of wine and ate 2 rounds of food before they officially started talking business. Mr. Zhua, I've already talked to you before when I was in Magic City. And tonight is the night I want to confirm the tale with you, Chen Weiqiang said with a smile. At the mention of this, Zhua Xiuwen sked and quietly put down the wineglass in his hand. Xianzi, I'm not going to bend the rules with you. I'm afraid there's no way I can give you that financing we talked about, Zhua Xiuwen said in a deep voice. His words were like a sharp bow and arrow, piercing through Chen Weiqiang's heart. Mr. Zhua, because of what reason? Chen Weiqiang was very confused. Hadn't it all been discussed before? With Chen Weiqiang's knowledge of Zhua Xiuwen, he is not a person who likes to change his mind. There must be a reason for his sudden reversal. To be honest, it is because an old-timer, the night before yesterday personally came to the door, looking for me to talk about it, said that I want to do him a favor, pay out some money to temporarily ease their immediate needs. However, on your side, Chang Zi, I can still give you a sum of money, but not that much. How much? Chen Weiqiang asked eagerly. He had originally made plans for the second half of the year, with Zhua Xiuwen financing another $100 million. Along with this half-year's income, Zhang Xian would be able to buy another 7 or 8 10,000 tons of cargo ships, and Zhang Xian Dockyard's volume would all of a sudden skyrocket by a factor of 2, and it would almost be on par with the Yame Group. $15 million. Chen Weiqiang quickly converted it in his mind, and cashed in some more money. He could only buy 2 10,000 tons freighters, or that kind of old ship that had been running on international routes for more than 10 years. Alright, then since Mr. Zhua wants to return the favor, I can't say anything else. Still thank you very much. I'll drink to you. Chen Weiqiang poured the wine and raised his glass to toast Zhua Xiuwen. Zhua Xiuwen's heart was also more guilty, and he hurriedly got up to return the toast. After the meal, Zhua Xiuwen left with his secretary. Left in the private room, Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi, and Zheng Qian. Mr. Chen, didn't you say you've already negotiated? Lu Shiqi was a bit puzzled. Talked well 2 days ago. I'm also depressed. Chen Weiqiang sighed. Zhua Xiuwen's backtracking had disrupted his plans for the second half of this year. Do you think what he said is true? What old-timer looking for him? Lu Shiji inquired. It doesn't look like a fake. My guess is that it should be Elder Hu of the Asian American group himself. Chen Weiqiang told the two of them that there were only 7 or 8 people and 3 or 4 ships in the world shipping back in the day, and it was acquired by Hu Lao of the Asian American group and then single-handedly cultivated, and the two families used to have a deep cooperative relationship, although now separated, but the favor of that time is still there. The old-timer that Zhuo Shouwen was talking about was most likely the Hu Lao of Asian American group, which was also Hu Yuebin's father. Forget it, it's not his fault. Although Chen Weiqiang said this on his lips, his heart was extremely unwilling. The next expectation was that Zheng Qian's impassioned speech at the Sea Trade Summit would be able to pull in some investment, and Chen Weiqiang would figure out the rest. Mr. Chen, let's put it this way, I still have some free money in my hand, or I will invest in the company first. Zheng Qian saw Chen Weiqiang so depressed, and was not too tolerant. He had more than 100 million points in his card right now. Lying around in the card was just lying around, so he might as well take it out to expand the scale of Zheng Xian dockyard. How much more can you offer? $50 million is no problem, Zheng Qian said confidently. Chen Weiqiang was very surprised. TMD, is Zheng Qian's family opening a money printing factory? Is the money blown by the wind or printed overnight? The money bag is so bulging, but also when what entrepreneurs can already be called successful? Okay, to the Pacific Ocean to buy 2 small islands. Enjoy the good fortune. Why do you have to head into the treacherous sea of business? This problem, Chen Weiqiang cannot understand. I also met 2 old bosses during the day. They have a generous amount of money in their hands that they are willing to hand over to me to take care of. The amount is almost around $50 million as well. Mr. Zhang and I can dislike up to 100 million when we put it together. At this time, Zheng Qian realized what Lu Shiji's purpose was for coming to the Sea Trade Summit. She didn't have much interest in sea transportation, and she was also the titular vice president in Jingxing Dockyard, shirking her hand in pressing the issue, and she came here to see if she could get acquainted with some customers, although she was present in the capacity of Zhongguang Fund, but not to smash money, but to collect money. What a shrewd woman! Zheng Qian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zheng Xian Dockyard had developed well in the past 6 months, and the existing few ships were fully booked for the second half of the year. Chen Weiqiang didn't want to waste this half-year's development period. That's why he ran to talk about financing, wanting to buy a few more ships into the company's operation. He believed that the Yame Group would fall sooner or later, and that Yabu would then be honored by Zhang Xian Dockyard. The 3 of them finally decided that Zheng Qian would stay in Mordor after attending the Sea Trade Summit to see if there was anyone willing to vote for Jingxing Dockyard in the next few days, and if there was, they would do their best to keep them. Mr. Chen and I are now urgently flying a trip to Xiamen. If this old boss is willing to vote for us, then there is no need for the 2 of you to put up any money. We will talk about it when the time comes. After the decision was made, Zheng Qian was granted full powers by Chen Weiqiang and stayed at the Imperial Residence Hotel. The 2 of them flew urgently to Xiamen. Back in the room, Xiao Xinhao urgently went up and asked, "How's it going? Did you negotiate it down?" Zheng Qian skimmed his lips and silently shook his head. Xiao Xinhao did not attend the banquet tonight. Although he was close to Zheng Qian, he was not qualified enough. Elder Hu of the Asian American group personally stepped in and snatched the investment away. That old man even stepped in? Looks like you guys cleaned up the Asian American group pretty badly. Xiao Xinhao looked for a few friends in the industry, quietly inquired about Jingxing Dockyard, and heard people talk about the business war with Yame Group not long ago. The 2 families used tactics against each other, and in the end, Jingxing Dockyard won slightly, and detained almost all of Yame Group's ships in the dock. Hu Lao is a legend. Decades ago was also Jiangnan, Magic City area of the hegemony. Those foreign companies have to give Hu Lao a few points of face. Then how did it become like this now? Zheng Qian pursued. The planning of the enterprise has a problem. Jiangnan waters, Mordor waters, northeastern waters are the focus of the waters for thousands of years. At that time, Hu Lao also do not know how. Had to put the center of gravity of the enterprise in Yan'an. The result is good. A step is wrong. A step is wrong. The Yame Group has long since lost the dominance it had at sea back then, and has been gradually surpassed to dominate the market. Hu Lao retired. After that son of his, Hu Yuebin, took over, the business failed even more. Bankruptcy and liquidation is a matter of time. Asian American Group now has little vigor. But Hu Lao didn't want to watch Asian American Group turn into a mess waiting for bankruptcy before he personally stepped in, right? A moment of clarity rose in Zheng Qian's heart. It was surprising that Asian American Group still had such an unknown history. Zheng Qian had always thought that Asian American Group only started to go downhill after Hu Yuebin took over, but it turned out that it had already started to fall. The third day, Zheng Qian had little interest in the sea trade business contribution. award ceremony, but the other old bosses would attend, and in order to wait for the investors, he had to attend as well. You don't understand the Tao of today, right? Xiao Xinhao said with a smile. What's the dower today? Isn't it just awarding prizes? Xiao Xinhao shook his head, dismissing Zheng Qian's idea. He told Zheng Qian that today appeared to be an award ceremony, but it was actually an occasion for those captains, sailors to find the next home for their team. Hearing him explain this, Zheng Qian then realized, no wonder there were more people wearing white and gold captains' uniforms today. Zheng Qian thought there were so many people getting awards. How come there are still women going up to receive the award? Zheng Qian frowned tightly, looking at the several shapely and very watery little girls on the stage, wearing white sailor uniforms with white caps on their heads, a bit like the uniformed seductresses coming out of the island movies. In Zheng Qian's perception, 99% of the people doing these jobs were men, and to have 7 or 8 women popping out all of a sudden was really an eye-opener for him. Zheng Qian looked around and realized that the others didn't seem surprised. Well, they're not running cargo ships, they're on international cruise ships, they're not introduced to them. Xiao Xinhao patiently explained to Zheng Qian. These girls won the award because in a cruise ship fire incident, they risked their lives to save 25 tourists, competing for the cruise company's honor, so they got the Outstanding Contribution Award. Do you think that they could be here for the next one as well? It's possible. It's possible for all the sailors and captains who can appear here today. Why don't we go over and ask? Go! The award ceremony was particularly boring, so these female sailors became Zheng Qian and Xiao Xinhao's boredom-relieving companions. Although Zhang Xian dockyard didn't have any cruise ships, it was always okay to get to know them. After the few female sailors stepped down from the stage, Zheng Qian and Xiao Xinhao came to their side in company. Please give a glass of wine to these ladies who have made outstanding contributions to the maritime industry. Xiao Xinhao snapped his fingers and called the waiter over. Champagne, or whiskey? Whiskey. I'll have champagne. Zheng Qian looked dumbfounded. This damn Xiao Xinhao can be said to be a standard pickup artist. Such an arrowhead's behavior, causing a few female sailors to snicker. It seems that Xiao Xinhao usually didn't have a lot of flirting with girls. Once he got the hang of it, he was right on the money. I am the business manager of Zhang Xian dockyard. Xiao Xinhao looked back at Zheng Qian. He originally wanted to show his hand in front of Zheng Qian, but he almost forgot that he was now working under Zheng Qian's hand. And the main character was of course Zheng Qian. After Xiao Xinhao introduced himself, he had the good sense to start introducing Zheng Qian. This is my boss, the vice president of Jingxin dockyard. Mr. Zheng Qian. Mr. Zheng. Good afternoon, Mr. Zheng. Several female sailors greeted Zheng Qian in unison, not the least of which was a blonde overseas girl. Just call me Mr. Zheng La. No need to call me General Manager Zhang. Zheng Qian awkwardly took a sip of red wine. After getting to know Zheng Qian, he learned that these female sailors were really as they thought. They were here to find their next family. Their captain's name is Yao Qiuqiu. Fragrant skin is soft. The quality of the red. The group complimentary round E. Body outstanding. Zheng Qian felt that putting Hong Kong Island actresses in front of Yao Qiuqiu would be inferior to her. The rest of the several female sailors, although the appearance and looks and she is not too much difference, but the captain of the leadership temperament in front, a light gold uniform, shoulders also carry the water splash, especially easy to let a person have a desire to conquer. Is Mr. Zhang's cruise ship short of people? Yao Qiuqiu began to grossly introduce her work experience on the cruise ship, as well as the team of highly qualified sailors under her hand. The ones who came to participate in the award ceremony today weren't really sailors. They were the vice captain, first mate, second mate, third mate and others. If it wasn't for Yao Qiuqiu's introduction, Zheng Qian really didn't see that these petite and beautiful girls could still hold such positions. What surprised Zheng Qian the most was that Yao Qiuqiu had led this team to work on major cruise ships for 5 years. Whether these people were in terms of education, looks, body shape, and conversation, there was no way for the flight attendants flying in the sky to compare. Is Mr. Zhang's cruise ship short of people? Yao Qiuqiu inquired. Our company has not launched the cruise business for the time being. We just marveled at your outstanding contributions and wanted to come over to get to know you. Oh, so that's how it is. Yao Qiuqiu nodded her head, and although she didn't say anything on her lips, the bottom of her eyes was unspoken disappointment. She had originally thought that there was a chance of finding a new underling. It ended up being the same as those smelly men who came over to hit on her during the award ceremony. Counting Zheng Qian and Xiao Xinhao, this was already the 8th wave of men hitting on her. Every one of them was a business owner, but most of them didn't run a cruise business. A handful and a half of them did, and there was no shortage of people, simply wanting their contact information to see if they had a chance to take advantage of it. Other side. What are they chatting about? Zhang Yanran caught a glimpse of Zheng Qian and Xiao Xinhao accosting a few beautiful sailors, talking and laughing so happily. Mr. Jiang, the cruise ships in the past year weren't doing well. Many international cruise lines were forced to stop their cruise business. Those female sailors are here to find their next home. Oh, they are sailors? Jiang Yanran came late on the third day, not realizing that these female sailors had already gone up to the stage to receive their awards. Yes, they just went on stage to receive the award. Those girls saved 25 passengers during the cruise ship fire incident, and received the Outstanding Achievement Award. Du Bingbing patiently explained for Jiang Yanran. While speaking, she also looked at Zheng Qian. Jiang Yanyan noticed Du Bingbing's strange look. What? Looking at that smelly man? No. Du Bingbing hastily took her eyes back and said very heartily. Du Bingbing was really quite fond of Zheng Qian. Whether it was the gentlemanly behavior on the first day when he almost bumped into Zheng Qian, or the impassioned speech on the second day, or even today's talk and laughter with a few females, Du Bingbing felt that Zheng Qian was a handsome, young and suave man. She ate this the most. Jiang Yanran snorted coldly and didn't say much, asking for a cocktail and walking right past. Du Bingbing panicked and hurriedly followed. Jiang Yanran? Whether it was Zhang Qian or Xiao Xinhao, they were all startled by the sudden appearance of Jiang Yanyan. What was she doing here? Jiang Yanyan seemed to have no intention of talking to either Xiao Xinhao or Zhang Qian, and demurely and generously extended her jade hand to the female captain Yao Qiuqiu. Hello, my name is Jiang Yanyan, the chairman of Asia Shipping. Asia Shipping? Several girls looked at each other. This was one of the most powerful maritime enterprises in Kyushu. The person at the helm of Asia Shipping was actually a young and beautiful woman. This was a real eye-opener for a few people. When they came across such a person, even if AirAsia didn't have a cruise business under its umbrella, they were still very well connected, and if they wanted to arrange for them to work, it was just a matter of words. I've heard about your heroic deeds, and I'm exceptionally admiring of your behavior. The phrase women are not inferior to men is interpreted in your body. Do you have time? We can go to a quiet place and talk about cooperation. Several girls were excited, knowing how much female sailors suffered from discrimination on the ship. Only a strong woman like Jiang Yanran could resonate strongly with them. Several crew members, including Yao Qiuqiu, directly left Zhang Qian and Xiao Xinhao on the side and followed Jiang Yanran with their asses. In 3 words, Zheng Qian was robbed of 7 women. He was so angry in his heart. Qian, let's change places. I know a bar where the girls are of good quality too. At the awkward moment, Xiao Xinhao took the initiative to come forward to ease the anger. Jiang Yanran's actions just now were undoubtedly a punishment for him, but the main character who flirted with the girls this time was Zheng Qian. Why would Jiang Yanyan want to stir up Zheng Qian's good deed? Xiao Xinhao remembered that Zhang Qian had once told him that there was a bit of a connection between the two. Could it be because of this? The more Zhang Qian looks at Jiang Yanran, the more unpleasant. TMD. The first day driving almost hit him. Not even an apology. Directly shoot 20,000 yuan to let him roll. Today, he came over again to lose his face and disturb his flirting. This is deliberately not letting him feel comfortable in his heart. I'm really sorry, Mr. Zheng didn't mean it. Du Bingbing hadn't left yet as she apologized to Zheng Qian. Secretary Du. Mr. Zheng has gone a bit too far. Right. What does she want? Xiao Xinhao said indignantly. Forget it, let's go outside for a drink. Zheng Qian called out to Xiao Xinhao and left the Sea Trade Summit. Du Bingbing wanted to chase after him, but the two had already disappeared without a trace. 18th floor. Emperor Cafe. Yanran Zheng placed a business card on the table. This is the contact information of the boss of a subsidiary company of AirAsia, which is recently planning a cruise business on domestic routes. Although it doesn't run internationally, it will allow you to work for 3 to 5 months. Jiang Yanran pushed a business card in front of several female crew members. A few female crew members were at a young age and couldn't save money in their hands, earning more and spending more, and sometimes overspending. International cruise ships have been suspended for half a year because of improper control of infectious diseases. Yao Qiuqiu is not bad. A few years' cruise saved a sum of savings. However, most of the girls had almost all of their horse loans, white strips, and credit cards in their hands, and were in desperate need of a job. Although Yao Qiuqiu usually always persuade them to save some money, every time promised well, but all cannot control their own hands. See what looks good, fun want to buy. Yao Qiuqiu had to think about them and find a job first. Even if they don't run international flights, the salary for domestic flights is still not bad. This business card could solve their urgent needs. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yao Qiuqiu accepted the business card. Right. Those two men. What did they just talk to you about? Jiang Yanran inquired expressionlessly. Yao Qiuqiu didn't react for a moment. The helmsman of the hallowed AirAsia was actually curious about what they had just chatted about. Mr. Jiang, there wasn't much to talk about. Just some daily routines. Yao Qiuqiu replied truthfully. Well, those two men are not good things. You guys must not be fooled by them. Ha ha ha, good reminder from Mr. Jiang. After the show dispersed, Jiang Yanran sat alone in the cafe and finished the cup of coffee in her hand. She could have turned a blind eye to what Zhang Qian and Xiao Xinhao were doing. It had nothing to do with her, but her own secretaries. They were all attracted to Zhang Qian. Then Jiang Yanyan had to take care of it. Although Xiao Xinhao has been fired. See her not even greetings. Is really no eyesight, a little white-eyed wolf. As for Zhang Qian, there may be some real material on the body. Young as the vice president of Jingxin Dockyard, Jiang Yanyan thought that she was taking $20,000 to dismiss Zhang Qian. Or wrong, or right, is not so important. Running to abduct Yao Qiuqiu and the others to drop Zhang Qian's face. There was another reason. Would Zhang Qian hold a grudge because of these things? If he holds a grudge against her, then it means that this man's heart is only so small. He can't achieve great things, and his life as a vice president will be up to the sky. Mr. Jiang, so you are here. You're like a dragon. Just now you were there, but in the blink of an eye, you're gone. I've been looking for you for a few days. Hu Yuebin put on a smiling face and sat down across from Jiang Yanran. Something wrong? Jiang Yanran didn't bother with Hu Yuebin. What kind of person Hu Yuebin was? She had heard about it long ago. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I want to talk to you about a small cooperation. What kind of cooperation? Jiang Yanran spared her words. Hu Yuebin smiled and didn't say it out first, but first asked the waiter to order a cup of American coffee. It's the 5-airline alliance that you proposed on stage yesterday, and the Asian American group can actually make a small contribution. The 5 Airlines Alliance was an alliance organization revealed by Jiang Yanyan at her speech yesterday, mainly in response to the shipping plan for the second half of this year. The 5 Voyages Alliance consists of the Asia Shipping, the Huaxia Shipping, the Durst Shipping, the World Shipping, and the Jingyuan Shipping. These 5 shipping companies are the 5 most powerful shipping companies in the JZH region today, with customers all over the world. If the maritime trade was taken as a very large cake, then once the 5 shipping alliance was formed, it would directly split the cake in half. I'm sorry, the 5 Airlines Alliance is not up to me alone. I don't have the authority to pass your application. Hu Yuebin cursed inwardly. This stinking cousin. What's the point of pretending here? Who doesn't know that the 5 Airline Alliance is led by you, AirAsia? Joining the alliance and maintaining a relationship of interest with these 5 shipping companies to form a community of interest would at the very least guarantee Asian American Group's business problems for 3 years. Mr. Jiang, my father and old Mr. Jiang are old friends. Do you think we should be accommodating? If it was the Asian American Group 50 years ago, I could convince the other 4. But you know the current state of Asian American Group better than I do, and it's not yet qualified to join the 5 Airline Alliance. When Hu Yuebin heard this, it kind of took him by surprise. TMD, not even giving face to his father? He still didn't understand Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Yanyan had never done anything with thunder and lightning, not to mention Hu Yuebin, even if it was old Mr. Hu in person today. Jiang Yanyan still said the same thing. Mr. Jiang, how about this? I know that the 5 Voyages Alliance has a common foundation. I just took a financing of 85 million from the old president of World Shipping. I am willing to take out 50 million to donate to the foundation. How do you think? Hu Yuebin knew that once this 5 shipping alliance was formed, all those other stinky fish and shrimp, small-scale shipping companies, had to die. Even if he squeezed his head through, he had to squeeze into the 5 Voyage Alliance, so that Jiang Yanyan could turn it into the 6 Voyage Alliance. Jiang Yanran really did not expect. Hu Yuebin is willing to take money to buy places. Joining their alliance would profit more than $50 million, like the volume of the Asian American Group. In less than 4 months, they could start to make a profit. The alliance is pre-signed for 6 months, but if the results are good, it will be renewed. The qualification to join the alliance was based on the strength of the enterprise, which the Asian American Group obviously did not have. If it was the Asian American of 50 years ago, it would be fine to smash everyone's rice bowls. But what alliance? You have to know that the Asian American Group at that time had forced many enterprises, large and small, to form an alliance to fight against it. Nowadays, Jiang Yanran sneered, the dead air of a business, or forget it. Working for her for nothing, she does not even want it. Jiang Yanyan is not sure. Hu Yuebin is how to get 85 million financing from the old president of the World Shipping side, but definitely not Hu Yuebin credit. Between just Hu Yuebin mentioned a mouthful of his father Hu Lao. Jiang Yanran analyzed. It should be Hu Lao stepped forward to pull the investment. Hu Yuebin's crotch-pulling management forced Hu Lao to step in. Jiang Yanyan was even more unable to let Yamei Group join the alliance. She rebuffed Hu Yuebin, not giving him a chance to bargain at all. Excuse me. Jiang Yanyan put down her cup and left the scene. Angry who you have been slammed the table. TMD. Two smelly carpenters as wallflowers. You smelly table still give me a pose. What kind of bullshit alliance? I don't add it, okay? The old man forced me to rush. Directly sue you, monopolize the industry. Then enough for you to drink a pot. Zheng Qian stayed in Mordor for about 3 days, but no one took the initiative to contact him. Seeing that financing was hopeless, Zheng Qian returned to Yebu with Xiao Xinhao, taking him through the entry procedures and familiarizing him with the company and whatnot. Qian, look at your cell phone. Xiao Xinhao looked at Zheng Qian with a smile. Zheng Qian opened his cell phone and saw that it turned out to be Xiao Xinhao pushing a person's business card at him. Who is this? Zheng Qian asked curiously. It couldn't be any bar girl DJ. Zheng Qian already had no feelings for bar personnel, and when he was in Magic City, he only drank with a few celebrities and whatnot. Yao Chochio. I want to before I go to WeChat. You add it. Yao Chochio? Wasn't this the cruise ship female captain? After Zhang Yanran took the person captive, Zheng Qian hadn't seen Yao Chochio again, and hadn't even had the time to ask for the person's contact information. I don't know how Xiao Xinhao got the person's WeChat. Zheng Qian hesitated for a few minutes and finally added his friend. Alright, familiarize yourself with the company and get into work as soon as possible. Zheng Qian put Xiao Xinhao into the business department as the head of the business team, as Chen Weiqiang had said earlier. With Xiao Xinhao's ability, he was definitely capable of doing the job. He had the experience of working in AirAsia, and he might still have customer resources on hand, so it wasn't impossible to pull in a little bit for Zhang Xin Dockyard. After Xiao Xinhao left, Xia Cici walked in. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen said that he will have a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes and asked me to let you know. Got it. A few minutes later, Zheng Qian came to the conference room. Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi and Li Tao were all present. Looking at Chen Weiqiang's downcast look, he knew that old president of Summergate hadn't made it to the negotiation either. Mr. Zhang, today we are mainly discussing about the matter of the 5 Airline Alliance. Zheng Qian hadn't reacted to what the 5 Airline Alliance was, and only after being reminded did he remember that it was an alliance organization that Zhang Yanran had revealed during her speech. Once the 5 Voyages Alliance is formed, it's equivalent to taking the piece of cake that is maritime transportation and cutting away half of it with a knife first. In this way, the situation faced by us, the small and medium-sized dock companies, will be more severe. The 5 shipping companies of the 5 Vessel Alliance were the 5 most powerful ones in the JZH region, and once they formed a community of interest, the industry would really enter a semi-monopoly, as Chen Weiqiang said. Zhengxin doesn't have many ships at the moment. Qilu's customers, Northern Russia's customers, Jinqiu Group, Dafu Timber, Jiyuan Wood Furniture, and a number of casual customers, large and small, have basically filled up the second half of the year's ship schedule. If we don't purchase new vessels and expand the company's size and volume, this half year of golden development will be wasted. Chen Weiqiang's eyebrows had wrinkled into an inner 8 when he said this. That financing from Sky Shipping, it was fine to talk about it, but if it didn't, he could count on that money from Zheng Qian and Lu Shiqi. Li Tao proposed at this time. Mr. Chen, is there a possibility that we also join this alliance to form the 6 Airlines Alliance? Even if the cake is shared a little less. We'll admit it. Zheng Qian actually had the same idea. Impossible. Without that strength, why should we make an alliance with you? Lu Shiqi's words directly dashed the two's thoughts. I heard that Yamei Group took $50 million to beg Yanran Zhang and didn't even get it, let alone us. MS. Lu is right. We don't have the strength to talk about the alliance and the conditions yet. We are not as big as Asian American Group, and we can't take $50 million to buy an alliance spot. How does Zheng Qian feel? Asian American Group is a bit like an Indochinese San, always wanting to enter the alliance, but just can't. Zhengxin Dockyard is a bit like a developing enterprise, not to the point of being able to get to the super large enterprises that kind of wait. Zheng Qian's office. Hello Secretary Xia. I'm Mr. Zhang's young fellow countryman and Mr. Zhang's college classmate. We'll be colleagues from now on. Please teach me more. Xiao Xinhao extended his hand, wanting to get acquainted with Xia Cici. Xiao Xinhao was enamored by Xia Cici the first time he saw her. In the Magic City bar, Xiao Xinhao felt that the quality of those celebrities was already very high, but after seeing Xia Cici, he realized what it meant to be transcendent. Simply a noble lily. Zheng Qian was really a winner in life now. TM. Such a flavorful female secretary. I don't know if she was taken by Zheng Qian. If not, Xiao Xinhao has a little idea. This kind of thing, he couldn't ask Zheng Qian directly. It was all up to him to try and find out. Hello team leader Xiao. Are you looking for me for something? Xia Cici didn't shake hands with Xiao Xinhao and directly asked him if he had something to do at work. There's not much going on. It's just that I'm new here. So if there's anything I don't understand, I still hope that Miss Xia can help me a bit more. I added Miss Xia's WeChat. Let's pass it. Xiao Xinhao found Xia Cici through the company's large group and sent a friend request. Xia Cici was disgusted. She knew that Xiao Xinhao was not a good thing. Zhang Qian was already that horny. And he was from the same hometown as Zhang Qian and was a college classmate. So he must not have flirted with girls together much. Xia Cici really didn't want to add him. Okay, I'll go through it later. I'm a bit busy right now. She casually stalled and sent Xiao Xinhao away. Zhang Qian returned to his office after the meeting was adjourned. He had just discussed with Chen Weiqian. He and Lu Shiqi would each get another $50 million for the company, while Chen Weiqian would dilute his shares and split them between Zhang Qian and Lu Shiqi. Mr. Zhang, this little fellow countryman of yours is a bit less than benevolent. Xia Cici was the first to come up after seeing Zhang Qian return. How so? Zhang Qian didn't know why Xia Cici said this. He just pretended that he was familiar with the company's business and wanted to add my WeChat. But I didn't. Although it said that the two of us don't have any relationship, but this behavior of his, it seems like it's a bit not so good. Oh, Xia Cici said in a conspiratorial manner. When Zhang Qian heard this, he still didn't quite believe it, until Xia Cici took out her cell phone and saw that friend request from Xiao Xinhao. Zhang Qian believed what Xia Cici said. As the vice president of the company, Xiao Xinhao added his secretary as soon as he entered the company. What is this intention? Needless to say, he definitely wanted to tease Xia Cici, but Xia Cici, as Zhang Qian's secretary, although she was not her woman, to a certain extent, she was also considered Zhang Qian's person. Xiao Xinhao dared to do so, somewhat not quite putting him in his eyes. Zhang Qian did not expect that Xiao Xinhao would make such a mess for him. Thanks to him trusting Xiao Xinhao so much and taking Xiao Xinhao's shoulder to introduce him in front of so many employees. In order to save his face, Zhang Qian had to say this. Cici, don't take it to heart. He doesn't have any other ideas. He's just good at making friends. Add that too. You can also help him at work. Zhang Qian actually hated the matter of digging in, especially to his women. Although Xia Cici wasn't his woman yet, she was his secretary anyways, and Zhang Qian had quite a lot of good feelings towards Xia Cici. When Jean Lu found that lawyer from Mordor, Zhang Qian threw money at him and used $10 million to get him out of Jean Lu's side, and he also took that lawyer in as a dog. Xiao Xinhao should not have gone behind Zhang Qian's back and asked for Xia Cici's WeChat, regardless of whether Xia Cici had a relationship with him or not. The intention was too obvious. Zhang Qian admitted that Xia Cici looked fresh and elegant, but this was not a reason for Xiao Xinhao to poach him. If there was no consensus on this point, this brother couldn't make it. Mr. Zhang, as far as I understand, he has added more than just my WeChat, so you can see to it. I can't say anything more. Well, is there anything else? Yes, I want to take a vacation. Xia Cici hadn't finished her sentence. Take a vacation? What's the reason? Since Zhang Qian came to the company, Xia Cici was diligent and hardworking every day. Even some things outside of work, he left it to Xia Cici to do, but he had never seen her call out a word of tiredness. Want to take a day off and go home? Okay, approved. Right, help me call in the PR team. The siege operation had come to an end for the time being, and Zhang Qian called his men in because he wanted to reward them for their accomplishments. By the way, he swiped a wave of cash back from the system. Mr. Zhang, the people have been called in. Xia Cici brought Zhong Xiaoyao, Qin Shueli, Yao Manman, Hao Ruxue, Chang Meng Meng, He Yen Yen. The 6 team members came to Zhang Qian's office and stood in front of the desk in a regular manner. Those who didn't know, thought it was a princess selection meeting. It just so happened that these few were standing in front of him. Zhang Qian glanced at the geometry of these few favorability towards him in passing. Zhong Xiaoyao's current favorability, 91 points. Qin Shueli's current favorability, 90 points. The favorability of the others was generally between 70 and 80. Xia Cici's favorability was the lowest, with ups and downs up to now, and only 30 points left. A few people were apprehensive, not knowing what Zhang Qian was doing by suddenly calling a few of them over. Qin Shueli was vaguely able to guess. Reward for merit. Was it coming so soon? Would she be chosen as the team leader? This siege operation, the few of you did a good job. Especially Zhong Xiaoyao, Qin Shueli, Yao Manman, the 3 of you. Thanks for the compliment. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Zhang, this is what we should have done. You flatter me. It's still Mr. Zhang's good leadership, the trio humbly said. Well, I heard Secretary Xia say that our PR group hasn't appointed a team leader yet. I've been observing over the past few days, and I already have a suitable candidate, so I just happened to take this opportunity to tell you guys. Zhong Xiaoyao, Qin Shueli and the 2 of them, their hearts were already in their throats. They were especially looking forward to Zhang Qian saying their respective names, but they didn't want Zhang Qian to announce it so soon. The two of them weren't ready yet. As for Yao Manman, she felt that although Zhang Qian had praised her by name, it was unlikely that he would choose her to be the team leader. Although she was upset, Yao Manman knew that Zhang Qian was already dead to her, so she withdrew from the battle for Zhang Qian. Zhang Xiaoyao, for the next few days, you will be the team leader of our PR group, Zhang Qian announced the group leader candidate. For a moment, Zhang Xiaoyao did not react. She contemptuously rolled her eyes at Qin Shueli. This round, this young lady has won. You newbie, step aside. What is it if it's not them? Zhang Xiaoyao good sense +3, current good sense, 94 points, and Qin Shueli good sense -5 points. Lost, hanging her head down, current good sense, 85 points, only 5 points higher than the marriage stage good sense. Yao Manman's good sense -20 points after hearing this. She had already determined that Zhang Qian didn't have that passion for her, as if she was relieved, so her good sense dropped off a cliff. Current good sense 60 points, lover not yet, still in the line of best friends. The rest of the people's goodwill remained unchanged, because they knew that this team leader would not have been able to choose them in the first place, and they also did not have the ability to serve as a team leader. This colleague, Qin Shueli, just came to the company not long ago, but her performance is very good. If I give her the position of deputy team leader, will you guys have any opinions? The crowd looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. You are the vice president. Who dares to have an opinion on your decisions? Since there are no opinions, then Qin Shueli will be the deputy team leader. She was a colleague with me before. I believe in her ability to take on the position of deputy team leader. From now on, you and Zhang Xiaoyao will be in charge of the general affairs of the group, so we can all progress together. Zhang Xiaoyao's favorability -1, current favorability 93 points. There were only a few people in the group in total, and there was a head and deputy. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Xiaoyao was a bit confused about Zhang Qian's operation. Qin Shueli good sense +8, current good sense 93 points. She also followed Zhang Xiaoyao's expression and returned that blank stare she just received. Even she didn't expect that Zhang Qian would seal her a position as a deputy team leader. Although it was a bit hard to read, Qin Shueli could infer from experience why Zhang Qian did this. Zhang Qian this was because he didn't want Zhang Xiaoyao to float too much, and he didn't want her to suffer under Zhang Xiaoyao's hand, so he gave a position that was half a level shorter. In fact, according to common sense, a colleague who had just joined the team, to be able to be appointed deputy team leader so quickly was already extra care from above. She decided that Zhang Qian was taking care of her. Why take care of her, not taking care of others? It wasn't because he had a warm heart for her. Qin Shueli felt that this was a signal from Zhang Qian to her. There was a chance for her in Zhang Qian. Thank you for Mr. Zhang's trust. I will definitely live up to Mr. Zhang's expectations. In reality, Zhang Qian didn't think that much. His reward for merit was really just that, a reward for merit. Zhang Xiaoyao's merit was the greatest, then the team leader. Qin Shueli's merit was second, so she would be the deputy team leader. What seniority or not? Zhang Qian felt that none of it mattered. Alright, this anti-siege operation. Everyone has merit. After work in a while, go with me to Green Source Villa for a good time. Yeah. Several girls shouted in unison. With such a loud voice, even the soundproof glass couldn't completely block it out, causing the gazes of many co-workers outside to gather. Mr. Zhang is having another reunion, right? It should be. Look at how happy a few of them are. Alas, why didn't I think at the time that the future leader of the PR group was so good? If I had known, I would have entered the PR group as well. I don't know if there is still a shortage of people. At the same time, Zhang Qian received a message from Deng Shuxin on his cell phone, asking him if he was free tonight and wanted to invite him for dinner. Zhang Qian had a brainwave. Deng Shuxin was also one of his men, so it would be good to call her over as well. After clocking out of work, Zhang Qian brought his man and headed to Green Source Villa. It just so happens that you're off tomorrow. Why don't you come with us today and have some fun? Zhang Qian said to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi originally wanted to refuse, but when she heard that he had also invited Deng Shuxin, she agreed in a confused manner. Deng Shuxin had left the company some time ago, and he hadn't forgotten about Deng Shuxin, so Xia Sisi felt that Zhang Qian was quite sentimental. Of course, it is also possible to be greedy. Deng Shuxin's body. People that head, that body, even if the popular models are inferior. When she went out, she happened to bump into Xiao Xinhao. Mr. Zhang, why are so many people going? I'm taking a few ministries for a reunion. Xiao Xinhao took a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zhang Qian is really capable. How come all his men are girls? And still so beautiful girls. Really bold batch. Xiao Xinhao thinks. What pickup art? What talking skills? Are all bullshit. Not as good as the money in the pocket to the real Zhang Qian. As the vice president of the company, the staff under the hands of so many beautiful girls, openly and honestly use the group building to bring out to play. Can one person eat it? Mr. Zhang, is there a shortage of drivers? Why don't you bring me one? Xiao Xinhao said with a smile. Zheng Qian thought about it and still shook his head. He gently patted Xiao Xinhao's arm. This time it's me taking my subordinates on a group building. They're all from my group. Next time I'll take you out alone. Zheng Qian was unwilling to let Xiao Xinhao participate, so he made up an excuse that he didn't participate in the company's anti-siege operation the other day, so it was not a good idea to bring him. In reality, Zheng Qian had also invited Deng Shuxin, who he let go or not was at his whim. A matter of words. Oh, okay then. Xiao Xinhao wisely retreated. Zheng Qian led a group of people to the Green Source Villa. Green Source Villa is the most famous leisure villa in Yebei. Eating, drinking, playing and playing all in one. The grade is not worse than Wangyu Island, but it is just a little less water scenery than Wangyu Island. The small rivers and creeks and hills here are basically all artificially made, just opened in the suburbs near the forest. It is summer. Come here for vacation and recreation. A lot of people. Overcrowded. Walking into the Green Source Villa, a courteous manager came up. How many of you, sir? Zheng Qian glanced behind him. These are all of them. The manager glanced behind Zheng Qian. TMD, so many women. Accompanied him to eat alone? What kind of person is this? The body can eat it? The manager didn't dare to be slow. Zheng Qian's body can't eat with him. The main thing is to serve well. Yes, sir. Are you a member here? No. Then would you like to consider doing a membership card here? Zheng Qian laughed. A place like Green Source Villa, coming up and pushing membership to customers as well. This pattern is not good. However, he was here to spend money today. He could spend more if he could. The system gave cash back anyway. What's the difference? As long as you precharge 100,000, you can become our gold VLP here, enjoying a 20% discount. And you can also open an Imperial box. Ordinary customers who want to open an Imperial box have to shell out 20% more in service fees. Oh, since that's the case, let's not do it. Open an Emperor package for me. Manager? Xia Cici? The PR team members behind them. The guests next to them? Is this the legendary stupid people with lots of money? Casually opening a few bottles of wine and ordering a few dishes. It was almost $100,000. Using ordinary people's logic, it must be the first charge card, and then check out cost-effective. That way you could enjoy a 20% discount, and the 100,000 was going to be spent anyway. Even if you spent less than 100,000, it wasn't too far off. What's the problem? Zheng Qian asked as he watched the manager who received him in front of him stay dumbfounded. No. I'll go open the Emperor package for you. The manager began to shiver as he spoke. He felt that Zheng Qian was not a person with stupid money, but rather he wanted to take this opportunity to show off his financial power in front of these girls, and to be able to take away a few at night. Thinking this way, that 20% discount is not worth mentioning. The others didn't dare to say anything more, but it was Xia Cici, who had always been dissatisfied with Zheng Qian in her heart, who jumped out at this time and said, Mr. Zhang, you really know how to count. Zheng Qian smiled foolishly. Several people. Inside please. The Emperor's pack and the ordinary box were indeed different, brilliant and brightly lit. The seats were handmade pear wood, the tableware was sterling silver, and the entire box revealed an imperial atmosphere. After taking a seat, it was time to order food. Today is to reward our PR group for their outstanding performance in the anti-siege operation. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Feel free to order whatever you want to drink. Do you hear me? The first time Zheng Qian invited them to play outside, it was a throw of money, not caring at all how much it cost. Most of them understood Zheng Qian's bravado of throwing money away. The only one who was dumbfounded was Qin Shueli. When she heard Zheng Qian say this, was this still the Zheng Qian she knew? Those delicacies on the menu. If one person ordered 140,000 to 50,000 wouldn't even be able to beat it. Green Source Villa's clientele is above the middle class, and the wine here is even more expensive, not less than 8,000 a bottle. She knew that Zheng Qian had jumped over the dragon door with a carp and turned into a phoenix, but when she was there and came to participate in the group building organized by Zheng Qian, she realized that Zheng Qian was now even more successful than she had imagined. Wait, almost forgot. Deng Shuxin hasn't come yet. Let's wait for her. Cici, go to the door and pick her up. It's almost time for her to arrive. A few minutes later, Deng Shuxin arrived. Only then did everyone start to formally order the food. When the final menu was passed to Qin Shueli, her entire body was dumbfounded. Zheng Qian really wasn't being polite with people and talking big. These women could really order. What American abalone, Australian lobster, all kinds of mountain and sea food. Jean Shirley roughly calculated that the menu had reached her, and there were already 50,000 to 60,000 dishes. The menu is a bit of a problem. There were a lot of dishes, but a bottle of wine was not ordered. Jean Shirley looked. A bottle of very ordinary wine. Here are to sell 8,000 upwards. Today sat so many people. How to have 4 or 5 bottles of wine? That is 30,000 or 40,000. No wonder everyone did not have a person to order. Is it to let her to be the wrongdoer? Let Zheng Qian think not she is a woman who does not know how to save money? Quite scheming. Jean Shirley wouldn't fall for it. The order is almost done. I have a small appetite and can't eat much, so I won't order any more. The ones you guys ordered should be enough to eat. This move was met with blank stares from the crowd. What are you pretending to be noble here? They had all ordered some, and had intended for Jean Shirley to order the most expensive wine. But I didn't expect. Jean Shirley actually didn't take the bait, and also a do not order. It looks like you for Mr. Zheng to save money, and they caught Mr. Zheng treating the opportunity to ruthlessly slaughter chanting? Xia Cici could see that the other people's faces were a bit off, and reminded, Lily, you just order 1 or 2. It's okay. Okay. Jean Shirley showed a reluctant expression and ordered 2 of the cheapest dishes. Xia Cici sighed in her heart. She had just tried to save the day, but Jean Shirley's approach had clearly made everyone even more angry with her. These 2 groups of people, fighting openly and secretly, everywhere is a trap. Xia Cici is tired of watching from the side. What have you ordered? Let me see. Zheng Qian took the menu from Jean Shirley. Why don't you order wine? None of you drink? Zheng Qian looked at no one to speak and finally decided. Cici, you order. Xia Cici was not in the middle of these women's struggle, so it was most appropriate for her to order. Xia Cici was not polite and took the menu and ordered 2 different kinds of wine, whiskey and Hennessy. Alright, just serve what she ordered. Bring over 2 bottles of ice first, 2 more in 10 minutes, and then a bottle of whiskey every 10 minutes for the rest, and a bottle of Hennessy every 20 minutes. Zheng Qian closed the menu and handed it to the manager who had just been there. The manager was dumbfounded. What could he say? Money is a master. How Zheng Qian told him to serve. He had to serve. Zheng Qian told him how to serve the wine, so he had to serve it. After the food started to be served, a few people ate and chatted at the same time. It suddenly occurred to Zheng Qian that actually sending out red envelopes was also a good choice. However, if one directly sends out a red packet, then the system won't give cash back, so one has to create a clever name for it. Bonus is a good choice. Yao Yao. Your contribution this time is the greatest. I've decided to give you a little bonus in my personal name. Zhong Xiaogao's ears perked up when she heard about the bonus. As much as she wanted it, she couldn't show it too directly. Mr. Zhang, you're inviting us to play at Green Origin Villa and giving out bonuses. How embarrassing. I'm just doing a little something. No need for you to break the bank again. That won't do. I'm a person who always distinguishes between rewards and punishments. This time you all have merit. You must be awarded. Yao Yao. 100,000. Lily, 80,000. The rest are 50,000 each. Xia Cici's eyebrows were furrowed. This hasn't even started drinking yet. And Zheng Qian is confused? Zhong Xiaoyao, Qin Xueli, Yao Man Man, Hao Ru Xue, Chang Meng Meng, He Yen Yen. These few people added up to 380,000. This was too generous. Xu Xin, you didn't participate in that anti-siege operation, so I won't give it to you, haha. Zheng Qian smiled and said to Deng Xuxin next to him, Mr. Zhang, what are you talking about? If you give it to me, I can't even take it. After all, this is the credit of the big guys. It has nothing to do with me. I'm already grateful to you for leading your previous colleagues to reunion building today, and for calling on me. Deng Xuxin said from the bottom of his heart, knowing that Zhang Qian had spent millions to invest in their cafe. This $50,000 was nothing compared to the cafe. There was no imbalance in her heart. Mr. Zhang, the matter of the bonus, I advise you to consider it carefully, although you are in the name of an individual. But, before Xia Cici could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Zhang Qian. A great man's word is his bond. This matter is settled. A few girls cheered, their excitement all showing on their faces. Only Yao Man Man was sullen, raising her glass to toast Zhang Qian with everyone else. Obviously, she was ranked third in terms of merit, and there were only 2 positions for the team leader and vice team leader, so she didn't say anything. But when the bonus was handed out, why was she also 50,000? Yao Man Man was not looking at the amount of the bonus. She felt that Zhang Qian had erased her merit. Zhang Qian gave her 50,000 and 100. Yao Man Man also recognized. At least in other people in the group looked different. How Rushue Chang Meng Meng sent them 50,000. but she also sent 50,000 to Yao Man Man. What is the meaning of this? Yao Man Man is very unwilling, but she has no way. Zhang Qian said, this is in his personal name to send the bonus. Send more, send less. All depends on his own decision. That is to say, his own position in Zhang Qian's heart. With how Rushui Chang Meng those group employees, there is no difference. This makes her very cold. Once she and Zhang Qian loved so passionately, but now she ended up as a passerby. Yao Man Man could only watch as Zhong Xiaoyao and Qin Shueli were fighting each other. She could do nothing about it. The wine had passed 3 rounds and the food had passed 5 flavors. Mr. Zhang, you've lifted me up so much. I'll toast you alone. Zhong Xiaoyao raised her wine glass in a toast. In the future, other than Secretary Xia, I will be your first assistant. I will do my best to live up to the trust and expectations that Mr. Zhang has placed in me. Zhong Xiaoyao's words had 2 meanings. One was to show her loyalty to Zhang Qian, and the other was to suppress Qin Shueli and emphasize her position within the group. Although you, Qin Shueli, were the deputy group leader, Zhong Xiaoyao was the rightful one, and in the final analysis, you still had to listen to her. Hearing this, Qin Shueli was naturally unwilling to show her weakness. Mr. Zhang, I'll toast you as well. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhong Xiaoyao. Lily, Mr. Zhang has drunk a lot of wine, and it's almost all up to the amount. So let's stop drinking for now. Zhang Qian just wanted this glass of wine, when a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside the door. Who is it? Mr. Zhang, it's me. After answering it, 3 people walked in through the door. At the head was Zhang Qian's acquaintance, Han Huahao. He was followed by a man of medium build, a man Zhang Qian had seen before, seemingly the vice president of Yebu Bank. The other one had a big belly and looked to be in his 50s. Zhang Qian did not recognize him. So it's Boss Han. What a coincidence to run into each other here. Boss Han, tell me the truth. Did you arrange eyes around me? How come I can bump into you everywhere? Zhang Qian stood up and joked with Han Huahao. How could I? This is our destiny. I heard you were here, so I rushed over. Well, I brought a few employees from the company for a group building. I heard that Green Source Villa is doing well, so I came over to have some fun. Zhang Qian explained. Han Huahao took a look. Zhang Qian is really good at this. Every time he eats, he brings 6 or 7 girls, all types, really good at this. You've met Jiang Tao, so I won't introduce him again. This is the owner of Green Source Villa, N.I. Guodong. Hello Mr. Zhang, how's the food? Feel free to tell me if there's anything you're not satisfied with. I'll be sure to serve you well. Zhang Qian took the initiative to extend his hand and shake hands with N.I. Guodong. The people who were at the same table as Zhang Qian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The owner of Green Source Villa? N.I. Guodong? The crowd knew before that Zhang Qian and Han Huahao had an unusual relationship, as if they were very familiar. N.I. Guodong was the owner of this mountain villa, and his assets added up to be a top figure in Yebei. He had to have this attitude when he met Zhang Qian. How is Zhang Qian so powerful? The food was quite good. I'm sorry to trouble Boss N.I. Zhang Qian wasn't surprised. With the strength he showed in front of Han Huahao, he and N.I. Guodong combined couldn't even compare. If he wasn't wrong, N.I. Guodong had probably heard the manager talk about him as a kaiju, and then inquired about him, and happened to run into Han Huahao, so he asked him to come over to introduce him, and promote the two of them to get to know each other, right? Now that Zhang Qian was in Yebei, he was considered a person of honor, and it wasn't strange for someone to take the initiative to come over and get acquainted with him. It's really an honor to get acquainted with Mr. Zhang today. I have to show it anyways. Let's put it this way, everything that Mr. Zhang spends here today will be free of charge. I can't afford this. I recognize Mr. N.I. as a friend. I still have to settle today's bill myself. Zhang Qian hastily refused. Today was supposed to take the system to brush a wave of cashback and return a wave of blood. If he let N.I. Guodong exempt him from the bill, today's group building and whatnot would be meaningless. And he also owed N.I. Guodong a favor. Mr. N.I., you're overdoing it. Is Mr. Zhang poor in this small amount of money? Han Huahao also reminded N.I. Guodong that it was a bit slightly over the top, meeting someone for the first time and giving them the bill. If Zhang Qian accepts it, how disgraceful in front of so many girls. What are Mr. Zhang's next arrangements? Han Huahao asked. Haven't thought about it yet. What's fun in Green Source Villa? Zhang Qian didn't want to go to the KTV, and came to Green Source Villa just to play something else. Why don't Mr. Zhang take these girls and go play golf with us? Golf? I won't. Mr. Zhang. I don't know either. I haven't even held a club. N.I. Guodong seized the opportunity and said, It's okay. We have internationally certified female coaches here who can teach you to play hand in hand. Only then did Han Huahao nod his head in satisfaction. Just now Anai Guodong did ask him to want to come over to get acquainted with Zhang Qian, but giving people a free pass as soon as they came up was a bit overdone. This move was just the right amount of fire. It's okay to fight, but first things first, I can suck at fighting. It's okay, I also suck. Just play together, ha 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 ha. After the agreement, Han Huahao trio toasted Zhang Qian and exited the Imperial Pack, stating that they would wait for Zhang Qian and his party at the golf course. The people at the table were all impressed with Zhang Qian. Anai Guodong, the boss of Green Source Villa, even had to flatter Zhang Qian so much? This meal, at the very least, has to be more than $100,000, but even said to be exempted. They didn't dare to think how big Zhang Qian's face should be. Xin Shueli, Yao Man Man, Deng Shuxin, etc. At this moment, they were as dumb as wooden chickens, directly petrified in place, and could not even hold their chopsticks steadily. This is not a phoenix man. This is a top young man. Could Zhang Qian be the real identity of the successor of the hidden family in Kyushu? As written in the novel, the 3-year appointment has arrived? Dragon King? Shu Xin, don't just look at me you eat quickly. We'll go play golf in a while. Zhang Qian smiled and said to Deng Shuxin next to him. Oh good. Only then did Deng Shuxin react. Zhong Xiaoyao and Qin Shueli noticed that Deng Shuxin's eyes looking at Zhang Qian were a bit different. Not like a former subordinate looking at her former boss. So it was assumed that she also had some kind of meaning towards Zhang Qian. However, Deng Shuxin had already left the company and was not a threat to them, so they didn't care much. After dinner, Zhang Qian brought his subordinates to the golf course. The turf here was of EU standards, with a beautiful environment and a vast area. On Wanyu Island, one could not afford to organize such a golf course. Anai Guodong had long invited all the female coaches from Green Source Villa over, each equipped with one. He was afraid of Zhang Qian's anger, but did not dare to call a male coach. Who cannot say which of these girls have that kind of intimate relationship with Zhang Qian? If Zhang Qian thought that the male coach intentionally ate his women's tofu, then it would be troublesome. Everyone have fun. I'll go over and play a few shots with Boss Han and the others. Okay Mr. Zhang, you play well, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Qian nodded and followed Anai Guodong to the other side of the field. These girls were rarely come to the golf course, with a club in one hand and a camera in the other. They clicked and disliked themselves, taking no less than dozens of pictures. Even Xia Cici and Deng Shuxin both took a few selfies together. Cici, why are you sighing? Deng Shuxin saw that between Xia Cici's eyebrows, there was a faint touch of sadness, as if there was something on her mind that was troubling her. Come over here, the two of us will talk alone. Xia Cici put down the clubs in her hands and pulled Deng Shuxin to walk in a deserted place. This boss really makes it hard for me to say anything. Xia Cici shook her head. You mean Mr. Zhang? What's wrong with him? Deng Shuxin blinked her clear eyes in confusion. You know, a business manager just came to the company, a fellow countryman and university classmate of Mr. Zhang. As soon as he entered the company, he added the WeChat of a few female colleagues, and even wanted my WeChat. Mr. Zhang, this personate, said the ability to also have the ability, but from the struggle between him and Mr. Lu some time ago, people are really not good, and also like to mess around with men and women. That business manager and he simply stinks of it will be called confidants. Are all raccoons of the same hill? Mr. Zhang is quite good not as bad as you say. There must be some misunderstanding. Deng Shuxin explained for Zhang Qian. He's quite nice. If you slightly think about the staff, this wouldn't have happened. Just because fighting with Lu Shiqi drove you away. Xia Cici spilled her guts. By the way Shuxin, what kind of work are you doing now? When Deng Shuxin heard this, she really couldn't listen anymore. Zhang Qian had once instructed her not to talk to outsiders about the matter of subsidizing them to open a cafe. But when she heard that Xia Cici actually thought about Zhang Qian so much in her heart, she couldn't help but tell Xia Cici the truth. Are you serious? Xia Cici, she had a disbelieving face. Deng Shuxin nodded firmly. If what Deng Shuxin said was true, then that meant that she wasn't forced away by Zhang Qian. But instead Zhang Qian gave Deng Shuxin a sum of money to fulfill one of her dreams? He could do such a thing? I don't believe it. Xia Cici still shook her head. It's true Cici. The cafe has been in business for several days now. It's opened on Schwanglia Street. Deng Shuxin explained and even showed Xia Cici all the pictures of the cafe. Only then did she believe it. In other words, all along, she had been misunderstanding Zhang Qian? Then when she mentioned this matter to Zhang Qian before, why didn't Zhang Qian have a single word of explanation? He could have taken this matter and slapped her in the face and gagged her. As for that new business manager, I don't know him and I don't know much about him, but I can tell you one thing. What is it? You promise me first that you are not allowed to tell anyone else. After Xia Cici nodded her head, Deng Xuxin leaned over and whispered quietly in her ear. What Deng Xuxin said was about her sister Deng Yuqing pretending to be drunk and unconscious to test Zhang Qian. Previously, Deng Yuqing told Deng Xuxin that it was for her sake to test Zhang Qian, but Deng Xuxin was able to detect that in fact, her sister, Deng Yuqing, also had a slight crush on Zhang Qian. It was only that both of them did not pick it out. According to common sense, drunk into unconsciousness, then certainly at Zhang Qian's disposal. But Zhang Qian didn't make a move on Deng Xuxin's sister. Instead he was very gentlemanly and sent her sister back home. So how could Mr. Zhang be someone who likes to mess around with men and women? There must be a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhang, our gym can already be built. Thanks to that wise assistant of yours. She's been running to Longhu day and night these days. She's put in a lot of effort. Jiang Tao? And I Guodong? How? In addition to bringing the sister from Green Source Villa, Zhang Qian also has a wise assistant at home? This is what it means to have a positive flag at home and a colorful flag flying outside. Jiang Tao and Anai Guodong were completely convinced of being a man. Harm. I've been in Mordor for the past few days and just returned to Yebei. It's always been her who's been in charge of the gym. I didn't really know about this. Zhang Qian frowned. He really hadn't heard Jean Lu say anything about the gym. During those few days in Magic City, Zhang Qian and Jean Lu had played a few videos, but the content was basically just reporting safety, parents, talking about love and such. If Han Huahao hadn't mentioned it, Zhang Qian really didn't know that Jean Lu had put in so much effort behind the scenes. Mr. Zhang, let's take a step to talk. Han Huahao put his club down and signaled Zhang Qian to go to the side. Zhang Qian knew that Han Huahao was looking for him for something. The two walked and chatted. Boss Han, go ahead and say it. What's the matter? Han Huahao narrowed those wise eyes. Since Zhang Qian had already guessed that he had something, there was no need to bend the rules. But Han Huahao still wanted to ask first. Mr. Zhang, do you think that with our current relationship, it's to the point where we're talking about money? Hearing this, Zhang Qian paused. Soon he said, Mr. Chen is so close to you, and the two of us have partnered up to open the gym. Who is our relationship with who? Well then, in that case, I'll get right to the point. Well, you say, I don't have anything here. It's Jiang Tao's matter. Jiang Tao? Zhang Qian thought that Anai was treating him so warmly, and thought that it was something about Boss Anai. But he didn't realize that it was something about Jiang Tao. It's like this. Isn't Jiang Tao the vice president of Yebei Bank? It's already the middle of the year, isn't it? The above explained to him some deposit tasks. I personally took $20 million for him, but it's still close to completing the task. So I was asked to see if it's convenient in your hands. If it's inconvenient, just say so. It's not a big problem. I'll ask someone else. Han Huahao said unhurriedly. It was a common thing for bank employees to pull deposits. Many bank presidents and vice presidents knew some big bosses who brought them huge deposit results every year. But those big bosses are not willing to make large deposits just because they have eaten a few meals with them. There are bound to be interests involved. For example, in the bank for some business, can give special treatment, or in the application for bank loans, increase the amount, etc., etc. Depositing this money for Jiang Tao not only gives Han Huahao face, but also makes Jiang Tao owe him a favor. If it goes well, Jiang Tao can also develop into Zhang Qian's own network, and if there is anything in the future, there is no need to go through Han Huahao, and the two of them can contact each other directly. Money lying in the card is also lying. Changing banks is not a big deal, and it's just a deposit task, and it also gives interest. If you're willing, I'll call him over now to discuss it in detail. Han Huahao saw that Zhang Qian had no problem, so he turned towards Jiang Tao and waved his hand, signaling for him to come over. Jiang Tao saw Han Huahao's gesture and rushed over at a trot, like a pug. Boss Han, Mr. Zhang. Well, I've already mentioned your matter to Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhang is willing to do you this favor. Thank you, Boss Han. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. Jiang Tao hurriedly thanked him. It just so happens that I'm sweating. Let's have Boss and I arrange a pool for us to chat while we soak. Can do. Zhang Qian nodded. In Zhang Qian's opinion, Anai Guodong's assets were no less than Han Huahao's, and Green Source Villa was doing no worse than Han Huahao. He just didn't know why Anai Guodong was like a little brother in front of Han Huahao. Han Huahao was born with a fierce look. Put in the movie that is always playing the villain boss face. Wherever you go is a big brother. As for this piece of land in Yebu, Han Huahao has been operating for a long time, and has a wide range of contacts. Zhang Qian guessed that Anai Guodong might have been supported by Han Huahao. The three entered the bath before they began to formally talk about the deposit in detail. Both sides talk about business. Nothing more than eating, drinking, playing, washing, these four kinds. When it comes to some inconvenient for outsiders to know, the last one is especially important. Both sides stripped naked, jumped into the pool, which is called honesty. There is a more important point. That is, no one want to record what messy. God knows, you know I know, no third person knows. As for this time, Han Hua Hao, as the matchmaker, was endorsing Jiang Tao, so he was also present. From what Boss Han said, you're having a hard time being a vice president. Zhang Qian spoke first. Jiang Tao silently let out a bitter smile. That's indeed true. Don't look at us on the surface shiny and bright, dealing with big bosses all day long, but after all, we are not like you, like Boss Han such a volume. In the final analysis, it is still working for the bank, and it is still all year round. The targets given by the above. It's getting harder to fulfill every year, Jiang Tao said inside. His position in the bank was a vice president. Like him, every month, not counting allowances, commission, bonuses, year-end awards, etc. There were more than $10,000 in hand every month, and the people he came into contact with were all social elites, and they had a high social status in the circle, but only they themselves know. How hard, how tired, not as much as those white-collar workers in first-tier cities. If not for the stability, who wants to do this crap job? Jiang Tao also had a heart to be a boss, but he had to support his family and couldn't afford to be tossed around. It's okay, Governor Jiang. We are so close. You can tell Mr. Zheng directly. How much is the difference? Han Huahao's words pulled the relationship between Zhang Qian and Jiang Tao both directly further. Well, just say it directly. Zhang Qian also nodded. He knew that Han Huahao was speaking for him. The more the merrier. Right, Mr. Zheng, you take as much as you see convenient. As for the interest, I can open it up to 10 points for you. Normally depositing a deadbeat or something, 5 points was already considered a good interest rate. Zhang Qian was a bit confused. This damn 10 points was a bit exaggerated. $10 million saved up. 1 year later, get $11 million. This is almost catching up with the interest rate of illegal fundraising. 10 points? Really? How long do I save? Zhang Qian asked again. Mr. Zhang, just trust me. If you deposit more than 5,000, I can raise another 2 points. At their level of conversation, the unit was basically 10,000. So Jiang Tao habitually said 5,000, which actually meant 50 million. Well, it's indeed 10 points. I can vouch for this. Han Huahao played his role at this time, endorsing for Jiang Tao. I can't take out 5,000. 3,000 is still possible. Zheng Qian said that he could take out 30 million to help Jiang Tao with this favor. Is that enough? Enough is enough. Jiang Tao was overjoyed. Originally, Han Huahao had clearly told Zheng Qian that he had taken $20 million, and that was because he hoped that Zheng Qian could just take about $20 million as well. $30 million, which had already exceeded Jiang Tao's expectations, was completely enough. In that case, it's settled. Han Huahao clapped on the side. Good. Mr. Zhang, are you free tomorrow? Jiang Tao looked a bit anxious. I'll wait for you at the bank tomorrow. Jiang Tao now felt like he had turned into one of Zheng Qian's dogs. The first time Zhang Qian met with Han Huahao, Jiang Tao was by his side. Since Han Huahao was willing to do Jiang Tao this favor, Zheng Qian had no reason not to trust Jiang Tao. The three of them washed almost as much as they could, so they put on bath towels and came out. Those colleagues who came to Green Source Villa with Zheng Qian and Guodong also arranged for a bath, but they came out a long time ago, unlike Zheng Qian who was inside talking about things. Strange. Zheng Qian, this is in the inside of the skin off, how not come out? Xia Cc muttered in her heart. Zheng Qian washed earlier than her and came out late. She had thought that women were already inked enough, but she did not expect Zheng Qian to be able to wash for such a long time. Will not go upstairs to call what service it. Xia Cc was dying of anxiety in her heart. After she heard about the two things about Zheng Qian from Deng Shuxin, she felt that she had misunderstood Zheng Qian for the recent period of time, which was why she treated Zheng Qian that way. Now Xia Cc desperately hoped that Zheng Qian would show up earlier so that she could apologize to him. After waiting for 10 minutes, Zheng Qian finally came out. Mr. Zheng. But there were still Han Huahao and Jiang Tao next to Zheng Qian, and with these two people, Xia Cc definitely had no way to open her mouth. Mr. Zhang, Boss Han, Governor Jiang, have you finished washing? How's our family's bath? Not bad. Guodong grabbed in front of Xia Cc and struck up a conversation with Zheng Qian and the others. Zheng Qian saw Xia Cc not far away and walked over to her side. Xia Cc had obviously just taken a bath. Her skin was moist and full, blown out. Her hair was wet and had not been blown dry yet. Waiting for him in the men's bath in such a hurry. It should be something important. Zheng Qian inquired. What happened? This is not a big deal. Boss Ni has arranged for us to take a bath and wants to ask what arrangements you have next. Han Huahao and Jiang Tao were inwardly delighted. Was this asking Zhang Qian who he was going to flip at night? He raised his wrist and glanced at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock and it was time to go home. Zhang Qian thought carefully. Since Ni wanted to befriend him so much, it would be better to let him put in some effort. Boss my. Zhang Qian turned around and called out to Ni Guodong. Yes, yes, what are your orders? Mr. Zhang, do me a small favor. Go ahead. You should have an official car here. Right. Send all those employees of mine home. There should be no problem. Right? No problem. No problem. I'll take care of it. Ni Guodong agreed with alacrity. Han Huahao? Jiang Tao? Zhang Qian, this means, not a single card will be flipped? It seems that tonight, it's time to go home and find that proper palace. Zhang Qian didn't say anything, walked to the front desk of Green Source Villa and settled the bill. Seeing this, Ni Guodong has been refusing to collect the money, but Zhang Qian insisted on paying. How could he get the system's cashback if he didn't pay? Okay, Mr. Zhang, Xiao Lua, you do not count the money of Mr. Zhang and his party for bathing and golf. Just count the money for that meal. In the end, Zhang Qian paid $130,000, spent $130,000, system cashback $1,300,000, has arrived. Zhang Qian followed up by transferring the bonuses he had promised to his employees one by one, spent $380,000, system cashback $3,800,000, already arrived. Well, $5,100,000 had arrived in the account. With the system in place, Zhang Qian still felt good about spending money, and it didn't hurt at all. Zhang Qian said goodbye to Han Huahao and Jiang Tao, not accompanying to attend their peachy activities next. Assembled the staff under his hand at the entrance of Green Source Villa, watched them get on the car one by one, and did his farewell. Mr. Zhang, I actually have something I want to tell you. Zhang Qian saw that now Xia Cixi's favorability towards him had actually come to 55 points, directly skyrocketing by a large margin. Zhang Qian felt that he didn't seem to have done anything. How could Xia Cixi, who had always been difficult to raise her favoritism, increase so much favoritism? Is it because of the meal? It shouldn't be. How could Xia Cixi's favorability go up so much because of a meal? Maybe it was because of Ni Guodong's fawning admiration for him? It didn't seem quite right. Xia Cixi was full of righteousness, full of literary pride, and could never be this kind of person. What is it? I want to apologize to you. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I've misunderstood you all along. It's my fault. I hope you don't take it to heart and don't see eye to eye with me. Xia Cixi said, her head directly lowered, like a small child who made a mistake. A small face red with shame, completely not daring to raise her head to look at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian didn't ask what it was that she wanted to apologize to him for. From her attitude, Zhang Qian could probably guess what it was about. He just smiled and nodded. It's fine. I'm not a small-minded person. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, why don't you do a good job for me afterward? Xia Cixi skimmed her mouth. How did this sound more and more wrong? Only after a careful thought did she hear out that Zhang Qian's strings. Wrong. It's do a good job under my hand. I won't treat you badly. Zhang Qian had just been joking with her. At this juncture, where did Xia Cixi come up with any resistance? She could only allow him to make this kind of dirty joke. Alright, go back. Report me safe when you get home. Xia Cixi's face was like a peach blossom. Her eyes contained autumn water. She nodded shyly, and then got into the car. Zhang Qian watched as the car drifted away. A smile also sketched on his face. This rebellious son of Shuxin still told the secret. Zhang Qian guessed that it should be Deng Shuxin who didn't keep his mouth shut and told Xia Cixi those things. That's why she took the initiative to find Zhang Qian and apologize to him. Otherwise, if it was normal, it would be impossible to make Xia Cixi bow her head on Zhang Qian's usual behavior. If he wasn't Xia Cixi's top boss, he would have been slapped in the face long ago. Ni Guodong sent a driver for him and sent Zhang Qian to Jiangshan International safely. Stepping onto the second floor of Jiangshan International, Zhang Qian hugged Jin Lu who was doing yoga from behind. What are you doing? Making a sneak attack? Zhang Qian sniffed Jin Lu's scent. I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you. Don't you play video every day? Do you really miss me or just pretend to miss me? I really miss you. Then I'll believe you for now. Jin Lu scratched Zhang Qian's nose. How's it going in Magic City these days? Did it go well? Zhang Qian didn't really know how to answer this question. To say it was smooth, it wasn't that smooth. To say it wasn't smooth, it was as bad as it could be. How was your speech? Didn't mess it up. Oh, don't look at who your man is. How could he mess it up? As soon as Zhang Qian brought up the speech, he got energized and started blowing himself up. You do not know those what Arasia China Airlines of those corporate bosses. Listen to my speech and planning. That is a stunned. After the speech, the applause with firecrackers like, shocked my ears hurt. Okay, I believe what my man said. Jean Lu wouldn't interrupt to refute Zheng Qian when he was bragging. My man is the best in the world. That's for sure. I'm also great at something. Which aspect? Jean Lu already smelled danger. The next morning, Zheng Qian then went to the bank and withdrew the money. The cash was packed in a black traveling bag and filled a whole cart. Before leaving, the bank president almost gave Zheng Qian to kneel down. Asked Zheng Qian cannot take away in batches. A one-time take away 30 million. The bank blood loss. Zheng Qian didn't have time to pay attention to the bank president, and drove directly to the entrance of Yebu Bank. Today Zheng Qian got up early to get money. Even so, came to Yebu Bank is already about 12 noon. Zheng Qian has used his cell phone a lot, and now he really doesn't have any concept of money. He casually agreed to $30 million when he was at the Green Source Villa, but he didn't expect $30 million to be so much that a BMW couldn't even fit in it. Hello, what kind of business please? Zheng Qian was greeted by the lobby manager after he walked into Yebu Bank. I've come to deposit money, Zheng Qian casually said. He was here to find Zhang Tao and had no intention of tangling with this tiny lobby manager. Hello sir, under $20,000 please just go to ATM and deposit directly. The lobby manager saw that Zheng Qian was empty-handed, so he guessed that he would just deposit the few $100s he had in his pocket. Currently a few of our co-workers have gone to dinner. No one at the window is able to receive you. No need for the window. Call your bank president over. Zheng Qian made his words clear. The lobby manager inwardly sneered. Call their bank president? What a joke. Looking at Zheng Qian's dress, it was true that he looked like a man, but he didn't even take a handbag when he deposited money. How much money could he deposit? And he still needs to find their bank president? He wouldn't be stupid enough to alarm their bank president because of a cerebral palsy. Our governor is not in. Well, I'm actually not looking for your bank president. I'm looking for your vice president. Zheng Qian corrected what he had just said. The lobby manager's attitude towards Zheng Qian became even more contemptuous. He had been here for 2 years, and had seen a lot of shrewish, rogue kind of customers. He had also come into contact with rich people of high quality. With the experience of the hall manager, Zheng Qian obviously belonged to the former who liked to pretend to be a pimp, driving a broken BMW, but also put here to pretend up? Simply a joke. Zheng Qian looks more than 10 years younger than him. At this age can drive on the BMW. In addition to loans, he could not think of other channels. In order to save face, not hesitate to pay high interest on car loans. Young people are good face, but Zheng Qian didn't have any face to speak of with him. I'm sorry sir, our vice president isn't here either. If you're not doing business, please get out. The lobby manager gave a wink to the security guard, wanting to invite Zheng Qian out and break this young man's sharpness. He had just been courteous to Zheng Qian because it was his duty and the bank had asked him to do so. Otherwise, if he did it normally, the hall manager would have scolded him long ago. What's going on? Who are you inviting out? At this time, Zhang Tao suddenly walked out from the bank president's office and drank in the lobby manager at once. The hall manager hurriedly came to Zhang Tao's ear and whispered, Governor Jiang, this person is covered in alcohol. Presumably he hasn't sobered up yet and came over to play drunk. He doesn't even have a bag in his hand, saying that he came to deposit money. You say it's ridiculous. Fortunately, the hall manager's voice was low enough. If Zheng Qian heard it, Zhang Tao's task was considered completely yellow. Manager Tan, is this the attitude you usually use to treat customers? Seeing people and treating them differently? Mr. Zheng is my valued customer. He specifically took the time to come out and look for me today. You now immediately go and write me a 5,000-word check. Give me a profound review. The hall manager's heart twitched after hearing this. This dangling youth was actually a friend of Governor Jiang, or an honored guest? If it wasn't for Zhang Tao personally saying this, even if it killed him, he wouldn't believe it. Mr. Zhang, he didn't slow you down, did he? If he's slowing you down, if he's disrespecting you in any way, you can tell me, and I'll immediately tell him to pack up and get the hell out of here and go home. Zhang Tao could not afford to lose a $30 million deposit because of one of his subordinates, who had spent such a large amount of favors to pull it in. The hall manager Tan had just thought he was superior, and all of a sudden he was suppressed by Zhang Tao. Don't mind him. The money is in the car, you find someone to move it over. I'm in a hurry. The one at home is still waiting for me to go home for dinner. Okay, Mr. Zheng, you are working hard. I will find someone to move it. Manager Tan, you heard what Mr. Zhang said. Why don't you hurry? Zhang Tao reprimanded Manager Tan. Manager Tan's head nodded like pounding garlic and used to hurriedly call out a team of security guards to head to the BMW to get the money. Just now Zhang Qian was holding his lifeblood. Manager Tan seemed like fish and meat on a chopping board. As long as Zhang Qian gave a word, Zhang Tao could remove him from the bank on the grounds of slowing down customers. Fortunately, Zhang Qian did not intend to bother with him. Manager Tan marveled at Zhang Qian's pattern. If he had been an ordinary small-minded person, he would have reported him to Zhang Tao. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Qian was really just in a hurry. He didn't have time to take care of him. It was already 12 o'clock. Jean Lu was still waiting for his dinner at home. He didn't want to keep Jean Lu waiting for too long. Opening the door of the BMW, the passenger side, the back seat, the trunk, it was stuffed with bulging black travel bags. Pulling open a bag at random, it was filled with reddish $100 bills. A whole car full of money. Holy shit, that kid really didn't tell a lie. Manager Tan was dumbfounded after seeing the cash in the car. The security personnel on the side were holding their batons and were dumbfounded. Yabu North Bank had been open for 5 or 6 years, and they had escorted money trucks many times, but they had never seen so much cash. It was only then that Manager Tan realized that Zhang Qian's hands were empty because he had too much money to deposit and was too lazy to carry it, and Zhang Qian couldn't carry it all by himself. Manager Tan brought a team of security personnel for 10 minutes to transfer the money from the car to the bank. Governor Jiang. All moved. This is the last bag. Manager Tan, tired and sweaty, put the last bag of money into Zhang Tao's office. Zhang Tao and Zhang Qian were drinking tea and talking and laughing at the same time. If he had the ability to pull in deposits, Zhang Tao would be the bank president. If he had the ability to pull in deposits, he could also be the bank president. Even though so much cash was in front of Manager Tan, he still couldn't believe that the youth in front of him possessed so much property. So much money, at least tens of millions. Such a young multimillionaire? He still gets a salary of $7,500 a month. It's really a case of people being more angry than people. Manager Tan had the heart to die head-on. Have the co-workers who went for lunch returned yet? Reporting to Governor Jiang. They're all back. Good. I'll start the formalities for Mr. Jiang now. Now it's up to you to lead the bank's colleagues and count all this money. Manager Tan? I haven't even eaten my meal yet. Manager Tan, I hope you're not in a mood. I haven't had lunch yet either. And Mr. Zheng has even less lunch. Governor Jiang, I'm not in a mood. I'll get on with it. The official was a big man. Manager Tan hadn't even eaten his lunch and dared to be angry. Who let Zhang Tao be his top boss? The vice president of Yebu Bank. Manager Tan, with his grievances, could only call in a few colleagues, move the instruments, and count the money in front of Zhang Qian and Zhang Tao. He knew that this was Zhang Tao's punishment for him. Who let him just be so disrespectful to Zhang Qian? Alas, there is no way. Can only admit it. Zhang Tao's side of the efficiency is very fast. There is no time wasting formalities. Just let Jing Shen fill out a list. About 5 minutes to get it done. After filling out the form, the two continue to start chatting. Manager Tan's side was suffering. A few people counting money for half an hour before they finished counting so much money. Jiang Governor, I finished counting. The total is $30 million. Got it. You and these few colleagues move the money into the treasury. Zhang Tao nodded. It's not that he doesn't trust Zhang Xian. He promised $30 million. He will definitely bring you $30 million. Not to mention $30 million, even $50 million. Zhang Xian would be able to bring it out just the same. Governor Jiang, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Fine. I'll see you off. Before leaving, Zhang Tao asked the staff to open the safe and put all those gold bars, commemorative coins, commemorative banknotes, and foreign currencies in a messy mess into a black traveling bag for Zhang Qian to carry away. When he returned to Jiangshan International, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The food was still covered with a heat preservation cover. Jean Lu was sitting on the dining table doing problems. Honey, I'm back. Well, it's good to be back. Eat quickly. It's getting cold. I told you to eat first. Zhang Qian saw that Jean Lu didn't move her chopsticks at all. That's not good. You are the head of the family. I have to wait for you. Jean Lu came over to help Zhang Qian take off his jacket. Right. This is for you. Zhang Qian handed over the travel bag in his hand to Jean Lu. What is it? Jean Lu opened it curiously. Various gold bars, commemorative coins, exempt. You're robbing a bank? No, the bank sent. I want this thing is also useless. You keep it. Put on the market can also change a lot of money. Bank of the kind of what commemorative gold bars are not worth money. Also worth a gold price. Commemorative coins are even more bluffing things. With ordinary paper money is not much difference. As for the gold bars, they are also worth a gold price. But Zhang Tao stuffed him with quite a lot of gold bars. a dozen or so, which can be built into a small mountain on the desktop. It was also the first time Zhang Qian had seen gold bars, having only seen them in movies before. And this, Zhang Qian fished out a bank deposit slip from his pocket. It's not much, but spend it sparingly. It's enough to cover your expenses for the rest of your life. Jean Lu took it and took a look. $30 million? Deposit period of 2 years? Is something wrong with you? Giving me the rest of your life's living expenses first? It's not much of a thing. I'm just afraid that if I have bad luck, I'll go bankrupt and become a pauper by then. At that time, at least there's still a sum of money, enough for us to live an ordinary life. $30 million? Where was this for an ordinary person? Some families, in their whole life, could not earn $30 million. Jean Lu finally accepted this bank cashier's check. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. I won't touch this money until I have to. In the next few days, Zhengxin Dockyard had been making plans to fight against Yame Group. In the Sea of Commerce, whoever has a large volume and whoever is the market leader fights a defensive battle. An upstart like Zhengxin Dockyard could only fight an offensive war. The initial plan of Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi, and Zhang Qian was to fight a price war with Asian American Group. After coming back from the Sea Trade Summit, Zhengxin Dockyard only got $15 million of financing from the old president of World Shipping, Zhuo Xiuwen side. The Asian American groups Hu Lao stepped in and grabbed the big head as well, got $85 million. Even with Lu Shiqi and Zhang Qian's $100 million, this price war is still not very good. The situation is forced. This is the Zhengxin Dockyard has no way out. Want to steal the market with Yame Group? Can only use this strategy. The final program is inland routes. Single transportation prices down 15%. For international routes, the price of a single transportation is reduced by 20%. If a long-term contract of more than 2 years is signed with Changhsayan Dockyard, the price will be adjusted downward by 25%. As for the ship, Chen Weiqiang this time did not buy a new ship. Buy about 3 to 5 years of the ship. This kind of ship, although used for 5 years, but for a Mavago decades of service length of the cargo ship, even can be called quasi-new ship. Originally Chen Weiqiang wanted to take the brand new ship route, but because of the Asian American Group, he can only buy second-hand ships. Ships of this vintage can be the first to transport the company's orders. There is no break-in period, and the cost of subsequent maintenance is also very low. The Asian American Group is considered to have pushed Chen Weiqiang, a compulsive person, to the limit. After the program was finalized, the three of them discussed about the 5 airline alliance. Mr. Chen, wait, didn't you say last time that the 5 airline alliance has nothing to do with us? Yes, we have nothing to do. We definitely can't join the 5 airline alliance. But it's still possible to reach cooperation with a few of the shipping companies. I contacted Durst Shipping, China Shipping and Asia Shipping. They will send commissioners to visit our terminal in a few days. If it works, the two sides can sign a 1-year strategic cooperation agreement. After Chen Weiqiang's introduction, Zhang Qian learned that this is just an insurance policy to ensure the normal operation of the company. If the price war is lost, at least they can still eat some of what leaks out of other people's fingers. Enough to feed Zhengxin Dockyard. When the time comes, you just accompany me to receive those commissioners. No big problem. After the meeting was adjourned, Zheng Qian returned to his office. Xia Cixi's favorability was a bit unstable in the past few days. +5 today and -5 the next day. Zheng Qian thought that it was probably because she had bound herself to Xiao Xinhao. Because of the things that Xiao Xinhao had done, causing Xia Cixi's favorability towards him to drop. Secretary Xia, come over here and close the door. Zheng Qian hadn't been minding Xiao Xinhao for the past few days, so he didn't know the situation. He happened to be free today, so he planned to ask about it. Is there something wrong, Mr. Zhang? Xia Cixi's tone was more gentle and considerate than before, looking more like a secretary. How is Manager Xiao doing in the company these days? Is it doing okay? Well, Manager Xiao does have the ability. Just came in for a few days, and pulled in 2 big orders for the company. I heard that these 2 were AirAsia's customers before, and Manager Xiao, with his 3-inch tongue, was able to pull people over. Zheng Qian nodded. For Xiao Xinhao's ability, he didn't doubt it. Otherwise it would be impossible to get Jiang Yanran's promotion. Alright, it's just the 2 of us here. Just tell the truth. Zheng Qian knew that Xia Cixi was speaking in official language. Xia Cixi also knew that Zheng Qian knew that she was talking officialese. She mainly wanted to see what kind of attitude Zheng Qian had towards Xiao Xinhao. If it was strongly in favor of Xiao Xinhao, then there was no need for her to speak the next words, and it would be self-defeating to speak them. Although Manager Xiao has negotiated 2 large orders, proving his business ability, his behavior is hard to describe. Xia Cixi didn't wear colored glasses to see Zheng Qian after she heard Deng Shuxin say those 2 things in Green Source Villa last time. Xiao Xinhao was arranged into the company by Zhang Qian. Even if it wasn't as serious as the previous correlation, Xia Sisi would always intentionally or unintentionally link him to Zheng Qian. For example, Zheng Qian wanted to hear more details. If he turned a deaf ear to what was going on in the company, that wouldn't be a problem. Xiao Xinhao was arranged by him to enter the company. In other words, he, the vice president, was endorsing Xiao Xinhao. If he did well, everything was happy. If he did poorly, then he also had the pot to pay. He injected another $50 million into the company. Even if Xiao Xinhao did nothing, all day long, eating and waiting for death, it is not good to say anything about him. Only, that's not how people are made. And that's not how companies are started. Want to set up a business empire is simple. Manage a business empire is much more difficult. Using people was the biggest problem. Manager Zhao's business ability is strong, but he is high and mighty in the company, relying on the fact that he has negotiated 2 large orders and previously worked for AirAsia. So he looks down on those employees in our company at every turn. And many people have approached me to complain. There's such a thing? How come Zheng Qian hadn't heard a word about it? Well, everyone is afraid of him. And even more afraid of you. You are the vice president of the company. Who doesn't know in the company now? Manager Xiao is your little countryman. College classmate. Good relationship. Messing with him, that is messing with you. A lot of people dared to be angry. For your face did not tear his face off. Zheng Qian was slightly puzzled. Well, I understand the situation. You help me call manager Xiao over. I'll talk to him. You first go on my behalf to appease those employees who were hurt by him. After Zheng Qian said this, Xia Sisi's favorability increased by another 5 points. The current favorability had reached 60 points. The bottleneck and breakthrough of the best friend stage. As long as it went up by 1 more point, it would reach the lover level. This is not seeing color and forgetting righteousness. If Xiao Xinhao was acting under his banner and making a fuss in the company, then sooner or later the company was going to be affected by him. It had only been a few days, and there were already employees who were suffering. However, Xiao Xinhao was kind to him when he was in college, and if he was removed from the company, Xiao Xinhao would go outside and say that he was an ungrateful person, and that he had swindled him into Jingxing Dockyard just to show off his position as vice president. This would not be good either. Zheng Chen decided to find Xiao Xinhao to talk about this issue first. It is best if it can be changed. If it couldn't be changed, Zheng Qian would think of other ways. Qian, you're looking for me? What's the matter? Xiao Xinhao smilingly walked into Zheng Qian's office. Well, I heard that you negotiated 2 big orders and raised the company's performance by a lot, so I wanted to talk to you. This is all what I should do. These 2 customers are AirAsia's old customers. It was me who took a lot of effort to pull them to our Zhang Xin dockyard. Xiao Xinhao was confident and emboldened. Xiao Xinhao did not feel that his behavior in the company during this period of time, there was anything wrong with it. Instead, he felt that Zheng Qian should commend him for his merits. Well, it's really well done. You were the business manager at AirAsia. To come to our small company and still be the business manager, I feel like it's a bit of a big deal. Let's do it this way. Currently the position of deputy director of the company's business department is still vacant. If you do a good job this month, I'll promote you to be the deputy director. What do you think? Deputy director? The company's boss was Chen Weiqiang. The second and third were Lu Shiqi and Zheng Qian. The oldest 4 was Li Tao, the director of the business department. If he became an associate director, wouldn't he be the senior executive of this company, directly lining up the oldest 5? Qian, I knew you wouldn't treat me poorly. AirAsia still has a few clients whose long-term contracts are about to expire. I'll put in more effort to contact them and try to pull them all over. Xiao Xinhao thought that now that Zhang Xian dockyard happened to be in a price war with Asian American group, he could completely utilize the current advantage of freight rates to scoop up AirAsia's old customers. Zheng Qian didn't think that there was anything wrong with Xiao Xinhao's act of poaching. Still, this was business, and business tactics were endless. Moreover, AirAsia is such a big volume, or the leader of the 5 airline alliance. Digging Jiang Yan ran a few customers. She probably won't even notice. Now that Jingxing dockyard was in the dividend period of development, the business department needed people like Xiao Xinhao. Right, there is one more thing. Zheng Qian's words changed. Qianer, just say it directly. Who are we with who? Xiao Xinhao cheerfully sat across from Zheng Qian, and had even crossed his legs, fantasizing about the things that would happen to him after he became the deputy director. I heard that you haven't handled the relationship with your staff very well lately. Is there a problem with that? Zheng Qian didn't explicitly say what Xia Sisi reported to him about his behavior, but instead, he very subtly pointed it out. A smart person like Xiao Xinhao definitely knew what Zheng Qian was talking about. As expected, the moment Xiao Xinhao heard Zheng Qian say this, his face turned white with fear, and his legs stopped buckling as he sat down in a disciplined manner. Qianer I did come across some problems when communicating with some employees. Maybe I didn't handle it well. I will definitely correct this problem. Good. In that case, I'm relieved. Zheng Qian looked at Xiao Xinhao's pious attitude, so he didn't think much of it. Well, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Zheng Qian nodded and acquiesced to Xiao Xinhao's departure. After Xiao Xinhao walked out of the office, his entire face instantly turned into another spiteful, hateful face. He only felt a nameless rage in his heart, blazing up. Who was the one who made the little report? Although Zheng Qian was close to him, it was impossible for him to watch and do things by his nature in the company. It was not just Zheng Qian, but any of the upper echelon leaders. Usually turn a blind eye, but if you go too far, even Xiao Xinhao will be dealt with. Some people have approached Zheng Qian to make a small report. That's why Zheng Qian looked for him to talk. The promotion of the deputy director is fake. The conversation is real. Zheng Qian had just purposely emphasized that Zhang Xian Dockyard was a small company, just to knock him on the side. Xiao Xinhao slammed his head. How did he not notice it just now? He still looked like a hangdog, thinking that he was on familiar terms with Zheng Qian. No, he must find this snitch. Find out. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing a white OL dress, revealing her slender legs, came in front of Zheng Qian's office. Manager Xiao, may I ask if Mr. Zhang is in his office? It's Lily. Mr. Zhang just found me to chat about business matters. He's still in the office now. Go ahead. Oh, good. Holding a document. Qin Shueli stepped on her high heels and walked into Zheng Qian's office. Xiao Xinhao's eyes were attracted by Qin Shueli's figure, and without realizing it, he almost drooled. It wasn't until Qin Shueli closed the office door and locked eyes with him that Xiao Xinhao hurriedly left. What is it? Mr. Zhang, this is a report I've compiled. Please take a look at it. Qin Shueli was not affected by Xiao Xinhao's demented eyes. Stepping on her high heels, she came to Zheng Qian's front and handed up a document. After Zheng Qian took a look at it, he was really amazed by the content inside. You made this? Well, wasn't the company studying how to deal with the Yame group these days? I stayed up a few all-nighters in a row and made this document. Qin Shueli was indeed very attentive. The document was labeled with the latest movements of Yame group, as well as some financial issues. And finally the current problems of Yame group were depicted in a bolded and large font size. These problems are the weaknesses of Yame group. Although not fatal, it will make us Zhengxing Dockyard get twice the result with half the effort. For you and Mr. Chan and Mr. Lu to refer to them, it would be my honor if I can do my little bit. Qin surely investigated the business problems of Yame Group and found that Yame Group had a very large number of customers in hand, several times more than Zhengxing Dockyard. But at the same time, the rate of bad debts was also relatively high. The rate of bad debts, the rate of doubtful debts, the rate of bad debts, the rate of payback of Yame Group was as high as 67% or more. The least amount of delinquent transportation fees is half a year, and the most is 2 years. That is to say, more than half of the orders of Yame Group. There is no way to pay on time. This industry didn't need cash flow, but a high bad debt rate would affect the company. Mr. Zhang, I have an idea. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak in my capacity. Qin Shueli stepped forward and showed her perfect body, closer to Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was attracted by Qin Shueli, but quickly came back to his senses and closed the document. You say, I propose to you, and also to Mr. Chen, that now is the time to fight a price war with Yame Group, so we can consider lowering the freight rates, and first seize the market around Yabe, and sign long-term contracts with our customers. In this way, Yame Group will only be able to sit back and eat their old money. Zheng Qian clenched his jaw. According to Qin Shueli's thinking, logic, her idea was indeed not wrong. However, she had overlooked an important point. Yame Group got $85 million in financing at the Sea Trade Summit the other day. Do you think this price war is good? Qin Shirley stood dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Yame Group got $85 million of financing? This she didn't know. If Asian American Group had gotten this money, then the documents she had worked on over the past few days, staying up until 2 or 3 o'clock every day, would have become a few pieces of scrap paper, completely untenable. The company's research program has come out. It still has to fight a price war with the Asian American Group. It's a bad battle, but we have to fight it hard. It's extremely costly for us, but the most efficient way to do it. Your information report is very correct to a certain extent. I see your intention. Keep up the good work. Zheng Qian got up and came in front of Qin Shueli, gently patting her on that fragrant shoulder. It was probably hard on her heart to have her idea rejected, and all Zheng Qian had to do now as a superior was to encourage her to keep up the good work. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will. Qin Shueli walked out of Zheng Qian's office resentfully and disillusioned. Workstation. Yao Yao. Qin Shueli took an unknown piece of information and went to find General Manager Zhang. The three of them, Hao Ruxue, Chang Mengmeng, and Zhong Xiaoyao, were discussing in whispers about Qin Shueli going to look for Zhang Qian in private. That stinky bitch. I don't know what Mr. Zhang can see in her. Zhong Xiaoyao was naturally very upset about this behavior of Qin Shueli. Zhang Qian had said that Qin Shueli was a co-worker with him before, and the two of them didn't know how long they had worked together. For that long, Qin Shueli hadn't been able to take Zhang Qian down, and it was still impossible now. If Zhang Qian was interested in her, the two would have been dating long before he came to Zhang Xian dockyard. Why wait until now to fight with her? In Zhong Xiaoyao's mind, Qin Shueli was bound to lose. Every team will have a xenophobic mentality. Qin Shueli has just entered the company for how long? Mr. Zhang let this heart bitch as a deputy team leader. Chang Mengmeng and Hao Ruxue naturally look at her as not good. Zhong Xiaoyao worked with them for a longer time than Qin Shueli, but also chat, and now is the head of the public relations team. Chang Mengmeng and Hao Ruxue, two people, are naturally on the side of Zhong Xiaoyao. When Qin Shueli returned to her workstation, Zhong Xiaoyao angrily walked up. Deputy team leader Qin, may I ask where you went when you weren't at your workstation just now? It's not possible that you went to the bathroom again, right? Zhong Xiaoyao said in a conspiratorial manner. She purposely used the title of Deputy Team Leader Qin in order to remind Qin Shueli of her status in the company. Qin Shueli had to make 6 trips to the bathroom a day. 3 of them were really going to the toilet while 3 of them were hiding in the bathroom to touch up her makeup, always keeping herself as a perfect state. Such a practice made Zhong Xiaoyao a bit nauseous. Qin Shueli had just run to Zhang Qian's office again in private, which made Zhong Xiaoyao furious and ran over to question Qin Shueli. What does it have to do with you? Qin Shueli and Zhong Xiaoyao had not been seeing eye to eye for a long time, and with her style, she naturally would not show weakness to Zhong Xiaoyao. Zhong Xiaoyao's face turned red with anger. How come there's no relationship? Qin Shueli, it's necessary for me to remind you that I'm the leader of the group. You're just a deputy. Do you know what deputy means? Let me explain it to you. It means dispensable. As the team leader, everything that happens at work is related to me. I have the responsibility to know and the obligation to know. This is not only responsible for the company, but also responsible for the trust given by Mr. Zhang. You. Zhong Xiaoyao said these words in one breath. This time it was Qin Shueli's turn to be speechless. I just don't want to tell you. What can you do with me? You can directly go and ask Mr. Zhang, or you can find Mr. Zhang to beat me up. Whatever you want. Qin Shueli did not intend to tangle with Zhong Xiaoyao. She wasn't qualified enough. The smell of gunpowder from both sides was extremely strong, frightening the honest He Yin Yen on the side. Even her hands on the keyboard were unsteady. In the office, Zhang Qian was just about to get up to discuss something with the group when there was a knock on the door. So it's Mr. Lu, looking for me for something? Zhang Qian inquired with a smile on his face. Well, there are some things outside the company that I want to talk to you about. Do you have time? Lu Shiqi was wearing a black suit, slightly powdered, a flaming red lips, revealing the atmosphere of a mature woman inside and out. I intend to go out and arrange some work. Since Ms. Lu personally found me, let's sit down and chat first. Zhang Qian invited Lu Shiqi to sit on the sofa. Okay, Mr. Zhang, let's make it short. We won't delay you too much. Lu Shiqi's favorability towards him was now at 65 points, during which she had thrown out olive branches to him many times, but Zhang Qian had ignored them all because of Deng Shuxin's matter. Later on, when he thought about it carefully, Lu Shiqi had done all these things just to get his attention. There was no need to take that little matter to heart, not to mention that Lu Shiqi had helped Deng Yuqing transfer to the Imperial Hospital for surgery, which was a great favor. It was a small matter, so there was no need to be upset about it. Lu Shiqi's repeated gestures of goodwill. Let's just accept it this time and see what she really wants. It was always better to have more friends than more enemies. This is a planning document. Mr. Zhang, you should take a look at it first. This planning book. Wei Chang, I didn't even show it to him. I only showed it to you alone. As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Qian marveled at Lu Shiqi's mastery. Leaving aside the content of this plan, as long as Zhang Qian took this plan, it meant that he and Lu Shiqi had a little secret, which was the best means to bring the relationship closer. High, really high, worthy of being a woman who had made it to this point. Su Shuyun couldn't even compare to her in certain aspects. This is a copy of Zhang Wangfun's planning and management for the second half of the year. The contents were all the essence. The two of them chatted for roughly 10 minutes before Lu Shiqi left with the planning book, and Zhang Qian walked outside as if nothing had happened to him, arranging for the next work. Zhang Qian came near the PR team's workstation. Why is the atmosphere a bit off? Everyone was busy with the work at hand and there was no communication at all. Snap. Zhang Qian clapped his hands. PR group, Durst Shipping is coming to inspect our company in 2 days. It's a foreign-funded company. Which one of you is good at English? Me. Zhong Xiaoyao and Qin Shuili stood up at the same time. Such an opportunity to add points for good performance and not deduct points for bad performance. The two of them naturally wouldn't let it go. However, this could make Zhang Qian, who was having a hard time choosing, confused. He only needed one person to do the translation of the data statistics, which was a task arranged by Chen Weiqiang. After thinking about it for a while, Zhang Qian still decided that it was better to play it safe. Zhong Xiaoyao, you come with me. The rest of you get off work at the right time. Don't stay in the company for long. After Zhang Qian gave the nod, he brought Zhong Xiaoyao to the office and started to arrange the work for these 2 days. Asian American Group, Chairman's office. Behind the desk sat an aged old man. He had a head of pale and sparse hair. His beard was neatly kept. He was wearing a dark blue tang suit. His hands were pressed on a cane. His face was furious as he looked straight at this rebellious son who was making tea for him. This person was none other than Hu Yuebin's father, Hu Jingyi, the man who ruled the maritime trade for decades in the last century. Retrograde son, why are you still pouring tea? Kneel down for me. Hu Jingyi tapped his cane fiercely, and the teapot in Hu Yuebin's hand didn't hold steady in fear, snapping and falling, pouncing. Under the majesty of his father, Hu Yuebin grabbed his ears with both hands and directly knelt down. That outside the rampant, unrivaled son, even also softened. Hu Yuebin heard that Jingxing Dockyard want to fight with them after the price war. Anxious, a time there is no way, and hastily asked his father out of the mountain. Unexpectedly, his father was so angry with him. It's really the creation of the world. A good Yame group. Buy you into this now. It is said that the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although he did not leave Hu Yuebin 2 kings and 4 twos, but it is also considered a hand of smooth cards. But by this cynical son, playing a broken, now can be good. Deal with a only established half a year of Jingxing Dockyard. Can let him helpless. How did I give birth to such a pig-headed person like you? Hu Jingyi heard about the recent events in the company, and that's when he became enraged. Surrounding Jingxing Dockyard, 2 of his teammates were able to fall back and run away. There were only 2 words in Hu Jingyi's heart now. Rubbish, Dad. He doesn't blame me for this. Originally we planned well, but I didn't expect that kid Zheng Qian to resort to deceit and shade us all. My 2 pig teammates. They are simply wallflowers. They can't even withstand a little bit of pressure. They directly defected. Hu Yuebin choked back tears as he spoke. Humph. Hu Jingyi snorted coldly. Do you think that people's family backgrounds are all as thick as ours? In the end, it's still your own problem. Yes, yes, yes. Father's lesson is right. It's my problem. At this time, how could Hu Yuebin dare to talk back? Father, the most important thing right now is that Jingxing Dockyard wants to fight a price war with me. Our bad debt rate is so high. We can't afford to fight it at all. Hu Yuebin knelt and took a few steps forward to his father. This old man, scolded also scolded, lectured also lectured, called you to come as to let you give me ideas. I've already looked for Zhuo Xiuwen, took $85 million of financing from his side. It will arrive in the next few days. There's no need to be afraid of this battle. Hu Jingyi didn't tell Hu Yuebin the first time he looked for Zhuo Xiuwen's matter. The purpose was to let Hu Yuebin be anxious, so that he could grow a long memory, and maybe change his ways. Zhuo Xiuwen, do you mean world shipping? Zhuo Xiuwen was once considered his father's protege, and at this juncture, to be able to come up with so much money was truly righteous. It's still not relying on this old face of mine? Hu Jingyi ordered. How much the price of Jingxing Dockyard is adjusted downward? We are the same as them. Hu Jingyi did things and was always thunderous. He had already looked at the ledger. Surprisingly, some people owed them freight charges for 2 years without settling them, was using them as free laborers. In addition, those customers who owe us money, if the money is not in place within a week, don't cooperate, directly go through the legal process and apply for enforcement. Although Hu Jingyi was older, he still did things with thunder and lightning. His blood is still as hot as back then, and his eyes are still as ruthless as back then. It's just that the years have not spared him, and he's not as young as he was back then. This era, after all, belonged to the young. What about the matter of the Su family's youngest daughter? When will the marriage take place? Hu Jingyi asked about Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun she doesn't even want to see me now, father, not to mention getting married. Hu Jingyi almost fell ill with anger. He and Su Qingye had tried their best to promote this marriage, but how did they end up in this situation? What's going on? It's that vice president of Zhang Xin Dockyard. Zheng Qian snatched Su Shuyun away from me. The siege operation was implemented by me to get back at him, but I didn't expect it to end in failure. Hu Yuebin sighed. Hu Jingyi was so exasperated that he almost fell directly ill. Career couldn't handle others. The woman was also snatched away by others. Waste. Hu Jingyi scolded. swung his cane to Hu Yuebin body greeting, hit Hu Yuebin babbling pain. Full office run. Hu Yuebin ran tired. Hu Jingyi also ran tired. The elderly father, the old entrepreneur, silently sighed. Have the heart but no power. Developing into this situation now, he made two mistakes. One was the lack of education for Hu Yuebin, who had poured all his time and energy into his career when he was young. The second is that he was indecisive and made a wrong judgment back then, shifting the center of development to Yabu, losing the market in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. If he had done one of these two things, he wouldn't be here right now. If the camel of Yame Group is a little bit bigger, even if this unfilial and rebellious son loses his family again, it will be a matter after his death. It is not necessary to live and suffer while he is alive. Forget it if the 5 Airlines alliance can't be added. I made an appointment with Jingyuan Shipping's boss Kai Yong to come to us tomorrow to inspect the work, and he and I are still a bit of a friend. You entertain well. With $85 million on hand, Zhengshin Dockyard wants to fight a price war. Yame Group is not afraid, but everything has to be all prepared. He has to give the Asian American Group an insurance policy in advance, in case the Asian American Group really lost in the middle of the price war. Okay father, I will definitely treat them well. You can rest assured. Hu Jingyi finally sighed and left the Asian American Group with the help of his attendants. Hu Yuebin couldn't do anything else well, but he was good at eating, drinking and having fun. He is good at all kinds of things. He can entertain a guest, but it's not easy. Yebe where can play, where fun. Hu Yuebin no. Kai Yong received a phone call from Mr. Hu earlier, saying that he wanted to reach a strategic cooperation treaty with his Jingyuan Shipping and become a friend. Kai Yang is more than 50 years old this year, very respectful of industry seniors, directly flew to Yebe, to inspect the Asian American Group, by the way, to see the former maritime domination. Today's status quo. Originally thought, Yame Group's strength is almost the same now. He turned a blind eye, also signed the cooperation treaty. The company has endless orders, all sent to Yame Group. It is also considered to repay the favor of the Year's Bowl. After arriving at Yabu Group, Hu Yuebin received him, but Kai Yang did not expect. After dinner, Hu Yuebin is not to take him to the dock to see the ship, nor to the company to inspect the status quo. Instead, he took him to the bar, KTV, nightclub one-stop schedule. Kai Yang could see what kind of person Hu Yuebin was. Hu Lao had such a son, and he didn't know what kind of sins he had committed in his previous life, but he still wanted to give Hu Lao a face. Mr. Kai, how was the fun today? Hu Yuebin inquired after the day was over. Well, Mr. Hu arranged it thoughtfully and had a good time. Hu Yuebin had a proud expression on his face. The girls he found for Kai Yang today were all rare beauties he had developed, with delicate bodies and soft bodies. Kai Yang's legs were probably soft right now, so how could he play badly? Mr. Hu, let's talk about something serious. I'm not looking at the ship, and I'm not going to the company. I'll ask you 3 things now. You speak. Mr. Kai. Hu Yuebin waved his hand, clearing out all the idlers. Regarding Yame Group's customer base, how much do you know about it? This well, I also just took office. Only understand a little. Hu Yuebin began to frown. About this issue of the document, in his folder are born gray, has not been to go in-depth understanding, but in order to face had to answer so. Good. Then Mr. Hu, the second question. What is your opinion on the current system of Yame Group? The way it operates? I don't have any opinion. It feels okay. Hu Yuebin thought that in front of Kai Yang, he couldn't break his own authority and make people think that Yame Group had collapsed. What is the future development plan of Yame Group? There is no plan for the time being, just develop as usual. After asking these 3 questions, Kai Yang had a number in mind. Hu Yuebin is a dude. For business, for sea transportation know nothing. He doesn't understand the characteristics of the enterprise's customers, doesn't have an objective view of the enterprise's current situation, and doesn't have any specific plans for the enterprise's future. Even if Hu Lao is here, he has no way to agree to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Asian American Group. Signing it would be adding a liability to himself. Kai Yang smiled and nodded to Hu Yuebin. Mr. Hu, I probably understand. Thanks for your hospitality. I have to fly back tonight. Mr. Kai, about the cooperation thing. Hu Yuebin saw Kai Yang getting up and about to leave, and hurriedly asked after him. I will give Elder Hu an answer when I return. When Hu Yuebin heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. He had taken out his private stash of sisters today, and this cooperation still didn't work? There was no heavenly reason if it didn't become a success. Immediately afterward, he called his father and said that he had successfully completed his mission. Jinqiu Group. Zheng Qian was invited by Su Shuyun to attend a board meeting, as the second shareholder of Fairview Group at this stage. It wasn't too appropriate for him not to come. Various executives' analysis reports. Various programs. Zheng Qian felt as if he had returned to his high school days, listening in a drowsy manner and getting sleepy. Mr. Su, I think we are still facing a lot of problems with Jinsho Group right now. Yes, Mr. Su, if we really want to innovate, we have to do it slowly, step by step. Mr. Su, I don't object to Fairview Group wanting to innovate, but I have to remind you that if it's too radical, I'm afraid it'll backfire. The few options that were being publicized now were all rather radical, and several patriarchs had discouraged Su Shuyun to be more conservative. Mainly once those new programs were adopted, new technologies would be introduced, followed by the introduction of new talents, and their position would gradually be shaken and gradually replaced. No one was willing to watch themselves lose their jobs in middle age. Su Shuyun sighed in her heart. She knew it would be like this. Even though her father had said in front of a few people that he would assist her properly, it served little purpose. As the old saying goes, if you don't do it for yourself, the sky will kill you. Mr. Zhang, these few reform programs, which one do you think is suitable for the current stage of the Jinsho Group? Su Shuyun's sentence woke up Zheng Qian. Chairman Su is gifted and intelligent. As long as it's something you approve of, I approve of it. What Zheng Qian meant was that although he had a stake in the Fairview Group, he did not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Fairview Group. As long as he was on Su Shuyun's side, it would be much easier for her to do things. Chairman, the major shareholders have agreed to do this. You, a wage earner, don't agree? Besides, Su Shuyun has long had a revolutionary idea for the Fairview Group, and in her heart, she probably already has a plan, so it's not appropriate for him to intervene. Zheng Qian's words were a reminder to Su Shuyun. From today onwards, you guys don't call me Mr. Su anymore. My current identity is the chairman of the board. Do you understand? Su Shuyun directly put down harsh words. Without being ruthless, the opposition of this group of people would grow louder and louder, ultimately affecting the innovation. Mr. Zhang has recognized it, so I'll be bold and say it. I'll choose option B and start implementing it today. Su Shuyun's words just finished. Several company elders, numerous executives, looked at each other for a while, discussing. Option B is the most radical of all the programs. The risk is also the biggest, but what can they say? Su family is the boss, and now parachuted as Zhang second. After the meeting was adjourned, Su Shuyun offered to treat Zheng Qian to a meal in order to thank him. Mr. Su, this is not necessary. Building materials, timber in this regard. I do not know much. What you do I support. Lost also lost. No big deal. Who knows? After Zheng Qian finished these words, Su Shuyun's favorability towards him directly rose 5 points. Directly to 65 points. That's all the more reason I have to treat you to a meal. In addition, I also have some things I want to talk to you about. Zheng Qian frowned, not knowing what kind of medicine Su Shuyun was selling in this gourd. In the end, it was still agreed. Around 5 in the afternoon, Zheng Qian left the company early and came to a shopping mall to meet up with Su Shuyun. Su Shuyun actually regretted letting Zheng Qian meet her father last time. Not meet actually okay, and Zheng Qian met with one side. After a push her and Zheng Qian development of male and female relations, every day after meeting the first sentences with Zheng Qian what progress, even if they do not meet, but also will call her to ask. The key Su Shuyun also cannot not pick up. It is very annoying. Last time my father asked Zheng Qian words, he was ambiguous. So, today, in addition to thanking Zheng Qian for supporting her on the board, Su Shuyun also wanted to test Zheng Qian's true attitude towards her. It was still early for the meal, so the two of them first strolled around the mall for a while. While eating, Su Shuyun asked Zheng Qian, Mr. Zhang, the things my father said last time are just the common problem of the older generation. Don't pay attention to it. If it affects you, I'll apologize to you on behalf of my father. Su Shuyun deliberately said this, wanting to test Zheng Qian's attitude. Zheng Qian was even more puzzled. Apologize? What kind of apology is this? A small matter. I won't take it to heart, not to mention that it didn't affect me. General Manager Su has no need to apologize to me. Zheng Qian waved his hand in a breezy manner. Seeing that Zheng Qian really didn't take it to heart, Su Shuyun couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. Her father had indicated that the two of them should develop a relationship, but you really didn't take it seriously? Su Shuyun as a woman, how can not want to fall in love? Just her past her time, energy are invested in the cause. Whenever you see her girlfriends, good friends one by one son boyfriend, son husband, even son baby, will make Su Shuyun envious. She also wanted this kind of sweet relationship. It wasn't that she had a high vision. The previous who you had been, was really a two-timer. Eating, drinking and having fun all day long, coupled with his crummy private life, Su Shuyun wasn't interested in it at all, and was even disgusted by it. A man like Jing Qian would be a good match for her. She looked like a female elite on the outside, but she was still very feminine on the inside. To fall in love this kind of thing, she can't take the initiative to fall back on it. That would seem how disgraceful. People have boys who are madly pursuing them. Su Shuyun thought, can't be missing this link. In the face of Zheng Qian's words did not put on the heart. She would not say we two can actually try this kind of words. Well, I was just afraid that you would misunderstand. It's good that it didn't affect you. Su Shuyun followed Zheng Qian's words down the line. Her mouth was strong, but inwardly she was extremely reluctant. Right. When are you planning to get married? Zheng Qian asked. Meet the right on the knot. Now I'm not small. My classmates, girlfriends even have a baby. Then what kind of man do you think is suitable? Su Shuyun? Shouldn't today be her main event? How come it felt like Zheng Qian was the one chasing after her to ask questions? Su Shuyun thought, why don't she just pick a fight with Zheng Qian? Seeing eye to eye is about right. Didn't get it. It's a tall, handsome, young, and motivated man, like you. After Su Shuyun finished speaking, she sucked in a breath and was very much looking forward to Zheng Qian's reaction. Don't. You are taller than me when you step on your heels. Handsome is not a lie, but tall is even. Su Shuyun was about to be infuriated by Zheng Qian. What does she mean by this? Can't you hear it? Idiot. How can you have such a low IQ? This young lady has made it clear. Why can't she understand? It's still early. Why don't we eat and then go watch a movie before going back? Su Shuyun didn't continue this topic. She planned to hold off for a while, and then think of a way to mention it to Zheng Qian when she would watch a movie. Okay, listen to you. Zheng Qian agreed readily. He didn't have much to do anyway. Right. Don't call me Mr. Su in the future. It's weirdly out of the ordinary. Just call me Shu Yun or Xiao Yun, and I'll call you Xiao Qian as well. Okay? Zheng Qian nodded. Recently there was no new release of any good movies. After dinner, Su Shuyun casually bought 2 tickets on her phone, and brought Zheng Qian into the movie theater. Halfway through the movie, Su Shuyun suddenly asked, Xiao Qian, do you already have a girlfriend? A sudden fatal question. For a moment, Zheng Qian didn't know how to answer. The reason why Su Shuyun asked this was because Zheng Qian was acting really stupid. Last time at the banquet, her father's words coupled with her behavior were already very telling. Even the company executives next to her could see what was going on. Why couldn't Zheng Qian see it? Just now Su Shuyun also said that she likes men like Zheng Qian. For a girl to be able to say something like that, it means she is willing to get in touch with you and fall in love. Zheng Qian was the vice president of Zhang Xin Dockyard, still had so much money in his hands, and entered the business world at a young age. If he couldn't even see these two things, Su Shuyun didn't quite believe it. The only explanation, Zheng Qian was playing dumb, pretending a little too much. A girl with such good conditions like her, a normal man wouldn't reject it, right? Unless Zheng Qian already had a girlfriend or was already married. Seeing Zheng Qian's strange expression, hesitant and not answering, Su Shuyun already had an answer in her heart. Zheng Qian didn't want to lie to Su Shuyun, so he told Su Shuyun the truth. He had a favorability system on him. How could he not see that Su Shuyun had a good feeling about him and wanted to get in touch with him? It was just that he had been pretending to be confused, not wanting to get his hands dirty again. Well, then I understand. Su Shuyun was greatly disappointed in her heart, and her favorability towards Zheng Qian plummeted. Favorable sense minus 15 points. Current favorability 50 points. After watching the movie, the two politely greeted each other and went their separate ways to disperse. The reason why Zheng Qian said that was because he didn't want to hurt Su Shuyun, even though Zheng Qian was a bit of a womanizer. In his heart, Jean Lu was always the woman who came first. Su Shuyun, such a strong woman, would definitely not want to share him with another woman. Sharing him, Zheng Qian also felt that this matter could not be put on a pedestal. There could only be one main palace, and that was Jean Lu. Su Shuyun would not be willing and could not be his second girlfriend. Zheng Qian also couldn't bear to aggravate Su Shuyun so much. A woman like her could definitely find a good man if she was willing to look for one. There was no need to hang herself on his tree. The next morning, Zheng Qian brought Xia Sisi and accompanied Chen Weiqiang to Yebei Airport to pick up an inspector from China Airlines. Zhong Xiaoya was in charge of that foreign company in Durst, so she wasn't called. Hello Mr. Sun, I'm Chen Weiqiang. Chen Weiqiang shook his hand warmly. The name of this inspector from China Airlines was Sun Zhenghao. The exact position Chen Weiqiang did not know, but if he was able to come to the field on business, his position must not be low. Although he did not know his position, Chen Weiqiang still called him Mr. Sun, whether it is the shopping mall, the workplace, or what occasions. As long as the hand has the power to determine the clabbered your success or failure of this matter, That all call for total on the right. Sun Jianghao glimpsed a clear features. Outstanding appearance. Fair-skinned Xia Cici, her hands in front of her body carrying a briefcase, bright and dignified. He almost drooled at the sight. After shaking hands with Chen Weiqiang, he reached out his hand to Xia Cici, wanting to shake that frosty jade hand. Hello, I'm Sun Jianghao. Wrong. This is the vice president of our company, Zheng Qian. Sun Jianghao glanced at Chen Weiqiang. Of course he could see that Zheng Qian was dressed as a vice president. He couldn't be an assistant. He just wanted to shake Xia Cici's hand, but he didn't expect Chen Weiqiang to interrupt him. Chen Weiqiang actually didn't think that much. He just forgot to introduce Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian looked at this middle-aged fat man with glasses who had a frivolous demeanor and a bloated body, with the word greasy written all over his body. Seeing a female and wanting to touch her, Zheng Qian analyzed that this person was not in a high position, but had a full frame. However, it was understandable. Sun Jianghao came out of a state-owned enterprise, and certain state-owned enterprises specialized in people like this. Hello Mr. Sun. Well, hello. Sun Jianghao didn't touch Xia Cici's hand, a little angry, although his face was still smiling, but his tone was a little impatient. Mr. Sun, then let's go to the company first. Let's arrange your schedule for today, and inspect the inside of our company on the way. The three of them arrived at Zhang Xian dockyard and sat down on the sofa in Chen Weiqiang's office. Xia Cici was proficient in the art of tea, so Chen Weiqiang asked her to cook and pour tea for the trio on the side. Chen Weiqiang was on the side, holding a well-made itinerary plan and telling it to Sun Jianghao. He had arranged for Sun Jianghao to stay at the best hotel in Yebei, and after inspecting the company, he would go to the pier to see their cargo ship. Sun Jianghao actually had his full attention on Xia Cici, the tea-boiling woman, only to see Chen Weiqiang's mouth open and close, and he didn't listen to a single word, but hummed every few moments. Sun Jianghao intends to take the opportunity to touch Xia Cici's hand when she hands him tea. Xia Cici was seriously making the tea. The second brew was already done and she was the first to pour it to Chen Weiqiang. Mr. Chen, your tea. Next, it was his turn, but unexpectedly, Chen Weiqiang gave his cup of tea to himself as a gesture. Mr. Sun, after you. Ah, good. This disrupted Sun Jianghao's plan, but he couldn't say anything. Mr. Sun, today's schedule is like this. Cici's tea art is very good. Let's drink tea first, and then go around outside after drinking tea. When Sun Jianghao came back to his senses, he realized that Chen Weiqiang had already finished talking about the schedule. He didn't even hear what Chen Weiqiang said. His attention was always on Xia Cici's body. So it's called Cici. Good name, he thought to himself. Since there is no opportunity, let's create one. After a while, Sun Jianghao pushed the teacup in front of Xia Cici on the pretext that the cup was empty. Wanting to take advantage of the fact that Xia Cici reached out to pour tea for him to touch Xia Cici's hand, Zheng Qian, who was on the sidelines, had long since gained insight into all of this, and he could see what Sun Jianghao was planning to do. Unexpectedly, Chen Weiqiang's guest of honor had such dirty and nasty thoughts. Zheng Qian felt that it was really difficult to work together. Zheng Qian could not bear to watch Xia Cici being slimed like this, and wanted to take the opportunity to teach Sun Jianghao a lesson. When Xia Cici was about to pour tea for Sun Jianghao, Zheng Qian was quick and pushed his own teacup upward, directly knocking over the teapot in Xia Cici's hand, and Sun Jianghao also happened to stretch out his salty hand at this time. The boiling hot tea spilled from the teapot and scalded Sun Jianghao's hand with a reddish color. Ouch! Sun Jianghao hastily retracted his own hand and hastily wiped it with his sleeve, constantly blowing on it with his mouth. Xia Cici was stunned by Zheng Qian, and hurriedly apologized to Sun Jianghao. She hadn't yet seen that Sun Jianghao's intentions towards her. Mr. Sun, I'm really sorry, it's me who didn't hold it steady. Mr. Sun, just now I also ran out of tea in my cup, so I wanted Secretary Xia to pour some for me as well. I didn't expect to knock over the teapot. It's my problem. You're more than welcome. Sun Jianghao glanced hard at Zheng Qian with a spiteful look. This brat is damn intentional. Right. He didn't push it earlier or later, but picked this time to push it. But from Zheng Qian's sincere attitude, it seemed like he was unintentional again. Looking at his hand that was scalded red, Sun Jianghao couldn't say anything. Forget it, don't drink it, Sun Jianghao said unwillingly. Mr. Chen, what was the arrangement just now? Going to the pier, right? Chen Weiqiang wanted to curse in his heart. He just introduced so much, but you didn't listen to a single word, right? Mr. Sun, go outside first and take a look inside our company. But Chen Weiqiang cannot be angry. This is after all, China Airlines over. Sun Jianghao people again disgusting he had to endure. Okay, then let's not sit around. Time is short and the task is heavy. Several people first to the company's internal turnaround. Chen Weiqiang Zhang Qian Xia Cece 3 people accompanied Chen Weiqiang personally for him to explain the company's annual financial report as well as the second half of the plan. He spoke in great detail, but did not mention a single word about the Asian American group, not to mention that they had just started a price war with the Asian American group. Sun Zhanghao also just nodded his head, who knows if he listened in or not. After turning up at the company, the three of them accompanied a piece to Yebei Pier. In the past 2 days, they had to receive the 3 flights of the 5 Voyages Alliance, so Chen Weiqiang purposely postponed the shipping task, and assembled all of the new ships at the pier, including the several second-hand ships that had just been acquired. All of them were refurbished, and discharged neatly at the pier, in order to highlight the company's strength. After circling around the pier and looking at a few boats, Sun Zhanghao had a disdainful look on his face. Mr. Chen your boat is a bit small. It can't carry many tons, right? He didn't even bother to cover it up and said, Mr. Sun, we are all new ships. That engine room, that boiler, that deck, all new. Even if they are new ships, this total adds up to not many. The disdain in Sun Zhanghao's eyes grew thicker. Mr. Sun, compared to China Airlines, our scale is really considered small. After all, the company has just been established for half a year and is just starting out. Chen Weiqiang felt that for a shipping company that was established for more than half a year to have such a scale was already very good, but compared to the kind of state-owned enterprises like China Airlines, it was still small. But after all, Chen Weiqiang's hands do not have so much money to run the company. Lu Shiqi, Zhang Qian, at best, counted as a personal investment. It is simply not comparable to the kind of institutionalized enterprises of China Airlines. Alright, then let's see here first. Now that it was almost lunchtime, Chen Weiqiang invited Sun Zhanghao to the hotel. At the dinner table, after a few cups of flying mutai went down, Chen Weiqiang dared to ask, Mr. Sun, how does it feel to come over for this inspection? Can we reach a cooperation with China Airlines? Hearing this, Sun Zhanghao shook his head. I can't make a judgment on this for the moment. I have to think about it carefully. That's right. Chen Weiqiang's mouth was soft, but his heart was hard. TMD, you came over and wandered around all morning. Not even a basic judgment. You still have to carefully think about it? Can't do it in your heart. Then what are you coming over for? Traveling at public expense for fuck's sake? And at this time, Sun Zhanghao revealed a lewd smile. Mr. Chen, during the day you spoke too fast. I actually didn't hear you clearly. How about letting this secretary Xia send a copy to my room at night? Chen Weiqiang, Xia Cece, Zhang Qian? The three of them were confused. Sun Zhanghao's words were really puzzling. Only Chen Weiqiang heard what Sun Zhanghao meant. It is only noon now. To see the report information in the afternoon with him to the company is not on the line. The big deal is that he will spend a little more words, and then speak again for Sun Zhanghao. Named Xia Cece to send, but also at night, sent to the hotel under his couch, which is already express. Sun Zhanghao wanted to sleep with Xia Cece. Secretary Xia, I left a file in the car. Go down and help me look for it. Xia Cece nodded and left the room. Chen Weiqiang deliberately found an excuse to temporarily sidetrack Xia Cece. Mr. Chen, if you don't have any comments, I will naturally put in some good words for you on the headquarters side, and reaching a cooperation agreement won't be a problem, Sun Zhanghao said as he drank. Zhang Qian's face occasionally twitched. He had already heard Sun Zhanghao's meaning. Wasn't this trying to get Xia Cece to accompany him for a night? Mr. Sun, I'm afraid this won't work. Secretary Xia has other work to do at night. Why don't we do it this way? In the afternoon you go to the company with me again. Where you didn't hear clearly, I will explain it again for you. How? Leaving aside the fact that Xia Cece was Zhang Qian's secretary, asking him to contribute his own employees in exchange for a paper contract, that was impossible. Mr. Chen, if I'm not mistaken, you guys should be in a price war with the Asian American group right now, right? Sun Zhanghao's words caused Chen Weiqiang's heart to be startled. How did he know that? You don't need to care how I know. I just want to remind you that Asian American group is deeply rooted. An elder who has a wide range of connections. This price war, it's hard for you guys to win. Mr. Chen, you yourself are afraid of losing the fight. That's why you found our old boss and want to ensure Jingxing Dockyard. Is that what you mean? In a moment, Mr. Chen can first ask her privately if she is willing. If she is willing, then it's good to talk about it. If she is not willing, please also ask Mr. Chen to do a little bit of work on her mind. As long as my matter comes to fruition, Mr. Chen's matter is wrapped up in me. Bang! Zhang Qian, who had been listening on the side, clapped his hands. What are you doing? Sun Zhanghao looked at Zhang Qian suspiciously. Zheng Qian came straight to Sun Jianghao and opened his bow left and right. Snap! Snap! 2 big slaps were slapped on Sun Jianghao's face. Crap! Chen Weiqiang let out a cry of surprise. His face filled with a stony look. Sun Jianghao dropped his wine glass in anger and stood up angrily. Paralyzed. How dare you hit me? It's people like you who have dirty thoughts and nasty tactics that I'm hitting, Zheng Qian said righteously. Ever since Sun Jianghao first arrived in Yebei, Zheng Qian had seen that he was not a good person. Later on, he tried to make a move on Xia Cici 3 times, mooching and taking advantage of him. Now he proposed that he wanted Xia Cici to go to his hotel at night, which made Zheng Qian furious. Zheng Qian knew that being in the business world, there were times when one had to have some means of compulsion, but Jingxin Dockyard has not reached that point of exhaustion. Zheng Qian also does not care to use such means to drill into the umbrella of China Airlines. Sun Jianghao has stepped into middle age, and often drink and lust. Physical fitness is naturally not as good as Zheng Qian such young. In the past to those small shipping companies to investigate the situation, which is not to treat him as a guest. Wine, white beautiful women to serve? Once, Sun Jianghao hit a young secretary of the boss, only 20 years old, or college students, but he said, the enterprise boss night directly to his bed. This is the person who will do something. Sun Jianghao didn't even think that Zheng Qian would make a move against him. Okay, you guys are really good. You guys have no future. Wanting to fight a price war with Asian American group, I can tell you right now, you're bound to lose. China Airlines will not enter into any cooperative projects with Jingxin Dockyard in the future. After delivering his harsh words, Sun Jianghao left the stage angrily. Mr. Zheng, well played. Chen Weiqiang clapped his hands and shouted, this guy, I've been wanting to do it for a long time. At this moment, Xia Cici happened to come in. Mr. Chen, is it this document you want? Xia Cici looked skeptical. I just saw Mr. Sun when I went upstairs. Halfway through her words, Xia Cici saw the shattered wineglass on the floor. She could probably guess what had just happened. It should be that the cooperation talks fell apart. And that's what caused Sun Jianghao to angrily leave the floor. That's what caused Sun Jianghao to leave the scene angrily. Well, it's this one, but it's not necessary now. Chen Weiqiang didn't look at what document it was. We've already talked it out on the China Airlines side. Durst's people will be here in the afternoon. Why don't you call Zhong Xiaoyao over now, so that she happens to come over for some food? Right. Have the waiter come over and clean up the floor. Oh, good. Xia Cici said and contacted Zhong Xiaoyao. Zheng Qian had just gotten through to Chen Weiqiang, telling him not to tell Xia Cici about slapping Sun Jianghao's ear. It was completely unnecessary. Zhong Xiaoyao was in the company just before lunchtime, and right after that she received a message from Xia Cici, saying that she should come directly to the hotel to have lunch, and then go to the airport in the afternoon to pick up someone. Zhong Xiaoyao was ecstatic and went straight to the hotel. After arriving at the private room, Zhong Xiaoyao met Zheng Qian and the others. Yao is here? Have a seat. Chen Weiqiang smiled and welcomed Zhong Xiaoyao in. Speaking of Zhong Xiaoyao, Chen Weiqiang had once had an ambiguous relationship with her before, but just since some time ago, Zhong Xiaoyao had acted differently and gradually split that relationship with him. People in the company said that Zhong Xiaoyao was chasing Zheng Qian recently. Chen Weiqiang consciously stopped pestering her and kept a distance from Zhong Xiaoyao. He had already done what he was supposed to do, and as for whether or not the two would make it, it was none of his business. The four of them chatted as they ate. Yao, how's the dish today? Chen Weiqiang asked. Well, it's delicious. If it wasn't for Secretary Xia calling me over, I'd still be eating white rice at the company. How could I have this mouthful? It wasn't me. It was Mr. Chen who asked me to contact you. Xia Cici didn't dare to take away the beauty of others. The dishes on the table were basically Hunan dishes. There were also Gan dishes. The craftsmanship was very good. Zhong Xiaoyao was originally a foodie, so naturally she was full of praise. However, all these dishes had already been moved, and 2 bottles of Mao Tai wine had been opened. Zhong Xiaoyao could tell at a glance that there might have been someone else besides her who had come before. However, she was just a small staff under Zheng Qian, so it was good enough to call her. How are the preparations for the translation? Zheng Qian asked. No problem. I will definitely not disgrace the company. Zhong Xiaoyao made an okay gesture. For today's oral translation, Zhong Xiaoyao had done a lot of homework. Zheng Qian nodded in satisfaction. Zhong Xiaoyao inquired that the reason why Zheng Qian had this task on his hands was because Chen Weiqiang's hands were busy with other things. That's why she was chosen, belonging to the unattainable opportunity. After lunch, the 4 of them went straight to Yebei Airport to pick up the plane. But when the Durst shipping people arrived, they realized that the ones who came were not foreigners, but 2 young men in their 20s and 80s. This was a shock to Chen Weiqiang. I didn't expect Durst Shipping to take Zhang Xin Dockyard so lightly that they sent 2 juniors over. Today, it was him, a senior general manager, Zhang Qian, a vice general manager, and also brought Zhong Xiaoyao, an interpreter over, which was enough to show how much he valued this meeting, but did not expect, after a short contact with these 2 young people, Chen Weiqiang feel, the other side is really a bit of ability. There is real material, not Durst Shipping perfunctory sent over. Professional ability is very strong. The good thing is, even Zhong Xiaoyao's translation work is saved. Instead of Chen Weiqiang to present reports and information to the 2 young men were shrewd and strong, doing things in a thunderous manner. In just 2.5 hours, they finished inspecting the company and the pier. Chen Weiqiang wanted to keep the 2 for dinner, but they refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. We have a flight at 5 in the afternoon. We still have to go back and report to the top. Thank you for your kindness. Only arriving in Yebei after 1 o'clock. And having to fly back at 5 o'clock? People were really here to inspect Jingxin Dockyard. Chen Weiqiang marveled at the efficiency of the 2. He had Zhong Xiaoyao send the 2 to Yebei Airport. Chen Weiqiang marveled at the efficiency of the 2. Zheng Qian thought to himself that this should be the gap between businesses. It wasn't that he was a foreign admirer. It was simply that the 2 companies had different corporate cultures. Sun Zhenghao as a special agent. Go back to how to report all depends on his mouth. The visit to go anywhere is sugar-coated. People naturally drift. Hostility is very heavy, and Durst Shipping boldly promote energetic, ideal aspirations of young people. Work is work. To Yebei is not a tourist, is to work. People do not eat the set of human feelings. Even if Chen Weiqiang really sent a beautiful woman to their room, people wouldn't want it. Mr. Chen, do you think you can reach a cooperation with Durst Shipping? Zhang Chen felt that it was going so well, there shouldn't be any problems. Chen Weiqiang shook his head. I'm not sure. Durst Shipping, as a foreign company, is ahead of its time in terms of cargo ships, technology, and management system, and its strength is higher than that of China Airlines, and its status in JZH is second only to that of AirAsia. The strength is strong. Relatively speaking, the vision is relatively high. There is no need for cooperation. Durst Shipping will not cooperate with people, really sign a cooperation agreement with Jingxin Dockyard, but instead, it is a kind of burden to others. Cooperation is a win-win existence, not one party to support the other. The next day was the day AirAsia visited for inspection. Chen Weiqiang brought Zhang Qian and Xia Sisi to pick up the airplane at Yebei Airport as usual according to the agreed time. A competent woman with a cool appearance, tall and valiant, wearing a women's suit, appeared in Zhang Qian's field of vision, her slender waist chopped against the wind, outlining the thrilling curves of her breasts, with a different kind of elite atmosphere. Behind her was a secretary with thick eyeglass frames following. Why isn't it coming yet? It should have already gotten off the plane. Chen Weiqiang straight away called out strangely. Mr. Chen, it seems like AirAsia didn't send the commissioner. Zheng Qian reminded. Following the direction of Zhang Qian's finger, Chen Weiqiang saw the 2 women. Jian Yanran, she actually came to Yebei in person? Chen Weiqiang's mouth simply couldn't close in shock, and he rushed up at the first opportunity. Jian Yanyan's personal visit did surprise him as well, but there was no need for the reaction to be so great. Zheng Qian brought Xia Sisi and followed up unhurriedly. Mr. Jiang. Hello Mr. Jiang. I'm the chairman and president of Zhang Xin Dockyard, Chen Weiqiang. AirAsia was previously only ranked at the tail end of the first-tier shipping companies in the JZH region, and since Yanyan Jiang took charge of AirAsia, it jumped to become the leading boss. In the industry, Jiang Yanyan was a legend, and anyone would want to get close and get acquainted. Last time at the Sea Trade Summit, Jiang Yanyan took the initiative to come over. But Chen Weiqiang left before he had a chance to talk to Jiang Yanyan, so he was naturally too embarrassed to go after her again. Unexpectedly, this time, AirAsia had not sent a commissioner, but came to Yebu in person. With this opportunity to receive Jiang Yanran, how could he not be excited? It's really the greatest honor for me, Chen, to have you come to Yebei in person today. Chen Weiqiang subconsciously extended his hand. Jiang Yanyan had a chilly look on her face, just glancing at Chen Weiqiang's outstretched hand and did not make contact with him. Seeing this, Du Bingbing took a step forward. I'm sorry Mr. Chen, our Mr. Jiang never shakes hands with people. Oh, good. Chen Weiqiang withdrew his hand very awkwardly. Last time at the Sea Trade Summit, we met. Your speech was really good. My blood boiled when I listened to it, and I couldn't wait to smash my entire fortune to AirAsia. Not as good as your company vice president's speech. Jiang Yanran's gaze swept towards Zheng Qian. Only then did Chen Weiqiang start to introduce Zhang Qian. Look at me. This is our company's vice president Zheng Qian. Hello, Ms. Jiang. Zhang Qian politely greeted Jiang Yanran. I heard that the manager I fired from me. Jumped ship to your company? Jiang Yanran had a chilling aura all over her body, somewhat questioning Zhang Qian. Fired? Could Jiang Yanyan be talking about Xiao Xinhao? Zhang Qian didn't say anything. Chen Weiqiang smiled and explained, Mr. Jiang, it's like this. The manager you said with our Zhang always small hometown, or university classmates. I heard that he position out of something, and with our Zhang always have this layer of relationship on the entry of our company. If Jiang Yanran didn't take the initiative to mention it, the three of them really didn't know. The original Xiao Xinhao was fired by Jiang Yanran. It was only then that Zhang Qian realized why first Xiao Xinhao was glowing one day and then groveling to him the day after, wanting to join his company. Mr. Chen, Mr. Jiang has put off a lot of work to come to Yebei today, so I hope you'll try to make arrangements. Du Bingbing reminded from the side. Fine, fine. Then we'll leave now without wasting Mr. Jiang's time. Chen Weiqiang made a gesture of invitation. Zhang Qian looked stunned. He had never seen Chen Weiqiang acting like an underclassman and trying so hard to please Jiang Yanyan. Wasn't it just a Yanran Zhang? Did Chen Weiqiang have to be like this? But when he thought about it, Zhang Qian could understand. Zhang Xin Dockyard's cooperation with China Airlines is completely cold. The cooperation with Durst Shipping is also not very sure. Chen Weiqiang does not have a golden finger. No system. He is just a small business owner. To see the JZH region's leading boss, naturally want to be able to hold the big leg. When Jiang Yanyan came to Jingxin Dockyard, she stunned all the people wherever she went. It wasn't that Jiang Yanyan's looks were so outstanding. There were a few girls in the company who could match her. The main thing was the noble, cold temperament of Jiang Yanran's body, which really amazed everyone. Jiang Yanyan's skin was more than snow. Her face was like frost, and she had a cold face that refused to let others in. The company turned around. Zhang Qian accompanied Chen Weiqiang, took Jiang Yanyan to the pier, casually picked two freighters boarded to take a look. During the evening meal, Chen Weiqiang asked, Mr. Jiang, what do you think? Can Zhang Xin Dockyard reach a partnership with AirAsia? Jiang Yanran picked up the goblet with only her hand, sipped the red wine in her cherry mouth, raised her beautiful eyebrows, and said softly, it can. Chen Weiqiang was shocked in his heart. Zhang Qian, however, felt that things were not that simple. Really? Really? Chen Weiqiang was shocked in his heart and wanted to confirm again. Yes, Asia Shipping can enter into a strategic partnership with Zhang Xin Dockyard. It was the first time for the crowd to hear Jiang Yanran speak in such a long sentence. Chen Weiqiang was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he had been cheering for a long time. If not in front of so many people, he probably would have jumped up and down with joy. But, I want him to apologize to me first. Who? Jiang Yanran's lower jaw flicked up, her eyes aimed at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian? Him? Who is he to apologize to Jiang Yanyan? If he wants to apologize, it's also Jiang Yanyan who will apologize to him. Chen Weiqiang had a puzzled look on his face. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes squeezed out. Mr. Jiang, are you talking about Mr. Zhang, to have him apologize to you? Yes, apologize to me. Can you ask why? Chen Weiqiang pursued. Could it be that Zhang Qian and Jiang Yanran had some previous connection or conflict that he didn't know about? At the same time, Chen Weiqiang cast a puzzled look at Zhang Qian. TM, don't look at me. Zhang Qian was dumbfounded and didn't even know what he had done wrong. I'm still going to use that person. But, Mr. Zhang poached the person for me. Mustn't he apologize to me? Jiang Yanran said coldly. Zhang Qian pinch? People were dumbfounded. Didn't you just say that Xiao Xinhao has been fired by you? If you still use him, don't fire him. Xiao Xinhao was so disheartened that he directly wanted to defect to him. Chen Weiqiang in this matter. Not very good decision making. Xiao Xinhao into the new dockyard this thing. Or he gave Xiao Xinhao position. After all. And Zhang Qian's relationship is so good. Jiang Yanyan's attitude is still very determined. As if Zhang Qian does not apologize. The two families this matter cannot be. Chen Weiqiang was in a dilemma and looked at Zhang Qian aggressively, wanting him to make up his own mind. Zhang Qian thought, this reason is too ridiculous. If you use your heart to tell a lie, it's not this bullshit. Zhang Qian suddenly figured out why Jiang Yanran had personally visited Yebei. Durst Shipping was not as strong as AirAsia, and could not necessarily reach a partnership with Zhang Xin Dockyard. So why would Jiang Yanran agree? Why would Jiang Yanyan agree to this? She wanted Zhang Qian to bow down to him. Having figured this out, Zhang Qian also felt that Jiang Yanyan wasn't that mysterious. Don't look at her as the person at the helm of AirAsia, but in reality, she was just a small woman. Chen Weiqiang soon realized this as well. To Chen Weiqiang, as long as he could reach a cooperation with AirAsia, all these were no big deal. Even if he was asked to serve as Jiang Yanyan's chauffeur for a week, he would be willing to do so. What's an apology? But Jiang Yanyan didn't want him to apologize. She wanted Zheng Qian to apologize. This is a bit troublesome. Zheng Qian is a few years younger than him, and is still a passionate young man, who does not submit to defeat and does not bow down in his bones. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a thing as a slap on Sun Zhenghao's face yesterday. Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian, if you apologize to her today, I will kowtow to you 100 times. It's a big deal. This insurance policy, it must be on. He hoped that Zheng Qian could put aside his personal emotions for a while. Is it just an apology? A man can apologize. It's all over. Chen Weiqian looked at Zheng Qian with extremely pitiful, even begging eyes. Zheng Qian's heart was very conflicted. Zhang Yanyan's car almost hit him, and even if he didn't apologize afterwards, he even insulted him with money. At the Sea Trade Summit, Zheng Qian and that female captain were chatting happily when Zhang Yanran suddenly appeared and snatched the person away. The matter of digging up the wall is even more unfounded. Obviously she fired Xiao Xinhao first. How did it become digging up the wall again? But if she didn't apologize, Zhang Yanyan wouldn't have taken this insurance policy for Zhengxin Dockyard. Zheng Qian does not matter, but this insurance is very important to the company, to Chen Weiqiang. In the end, Zheng Qian's heart softened, unable to stand that look in Chen Weiqiang's eyes, and apologized to Zhang Yanyan. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I did it wrong. Chen Weiqiang was relieved in his heart. Luckily Zhang Qian didn't do anything emotionally, otherwise this Eurasia thing would really be yellow. Going back, he gave Zheng Qian 100 kowtows. Snap! A fountain pen slapped on the table. Du Bingbing hurriedly pulled out 2 contracts from her bag. Mr. Chen, sign it. Chen Weiqiang foolishly held his chopsticks. Sign it now? This was too efficient. Zhang Yanran was high-minded and proud. She had already thought about it before she came here. If Zheng Qian refused to apologize, she would directly fly back to Jiangnan without staying another minute. If Zheng Qian apologized, then she would immediately sign a contract with Zheng Xian Dockyard. Zheng Qian watched Chen Weiqiang sign the contract with a smile, but he was extremely unhappy in his heart. It was for the sake of the company, for the sake of Chen Weiqiang, that he apologized to Zhang Yanyan, on a trumped-up charge. Zhang Yanyan looked at Zheng Qian very proudly at this moment. After the dispersal, Chen Weiqiang stopped Zheng Qian. Qian, don't go yet. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Today's matter is considered a favor to me. Don't take it personally. Chen Weiqiang knew that Zheng Qian had bowed down to Zhang Yanran today for his sake. It was his fault for letting Zheng Qian suffer. Don't take it to heart. If you care too much, I'll kowtow to you 100 times right now and make amends to you then. Chen Weiqiang said that he was about to kneel down. Don't. Zheng Qian hurriedly pulled Chen Weiqiang back. He was also considered to have contributed to the company. No. It's not a big deal. Do I count this as a word of honor? Zheng Qian quickly adjusted his mindset and laughed. Count? Of course it counts. Your words are a thick insurance policy for our company. How is it not a word of gold? Chen Weiqiang also joked. Seeing that Zheng Qian had nothing to do, he let Zheng Qian go back. Zheng Qian returned to Jiangshan International and kept thinking about this matter in his heart. After seeing this, Jin Lu walked up to help Zheng Qian pinch his shoulders. Something on your mind? Well, it's not a big deal. Zheng Qian originally wanted to tell Jin Lu, but when he thought about it carefully the matter was not very honorable, so he did not speak. Yo, my family's mighty man, will also have something on his mind? Jin Lu came to Zheng Qian's ear and whispered teasingly, pick D on me ha. Zheng Qian's heart was originally very upset. Being picked on by Jin Lu like this, provoked an evil fire. Pick D you so what? Good, you don't sleep tonight. No. That or forget it. Don't. Zheng Qian really tossed Jin Lu around until 2 a.m. before letting go of her. Jin Lu was already exhausted and fell asleep in no time. The fire in Zheng Qian's heart went down no less, sweeping away the displeasure of the day. But at this time, Chen Weiqiang suddenly called. Zheng Qian was afraid of disturbing Jin Lu's rest. He quietly walked out of the bedroom and came to the first floor to answer Chen Weiqiang's call. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Zheng Qian felt that something must have happened when Chen Weiqiang called in the middle of the night. It couldn't be that Yame Group had hit the board. Knowing that Zhengxing Dockyard was insuring the company recently, and had intentionally sailed its ships to Yebei Dock, sinking a few of the company's freighters. Could it? If that was the case, then Yame Group was too damn insidious. It's not even that. Xiao Qian, don't be angry when I say it. Zheng Qian raised a hint of vigilance in his heart. Zhang Yanran said that she lost her LV bag at the hotel where we had dinner tonight, and asked you to go over and help her retrieve the bag and send it to the hotel where she stayed. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped by in Zheng Qian's heart. It was past 2 in the middle of the night. Asking Zheng Qian to go to the hotel to help her find her lost bag? Using him as a lackey? After signing a contract with AirAsia? It's not as if he's Zhang Yanyan's dog, and he still has to listen to her in the middle of the night. I won't go for this. Didn't she bring her secretary? Let her secretary go. Zheng Qian refused. Xiao Qian, this woman named you to go. I said I'll go find it for her. She doesn't even agree. Chen Weiqiang wanted to cry. Xiao Qian, I'll go with you to look for it. Do you think it's okay? When the time comes, you'll go upstairs and send it up for her. So do you think it's okay? Chen Weiqiang had said so. Zheng Qian couldn't afford not to agree. He gave an extremely reluctant put on his clothes and came to the agreed hotel. Chen Weiqiang arrived before Zheng Qian and had already found the bag. The two drove to the hotel where Zhang Yanran was staying. Room 6888. You go up. I'll wait for you downstairs. It's really hard for you. Chen Weiqiang's tone was full of apologies. Zheng Qian couldn't say anything, took his bag and went up. Walking outside the door of room 6888, Zheng Qian gently knocked on the door. It was Du Bingbing who opened the door for her. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Zhang is waiting for you inside. Please go in. After Du Bingbing finished speaking, she invited Zheng Qian to go in, and by the way, she also helped Zheng Qian bring the door with her. Zheng Qian was puzzled in his heart. What's going on here? This hotel was considered to have the highest specifications in Yebei. The hotel room was extremely spacious and the decor was extravagant to the extreme, with expensive handmade wool carpets, removable LCD TV walls, and all kinds of glass wine containers neatly placed. Zhang Yanran sat on a French imported leather sofa, crossing her legs, shaking a glass of red wine in her hand, her eyes looking straight at Zheng Qian. She was wrapped in a bathrobe. Her chest was half covered. Her legs crossed posture made Zhang Yanyan's thighs almost all exposed outside. A large portion of her tender white skin was exposed in Zheng Qian's field of vision. Her expression was cold and haughty. Mr. Jiang, I got the bag back for you and put it here. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Come over and sit down. Zhang Yanran pointed to the seat opposite her. Zheng Qian felt that calling him over in the middle of the night should be more than just delivering a bag, right? He wanted to see what kind of medicine this woman's gourd was selling. Do you know why I called you here? Zhang Yanran asked. Zheng Qian shook his head. Your speech at the Sea Trade Summit was good. In fact, I just want to tell you that there are a few investors who do want to give Qingxin Dockyard a lucrative investment because of your speech and are ready to support you. Zheng Qian wondered. Then how come none of them contacted him after he stayed in Magic City for several days? Because they were convinced by me to integrate their money into the Five Voyages Alliance Foundation. Zheng Qian was so angry that he wanted to curse. Damn it, calling him over in the middle of the night just to tell him about these investors being cut off by her, and to disgust him accordingly? This woman is also too vicious. Is this the legendary? Killing people to kill their hearts? The price war with Yamei Group. How many % are you sure of? Zhang Yanran asked again. 70 to 80% is there. Zheng Qian organized his language and prepared to hit back at Zhang Yanyan, wanting to make her lose her head as well. Although we didn't get financing from the Sea Trade Summit, I, along with another vice president, put together $100 million. We are not afraid of this price war. As far as I know, most of this 100 million of yours has been taken to buy ships. Zheng Qian, this woman is really well informed. So what? Isn't a price war just about who has more money? Big deal. I'll take another billion. If 1 billion isn't enough, I'll take 10 billion. I can always beat the Asian American group. Zheng Qian put down harsh words. Qingxin Dockyard wanted to dominate Yabu, and the Asian American group was an opponent that had to be dealt with. Joke, how much is the Asian American group worth in total? If you take 10 billion to fight him, you might as well take the Asian American group as a dog. Zhang Yanran laughed out loud. In my opinion, you guys have at most a 30% chance of winning. 30%? This caused a big mental gap for Zheng Qian. During the meeting, Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi also felt that they had a 70% to 80% chance of winning. How did it change to 30% with her? How did you get this data? It can't be by guessing, right? Zheng Qian was very unconvinced. Of course it's not by guessing. But I can't tell you exactly how I got the data. Put here to sell the secret? I asked you to apologize to me today. Not to make things difficult for you, but just to try your temperament. Do a good job, and you might be able to become a vice president at AirAsia in the future. Zheng Qian was depressed. What was the meaning of this again? Slap someone first and then give them a candy? The art of mastering men? Zheng Qian glanced at Zhang Yanran's favorability towards him, 15 points. It wasn't high either. Zheng Qian didn't say much and left the hotel on his own, saying goodbye to Chen Weiqiang before returning home. Lying on his bed, Zheng Qian tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Originally, his mood had changed for the better at night, and with all this tossing and turning, Zheng Qian started to get annoyed again. Zheng Qian thought that he was already a bully, and the people around him were all treating him very well. Li Tao, Lu Shiqi, Chen Weiqiang, Xia Sisi, and those girls under him. but in Yen Ranzhang's eyes, he, Zhang Qian, seemed to be a small ant. Whether it was the conversation or the expression on his face, he was treated as if he was a person from the bottom class. The reason why Chen Weiqian was so respectful to Zhang Yanran was because he didn't have a system. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, had a system, and he could utilize it anytime, anywhere, to swipe huge amounts of cash flow. Thinking like this, everything made sense. If he wasn't the vice president of Zhang Xian Dockyard, but the chairman of Wanda, the old president of Vank, would Zhang Yanyan still do this? Definitely not. If Zhang Qian was in that kind of position, then she wouldn't be the one to make herself available, but he would be the one to make Zhang Yanyan available. Maybe when people get satisfied, they slack off. Zhang Qian had 1 or 200 million lying in his card before, a figure that could no longer be spent by simply consuming. So Zhang Qian hadn't taken the initiative to use the system's 10 times cashback feature for some time now. He thought hard about it and decided that he would start brushing money like crazy tomorrow. In order to swipe the system's cashback, Zhang Qian planned well. Currently, among the women he knew, the ones whose good sense was not yet full were these: Xia Cc, 60 points, Zhong Xiaoyao, 93 points, Shirley Qin, 93 points, Dang's sisters, 95 points, Su Shuyun, 55 points, Yao Manman, 60 points, Lu Shiqi, 65 points, Zhang Yanran, 15 points. The others that were not suitable Zhang Qian did not give any examples. Zhang Qian sifted through them and there were only 4 with low favorability: Xia Cc, Su Shuyun, Yao Manman, and Lu Shiqi. These 4 had less than 70 points of goodwill, and the ones that were too high could easily be brushed full. Yao Manman was forgettable. Zhang Qian didn't want to care about her right now. Lu Shiqi is also forgettable. Zhang Qian can't think of any reason to spend money for her. Investing in Zhongguang Fund is a commercial behavior. The system will definitely not recognize it. Then only Xia Cc and Su Shuyun were left. Xia Cc, as Zhang Qian's long-term secretary, is considered Zhang Qian's reserve. Her favorability Zhang Qian cannot be brushed full. In case of some unexpected circumstances one day in an emergency with the money, you can use Xia Cc to brush out. So there was only one candidate left: Su Shuyun. When Zhang Qian thought of her, he got a headache. He had just rejected Su Shuyun's expression of goodwill 2 days ago, and now he was relying on spending money for her to swipe the system cashback. How to open his mouth is a problem. Thinking about the dawn, Zhang Qian did not think out. Think not out, slowly think. Zhang Qian decided not to rush. Good planning. First take Xia Cc to brush a say. Anyway, now the good sense is still very low. As soon as he arrived at the company, Zhang Qian drove Xia Cc and went straight to Yebei Auto Sales Center. Mr. Zhang, why did you bring me here? Well, seeing as you've worked so hard under me, I decided to give you a car. Zhang Qian said very seriously. Giving away a car? Xia Cc didn't believe it. Let me pick a car for your little girlfriend is the real deal, right? Xia Cc skimmed her mouth. No, I really want to give it to you. Xia Cc? Zhang Qian was serious? Inexplicably giving her a car. What's going on here? However, you have to accompany me on a trip today. Mr. Zhang, accompanying you on a business trip is my part as a secretary. As long as you don't mess around, why send me a car? Xia Cc was still wary of the man in front of her. Don't worry, I definitely won't touch any part of you. Then why did you send me a car? Xia Cc was still not very understanding of Zhang Qian's operation. As soon as she arrived at the company, without saying a word, she dragged her to the car sales center. Plenty of money, capricious, pick whatever you want. Just one thing, no less than 3 million. Xia Cc cocked her head in question. She took the initiative to come in front of Zhang Qian's face. Their noses almost touching. There's no alcohol breath either. Why are you even talking nonsense? Well, it's just to see you work hard. I volunteered to give you a ride. Go down and pick a car. The two of them turned around. Xia Cc eventually did not decide which one she wanted. Mr. Zhang, I still can't have the car you sent me. It's too expensive. And the one I have is pretty good right now. Xia Cc shrugged it off. There was really no reason for her to want a car from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian also set the standard, not allowing it to be less than $3 million. This was too much for people to accept. As a new age independent woman, how could she want such an expensive gift from Zhang Qian? How about that one? Zhang Qian pointed to the Maben 4 store. The AMG series coupe that was being used as a show car for people to see. Today happened to be an event at the Yebei 4 store, so they had invited such a 2-door, 2-seater Big Brother, 4.0T, 8-cylinder turbocharged, 700 horsepower, 800 torque, accelerating from 0 to 100 in just 3 seconds, and looking extremely combative in appearance. No, this is too expensive, Mr. Zhang. I can't have it. There is no need to ask the price. Just look at the appearance of the car. We know that the price is extremely high. Without a few million is not down. Walked up and asked the pricing. 9 million packages landed. With ID card, right? Zheng Qian turned his head and asked. With. Swipe the card. Zheng Qian called the sales manager over and directly shoved the bank card into his hand. I gave it to her. Under her account. Manager? So quick? Not even cutting a price? I threw. Who did I think it was? So it's Mr. Zheng. Because Zhang Xiang sold 3 Mercedes-Benz cars to Zheng Qian some time ago. Not only did he become the top seller of the month, but he was also promoted and became the deputy store manager directly. The crowd that came to the show? We haven't looked at it enough. And you bought it straight away? See, the deputy store manager called him Mr. Zhang. What kind of Mr. Zheng? What kind of Mr. Zhang? Looking at his dress and the pure beauty beside him, I know that it is another rich second generation flirting with girls. The cost of this flirtation is too big. Right. A few million out? This body is inlaid with gold or inlaid with diamonds. The others only have envy. Zhang Xiang to very fast speed to the formalities. According to Zhang Qian's instructions, the car under the Xiaoxishi account spent 3,900,000 yuan. The system cashback 39 million yuan has arrived. Zhang Qian actually just now also very apprehensive, so forced to send Xiaoxishi a car. The system in the end how will be judged. After seeing the amount of money in the account, he was relieved. Xiaoxishi was still on the sidelines and hadn't slowed down when the formalities were already shoved into her hands. Take it and don't lose it. It will be useful for the annual review and everything. Zheng Qian instructed. Xiaoxishi? She had just been trying her best to dissuade Zheng Qian from spending money for her, but Zheng Qian still spent it. Now that the dust had settled, she couldn't even return it if she wanted to. Zheng Qian let Xiaoxishi get on the car to try. He accompanied sitting in the passenger side. Xiaoxishi touched the pure hand-stitched cowhide steering wheel. There is an oversized AMG label in the center. Just can't count the hand. Just look at it. All feel special honor. She once also fantasized about having a car like this, but only if she earned it with her own hands by her own ability. Xiaoxishi's mentality is particularly complicated now. Just how long has it been since she became Zheng Qian's secretary? And she has already become the owner of an AMG and achieved this small goal in life? Mr. Zheng, I can't have your car. I really can't. We have this relationship. What can't we have? What's mine is yours in the future. Zheng Qian took advantage of the time to speak and quietly touched a hand on that big long leg. Shy Xiaoxishi didn't dare to raise her head for half a day. Mr. Zheng, why don't we do it this way? Although this car is under my name, let's say I borrowed it to drive it. I will pay for the maintenance and everything else, and the depreciation of the value every year will also be counted as mine, so you can take it back anytime you want. Xiaoxishi is very pay attention to the image, reputation of a person. This thing if passed to the company, really do not know how to talk about her. But Xiaoxishi really liked this car, so she thought of a compromise, claiming that it is Zheng Qian's car. She is just borrowed to drive. Fine. Whatever you say. Anyway, today you drive it away for me and it's over. Zheng Qian doesn't want to waste time with Xiaoxishi to calculate this account. Theorize these messy things. He knows if he doesn't agree, Xiaoxishi definitely won't accept it. There is. Also. And what? You are not allowed to touch my leg in the future. The two of them each drove back to the company. Xiaoxishi's favorability rose to a record high of 75 points at a speed visible to the naked eye. The manic engine roar that made people restless drew the attention of the company, and they all leaned over to the window to glance at it. This kind of engine sound was either a sports car or a supercar. As expected, is a latest model of silver gray AMG sports car, 2-seater 2-door. The shape is very fighting, like a rocket. But what made the crowd wonder was how Xiaoxishi walked up from the driver's seat, in company with Zheng Qian. Although Xiaoxishi was the secretary of the vice president, her monthly salary was just a little bit higher than theirs. This car was several $1 million. There was no way she could afford it, unless it was bought for her by Mr. Zheng. The company was in an uproar. In particular, the PR group under Zheng Qian had the most intense discussion, with different expressions on their faces. As Zheng Qian's secretary, the two had definitely been in contact with each other for a longer period of time than they, the employees. Zhong Xiaoyao had only been selected to participate in field work once, and TMD hadn't used her yet. On the contrary, Xiaoxishi, talking about clients, receiving foreign guests, talking about cooperation, except for the last Sea Trade Summit that didn't bring her along. Xiaoxishi was basically fully operational. If it really is Mr. Zheng to Xiaoxishi bought the car, then she is really hidden. Even Zhong Xiaoyao did not see. The crowd had always thought that Xiaoxishi was pure and clean, But they didn't expect to fall into the temptation of money. What temptation of money? Ah, Chun. How Rushwa suddenly realized something and suddenly pressed her voice very small. How come Chen didn't manage to take Secretary Xiao before? It's still not that Mr. Zhang has a way. I think it's also true. Although Mr. Zhang is a vice president, but the handiwork he does things with, it's going to be bigger than Mr. Chen without a shadow. Zhong Xiaoyao was full of jealousy. Qin Shuili was half believing in this matter. Zheng Qian was so good to his own secretary. Then if she became Zhang Qian's girlfriend, she shall not go to heaven? Qin Shuili does not care whether this matter is true or false. All is her motivation to attack. As long as she can get Zhang Qian, then she will be married into a rich family. A new generation of life winner. Only Yao Man is regretful. When Zhang Qian bought a yachty, how could he send an AMG with a price close to $4 million to his secretary? She stood out to clear up the confusion for everyone. Actually, it's not necessarily that Mr. Zheng bought it for Secretary Xia. It's possible that he just let Xia Cece drive it back. As Yao Man, who knew Zheng Qian best in the company, her words had some truth to them. Ever since the revelation that she was Zheng Qian's ex-girlfriend, Yao Man had been isolated by everyone. She did this because she wanted to re-establish friendship with everyone. Of course, she focused on Zhong Xiaoyao's side of the crowd. It was common knowledge that Mr. Zhang liked cars. He said he would buy a Rolls-Royce the day before, and the next day he directly flew it over. The Rolls-Royce sat unsatisfactory, and then bought a Mercedes-Benz S68. In fact, Zheng Qian began to drive a BWM, the main sport. The current Mercedes-Benz S-Class, feel business atmosphere is too heavy some. Mr. Zheng is a young man. This kind of car is absolutely cannot satisfy him. If you think so, then what Yao Man said is really right. The Su family's door. Who old man Hu Jingyi brought Hu Yuebin and boarded the door to propose marriage. You kid. Behave yourself. Do you hear me? Got it dad. Hu Yuebin was dressed up in high spirits today, and didn't dare to whine at all. Knock on the door. After Su Qingye opened the door, he saw that it was Hu Lao who personally boarded the door, and the man was dumbfounded. Elder Hu? Come in, quickly come in. The old man was so old that he personally ran over. As an old-timer of Yebu's entrepreneurs, Elder Hu, Su Qingye didn't dare to treat him any less favorably. Looking at the 7 or 8 people, carrying gifts, and bringing Hu Yuebin with them, Su Qingye could probably guess the purpose of Hu Jingyi's visit. Elder Hu, your appearance at the door today is an honor for Su as a junior. The rules still needed to be spoken. Su Qingye was highly respected in normal times, but in front of Hu Jingyi, he still had to refer to himself as a junior. Still bringing so many gifts, you are really too polite. I'll pour tea for your old man. Hu Jingyi waved his hand and told those he brought to go out and wait for him after putting away the gifts. After a few words of politeness, Hu Jingyi revealed the purpose of his visit today, saying that he had come to propose marriage. Elder Hu, you turned out to be for your daughter Shu Yun's matter. Ah, this little matter is still worth your personal trip? Su Qingye's heart sank, and it was true. A few days ago, he had talked to Hu Jingyi about the matter of the marriage between the two families, and the words were that if the two offspring could see eye to eye with each other, and pretty much make up for it, then he would let the two of them get married. But his daughter repeatedly told him that she could not see Hu Yuebin. Su Qingye did not take it to heart, and felt that things should be so unsettled. Why don't you see Shu Yun na? Hu Jingyi asked with a smile. Elder Hu, I'll call Shu Yun now and call her over. Su Qingye secretly screamed in his heart that it was bad. He couldn't handle such a big matter alone. He had to call his daughter over. Su Qingye was too embarrassed to directly tell Hu Jingyi that Su Shuyun couldn't look at Hu Yuebin. That would be too much of a loss of face. Why are you still sitting, waiting for your father-in-law to pour you tea? Hu Jingyi violently tapped his cane, yelling at Hu Yuebin for not knowing the rules. Frightened, Hu Yuebin immediately jumped up from the sofa, taking the teapot in Su Qingye's hands and pouring tea for the two seniors. This son of mine, is just not a tool. His brain can't turn the corner. Xiao Su, you take it easy. Actually, he's still not bad. I think he's quite compatible with Shu Yun. Su Qingye nodded, superficially agreeing with Hu Yuebin's statement. Elder Hu is right. I also think they are quite compatible. However, I haven't asked Shu Yun during this period of time. I don't know how the two are in contact yet. When Shu Yun comes over, I'll ask her. If it's a good match, let's pick a good day and get it done for the two juniors. And just wait to hold our grandchildren. Hu Jingyi nodded. Su Qingye's words were perfect and could not be faulted. As long as Su Shuyun comes over and doesn't reject Hu Yuebin, this matter is considered a success. When Hu Jingyi heard that Su Shuyun had been robbed by a kid named Zheng Qian, he almost didn't jerk over. Back then, he was known as a handsome young man in the townships, and the marriage proposal almost didn't level the threshold of the Hu family. Today, He had to rely on his personal appearance and people to clap the marriage. If word gets out, he'll be disgraced. Jinxiu Group. Su Shuyun had just adjourned the meeting when she received a call from Su Qingye, asking her to come back. Su Shuyun just wanted to refuse, but her father said it was urgent and asked her to drop everything she was doing. She thought something had happened, which was why she hoofed it back home. When she arrived home, she was confused. It turned out to be the Hu family to propose marriage to him. This little matter was not enough to make her put down her hands. Su Shuyun was already in a bad mood after being rejected by Zhang Qian, and now she was even more furious. It was only when Su Shuyun saw Hu Jingyi that she figured out why her father had asked her to come back in such a hurry. She forced herself to contain the anger in her heart and respectfully greeted Hu Jingyi. After all, she was an old-timer, and the rules still needed to be spoken. It wasn't good for her to not see people when they personally came to the door. Shu Yun, don't be nervous, sit down. How was the contact with my families you've been during this time? Aha, Hu Jingyi said, patting Hu Yuebin's shoulder. Appearing cordial, Su Shuyun glanced at Hu Yuebin, thinking that he was also too much of a weakling, a woman he couldn't handle himself, asking his father, Elder Hu, to step in and help fix her? She wasn't going to eat this. Su Shuyun voiced out the feeling in her heart that she and Hu Yuebin were not suitable. However, she didn't belittle Hu Yuebin, but said that she wasn't good enough for him. I think so. With Mr. Hu's conditions, he can definitely find a better girl than me. This, a trace of gravity flashed across Hu Jingyi's face. He truly hadn't expected that Su Shuyun would be able to say such words. People's meaning was clearly that they couldn't see his son, Hu Yuebin. Ah, and look at Su Qingye. This meaning, obviously also no Su Shuyun can't see Hu Yuebin, but this word all to Su Shuyun Jr., the person concerned, can be said to leave him a lot of face. Forget it, the strong melon is not sweet. Since people are not willing, there is nothing he can do. In the end, Hu Jingyi nodded. After leaving the Su family, Hu Jingyi copied his cane and greeted Hu Yuebin. Waste, can't even handle a woman. I'll kill this unfilial son of yours. Hu Jingyi will be angry. Don't look so old. Move to make strength is not small. Adhering to the principle that a small stick is accepted and a big stick is run, Hu Yuebin ran while begging for mercy. Dad, don't hit. This side of the Su family, Su Shuyun hadn't even had time to say a few words to Su Qingye before she received a message from Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, what are you doing, busy or not? Who sent the message that surprised you so much? Su Qingye asked curiously. Zhang Qian, asking if I'm busy. Su Shuyun replied truthfully. Zhang Qian? Su Qingye's eyes lit up after hearing Zhang Qian. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry back to the others. Dad, you don't know. That night, Su Shuyun told his father everything that happened that night. He has a girlfriend. Why would I go back to him, unless it's a work thing? Su Shuyun bristled. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? You can't date you if you have a girlfriend? It's not like he's married. You guys are in a legitimate competition. It's not certain who you'll end up with. Dad, Su Shuyun never dreamed that her father would say such words. Why did she have to intervene when the other woman was doing well, making her seem like she was not a person inside or out? Su Shuyun replied, something wrong? Zhang Qian, I actually lied to you about something, and wanted to meet with you to explain. What's it back? Let me see. Su Qingye came over to the front of Su Shuyun's cell phone screen. After seeing the message sent by Zhang Qian, he hurriedly said, look, he said that he lied to you about something and wanted to explain it to you. He must have wanted to explain that the matter of him having a girlfriend was false. Hurry up and say yes, Su Qingye urged. Su Shuyun didn't rush to say yes, but asked Zhang Qian, what is it? Zhang Qian, we'll know when we get here. Zhang Qian, I bought the airfare for you. Remember to bring your passport. The airfare is all bought? This is to take her on a trip? Wait, I'll go find your passport for you. Dad, I haven't agreed yet. Su Shuyun hadn't even finished speaking when her father hurriedly went to rummage through the box to help find her passport. She was actually thinking the same thing as her father, since Zhang Qian said that he had lied to her about something, most likely referring to the girlfriend thing, and had helped her buy the airfare. She could basically conclude that it was this matter. Su Shuyun actually had a pretty good attitude towards Zhang Qian. It was because Zhang Qian said that night that he already had a girlfriend that his favoritism towards Zhang Qian came down a bit. If this matter was false, then there was nothing wrong with it. Like what his father said, having a girlfriend and still dating Zhang Qian was something she couldn't do. Here, I found the passport for you. What time is your appointment? Dad, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't promised him yet. What about work? Su Shuyun's showy eyebrows were furrowed. It's already this time. What work matters are you still thinking about? I'll naturally help you make arrangements. Just feel free to go out with Xiao Qian for a few days of good fun. It's best to get married when you come back. Su Qingye said. shoving the passport into Su Shuyun's hand and directly kicking her out the door. Su Shuyun? Zhang Xin Dockyard. Vice President's office. Zheng Chen exhaled lightly when he saw Su Shuyun agree. The next plan was centered around Su Shuyun. If she refused because of what happened that night, it would be troublesome. Zheng Xian got up and went to Chen Weichang's office to ask for a leave of absence. Leave of absence? Chen Weichang was a bit puzzled. Well, I'm going to take my secretary to the Maldives to look into the trade work over there, so I came to say hello to you in advance. Harm. You scared me. There is something directly say on the line, but also say what leave. I cannot dare to approve your leave. Chen Weichang was in a cold sweat. Zheng Qian's status, and he had to ask him for leave? Chen Weichang thinks. It should be 2 days ago Jiang Yanran gave him too much stimulation, so he thought of going to the Maldives. Seeing that AMG sports car downstairs, Chen Weichang figured it out. Let's do this, Mr. Zhang. You and Secretary Xia to go to the Maldives. All the expenses are reimbursed by the company. The study of the work, by the way. Go to take a break. Give yourself a vacation. Don't. Mr. Chen is out of line to say so. Where can I spend the company's money? I have to pay out of my own pocket. Zheng Qian hastily refused. He went to the Maldives. He went to spend money. If all the company pays the bill, he might as well not go. Okay. Chen Weichang hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Around 5 in the afternoon, Zheng Qian brought Xia Cici to Yebu Airport. Business class? This ticket has to be 15,000. Right? There's no need to be so extravagant. Economy class can be sat in as well. Xia Cici muttered in a small voice. In her impression, those bigwigs who flew around all day long were sitting in economy class. There was actually no difference between economy class and first class or business class. It was just that they enjoyed different services and were able to get on and off the airplane early. For such a little service, the ticket price was several times more expensive, and Xia Cici didn't think it was worth it. Before leaving the company, Chen Weichang purposely called her to the office and asked her to keep an account and find him for reimbursement when she came back. The airfare alone was tens of thousands of dollars. Don't worry about it. I'll pay for this business trip out of my own pocket. I don't need a penny from the company. Zheng Qian saw Xia Cici's concern and explained. How come you have 3 air tickets in your hand? Is there another person coming? Xia Cici saw that apart from this ticket in her hand, Zheng Qian had 2 more tickets in his hand. One was his own. And whose was the other one? Before Zheng Qian could explain, Su Shuyun arrived. Su Shuyun came to meet Zheng Qian after dressing up carefully. At first she thought it was a 2-person trip with Zheng Qian, but what she didn't expect was that Zheng Qian had brought a girl with him. Xia Cici's face also showed surprise after she saw Su Shuyun. You guys should have met before. This is my secretary, Xia Cici. This is the chairman of the Fairview Group, Su Shuyun. We're going to the Maldives this time. For a work inspection, Zheng Qian said and gave Su Shuyun a wink. Xia Cici? Zheng Qian really brought her on a business trip. Not to pick up girls and flirt with them? How come she kind of doesn't believe it? Let's go. Board the plane first. After a 7-hour flight, the 3 finally disembarked. Spent 31,400 yuan. System cashback 314,000 yuan. Already arrived. After disembarking, the system hit Zheng Qian's card with the cashback from the airfare. $300,000 arrived in the account. Zheng Qian's face showed a smug look. This money came a bit fast. Immediately afterward, Zheng Qian took the 2 to a 7-star hotel in Mardai. A night costs 200,000 yuan. Zheng Qian opened 3 7-day suites, spending 280,000 yuan. The system cashback 2,800,000 yuan has arrived. Well, another $8 million has arrived in the account. The 3-room system only counted the price of 2 rooms, Zheng Qian's own airfare money and hotel room money. The system is not calculated into the cashback, but it doesn't matter. It's enough. Although Su Shuyun is a golden girl, she has never seen such a spendthrift. 7-star hotel. She is also the first time to stay. Usually only live in 2-star 3-star more. She felt that they are not too much. In the service, facilities, the environment does have a qualitative improvement, but Su Shuyun still think, a little expensive. A night to $200,000. Zheng Qian doesn't think it's expensive. Instead he thinks the more expensive the better. The higher the price, the more cashback the system will give him. This has just landed in less than 2 hours. Zheng Qian has more than 3 million on his card. Although it was not as much as the cashback for buying a car. But there is always a reason to buy a car. You can't buy a car a day and give it away. Knock knock. Zheng Qian was still on the bed with his cell phone calculator, when the room rang with a knock on the door. Let's go. Take you out shopping. Zheng Qian stretched out his hand and touched Su Shuyun on her head. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. Su Shuyun nodded joyfully, bounced around and went back to her room to change her clothes. 10 minutes later, the three of them stood on the streets of Mardai in their cool clothes. Mardai was located near the equator and had a very obvious tropical climate. The trio's dress was especially cool. Both had undeniably perfect bodies. Zheng Qian was wearing the orange floral pants that Jean Lu had stuffed into his suitcase, a floral shirt, and a pair of slippers under his feet. The three of them walked on the street, living a scenic line, turnaround rate directly pull full. 99% of the male compatriots all cast a hot envious look at Zheng Qian. The three of them went out of the hotel. All kinds of shopping, food, playing cards, taking pictures. At Zheng Qian's assertion, he also took Su Shuyun and Xia Sisi to the local duty-free store. Gucci, LV, BV, Chanel, Hermes, all kinds of famous brands to buy. The system has returned 990 yuan to the account. The system is not only a good idea, but it is also a good way to get your money's worth out of your pocket. Spend 45,999 yuan. The system cashback 459,990 yuan has arrived. Spend. As long as it was what Su Shuyun was looking at, Zheng Qian directly took out his card and gave it to Su Shuyun, almost buying half of the duty-free stores, as well as the premise of shopping at all kinds of counters. Zheng Qian only spent out 750,000 yuan, and the system returned 47,500,000 yuan. Qian, I'm a bit tired. Why don't we just shop here today? We've bought quite a few things. Su Shuyun hadn't shopped so painfully for a long time, and this trip had raised her mood index quite a bit. How much did we spend in total? Let me transfer it to you. Su Shuyun was not too kind to let Zheng Qian spend money. No. It's all for you. It's my intention. All these things are my thoughts. No more mentioning money to me in the future. Otherwise I'm going to get angry. Zheng Qian put on an appearance of pretending to be angry. Alright then. Although Su Shuyun said this on her lips, she was still a little overjoyed in her heart. Zheng Qian thought to himself, if Su Shuyun doesn't let her spend money, then what's the point of coming to the shopping center today? To put it in a bigger picture, what was the point of him coming to Madai? Only Xia Sisi was left alone to mess up on the street. She is here to be a light bulb for Zheng Qian again, right? Xia Sisi carried in her hand, clamped on her leg, hung on her neck, and carried in her mouth. Standing on the street, the rate of return was even higher than just now. Everyone who passed by looked at Xia Sisi with a strange look. Snap. In the end, Xia Sisi couldn't hold it and fell to the street. Zheng Qian, I hate you. Xia Sisi had thought that Zheng Qian was really here on a business trip, but she didn't realize that she was the one who let her come as a light bulb again, and give Zheng Qian as a tool person to carry things. Carry, also let her carry so much, even reach out for a taxi are not able to. After falling down, Xia Sisi organized those things before stopping a car and returning to the hotel. Qian, would it be too bad for us to let that secretary of yours carry so many things alone? Su Shuyun was a bit worried for Xia Sisi, alone in a foreign country and carrying so many luxuries. Will something happen? It's fine. That's what she's here for. As for safety, you can rest assured. The security here is especially good. Zheng Qian had intentionally left Xia Sisi behind in the duty-free zone. It was mainly to dampen Xia Sisi's goodwill towards him. After he spent $9 million to buy an AMG sports car for Xia Sisi. Just now after Zheng Qian bought every item and handed it to Xia Sisi, her favorability towards him dropped a lot with the naked eye. When he left, Xia Sisi's favorability towards him had dropped to 40 points. Zheng Qian was satisfied. Tired after shopping for so long? Go back to your room, take a hot bath, have a good sleep, and then take you to play tomorrow. Zheng Qian returned to his room after sending Su Shuyun back to her room. After waiting for half an hour, Zheng Qian sent a message to Xia Sisi, have you arrived at the hotel yet? Xia Sisi replied, just arrived. Zheng Qian, she's asleep. Let's put the stuff in your room first. Xia Sisi, okay. Across the screen, Zheng Qian could feel the temperature of Xia Sisi's words. Extremely cold. Xia Sisi had wanted to ask whether Zheng Qian was here to flirt with a girl or for work, but she could think of what Zheng Qian would say back, and would surely say that she had just arrived in Madagascar and came to have some fun first or something like that to fool her. She briefly organized the luxuries, which were almost all over the couch. Not a single piece belonged to her. Xia Sisi was not vain or greedy for anything from Zheng Qian. It was just that Zheng Qian had spent millions in the morning, saying that he would send her an AMG sports car, and then at night, he flew to the Maldives and brought Su Shuyun, the old president of Jinxiu Group, to spend money like crazy? She was a little confused about this man. Originally, Xia Sisi still felt that Zheng Qian had so much meaning to her, Plus after the matter of buying a car. Xia Cixi was even more certain of this point. But the relationship between Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun was obviously not that of a chairman and vice president. There was more or less a bit of emotion between a man and a woman. Since Zhang Qian was also interested in her, why didn't he avoid it in the slightest? Even borrowed the reason of work inspection. Brought her over. When Zhang Qian and Su Shuyun's light bulb? That AMG sports car is her hard-earned money? Is there such an expensive fee? Forget it. It's better to find a chance to ask him. Xia Cixi made up her mind. If Zhang Qian was here to fall in love, without saying a word, she would directly fly back to Yebei, and the car that Zhang Qian bought for her would be returned to him as is. The next day, according to Zhang Qian's plan, it was to take Su Shuyun and Xia Cixi to play at sea. Ma Dai is the smallest country in Asia, but the sea is huge. There are more than 2,000 islands, of which 200 have residents. Come to Ma Dai, do not go to the sea to play, that is not a big loss. The three came to the largest island in the North Island. There are very many sea projects here. Zhang Qian first chartered a speedboat and took two beautiful women for a ride on the sea. Again, he hired 3 female instructors for a heavy amount of money and chartered an entire shallow water area to dive at the bottom of the sea. The final dinner was settled on a yacht. Zhang Qian kept receiving messages from the system's cashback. Spent 666 yuan. System cashback of 660 yuan has arrived. Spending 378,551 yuan. System cashback 3,785,510 yuan. Already arrived. Spend 888,888 yuan. The system cashback 8,888,880 yuan. Has arrived. One day down. Another tens of millions of dollars into the account. It was already late that night. Zhang Qian didn't intend to go back, so he opened 3 more sea view rooms in North Island. The scenery here was beautiful, and it was more expensive than a 7-star hotel, costing $300,000 a night. Qian, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to stay here? That hotel of ours is quite good. Su Shuyun eventually couldn't help but advise. Zhang Qian also thought about whether he would be judged by the system to be in violation of the law if he opened a room in that 7-star hotel but didn't live there. The system gave Zhang Qian feedback for the first time that having luggage in the hotel was not a violation. It is also considered a small bug of the system. Only then did Zhang Qian feel relieved and boldly said, "It's not a waste. Don't we have a lot of luggage in that hotel? Then why don't we just get 2 rooms? These rooms are quite big. It's fine for me to stay with Secretary Xia, or stay with you," Su Shuyun said, her face turning red. Zhang Qian agreed to Su Shuyun's proposal. The system did not give cash back when he gave himself a room, so one night is more than $300,000, not their own money. Of course it doesn't hurt to spend, but if this money is deducted from Zhang Qian's account, it's still more or less a bit of a pain in the ass. If you can save it, you can still live in a room with Su Shuyun. Zhang Qian quickly gave a wink to Xia Cixi. "Ms. Su, I've been a bit uncomfortable lately. The doctor said that I have a problem with my skin. It's contagious. Why don't you just share a room with Mr. Zheng?" Xia Cixi was extremely reluctant to cooperate with Zhang Qian's acting. "Ah, like this?" Su Shuyun was surprised for a moment. In that case, she would have to share a room with Zhang Qian. Only after entering the suite did Zhang Qian realize that there were actually 2 rooms in the suite. Naturally, Zhang Qian didn't hit on Su Shuyun that night. Su Shuyun was also rather shy and didn't take the initiative. The night passed just like that. The third day. Today was mainly about eating and drinking while having fun at the same time. Tropical climate brings rich fish, coconut, cassava and other specialties to the country of Madagascar. This day spent the least, only spent more than 200,000. The system returned more than 2 million. Until the 4th day, Xia Cixi finally couldn't help herself. She took the initiative to knock on Zhang Qian's room door, wanting to find Zhang Qian to have a good talk. "Mr. Zhang, please come out for a moment. Mr. Chen just called me and asked to find you to report something." Zhang Qian glanced at Su Shuyun, who was in the same room as him. Without much thought, he followed Xia Cixi and went to her room. "What is it that Mr. Chen is looking for me for?" Zhang Qian asked, suspecting that there was something going on in the company. "Mr. Chen didn't look for you. It's me who's looking for you. We've been in Madai for the past few days. We've eaten and played. Are you here to fall in love with him, Su, or are you here to inspect the work? You must give me a statement today." A flash of surprise flashed across Zhang Qian's face. Xia Cixi found him just for this? He admitted that he did play in Madai these days, but he didn't expect Xia Cixi to react so violently. It's not good enough to bring her to play? Eat so expensive food, live in such a good hotel, play how many sea programs? Normal people should be overjoyed, right? Why still thinking about work? Su Shuyun, such a strong woman, All put down the work to relax. How she also do not know to give themselves a vacation. Xia Cici did have some confusion in the past 2 days. That's why she made up her mind and found Zheng Qian to ask questions. The company is now at war with the Asian American group. Zheng Qian is good to take her to hide in Madai to enjoy the fun. Is this appropriate? It was 100% inappropriate. Secretary Xia, I think I need to remind you of your identity. Who is the boss between us? Who is the boss? Zheng Qian uncharacteristically and solemnly reminded. Xia Cici shell teeth lightly bit her red lips. Being asked by Zheng Qian for a moment, her face held red. You are the superior. Since I'm the boss and you're the subordinate, do you think it's appropriate for you to talk to your boss like this? Zheng Qian asked in a serious tone. I actually don't have any other meaning. I just want to remind you, since we are here to work, Secretary Xia, this doesn't need you to remind me, right? As the vice president of the company, your top boss, don't I still have a number in my heart? I thought we were friends. I was being kind. Xia Cici was speechless. Her face was blushing. Her favorability towards Zheng Qian was dropping little by little. What was wrong with Zheng Qian today? Usually cheeky, but also with her to open all kinds of dirty jokes. From time to time but also mooching her oil. Today how seems to have changed a person. Become so fierce? Seeing Xia Cici's favorability drop, Zheng Qian was relieved and decided to stop here, leaving the room on his own. Xia Cici was left alone in the room. Her head was groggy, and for a while, all kinds of chaotic thoughts were derived. She thought that between herself and Zheng Qian, it was no longer limited to the relationship between a superior and a subordinate, but she couldn't explain it in a few words. It was a bit like a friend, and a bit like a young couple that had just sprouted ambiguity. Zheng Qian's attitude just now was obviously a bit annoying to her, but Xia Cici thought, no matter what Zheng Qian said, as Zheng Qian's secretary, she has the responsibility, the obligation to remind Zheng Qian, do not greedy enjoyment. She should know that the brothers of Zhang Xin Dockyard are fighting with the Asian American group at this moment. If Zheng Qian didn't correct himself, she would still stand up and condemn Zheng Qian's behavior, and wouldn't rule out the possibility of buying a plane ticket and flying back to Yabu. On the 5th and 6th day of the trio's arrival in Madai, Zheng Qian, in his capacity as the vice president of Jingxing Dockyard, took Su Shuyun as well as Xia Cici to visit a few major shipping companies in Madai. The land in Madai was barren and relied mainly on imports. Things that generally came from Kyushu were good quality and inexpensive, and were very popular with the local people. Hearing that it was Zheng Qian's trio who came from the land of Kyushu, the bosses of the major shipping companies showed great enthusiasm. In addition to the land problem, transportation is also a big problem. As the smallest country in Asia, there is no way to lay railroads, transportation and shipping in addition to a few trucks. Most of them rely on freighters. Zheng Qian gradually learned that the amount of import and export of the huge disparity between Maldives, exports of 300 million, imports of up to 3 billion, food, furniture, petroleum products, electronic products, transportation, machinery and equipment, textiles and household goods, basically have to rely on imports. As for the heavy industry, building materials, logs and other things, after all, Madrid is such a big place, the annual import volume is limited. Such a big plate, Fairview Group is not a share. Madai's exports of 300 million inside, almost all are fish, fruit, what tuna, skipjack tuna, lobster, sea cucumbers and other things. In 2 days, Zheng Qian visited all the transportation companies one after another and learned about their business model and the current situation of import and export in Madai. He returned to the hotel on the evening of the 6th day. Although Xia Cici was tired, her heart was immensely satisfied. She felt that it was her talk to Zheng Qian that had played a role, and Zheng Qian had only started to get busy in the past 2 days. Although it couldn't help much with the price war, it could provide a certain foundation for the company's subsequent operational development. Zheng Qian is only a bit of a president now. Usually he's still like a child, and I have to be reminded behind my butt every day. Xia Cici took off her shoes, showered and dressed, ready to have a good sleep. Boom boom boom. She had just laid down on the bed not long ago when a loud boom rang in her ears. Frightened, Xia Cici sat up in shock. Outside the window, colorful fireworks were suddenly set off. What is this situation? Fireworks in the middle of the night? Wait, this is not right. The hotel she lived in was a sea view room. How could there be fireworks outside? Xia Cici was curious for a moment and leaned over to the window to take a look. She was dumbfounded. Nearby the sea, a black pressurized, large and small do not know how many boats gathered. The fireworks were set off on the boats. The sea view room she was in was just enough to see a fireworks feast. This was definitely Zheng Qian's doing. No one else had such a big hand. Su Shuyun's room, spent 7 765,000 RMB. System rebate of 765,000 RMB has arrived. Wow. This is also fantastic. Su Shuyun's eyes had turned starry, looking at Zheng Qian with a fangirl-like adoration. How about it? Do you like it? Zheng Qian put away his cell phone and then cupped Su Shuyun's face. Aha! Su Shuyun nodded her head. The trick of setting off fireworks was something Zheng Qian had learned from the movies. He had gotten to know those old bosses of Ma Dai one after another in the past few days. So how could Zheng Qian let go of such an opportunity? So Zheng Qian contracted all the fireworks in Ma Dai and set them off for Su Shuyun to see. A total of 76 million was spent, of which 26 million was for the fireworks, and 5 million was the hard-earned money for Zheng Qian to let the boss of that shipping company to drive the ship, which was also considered as a favor fee. Su Shuyun's favorability towards Zheng Qian instantly rose to another level. She didn't know why Zheng Qian lied to her at that time. Whether it was intentional or unintentional, coy or not, none of these things mattered. What mattered was that Zheng Qian's behavior in the past few days had made Su Shuyun very satisfied. Taking her to eat, drink and play, buying all kinds of luxuries, even chartering the whole sea for her to dive, and gathering so many freighters to set off fireworks, was already enough to show Zheng Qian's feelings for her. Su Shuyun felt at this moment that she was the happiest woman in the world. Xiao Qian. Do you like me? This fireworks feast worth over $7 million burned for an hour and 20 minutes. The guests who stayed in the same hotel as Zheng Qian lamented, even if it was 7 million in cash, it wouldn't burn so fast. Madai has always been the best mecca for young couples on their honeymoon. I don't know which big man, but it makes such a large sum of money to flirt with girls. Absolutely. Xia Sisi, on her side, also shook her head. She leaned against the window and watched the entirety of this feast. It's really quite pretty. It would have been nice if it was shown to me. Alas. Xia Sisi lay back on the bed, overcome with emotion. When will she be able to run into such a Prince Charming? She will definitely be moved to tears and say the words I do on the spot. As for Zheng Qian, or forget it. Zheng Qian's mind, seemingly in her body. In fact, it is also on her some attention. Talk about not have a heart. Even if there is, it is also a crooked mind. What's more, Zheng Qian has so many women, she does not know how old she is. Xia Sisi didn't want to get up every morning and have to run to 7 or 8 women's rooms one by one to ask them for good morning. That was all feudal society, belonging to the past. 7th day. Zheng Qian opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the little beauty who was still sleeping in his arms. Yesterday, he didn't know how, but in a haphazard manner, God made it so that he was lying in a bed with Su Shuyun. Today was the last day he planned to stay in Madai, and he had to fly back to Yebei at 9 in the evening. Zheng Qian simply took his cell phone and calculated the system cashback for these days. 28 million for the 7-star hotel plus 47. 5 million for shopping plus 600. 000 for airfare plus 30 million for 5 days at the Beihai Seaview Hotel plus 24 million for food and drink plus 40 million. 70 million for fireworks plus 39 million for Xia Sisi to buy a car. And finally more than 40 million in Zheng Qian's original account. How come it's only 320 million? It's a bit less. But Zheng Qian still has a bottom card. Buying a house. Last time Zheng Qian bought Jiangshan International for Jin Lu, the system returned so much money at once. On the last day, he bought a suite for Su Shuyun in Mardai, fishing for one last wave of cashback before returning to Yebu. At any time, buying a house is the first choice for swiping huge amounts of cashback. The first 6 days were all small time, and the last day was Zheng Qian's trump card. Lazy piggy, get up. Today you'll take you to buy a gift. Zheng Qian pinched Su Shuyun's waist, who had thought that he had pinched Su Shuyun's itchy flesh and woke Su Shuyun up. Let me sleep a little longer. Today take you to buy a gift. Well, what gift? Saying it out would be meaningless. Quickly get up. Take you. After the two of them got up, Zheng Qian threw the room card directly to Xia Sisi, letting her pack her bags at the hotel today. And when he came back, he would fly directly back to Yebei. Although the country of Mardai was small, there were top quality properties, and many rich people from Europe and America liked to come here to buy houses. Zheng Qian was fortunate enough to contact a Chinese real estate agent that had opened here. Qian, did you say the gift was to buy a house? Su Shuyun's face was surprised and happy. Zheng Qian hummed. Yeah, it's not quite appropriate. How is it inappropriate? You've given yourself to me as a gift. I naturally have to return the favor. When the two of us can't work anymore, we'll just come back here to retire and live a pension life. Zheng Qian responded with a smile. Su Shuyun had a picture in her head of her and Zheng Qian with gray hair, spending the rest of their lives hand in hand. It was very loving just thinking about it. During the morning, Zheng Qian took Su Shuyun to look at a few houses and finally selected two. Both sets of villas are located on the North Sea Island. Standing indoors you can see the sparkling, endless blue ocean. In terms of price, one set was 45 million and the other 47 million. Not much different. Qian. It's just a suite. We don't need to buy such an expensive one. Su Shuyun grew up rich, but she had never spent so much money in her life. I didn't realize that a property in Ma Dai was worth half of the Fairview Group. There's no need to be so generous. But looking at Zhang Qian's expression, it seems like this 40 million or so is nothing to him. Su Shuyun is a bit skeptical about Zhang Qian's identity. How rich is he in the end? These 2 days of eating and drinking in Ma Dai. Although Su Shuyun didn't know the exact figure, but it must be quite a lot of money. Well, real estate is also a kind of investment. When the time comes, it might even appreciate a few times. No need to get too entangled. You just need to choose one of the two sets of real estate. Zheng Qian spoke eloquently. Okay, do you have any comments? Which of these two sets do you prefer? Both sets were the most extravagant seascape villas in Beihai, and Zheng Qian was actually quite satisfied with both. If he was allowed to choose, he would definitely choose the latter. An extra $2 million. After the system cashback is $20 million, which is not a small amount. Why? I feel that the first set is obviously better and cheaper. Su Shuyun could not help but ask. Well, it involves feng shui problems. The first feng shui is not very good. Zheng Qian repeated his old trick and used the same excuse he used when he chose the site for Deng Yuqing. Ah, you still believe in this? Su Shuyun was an atheist and was a bit surprised to hear Zheng Qian's reasoning, not realizing that he still believed in this line of feng shui. That's for sure. Feng shui, physiognomy, are all the essence of our country that has been passed down for thousands of years. There must be some truth to it. However, if you want to buy the first set, that's fine. I have nothing. Forget it then. Just the second set. Su Shuyun nodded. This kind of thing is believed or not. It's better to listen to Zheng Qian. Gu, my Mr. Zheng, you really have a good eye. Chiu Min Hai, the real estate agent, exclaimed in awe. He had been diligently introducing properties for Zheng Qian and Su Shuyun all morning, and his mouth never stopped. Mr. Zheng, I'll be honest with you. Property number 1 is the boss of a telecommunication fraud group in the country. He was caught in half a year ago. After his arrest the property was seized, and now the property rights are in the hands of the Ma Dai Finance Bureau. Property number 2 is a certain president of a listed group in Northern Europe, but doesn't come to Ma Dai once a year, and was only handed over to us 2 months ago to list for sale. The feng shui you mentioned, how exactly do you see it? Can you teach me? I can need this craft in this business. Manager Chiu looked like he was eager to learn, almost scaring Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian still said the same thing, putting his index finger against his lips. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Qian, you're too good too. Su Shuyun took hold of Zheng Qian's arm and rubbed herself against his body. After she heard Manager Chiu talk about the original owner of the property, she also more or less felt that there was some bad luck. Zheng Qian's face showed a look of weakness. In reality there was no such thing as feng shui. It was all made up by him. Alright, just swipe the card directly. This seascape villa is what I gave to Ms. Su, just place her name directly. At this moment, a female secretary came over and wanted to say something to Manager Chiu alone. Manager Chiu was furious. What can't be said here? Mr. Zhang is a big client of our family. Speak directly. Ms. Hua is already downstairs. The female secretary stammered. Hua Mayan? The female secretary nodded nervously. Mr. Zhang, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I have to go over there. Manager Chiu had just gotten up when a girl with exquisite dress and frosty skin walked over from the stairway to the 4 people. Her aura was no less than Zhang Yanran's. What's the matter? Manager Chiu took my deposit and is going to sell the house to someone else? You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? Hua Mayan's face is like frost, wearing a black one-piece dress that makes her appear whiter. Her body was concave and convex. Her mountains were high. Her willow waist could be gripped, and her arched buttocks were pearly gardens. Except for a pair of sunglasses, there was no jewelry on her body. Manager Chiu is 40 years old, already past his prime, and even though he's been working outside for so long, under the gaze of Hua Mayan like this, he's still scared and his legs are weak. Miss Hua, listen to my explanation. After a conversation between Manager Chiu and Hua Mayan, Zheng Qian sort of understands. The second property was the one that Hua Mayan had already looked at and paid a deposit on long ago, only to be late in coming to pay the final payment. Qian, could it be that they've eaten up our desire to buy the property? So they're trying to take advantage of the opportunity to raise the price? Su Shuyun whispered in Zheng Qian's ear and reminded. We can't afford to eat this loss. Zheng Qian nodded. Su Shuyun had reminded him. Last time when Zheng Qian bought a house in Zhongshan International, He had experienced a similar setup. The fat lady landlord had eaten up the fact that he was going to buy it, so she sat on the ground and raised the price. This real estate agent exchange routine was somewhat similar. However, Zheng Qian saw from the beginning to the end, this Huo Mayan seems to be really not a trustee. Zheng Qian suddenly had a bright idea and felt that he could use the opportunity to swipe more system cashback. Ms. Hua. The first set is actually not bad. It's also $2 million cheaper than the second set. You can actually consider it. Manager Cho feels like he can't reason, and can only make peace, trying to get Huo Mayan to back off. Oh, want me to buy a fraudster's house? Huo Mayan coldly throws out two words. Bad luck. How about this Manager Chiu? Ms. Hua. You guys shouldn't argue either. At this moment Zheng Qian stood out. Although the property was first viewed by you, the delay in paying the final payment, it's only right that Manager Chiu shows us the property. I don't want to argue either. This property I had intended to give to this beautiful young lady beside me, so I'll take it. All things in the world are awarded to the highest bidder. If your bid can be higher than mine, then I won't say a word and give it up. How about it? Huo Mayan frowned. She's even a little skeptical that this is not a bureau, and that this kid is not a trustee invited by Manager Chiu. But looking at this dress, this speech, it doesn't look like it. It should be the playboy of some landlord in the country again. Since you want to bid with me, then come on. Huo Mayan afraid of others? Fine. I'll bid $50 million. Huo Mayan inwardly disdained. With a wave of her hand, $60 million directly smashed out. $60 million. Zheng Qian was not willing to show weakness. Such a good opportunity to raise the price. How could he give up? Shouting 10 million more. After the system cashback, it will be 100 million more cashback. 65 million. Huo Mayan glanced at Zheng Qian and began to wonder about Zheng Qian's identity. Manager Chiu and the female secretary stared blankly from the side, dumbfounded. This place had suddenly turned into a bidding scene between Zheng Qian and Huo Mayan, and it seemed like there was a bit of a fight going on. They didn't care about anything else. The higher the price was shouted, the higher their commission would be. $70 million. Zheng Qian threw his weight around and raised the original 47 million, directly to 70 million. Manager Chiu and the female secretary? The two knew that Zheng Qian was rich, but they didn't expect to spend so much for their own horse. The premium on the property was already more than 30%. Qian, there's no need to. Let's just let her have it if she wants it. Su Shuyun pulled Zheng Qian's sleeve and reminded in a low voice. $40 million. Where can't we buy a villa? Why do we have to be here? Su Shuyun couldn't figure it out. Shuyun, you don't understand. This house is what I've already promised you. How can I let someone else snatch it away? Zheng Qian gave Su Shuyun a pretend affectionate look. Su Shuyun's face was like a peach blossom. Her eyes contained autumn water, and she was almost electrified by this look. She secretly swears that she only belongs to Zheng Qian in this life. Hearing Zheng Qian shout $70 million, Huo Mayan did not continue to shout. You've had your fill, and you're determined to go against me? Huo Mayan gasped and took off her sunglasses, gritting her teeth. Hey, Miss Hua, we have a word first. The highest bidder gets it. You wouldn't be unable to afford this $70 million, right? Zheng Qian sneers cynically. Huo Mayan feels that there are two possibilities for Zheng Qian's true identity. 1. The stupid son of one of the richest families in the country. 2. A business wizard with a successful career. Judging by Huo Mayan's eyesight, Zheng Qian has such vigor that the latter should be more likely. This set of real estate sells for 47 million. Already a bit of a premium. Zheng Qian shouted 70 million. Already a serious premium. Up to 35% more. Although Huo Mayan wants the Seaview Villa, she is not a fool and can still understand the account. For the sake of a little face, it's not worth it. Humph, count on you. Huo Mayan snorted coldly and left the exchange in a huff. Manager Chiu. Manager Chiu? Manager Chiu's entire body was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Zheng Qian called him twice in a row before he came back to his senses. His speech was a bit shaky. In it. Swipe your card. Good, mister. Zheng. Spent 70,000 yuan. The system rebate 70,000 yuan has arrived. 700 million. Together with the original 320 million. Zheng Qian already had 1.02 billion in his account. Ms. Su, you leave me an address, and for those subsequent procedures, I'll mail them directly to you in the country. Mr. Zheng, Miss Su, I have a car, let me give you a ride, so you don't have to take a taxi again. Manager Chiu, how embarrassing, Zheng Qian said indifferently. It's fine, how troublesome to take a taxi, we are all our own people. I'll send you. Manager Chiu, after receiving the $70 million for the room, directly turned into one of Zheng Qian's dogs, wagging his tail at his master for a while. After returning to the hotel, Xia Sisi had already moved her luggage from the 7-star hotel. Zheng Qian and Su Shuyun were cuddling in the room for quite a while again. It wasn't until Xia Sisi knocked on the door and urged, "Mr. Zheng, it's already almost too late to catch the plane." Zheng Qian had just rested and was ready for another real battle. He made up his mind in his heart. Next time, he would definitely charter a private jet, and he still had to register the time, which was too troublesome. After returning to Yebei, it was already around 12 o'clock at night. The first time he landed, Zheng Qian received a text message. Spent 31,400 yuan. System cashback 314,000 yuan. Has arrived. This bit of $300,000 of airfare money is now completely insignificant in Zheng Qian's card. It is a fraction. Zheng Qian's Mayben had been parked at the airport for the past few days, and after sending the two girls home, he also drove the car back to Jiangshan International. The car had just parked in the garage when he ran head-on into Jean Lu. Zheng Qian almost didn't react. "What's the matter? Flew to Madai for a week and saw too many beautiful girls that you don't recognize me anymore?" Jean Lu saw that Zheng Qian came back with such an expression and joked, "How dare I? I just think that after not seeing her for a few days, my home's queen has become even better looking. To coax a woman to be happy, just praise her for looking good and pretty. The eternal truth." "Humph. Oily," Jean Lu grunted. Zheng Qian hurriedly carried Jean Lu upstairs. "Why are you in such a hurry?" He. The next day, Zheng Qian returned to the company. As soon as he entered the company, Zheng Qian realized that something was wrong. Every employee was hanging their heads, with a dejected expression. Zheng Qian was a bit puzzled. What was the situation? He knew that Yame Group and Jingxing Dockyard were fighting a price war in the past few days, and Chen Weiqian liked to give his employees a pre-war mobilization, so they should be all pumped up. Why were they all in a bad mood? On the way to the office, he bumped into Chen Weiqian. "Mr. Zheng, back from Madai?" Came back last night," Zheng Qian said with a nod. Chen Weiqian looked around and put his hand on Zheng Qian's shoulder. "You come with me to the office. There's something I want to tell you." "Mr. Chen, as soon as I came in, I saw everyone hanging their heads. What's going on?" Zheng Qian asked Chen Weiqian. "Truth be told, we lost this price war." Chen Weiqian handed over a statistical report to Zheng Qian. "Lost?" Zheng Qian had a look of disbelief on his face. He and Lu Shiqi had put together $100 million, plus $20 million from the Shanghai Trade Summit as a new round of financing for Zhang Xian Dockyard. Although Chen Weiqian had bought a few ships, Zheng Qian knew the number and the price, and had spent just over $70 million to buy the ships, leaving at least $60 million on the company's books. $60 million to fight with Asian American Group and still lose? Chen Weiqian also sighed and silently lit a cigarette. "Alas, I can't do anything about it. Asian American Group price cuts are even more ruthless than us, directly down 30%. Those bosses also all give face to Hulao. Customers are clutched in the hands of Asian American Group. It can't be that none of the customers have been solicited, right?" Zheng Qian was surprised. According to Chen Weiqian, Yame Group utilized Hulao's relationship to persuade a few old bosses to sign a contract with us, but not a long-term contract, and asked us to transport waste soil, waste materials, and discarded stones, occupying the ship times of Jingxing Dockyard. When Chen Weiqian found out, it was already over. The contract had been signed. "It's okay, although we lost, but the Asian American Group is not good either. Business war. It's inevitable. There's no such thing as a constant victor." Zheng Qian pacified Chen Weiqian. He had already read the report, and now the two companies were in a lose-lose situation. Jingxing Dockyard did not take advantage of the situation, but instead took up the next 2 years of transportation ship times. Yame Group won on the surface, but won with a 30% price reduction and played dirty tricks. Winning was not honorable. Qian business war doesn't care if you are honorable or not. The winner writes history. Chen Weiqian's eyes were filled with disappointment. The matter of the contract was his slip-up as the helmsman, and was directly related to him. In the next 2 years, Zhang Xian Dockyard wouldn't have any development and would face all kinds of difficulties. Although there is AirAsia's contract in hand, a moment cannot die, but in place for 2 years. In addition to those low-priced orders, it can only transport waste soil waste. Chen Weiqian's heart is not willing. Now the Jingxing Dockyard is the rise of the development of the Great Dividend Period. How to wait for 2 years? What's more, the Asian American Group will not stand by and watch. The next step is to target Jingxing Dockyard, blocking the entire market. Chen Weiqian's ideal ambitions would be dead in the water as a result. Then is there nothing we can do? Zheng Qian inquired. There is, unless a sum of money comes out of nowhere and saves Zhang Xian Dockyard. Otherwise, it's probably hopeless. Mr. Chen, you told me earlier, I have money. Zheng Qian patted his chest at this moment. He had already utilized the system to swipe $1 billion in cashback during his week in Madai, and taking out some at random would be enough to save Jingxin Dockyard. Qian, let's not joke around. This funding I'm talking about is huge. At the very least, it's going to be several $100 million. The last time the financing of the world shipping, after being intervened by the Asian American group and talked about yellow, it was Zheng Qian and Lu Shiqi who each took $50 million out to save the life of Jingxin Dockyard, giving Jingxin Dockyard the capital to start the war. He really didn't have the face and was embarrassed to open his mouth to the two again. As far as he knew, Zhongguang Fund was now integrating a big project, and simply did not have any extra funds to add into Jingxin Dockyard. As for Zheng Qian, he usually spends a lot of money. Even if he has money, how much can he have? $30 to $50 million is definitely no good. Throwing it in is just a waste of money. Forget it. Chen Weiqiang let out a long breath. I really don't have the face to say this again. Mr. Chen, you have a lot of passion. How can you be defeated by a Yamei group? It's not like you. Zheng Qian laughed. Chen Weiqiang couldn't laugh at all. He still wanted to cry. Zheng Qian, this kid's heart is big enough. He still laughs at this kind of time. Then what can I do? Alas. Chen Weiqiang pulled a shrugged face. His indelible confidence was defeated. This way, Chen General. You directly say a number. I will think of ways. Is 300 million enough? Chen Weiqiang doubted that his ears had misheard. Zheng Qian meant that he could take out 300 million? According to what he had in mind, he needed at least 220 million to revitalize the company. 300 million. More than enough. Zheng Qian saw Chen Weiqiang's expression was grave and deep. He didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out his cell phone, and in front of Chen Weiqiang, he entered the company's account and transferred 300 million into it. Mr. Chen, the rest is all yours. Who cares about Crown Beauty Group, Asian American Group? Beat him rabbit hard. Chen Weiqiang? His mouth opened into an O shape, bigger than a goose egg, and his mouth couldn't close at all. Chen Weiqiang couldn't help but rub his eyes. He suspected that he had just hallucinated. Bang! His secretary rushed into the office and reported, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, I don't know who transferred 300 million into the company account. Are you aware of this situation? $300 million? It's true. Chen Weiqiang had just been violently pinching his thighs, thinking that everything was a dream. Didn't realize it was real? Puff! Chen Weiqiang directly knelt down for Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, you are my savior. You know, everyone in business plays with cash flow. Every money flowing in and out is strictly calculated. How to maximize the benefits. How to minimize the interest. Money is money. Chen Weiqiang never dreamed that Zhang Qian could take out so much money at once. A whole 300 million. This amount of money would not only revitalize Zhang Xin Group, but also revitalize the market. And moreover, it would be able to punch hard towards the face of Asian American Group. If not for the presence of his secretary, Chen Weiqiang would have wanted to call Zheng Qian his father on the spot. Mr. Chen, what are you doing? How can I say that you are also considered half of my master? Get up, get up. I can't afford this big gift. Zheng Qian hurriedly helped the old and tearful Chen Weiqiang up. The secretary who came in to report was a bit at a loss. What is Mr. Chen up to? How did a president give the vice president a knee? It wasn't appropriate for her to see this kind of occasion. The secretary knowingly brought the office door and carefully retreated out. Mr. Zhang, from now on, you will be the chairman of our company, president, and I will be your vice president. Don't ever. I'll still honestly be my vice president. The president is still you. Where can I seize power? To be honest, Zhang Qian before and after. In Jingxin Dockyard invested $380 million. By Jingxin Dockyard 3 times or more than enough. Indeed qualified to be the company's chairman and president. And this business, especially shipping, I don't know as much as you do. I'm still a little budding. I'm still counting on you for the future management and operation of the company. Zheng Qian decisively refused Chen Weiqiang's offer to give up his position. However, Chen Weiqiang was very resolute, saying that the money was enough to buy all the shares of Zhang Xin Dockyard. Zheng Qian felt that any further refusal might hurt his feelings and accepted Chen Weiqiang's cession. After discussion, it was decided that Zhang Qian would retain 10% of the shares of each of Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi, and he would personally hold 80% of the shares of Jingxin Dockyard and become the chairman of the board of Jingxin Dockyard. Chen Weiqiang's position remained as president and CEO, although Lu Shiqi was not present. In front of $300 million. How many shares was her Lu Shiqi's little money? I'll make a call right now to get Mr. Lu to come over, Chen Weiqiang said and pulled out his cell phone. Zheng Qian waved his hand. indicating that there was no need. I'll personally talk to General Manager Lu. In addition, she and I have other things we happen to talk about. Before flying to Mardai, Lu Shiqi showed him a blue book plan. It was a very huge project that involved many companies. That afternoon, Zhang Qian and Lu Shiqi met up. Mr. Zhang, why are you so perverse, taking the initiative to ask me to meet? Lu Shiqi hadn't figured it out for a while. She had thought that Zhang Qian was seeing that Zhang Xian dockyard was about to enter a half-dead state, and wanted to sell off the shares he was holding. Who knew that as soon as Zhang Qian opened his mouth, he asked her about the Blue Book program. Mr. Lu, that project you mentioned before, how much money is needed in total? Lu Shiqi's blueprint was to unite the Jinshou Group, Dafu Timber, Jiyuan Wood Furniture, Jinxin Dockyard as well as some small businesses to form a large industry chain that would produce, sell and transport its own products. Why is Mr. Zhang suddenly interested in talking to me about this? If an outsider were to do it, at the very least it would take $300 to $500 million, at least to buy the large majority of shares in these businesses and get control. But if it's Mr. Zhang doing it, you have 40% of Fairview Group's shares in your hands. As for Zhang Xin Dockyard, your shares plus my shares are enough to shake Chen Weiqiang. The rest is Jiyuan Wood Furniture plus Dafu Timber. $200 million is enough to take care of it. This was a bit unsatisfactory. What Lu Shiqi meant was that she wanted to control the entire Jinxin Dockyard through her and Zhang Qian joining forces. It's not that control. Lu Shiqi has only talked to Zhang Qian about this project. If it really starts to work, Chen Weiqiang's side can be persuaded to join the industry chain. Then everything will be fine. If he refuses to join, then he can only use means. Zhang Qian felt more and more that Lu Shiqi was an unfathomable woman. But now the situation is different. Jinxin things you heard about it. The price war lost. Transportation this link pole crotch. This project is considered yellow. Lu Shiqi, still in a long red dress, crossed her legs when she finished, skimmed her mouth towards Zhang Qian and made a helpless gesture. It's not yellow. How is it not yellow? Look at this. Zhang Qian threw a shareholding agreement in front of Lu Shiqi. Lu Shiqi's face instantly became questioning and surprised after reading the equity agreement. Mr. Zhang, you funded another $300 million to revitalize Jinxin Dockyard? Lu Shiqi couldn't believe how much energy was behind the man in front of her. Until today, she even thought that what she saw was still the tip of Zhang Qian's iceberg. $300 million, and it was still cash. Throughout Yebei, how many people could take out $300 million in cash at once? Lu Shiqi had thought that Zhang Qian had flown to Madai because he had been struck by Jiang Yanyan's self-esteem, and had gone to escape from reality under the pretext of inspecting his work. She didn't expect that as soon as she came back from Madai, Zhang Qian brought her such a big surprise. No wonder Zhang Qian took the initiative to ask her out and talk about her blue book plan. Zhang Qian had money. It was just that he originally didn't want to take care of her. Facts prove that Jiang Yanran couldn't hurt Zhang Qian's manly pride at all. But he was a master who could take out $300 million in cash in a minute. How big is AirAsia? 7 or 800 million. Brace yourself for $1 billion. Mr. Lu, you just said that your shares plus my shares can shake Mr. Chen's position? That's a bit too much. I heard Mr. Chen say that you are quite close to him. Harm. I'm just casually mentioning it. It's not like I really want to do it. Lu Shiqi patted her snow-white thighs. But then again, who would want to use this method until the last resort? The situation is clear now. Mr. Zhang, you are now the new helmsman of Zhang Xin Dockyard. Is Zhang Xin Dockyard still not your call? As for the side of the Fairview Group, I heard that you flew to Madai this time to bring Ms. Su over there as well. As long as you say a few words over there. This blue book plan. Steady success. Exempt. Zhang Qian even wondered if Lu Shiqi had sent her eyes to follow him 24 hours a day. She even knew that he had brought Su Shuyun with him when he went to Madai. Lu Shiqi told Zhang Qian that if he wanted to engage in the Blue Book program, Zhang Qian would contribute 200 million, and Zhongguang Fund could contribute 200 million, and all of the excess budget would be borne by Zhongguang Fund. Jointly set up a new group of companies. She accounted for 51% of the shares. Zhang Qian accounted for 49% of the shares. The company owns Jiyuan Wood Furniture, Dafu Timber, Jinxin Dockyard, as well as a number of small businesses. As for the Jinshou Group, it was only responsible for providing logs, and of course, it was considered the goddaughter of the new group company, while the rest were the biological sons. 200 million won't do. Zhang Qian shook his head. No way? Lu Shiqi narrowed her eyes, not understanding what Zhang Qian was trying to express. I'll put up 300 million. The acquisition and integration will all be left to your Zhongguang Fund. I'll only take 70% of the shares. This plate is very big. Zhang Qian is definitely going to take the lead, and also must hold the control in his hands. Lu Shiqi TM just sign a few contracts, take 200 million want to occupy the dominant group of companies? Play also quite flower. Okay, Mr. Zhang, you have the final say. Lu Shiqi see Zheng Qian attitude resolute, also no longer bargaining. After all, without Zheng Qian, the cost of this matter would be too big, and it may not be a sure thing. 30% would be 30%, and the dividends would be quite a lot at that time. It was worth mentioning that Lu Shiqi herself did not have this much money. Her money comes from the Zhenguang Foundation under her name, and the money of the foundation belongs to the investors, so she is just helping the investors to take care of it and get some dividends from it. If this matter comes to fruition, the reputation of Zhenguang Foundation in the industry will be raised a lot more, and in the future, more and more investors will look for her, and the whole person's status in the financial industry will be raised to a higher level. Mr. Zhang, let's come up with a name then. Let's call it Thousand Crane Group. After making a deal with Lu Shiqi, Zheng Qian left it all to Lu Shiqi. As for Chen Weiqiang's side, Zheng Qian didn't let Lu Shiqi act rashly, preparing to find an appropriate time to talk to him again. 3 days later, Asian American Group Chairman's office. Hu Yuebin was celebrating his victory in the price war with Zhang Xin Dockyard. He made tea on the coffee table and respectfully poured it for Hu Jingyi. With his old man helping him keep the company in check these days, he was much more solid in his heart. It was still wiser to invite the old man out to do his job. If he was on his own, I'm afraid he would have been beaten down by Zhang Xin Dockyard long ago. Father, you drink tea. Drink what? Hu Jingyi snorted very majestically, looking at the playful Hu Yuebin. Winning a tiny Zhengxin. See how happy you are. Dad, we didn't win. Can't we have some fun? Don't be so angry. Hu Yuebin quickly bowed his head. All over the company, perhaps only Hu Jingyi himself knows, this time in Zhengxin fight this battle is not an overwhelming victory. Asian American Group also paid a heavy price to Hu Jingyi evaluation. That is both sides lost. It's just that Zhengxin Dockyard has just started. The volume is still relatively small. The defeat is more tragic. Hu Yuebin's current behavior is just 50 steps laughing at 100 steps. It was simply not worth celebrating so gleefully. What do you plan to do next? Hu Jingyi asked Hu Yuebin. Hu Yuebin had a smug smile on his face at this moment, gloating. Next I'm going to feast on Chen Weiqiang, and that what's his name Zheng Qian, and mock them over dinner. Slap. A crisp, loud slap on Hu Yuebin's face. Nonsense. Hu Jingyi almost gulped directly after hearing this. How did he give birth to such an untalented loser son? After taking a small advantage, he was so complacent and smug, Hu Jingyi even began to think, this kid in the end is not his own. How even a tiny bit of his good genes are not inherited? What's the difference between such a son and those street gangsters and hooligans on the street? Women can't handle women. Opponents can't handle opponents. If I were you, you'd better die now. Hu Jingyi cursed. Don't. Hu Yuebin didn't know where he had done wrong again. If I crash my head to death, who will give you an old age pension? Don't you think so? Without you, I can still live for a few more years. Hu Jingyi's face turned green with anger. Hu Yuebin heart 10,000 aggrieved. How the old man everywhere to find him fault. What gas are scattered to him? I tell you, you listen to me well. The next step is to target Zhengxin Dockyard. Market blockade. Let them every single customer cannot sign. Understand? Hu Yuebin nodded like garlic. Also, waste soil, waste material. Don't stop. Continue to Zhengxin plug. How much can be plugged counted? Okay pops, I'm good at this. Hu Jingyi looked at his son who poured tea for him, disappointment in his eyes. While he was still alive, Yame Group had already gotten into this state. Even a small Zhengxin couldn't handle it, and he had to personally step in. Luckily, this old face of his still has some effect. If he was gone, he might have been beaten up one day and not been able to get up. The current situation is good for the Asian American Group. Although Zhang Xian had the AirAsia contract in his hands, it was only a lingering existence. Hu Jingyi is certain that if nothing happens, within 3 years, Zhengxin will fall. I don't know if he'll survive 3 years. Anyway, the good thing is that he is Yabe to Hu Yuebin to occupy. The other he wants to control cannot control. Children and grandchildren. Children and grandchildren blessed. By the time Yame Group development into what? All depends on Hu Yuebin himself. Clang clang clang. Snap. No good no good. A young and beautiful female secretary stumbled in. What are you doing? Don't know how to knock? Hu Yuebin heard the clunking sound and thought that his old man was going to knock him with his cane again. He was scared and hurriedly shrunk his head, and the teapot in his hand accidentally fell on the ground. You're in arrears again, aren't you? Sorry chairman. I didn't mean to. I have something important to report. The female secretary subconsciously touched her thigh. She felt pain when she heard the word draw. What is it? Hu Jingyi signaled for her to speak. Zhengxin Dockyard suddenly let slip that as long as the customer is willing to sign a 3-year long contract, it lowered the price by 50%. Those customers on our hands have fled, and now there are only a few retail customers left. Impossible. Where did Zhengxin Dockyard get so much money? Hu Yuebin was full of disbelief. It's a joke. Hu Jingyi also wondered. Is this a smokescreen released by Zhengxin Dockyard? Is this a smokescreen put out by Zhengxin Dockyard, wanting to take a final bite out of Yame Group when the fish is dead? Chairman. It's true. The clients we have in our hands have fled, and now there are only a few retail investors left. The secretary handed over a stack of termination reports. What did you say? Why didn't you come over earlier to report the situation? Hu Yuebin's eyes widened and he burst into a rage. I also just realized the situation and came to report it at the first opportunity. Hurry up and go investigate. Don't go yet. The secretary stumbled and exited the office. Dad, what is this situation? Hu Yuebin was instantly flustered. He had already thought of what to say when he invited Chen Weiqiang Zhengxian to the banquet. Why did he suddenly make such a mess? After Hu Jingyi heard the news, his thick brows furrowed as he looked at one termination letter after another. Poof! A mouthful of old blood sprayed out from Hu Jingyi's mouth. This scene could scare Hu Yuebin half to death, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone to call the emergency number. Hu Jingyi waved his hand, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and shook his head to indicate that there was no need. Yame Group. The tide has turned. Hu Jingyi looked up to the sky and sighed. Zhang Xian suddenly made such a big move. Hu Jingyi speculated that at the very least, he had gotten 200 million or even more. This is to put Yame Group to the death. So much money, out of nowhere, behind this price war. There is a very powerful capital. Want to protect Zhengxin. Hu Yuebin, who had just been complacent, had a scorched face at this time, completely at a loss. Father, what are we going to do now? Hu Jingyi let out a long sigh. On Su Shuyun's side, Zheng Qian had already talked to her, and it went well, willing to cooperate deeply with the newly established Thousand Crane Group. In fact, if Zheng Qian wanted to buy the Fairview Group, it would be a matter of minutes. Even if Su Shuyun didn't sell, Lu Shiqi had a way to make her sell. But things don't work that way, and people don't act that way. After all, Su Shuyun is now considered Zheng Qian's woman, and Fairview Group is also her own business. There is no need to be so hard on your own business. Lu Shiqi's side also sent a letter to Zhang Qian, said she looked for Ji Yuan would Ma Wencheng talk all smooth. Heard that Zhang Qian led the organization of Qianha Group, did not say anything, easily signed the contract. Chang Dashan of Dafu Timber, after seeing Lu Shiqi, called out for help, and without even talking about it, he directly signed Lu Shiqi's contract and sold Dafu Timber to Thousand Crane Group. Zhang Qian felt that it was about time, so he came to find Chen Weiqiang, ready to talk to him about this matter. Unexpectedly, when Chen Weiqiang heard about it, he did not have any objections to Zhang Qian's idea. Mr. Chen, Zhang Xian's shares are still yours. On top of that, I'll share 5% of Thousand Crane Group's shares with you in my personal name, so that you can serve as my CEO. Chen Weiqiang was in a trance for a while and was grateful to Zhang Qian. How long had it been? Zhang Qian had grown so much. Zhang Qian's exceptional talent in business, coupled with the strong capital behind him as support. It was only a matter of time before the rock leapt 9,000 miles. What exactly is the background behind him? Chen Weiqiang will not dare to think for a moment, and do not dare to ask in detail. Chen Weiqiang only felt that the capital behind Zheng Qian was like a bottomless pit, able to constantly provide Zheng Qian with the funds he needed. As long as he wanted to, he could buy out the entire Yabu. Alright, Mr. Zhang, let's sit down. I'll tell you about the recent counterattacks we made against Yame Group. We have this relationship. We don't dare to use you. It's better to call me Xiao Qian in private. Good. Chen Weiqiang nodded. He had seen too many bosses who were arrogant and flaky after having money. Like Zhang Qian, he was so powerful. He was already the boss of several enterprises, and he was still so low-key. He will be a great man in the future. Chen Weiqiang believed that Zhang Qian would definitely go farther than him on this road of business. This counterattack under the leadership of Chen Weiqiang has already dug up the customers on the hands of Yame Group, and now there are only a few retail customers left on the hands. Hu Jingyi's face is certainly worth money, but in front of the huge concessions, this face is a bit vain. There are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. Zhengxin Dockyard, relying on this strong capital given by Zhang Qian, did not hesitate to adjust the price downward by 50% on top of the original one. After the price war, the company still had $200 million left in its account. Chen Weiqiang discussed with Zhang Qian and prepared to take out $200 million to continue to purchase freighters, expand the volume of Zhengxin Dockyard, and take up the entire Yebei market in one fell swoop. Zhang Qian supported Chen Weiqiang's idea. The $200 million funds roughly estimated after the expansion of the Jiangxin dockyard, can be comparable to the volume of the Yamei Group, qualified with the Yamei Group, such as shipping enterprises face-to-face to fight a hard battle. But what should be said or not said? Chen Weiqiang felt that the Asian American Group would be in shambles from now on, even losing the price war. What kind of tough battle can they still fight with Jiangxin? Mr. Zhang, when are we going to officially do the formalities? Also let everyone know that you are the helmsman of our company now? Chen Weiqiang inquired. There's no rush on this. Let's settle the matter at hand first. Zhang Qian waved his hand. Zhang Qian was pragmatic. He also believed that Chen Weiqiang would not pit him. This period of time was still a bit busy. First solve these immediate problems before dealing with other things. Good. At this moment, Chen Weiqiang's secretary walked in. Mr. Chen. Mr. Zhang. There is an old man outside who claims to be Hu Jingyi who wants to meet with you. There's also Hu Yuebin from the Asian American Group. He's here as well. Chen Weiqiang and Zhang Qian coincidentally glanced at each other. Hu Jingyi, Hu Yuebin, what is he doing here at this time to come to our place? Couldn't be trying to shake hands with us? Both of them had similar thoughts and decided to invite the people over and meet them first. Who knew that the secretary had just invited the two Hu family members to the office? Poof! Hu Jingyi brought Hu Yuebin with him, and then he directly knelt down to Zhang Qian, Chen Weiqiang and the two of them. Elder Hu, what are you doing? You're an old-timer in the industry. I can't afford to accept such a great gift from you. Chen Weiqiang was dumbfounded and hurriedly went forward to assist him. If someone like Hu Jingyi went to any shipping company in Kyushu, the boss would give 3 times of face. If this spreads out, Chen Weiqiang, Jiangxin Dockyard's reputation must not be damaged. Zhang Qian skimmed his mouth. Why did this sound so familiar? Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang, please let Asian American Group live. Asian American Group really has no way out. Elder Hu, if you have anything to say, let's stand up and talk about it. Chen Weiqiang helped Hu Jingyi up. As for Hu Yuebin, let this kid kneel and let him kneel. After a detailed chat, Hu Jingyi expressed his willingness to work hand in hand with Jiangxin Dockyard, share the market together, and actively cooperate with Jiangxin Dockyard's next strategic development. I know, Yamei Group cannot go back to the year, but there are 2 talented leaders. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zhang, will certainly let the 2 companies prosper. Hu Jingyi had said all the good words, and he was actually unwilling to do so. An old-timer who was highly respected in the industry, kneeling down to 2 juniors. This lifetime reputation was definitely ruined, but he couldn't do it otherwise. If Jiangxin Dockyard turned around and blocked the market to Yamei Group next, then Yamei Group would only have one way to die. He has not yet gone to the 9 Springs. He will have to watch the Asian American Group because he cannot repay the bank loan. Was seized. Jiangxin Dockyard's punch was too hard. It made those customers of the Asian American Group, even at the expense of paying out their liquidated damages, all want to terminate their contracts with them and go sign with Zhang Xin. Chen Weiqiang felt that this was actually a path. He hadn't actually expected that Asian American Group would soften so quickly, although it didn't come to the merger step. But a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Becoming a partner is definitely more cost-effective than becoming a competitor. However, now Zhang Xin Dockyard Chen Weiqiang only 10% of the shares. Zhang Qian is the real helmsman. How to deal with this matter? Still have to see Zhang Qian's meaning. He can only provide advice to Zhang Qian reference. In the end, the idea must be Zhang Qian. You wait a moment, Ahu Lao. I have to discuss this with Mr. Zhang. Chen Weiqiang pulled Zhang Qian back a few steps. Hu Jingyi was a bit confused. Wasn't Chen Weiqiang the person in charge of Zhang Xin Dockyard? Why do you need to discuss with him as a vice president? Why don't you just make up your own mind? This person looks so young. Chen Weiqiang called him Zhang. Could it be that Zhang Qian who stole his daughter-in-law? Zhang Qian's appearance. A few years younger than Hu Yuebin. This vice president should be promoted by Chen Weiqiang. It can't be the major shareholder, right? Hu Jingyi to death would not have thought that Zhang Qian is indeed the major shareholder of Zhang Xin, and now is still the largest shareholder of Zhang Xin, with 80% of the shares. The money that came out of nowhere was also brought by Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, what do you think about this? Mr. Chen, what do you mean? Zhang Qian wanted to hear Chen Weiqiang's thoughts. Chen Weiqiang felt that of course the competition was a sure win, but it was not ruled out that in the future, Asian American Group would look for financing again and rise again to snipe Zhang Xin. If the 2 companies cooperated, the benefits would outweigh the disadvantages, and perhaps they could call the shots with China Airlines in a few years. Zhang Qian hemmed and nodded. Chen Weiqiang was a bit unable to read Zhang Qian's mind. Zhang Qian felt that Chen Weiqiang was right. The Asian American Group was indeed a scourge if they kept it, and would definitely not forget this kneeling today. Now Hu Lao is still there. Can hold Hu Yuebin point? Hu Lao if not. Hu Yuebin 80% to mess. Instead of this, it would be better to completely eradicate it, and stop it forever. Hu Lao Ah, do you think that right now we, Zhang Xin, need the cooperation of Yame Group? Zhang Qian carried his hands behind his back and walked up to Hu Jingyi, looking at the old man with a face full of vicissitudes. At the same time, he glanced at Hu Yuebin, who grabbed his ears and knelt in front of him, hating him so much that he gnashed his teeth. The business war is not a fame and fortune field full of human feelings. This place is cold-blooded and cruel. It's not that if you kneel down for me, I will give you face. In other words, if Zhang Xin didn't suddenly incorporate a sum of money, and Mr. Chen and I went to Asian American Group to kneel down for you, would you leave us alive? Zhang Qian's words simply amazed Chen Weiqiang. I didn't expect this young man to grow so quickly. It seemed that when the Texas poker game was played, Zhang Qian seemed to be careless, but he had actually memorized a lot. That's the kind of ruthless person who mixes up business battles. Hu Jingyi was used to seeing big waves, but he was still surprised by a junior like Zhang Qian. Hu Jingyi saw the shadow of him back then in Zhang Qian's body. Zhang Qian was right. If Yame Group won the price war, he wouldn't be soft in the slightest, giving Zhang Xin any chance to breathe, directly blocking the market and driving Zhang Xin to death. Then what do you want? Just say it. Hu Jingyi let out a long sigh. At the same time, he indisputably glanced at Hu Yuebin. If this son of his could have a tenth of the vigor that Zhang Qian had in him, why would he worry about this? I want the entire Yame Group. Name your price. Zhang Qian faintly said. Holy shit. Chen Weiqiang was so shocked by Zhang Qian's words that he directly expletives came out. Zhang Qian was like a hunter with a shotgun at this moment, aiming at Hu Jingyi and Hu Yuebin. Zhang Qian had 10,000 reasons to shoot, but Zhang Qian didn't shoot, forcing Hu Jingyi, Hu Yuebin, to pull out his heart, liver and lungs by himself and put them in Zhang Qian's hands. Chen Weiqiang and Hu Jingyi, and even Hu Yuebin kneeling on the ground, all marveled. All three faces were the color of disbelief. No one thought that Zhang Qian had such a big appetite. Surprisingly, he wanted to eat the Asian American Group in one bite. What did you say? Hu Jingyi had a strand of white beard that was shaking straight. I said for you to make a price. I want the entire Asian American Group. Late born, you have a big appetite. But is the Asian American Group something you can eat if you want to? Aren't you afraid of choking? Hu Jingyi shook his head repeatedly. Yame Group had lost the price war, but not to the extent of losing everything and losing the entire business. Zhang Qian's mouth was too big. A Zhang Xin dockyard, wanting to eat up the Asian American Group, was simply a dream. He had already groveled to Zhang Qian, not hesitating to put down his dignity, to find Zhang Qian to shake hands and make peace. But he didn't expect that Zhang Qian would have such an attitude. Elder Hu, do you mean you won't? Zhang Qian asked. Let's put it this way. I'll give in a step. I'll leave 5% for the Hu family from the share structure of the Asian American Group. When you are 100 years old, and little Hu loses all that money, you will still be able to enjoy dividends every year and won't starve to death. What do you think? Hu Yuebin, Chen Weiqiang, Hu Jingyi. Zhang Qian thinks. Hu Jingyi refused to sell the Asian American Group reason. Is afraid of Hu Yuebin starve to death? This pinch, how to talk down Hu Yuebin felt that he was humiliated to the point that he looked at Zhang Qian with a face full of resentment, itching to fight Zhang Qian to the death right now. Elder Hu, you started from nothing back then and founded the Asian American Group. You should know the current situation better than me, right? Are you willing to watch Asian American Group lose all its money, be liquidated and bankrupted by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and become history? Sell the Asian American Group to me, and I'll make a guarantee to you that the two businesses will absolutely flourish. When people in the world talk about the future Asian American Group, they will all mention that his predecessor was founded by you, and will not dishonor your reputation. How about that? Hu Jingyi was exasperated by Zhang Qian's successive taps on his cane. His inspirational story of starting a business from nothing and his heroic deeds were widely circulated throughout the whole of Kyushu. Hu Yuebin was a playboy, but Hu Jingyi still had a passionate blood in his veins and his heart was high. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. He would never allow Zhang Qian to do this. Hu Jingyi's name, the name of Yame Group, did not need a junior to circulate it yet. Deceitful. Let's go. Hu Jingyi put down these words and left Zhang Xian dockyard with Hu Yuebin. Mr. Zhang, doing a bit too much. How can I say that elder who is also a senior? He came today and even knelt down for us. So you can see the sincerity. You humiliated him so much. How is that? Good, Chen Weiqiang kindly advised. Zhang Qian was unimpressed. What he said was true. The next road for Asian American Group was difficult. Instead of letting Hu Yuebin lose it all bit by bit, it would be better to sell it to him now and become a part of the Thousand Crane Group. Although the words are true, it's hard for someone like Hu Lao to accept such a fact. Chen Weiqiang felt that Zhang Qian had definitely angered Hu Jingyi with this outburst today. Hu Jingyi's connections in this circle of the sea trade were very wide, and no one knew what other killer tricks he had. Who cares? An old man. With the current Yamei group, what else can he make waves? Zheng Qian pressed on. That's true. Chen Weiqiang nodded. Whether it was in the past or now, everyone spoke with strength, and no matter how extensive Hu Jingyi's connections were and how big his face was, his strength was not as strong as it was back then after all. Meeting may be polite and courteous, but really talk business, or rely on the hard power of the enterprise. Even if this hand is now played by Hu Jingyi, there is no way back. Mr. Chen, shouldn't we buy a ship? Next, Zheng Qian put Hu Jingyi's matter behind him and started talking to Chen Weiqiang about buying a boat. Zheng Qian didn't know anything about ships, and Chen Weiqiang said that he planned to expand to 25 ships, of which there would be 2 more 100,000-ton freighters. By then, Zhangxian Dockyard's volume would already be comparable to that of the Asian American group. But, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing. Yan'an and Yebei are the only 2 maritime transportation enterprises we have, and the 2 docks definitely won't be able to accommodate so many ships. Our ships are mainly in Yebei, and the Yebei pier is much smaller than the Yan'an pier. It's not big enough, and the location is a bit poor. What I mean is to cooperate with the wharf and expand it appropriately, and we'll pay for this. Will the pier cooperate with us? Zheng Qian asked. Expanding the pier requires reclamation approvals. As long as we can get this, the pier will definitely be willing. We don't have to pay a penny to expand the pier. We enjoy the highest priority. Chen Weiqiang told Zheng Qian that he has contacted the director of the Oceanic Administration. The information procedures and whatnot have been submitted. In 2 days let Zheng Qian go over to meet and talk. When Zheng Qian thought about it, what Chen Weiqiang said did make sense. It is like you originally have a car. A parking space is enough. Now that you suddenly have money and bought 10 cars, you can't take turns parking in that space. Zheng Qian's intention was not just to develop in Yan'an and Yebei. He wanted to build a business empire in the entire Kyushu. In the future, as Zhangxian grew larger and larger, Zheng Qian's attention would shift as well. Yebu was just the beginning. To the east, there was Qilu. To the north, there was Jinmen, the winged border. To the south, there was Shanghu, Zhujian and Hangzhou, Min'an, and Tanyuzu. Zhengxin, or the Thousand Crane Group, had a lot more difficulties to face. With this ambition, Yamei Group was destined to be a stepping stone on Zheng Qian's business path. Knock knock knock. Li Tao knocked on the door at this time. Mr. Chen, Mr. Zheng, are you busy? Director Li, not busy either. Come in and chat. Chen Weiqiang invited Li Tao in. What's up, brother Tao? Something wrong? Zheng Qian said cordially. Li Tao's face was grave, and after sitting down, he said that there was really something he wanted to talk to Zheng Qian about. Okay, we have this relationship. Just say it directly. Zheng Qian told Li Tao not to be outgoing. It's about team leader Zhao's matter. Li Tao slowly explained. Zheng Qian frowned. He had already spoken to Xiao Xinhao once last time and reminded him in a sideways manner. Did he mean that something else had gone wrong? Xiao Xinhao? What is it? Qian, we have this relationship here. As an executive of the company, as a part of the company, I can't not tell you. Brother Tao, don't be a stranger. Just get to the point. Li Tao nodded. Team leader shouted perform forcefully in the middle of last week's price war. But he went even more overboard with his subordinates than before. Who in the company has a good relationship with you? Who is General Manager Chen's beloved? He inquired about all of them, and he is polite to me, but it's difficult for the following. Relying on that layer of relationship with you, has been bullying the small in the company, and holding the strong over the weak. There are even 3 or 4 female colleagues, are privately looking for me to reflect, said Xiao team leader to its sexual harassment. There are even rumors amongst the company that you are usually a Mr. Nice guy, and that Xiao Xinhao was placed into the company specifically to do the offending for you. Zheng Qian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Xinhao to change at all. That conversation was for nothing. The reason why Xiao Xinhao went even more overboard was probably because he wanted to find out who made the little report. Zheng Qian thought he also had a pot to pay. As for the matter of sexual harassment of female colleagues, Zheng Qian was even more surprised. It was said that rabbits don't eat grass from the nest. Xiao Xinhao's relationship with him and the company had generated such rumors, which was really degrading to his reputation. Zheng Qian observed Chen Weiqiang's expression and was not surprised at all, as if he already knew. Mr. Chen, did you know about this matter? I am aware of these things, but the company has been very busy lately, so I haven't been able to care. Chen Weiqiang rubbed his forehead. It just so happens that you are here today. Let's discuss what to do. Zheng Qian didn't believe the words I haven't had time to manage. It should be that it wasn't too good to manage. If not wrong, Li Tao coming to Chen Weiqiang's office at this time was intentionally arranged. He was the company's major shareholder and had invested another $300 million into the company, becoming the helmsman. Xiao Shenhao, as his junior hometown and university classmate, he was definitely not in a good position to say anything about this matter without knowing Zheng Qian's attitude. That's why he let Li Tao step in and say, I do have a good relationship with Xiao Shenhao. He helped me a lot in college, but I can state right now that I will not be soft on the black sheep of the company. Zheng Qian said forcefully, I already talked to Xiao Shenhao last time. I didn't expect it to still not work. I'll talk to him again later. Alright, Qian. I'm relieved with your words. Li Tao nodded. Satisfied. Right, Mr. Zhang. There will be a QC trade bidding meeting in a few days. We have to attend then. Chen Weiqiang suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reminded. After the three of them adjourned the meeting, Zhang Qian called Xiao Shenhao to his office. After seeing Zhang Qian, Xiao Shenhao looked a bit excited. Before Zhang Qian could talk to him, he asked excitedly, Qian, did you make an additional investment? Now the biggest shareholder of the company should be you, right? Zhang Qian was a bit surprised. This matter hadn't been publicly announced in the company. Not many people knew about it, and Xiao Shenhao was definitely not among them. How did he know about it? This matter was told to him by Chen Weiqiang's secretary Xiao Mei. The company's accounts suddenly had more than $300 million. Chen Weiqiang kneeled down to thank Zhang Qian. It is very likely that Zhang Qian invested in it. From Zhang Qian's hesitant expression just now, Xiao Shenhao felt that his guess was right, although not yet announced in the company. But now Zhang Qian is the real helmsman of Zhang Xin Dockyard, the actual chairman of the board, directly over Chen Weiqiang's position. Xiao Shenhao did not know where Zhang Qian got so much money, but he knew that his college friend now has made a fortune. Zhang Xin Dockyard may just be one of the enterprises under his name. Such a thick thigh, Xiao Shenhao could hold on tightly. Right, Qian, what are you looking for me for? I'm recently short of people under me, so I'm temporarily seconding you to my group for a few days. Zhang Qian switched it up, saying that it was a secondment, but in fact, he wanted to get Xiao Shenhao out of his position and hang him out to dry for a few days. In this way, Xiao Shenhao should know what's going on without him having to say anything. Secondment? Xiao Shenhao's brows were furrowed, a bit not quite understanding. Well, don't think too much about it, Mr. Chen and Director Li both said that you performed powerfully in the middle of the price war, and that your business skills are very strong. When this period of time is busy, I will promote you to the position of Deputy Director. Xiao Shenhao was ecstatic to hear this. He knew that Zhang Qian wouldn't forget that he was good to Zhang Qian when he was in college. It was a relationship that was ironclad. Zhang Qian felt that Xiao Shenhao was indeed a capable person, only that he had some problems in communicating with his co-workers in general. These could be changed. How Xiao Shenhao treats people outside, Zhang Qian can't care, but not in the company. Chen Weiqiang and Li Tao have said so. He has to manage anyhow. Xiao Shenhao was kind to him. Zhang Qian hoped that he would understand his good intentions. After leaving Zhang Qian's office, Xiao Shenhao felt like he was floating. Before jumping to Zhang Xin Dockyard, he knew that he would definitely be taken care of in the future. Zhang Qian was not an ungrateful person. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian this became the chairman of the board and took down Chen Weiqiang's company. Xiao Shenhao thinks, promote him to be deputy director is just the first step. To the back, director, general manager, director and other positions are still waiting for him. When the time comes, he will become a CEO, marry a rich white woman, and become a winner in life. Zhang Qian is the honorable man in his life. After returning to the business department, Xiao Shenhao looked at one of his subordinates who was still grinding his dinner. He immediately rushed up and lectured fiercely. Oh Yang Xiao, it's already past lunchtime. Why are you still eating? On my first day on the job, I've already emphasized discipline to you guys, right? Deduct your bonus and allowance for this month. Oh Yang Xiao heard this and wanted to cry. He didn't mean to be like this. There was a reason for what happened. Seeing this, Xingyu hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Team leader Xiao, don't be in a hurry to punish him. Xiao just delayed his meal because he did me a little favor. Before Xiao Shenhao came to Jingxin to set up the position of team leader, what Xingyu did had always been the duties of the team leader. Xingyu had outstanding abilities, strong calling power and organizational power, and was also Li Tao's close subordinate, and was now the deputy team leader of the business department. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Shenhao nodded. When the many employees including Ouyang Xiao, Xingyu, all thought that Xiao Shenhao would let him off the hook. That won't work either. This is a matter of principle. Bonuses and allowances still have to be deducted. Ouyang Xiao originally thought that with the deputy team leader pleading for him, Xiao Shenhao shouldn't take anything from him. After all, it was just an extra shift at noon that delayed the mealtime. Unexpectedly, Xiao Shenhao still wanted to deal with him. Xingyu looked around and pulled Xiao Shenhao to one side. Team leader Xiao, please raise your hand and give me face. Face? Oh, what face do you, Xingyu, have with me? I'm telling you, don't look at you as a deputy team leader. I can't discipline you. Normally some small things are fine. I won't care about anything, but when it comes to matters of principle, matters of the company's system, I absolutely can't give in. Xiao Xinhao instantly took things up a notch, pulling into the company system and principles. Team leader Xiao, rules are dead, people are alive. Xingyu was still helping Ouyang Xiao explain. Just now Xiao Xiao was really working overtime. That's why he delayed his mealtime. What do you mean? Saying that I don't know how to adapt, right? Xiao Xinhao heard this, and the fire came straight up. I don't care about your matters, but if I were you, I would make up for his own bonuses and allowances this month. In addition, I'll announce another thing. Just now Mr. Zhang looked for me to talk. Recently his group is short of people. I will temporarily transfer to Mr. Zhang to do something under him, and I'll be back in a few days. Xiao Du, you'll report to me more about the business department these days. I'll still handle this side of things. Xiao Xinhao waved his hand and called over the horsey little brother he just collected. According to the company's rules and regulations, Xiao Xinhao was seconded away, and the matters within the group would of course be handled by the deputy team leader, Xingyu. But Xiao Xinhao had said something like this, asking Du San to report to him. Just now, he said that the company had a strict system. How did it change when it came to him? Many co-workers are not convinced, but basically all of them dare not say anything. Du San is a well-known ass-kisser in the company. The reason why Xiao Xinhao said that is to promote Du San and become his beloved. Promoting his own people would be much easier to use at that time. Team leader Xiao, this is out of order, isn't it? Du San is only an ordinary group member. You're giving him that much power? Xingyu was suffocating in his heart. What power did I give him? Don't talk nonsense with your words. Alright, that's enough. I have other things to be busy with. After Xiao Xinhao finished speaking, he returned to his office. In his opinion, Xingyu was openly provoking his majesty in front of his subordinates, infuriating Xiao Xinhao. He had already shown his goodwill to Xingyu a few days ago, but Xingyu had no intention of being on the same page as him at all. Since this was the case, there was no need for him to save face for Xingyu. Knock knock knock. Team leader Xiao, why are you still angry? A maturely dressed, sexy mature woman walked into Xiao Xinhao's office. Humph, this Xingyu really pissed me off. Team leader Xiao, don't be angry. I'll pinch your shoulders. You relax. Miao Mengyan unlocked the office door and came behind Xiao Xinhao in the first place, pinching his shoulders and whacking his back, as meek as she could be. Alas, it's still Meng Yan who understands me. Xiao Xinhao silently put his hand on the back of Miao Mengyan's hand and gently pulled it. Are you free after work? Why don't you have a meal together? Yeah, team leader Xiao, it would be my honor to eat with you. Miao Mengyan had been reaching out to Xiao Xinhao during this period of time, constantly showing him favor. Her purpose was simple. It was to borrow Xiao Xinhao to get to the top. Miao Mengyan had entered Jingxin for more than half a year, and had been an ordinary group member with little room for advancement. As for the director Li Tao, Miao Mengyan once tried, but Li Tao's eyes in addition to business, is the customer, oil and salt. I heard that Li Tao already has a family, so do not eat her this set. After Xiao Xinhao parachuted into the team leader, Miao Mengyan keenly smelled the opportunity. After learning that Xiao Xinhao's relationship with General Manager Zhang was not ordinary, she tried every possible way to get close to Xiao Xinhao. Looking at the two of them now, they had already transcended the ordinary superior-subordinate relationship between them. Alright, don't be so formal. Just call me Xinhao in private in the future. Xiao Xinhao was certainly no fool. He could see Miao Mengyan's mind. Miao Mengyan's figure was very good, and she was very active, completely belonging to the category of a delicacy that was delivered to the door. He had no reason to refuse. The matter of wanting to get to the top was too simple for him. What is Zheng Qian's relationship with him? That is, he is a small hometown, and also a 4-year college classmate. What's more, now Zhang Qian had become the helmsman of the entire Zhang Xin dockyard. Now Xiao Xinhao could let Miao Mengyan become his assistant. However, Xiao Xinhao did not intend to let Miao Mengyan have her way so quickly. Dealing with such a woman, he had to hang on to her appetite. The reason why today in front of the crowd, let Du San to report to him, in addition to carry a little Du San, but also to Miao Mengyan to convey a clear message. I just have this power in my hand. You want it? Then prove your sincerity with practical actions. You love me and I want you to. The water will come to an end. That night, Xiao Xinhao naturally brought Miao Mengyan home and invited her for breakfast the next day. At noon the next day, Zheng Qian brought Xia Sisi and went to meet the director of the Oceanic Administration. The two sides arranged to meet at a restaurant. Zheng Qian and Xia Sisi arrived early, but after waiting for half an hour, no one was seen. This director is so big, let me wait? Zheng Qian was a bit impatient and said with dissatisfaction. You bear with it. Now we are begging people to do things. And this point is the lunch rush. Maybe on the road traffic jam may also say. Xia Cici explained. After another 20 minutes, it was already almost 1 o'clock, when Zheng Qian had already lost his patience. A young and beautiful girl sat across from Zheng Qian, looking up. Holy shit, how come it's you? Zheng Qian and the girl blurted out almost simultaneously. You're the chairman of Zhang Xin Dockyard? You're the director of the Marine Administration? Both parties were in a state of confusion for a moment, completely unable to figure it out. It was unknown how Chen Weiqiang had told the others and just revealed his identity. This girl, this was the same Huo Mayan who had a conflict with him in Ma Dai. She was actually the director of the Oceanic Administration? It can't be. Such a young director? As a public servant, how could she afford a sea view villa in Ma Dai? It's not right. When he was in Ma Dai, Zheng Qian heard manager Chiu mention that Huo Mayan was a fashion designer. How come she's a director now? I'm not the director. The director is my father. He had something temporary come up, so he asked me to come over and give you a document. Huo Mayan looked at Zheng Qian with a face of hatred. She was still haunted by the matter of Ma Dai. Her father's briefcase had been left in her car, so she was allowed to deliver it. Before he left, he was also explained to send another document on the way, and asked Huo Mayan to apologize to Zheng Qian on his behalf. If I had known it was Zheng Qian, Huo Mayan would not have come. Xia Cici on the side, of course, does not recognize Huo Mayan. She sighed in her heart. How Zheng Qian goes everywhere there are women who know him. Zheng Qian opened the file and found that the reclamation application was not approved at all. It was considered that neither Jingxing Dockyard nor Shuangluo Marine's pier had this qualification, so the application was rejected. This doesn't seem to be quite the same as what Chen Weiqiang said. After delivering the documents, Huo Mayan was about to leave with her bag. Zheng Qian hurriedly persuades her to stop. Ms. Hua, don't go yet. You haven't eaten yet. Right. The food in this restaurant is good. Stay and have a meal before you leave. Look, we haven't even ordered yet in order to wait for your father. Huo Mayan thinks about it carefully, but it's true. Even though Zheng Qian has a grudge against her, if she just left, wouldn't it mean that she has no tutelage, and that her father can't raise people? She is actually not interested in eating with Zheng Qian, but if she doesn't stay, that would be giving someone a handle, and her father's reputation would be affected. Under all reluctance, Huo Mayan still sat back down again. Xia Cici constantly glances back and forth at both Huo Mayan and Zheng Qian. She can't wait to just stand up and tell Huo Mayan to hurry up and leave before the food starts to be served. Zheng Qian is not a good person. If you have a meal with him, that body will 80% be colored by him. Zheng Qian, on the other hand, is a bit confused. Why are Xia Cici's eyes so strange? It's just a meal with Huo Mayan. What's the need for this kind of look? There's no need for it, right? Zheng Qian ordered a lamb chop, and when he was halfway through eating it, he got an idea in his head and started taking the initiative to strike up a conversation with Huo Mayan. Currently, Huo Mayan's favorability towards him was only 5 points, belonging to the passerby level. Before she and Zheng Qian also had a dispute in Ma Dai. So low favorability. If then Huo director decide to add fuel to say something bad, then this reclamation approval is a complete failure. Zheng Qian is ready to pull in Huo Mayan, not counting bribery, at least not letting Huo Mayan go to director was side to say anything bad. Ms. Hua, I heard that you are a designer, right? Xia Cici sighed in her heart. Zheng Qian has a belly full of bad water. He can even come up with tricks like setting off fireworks. I don't know what scheme he wants to use this time to take down Huo Mayan. How do you know I'm a designer? Huo Mayan's face looks a bit surprised. You don't need to worry about this. I have a job here. I don't know if Ms. Hua is free. Zheng Qian actually heard from manager Chiu of the housing agency in Madace that Huo Mayan is a designer and has her own setup studio. To be able to run to Ma Dai to buy a sea view villa, she obviously earns quite a lot as well. What kind of job? Huo Mayan suddenly came to be interested. Now in the off-season, large and small businesses, studios have already completed their summer design pieces at the beginning of the year, and are now starting to prepare for the fall and winter. Zheng Qian, as the chairman of Jingxing Dockyard, couldn't talk about a big business, but his connections should still be very wide. There is money not to earn. That is not a fool? Let's hear what he has to say first. What kind of job it is? Well, our company will have 25 freighters in a week's time, and I'd like to ask you to design some paint jobs, the kind that look domineering, Zheng Qian said in a serious manner, as if he was really talking to Huo Mayan about cooperation. Huo Mayan? You misunderstood. I'm a fashion designer, going by Fashion Bazaar. It's not the same as what you think. When Xia Cici heard this, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. This time Zheng Qian can pounce. What kind of companies are walking the fashion bazaar? All of them are walking in the forefront of the fashion trend of the single product. If Hua Mayan is this level of designer, you let them go to our company to design paint? Think about it, it's impossible. Moreover, the company is a cargo ship, not a cruise ship. What kind of painting do we need? Zhang Qian was also a bit surprised. He really didn't know that Hua Mayan was a fashion designer. Let fashion designers to design the painting of cargo ships. Seems to be a little professional, not quite right flavor. Zhang Qian thought. So what? As long as the money is in place, I'm afraid that Hua Mayan will not take this business. What Zhang Qian cares about is not what Hua Mayan has designed, but rather Hua Mayan's favorability towards him, in order to keep her from not messing things up behind his back. That's all. Ms. Hua, if you're interested, I'm willing to offer 1 million. 1 million? Hua Mayan wanted to laugh at that. Her studio had signed a contract with Burberry and Louis Vuitton, and casually putting out a trendy item was a few $1,000,000 in the bank, if the sale is good, but also the subsequent share. Wanting to hire her for $1 million is a fool's errand. Ms. Hua, now you're the one who misunderstood. I shouldn't have expressed myself clearly just now. The 1 million I said was just the price of a cargo ship. The price of one freighter? Then 25 freighters. Isn't that $25 million? When Xia Cixi heard this, she simply wanted to persuade Zhang Qian on the spot. She knew that Zhang Qian had money, but even if he had more money, he couldn't spend it like this. He just became the helmsman of Zhang Xian dockyard, and he started to act recklessly? Why are you engaging in operations that she can't understand all day long? You can't be joking. A freighter is $1 million. 25 freighters is $25 million. Hua Mayan's face was full of contempt. This kid really knows how to brag. Is this planning to give her money? Painting wasn't simple. There was no technical content to speak of. There was no need to invite her at all. And there was no need to open a high price of $1 million. If you offer $10,000, all those slightly famous design studios in China will rush to take this business. Okay? I'm not joking with you. If Ms. Hua isn't interested, then forget it. Zhang Qian's expression is serious, and Hua Mayan hesitates for a moment. Hua Mayan's design studio, although it had signed up with Burberry, Louis Vuitton, appeared on a few magazine covers, and made a lot of money in the past few years, but in the international popularity, not high enough, always can only work behind the scenes. Good ideas, good design as soon as it comes out. By Burberry and Louis Vuitton, these two companies to take away. Each design is equivalent to the designer's child, which is made with a lot of hard work and brainstorming. Hua Mayan is only in the design industry. Some visibility. She also knows that without these two companies, the fashion she designed, it is difficult to be accepted by the public. For example, a t-shirt that was branded as a luxury item was a cow. If a silent, newly established brand wore a t-shirt, it would be trash. The secular concept is too heavy. Name, two companies accounted for. A lot of designs are given favorable comments by consumers, but the praise is not her. It is those two luxury companies. Profit, but also those two companies to take. Divided to Hua Mayan is only a little bit of zero. As for the share, what you can get your hands on is just a tiny bit. LV, this kind of big company, how can give you sales details? Sell more, sell less, is not the people say. If you want to make a name for yourself internationally, you have to start by increasing your visibility. The business that Zhang Qian proposed was kind of interesting. Mr. Zhang, if you agree and add our studio's logo on the painting, I can consider designing the painting for your company's cargo ships. Good. Logo or no logo is a small matter. The main thing is that what you design has to satisfy me. Hua Mayan knew that Zhang Qian was rich and could throw money at a time for a woman, but she didn't expect the way he spent his money to be so special. Hua Mayan does not understand, but she is not stupid. 25 million. Enough to buy a few more freighters, right? Xia Cixi had a stupid expression the whole time. She even agreed? It's no wonder. This price offered by Zhang Qian is completely giving away money. Only a fool would not agree. This money was enough to buy a few more freighters. It was said that the money was used on the blade of a knife. Zhang Qian was the opposite, completely spending the money on the handle of a knife. And Mr. Zhang, I have to remind you of one thing. Don't think about using this business to try and use me to bribe my father. He's greasy and won't listen to me. If you back out now, I'll pretend you didn't say anything. Hua Mayan puts the ugly words in front of her. How could it be? I'm clear about Director Hua's character. All righteousness and clean. I totally want to add some color to Zhang Xian. All that old-fashioned painting. It's not vibrant to look at. My request is just one point. It must be domineering, so that people will mistake it for a destroyer. A cruiser at first glance. Zhang Qian hurriedly explained, stating that he didn't think in the direction of bribery. Only then did Hua Mayan nod. Willing to do this business with Zheng Qian. Favorability plus 20. Huomayan's favorability towards Zheng Qian came to 30 points at once. By the way, Miss Hua, I actually didn't understand this document. If we want to apply for a reclamation approval, what qualifications should we need to have or what conditions should we meet? Huomayan was forced by her father to choose the Maritime Academy in college, but she had her heart set on the design industry. After working at the Maritime Administration for a year and a half, she resigned to become a designer despite her family's opposition. She had some knowledge about the reclamation approval piece. First of all, you have a problem as an applicant. The applicant must be a single party, not two or more businesses in partnership. Although I don't know what you're going to do. If you really want a reclamation approval, you have to buy the pier, improve the facilities, tidy up the environment, and then submit the company's qualifications and pay a certain amount of deposit to the Sea Management Bureau so that you can pass the approval. Huomayan told Zheng Qian the correct process. Zheng Qian nodded and realized, well, this money wasn't a bad thing to spend. At least there was something useful to hear. You shouldn't mind the trouble either. This is the only way, Huomayan reminded. After eating, Huomayan left the restaurant and started working on preparing the cargo ship painting. Mr. Zhang, as your secretary, I am obligated to remind you that this is a complete waste of money. With this amount of money, wouldn't it be good to buy a few more freighters to increase Zhang Xian's transportation capacity? Why do we have to have these futile paint jobs? Do you think this is a game? Buying a skin can increase your movement speed by 30%? Xia Sisi watched Huomayan walk away and finally couldn't help but mention her opinion to Zhang Qian. Regardless of whether Zhang Qian was still going to make a cold face at her, she was going to say these words. Why so much fire? My beautiful secretary isn't unbalanced in her heart, is she? Zhang Qian teased with a smile. What are you talking about? What am I unbalanced in my heart? Xia Sisi's mouth was hard, but her face was red with shame. Zhang Qian is clearly giving money to Huomayan, but Xia Sisi really doesn't have any imbalance. It's Zhang Qian's thoughts that make her blush. If you're balanced in your heart, why are you blushing? I'm eating spicy chicken spicy. Xia Sisi was on the verge of yelling out. Okay, just pretend you're spicy okay. What do you mean just pretend? Xia Sisi couldn't say anything about Zhang Qian's iron teeth and simply ignored him. After returning to the company, Zheng Qian told Chen Weiqiang about the situation. Chen Weiqiang said that the pier was actually not that expensive. It was just a little over $100 million. Zheng Qian immediately clapped that he could buy it. After discussing the matter, the two decided to visit the old president of Shuangluo Marine Transportation to see if they could buy the pier. The boss of Shuangluo Marine Transportation was named Pang Yuanji, and he owned the two piers in Yan'an and Yanbei. After arriving at Shuangluo Shipping, the two men met Pang Yuanji in his office. Yo, isn't this Mr. Chen? What brings you here today? Pang Yuanji wore a pair of square-framed glasses, was not tall, and ate round and rolled. He only knew Chen Weiqiang and did not recognize Zhang Qian. Zheng Qian hadn't dealt with anyone from the dock since he entered Jingxin Dockyard. Boss Pang, let me introduce you. This is our new chairman of Jingxin Dockyard, Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, I'll just be a CEO from now on. Pang Yuanji was still surprised for a moment. So young to have bought so many shares of Zhang Xian Dockyard? There must be a large consortium behind it, right? I've heard that recently. Asian American Group and Chang HSAN Dockyard are in a price war. You and me. And I don't know how the situation is going. Only a fool would buy into the shares of Jingxin Dockyard at this time. This young man who has never seen the market and does not know the perils of the business world. Pang Yuanji simply did not take him seriously. Out of politeness, Pang Yuanji still shook Zheng Qian's hand. After a brief exchange of courtesies, Zheng Qian made his intentions clear. Want to buy my pier? Pang Yuanji inwardly poofed a laugh. He didn't know how much money Zheng Qian had spent on the shares of Zhang Xian Dockyard. This young man with a heart higher than the sky even wanted to buy his dock? Yes, Boss Pang. Name your price. Zheng Qian smiled. Pang Yuanji stroked his originally pressed chin. If you want me to make a price, 5 billion. Before coming, he and Chen Weiqiang had probably already discussed the price. With reference to the historical sale and purchase price of the previous wharf, probably around 150 million. Yan'an Pier was slightly larger, but the maximum would not exceed 180 million. Whether it was the Yan'an Pier, or the Yanbei Pier, or both sold as a package, the price far exceeded Zheng Qian's mental expectations. Boss Pang, Mr. Zheng and I came over today because we sincerely want to talk to you. Chen Weiqiang was a bit anxious. You're asking for $500 million with your mouth open. How can we talk about this? The one who caused trouble at the pier last time. Was it you? Pang Yuanji inquired to Zheng Qian. Making trouble? Could it be that Pang Yuanji was referring to knocking over the Asian American Group ship at the pier? The result of that time Zheng Qian remembered very clearly. The Asian American group's ship overturned. Defu Timber's cargo sank. And the people from the Maritime Administration detained the ship, although it is not on the stage means, but the effect is immediate. The next day Dafu Timber in Jiuan Wood Furniture looked for him to beg for forgiveness, and became a lapdog wagging its tail at Zhang Qian. This incident made Pang Yuanji very upset. He felt that Zhang Qian didn't put him in his eyes at all, doing this kind of thing at his pier, and the people from the Sea Authority even almost closed his pier. Pang Yuanji felt that it was good enough that he didn't pick on Zhang Qian, but today he came over and tried to buy his pier? You want to buy the pier, right? $500 million. Not a penny less. Pang Yuanji said decisively, not giving the two a chance to talk back at all. Boss Pang, you're drawing a knife in the ass and giving me an open eye. The two docks in Yan'an and Yanbei combined aren't worth $500 million. Aren't you asking for a bit more? He came over in good faith to talk business. Pang Yuanji even this attitude, which makes Zhang Qian very upset. There was no way around it. The two could only return without any success. Qianer, my relationship with Pang Yuanji is quite good, and I don't know what's gotten into him today. Opening his mouth for $500 million. Chen Weiqiang had a helpless look on his face. It's probably because he's still holding a grudge from the last time I crashed the Asian American group. Zhang Qian rubbed his nose. If he was still holding a grudge over this small matter, Pang Yuanji would be able to keep these two docks for a living in his life, and would not be able to achieve great things. The prices that he and Chen Weiqiang had negotiated were all relatively reasonable, and didn't treat him Pang Yuanji poorly at all. Xiao Xinhao had already been busy in the PR group for an afternoon. He realized that the girls in the PR group were a notch higher in quality than the girls in other departments, especially Zhong Xiaoyao, Xin Shueli, Yao Manman. These three, his childhood, adolescence, youth, heart constantly why, longing for the goddess type. As for now, Xiao Xinhao wanted them all. He tried to talk to these three many times, but all he got in return was warm politeness, and the other party didn't want to develop with him at all. Even when he took out his relationship with Zhang Qian, the other parties still ignored him. This situation makes Xiao Xinhao a little puzzled. Among them, Hao Rushue smelled an opportunity and took the initiative to go up and talk to Xiao Xinhao. She had been suppressed for too long, desperately in need of an opportunity to turn around and rise to the top. There was Zhong Xiaoyao in front of her, Xin Shueli behind her, and Yao Manman didn't seem to be making waves now, but she might come back at some point. Zhang Qian is definitely out of luck. Xiao Shenhao, as Zhang Qian's young hometown and college classmate, heard him say that he will be promoted to deputy director recently. Such a person, she must hold on to him. Team leader Xiao, you've worked hard. This is the coffee I brewed for you. Hao Rushue placed a steaming cup of black coffee on the workstation where Xiao Xinhao was. I don't know if you like sugar, so I didn't put it in, but I brought the sugar for you. Xiao Xinhao saw this scene, and only then did his heart feel a little more comfortable. When is the world going to be messed up if there are no profit-minded ass-kissers in the world? Hao Rushue approached him so proactively, obviously wanting to get closer to him. The purpose of course didn't need to be thought about. Only, Xiao Xinhao's mind on those three. Hao Rushue on the outside may still be a high-score beauty, but in front of Zhong Xiaoyao, Xin Shueli, Yao Manman, these three people, it is a little bit dull, inconspicuous. Xiao Xinhao did not refuse Hao Ruoshue's attentiveness. Even if you can't be a lover, you can be his wingman. Before leaving work, Xiao Xinhao called Hao Rushue into the corridor on the grounds of work. He didn't dawdle at all, and directly asked about the three beauties, whether they had boyfriends, and what their relationship with Mr. Zhang was like. Hao Rushue was a little angry. She was so proactive, but she didn't expect Xiao Xinhao's mind to still be on those three. This was the biggest insult to her. But what could Hao Rushue do? She didn't dare to lose her temper with Xiao Xinhao. Team leader Xiao, I have to remind you that those three girls' minds are on Mr. Zhang, and they are not interested in any other men. If you think that the charm can be greater than Mr. Zhang, then you can give it a try. Hao Rushue's words were also quite euphemistic. Although she didn't say it explicitly, her meaning was to tell Xiao Xinhao that those three were impossible. Zhang Qian? Why is it Zhang Qian again? Xiao Xinhao was originally complacent with his pickup skills in front of Zhang Qian. Now it seems that he is just showing off his skills and dancing in front of the Duke of Guan. Zhang Qian's harem of 3,000 girls. With his financial resources, there is no need for any fancy pickup skills. Hit the money on the end. Tell you what, Xiao Hao, after work in a while, I'll treat you to a meal and we'll have a chat. Xiao Xinhao's thought was that Hao Rushue was a longtime colleague with these three people. If he could be his wingman, he would be satisfied if the three randomly let him handle one of them. 1827. Approaching the end of work. Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang had already returned to the company by this time. Zhong Xiaoyao hurried over and delivered a document to Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen, you guys are finally back. Take a look at this document. It might help you with your acquisition plan. After flipping through the document, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang were both shocked. This was the financial situation of Shuang Luo Group for the past 2 years. Zhang Qian had just left in the afternoon, and this document had already been organized by the time he returned. The action was also a little too swift. Yao, when you were working under my hand before, how come I didn't see you being so proactive? We just came back and the information is all organized? Chen Weiqiang was still a bit jealous of Zhang Qian. Zhong Xiaoyao smiled a little awkwardly, and Zhang Qian waved his hand, letting her clock out first. Immediately after, Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang analyzed this financial information in detail, and the information obtained made Chen Weiqiang ecstatic. The information showed that for the past 1.5 years, Shuangluo Marine Transportation had been in the red, with the bulk of the income coming from the berthing fees, repair fees, and maintenance fees from the Yamei Group as well as the Zhengxin Dockyard and the two enterprises. In addition to this, there are also fees paid by some scattered freighters that pass through Yebu and make temporary stops. More importantly, a 200 million yuan bank loan for Shuangluo Marine Transportation will expire at the end of the month, and Shuangluo obviously can't afford to pay the money, so it can only apply for an extension, but it will have to pay a high interest rate. Now Pang Yuanji may also worry how to pay back this loan. The only way is to Yan'an Yanbei 2 docks, one of them sold at a low price. Exempt, this old Pang is still quite capable of pretending Shuang Luo this situation, and still not doing our business. Chen Weiqiang felt that he had caught Pang Yuanji's handle. As long as this financial analysis was flung in front of Pang Yuanji, he would definitely not be able to pretend anymore. Mr. Zhang, let's go over there again tomorrow. With this analysis, it will definitely sell. On Chen Weiqiang's face was a smile that he couldn't hide. I didn't expect everything to come so naturally. It's true that the car will get there. Zhong Xiaoyao did a really good job. Who knows? Zheng Qian shook his head at this moment. Not buying it. Not buying it? Well, not buying it. Isn't he, Pang Yuanji, playing a big game? Why do I have to serve him instead? Zheng Qian said in exasperation, his fire still fresh. Qianer, how about this? Tomorrow I'll go and talk to him on my own. You don't have to show up. Do you think this is okay? Chen Weiqiang thought that Zheng Qian did not want to see Pang Yuanji. Chen Weiqiang had this information in his hand. He could definitely kill a handful of good prices, and it was a son of a bitch if he didn't take advantage of a bargain. It's not a matter of whether to show up or not. How much is a peer? Why do we have to look at his face? And we've explored this before. Whether it's Yan'an or Yanbei, the location of the docks isn't very good. Why don't we just build a Yedong pier? Building a pier is a once-and-for-all thing that can be followed up with reclamation. Isn't he awesome? Let's not build too far away. Let's build right in his Pang Yuanji's face and see what he does then. There are only 2 shipping companies in Yan'an and Yanbei. Yamei Group is already in his pocket. And once Yedong Pier is completed, then Pang Yuanji will only be able to collect some tolls in the future. Zheng Qian spoke in a light tone, as if this is something that he can do with his lips. However, Zheng Qian's idea does jump out of the traditional business model. Very bold. If the Yedong Pier was completed, then the future Thousand Crane Group would really be a self-producing, self-selling and self-operating one-stop shop. Even with the pier built, this kind of ecological chain is unthinkable without huge funds. Only Zheng Qian dared to have such a thought. As soon as he said he would do it, the next day Chen Weiqiang began to report to the Sea Authority to grant the land, contacted acquaintances from all walks of life, and began to plan and prepare. A few days later, Pang Yuanji, who learned of this news, panicked a bit. You can't be kidding me, right? Pang Yuanji was anxious to confirm the authenticity of the news. Can the Sea Authority be so efficient? Does Zhang Xin have any connections in there? As far as he knows, to the Sea Authority to grant land, the process at least 10 days and half a month. Not necessarily approved, but to make such a big deal out of it? It's true, Mr. Pang, I saw it with my own eyes. Although the Sea Authority hasn't granted land to Jingxin yet, those building materials have all been unloaded into the neighborhood. And there are many construction engineers who went to the site to survey the terrain, and it's rumored that the drawings are out. Fuck, Pang Yuanji exploded anxiously. Do you know the piece of land Jingxin chose? It seems to be in Yedong, not far from our Yebu Pier, just a few dozen miles drive. The secretary thought about it and replied, Yedo? Yedong's location was excellent, and once it was built, the efficiency of ships entering and exiting would be higher than his 2 docks combined. Back then, Yedong was still a key project, and he went to apply for it without being approved. The reason being that Yedong was planned as a key project, but then the developers ran away, and Yedong became a mess, and the focus of the entire state of Yeqing was placed on Yebu. Yedong is now a liability, and I've heard that Yeqing is in dire need of success as it nears a change in leadership. If Jingxian applies for Yedong, it will be 200% of the time, so don't even think about it. Pang Yuanji originally suspected that this as Jingxian gave him a smokescreen. As long as Jingxian has money, Yedong dock will certainly be built. In this way, his two wharves have become worthless ornaments. Mr. Pang, at the end of this month, we should pay back the loan from Yebu Bank. We've been in the red for a year and a half, and we've already applied for 2 extensions, so the bank won't give us any more extensions. You have to think of a way. I know better than you. Don't need you to remind me here every day. Say it every day. Annoying or not? Pang Yuanji's heart was on fire, and he took it out on his secretary. Mr. Pang, I have one more thing to report to you. Have a fart and let it go. The secretary told Pang Yuanji the results of the price war between Jingxing Dockyard and Yamei Group. Pang Yuanji fell straight out of his chair in shock. Asian American Group had been beaten up so badly by a tiny Jingxing Dockyard? Even Elder who personally stepped in? And he even knelt down to Zhang Xian? Pang Yuanji fell straight out of his chair in shock. The situation before was that Yamei Group had won. How come Jingxing Dockyard had the absolute advantage now? According to reliable sources, Jingxing suddenly raised $300 million, and this money directly dried up the Asian American Group. Pang Yuanji had just questioned whether Jingxing, facing a price war, had so much money to build the dock or not. Now it seems that there is no need to doubt. People definitely had it. No, he couldn't just sit back and wait for death like this. Hurry up and prepare a car. Go to Jingxing Dockyard, Zhang Xin Dockyard, Zheng Qian's office. Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang were receiving Jiang Tao who came to visit. Jiang Tao actually didn't have much to do. It was just a courtesy walk, bringing a lot of good wine and cigarettes. Pang Yuanji also arrived at Jingxing Dockyard at this time, and was led into the office by Xia Cici. He came to Zhang Xian this time, with an extremely low profile, to talk business with Zheng Qian. Yo, isn't this Boss Pang? What wind blew you here? Zhang Qian said in a conspiratorial manner. The first time he met with Pang Yuanji, the other party had this set of words. Now Zhang Qian returned it as is. Mr. Zhang, Governor Jiang. Jiang, you're here too? When Pang Yuanji saw Jiang Tao, the whole person kind of didn't know what to say. He didn't expect to see Jiang Tao here. His bank loan was approved by Jiang Tao. In the past few days, he was continuously called several times, urging him to repay the loan at the end of the month, but Pang Yuanji didn't even dare to answer it. Mr. Zhang, you have a guest? Then I'll wait for a while. Pang Yuanji said that he was about to run, only to be caught back by Jiang Tao. It's okay. If Boss Pang has something for Mr. Zhang, just feel free to talk. I'm just coming over to walk around for a bit. I'm leaving now. Jiang Tao smiled and pulled Pang Yuanji back. Boss Pang, the end of the month. Don't forget about it, haha. Let's meet again then. Pang Yuanji smiled awkwardly and helplessly. He didn't expect that Zhang Qian still had this relationship with Jiang Tao, and he didn't know what Zhang Qian had talked to him about. But 80% of it had something to do with him. The bank side of the road. It is not possible. Now we can only sell the pier to pay back the bank loan. After sending Jiang Tao away, Zhang Qian opened the door. What is it that Boss Pang is looking for me for? Pang Yuanji put his posture to the lowest level, like a handyman trainee, and poured Zhang Qian and Chen Weiqiang a cup of tea each. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Chen, please use it. Chen Weiqiang saw this scene and forced himself to stifle his laughter. It seemed like Zhang Qian's method was working. At that time, Zhang Qian had carefully studied it with him and realized that it would take a few months to more than a year to complete a pier at least. If they wanted to take the pier before the bidding session, the time would definitely be too late. Therefore, the two of them worked together to come up with this solution, and let out a lot of smoke bombs. Again, they hired engineers and had Fairview Group pull building materials, which cost only a few $1,000s. Jiang Tao has always wanted to come over to visit. Zheng Qian deliberately picked today to let him come over. I did not expect to just bump into Pang Yuanji. Successfully fooled Pang Yuanji. Mr. Zhang, I came to see you today because I wanted to talk to you about my 2 docks. I don't know if you're still interested now? Pang Yuanji inquired in a lowly manner, forcing a smile on his face. Docks? There was interest 2 days ago, but now that we've built our own pier, let's not buy it. Zheng Qian sat on the boss chair and leaned back, resting his feet on the desk with a very domineering look. Pang Yuanji could be shocked by Zheng Qian's movements. Boss Pang, as you know, if the Yedong pier is completed, then the efficiency of the 2 piers in Yan'an and Yanbei, combined, can't even be compared. At that time, your pier will not be worth a penny. I wouldn't even want it for nothing. Zheng Qian snorted coldly. Aren't you fucking crazy? Now show me another one? Why are you kneeling down? Dang. Pang Yuanji kowtowed 3 times in a row. Put Chen Weiqiang watched, a mouthful of tea directly sprayed out. Sorry. I really didn't hold back. Boss Pang, you continue. Don't mind me. Chen Weiqiang took out his handkerchief and wiped the wet spot on his body. Mr. Zhang, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. You make a price. Whatever you say, okay? The reason why Pang Yueng knelt and kowtowed so decisively was because of Hu Jingyi's matter. An old senior as respected as he was gave Zheng Qian an E. What reason did he have to stand as a small dock boss? Boss Pang, 2 days ago, Mr. Chen and I went over to look for you, but your attitude was that you didn't intend to sell it, and opened your mouth to ask for $500 million. How could I dare to accept it? Now you come to me again and say you want me to make an offer. I'm in a difficult position. I don't really want to take it at your peer. What do you mean, Mr. Chen? Zheng Qian handed the play over to Chen Weiqiang at this point. Pang Yueng looked at Chen Weiqiang with a begging gaze. His hands clasped together as he kept worshipping, hoping that Chen Weiqiang would say a few good words about him in front of Zheng Qian. Back then, the two docks in Yan'an and Yanbei were modernized docks that Pang Yueng had mortgaged the Shuangluo Group in exchange for a loan to rebuild and reconstruct. Originally worth more than 300 million. If the bank repossessed it, it might be worth 100 million. And he still had to carry a huge debt. What's more, once the Yedong Pier was completed, his 2 piers would be greatly reduced, and by then they might not even be worth tens of millions of dollars. Just a little bit of equipment money. Mr. Zhang, if you ask me, Mr. Pang is just a bit more straight-laced. Everything else is fine. Chen Weiqiang's role today was the red face, although there was a bit of a misunderstanding between the two families before. But Mr. Pang didn't expel our ship from the dock because of it. That's still good for us. Right. I was too emotional before. My mistake. I kowtow to you and apologize. Alright, get up Boss Pang. Chen Weiqiang went forward and helped Pang Yueng up. Mr. Zhang, Boss Pang ran into some trouble. Let's help if we can. More friends, more roads. You say it, Mr. Zhang. Right. I will willingly serve Mr. Zhang in the future. Pang Yueng said excitedly. He didn't expect that Chen Weiqiang was so kind. He must thank him properly afterward. Then, Boss Pang, how much do you think is appropriate for your peer? Zheng Qian asked. Pang Yueng saw that Zheng Qian was persuaded by Chen Weiqiang to change his mind. How dare he open his mouth to ask for money, Mr. Zhang, you can open the price. How much you say, how much we are. Immediately signed the contract, never with a backtracking. Let's put it this way, Mr. Pang, we don't want to take advantage of the fire and get a bad reputation. Yan'an Yanbei 2 docks plus 1. 300 million. We take it. How about it? 300 million? Pang Yueng suspected that he had heard wrong. He originally intended that it would be good to sell 100 million. Unexpectedly, the price given by Chen Weiqiang far exceeded his mental expectations. But Chen Weiqiang was only a CEO now. Did he have the final say? What? Boss Pang doesn't sell for 300 million, right? Still want 500 million? Zheng Qian, the white face, said coldly again. Sell. I'll sell now. After Zheng Qian took the contract out of the drawer, Pang Yueng simply scanned it and directly signed and pressed his handprints, transferring the ownership of the 2 piers under Shuangluo Group to Jingxing Dockyard. Pang Yueng got 300 million cash on the spot, and was so grateful to Zheng Qian Chen Weiqiang that he said he wanted to pack the whole Moonrise Island to invite Zheng Qian for dinner. Zheng Qian, of course, refused. Wanyu Island he also went to a number of times. Are a little tired. Feel not as fun as the Green Source Villa. Zheng Qian told Pang Yueng about Thousand Crane Group's plan. Boss Pang, the pier will still be managed by you for the time being. When the integration is done in the future, I will give you a position. Zheng Qian instructed Pang Yueng not to divulge the matter of Thousand Crane Group. Pang Yueng was shocked when he heard this. He knew that Zheng Qian was rich, but he didn't expect to be this rich. The major shareholder of the Fairview Group, and even bought Dafu Timber and Guyuan Wood Furniture. Chang Dashan and Ma Wencheng weren't that easy to handle. Pang Yueng nodded his head repeatedly as if he was pounding garlic. He knew that if he divulged to the outside world, especially to the Asian American group about the Thousand Crane Group, then he would definitely not have much good to eat. Originally, he was still calculating whether to get involved in other businesses after selling the pier, but Zheng Qian said that he would continue to manage the pier, and would also give him a position in the Thousand Cranes Group. Zheng Qian and Chen Weiqiang, but his bread and butter he could never repay them in this lifetime. Zheng Qian stayed home with Jean Lu at night. After having 2 dishes, Jean Lu talked to Zheng Qian about the owner of Red Rose, Tian Kai-Xian. He told me that he admires you very much, and asked if you are free tomorrow night. He wants to invite you to the Red Rose to have some fun. and the bill will be on him. Tian Kaixien, the boss of Red Rose? Needless to say, another person who wanted to borrow Jean Lu and get to know him. Well, indeed. Who made my man so awesome? What kind of awesome are you talking about? You're bad. In all seriousness, this boss was quite good to me before, and for me he even threw out a certain guest, who was thinking ill of me. Jean Lu was talking about that time in Changrue. It's 20% commission for everyone else, and 40% for me. But this thing depends on you. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. It's okay if you don't want to go. He borrowed me to find you. It's just to beg you to do something. Zheng Qian nodded. He understood all of this. Currently Jean Lu's favorability towards Zheng Qian was at 99 points, down a bit from the previous 100 points. It was possible that it was because, during this period of time, Zheng Qian had been busy with his work and had not accompanied her. Favorability was not set in stone. It was not something that could not be lowered after it was pulled full. Zheng Qian felt that he could just make use of this opportunity to go to Red Rose and spend some more money to brush up that 1 point of goodwill. Let's go then. Tomorrow night, right? Aha. The next day. Near the end of the day, Hao Ruxue took advantage of Yao Man going to the bathroom and quietly followed behind. Man, quite tired today, right? Not bad. By the way, team leader Xiao invited us for a drink tonight. He asked me to ask if you're going. Hao Ruxue asked. Who are they? Yao Man had a hint of caution. You'll know when you go. Team leader Xiao has already left work to open a card table. Let's go have some fun too. Hao Ruxue persuaded. She had already offered herself to Xiao Xinhao last night, promising him that as long as she helped Xiao Xinhao take down one of the three, she would focus on promoting her in the company afterward. Jin Shueli and Zhong Xiaoyao's mind, all on Zhang Qian, where to allow Xiao Xinhao. Hao Ruxue tried all day today and felt that only Yao Man had some chances. Okay, it's okay to go and have fun. Yao Man thought it was just an ordinary drinking game and agreed without much thought. After work, Hao Ruxue first accompanied Yao Man to have a meal, strolled around for a while, and at 8 or 9 o'clock, waited for the field to heat up before going to the Red Rose. Xiao Xinhao has not been in Yabu for a few years, and only after asking around did he realize that the Red Rose is the highest grade and most prestigious bar in Yabu. Today, he spent tens of thousands of dollars to open up a booth. He was determined to take Yao Man. Ruxue, Man. Here. Xiao Xinhao stood up and waved at the two. After sitting down, Xiao Xinhao let the sales manager serve the wine. Yao Man frowned. Just the three of us? She thought there would be a lot of people in this bureau, but it turned out to be just three. Yao Man kind of wanted to leave. The other colleagues were called back to work overtime by Mr. Chen, and recently the company doesn't know what big moves it's going to make. So Mr. Chen's side is busy every day. Xiao Xinhao explained with a smile. It's fine. It doesn't affect our drinking. Yao Man picked up her wine glass and took a small sip. Man, if you come out to play, don't be formal. Wine should be drunk in big gulps. Come, I'll fill it up for you. Xiao Xinhao said and filled Yao Man's cup. Feel free to drink today. Your brother Hao will pay the bill. As much wine as you want. Good. Team leader Xiao broke the bank. She could probably already guess what this bureau meant today. It was organized by Xiao Xinhao specifically for him. After a few glasses of wine, the conversation box opened up. I am Ant-Man. Don't hesitate. You see that team leader Xiao is so good to you. Where can you find this kind of man? I'd honestly also told you. Xiao team leader is interested in you. Want to make boyfriend and girlfriend with you, with Hao Ruxue as a wingman, giving him an assist in a supporting position. The situation was easy for Xiao Xinhao. The sugar-coated attack made Yao Man already a little shaken. On Zhang Qian's side, there was Qin Shueli in front of her and Zhong Xiaoyao behind her. Zhang Qian was that cold to her. Getting back together was definitely out of the question. Chang Rui has also been cut off by her, and Defu Timber have all become Zhang Qian's dogs. The last $50,000 bonus that Zhang Qian gave out has already been spent by her. She was thinking, isn't it time to find a boyfriend? Man. Team leader Xiao has a suite of rooms in Jiangnan and a Big Ben. How nice the conditions are. How Ruxue attacked like an avalanche. Xiao Xinhao thought to himself that he couldn't compare to Zhang Qian and wasn't a rich second generation, but everything he has today is earned by his hands. A suite in Jiangnan area, and a Big Ben. The house and car are complete, and the annual salary is $1 million. This in the middle class, is also considered the upper middle class level. With Yao Man, absolutely qualified. There are no outsiders today, so I can reveal another piece of news to you. Our company's shareholding structure has changed. Now Mr. Zhang is the helmsman of our company. You all don't know this news, right? Xiao Xinhao said proudly. Really? You mean Mr. Zhang is now the chairman of the company? Hao Ruxue was full of surprise. That's for sure. The news is absolutely accurate. Can't you see? These 2 days, all the visitors don't go to Mr. Chen's office. All go to Mr. Zhang's office. Even Mr. Chen has to go and take the initiative to find Mr. Zhang to talk about things. I really think it's a bit strange. So that's why, how Rushue suddenly realized. Yao Man was actually also rather strange as to why so many old general managers, instead of going to Chen Weiqiang, went to Zhang Qian. It turned out that Zhang Qian was the new helmsman of Zhang Xin. Other than that, the company has big moves. Xiao Xinhao deliberately whetted people's appetites. What big move? Well, I only know a little bit about this, and I still know whether it's accurate or not, so I won't say. Xiao Xinhao made a wink towards Hao Rushue. Mr. Zhang is now the new helmsman. My relationship with Mr. Zhang you all know. Small hometown. 4 years of college classmates' feelings. 2 days ago, Mr. Zhang also approached me and said that after announcing that he is the new chairman of the board, he will promote me to be the vice president, and he will also give me a portion of the shares. Xiao Xinhao deliberately exaggerated a bit, referring to the deputy director as vice president, and also mentioned the shares. It was to draw a cake for Yao Man. In terms of social experience, Yao Man was indeed inferior to Xiao Xinhao. Hao Rushue was also a good wingman. Promote the vice president, and equity? Isn't that on par with Mr. Chen? Yes. In the future, I'll be on the same level as Chen Weiqiang and the rest of them. I'm kidding you about my relationship with Mr. Zhang, Xiao Xinhao said with great pride. Yao Man was half convinced about this point. It was true that Xiao Xinhao was not as financially strong as Zhang Qian, nor was he as willing to spend money on her as Chang Rui, but from the group of men, it could be considered an excellent existence. Xiao Xinhao's age, not yet 30 years old, can achieve this step, is already a social man, beyond 90% of men. If you can't find Zhang Qian, you can settle for the second best. Xiao Xinhao is actually a good choice. Moreover, both of them are in the same company. In the future, Xiao Xinhao is the vice president. In the appointment of personnel, Shirley can also focus on promoting her. Seeing Yao Man's expression, Xiao Xinhao felt that the opportunity had come. He snapped his fingers and called the sales manager. Hello sir, what are your orders? I want to open a set of great divine dragons for this girl who is as beautiful as heaven. Great divine dragon? The sales manager's tone lowered by 3 points when he heard that. A set of great dragon. 888 yuan. He can get a lot of commission it. Okay, how about Man? See the sincerity of brother Hao. The great dragon said open. Hao Rushue kept assisting on the side. Well, Xiao Xinhao saw that there was something going on, and slowly sat down next to Yao Man. The two of them right next to each other. Several bottles of Ace of Spades were quickly placed on the table. When Xiao Xinhao was ready to put his hand on Yao Man's pair of beautiful legs, the music of the whole venue came to an abrupt end. Fireworks rose in all colors. Thick dry ice twined between the venues. Xiao Xinhao thought to himself, this more than $80,000 is not a bad spend. The cards are so full. Fireworks and dry ice smoke. Such a big venue. Even the music has stopped. His heart was full of vanity. Bang! The crisp sound of a bottle being opened. Bang! 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 Xiao Xinhao? Bang 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 bang. Followed by a series of bottle opening sounds. The spotlight didn't hit Xiao Xinhao's card seat, but instead all shifted to a certain supreme card seat on the third floor. The gentleman in card seat 005 opened 99 bottles of Ace of Spades in a row. The entire room immediately resounded with screams. 99 bottles of Ace of Spades? That's a few $100,000 if not millions. Everyone did a quick mental math. Xiao Xinhao? An indescribable expression appeared on his face. So those fireworks and dry ice weren't made for him? Who the hell is this? He didn't open it early. He didn't open it late. He picked the time when he ordered the dragon to open it? 99 bottles of Ace of Spades. Must be tens of millions? What's the point of showing off when you've got a few bucks? What's he doing with the dragon? Xiao Xinhao wanted to curse in his heart. The dragon was suppressed by 99 bottles of Ace of Spades. Except for the sales manager, Yao Man and Hao Rushue. No one knows that he has opened the dragon. Don't mention how angry he was in his heart. Xiao Xian stood up and wanted to see who actually drove the Ace of Spades. But the supreme card seat is on the third floor, and there is a lot of dry ice, so he could not see the face of the people, so he had to stop. Red rose somewhere in the corner. Huomayan had seen a lot of this kind of paper-drunk consumption and didn't care too much about this kind of stuff, but was also attracted by this big battle. Who is this? So willing to spend money? Which landlord's son again? I heard that it's not the guest who opened the wine. It's the owner of Red Rose. Who gave the wine to the guest? Really? Sending 99 bottles of Ace of Spades? I'm afraid even the national husband wouldn't have this kind of face when he comes, right? Everyone, I have something I want to tell you. Hua Mayan interrupted the conversation between her co-workers. Sister Hua, you say. She had invited a few of her colleagues over for a drink today, so she could also take this opportunity to chat about that business with Zheng Qian. How was it going to be designed so that it could afford Zheng Qian's $25 million? It couldn't be the same paint job, could it? This seems a little too perfunctory. For a while, Hua Mayan couldn't decide what to do, so he had to discuss it with a few people. Unexpectedly, a few colleagues listened, completely did not realize the focus of Hua Mayan's speak. A few co-workers were shocked and didn't come back to their senses for a moment. Sister Hua, you can't be joking, right? Cargo ship painting? We're a fashion design studio. Forget about fashion for now. Didn't you hear what Sister Hua said? One ship costs $1 million. 25 ships is $25 million. Sister Hua, such a fat order. Don't be fooled. The order that Hua Mayan had just mentioned was completely a fat order with a lot of money and little to do. It could no longer be described as a fat order. It could only be described as a super fat order. The idea of painting a freighter was too simple to be simple. This kind of single, not to mention 25 million, even if it is $50,000, placed in the industry. How many design studios, enterprises, all will rush to want? Yes, Sister Hua, how did you take this order? Is it a first-hand no? Hua Mayan nodded her head, indicating that it was a single-handed order. Many co-workers expressed their incomprehension. It's not true that the studio is famous in the industry, but it's also limited to the industry, out of the design industry. Others simply don't know them, like this particularly fat single. In general, it is not their turn to receive. The customer will first find a well-known design company, and then layer by layer outsourcing out. When it comes to their hands, they don't know how much oil and water has been pumped. This question immediately put Hua Mayan to the question. She really do not know how to answer. Shouldn't lie to me. It's a friend who gave the list. Hua Mayan thought about it and said, she didn't know if she was considered a friend with Zheng Qian now. She could only be considered a customer. But speaking to her co-workers, she can only say that she is a friend. Harm. I told you that our general manager Hua has a wide range of connections. He has all these kinds of friends. Alright, don't be poor. This thing looks simple. People have paid so much money. They definitely want some different elements in it. If the whole painting is done casually, it will spread out and it won't be good for our reputation. The crowd thought about it carefully. This was indeed a problem. It seems that money isn't that easy to come by. Let's start working on the preparations tomorrow. Put down the fall-winter designs first, and everyone focus on getting the paint job done, and see how to design it more appropriately. Within a week, come up with a pre-selected program first. I'll take it to the client. Mr. Zhang, a small token. Don't mind if it's not enough. If it's not enough to drink, I'll open another one for you. Tian Kaishian lifted his glass and toasted Zheng Qian. Boss Tian, that's enough. So much wine. Where can I finish it? Jean Lu also did not expect that Tian Kaishian would come to this. She and Zheng Qian just sat down in the card table and opened 99 bottles of Ace of Spades with a bang. The cards were given enough. These wines were enough to make Tian Kaishuan's flesh hurt even at cost price. In order to make friends with Zheng Qian, he went out of his way tonight. Rich people are eating this set, and everywhere you go, they are talking about a show. As long as tonight, he will give Zheng Qian's face enough. Everything is negotiable. Next to the supreme card seat, there are quite a few celebrities who want to take the opportunity to go up and hit on them. To make Tian Kaishian open 99 bottles of Ace of Spades for him, he was definitely not an ordinary person. When some of the celebrities were halfway there, they were stopped by burly bodyguards, who did not allow them to approach at all. By all means, when the bodyguards were not paying attention, a few celebrities finally managed to sneak up to the side of the supreme card seat. But when they took a look at the woman sitting beside Zheng Qian, they were all dumbfounded. Jean Lu, the queen with the full aura. These girls had all worked with Jean Lu and knew that the reason why Jean Lu quit her job was because she had landed a young gold turtle. Why is she here? Changed to a richer underling? A few of them looked at the man beside Jean Lu. It was him, the rich and handsome man who drove several times in a row that night in the God's Dragon set. Wasn't that man Jean Lu's little golden turtle? To get Tian Kaishian to open 99 bottles of Ace of Spades for him, and to accompany him personally, this is not a little golden turtle. It's like a dragon spitting out pearls. No wonder Jean Lu doesn't work for Red Rose anymore. So she's got such a man. Their eyes were full of envy. He's got the face and the money. When will it be their turn to get a man of this caliber? Come, you few, come here. Tian Kaishian saw a few girls in the periphery, who were his ex-employees, and all of them were of okay quality. Immediately after that, Tian Kaishian used his walkie-talkie to call over the stunning women from his ready men to accompany Zheng Qian for a drink. Jean Lu, In response, didn't say anything, just coldly swept a glance at these dozen of famous women, then silently accompanied Zhang Qian to drink. With just one look, she completely shocked the celebrity women. The aura was all over the place. A single look was enough to kill the heart. In the next 2 hours, these dozen of celebrities all drank honestly with Zhang Qian, not daring to make any indecent moves. They knew that offending Jean Lu would not end well. Zhang Qian might not be interested in them either. It would be better to keep their heads down and drink with them honestly. In this game, Zhang Qian was the main character. Jean Lu was the leading lady, originally drinking well. Tian Kai-xian, such a bar owner with a scar on his face, directly cried out in front of so many people. The celebrities froze. Boss Tian, what is this? Why are you still crying? Zhang Qian inquired. Mr. Zhang, can I say it? Yes, of course you can. Zhang Qian saw that Tian Kai-xian was giving him so much face today, so he must have stumbled upon something, and to be able to look for him, more or less had something to do with money. To tell you the truth, Mr. Zhang, I can't open this bar anymore. Tian Kai-xian cried to Zhang Qian. He has a son, studying abroad, broke into some trouble, messed with the wrong people, urgently need a sum of money up and down. Boss Tian, you mean, you want to sell Red Rose? Zhang Qian heard what Tian Kai-xian meant. It's like this. Zhang Qian and Jean Lu looked at each other. The Red Rosebud generated a high income in Yebei, and even the top didn't dare to touch this bar easily. How much? Mr. Zhang, let me give you a real price. The entire Red Rosebud, $50 million. $50 million for a bar was not expensive. It was even considered cheap. As far as Zhang Qian knew, a top-grade bar and nightclub, the decoration would cost $10 to $20 million. Tian Kai-xian didn't ask him for more. Jean Lu felt that Tian Kai-xian was a bit anxious. He knew Zhang Qian for less than 3 hours, and he is talking about such a big business. Even if you are in trouble, it's still out of order. Zhang Qian also felt that it was not appropriate. He originally thought that he was here to make friends today, and he came up to talk to him about a $50 million business. But to be honest, Zhang Qian was a bit moved. The Red Rose's ability to generate income is really strong. A year down, how the net profit is also tens of millions. Zhang Qian was inspired and suddenly had a good idea in his head. Shuang Shuang, are you still busy by yourself now? Time is still loose. What's wrong? Jean Lu heard Zhang Qian ask her this, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. It couldn't be that Zhang Qian really wanted to buy Red Rose, right? Zhang Qian smiled bitterly. Jean Lu was still loose with this. It seemed like she was on a tight schedule. Her work schedule could be different from ordinary people. That was the master of 1 day is 3 days, not letting go of a single bit of spare time. Don't you have a birthday coming up? Let me give you an early birthday present. What kind of gift? Zhang Qian drew a circle with his finger. I'll buy this bar and give it to you, just so I can do Boss Tian a favor and make friends with him too. The whole Red Rose. A birthday gift worth $50 million? Boom! The heads of the celebrities present felt shaken, like a bomb exploding in their ears. Jean Lu knew it was no good. He was really planning to buy it. Qian, you can reconsider this matter. Boss Tian, you're not in a hurry, are you? Jean Lu glanced at Tian Kai-xian. Tian Kai-xian didn't dare to take a breath now, and hurriedly replied back. Not in a hurry. If he said he was in a hurry, he would be forcing Zhang Qian to make a decision now, and this matter would 80% not come to fruition. Opening up to Zhang Qian like this today is already a taboo. He doesn't dare to say the wrong thing again. Well, I'll think about it. Think about it. Zhang Qian operated his cell phone. Boss Tian, input your bank card number. I want to give this bar to my woman. Everyone here? Did you really think about it? Thought about it for 3 seconds? You call that thinking? Tian Kai-xian took the cell phone with trepidation. He had been out there for so long, but he had never seen such a wealthy and generous person. Sure enough, he was right to look for Zhang Qian. Tian Kai-xian's hands were trembling all the time, and when he entered the card number, he made a mistake several times. Only after confirming it repeatedly did he hand the phone back to Zhang Qian. Spent 500,000 RMB. System cashback 500,000 has arrived. Zhang Qian received the system cashback, $500 million. Almost at the same time, Tian Kai-xian also received a text message from the bank, $50 million in the account. He directly knelt down to Zhang Qian. The other celebrity women were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. Even if they bought the Red Rose, there had to be a paper contract. It's $50 million, not 50,000. Zhang Qian just transferred it out? It was only then that the crowd realized. It turns out that Jean Lu is not a little golden turtle or a dragon spitting out pearls. It's a dragon in the sky. Zheng Qian sneakily glanced at Jean Lu and realized that the favorability on her head still remained at 99 points and was not filled up by Zheng Qian's actions. So the last 1 point was so hard to raise. Zheng Qian had a number in his heart. This was also a good thing. There was still a little more to brush up on. Boss Tian, go get the wheat. Even though Tian Kaixian had some sort of underground background and had been on the road for a while, but now in front of Zheng Qian, he had to do whatever he was told. Zheng Qian told him to get the microphone, so he obediently went to get it. As for what he was doing with the microphone, Tian Kaixian didn't dare to ask. Mr. Zheng, the mic you asked for. You tell the guests downstairs that the entire venue's consumption today is being paid for by my family. Shuang shuang. Tian Kaixian still froze when he heard this. Is this the legendary super godly man? Spending money without even blinking? In order to win a smile from a red face, he would not hesitate to throw away thousands of dollars? Okay, I'll shout now. Wait, I don't have that much money to buy it. It's called a big opening reward. As the hostess, shouldn't you show it? You have your man to pay for you. What are you afraid of? Boss Tian, shout it. Tian Kaixian immediately asked the DJ to stop the music, then told all the guests through the microphone. Zzz. The piercing current sound of the microphone. The entire consumption of the venue today will be paid for by the new boss of Red Rose, Mr. Jean. The whole venue immediately rang with loud cheers, screams and applause. The entire Red Rosebud entered an unprecedented boiling state at this moment. Favorability +1. Jean Lu's favorability towards Zheng Qian at this time was only considered to be pulled full for the second time. Zheng Qian was very satisfied tonight, harvesting at least 6 crores. Xiao Ji, take out all the wine in the cellar and open it for Mr. Zheng and Mr. Jean. The bill is on my head. Tian Kaixian shouted in order to show that. Bang bang bang. Downstairs, Xiao Xinhao was still a bit shocked after hearing the news. Just now he was cursing that tycoon upstairs, but now he was a little happy to hear that someone had paid the bill for him. Isn't this saving more than $100,000? This is really dirt cheap. This Mr. Jean, I don't know what kind of man or woman he is. 2 words, hoity-toity. Man. You haven't thought about it yet? Let me put it to you this way. In my opinion, Qin Shueli and Zhong Xiaoyao, neither one of them can chase after Mr. Zheng. In the end, it's all a waste. Hao Ruxue came to Yao Manman's side and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hao Ruxue strongly hinted to Yao Manman that Xiao Xinhao could be her backer in the company in the future. Are you that willing to be pressed by the two of them? Yao Manman was indeed unwilling. Or else, just follow Xiao Xinhao. Some kind of card seat in the corner. Huo Mayan thinks she's drunk. Her first time in a bar and someone pays for her? What kind of situation is this? Through some inquiries from colleagues to know, it turned out to be a mysterious tycoon. In order to win the smile of the red face, heavy money to buy down the red rose, and even the whole field free of charge. Huo Mayan is not short of money. She worked hard to save tens of millions of dollars, ready to buy a suite in Ma Dai. The results have not been spent out. She has seen people spend money lavishly, but she has never seen such spending. It was impossible for her to spend money like this in her life. The Red Rose is also a very famous bar in Yebei, and the decor and layout of this place is specially designed by a designer, so it should cost tens of millions of dollars, right? Spending money in this way reminded Huo Mayan of someone. Zhang Qian, Huo Mayan's studio, tired to design a pop-up fashion to be able to earn so much money. People casually flirting with girls and picking them up for tens of millions of dollars. It's true that people are more angry than people. Several of Huo Mayan's co-workers, even more exaggerated, were very curious as to what kind of person this Mr. Jean was, spending tens of millions of dollars in order to pick up girls. It couldn't be the national husband parachuted into Yabu to play, could it? After leaving Red Rose, Zheng Qian received a total of 540 million system cashback at night. During this period of time Zheng Qian was spending money a bit fiercely. It was all a few hundred million and a few $100 million into it. The 1.02 billion that he brought back from Mardai was quickly squandered. Buying the live Jingxing dockyard was 300 million. Setting up the 1000 Crane Group was 300 million. Buying the dock was 300 million. And 30 million had to be set aside as a reserve fund. Before he came to Red Rose, Zheng Qian had 90 million left on his card. After leaving the Red Rose, Zheng Qian had another 630 million in his card. Still, the system brushes money fast. Zheng Qian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Jean Lu's 1 point of goodwill had allowed Zheng Qian to reap over $500 million of wealth. The next day, a new Big Ben was parked downstairs of Zhang Xian Dockyard Company. After Xiao Xinhao parked the car, he turned to the passenger seat and opened the door for Yao Manman. Just at this time, Zheng Qian drove a top-of-the-line Mercedes and also arrived downstairs of the company. They bumped into each other head-on. The three of them were eye to eye. Xiao Xinhao was a bit embarrassed. Yao Man was a bit scared. Zheng Qian didn't say anything and greeted the two. Zheng Qian's heart had no ripples, and he even took the elevator to the upper floor with Xiao Xinhao and Yao Man. However, he and Yao Man had long since broken off, and what Yao Man did in private had nothing to do with him. Qian, then I'm going to punch in first, ha. Xiao Xinhao knew that Yao Man was Zheng Qian's ex-girlfriend, and was originally a bit nervous about bumping into Zheng Qian, not knowing how to explain. But seeing that Zheng Qian didn't say anything either and seemed to have acquiesced to this matter, Xiao Xinhao was relieved. Okay, let's punch the card first. Zheng Qian waved his hand and let the two go. Along the way, there were quite a few employees who greeted Zheng Qian. Unlike in the past, the employees who greeted him seemed to have something more in their eyes, and the people became more enthusiastic than before. This made Zheng Qian notice that something was wrong. After arriving at the office, Xia Cici had already been waiting for him. Did something happen in the company? How come the employees are a bit off one by one? Zheng Qian couldn't help but ask. Well, now the whole company knows that you are the chairman of Zhang Xian Dockyard, the new helmsman. After Xia Cici finished speaking, Zheng Qian almost didn't break his foot. The whole company knows? What kind of situation is this? Those who knew about this matter could be counted on one hand. How could the entire company know about it? Then I don't know. Xia Cici helplessly spread her hands. The first person that popped up in Zheng Qian's mind was Xiao Xinhao. Previously, Xiao Xinhao had asked him about this matter, and Zheng Qian didn't tell him explicitly, but he didn't deny it either, which was equivalent to acquiescing to his idea. It was likely that Xiao Xinhao had used this matter to pick up girls, causing the whole company to know about it. Speaking of him, I was just about to think of a situation to react to you. Zheng Qian had a bad feeling in his heart. It was specified that it wasn't something good. Regarding the price war between us and Yamei Group, after I came back, I realized that something was a little off, so I checked the recent documents signed by the business department, and sure enough, I found a problem. Xia Cici was really quite dedicated. She wasn't present during the price war, and returned to the company with this matter still on her mind. What problem? Zheng Qian asked. Take a look at this. The contract. I rummaged through the archives. Zheng Qian briefly scanned it and found that these contracts were all signed by the Asian American group by tricking them into signing them, and that what was to be transported was not something serious, but waste material, waste soil, greatly taking up the company's transportation capacity. However, Zheng Qian did not find any problems in the black and white regulations. It was a standardized contract. Even Chen Weiqiang said that signing these contracts was due to his mistake. What exactly is hidden here? The price war was fought in a confused manner, and only Xiao Xinhao was the only one who performed very brightly. These several contracts passed through Xiao Xinhao's hands, and it was only later that General Manager Chen didn't screen them carefully and signed them. Zheng Qian felt that even if it passed through Xiao Xinhao's hands, that didn't mean that it was Xiao Xinhao who had tampered with the contract. Since you suspect it, you have to come up with strong evidence. Otherwise these didn't mean anything. The font of the contract is consistent, but look at the paper carefully. Xia Cici found out a few pieces of paper with different degrees of thinness and thickness. This made Zheng Qian wonder. Printing a contract, it must be all one batch of paper. How could there be different thicknesses of thinness? The waste shipping bills stuffed into the company all have this situation, and all of them went through Xiao Xinhao's hands. Now it was well worth Zheng Qian's thinking. He had reason to suspect that Xiao Xinhao had tampered with the contract, stealing and mixing fish eyes. But to convict Xiao Xinhao, he still had to come up with more convincing evidence. This is the information I've retrieved. It's already typed out. Xia Cici handed a piece of information to Zheng Qian's face. The record shows that Xiao Xinhao has downloaded the P-disk from the company's cloud server many times, but the computer in general only has the CDEFG disk, and can't line up the P-disk at all. That is to say, Xiao Xinhao was downloading the information to the U-disk. Xia Cici said that these two pieces of evidence together were already enough. As long as they hired a better lawyer, they could send Xiao Xinhao to jail. Zheng Qian still really knew a very good lawyer, but he still didn't believe that Xiao Xinhao would do something like this to betray him. He had placed Xiao Xinhao into the company on the basis of his 4-year friendship with him in college, and was prepared to focus on using him. But now, all the evidence pointed out that Xiao Xinhao turned against him? Zheng Qian didn't know what to say. You now inform all the employees who know the inside information that they must not reveal the matter of me being the new chairman in advance. Anyone who violates the rules will be fired from the company and held criminally responsible. As for Xiao Xinhao, why don't you call him over now? I'll talk to him about this matter. Zheng Qian gave the order to block the news after thinking about it. 3 minutes later, Xiao Xinhao appeared in front of Zheng Qian with a flattering face. Qianer, you're looking for me? What mission is there to explain? Have a seat. Zheng Qian pointed to the chair across the desk and the two of them talked face to face. Zheng Qian didn't talk nonsense to Xiao Xinhao and directly handed him the evidence that Xia Cici had collected to look at. Tell me about these things. Xiao Xinhao giggled and gulped after reading the information. He did receive a sum of money from Yamei Group's Huiyue Bin. And last night when he brought Yao Man to Red Rose to spend money, he was planning to use this money, but someone else bought it for him. This matter Xiao Xinhao did very cautious, very careful. He is sure that he did not reveal the cloven foot. Zheng Qian was merely skeptical now. As long as he acted a little more firm and innocent, he specified that there would be no problems. Qianer, what are you trying to say? Xiao Shenhao asked. Did you reveal the company's situation to your competitors? Let's open up the sky. Did you collude with the Yamei Group and provide them with information? We were classmates for 4 years. You suspect me? Qianer, I'm a bit wronged. Xiao Shenhao explained without blushing or gasping. Even he himself felt so touched and innocent that tears came down his eyes. Zheng Qian was also a little shaken. Where's that USB drive? Bring it over to me. The U-disc. U-disc, I don't know where I put it. It's possible that it's lost. Xiao Xinhao stuttered for a moment and made up a random reason to explain. Xiao Xinhao had indeed downloaded some information from the company's cloud server and handed it over to Huiyue Bin. That price war a few days ago was a life and death battle between Yamei Group and Zhang Xian Dockyard. Xiao Xinhao was not happy with the way Zheng Qian was riding on him, plus the fact that Jingxing Dockyard's chances of winning were not that great. For all these reasons, he decided to go against the tide. But who would have thought that Zheng Qian suddenly came up with $300 million, bought Zhang Xian Dockyard alive, turned defeat into victory, and severely beat the Asian American group. Xiao Xinhao then settled down, intends to concentrate on Zheng Qian in the future. Ride on his head, can be reused is also good. Originally he thought that this matter will never have a third person know, did not expect to still be found. The USB flash drive Xiao Xinhao has given out. Where can he find another USB flash drive? So can only say lost. In view of the 4 years of love in college, Zheng Qian should believe him. Zheng Qian has seen from Xiao Xinhao's expression to see the clues. The last explanation about the USB flash drive. Zheng Qian is a word do not believe. He said he lost it? How could that be possible? Zheng Qian sighed. Iron evidence is here. He cannot do anything. It was unbelievable that Xiao Xinhao would do such a thing. You used my name and the company to be arrogant and domineering, harassing female employees, and now you're turning against me. If Zheng Qian wasn't wrong, Yao Man should be having an affair with him now as well, right? Xiao Xinhao had only been in the company for a short period of time and had done so many ridiculous things. You and I are classmates. I won't pursue your legal responsibility. Pack up your things and leave Zhang Xian. Zheng Qian said with a hard heart. Xiao Shenhao? This let him roll? Qian. You can't not believe me. I'm really wronged. Xiao Xinhao said with tears in his eyes. I can reconcile with Yamei Group right now. Call Huiyue Bin over and ask him about these things in front of Hu Jingyi. Do you want me to make this call? Zheng Qian said and fumbled for his cell phone, placing it in front of Xiao Xinhao. Having developed into this situation, Zheng Qian was also distressed, and he didn't want to see things turn out like this. Other things Zheng Qian could turn a blind eye, or even pretend to turn a blind eye, but the point of betrayal and backlash, Zheng Qian could not tolerate it. Alright, count yourself tough. 4 years in college and you treat me like this today. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Let's have a long day ahead. In the end, I don't know who will look at whose joke. Xiao Xinhao ruthlessly took his sleeve to dry the pretended tears, and left Zheng Qian's office in a huff. Zheng Qian actually let Xiao Xinhao off the hook. With one phone call, he could call Huiyue Bin over. He could also call Wang Zhao, the Red Circle lawyer from Shanghai, Magic City, over. This evidence was enough to send Xiao Xinhao to jail. Xiao Shenhao, who left Zheng Qian's office, was very angry and went back to pack his things. This scene was seen by many of his co-workers, and the company was all talking at once. What's wrong with him? It can't be that he's really going to be promoted, right? Impossible. Look at Xiao Xinhao's face of defeat. If he was promoted, why would he still personally pack up his things? He would have already asked us to be his laborers. Look, he even packed the water cups. I lost it. It couldn't be that he was fired by Mr. Zhang, right? Fired by Mr. Zhang? Isn't he Mr. Zhang's college classmate, or a hometown friend? What's wrong with college classmates? Is the company a place for favors? It wasn't until Xiao Xinhao left the company with his suitcase in his arms that the many co-workers confirmed. Xiao Xinhao was really fired by Zhang Qian. Mr. Zhang is really punishing. He's not merciful at all when it comes to dealing with people. Why don't we book a private room? Let's celebrate tonight. My treat. After Xiao Xinhao, the black sheep of the company, left, all the colleagues rejoiced and even went to the KTV to book a private room to celebrate. When this news reached the PR team, Yao Man and Hao Ruxue all froze. Xiao Shenhao, What is the situation? How was he fired by Mr. Zhang? Didn't he say that Mr. Zhang was going to promote him to be the vice president and promised to give him shares? Yesterday night also said well, today was fired? The two originally thought that they were able to sit in a high position in the company thanks to Xiao Xinhao, but they didn't expect that such a drastic change would happen the next day. Yao Man was so anxious that she rushed to the restroom to contact Xiao Xinhao, wanting to ask what the situation was. But Xiao Xinhao didn't answer the phone and didn't reply to the message, not knowing what he was up to. She has given her body out, and in a flash it's like this? Originally thought to have a bright future in the company, a turn of the eye all gone up in smoke. Yao Man is now in a state of confusion. In the morning, she and Xiao Xinhao came down from the car together and was bumped into by Zhang Qian. She doesn't know what Zhang Qian thinks in his heart, but there will be no good fruit to eat in the company in the future. What to do? Yao Man paced back and forth in the bathroom, her heart burning with anxiety. She regretted everything that happened with Xiao Xinhao. Now she realized that Hao Rushua was not thinking about her at all last night. She didn't know what benefits Hao Rushua had received from Xiao Xinhao, acting as his wingman and saying good things about Xiao Xinhao everywhere. Now, Xiao Xinhao has been expelled. Will she be next? Yao Man was considering whether to take the initiative to find Zhang Qian and explain the situation, but after thinking about it, Yao Man eventually dismissed the idea. If she went over now, wouldn't it mean that she had a weak heart? Things would get darker and darker. She decided to calm down and look at the situation first. If Zhang Qian could be magnanimous and not deal with her, she would be willing to do anything for Zhang Qian. Even if she was asked to kneel under Zhang Qian's desk every day, she would be willing, not for any other reason, just because the PR team had high salaries, good benefits, and gave a lot of money. In any other company, how could they have a boss as good as Zhang Qian? Since Yao Man had been regularized, she was able to get an average of 30,000 RMB per month, and her cosmetics, clothes, bags, rent and utilities all depended on this job at Zhang Xin dockyard. If Zhang Qian dealt with her, then her quality of life would plummet. Zhang Qian did not put too much thought into Yao Man. He received a message from both Tang Xuxin sisters that Tang had recovered and was discharged from the hospital and was recuperating at home, and he had been chanting about Zhang Qian every day, wishing to meet with him and inviting Zhang Qian to have dinner at their home. Zhang Qian thought about it and agreed. After arriving at Deng's house, Zhang Qian saw a table full of dishes. Let me introduce. This is my father. Tang Yuqing introduced to Zhang Qian. Deng was dressed in a hospital gown and wore a pair of gold-colored square-framed glasses. Looking svelte, he was still unable to walk independently, as he was holding a cane in his hand. Hello uncle. Zhang Qian politely went up to greet him. Hello. After Tang Jiming saw Zhang Qian, he wanted to stand up and shake hands with him, but he was persuaded by Zhang Qian. Uncle Tang, you are physically challenged, so don't make these polite gestures. Let's not even be polite, ha. Good. Xiao Qian quickly sit down. Tang Jiming was full of smiles and invited Zhang Qian to take a seat. Zhang Qian had eaten at Tang's house a few times. Tang Xuxin paid close attention to Zhang Qian's tastes. Most of today's dishes were made for Zhang Qian, all of which he loved to eat. Deng Xuxin was very satisfied with Zhang Qian. This one-of-a-kind young man. He had never met Zhang Qian before, but Zhang Qian had done so many things for him behind the scenes. Tang Jiming even heard from his two daughters that Zhang Qian had also funded and partnered with his two daughters to open a cafe. Tang Jiming's heart was touched. Halfway through eating, Tang suddenly asked, Xiao Qian you've done so much for us. I really don't know how to thank you. Tang silently shook his head. The cost of his hospitalization and surgery alone was a small $500,000, not to mention funding the cafe. Harm. It's fine. Uncle Tang, you don't have to take it too much to heart, Zhang Qian said with a smile. He appeared to have contributed a lot of money on the surface, but the system also had a cashback. In the end, Zhang Qian also made money because of these two things, so Zhang Qian didn't feel that the Deng family owed him anything. These two daughters of mine, which one do you really fancy? You tell uncle. Wow. Tang Jiming's words caused the two girls' faces to turn into ripe apples in an instant, looking down at their own chopsticks and bowing their heads, and sneaking glances at Zhang Qian every now and then. How could they have expected that their father would ask Zhang Qian this question so directly? Is this appropriate? Although they were a bit shy, the two of them were still curious as to how Zhang Qian would answer. Deng Yuqing had a vague feeling that Zhang Qian had his eyes on one of them, but judging from Zhang Qian's attitude, he wasn't sure if it was specifically her or her sister. Deng Xuxin. Zhang Qian and Deng Xuxin were originally in an up-and-down relationship and knew each other earlier than her. It was very likely that it was her younger sister. Deng Xuxin. Even if Zhang Qian didn't have any good feelings for her, it didn't matter. Deng Yuqing thought that it was an extremely happy thing for her sister to entrust the rest of her life to such an excellent and reliable man like Zhang Qian. and she wouldn't be jealous, nor would she feel any aggrieved. She would not be jealous, nor would she feel any aggrievement. She just had a little regret in her heart. Zheng Qian was momentarily speechless. Originally thought it was just an ordinary dinner, but did not expect to face this kind of problem. There was no way but to be perfunctory. Uncle, you've misunderstood. I just want to not bear to see a family fall apart like this. It's just a matter of raising my hand. Tang Jiming froze for a moment. These two daughters of his, each one of them was excellent, graduated from prestigious universities, received his excellent education from a young age, and were of high quality. Zheng Qian couldn't even look at any of them? This answer was a bit out of his expectation. Just a simple co-worker relationship? How much does Zheng Qian have to be worth? Just take out a few $1 million? A hand up? It's unlikely. No matter how you think about it. He must be interested in one of his daughters to do this. After Tang Jiming thought about it carefully, he realized that he was the one who asked the wrong question. In front of both Yu Qing and Xu Xin, of course Zheng Qian was not in a good position to answer this question of his. The reason was simple. Both of his daughters seemed to have a crush on Zheng Qian. No matter who Zheng Qian said he was interested in, it would definitely hurt the other daughter's heart. Tang slapped his head violently. He was the one who asked the wrong question. Should have asked Zheng Qian this question in private. It didn't matter if Yu Qing and Xu Xin didn't know. At least he, the old husband, had to have a number in his heart. Tang decided not to ask for now and followed Zheng Qian's words down the line. Xiao Qian, I've read the cafe's shareholding structure book and found that you only hold 49% of the shares. What's going on? The cafe was established by Zheng Qian out of his full capital. Zheng Qian accounted for 49% of the shares while his two daughters accounted for 51% of the shares and held the control of the cafe. Is Zheng Qian that relieved? Shareholding structure book? Zheng Qian almost forgot about this. At the time when the cafe was established, Zheng Qian didn't think much about it. He just gave Deng Yuqing a sum of money and left it alone. As for the equity matter, he was the one who asked Deng Yuqing to do so. I'm not going to hide it from Uncle Deng. I don't know the ways inside coffee at all. I heard from Yuqing and Shuxin that they learned their craft from you, so I gave them control of the cafe, letting them take full responsibility. As for me, I'll just be a shirker, haha. Although Zheng Qian was playfully smiling, he was already panicking to the extreme inside. If it wasn't for Tang Jiming asking him about this matter, Zheng Qian wouldn't have even remembered that he still had a registered share in the cafe. Information is very advanced nowadays. As long as you download an app on your phone to check a business, you can know who is the white glove, the actual controller, and who the beneficiaries are. How could a business-minded woman like Jean Lu not check up on her newest competitor? Although Zheng Qian had told the two of them to keep it a secret, the registration information from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau could be found with a quick check on her cell phone. Maybe Jean Lu already knew that the love affair, cafe, was co-owned by Zheng Qian and Deng Yuqing Deng Shuxin, but the recent Jean Lu, and there is no difference. Not a word to him mentioned this matter. Zheng Qian is very entangled. Jean Lu in the end do not know as he funded the opening of the cafe? No, we have to keep it steady. If Jean Lu knew about it, there would be misunderstanding even if there was no misunderstanding, and it would be super troublesome to explain. Uncle Deng, since you are discharged from the hospital, my 49% shareholding will be transferred to you. Transfer? Tang Jiming, Tang Yuqing, Tang Shuxin, all at once did not understand Zheng Qian's operation. Yeah, this cafe was originally your dream. I'm just holding it temporarily. No, the money is from you. How can you let us take the shares? Tang refused, but Zheng Qian insisted, shares and whatnot are not important. We have this relationship here, right? I'm not afraid of you guys running away, haha. As long as the accounts are done carefully, the money should be shared. So it's always okay. Zheng Qian won't transfer his shares for no reason. He is a businessman. What he holds in his name must be the shares of those big groups. Having 49% of shares in a small cafe, what's that about? Tang analyzed the situation and thought that if the cafe was not doing well, it might even affect Zheng Qian. This move also shows that Zheng Qian trusts them 100% and treats him as a family. Otherwise, just find a relative to be a white glove. It can be. Why do you have to transfer to him? Deng Shuxin originally wanted to refuse, but Deng Jiming agreed. He had to think about Zheng Qian. It's not like Zheng Qian didn't want the dividends anyway. There's nothing wrong with it. Alright, then it's settled. I'll have my secretary assist you in transferring the shares tomorrow. This stone in Zheng Qian's heart was only finally put down. What a carelessness. Although the change of corporate shareholders will still be recorded, but at least there is a statement. When the time comes to perfunctory past can be. Jean Lu should not seize this matter not to let go. The next few days, the integration of Thousand Crane Group was gradually implemented. Integrating several companies together is a big project, and Lu Shiqi made a lot of effort in it. Thousand Crane Group was established in secret, with its headquarters set up in a commercial building in Longhu. The subsidiaries of Thousand Crane Group are Jingxin Dockyard, Jiyuan Wooden Furniture, Dafu Timber, and Shuangluo Dockyard. As for the smaller ones, they were all merged. The Fairview Group, in which Zheng Qian holds 40% of the shares, is not under the management of the Thousand Crane Group, but is also considered to be half a daughter of the Thousand Crane Group. Zheng Qian became the chairman of Thousand Crane Group. MS. Lu Shiqi is the president of Thousand Crane Group. Chen Weiqiang serves as CEO of Thousand Crane Group and president of Jingxin Dockyard. Now that there is not enough manpower, Jiyuan Wood Furniture, Dafu Timber, and Shuangluo Dock are still managed by Ma Wenchang, Chang Dashan, and Pang Yuanji to carry out the orders given by Zheng Qian. At the same time, Zheng Qian also invited a group of senior engineers to improve the design of the two wharves, the environment, related facilities, and submitted reclamation approvals to the Ministry of Coastal Management. According to relevant sources, as long as the qualifications are sufficient and the standards are met, the reclamation approval will be granted within a week. Zhong Xiaoyao felt a complete sense of crisis every day. Zheng Qian was absent from the company for several days in a row. She asked around and found out that Zheng Qian had neither traveled nor visited the company, but stayed in Yebei. Zhong Xiaoyao was ready to find Chen Weiqiang and ask, "Mr. Chen, busy?" Zhong Xiaoyao knocked on Chen Weiqiang's office door. "It's Yao Yao. Is something wrong?" Chen Weiqiang called Zhong Xiaoyao and after seeing her, "It's like this. I want to ask you if you know where Mr. Zheng is. I wanted to find him to report my work, but I couldn't find anyone for a few days in a row." Zhong Xiaoyao acted like she was in a hurry, like she had some very important work to report directly to Zheng Qian. "Mr. Zheng Mr. Zheng is not here with us now. The office is now in Longhu." Halfway through his words, Chen Weiqiang realized that he had said the wrong thing and forced himself to swallow back. Zhong Xiaoyao was a bit puzzled. Why would Zheng Qian's office be in Longhu? "Forget it. It doesn't matter if you know 2 days earlier." Chen Weiqiang told Zhong Xiaoyao about the Thousand Crane Group. Thousand Crane Group? According to the news passed back and forth between colleagues, Zhong Xiaoyao only knew that Zheng Qian had acquired many shares of Zhang Xian Dockyard and had outlawed Chen Weiqiang's identity as the helmsman. This news shouldn't be false because she had also signed a non-disclosure agreement at Xia Cici's request the other day. As for the matter of Thousand Crane Group, Zhong Xiaoyao didn't know anything about it. No wonder her right eyelid has been jumping for the past 2 days. But it turned out to be such a thing. The relationship between Xia Cici and Zheng Qian was originally unclear. And now that the Thousand Cranes Group has been established, Zheng Qian has become the chairman of the Thousand Cranes Group, and his office has been moved to Longhu. So Zhong Xiaoyao may not be able to see Zheng Qian until later. Xia Cici, who was originally not put on Zhong Xiaoyao's mind, all of a sudden fully crushed her. "Yao Yao, you don't have to worry too much. As far as I understand, Zhang Xian Dockyard's PR team will be transferred by the group to set up an administrative special handling team." Zhong Xiaoyao didn't quite understand. Seeing this, Chen Weiqiang also directly put his words into words. "The company will set up a new PR group to take over your positions, and you will be the leader of the group's administrative special handling team, a department that belongs to Mr. Zheng's personal leadership, meaning that I'll be moving to Longhu as well, right?" Zhong Xiaoyao said with certainty. Chen Weiqiang nodded, and Zhong Xiaoyao felt like she had eaten a pill of certainty. After his explanation, Zhong Xiaoyao realized that this administrative special handling team belonged to Zheng Qian's close department, and that big and small matters would be handed over to her team to handle. Such a department should definitely stay by Zheng Qian's side at all times. It's just that it's not the right time to tell you. You have to keep it a secret, Chen Weiqiang instructed. Zhong Xiaoyao nodded, leaving the office cheerfully. Such a big advantage of unequal information. It was completely possible to lay a trap for Qin Shueli. Zhong Xiaoyao found Qin Shueli in the first place. Qin Shueli was also worried because she couldn't see Zheng Qian in the past few days, but she didn't know what had happened to the company. Logically speaking, Zheng Qian had to come to the company's office even if he became the chairman of Jingxin Dockyard, so he couldn't just stop coming. "Lily, are you busy?" Zhong Xiaoyao smiled and walked over, asking cordially. "Not busy. What's wrong?" Qin Shueli tenderly returned. The two of them smiled and appeared to be in harmony, but in reality, they had already started a psychological game. Usually, Zhong Xiaoyao was at swords with her, itching to tear her apart right in the company, but now that she was so cordial with her, it was designated that there was nothing good about it. Qin Shueli raised her mental guard to the highest. "About Mr. Zheng's matter, do you know any inside information?" Zhong Xiaoyao tried first. If Qin Shueli also knew about the news about the Thousand Crane Group, then everything that followed would not hold water. Qin Shueli shook her head. "I really don't know. Do you have any news to bring me?" Looking at her expression, Zhong Xiaoyao thought that Qin Shuili should not know. Chen Weiqiang had also said that this news was only told to her alone. If she could utilize this information gap to force Qin Shuili away at this time, then Qin Shuili wouldn't be transferred to Longhu with her piece by piece, and could only stay honestly in Jingxin. It's like this. Mr. Chen has recently been searching for a group of excellent colleagues to set up a brand new PR group. I have recommended you to Mr. Chen as the leader of the group. I don't know if you are willing to do so? A brand new PR group? Qin Shuili couldn't figure out what Zhong Xiaoyao's gourd was selling. Shouldn't the PR group be directly managed by Zhang Qian? How come it was Chen Weiqiang who was searching for people? If a new group was to be formed, Zhong Xiaoyao would be the first to take the lead, and she would be the deputy head of the group. What about the old PR team? Qin Shuili, as the deputy team leader, has not been notified of any personnel transfer. Zhong Xiaoyao recommended her? Let's forget about it. There might be some kind of setup in there. I'll ask Mr. Zhang when the time comes. Thank you, Yao Yao. Qin Shuili didn't fall for her trap. Qin Shuili, are you being shameless? I so kindly recommended you to Mr. Chen and you're still asking Mr. Zhang? If I were you, I'd be in Mr. Chen's office by now, and I'm still picking and choosing. Zhong Xiaoyao saw that Qin Shuili didn't take the bait and said furiously. Qin Shuili smiled indifferently. She knew that Zhong Xiaoyao was playing a bad game here. She didn't know that she had received exclusive information and wanted to lure her to another department. If I'm not mistaken, the entire old PR team will be mobilized, right? You're playing this game with her? Zhong Xiaoyao is still a bit young. Dragon Lake, Thousand Crane Group. Zhang Qian had just finished a meeting with Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi. Chen Weiqiang had been supervising the two terminals in Yan'an and Yebei for the past few days, improving the environment according to the standards given by Huamayan, remodeling the equipment, expanding the shipping lines, and increasing the capacity. The workers were working 3 shifts 24 hours a day, and in a week's time, they had already finished all the work. The reclamation approval has already been submitted according to the new standards. That deposit will be paid by Thousand Crane Group, without any accidents. It will be approved in half a month. Lu Shiqi also reported on the situation of the group company, saying the integration of the Thousand Crane Group is complete, and all departments have begun to put in work. Xia Sisi had already helped the 3 of them book a flight ticket for 2 hours later. The 3 of them packed up their things and were ready to board the plane. Zheng Qian was just about to go to the airport when he bumped into Huamayan, who had come to find him. She had retrieved the cargo ship data from Jingxing Dockyard, carefully studied the size, tonnage, model, length and width of the cargo ship, and spent nearly a week leading her design studio to work overtime to come up with 4 sets of plans. She was exhausted in the past few days. Immediately after that, Huamayan found Zheng Qian to go through it, hoping that he could take an idea, and if he wasn't satisfied, he could modify it again, or redesign it. Zheng Qian was quite satisfied with all 4 sets of plans after looking at them. After getting Zheng Qian's satisfactory reply, Huamayan was ecstatic and continued. Then you set a program. I'll immediately start letting people start painting. You said it. I'm in a hurry to catch a plane. Let her set. Huamayan thought you are the customer. Let her set. How a matter of fact. Can you do it in 2 days? Zheng Qian asks again. Is it so urgent? If 2 days to be done, then only choose program C. Huamayan's words were interrupted by Zheng Qian before he finished speaking. Okay, then option C. After painting you take a picture for me on the line. That's it for now. The plane will not be able to catch up soon. After Zheng Qian finished speaking, he left Longhu and headed to Yebei Airport to meet with Chen Weiqiang Lu Shiqi. Huamayan was dumbfounded. She led the studio through a lot of hard work, vomiting her heart and soul, close to a week of designing out a plan. And you just took a look at it, and finally picked the one with the fastest paint job? Even Huamayan felt for Zheng Qian that it was a shame to spend this $25 million. Zheng Qian is going to participate in the bidding meeting of the Kyushu Sea Trade. In the past few days, Zheng Qian had carefully prepared and done his homework, just to shine in this bidding meeting. Inside the business class, Chen Weiqiang inquired, Qian, are you sure about this bidding session? This bidding session was mainly a bidding session for the export of agricultural products in the second half of this year. As a large agricultural country, Kyushu has a serious overflow of food output, making it a large agricultural exporting country and a big piece of cake for export trade. The bidding was open to a total of 11 grain enterprises in 4 regions, namely, Jiangnan, Azhou, Qilu, and Northeast, with private enterprises accounting for more than half of the total. The number of companies participating in the bidding is even greater. Basically have the strength to export. The shipping company will come to participate. This includes the 5 Airlines Alliance. AirAsia, as the most powerful shipping company in Kyushu, naturally would not let go of this piece of cake. In other words, Zhang Yanran would also come to participate. Zheng Qian wanted to make a clean break in this bidding meeting. Hu Jingyi, with Hu Yuebin in tow, had already arrived at the hotel for the bidding meeting ahead of time. In the past week, he went hither and thither, met with several bosses of shipping enterprises, and finally pulled together Coming Shipping of the East Wing, Changsong Shipping of the Jinmen, and Yuehua Shipping of Chilu to form the Qi and Jinwing I-4 Shipping Alliance with the Asian American Group. The strength of the four enterprises is in the middle of the river in Kyushu, and their transportation capacity is very strong. Even if they face the 5 Shipping Alliance in Jiangnan and Shanghai, they can still protect themselves. Of course, Hu Jingyi's purpose was not to defend himself, but to utilize the advantages of the alliance to start a final showdown with Jingxin Group. He did not hesitate to mortgage the entire Asian American Group, all to the bank, in exchange for a huge loan. He was determined to fight Jing Qian to the death. After the crowd arrived at the bidding hotel one after another, the bosses of several enterprises gathered together and held a small meeting, discussed the situation of this tender. Hu Jingyi repeatedly focused on reminding that the existence of Jingxin Dockyard made several enterprise bosses puzzled. Elder Hu, just rest assured. Isn't it just a small Jingxin Dockyard? With several of our enterprises joining together, won't we still crush him? Ha 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 ha. Yes, Elder Hu. Elder Hu. I've also recently acquired a great general. Look who this is. Hua Yunfeng said with a smile. Hua Yunfeng was 47 years old this year and was the veteran president of the Chilu Yuehua Shipping Company. His father's generation was close friends with Hu Jingyi, and was considered half of Hu Jingyi's teacher. Once upon a time, Yuehua Shipping was almost a maritime giant that monopolized several export categories. However, this shipping company was somewhat similar to the Asian American Group, which gradually went into decline due to wrong judgment. Yuehua Shipping is a shipping company run by 2 generations of people. Hua Yunfeng is not like Hu Yuebin who eats, drinks and plays around all day. He still has some business acumen. Yuehua Shipping in his hands, although it did not end up like the Asian American Group, but also could not restore the glory of that year. As soon as his words fell, a man in a suit walked into the room, looking radiant and refreshed. This one is? Hu Jingyi really did recognize this man. In the price war with Jingxin Dockyard some time ago, this person, as his mole, had helped Yamei Group fight a good battle, relying on tampering with the contract and stuffing Jingxin Dockyard with a lot of scrap orders, causing Jingxin Dockyard's transportation capacity to be greatly reduced. Xiao Shenhao, how did he show up here? He had a bit of a conflict with that kid surnamed Zheng, so he jumped ship to our company, saying that he can provide us with quite a bit of information. Director Xiao, tell us, what useful information can you bring us? Hua Yunfeng gestured. Xiao Shenhao had taken the initiative to find him, hoping to beg for a position. He had worked for AirAsia for 4 years and served as an executive at Jingxin Dockyard. Seeing that this person had a lot of work experience, Hua Yunfeng agreed to take him in, allowing Xiao Shenhao to take on the position of director at Yuehua Shipping. The purpose of calling Xiao Shenhao was to tell Hu Lao not to be too anxious. A mere Jingxin Dockyard was not worth mentioning at all. The focus was on the 5 airline alliance led by AirAsia. That was the main competitor in this bidding session. Xiao Shenhao and AirAsia, Jingxin have worked, and belong to the helmsman's close subordinates, can provide them with Asian shipping, as well as Jingxin Dockyard's second half of the action towards. This is not a win? Xiao Shenhao told the crowd a shocking news. Zheng Qian invested $300 million and got 90% of the shares of Jingxin Dockyard, becoming the new helmsman of Jingxin Dockyard. This news has not been made public yet. Elder Hu, in the middle of the price war, Jingxin Dockyard utilized this amount of money from Zheng Qian to turn defeat into victory. Xiao Shenhao was very dissatisfied with the way Zheng Qian had handled him. After leaving Jingxin Dockyard, Xiao Shenhao not only turned against Zheng Qian, but also jumped into a rival company, providing the information he knew, and betraying Zheng Qian in another way for profit. Zheng Qian, didn't you still scare me and send me to jail? Don't blame me for being heartless if you are unsympathetic. Xiao Shenhao now can't wait to see Zheng Qian's Jingxin Dockyard close down. This time, the 4 Qi-Jingyi alliance join hands, coupled with the information he provided. Must not Jingxin directly pin down to death? For Xiao Shenhao, this is a great thing. It doesn't matter how he's doing, Zheng Qian must be doing worse than him. Not long after, Zheng Qian also checked into the hotel. Not long after he had just put down his luggage, someone came knocking on Zheng Qian's door. Secretary Du, is something wrong? Du Bingbing was Jiang Yanran's secretary. Zheng Qian had just checked into the hotel on the front foot and she came knocking on Zheng Qian's door on the back foot. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. President Jiang asked someone from your company to go to the conference room on the 34th floor, saying that she has something to talk to you about. Du Bingbing said gently, not lacking a touch of blush when she looked at Zheng Qian. Zheng Qian was a bit dumbfounded. This secretary beside Jiang Yanran couldn't be interested in him. Right. Why this demeanor and tone? Okay, I know. Zheng Qian found Chen Weiqiang and Lu Shiqi, and the three of them went to the 34th floor together. Qian, do you know what Yanran Jiang is looking for us for? Chen Weiqiang inquired in the elevator. I don't know. Said she has something to talk to us about. The 34th floor was the hotel's specialized conference room, and after the three of them entered, they found that it wasn't just Yanran Jiang in the conference room. There were others, the other veterans of the 5 Airline Alliance. Just in time. The three of you please take a seat. Zhang Yanyan glanced at the trio and pointed to the vacant seat at the table. Mr. Jiang, just as you said, we'll go over first. The remaining 4 old bosses greeted Zhang Yanyan one after another before getting up to leave. It was obvious that the 5 people had just held a small meeting to discuss something in response to the bidding session. Mr. Jiang, I don't know what it is that we were asked to come here for? Chen Weiqiang inquired with a smile. He knew that Zheng Qian had some conflicts with Zhang Yanran, so he didn't let Zheng Qian open his mouth either, and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Zhang Yanran into the hole. The situation of this bidding meeting is somewhat very special, so I'm looking for you guys to discuss it. Zhang Yanran's face was a bit strange. Obviously some situation had arisen that she hadn't even expected. There were a total of 11 companies in this bidding session. 3 from Jiangnan, 2 from Izhou, 2 from Qilu, and 4 from the Northeast. There were even more shipping companies participating, a full 24 or so. According to reliable sources, the 4 shipping companies, Yuehua Shipping of Qilu, Changsong Shipping of Ximen, Coming Shipping of the Eastern Flank, and your Yeqing Group of Yecheng, have formed the Qizhen Yeqing 4 Shipping Alliance. AirAsia has signed a strategic cooperation agreement with Jingxin, so it is my duty to tell you this news. The Qijin Yi 4 Airlines Alliance, each from 4 geographical regions. Chen Weiqiang was a bit surprised. Yuehua Shipping from Qilu, Changsong Shipping from Ximen, and Coming Shipping from East Wing. These 3 enterprises were around $500 million in size, and they were leading enterprises in the Qitianning region, and each of them was quite a bit stronger than the Yamei Group. I didn't expect Hu Jingyi to have so much energy to form an alliance with these 3. These 4 joined together, although not enough to shake the 5 Aviation Alliance, but enough to share a piece of this cake. It could even bully the smaller shipping companies that were smaller and did not have an alliance. The bidders were mainly located in 4 geographical regions, 3 in Jiangnan, 2 in Yecheng, 4 in Northeast, and 2 in Qilu. If all the orders from these 11 companies were contracted, they could make a profit of $10 billion at the very least. However, Kyushu currently does not have such an awesome shipping company, so it is necessary to conduct a public bidding. The most important condition for transportation is the geographical location, and choosing a shipping company nearby can save a lot of manpower and material resources, and can also improve the efficiency of transportation. The grain exporters in the Jiangnan region would undoubtedly choose one of the 5 shipping alliances, and it was impossible to choose a shipping company from the Tsimshatsui region, which spanned half of Kyushu. The situation we've just analyzed. We have the grain exports of the Jiangnan region in our hands. There's 1 in Qilu, and 2 in the Northeast that are our old clients, and will definitely choose us as well. Chamber of Commerce, political meeting. Since ancient times is good to talk before and after the meeting, only the meeting is not good to talk. Before the bidding meeting, the 5 Airline Alliance headed by Zhang Yanyan basically has already been able to determine which ones are their customers. Jiangnan 3, Northeast 2. Even before the bidding started, Zhang Yanyan has already taken almost half of the grain exporters. This was one of the most confidential things in the industry, and they didn't expect Zhang Yanyan to tell them about it without avoiding it. We also approached the 2 grain exporters in Qilu and Izhou beforehand, but their attitudes were ambiguous, and I wasn't quite able to ascertain what they meant. There were 2 exporters each in Qilu and Izhou, and although there were only 2, these 2 were in a special geographical location. In the central position of Kyushu, Qilu and Izhou were adjacent to each other, not far from Jiangnan, and close to the East Wing in Jinmen. Whichever of these 2 geographic regions was pulled out alone, the export volume could be equal to the 4 in the Northeast. There are 2 in the Northeast that have chosen to cooperate with them, and 1 in Qilu. I can tell you directly that the main competition for this tender is Yecheng. No matter how close the Qi and Jin wings were, they were no closer than the local shipping companies. No matter how strong the 5 Airline Alliance was, it was still beyond its reach. Zheng Qian had already looked at the map beforehand, and these 2 grain exporters in Yecheng were only 300 kilometers away from Yan'an Terminal, and less than 200 kilometers away from Yanbei Terminal. It was only a 2-hour drive. So, what do you want to say? Zheng Qian directly inquired. You have a unique advantage as a local shipping company in Yezhou. We are willing to assist Zheng Xian in taking orders from the 2 in Yezhou, but 90% of the orders must be transported by AirAsia. In exchange, I'm willing to provide a 3-year guarantee contract that guarantees Jingxin Dockyard ship schedule will be full within 3 years. How about that? Zheng Qian smiled disdainfully. Is Jiang Yanran joking? Grain export. What a big piece of cake. And she's taking 2 lollipops for it? Treating people as fools? Jiang Yanran meant that Jingxin Dockyard couldn't eat Zhou's order, but she was willing to endorse Jingxin Dockyard. And with AirAsia as a backdrop, it was definitely possible to take it. After taking it, Jingxin Dockyard would only transport 10% of the entire order. The rest would all be contracted by AirAsia. Why should we cooperate with you? Zheng Qian raised his eyebrows with some contempt. Without AirAsia's endorsement, I'm sure the 2 in Yeqing won't choose Jingxin. And even if one of them chooses to work with you, with your transportation capacity, it's already pretty good if you can eat 20% of it. Jiang Yanran knew that Zheng Qian was still holding a grudge because of something. Mr. Zhang, I think I have to remind you that business is business and emotions are emotions. You don't want to do business with your emotions and affect everyone's interests. I know you guys won the price war, but winning the price war shouldn't be the underpinning for you to make such a decision, right? A 20% from Yeqing alone could already bring tens of millions of dollars in profit to Zhang Xin, and for a shipping company like Zhang Xin, they had no reason to refuse. How do you know they won't pick us? Zheng Qian continued to ask. His gaze towards Jiang Yanran gradually sharpened. To transport Yeqing's order, we need at least 35 ships, and each of them must still be fully loaded. How many ships do you Zhang Xin have now? 10? 15? Jiang Yanyan was too lazy to carry on with Zheng Qian. There was no point in doing so. Speaking with data was the most reliable. Jingxin Dockyard's transportation capacity obviously couldn't eat these 2, and those 2 grain companies wouldn't choose a shipping company with only a dozen or so ships to transport them. A shipping company with heritage like AirAsia, Durst Shipping, and World Shipping is their first choice. Coming Shipping, Yuehua Shipping and Shangsong Shipping, although a little weaker and less competitive, belonged to the second tier and were still within their choice. Jingxin Dockyard had just been established for half a year. With no guaranteed transportation capacity and unrecognized corporate strength, Jiang Yanran believed that those 2 grain exporters in Yeqing would not even consider it. If you hadn't signed a strategic cooperation agreement some time ago, I wouldn't have even mentioned this matter and you wouldn't have known about it. Understand? Jiang Yanran had never seen such an incomprehensible person. Before she had a pretty good impression of Zheng Qian as a person with business acumen. Today, asking 2 retarded and brainless questions in a row made Jiang Yanyan's favorable impression of Zheng Qian fall to the freezing point. She had certainly teased Zheng Qian, but what did it have to do with this business? A profit of tens of millions of dollars, placed in front of you. You don't want it? Mr. Jiang, I can now officially inform you that the strategic cooperation agreement between our 2 families is null and void. Zheng Qian pulled out the contract from his pocket and tore it up in front of Jiang Yanran. Chen Weiqiang? What is Zheng Qian doing? Going to the top? Didn't he say he wasn't influenced by Yanran Zhang? What is going on today? Why so abnormal? Although the price war was won, but the hard one of this insurance contract cannot be torn up just to tear it up. Keeping it is better than nothing. For the sake of this contract, Zheng Qian apologized to Jiang Yanyan, ran to deliver the bag in the middle of the night, and accepted the mockery. Now you can tear it up just by saying so. How unprofitable it is. Chen Weiqiang didn't even know beforehand that Zheng Qian was going to do this. If he knew, he would have tried his best to discourage it. What are you doing? Jiang Yanran was secretly surprised. Mr. Chen, is this what you mean? Can he represent Zhang Xin Dockyard? Jiang Yanyan was still unaware that Zhang Qian already held 90% of Zhang Xin Dockyard's shares, and that the current Zhang Xin Dockyard was nothing more than a subsidiary of Thousand Crane Group. Chen Weiqiang was in a dilemma for a moment. Zhang Qian had said so. How could he save it? He could only nod his head. Good. Jiang Yanran was also a bit angry. It was the first time she was treated like this, tearing up a cooperation contract in front of her, right? Jiang Yanyan didn't care if she cooperated or not. The main thing was that it was too much of a slap in the face. Du Bingbing subconsciously took 2 steps back after seeing Jiang Yanran's expression. She had been Jiang Yanran's secretary for a long time and knew how terrifying this woman was when she was angry and how out of character she would do. Do you guys know what will happen to you if you do this? What will be the consequences? Of course I know. Bang. Zheng Qian ruthlessly slammed a suitcase on the table. This is $2 million in liquidated damages. So count it. This was an in-your-face taunt? Jiang Yanran was the helmsman of Asia Shipping. Taking $2 million, this was an insult to her. Chen Weiqiang knows that Zheng Qian has some conflicts with Jiang Yanyan and does not look too happy with her. But there is no need to use this extreme way to deal with the problem. Right. Now Zheng Qian not only holds 90% of the shares of Jingxin Dockyard, he is also the chairman of Thousand Crane Group. Even if Chen Weiqiang wants to say something, he does not have the power to do so. When Chen Weiqiang was in the elevator, he wondered what Zheng Qian was doing with a suitcase, and it turned out that it was loaded with cash. Zhang Qian had already thought about calling Jiang Yanran's bluff and tearing up the cooperation agreement before he came. Lu Shiqi had been beside her without saying a word. She had heard of Jiang Yanran's reputation, taking over such a large enterprise as Asia Shipping at such a young age. With a strong wrist, doing things in a swift manner, a real iceberg female president. Zhang Qian even treated her this way, really let her did not expect. Lu Shiqi was even looking forward to how this drama would end next. Zhang Xian dockyard may not be enough to fight against Asia Shipping, but Qianha Group and Asia Shipping are about the same size, and the market capitalization is almost 1 billion, and the Crane Group is self-produced, self-selling, self-transportation ecological model. Only in this part of the business of shipping, and Asia Shipping some conflict. Everyone's tonnage is almost big. Zhang Qian now there is no need to be afraid of Jiang Yanyan's Asian shipping. Even if there is any conflict, the possibility of causing a huge conflict in business is still very small. Mr. Jiang, why aren't you talking? Here's 120,000. I put it here for you. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Zhang Qian left the scene after dropping this sentence. Chen Weiqiang, Lu Shiqi followed closely behind. Jiang Yanran's face turned green with anger. Looking at the back of Zhang Qian and the others leaving, she clenched her silver teeth tightly and clenched a pair of slender jade hands into pink fists. Chen Weiqiang finally opened his mouth. Chen, what you just did wasn't quite right. The conditions that Jiang Yanyan just opened are indeed harsh, but isn't she that doesn't understand the current state of our business? If she knew that we have 25 freighters and 2 terminals, she definitely wouldn't have given us only 10%. In the sea of business, one more friend is one more road. Even if you don't deal with Jiang Yanyan, there is no need to tear your face off. It is a matter of more loss than gain. In the future, what if AirAsia looks for trouble with Zhang Xian? Alright brother Chang, I have my own plans. Zhang Qian thought that Jiang Yanran was completely using Jingxin Dockyard as a gun. Even if she didn't know the current situation of Jingxin Dockyard, it was impossible for her to give only 10% of the order, right? The bidding meeting hadn't even been held yet, and the 5 Voyages Alliance had already taken $5 billion. Want Jingxin Dockyard to be AirAsia's white glove, not allowed to join the 5 Airline Alliance even if, just share 10%? Jiang Yanran is indeed right. Business is business. Emotions are emotions. Cannot do business with emotions. But this is a big cake close to $10 billion. Jiang Yanyan just give a few tens of millions. To send off the beggar? Zhang Qian has made up his mind to compete for customers on his own. Isn't this an open bidding session? Since it wasn't finalized yet, it was possible to make these 11 grain exporters change their minds. Although he didn't have the strength to contract all of them at the moment, it was still fine to snatch a few away. The bidding meeting was similar to the process of the last Sea Trade Summit. The first day was an exchange meeting, announcing information about the bidding documents, the qualifications needed, and the requirements for the companies, and the bosses of the various companies met and greeted each other and whatnot. Yo, isn't this the famous Mr. Zhang, the chairman of Zhang Xian Dockyard? During the exchange, Zhang Qian heard a familiar and piercing voice. Turning back to look, it was Xiao Xinhao. Why was he here as well? You are Zhang Qian, a man of medium stature, dressed in a low-profile manner and with a shaved-inch head, walked over with Xiao Xinhao piece by piece. Xiao Xinhao looked at Zhang Qian with a bit of contempt in his eyes. Introducing, this is my current boss, Hua Yunfeng, the boss of Yuehua Group, the leading shipping company in the Qilu region. Leading enterprise can't be talked about. It's just a little larger than the others. Hua Yunfeng was very modest, and his eyes looking at Zhang Qian contained a few moments of levity. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qian, who had been repeatedly mentioned by Hu Jingyi and Xiao Xinhao, was so young, in his 20s, looking as if he had just graduated from university. Hello, I'm Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian could see that Xiao Xinhao had some hatred towards him. As a matter of human nature, Zhang Qian did not take it to heart. Xiao Xinhao was all masculine in his company. Jumping ship to another company would still be a scourge. He and Xiao Xinhao so deep emotions can turn against the water, let alone other people? Whoever took him in was out of luck. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qian met Zhang Lekang, the old boss of Coming Shipping, Fan Minxue of Chansong Shipping, as well as his old acquaintances, Hu Jingyi, the helmsman of Yamei Group, and Hu Yuebin, the Qi Jinyi Alliance were all present. Mr. Zhang should have read all the bidding documents, right? Is there any interest in cooperating with us? If interested, we can talk in detail in private. Talk about cooperation? Zhang Qian gave a poof of laughter in his heart. Yamei Group and Jingxin Dockyard were competitors, and Yamei Group had started an alliance with them. How could they possibly talk about cooperation with him? And with the current strength of the 1000 Crane Group, there was no need to talk about cooperation with anyone. No need to have an alliance with anyone. Zheng Qian has even torn up the strategic cooperation agreement with AirAsia, the district of a month China's shipping, and how to get into the eyes of Zheng Qian. Zhang Yanyan said earlier that the main competition in this tender was the two grain exporters in Rejection. There are only two local shipping companies in Ezhou, Yamei Shipping and Jiangxin Dockyard. Yamei Shipping was now within the alliance organization of the four northern shipping companies. Most likely, Hua Yunfeng was also trying to determine, based on Zheng Qian's answer, whether Jiangxin Dockyard had any relationship with the Five Airlines Alliance, and whether it might have acted as a white glove for the Five Airlines Alliance to compete with them for orders from Ezhou. Not to mention the Five Airlines Alliance's collective endorsement of Zhang Xian Dockyard. Just Zhang Yanran's AirAsia's endorsement of Zhang Xian Dockyard was enough to take down one of Yecheng's grain exporters. I'm sorry, we don't cooperate with anyone. We take orders all on our own, Zheng Qian said indifferently. After hearing this, the several veteran presidents of the Northern Alliance looked at each other. Immediately afterward, the crowd burst into laughter. Based on their own strength, Zhang Xian Dockyard only had a few broken ships, and had just fought a price war with Yamei Group, and even though it won by smashing money in the end, the enterprise was now in a state of recovery. Without a year and a half, how can they breathe? Still want to eat the two orders from Yecheng? Simply delusional. Hua Yunfeng didn't dare to make any promises, but based on the strength of the company, even Yamei Group couldn't possibly eat Yecheng's orders, and had to rely on his Yuehua shipping as support. Well, Mr. Zhang has such ambition. Then Mr. Hua can only wish Mr. Zhang good luck. Ha 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 ha, Hua Yunfeng said with a smile, seemingly congratulating but actually mocking. Hu Jingyi didn't feel that Zheng Qian was talking big. At his age, to be at the helm of Zhang Xian Dockyard, he had a certain grasp on analyzing and judging the situation. Either Zheng Qian was putting up a smokescreen and had already reached a consensus with the Five Voyages Alliance. Either Zheng Qian really had the strength to eat the two grain exporters in Yecheng in one go. After all, Zheng Qian's deep, bottomless financial strength and repeated cross-country capital pools were staggering. Hu Jingyi had always been unable to see through and fathom Zheng Qian's bottom line. He even once thought that Zheng Qian is the white gloves of a certain big brother, with a professional team behind the operation. Every decision is behind the think tank after dozens of deduction game, calculated the best strategy. It was good that the information provided by Xiao Xinhao proved that Zheng Qian was not a white glove. Then it was very likely that it was the former, and Zheng Qian was putting up a smoke bomb to confuse them. If he was at the helm of Zhang Xian Dockyard, he would definitely reach a consensus with one of the Five Vessel Alliance in advance, take the order from Yecheng, and then slowly divide it afterwards. This was the safest course of action. There was the Five Voyages Alliance in front of them, and the Northern Alliance behind them. Like Zheng Qian said, Jiangxin Dockyard going it alone, without an alliance with anyone, would make it almost impossible to win the bid at the tender. Those 11 grain exporters were not fools to choose a shipping company with weak transportation capability and no corporate heritage as their transportation fleet. It was also impossible if Zheng Qian was still trying to win the bid with a very low price. These exporters combined could bring in close to $10 billion in profit. If something went wrong, no one could afford to take the blame, especially those few state-owned enterprises that were to be held accountable. At the bidding meeting, it was just a formality, basically before the meeting to discuss a similar, really cannot be adjusted after the meeting. Like the Five Aviation Alliance, has taken several orders. The Northern Alliance has also taken some. As far as Hu Jingyi knew, the Five Airlines Alliance had approached the two grain exporters in Yecheng, but had not given them an accurate attitude, and might still want to wait and see. After all, Ezhou is located in the Central Plains, about the same distance from Jiangnan and the north. Bidding will be the next day. The official start of the bidding to attract capital. The process in the Sea Trade Summit is not too different, even a bit like a variety show. Zhang Yanran sat in the guest seat, crossing her slender white legs. Her face was like frost. There was a kind of indifference that rejected people outside of 1,000 miles. The air pressure around her wasn't even quite the same as the rest of the world. Before the bidding meeting started, Du Bingbing hurried over to Zhang Yanran to report the situation. Mr. Jiang, it's been checked out clearly. Now Zheng Qian invested $300 million in the late stage of the price war, directly saving Jiangxin Dockyard in winning that price war. These $300 million allowed Zheng Qian to get 90% of Zhang Xian Dockyard shares, and now he's the one at the helm of Zhang Xian Dockyard. Zhang Yanyan clearly froze after hearing this news. She knew that Jiangxin Dockyard had won the price war, but she didn't expect it to be won in such a simple and brutal way. At first, she thought that Jiangxin Dockyard had rallied tens of millions of dollars or $100 million. She didn't expect that it would directly finance $300 million. Zheng Qian is so rich, where did he get so much money? Zheng Qian, is this your bottom line? If it is, then you are too arrogant. With your current status, it's hard enough to get past the Northern Alliance, And you're still trying to call Eurasia's bluff. Eurasia had gone through dozens of price wars before and after, and she hadn't even said anything. Zhang Yanran was a little contemptuous inwardly. She didn't expect Zheng Qian's heart to be higher than the sky. Just winning a price war. People are a little bit floating. Immediately after that, it was Zheng Qian who went on stage to give a speech, elaborating on the advantages of the company and attracting the attention of the exporters. Good. I'd like to see what kind of flowers you can blow out of those few broken boats. Zhang Yanran leaned back and focused her attention on Zheng Qian, who was taking the stage. Hello everyone. Today, as the chairman of the Thousand Crane Group, I am speaking on behalf of the Thousand Crane Group. Thousand Crane Group? Zheng Qian's first sentence on stage caused the stage to erupt in an uproar. Wasn't he from Zhang Xin Dockyard? How did he become the Thousand Crane Group again? And what was the origin of this Thousand Crane Group? Is it a company that supports Zhang Xin Dockyard? No. How could Zheng Qian be the chairman of Thousand Crane Group? Zhang Yanyan was suspicious. Even Hu Jingyi, Hua Yunfeng and others were confused and looked at Xiao Xinhao, who was sitting with them. Xiao Xinhao only told them that Zhang Qian is now the chairman of Zhang Xin Dockyard, and he didn't mention the Thousand Crane Group at all. Several grain exporters also looked at each other. They had never heard of any Thousand Crane Group, headquartered in Yebei. As Zheng Qian played the carefully crafted PowerPoint, the Thousand Crane Group gradually emerged in front of the crowd. Right now, Zhang Xin Dockyard under the Thousand Crane Group owns 4,000-ton freighters, 19 10,000-ton freighters, and 200,000-ton freighters. Hu Jingyi, Hua Yunfeng, Jian Yanran? When did Zhengxin Dockyard have so many freighters? How come Jian Yanyan didn't know anything about it? Not only Jian Yanyan, even Hu Jingyi, who was the closest to Zhengxin Dockyard, and Hua Yunfeng didn't know. On the PowerPoint file, Zheng Qian even released a transportation capacity comparison table, which listed many shipping companies including Asia Shipping, Yuehua Shipping, and Asian American Shipping. Although the mosaic, but with no hit a same, still can be vaguely recognized which shipping company's data. Zheng Qian even made an unprecedented offer of the lowest price, which made many grain exporters' eyes light up. Nonsense! Where did you get so many ships? You just leave it here to cheat. You were still anxious about the price war last week. Before Zheng Qian finished his words, there were immediately skeptical voices from the stage. Following the voices, there were no more than two people, Hu Yuebin and Xiao Xinhao. I know everyone doesn't believe me. I have a picture to prove it. Zheng Qian received the pictures sent by Huamayan early this morning and smoothly pasted them into the PowerPoint file. A set of pictures on the big screen showed 25 freighters in rows and columns, neatly arranged together, even using a uniform paint job. A huge fleet of ships coupled with a domineering paint job, full of momentum. If you didn't look closely, you'd think it was the Overseas 7th Fleet. Where did you find the picture? It's simply hilarious. There are freighters painted on them? Xiao Xinhao still didn't believe it. He was still working at Zhang Xian Dockyard last week and had no idea that there were so many freighters at Zhang Xian Dockyard. Xiao Xinhao thought that this was a picture that Zhang Qian had found on the internet or had gotten a great god to PS it with the sole purpose of trying to trick the exporter into signing with Zhengxin. I know people don't believe me. I still have the video. The video can't be P. Right? On the next page of the PPT, is the video taken by the drone rented by Huamayan? There was a distant view and a close-up view. The paint on each cargo ship is marked with the logo mark of Thousand Crane Group, and at the bottom there is the logo mark of Huamayan's design studio. With the video as proof, everyone knows what they know. The transportation capacity of the Thousand Crane Group. There should be no need for me to go into too much detail, right? In addition to that, the Thousand Crane Group has also pocketed 2 terminals in Yan'an and Yebei. As of now, the Thousand Crane Group owns the only 2 terminals in Yecheng, as well as unquestionable transportation capabilities. What's more, the Thousand Crane Group has submitted reclamation approvals to the relevant authorities, and plans to double the Thousand Crane Group's maritime transportation capacity to 50 freighters within half a year. Wow! The whole room was in an uproar. I've seen businesses expanding powerfully. I've never seen businesses expanding so powerfully. What exactly is Zheng Qian's origin and background? Never heard of Zheng Qian before. A business genius just suddenly came out of nowhere. It's not a big deal. It's a big deal. Thousand Crane Group, or Zheng Qian. The future potential is endless. Thousand Crane Group? Is this your bottom line? The corner of Jiang Yanran's mouth twitched. Although the number of freighters in Zhang Xian Dockyard, the transportation capacity was not comparable to Asia Shipping, but the entire Thousand Crane Group added up. It was already about the same volume as Asia Shipping. It was just that the route taken by Thousand Crane Group and Asia Shipping was not quite the same. The latter, Eurasia, is specializing in maritime transportation, like a snowball, and constantly consolidate the strength of their own maritime supremacy. And the former Crane Group is ready to implement multi-industry flowering. The two routes have their own advantages and disadvantages. Cannot say that the Crane Group is worse than the Asian shipping. The sea transportation capacity of the 1000 Crane Group alone has comprehensively exceeded that of the Asian American Group, and is even half a body position ahead of the Asian American Group. Zhang Yanran saw an unprecedented ambition in Zhang Qian's body. Snap! As Hu Jingyi heard Zhang Qian speak about the pier, the cane fell out of his hand in a flash, and his entire body paralyzed in his seat. Dad! What's wrong with you, Dad? Hu Jingyi's actions could have startled Hu Yuebin. I'm fine. I'm fine. Hu Jingyi waved his hand. Dad! Zhang Qian acquired Yan'an Pier and Yanbei Pier? How is it that we don't know anything about this matter? This kid isn't bragging, is he? Our ships are still entering and exiting the docks as normal and haven't been affected in any way? People are coming for you. Can they let you know? Hu Jingyi cursed Hu Yuebin for being an idiot. Zhang Qian had acquired Yan'an Pier and Yanbei Pier for the purpose of participating in this tender. Before the bidding meeting, it was to be stopped. However, it was supposed to be stopped. But to publicize this news at the bidding meeting was to explicitly tell the crowd that if they wanted to go maritime, they would have to choose Jingxing Dockyard under the 1000 Crane Group. It was a complete crushing of the Yamei Group's position in Rejection. Before the bidding meeting, the cargo ship should dock at the dock in any way. But after the tender meeting, that was not necessarily the case. If Zhang Qian did not allow Yamei Group's ships to dock at the pier, then Yamei Group could only dock at the nearest Qilu, or the East Wing. In that case, Asian American Group will directly lose the entire Rejection market. Is this Zhang Qian's killer app? Others blockade the market by monopolizing customers. Zhang Qian is simple and brutal. Directly buying the docks and not letting them dock their ships? Is that how you do it? Hu Jingyi covered his chest and felt his blood pressure rise. Zhang Qian's impassioned speech, lower than industry standard transportation price, and very high transportation capacity, gained the favor of many exporters. For 2 days in a row, Zheng Qian brought Chen Weiqiang as well as Lu Shiqi to talk to exporters about cooperation. In the end, relying on its unique geographical advantage, Zhang Xin Dockyard, a subsidiary of the 1000 Crane Group, managed to take down 2 exporters in Yechingzhou. There was even a state-owned enterprise in Qilu, which saw 1000 Crane Group's low prices and chose to sign a contract with Zheng Qian as well. Like Jiang Yanyan revealed, 3 from Jiangnan, 2 from Northeast, and 1 from Qilu chose to sign up with the 5 Vessels Alliance. 1 in Qilu and 2 in the Northeast chose the Northern Alliance. Although the 5 Airlines Alliance had taken the big head, Zheng Qian's newly established 1000 Crane Group was vaguely catching up, which made Jiang Yanyan very dissatisfied. Zheng Qian threatened to double the transportation capacity again within half a year. Zhang Yanran felt that Zheng Qian was not making empty promises. He definitely had his own plans. By that time, the transportation capacity of 1000 Crane Group would even be able to rival AirAsia. You go and recheck his bottom. Let old Wang do it. I'd like to shine the demon mirror on him. What exactly is his origin? Zhang Yanran gave orders to do Bing Bing. On the other side, the Northern Alliance crowd, targeting Zheng Qian's 1000 Crane Group, felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. The original plan of several people was to take 2 from Qilu and 2 from the Northeast, and compete with the 5 Airlines Alliance for the order from Izhou. With Yamei Group around, they could at least take 1. But who knew that Zheng Qian suddenly came out with the 1000 Crane Group? Not only did he not get any of the orders from Yecheng, he even lost a grain exporter in Qilu. Zheng Qian's 1000 Crane Group had completely disrupted their plans. Now in their hands, they only had orders from 3 families. The Northern Alliance itself didn't even have enough to share. This kid, he's really pissing me off. Hua Yunfeng hammered the table fiercely. When Zheng Qian was saying that they didn't rely on anyone and relied on themselves to get the orders, Hua Yunfeng hilariously laughed and mocked. But the bidding meeting just now had slapped him hard in the face. Right now, there were only 3 orders in their hands. The Northern Alliance itself wasn't even enough to divide it up. Generally speaking, this kind of bidding meeting was an alliance of several enterprises, making orders piece by piece. But the 1000 Crane Group, a single enterprise, had snatched away 3 orders. That's a profit of $3 to $4 billion. Even if you have 25 ships, you won't be able to eat that much. If you let 1000 Crane Group do it on their own, doubling the transportation capacity within half a year is really no joke. Everyone is here now. So let's discuss and see how to divide these orders. What's the point of dividing this? Coming Shipping and Changsong Shipping are responsible for the exports in the Northeast, and I'll be responsible for the exports in Qilu. Hua Yunfeng made a direct plan. Why do you have the biggest share? That's right, the Northeast is so far away from us. I also want to ship the orders from Qilu. Nonsense. My Yuehua Shipping is less than 40 kilometers away from that grain exporter in Qilu. How can you compare to me? Hua Yunfeng accused. If you want to blame me, don't blame me. Just blame that kid Zheng Qian for stealing your orders. Hu Jingyi stood out at this time. I think, since we are an alliance, It's a community of interest. We should divide these three orders relatively evenly. Yame Group is also relatively close to Chilu. We should also consider Yame Group's situation. Asian American Group's situation? Hua Yunfeng wanted to laugh when he heard this. When Hu Jingyi was a junior to Hua Yunfeng's father, this was not how he did things. Right now, Yuehua Shipping, Changsong Shipping, and Coming Shipping, the three companies didn't have enough to share themselves. So where would they get the orders to give to the Asian American Group? Their alliance, after the bidding session was over, had already existed in name only. Elder Hu, it's not that we're forgetting what's right and wrong. You'd better find a place to park your ship before you talk about the order. Hua Yunfeng felt that his words were already very euphemistic. You damn well don't even have a place to park your ship, and you still want to take orders? Isn't this hilarious? Yebu North Pier, Yan'an Pier, have already been acquired by the Thousand Crane Group. Yame Group doesn't even have a place to dock their ships. How can they still take orders? Since there are no orders in Yecheng, Yame Group is perfectly capable of taking its ships to Chilu or the northeast. Even if Yame Group's transportation capacity is not what it used to be, it can still transport a lot of grain. Hu Jingyi was not willing to be thwarted by a brat like Zheng Qian just like that. The reason why he went east and west to form the Northern Alliance was to fight against Zheng Qian, Zhengxian Dockyard or Thousand Crane Group. We can't just admit defeat without even fighting. Hua Yunfeng doesn't think so. Hu Lao, the dock in Chilu is tense, and the northeast is too far away. The transportation cost is really not scratching the surface. I believe that those exporters won't agree either. Let's do it this way, Hu Lao. When the inland route transportation bidding meeting is held, the orders we get Yame Group will give priority to transportation. How about it? Hu Jingyi was old, but not senile. The bidding session for the inland routes was cheap and the profits were thin, far from the high profits brought by exports. Moreover, the inland tender would wait for at least 3 months after the fall harvest before it would be held. He had mortgaged the entire Asian American Group to the bank to get a loan, and it was impossible to wait 3 months for nothing. Ready-made orders cannot get. Then how can Yame priority? Cannot share a piece of the pie are not certain. Do you all mean the same thing? Hu Jingyi raised his cane and stood up to ask the crowd. Fan Minxue, the veteran president of Changsong Shipping, and Zhang Lekong, the veteran president of Kongming Shipping, both looked at each other and were silent. They acquiesced to what Hua Yunfeng had done. Hu Jingyi felt, what kind of bullshit alliance was this? Not even the most basic support for an ally. This alliance, don't want it. Hu Jingyi waved his sleeve, snorted coldly, and slammed the door. Hu Jingyi's angry departure caused Fan Minxue and Zhang Lekong both to feel a hint of foreboding. Yunfeng, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to do this? Yes, Yunfeng, elder who is a senior in any case, we're pushing Yame Group to the brink of extinction by doing this. The docks in Izhou had been taken down by Zhang Qian, and now the Asian American Group didn't even have a place to dock their ships. Now that the alliance was seeing death to the Asian American Group, in case Hu Jingyi couldn't think of anything else and directly sold the Asian American Group, wouldn't we be giving so many of the Asian American Group's cargo ships to Zheng Qian for nothing? In this way, the Jingxian Dockyard under the Thousand Crane Group has increased its transportation capacity by a large margin. It was really a bit of a scratch. There's no way around it. The Yame Group is a mess right now. You guys don't know yet, right? Old who mortgaged the entire Asian American Group to the bank and organized this alliance of ours just to go to war with the Thousand Crane Group. The risk is too great. There's no need for us to take the risk for the Asian American Group. Besides, now that the ports have been bought by others, where the Asian American Group ships are parked now is a problem. How can they still organize an alliance with us? Hua Yunfeng's words were considered to have completely cut out Asian American Group from the alliance. Don't worry you too. Without the liability that is the Asian American Group, we, Qi Jinyi, will develop better. Fan Minxue and Zhang Lekong finally nodded, agreeing to Hua Yunfeng's proposal. By the way, Yunfeng, that one of the great generals you took in, how come you didn't disclose the news of the Thousand Crane Group to us? Yeah, what the hell is going on here? It's not possible that Zhang Qian kid sent a mole to intentionally disrupt our site, right? Hua Yunfeng slammed his head. He almost forgot about this. Xiao Xinhao had jumped ship to Yuehua Shipping a few days ago, and the strategic plan of a few people was based on the intelligence provided by Xiao Xinhao. Xiao Xinhao had an unavoidable responsibility for the mishap at the bidding meeting this time. Go, call that brat Xiao Xinhao over to me. Hua Yunfeng dialed the phone and angrily scolded. In less than 5 minutes, Xiao Xinhao was pressed into the room by 2 burly and strong men. Break his legs for me. At Hua Yunfeng's command, the 2 burly men directly pulled out the batons pinned to their waists and immediately greeted Xiao Xinhao's calves. Say, are you a mole sent by that kid Zheng Qian, deliberately providing false information? Hua Yunfeng originally had a belly full of anger, and still didn't know where to throw it. Xiao Xinhao just became his punching bag. Mr. Hua, Mr. Hua, listen to my explanation. Hua Yunfeng waved his hand, and only then did the two burly men stop, backing up 2 steps and waiting for his instructions. Xiao Xinhao could not cry, rolling and crawling to Hua Yunfeng's face, hugging Hua Yunfeng's knees and complaining, Mr. Hua, I'm really wronged ah. Didn't you say that Zhang Qian and you are still college classmates? You're working under him as an executive, and he didn't tell you anything? Xiao Xinhao had just received a severe beating, and now he couldn't even stand up. Where did he ever work under Zhang Qian as an executive? He just made it up. He just worked as a team leader in the business department. Zhang Qian just set a mouth to promote him as deputy director, but not yet wait for the promotion. He did those things on the east window. Was Zhang Qian fired out of the company? Mr. Hua, you have to believe me. I don't know a single word about the Thousand Crane Group. I really didn't mean to provide false information. Xiao Xinhao hurriedly explained. Hua Yunfeng was ruthless. If he didn't hurry to clarify, I'm afraid he would be killed here instantly. Fine. Since you don't know a single word, what use do I have for you? Beat me to death. With a wave of Hua Yunfeng's hand, the two burly and strong men resurrounded and viciously beat Xiao Xinhao up for a while. Xiao Xinhao's intestines were almost green with remorse. He shouldn't have explained like that. Now it's good. And in exchange for a burst of violent beatings, he felt that his legs didn't belong to him anymore. Mr. Hua, don't hit. I still have a use. Xiao Xinhao wailed. What else do you have use for? I have 2 pea friends in Jingxin dockyard. I can develop them into my informants and provide us with a steady stream of follow-up information. Hearing this, Hua Yunfeng suddenly brightened up. He immediately had the 2 burly men back out, as if nothing had just happened. Hua Yunfeng smilingly assisted Xiao Xinhao on the sofa. Director Xiao, informant you said earlier, just now is my old Hua's wrong. You cannot take it to heart. Don't take it personally. Xiao Xinhao now even wanted to pull Hua Yunfeng to jump down from the stairs. One life for one life. There was nothing he could do about it, but his legs simply wouldn't listen to him. Even Zhang Lekong and Fan Minxue were surprised. Pinch, Hua Yunfeng is really a two-faced man, changing his face when he says he will, faster than TM turning over a book. Such a person as an ally might stab you in the back at some point. Director Xiao, since you have friends within them, then please check first. How much of Zhang Qian's speech at the bidding meeting is true and how credible is it? Do a good job on this matter and I'll give you a reward.